Others awaken the ability to repair hands, only to become furniture repairmen. But my repair hand can restore an ancient divine artifact broken in two back to its original state. As everyone knows, transmigrators who cheat won't get banned. So I secretly awakened an SSS-grade auxiliary talent called Survival of the Fittest. This talent comes with 3 special effects, one of which is Transcendence, allowing the random upgrade of one of my abilities, which reverts after one use. I immediately used Transcendence on my D-grade repair hand, and a prompt echoed in my mind: D-grade repair hand has been randomly upgraded to SSS-grade, reverting after one use. In my perception, the repair hand seemed to undergo a dramatic transformation. Perhaps it could no longer simply be called a repair hand. I eagerly rummaged through the storage room and found an ancient-looking box, a relic left behind by the original owner's parents. They were archaeologists who went missing during a major ruin exploration. Inside the box, aside from archaeological tools, there was only a mostly shattered bronze pot the size of a palm, labeled with the words Jiuli Pot. What would happen if I used my SSS-grade repair hand on such an artifact? Smiling, I activated the repair hand on the pot, and a blazing red light instantly erupted from my palm. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying surge of energy emerged from the damaged Jiuli Pot, which then rapidly repaired itself under a radiant glow. As the red light faded, I collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Not only that, but my entire body felt as weak as if I hadn't eaten for days. That single act had completely depleted all my energy. Could this be the legendary treasure mentioned in the records? A girl in a short skirt appeared alone at the end of a dimly lit alley. This should be the place, she murmured. Then, she lightly pressed the earpiece in her ear and reported, "Senior, I'm in position." A voice quickly responded through the earpiece, "The others have been waiting for you. Hurry up." Fang Xin drew out her reply. "Got it." She then pulled out a yellow talisman from somewhere and slapped it onto the wall. After hesitating for a long while with her thumb raised, she finally bit down in pain, smearing a drop of blood onto the yellow talisman. In an instant, an inexplicable aura rose into the sky, and from 4 directions in the old district, similar mysterious forces surged upward. These 4 powers converged in the air, intertwining to form a transparent, square barrier that enveloped the entire area. Is this mirror world really as miraculous as Senior claimed? Fang Xin pressed her earpiece again and announced, "Mirror world has been activated." A stern command came through the earpiece: "If you spot a void beast, notify me immediately. Do not engage it alone, you're no match for it at your current strength." At that moment, I was still fiddling with the Jiuli Pot. What's the use of this thing? Even after channeling energy into it, there's not the slightest reaction. It's just an ordinary bronze artifact. Well, at least it might fetch some money if sold. So I casually slipped it into my pocket and headed out to grab a bite. Fang Xin's face turned pale as she staggered back several steps. She hadn't expected to face a direct attack from the void beast the moment she deployed the mirror world. Just as she reached for her earpiece to relay the information, a black-scaled claw tore through the night sky, grazing her cheek. In the next instant, a crimson cut appeared on her fair, delicate face, and the earpiece she wore split in two, clattering to the ground. "You beast dared to scar my face. It seems you've chosen the path to your own demise." On the other side, I had just walked out of a convenience store, taking big bites of bread as the hunger slowly faded from my body. Suddenly, a dull thud reached my ears, feeling as if it came from another world, both incredibly distant and eerily real. Is it just my imagination? But just as I thought it might be, another muffled sound echoed in my ears. I closed my eyes, standing still to listen carefully. Moments later, I snapped my eyes open and dashed toward the alley entrance on my left. Yet, it was a dead end, and all those strange sounds seemed to originate from there. I stood there, torn between hesitation and curiosity. I was someone who disliked trouble yet had an insatiable thirst for the unknown. That strange noise had me completely hooked. After wavering for a long while, not only did the muffled sounds return, but I could also hear a girl's loud shouts. I took a step back, an ominous feeling creeping over me. Maybe I should just leave. But the moment I took 2 steps away, the sound of shattering glass erupted behind me. I whipped around to see the air at the alley's entrance cracking apart like a broken mirror. Through that gap, I saw an environment identical to my surroundings, and at the same time, a startled cry rang out from within the breach. The mirror world, shattered? Why is it different from what the senior said? Someone was nearby, so I quickly stepped back 2 paces, my eyes slightly shocked as I looked at the gap, because a pair of equally surprised beautiful eyes met mine midair. Fang Xin, while startled, didn't forget to call for help. "Are you an awakened too? Can you help me?" But before she could finish, she saw the figure turn and run like the wind. He actually ran away. Her shock didn't last long, as the void beast's claw swung toward her, slamming heavily into the ground with a thunderous crash. Dodging the attack, Fang Xin steadied herself midair and swiftly hurled a stone at the void beast. Then, with a light snap of her fingers, the stone exploded on the void beast's body, sending up a cloud of dust. The beast shot straight into the sky like a cannonball through the smoke. Yet its attention wasn't on Fang Xin, but instead raced toward the direction I fled. I swiftly weaved through the alleyways, my expression turning peculiar. Is that monster the void beast recorded in the archives? From the badge on that girl's chest, she's a student of Longsha Academy. I'd heard that people from Longsha Academy came to Jin City to recruit awakened individuals, but it seems they're actually here to hunt void beasts. Although that girl seemed to be asking for my help with something, I absolutely wouldn't put myself in danger alone, so I still chose to leave. As I ran toward home, my mind raced with thoughts, but just then, less than half a meter away from me, the air shattered once again, and a massive black claw swung toward me. My brain instantly sent the command to dodge, but my body simply couldn't react in time. Just as the claw was about to strike me, a streak of red light shot over at an even faster speed, abruptly blocking in front of me. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, her arms wreathed in faint red light, though her face looked slightly pale. If civilians get caught up in this, it'll deduct from our academic credits. The void beast roared again, a black scale transforming into a beam of dark light that shot toward me, accompanied by Fang Xin's shout, "Watch out!" The void beast's claws left her with no chance to break free and help. I stared at the black streak rushing toward me, feeling as if all the blood in my body was boiling. At this life or death moment, I became eerily calm. The next second, I rolled straight into the broken gap, which then rapidly repaired itself like a mirror. Only after the black light vanished beyond the gap did I slump to the ground, muttering as I looked at the massive void beast ahead. Feels like I've stumbled into an even more dangerous place. At that moment, 3 figures darted swiftly across the rooftops of the old district. The one Fang Xin had called senior wore a grave expression. Something's wrong. The energy from Fang Xin's mirror world has leaked twice, and it seems like it was even breached. By all logic, the mirror world is indestructible, almost impossible to damage. We need to get there fast. Fang Xin's in danger. Fang Xin had just repelled the void beast. Breathing heavily, she snapped, "What are you doing here? Didn't you ask for my help? I'm just a kind-hearted soul, always ready to lend a hand." Though my face radiated righteousness, my heart was uneasy. Despite her anger at my earlier escape, Fang Xin tossed me a phone. "Call the first number. Tell my senior to come save us." As she spoke, she engaged the void beast again, frantically waving the phone. I shouted, "No good, no signal." Fang Xin's expression grew even more serious. "Is this thing jamming our signals?" she muttered while sprinting and hurling 3 stones at the void beast. Her ability, Christmas gift, couldn't deal fatal damage to the beast, but it could briefly hinder its movements. As she dodged and weaved, a whisper suddenly reached her ears, 8 meters per second. Weak spots in the abdomen. Fang Xin froze, surprised that this high schooler lookalike could analyze the enemy's weakness so calmly in such a critical moment. "How did you know?" She had been locked in combat with the void beast for so long, yet she hadn't detected its weak spot. But Shuya had only been dragged into the world of mirrors for a short while, and surprisingly, he had discovered this. "You didn't notice?" Seo said back quickly. "If I'm not mistaken, the scales on this guy's body are very evenly distributed. The explosion triggered by your ability won't be able to break through its defenses either. You've thrown the stone a total of 3 times. The first 2 attacks, it just didn't make any defensive moves at all and directly resisted them hard. But in the 3rd attack just now, you threw a total of 3 stones. Just as those stones were touching its body and about to explode, it made a motion to curl up its body. The fact that it would do this means that my attack will cause it to be injured and attack its weakness." Fang Xin's eyes lit up and immediately picked up on Su Yuya's words. And the part of the shadow beast's body that it curled up to defend was exactly where its waist and stomach were. Fang Xin revealed a marvelous color and looked at Su also rather shocked, not expecting that this teenager beside him would have such a keen observation. She quickly perked up her demeanor and led Shuya to leap down from the top of the fence, grabbing a few stones from the ground in her hand. "I advise you not to attack directly." Shuya's voice suddenly came from beside him, still as calm as ever. "This guy's intelligence isn't low. If one attack doesn't work, it will definitely respond in advance. It'll be hard as hell to attack its weak points then. Then what do you want to do?" Fang Xin frowned and whimpered. "Use this." Shuya spread out his right hand, and on top of his palm was a pebble that was only half cut. Roar! Deafening hissing sounds came from above the heads of the two. The shadow beast finally caught up with him, kicking a fence with a forceful stomp on all 4 feet and breaking the wind. In a matter of seconds, it rushed to a distance of less than 10 meters. At the same time, Su also quickly read out the plan, also finally conveyed to Fang Xin as much as possible. "Are you sure this is okay?" Fang Xin stared at Shuya with wide eyes in disbelief. "We don't have much of a choice." Su Yuya looked ahead with unblinking eyes, surprisingly maintaining his composure even at this extreme speed of life and death. "Good." Fang Xin clenched his teeth. His right foot fiercely stepped on the ground, and with a posture as if he was a baseball player throwing a ball. He struggled to throw the half pebble in his hand towards the shadow beast. I'll believe you once. Chapter 9. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. The pebbles cut through the night sky, as if they were arrows that had left the strings, heading straight towards the belly of the shadow beast. In the face of this sudden attack, black light surged on the shadow beast's body, and as if it had some warning, it directly curled up its body into a ball and tumbled towards the front. The pebble plainly hit its incredibly thick scale armor, then bounced right off the ground. The shadow beast tumbled up, landing on all 4 feet, and a touch of confusion and dumbfoundedness even appeared on its hideous and terrifying face. It actually stopped where it was, looking at the 2 people in front of it with crimson eyes, and even slightly tilted its head as if it was being cute. Hey, you liar! Fang Xin grabbed Shuya's shoulder with force and shook it frantically. This doesn't work at all, and this guy is looking at us like we're idiots. I'm being despised by an imaginary beast ahoy. She kind of regretted that she had listened to Shuya just now. Seo also told her not to use her abilities and threw the pebbles out, but she reacted only after she had done so. With only half a pebble, what damage could it do to the virtual beast? Roar! A deafening roar came out of the shadow beast's mouth. It once again stepped on the ground with all 4 feet and flew up, rushing in the direction of the 2. A distance of less than 10 meters was a matter of a flying body for it. Fang Xian's face changed drastically as he quickly grabbed Su Yuya, then turned around and tried to dodge. However, Shuya's body did not move at all, and he even looked ahead with a burning gaze, rapidly whispering a string of numbers under his breath. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Enough! His eyes flashed, and he suddenly extended his right hand out, pointing it straight ahead. Only at this moment did Fang Xin notice. Within Shuya's palm, he was actually holding half of a pebble tightly. From the look of the break, it appeared to be the same pebble she had thrown. The shadow beast's massive body had now transformed into a cloud of shadows that covered the 2 of them. Fang Xin could even see the white light refracted from the hideous fangs. At this distance, even if she wanted to escape now, it seemed to be completely too late. But Shuya, who was tightly grasped by her, looked so calm, without any emotional fluctuation at all. You only get one chance, don't miss it. Suddenly, at this moment, Su also shouted, and a white light actually surged out between his right palm. Ability, Repair Hand. Activate. In an instant, the half pebble in his palm instantly shone with a cloud of white light. A milky white thread of energy flew out sharply from its fracture. At the next moment, the half pebble that was previously thrown by Fang Xin actually seemed to be pulled by a silk thread, breaking through the air to fly. Its speed was so fast that it crossed a distance of several meters in almost half a second, shuttling sharply to right underneath where the shadow beast flew up. Fang Xian's eyes flickered and he reacted extremely quickly. Just moments before the half pebble flew below the shadow beast, she rubbed her 2 fingers together and skillfully snapped her fingers. A rank ability. Christmas gift. Boom! The surging airwaves directly blew Su also and Fang Xin, and they couldn't help but take several steps backward. The fire caused by the explosion turned into a smokescreen that enveloped the front, but half a second later, the sound of a body landing heavily came from the front. The shadow beast's body smashed to the ground, kicking up a fierce wind that blew the smoke away. It was only seen that its abdomen looked like it had been blown through, and countless amounts of blood flowed out. Dark-colored energy streams flowed continuously over its body, but it only struggled twice before it lost its vitality and lay motionless on the ground. A light blue light, faintly invisible, rushed out from the shadow beast's mind and darted towards Shuya's direction. Shuya's face changed slightly as he clearly and unmistakably sensed that the light had burrowed into the Jiuli Pot in his arms. The gusty wind blew Fang Xian's hair and skirt toward the back, and Shuya's calm face was suddenly more than a little strange. Chang! Succeeded? Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked ahead. The shadow beast, which was at the same rock realm but had far stronger combat power than her, was actually really killed by her. Hey, did you see that? She turned her head violently and looked at Shuya behind her, her voice filled with excitement and a sense of celebration after the robbery. See, it's blue and white striped. Su also subconsciously opened his mouth, but he violently felt a killing intent rise up. At the next moment, he was directly locked by Fang Xin on the spot. The whole person was like a drowning man waving his hands, dying. After a moment, Fang Xin finally let go of Su also. Face scarlet red stood in place, in the eyes of all the sense of unreality. You know, this shadow beast, they had been tracking it for over a week. It's the guy that even the senpai had trouble subduing easily, but with Shuya's help, she had managed to kill him. Cough. Seo also coughed quickly while muttering in a small voice. It's not like I'm going to take the initiative to see it. If you say that again, believe it or not, I'll blow your head off. Fang Xian's face turned even redder as she violently stomped her foot and looked at Su Yuya threateningly. She turned hard, looked at the corpse of the shadow beast on the ground, and took a deep breath. This shadow beast, did I really kill it? Everything has a weakness, so as long as you attack against the weakness, it's not uncommon for the weak to win over the strong. Shuya's voice suddenly came from the side. He looked down at the shadow beast, and a stream of light flashed in his eyes. In his mind, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly flashed by. Weaknesses. Fang Xin muttered and repeated these words, but it suddenly occurred to her mind that it seemed that she had also heard these words many times when she was in school. She snapped to attention. More than himself, Shuya's astonishing insight and judgment, and even the ability he exerted in the end, was the most crucial part of killing the shadow beast. Even the effects of his own abilities were included in his calculations. What exactly are you? Fang Xin's expression instantly became serious, staring closely at Su Yuya as he opened his mouth to ask. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing through. Shuya was full of sincerity. He didn't want to be caught up in this inexplicable event if he could help it, but for some reason, the moment that Shadow Beast saw him, it seemed to treat him as prey and chased after him relentlessly. Hearing Shuya's reply, Fang Xin's chest tightened and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. What kind of judgment and analytical skills can a normal high school student have? She frowned and muttered. That's really strange. According to the senior, this mirror world should not be able to be torn apart so easily. This guy, how in the world did he break the mirror world and affect reality? If the mirror world hadn't shattered, there was no way Shuya would have been caught in the middle of this battle. By definition, this accidental involvement of civilians is a great dereliction of duty. Bang! The silence was broken by the sound of heavy treading on the ground. Immediately afterward, Fang Xin and Su Yuya's face, both of them changed in unison and raised their heads violently. It can't be. Shuya's brows furrowed in disbelief as he looked ahead. Not far away, a shadow beast that was 2 circles larger than the one that had just been there was looking at the two of them in a hideous and incomparable manner. The aura on its body was extremely oozing, and it erupted with a fiery killing intent. I finally realize why the mirror world was shattered. Fang Xin's face turned white, finally knowing the answer to the question. Chapter 10, Longxia Academy, Void Hunting Team 5. The world in a mirror, among the jaded treasures, was the one that was used most frequently. After attaching the mirror charms in a rectangle around the city, they were able to connect to each other and create a mirror world. In the middle of the mirror world, it was able to quickly screen and transfer the virtual beasts to the mirror world based on their energy. It was reasonable to say that the defense of the world in the mirror was extremely strong, and unusual battles couldn't damage it at all, much less affect the real world. However, if, say, a virtual beast was outside the mirror world and launched an impact on the mirror world, it would be able to destroy the boundary to a certain extent and shatter the mirror world. Fang Xin looked incredulously at the shadow beast in front of him, and the conclusion was already calling out. The mirror world shattered earlier because this fellow launched an impact on the mirror world from the outside. There's not just one virtual beast this time, but 2. This is very different from the intelligence they received before the mission. If 2 shadow beasts appeared at the same time, I'm afraid that even if they joined forces, it would still be a bitter battle. However, at this moment, after she fought to kill a shadow beast, her energy had almost bottomed out. Facing this second shadow beast that had emerged, she already had little power to fight back. Knock! 2 dark-colored scales rushed out in a hurry, breaking through the air in the direction of Su also and Fang Xin. Su Yuya's face changed continuously. This sudden situation caught him off guard, and it was too late for him to react in any way. And just then, Fang Xin gave a fierce push, pushing him behind him, stretching out his right arm with force, energy manifesting. Knock knock. 2 muffled sounds. Fang Xin's body was directly blown away, heavily impacted on top of the fence behind him. She coughed out a large mouthful of blood, her body sliding down the slope, looking at Su Yuya and weakly speaking, "Run away." She then rolled her eyes and passed out on the spot. Roar! A deafening beast roar rang out, and after shooting out 2 scales, this shadow beast even directly and violently stepped on the ground, quickly rushing towards Shuya's direction. It seemed that from the very beginning, its purpose was only Shuya alone. Seo also did his best to make his body react. However, the speed of this shadow beast was far from being comparable to the previous one. In a short span of one breath, it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and swooped down in front of Shuya. Under this distance, Shuya was even able to see every single fang of this shadow beast, but his body, however, was simply too late to make an evasive maneuver, and could only watch as the Mori white fangs continued to fall, just at the moment when the shadow beast's attack was less than a meter away from Shuya. In his ears, there was suddenly the sound of a rush of running. A figure, actually with a speed even faster than this shadow beast, weaved through Shuya's back. The blue robes danced with the wind, and Su also only saw the silhouette, darting towards the front, and even drilled directly underneath the shadow beast. He waved his right hand, and a dagger appeared out of nowhere in his originally empty palm. It was a young man with a resolute face, His age appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, but his expression was incomparably firm without any hesitation. He swung his dagger and slashed towards the shadow beast's abdomen. Facing the sudden attack, the shadow beast made a quick response. It began to curl up, trying to shield its belly under its scale armor against the attack. But right at that moment, Xiuya's ears then heard a teenager's soft drink. Set. The huddled movements of the virtual beast froze violently as if it had been electrocuted. And just by taking advantage of this moment, the blue-robed young man had already plunged his dagger deep into the shadow beast's abdomen and pulled it at speed. Accompanied by a mournful beastly cry, blood rained down from the air. The shadow beast's huge body was even directly opened up and crashed down towards the ground with a bang. A strong unwillingness appeared in its eyes, and it even desperately shot out 2 black scales from its body towards the blue-robed young man. The blue-robed young man was in a free fall at the moment. However, in the face of these 2 black lights, he was calm and did not even make any defensive movements. In Xiuya's line of sight, a circular shield made of metal appeared out of thin air in front of the young man, blocking the 2 black lights. Dang! The huge body of the virtual beast fell down with a bang, and along with it, there was also that blue-robed young man. Another light blue light quickly drilled into the Jiuli Pot, but this light seemed to be visible only to Xiuya, and no one else noticed it at all. Xiuya's eyes shone with some light, and he looked ahead in a rather surprised manner. Is this the strength of the awakened ones from Longxia Academy? From the nameplate on the chest of that blue-carded young man, he had already recognized that they, like Fang Xin, were all awakened beings from Longxia Academy. To be precise, they should be void hunters. However, the tacit understanding between them made Su also quite marveled. In the old part of Tsu City, 2 shadow beasts have been killed. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. The blue-robed young man took out his cell phone from his pocket and reported while walking towards Xiuya's direction. After saying this, he put his cell phone away and extended his right hand towards Xiuya. Longxia Academy. Chao Sha. You're okay. Su also grabbed the other party's palm and was pulled straight up from the ground. He blinked and calmly gave the name of his tablemate. Wang Peng. Don't worry. I'm not a big deal. Senior, Sister Xin is also too fierce. She even killed a shadow beast by herself. A slightly tender voice came from behind. Xiuya looked back, only to see a short-haired teenager walk out with a face full of amazement. If we but came a little later, her life might be in danger. On the other side, a girl with slender legs and wearing denim shorts leisurely walked out with an indifferent expression. And with a glance, she saw Fang Xin by the far wall. She flicked her right hand, and the shield that had previously condensed in the air simply dissipated. If I'm not feeling wrong, you're also an awakened? Chao Sha looked at Xiuya in front of him and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, a high school student? An ability that just awakened today on Awakening Day? Su also hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. With Fang Xin alone, it's absolutely impossible to kill this shadow beast. Chao Sha spoke succinctly, but his eyes focused on Xiuya. Did you help her? If you can, would it be possible to change places with us and talk about this matter in detail? Don't worry, we are the Void Hunting Team 5 from Longxia Academy, and we don't have any ill intentions towards you. Of course I believe you guys. Xiuya nodded, surprisingly honest, but Sister Fang Xin just saved me. I want to check on her first. There's nothing serious wrong with her. She just passed out from the energy shock. Chao Sha nodded, but if you're worried about her, you can also go and take care of her a little. After saying this, he then turned his body again and looked at the 2 shadow beast corpses in front of him, and opened his mouth to command. Guayan, Xiali, collect blood samples and collect around 5 pieces of scale armor. He stood in place, his eyes slightly lost in thought as he looked at the corpse of the shadow beast in front of him. The high school student who was caught up in the world of mirrors was able to help Fang Xin kill a shadow beast. Could it be that the kid who was just there possessed an A rank or higher ability? Fang Xin and that high school student, exactly how they killed that shadow beast, made him very concerned. Senpai, the collection is finished. Just as he was lost in thought, Guiyan and Xia Li's voices finally pulled his thoughts back. Aha! Chao Sha nodded. Take Fang Xin and that high school student just now with you. Let's leave. First, he turned his head as he spoke, but his gaze froze directly in place. Not far away, in addition to leaning against the fence unconscious Fang Xin, where there is the trace of Su also? That guy actually ran away? Chapter 11, World in a Pot. Immortal in a Pot. Who dash? Su also pushed his way back into his home and let out a long sigh of relief. It's so close to being a pain in the ass, he muttered under his breath, but exhaustion was evident in his eyes. Facing a living virtual beast for the first time caused his entire body to tense up, and it was only at this moment that he finally relaxed. Although the Dragon Summer Academy is known throughout the country as almost the most powerful Awakened One Academy, however, Xiuya didn't want to have anything to do with the other party in the slightest. For him, after investigating the dangers and background of this world, he then only wanted to settle down to keep himself safe first. As the most famous academy, it was natural to bear the responsibility while assuming the reputation with the data he had obtained. He learned that the mortality rate of the students of Longxia Academy was close to 10% higher compared to other awakened academies. Without absolute certainty, Shuya did not want to put himself in danger. The other thing that made him leave the scene quickly was, he quickly returned to his bedroom and removed the Nineveh pot from his pocket. The original simple and unadorned Jiuli pot that did not have the slightest reaction was slightly gulping a light blue light at this moment. Sure enough, it just absorbed something from those two shadow beasts. Shuya's eyes flickered as he muttered and whispered. Earlier he had seen it clearly. The moment those two shadow beasts died, a light blue light rushed out from their bodies and directly drilled into the Jiuli pot. And those two rays of light that no one else seemed to be able to see, as if he was the only one who could see them. The original seemingly ordinary Jiuli pot seems to be hiding some unknown secrets. He gently opened the lid of the pot and looked down towards it, but the pot was dark, and there was no way to peer into anything. The light blue light that was constantly gulping, at this moment also gradually dimmed, slowly hiding and dissipating. Su also hesitated for a moment, and once again injected the energy in his own body, into the Jiuli pot. Earlier in his test, even after injecting energy, the Jiuli pot did not react in the slightest. But at this moment, just the moment he injected energy into it, the sky swirled before his eyes, and his entire consciousness felt as if it had been sucked into a pot, only to feel a sense of tumbling and weaving. A few moments later, his drowsy consciousness finally awoke, and when he looked at the world in front of him, he was directly stunned. In front of him, there was actually a paradise of birds and flowers and lush branches, waterfalls flowing, sun high in the sky, breeze blowing. Everything is full of unreality. In a trance, Shuya even thought that he had once again traveled to another world. Looking down at his body, it was actually as real as reality, full of solidity. But compared to the original body, this body was even lighter, as if it had no restraints. This is your spiritual body, which is naturally a bit lighter compared to your real physical body. Suddenly at this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Shuya snapped his head up and looked around. Who's talking? Go to the right-hand side and you'll be able to see old man. The voice resounded once again, guiding Shuya. Oh no, it should be to your left. In the face of this odd sound, Shuya narrowed his eyes and still took a step towards the left, about 5 paces away. Yeah, the voice guided him onward. Here? Yes, that's right, about 3 steps further on. But as Shuya took several steps, the voice suddenly came with a shout. Ayo, walking over, you're stepping on the old man. Su also felt like he stepped on something hard under his feet at this moment, so he hurriedly lifted his feet and looked down. But soon, his expression became strange, only to see that in the mud at the bottom of his feet, a section of what looked like a bronze-like shell was exposed on the outside of the mud. He actually felt a sense of familiarity from that exposed part. Very well, now please also trouble your little friend and pull out the old man. Shuya's face grew more and more odd. Was it this thing buried in the dirt that had been talking to him? He crouched down, grabbed the ends of the bronze shell with both hands, and pulled upward with all his might. Good thing this thing isn't buried too deep. With a slight force from his arms, he pulled the thing right out of the earth. However, when he saw the full picture of this thing, Shuya's expression instantly became wonderful. The 9 lives jug? He was quite shocked as he looked at the bronze vessel in his hand, whose appearance was actually exactly the same as the Jiuli jug he had finished restoring. Just as he froze, a sudden force came from his hand. That Jiuli pot actually out of the hand, actually suspended in the air. Subsequently, a mysterious and incomparable aura actually emerged from the body of the pot. The lid of the pot trembled slightly, and a misty and incomparable immortal mist actually diffused out from its crevices. For a moment, all of Shuya's surroundings seemed to have turned into an earthly paradise, filled with flying mist. Does it say? Shuya's expression became slightly agitated. Seeing the scene in front of him, his mind flashed rapidly through the many works he had seen in his previous life. Aladdin's lamp, The Lord of the Rings, Grandpa Ring. Could it be that this Jiuli pot in front of him was hiding the soul of some supreme powerhouse? And he was the one with the destiny. Just when his heart surging, excited, in front of the Jiuli pot of the lid of the pot of the trembling is also more and more hair intense. Intense. Shuya's excitement was slightly tempered, and his eyes stared blankly at the lid of the pot for a full minute as it tumbled. After a few moments, the lid of the pot stopped churning. The pale voice from earlier, once again faintly sounded. That little friend, could you help the old man open the lid of the pot? The old man has been sleeping for too long, and his power has drained a bit badly. For some reason, there was a hint of embarrassment and weakness in his voice. Shuya was silent for a few seconds, rolling his eyes and lifting the lid off that pot. A cloud of pure immortal mist, like a fountain, erupted from the mouth of the pot. Between the immortal mist, a figure drilled out from it. The figure was not large, Half of its body was located in the Jiuli Pot, but it exuded a mysterious aura. But the feeling didn't last long, because that figure had only drilled out for a short while before it directly coughed violently because it had swallowed too much immortal mist. Seemingly sensing Shuya's speechless general gaze, the figure hurriedly let out a dry cough and lightly exhaled, blowing away the surrounding mist. His appearance was finally seen by Sia. This was actually an old man who had shrunk countless times, but half of his body was located in the Jiuli Pot, revealing only the upper half of his body. If his earlier performance of having no temperament at all was put aside, the words immortal wind and bones would still be more appropriate to describe his appearance. But the way this little old man had just behaved, how could he not let Shuya respect him? I don't know if I'm trying to save my honor or if I'm just feeling too embarrassed. This old man stroked his whiskers and looked at Su Yuya, revealing a touch of lofty posture as he spoke faintly. Old me. It is none other than the artifact spirit of this world in a pot. You may also address the old man as the Potter's Fairy. Chapter 12. Why do you know the name of my ability? A world in a pot. An immortal in a pot? Shuya's eyes flashed rapidly, and in just 2 seconds of effort, he sorted everything out. So it's my consciousness that is now involved in the 9 lives jug. He looked the old man in front of him up and down. And you, this unreliable fellow, are the spirit of this place? The little jug? What kind of name is Little Pot Ziahe? The pot immortal almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, and loudly scolded. I'm an artifact spirit, not a eunuch. What? Do you not like the name? Shuya quickly picked up. Then how about the name Eunuch Xian? From a little eunuch to a factory official ahe. TSK. Shuya skimmed his mouth. Alright, since you don't like it, I'll just call you Midget Jug from now on. Kid, I advise you to stop before it's too late. The pot immortal blew out his beard in anger. My name is Pot Immortal. Don't give me strange nicknames. Shuya locked eyes with him for 2 seconds and finally chose to compromise. Then I'll take a step back and call you Pot Lao. Old me is still an immortal spirit no matter what. Show me some respect. The Pot Immortal, however, was not satisfied with this title and insisted that Shuya address himself as an immortal. Any more nonsense and I'll put the lid on for you. Su also got a little impatient and raised the lid of the Jiuli Pot threateningly. I see that you, little friend, are a talented person, and the title of Pot Elder is indeed good. Pot Elder instantly changed his vice face and conceded on the spot. Su Yuya looked at the bendable artifact spirit in front of him with false eyes, and the speechlessness in his eyes increased. Still, he sighed heavily and opened his mouth to ask, so why is my consciousness entering this world in the pot? He was still a bit puzzled as to why he had been inexplicably drawn into this pot world after he had injected his energy into the Jiuli Pot. However, he vaguely guessed that perhaps it had something to do with the light blue light that flew out from those 2 imaginary beasts. Because you, little friend, are the first person to restore the Jiuli Pot since this millennium. The Pot Elder looked at Su Yuya and calmly responded. The souls of those 2 shadow beasts from earlier were absorbed by the Jiuli Pot, thus allowing the Jiuli Pot, which had been dormant for many years, to function once again. And after you injected the energy in your body into the Jiuli Pot, you completed the recognition. That is to say, from now on, little friend, you are the master of this Jiuli Pot. The soul of a shadow beast. Shuya's eyes moved slightly, finally understanding what those 2 light blue rays from earlier were. But he was still confused for a moment in the face of what was in front of him. Then what exactly can this Jiuli Pot do for me after recognizing me as its master? Ha! Hearing this, Old Man Pot immediately revealed a picture of smugness. When it comes to the abilities of this world in my pot, they are countless. Immediately afterward, he mouthed off like a salesman for live online shopping. Soak in immortal springs, plant immortal herbs, and breed spirit beasts in captivity, refining spiritual weapons, cultivating puppets, and cultivating immortality. He finished a whole lot in one breath, only to hear Su Yuya's heart lifted and excited. Could it be that this was the golden finger that he had crossed over with? In a world characterized by energy and abilities everywhere, he was able to choose a path of cultivation that was different from the norm, and step to the top of the world with a dimension-spanning power. One must know that the immortal cultivation Dao in his cognition was a lot stronger than this so-called awakened one. All of these are the functions of the Jiuli Pot? Su also asked excitedly. What are you thinking? How is it possible? Unexpectedly, Pot Old Man rolled his eyes and responded with a speechless gesture. None of the above functions can be provided by the Jiuli Pot. After all, it's not like this was thousands of years ago, and the planet's spiritual power has long since degraded. The excitement on Shuya's face receded, and as he and Pot Lao looked at each other, there was a silence in the air. A moment later, without saying a word, he directly picked up the lid of the pot and forcefully snapped it onto the Jiuli Pot. In an instant, the lid of the pot tumbled, and the old pot's voice came out from it. Hey, let me out. I was just trying to lighten the mood. It was a joke. when Su also took the lid of the pot back up, the pot old man once again emerged from the Jiuli Pot. He breathed heavily and muttered in a small voice, "Young people nowadays, they have no patience at all. They can't even take a joke." It wasn't until he sensed Shuya's eyes that were filled with murderous intent that he coughed dryly and spoke in a hurry. "Ahem. The aforementioned function is now unattainable though, but some basic functions, the Jiuli Pot still retains." "Like what?" Shuya squinted at him, a flash of anticipation once again welling up in his heart. "Sexy pot spirit, online chatting with you?" Pot Lao gave Shuya a wink and winked. Stop. I'm not joking." Seeing the lid of the pot in Shuya's hand falling down at a rapid pace, Pot Old Man hurriedly shouted loudly, no longer daring to have the slightest idea of joking. Suyuya only felt like he was being teased at the moment, squeezing the lid of the pot tightly and glaring at Pot Lao. He had already made up his mind that as long as this old guy dared to flirt half a sentence more, he would put the lid on the pot and say nothing to let him out. The old pot also keenly sensed the danger, and with a dry cough and a solemn expression for a few moments, he finally spoke quickly. "The current Jiuli Pot is still crippled, and most of the functions that it once had are no longer usable. Unless you are able to reach the Kunlun realm, you will be able to repair it completely through your ability. Otherwise, if you want to completely repair the Jiuli Pot, you have to find its original broken pieces." Seeing the growing impatience on Su Also's face, the pot old man didn't dare to sell out again, and hurriedly picked up. "Of course, even though it's the Jiuli Pot that's crippled, some of the basic functions are still able to be used. For example, I am able to help you see the unlocking conditions for the 2 special effects of the ability, Race of Things, within you, little friend. In addition to that, the Jiuli Pot still retains its original refining function. As long as you, little friend, give enough materials, I will be able to manipulate the 9 Dawn Pot and refine it. In addition to this, the Jiuli Pot also has the most basic spatial function. This world in the pot is now 100 feet in length and width, so you can access the objects at will, little friend. Of course, if you want to store a life form, you have to make it unconscious. As long as the host provides enough energy, or finds the broken pieces of the Jiuli Pot and repairs them, these functions will still get better and better." Listening to Pot Old Man's series of narrations, Shuya's expression finally eased a few points. Even these functions narrated by Old Man Pot were a bit surprising to him, even beyond his imagination. But in the next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Jiuli Pot in the air, ripping the old pot to his face. "Why do you know that the name of my ability is called Objects of the Day? And I realized from just now that you seem to know me very well." Chapter 13, My Clothes? "No, that's naturally because, after recognizing the Jiuli Pot, I was able to sense the situation around you, little friend, to a certain extent." Old Pot hurriedly swung his hands to explain, counting the time. "It's been decades since I last awakened. All my knowledge of the current world comes from my little friend, and seeing these conditions is part of the old man's ability." "All right." Suyuya pondered for 2 seconds and gently let go of the Jiuli Pot, choosing to trust the pot elder. After all, he named his abilities himself, and yet, Old Man Pot was able to call out the name with precision, and that was the only explanation that made sense. Soon, a look of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he looked at Old Man Pot and asked, "Then can you tell me the specific effects of the evolution and wizards of things to come?" Pot Lao refloated back into the air and pretended to straighten his clothes. It was then that he stroked his long beard and returned. "Regarding the specific perception of ability special effects, as long as you, little friend, have some control over your own energy, you will be able to perceive it on your own. But since you're so curious, little friend, then I can also inform you in advance. The SSS rank ability you possess, the first special effect of Materia Medica, Evolution, allows you to level up your D rank ability, Repairing Hands, through some special materials, and to raise, Repair Hand, from D to C grade, you need to use a Star Ocean Meteorite Iron to evolve it." "Star Ocean Meteorite Iron?" Shuya frowned, never having heard of this name before. "This is a special material that only arises in the Void Realm." Old Man Pot calmly replied back, "I'm afraid it's difficult to obtain with little friend's current means." The Void Realm. Hearing this name, Shuya's eyebrows jumped. Ever since the powerful Taotai of the human race drove the Void Devil out of the Dragon Kingdom's territory 100 years ago, those false demons then kept trying to invade the Dragon Kingdom again. The means they used was to establish a special teleportation channel through the opening of the Void Realm, to connect the world occupied by the Void Devils to the Dragon Kingdom. The Void Devils would take this opportunity to invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory through the Void Realm, or send Void Beasts through the Void Realm to the Dragon Kingdom. So far, the appearance of the Void Realm had caused the Dragon Kingdom to suffer great losses. The Void Hunters trained by the Dragon Kingdom would somehow locate the location of the Void Realm and invade it to destroy it before it invaded the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, evolving an ability level permanently is definitely not that easy. Shuya took a deep breath, anticipating this result. After all, something like leveling up an ability is practically unheard of. After awakening an ability, although the effect of the ability will increase with the realm, its essential level is set at the time of awakening and cannot be changed. This special effect of things to come has never been half documented in the Dragon's database. What about the third special effect? Wizards? Su also calmly opened his mouth and asked again. The effect of Wizards is capable of awakening and comprehending new D-rank abilities after completing specific conditions. Elder Pot's eyes flickered with amazement, his eyes glittering. This also means that you, little friend, are theoretically capable of mastering countless D-rank abilities. And so far, if you want to comprehend a brand new D-rank ability, you'll need. As if he had seen something, he suddenly froze and his face became odd. Just what is needed? Shuya was most annoyed by this kind of talk in general and couldn't help but frown. It requires you to personally slay a void beast of the rock realm. Old Man Pot blinked and spoke the conditions he perceived. The two void beasts you encountered today, little friend, are both rock realm existences. You want me to personally kill a fellow like the shadow beast? Shuya's face suddenly looked odd. Earlier, although he had successfully cooperated with Fang Xin and killed a shadow beast, however, dealing damage and killing them is mainly dependent on Fang Xin's Christmas gift. With his current stature, along with the ability, Repair Hands, which had little to no combat power, it was as hard as hell to kill a void beast himself. Co also rubbed his brow with a headache. Objects of the day, although it is an SSS-ranked ability, it appears to be very strong. However, in reality, the only thing he was able to utilize today was the second special effect, Fade to Mortality. The remaining two special effects could not be turned on at all for the current him. Incidentally, little friend, the second special effect of this ability of yours, Fade to Mortality, will go into different cooldown periods depending on the level of enhancement. The cooldown required to raise an ability to C rank into SSS rank is also very different. Old Man Pot continued to add calmly, and little friend, you previously upgraded Repairing Hands to the SSS level, repairing the old man's main body. It also means that the next time you use Faded Vanity will be at least a month from now. The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with speechlessness. Then doesn't this mean that within this month, Race to the Bottom is completely useless by half? There's actually a way to reset the cooldown of Fade to Mortality. Oh, what method? Suyuya's expression moved slightly as he looked towards Old Man Pot with slight anticipation. As long as little friend can successfully open the third special effect, Wizards, you will be able to reset the cooldown of Fade to Mortality. You'd better shut up. Listening to the pot old man's bull like approach, Su also rolled his eyes and put the lid on the pot as soon as he did so. Somewhere in a rental house, Fang Xin fluttered his eyelashes and finally opened his eyes. Oh, Sister Xin has woken up. Guayen, who had been sitting in front of the bed in a daze, noticed Fang Xin's movements and immediately revealed a color of excitement. Shouting loudly, his words had only just fallen when two silhouettes directly pushed the door and flew to the bed. Xiao Yen, Sister Lai, and Senior? Fang Xin looked ahead in a daze, his consciousness still somewhat dazed, and supported his body to sit up. She rubbed her brow, the last image in her mind lingering on the scene where he pushed Shuya out and she herself was sent flying by the second shadow beast. That second shadow beast, already killed by us. Guayen smiled and spoke, making a V sign. Right, next to me at that time, there was another high school student. Fang Xin suddenly came back to his senses, revealing a nervous look and quickly pursued the question. As a void hunter of the Dragon Summer Academy, it would be an extremely serious dereliction of duty to fail to protect civilians. That guy don't worry, he's fine. Guayen shrugged his shoulders and shook his head slightly helplessly. He lied to the senpai about taking care of you and ended up just running away while we were gathering material. Oof. Xiali coldly hummed lightly. Disdain was all over her brows. A man who only knows how to escape. Escape? Fang Xin revealed a bitter smile as many images flashed rapidly in his eyes. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast. Sure enough, you didn't hunt that shadow beast alone. Chao Sha's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura. There was a lot of confusion in his mind about what happened last night. The high school student who had only just awakened his abilities on the day of awakening was able to cooperate with Fang Xin to hunt a rock realm shadow beast. For Shuya, he was filled with curiosity. And, Fang Xin looked down at her clothes, a strange color bubbling up in her eyes. I don't think he left straight away either. She pointed to her clothes and looked at the three men in front of the bed. My clothes, made new. Chapter 14, I have a dream. The clothes have gotten new? Xiaoli looked at the JK dress on Fang Xin and cocked her head in confusion. Yeah. Fang Xin looked at the brand new clothes on his body, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. In the battle just now, I was attacked multiple times by the shadow beasts, and the clothes on my body are in tatters, but it is now intact, like brand new. I think it was that guy who used his powers to restore my clothes. Could it be that his ability is an S-rank ability, River of Countercurrent? Xiao Sha stroked his chin as a glint flashed in his eyes. This is a space-time guidance type of ability. If it is cultivated, the future is promising. I don't think so. Fang Xin shook his head with an odd expression on his face, recalling the abilities Shuya had used, as well as the energy fluctuations in his body. His ability, if I sensed it correctly, should be a D-rank ability, Repair Hand. What did you say? Guoyen, who was at the side, stared wide-eyed. A D-rank ability that has only just been awakened is able to cooperate with you and kill a shadow beast of the rock realm? The curiosity in Xiao Sha's eyes also grew stronger. A D-rank ability is not just the weakest ability, as long as the realm is raised. Along with the ability user's own development of the ability, it is not necessarily inferior to S-rank abilities. But he had never heard that a high school student who had only just awakened his D-rank ability on the day of awakening could help Fang Xin and kill a shadow beast. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. Xiao Sha smiled slightly. On this outing mission, the principal had mentioned to me that if he meets a gifted high school student, he can directly let him enroll in school without an exam. Didn't the principal mean to let you, senior, you identify if you S-rank or above awakened? Guoyen cocked his head at Xiao Sha, somewhat puzzled. Battles with void demons can never be measured by ability levels. Xiao Sha faintly responded. Compared to the so-called talent, the actual combat ability is the most important thing. From my personal point of view, the guy who just did that is very talented. Later Fang Xin, you tell me all the details of the battle process. I want to see how that kid cooperated with you to kill the shadow beast. As I recall, he just said his name was Wang Peng, right? He looked at Guoyen. Go and access his intelligence and confirm his identity. There shouldn't be any need to confirm it. Could it be that he would report a fake name? Guoyen took out a chest plate. This was found when I just disposed of the body. It should have been dropped by that guy. Xiao Sha looked towards the badge with the words, Jin City 3rd Middle School, Wang Peng, written on it. His eyes condensed, and he suddenly asked, have you rubbed this badge since you picked it up? Guoyen replied, no, picking it up is just like that. Xiao Sha let out a light laugh. Looks like that guy gave a fake name. Fake name? Guoyen was shocked. Impossible, right? Look at this chest plate without any dust on it. Xiao Sha pointed at the chest plate and said, but that kid just had all the dust on his chest. Isn't his ability to repair hands? Guoyen wondered. If this chest plate was dropped when he was dodging the shadow beast's attack, then it's only right that he didn't have the chance to use his ability at all. Xiao Sha said, this kid, his mind is quite meticulous. It's really getting more and more intriguing. He looked around, then pointed to the camera on the side street. He should have been photographed in the face before he entered the world in the mirror. Go access the surveillance and have the people from the technical department investigate his identity. How's everything going with that high school student? Suddenly at this moment, Xia Li, who was on the side, opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner, and displayed her cell phone screen. Word just came in from the school tech department. The appearance of 2 shadow beasts in Sioux City this time is not an unexpected event. She calmly looked at the crowd and read in a very calm voice. A week ago, the 38 teams of void hunters that went to suppress the void realm were all wiped out. With their lives, they seriously injured a mountain realm void demon, and that void demon has left from the void realm and entered the dragon kingdom. Other than that, due to the turmoil in the void realm, 2 shadow beasts, and a rock realm astral wolf, left the void realm along with the void devil. Are you saying that the 2 shadow beasts we encountered both ran out of the void realm? Fang Xin opened his mouth in surprise, shocked by this news. Since the shadow beast will appear in Jin City, that means, Guoyen, on the other hand, quickly associated it with something else, and his face changed slightly. That severely injured void demon is most likely lurking in Jin City. Xiao Sha's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he quickly came to a conclusion. Under the guidance of Old Man Pot, Shuya's consciousness finally retracted like a tidal wave and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, thoughts welling up in his eyes as he wondered what he was contemplating. In the 9 Dawn pot just now, he had gained a lot of information from the pot old man's mouth. Even when placed amongst the jaded treasures, the Jiuli Pot's degree of subtlety was enough to be ranked in the forefront. Together with its own possession of a world in a pot, and its ability to absorb souls, its existence had a fatal attraction to the imaginary beasts. It was precisely for this reason that the 2 shadow beasts from earlier had rushed towards him as if they were crazy after noticing Shuya. Of course, after absorbing the souls of the 2 shadow beasts, the old man of the pot, who was the spirit of the artifact, awoken had already concealed the aura of the Jiuli Pot. Thus Su was also able to barely rest assured that he wouldn't continue to be hunted by the void beasts because of the Jiuli Pot. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion surged into Shuya's limbs and bones. With the large amount of information acquired in a short period of time, he also urgently needed some time to process it. Whatever, just get some sleep first. Su also rolled over and laid down on the bed, placing the Jiuli Pot casually on the nightstand. A strong sense of exhaustion welled up. After a few minutes, he went straight to sleep. This night, having not dreamed for a long time, he once again had that dream that had been repeated several times. Rather than a dream, it was a memory that lurked in his mind. An immense memory. In the middle of the dilapidated park, Shuya was sitting on top of a swing with a young girl, gently rocking. The young girl smiled cheerfully and swung her swing hard against the wind, her hair fluttering in the wind, and under the sunlight, the whole person seemed to radiate. And beside her, Su also had a sleepy look on his face, like an old man in a rocking chair, swaying the swing very slowly. Shuya, thank you so much for just now. Suddenly at this moment, the young girl made a long leap and fell down from the swing, spreading her hands flat and stabilizing her form, looking at Su Yuya with a smile on her face. Ah, just a show of hands. Seo also yawned, unconcerned about it. Tell me about you. Why do you always have a misanthropic face and no spirit at all? The young girl came to Seo perkily, pouting in dissatisfaction. Ha! In the face of the young girl's mutterings, Seo also just let out an awkward laugh and returned in a spiteful tone. If you somehow appeared in a strange world, you'd be just as misanthropic as I am. Strange world? The young girl cocked her head in confusion, full of disbelief. It's nothing, I just said it off the top of my head. Seo also blundered his eyes and casually brushed it off. Don't you have any dreams? The young girl asked curiously as she sat back down on the swing. Dreams? Shuya looked ahead with false eyes and a face full of boredom. Only a child who has no concept of reality would sprout something as vain as a dream. Ha 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 ha, you're also too negative. The young girl smiled coquettishly, not caring at all about Shuya's words. She gently swayed the swing, her eyes seeming to shine with an eye-catching light as the sunlight refracted them. I've always had a dream since I was a kid. Oh, what is your dream? The young girl's hair, swinging in the air, her entire body bathed in sunlight, her smile incomparably pure. I hope to be an awakened person on Awakening Day. 3 years from now, when the time comes, I will join the Awakened One Academy, work hard to become a Void Hunter, and fight in order to wipe out the Void Demon once and for all, to guard our country, and to guard all the people. Chapter 15, Fleeing Void Devil. When Shuya opened his eyes, the time had come to just after 8 in the morning. That memory from 3 years ago had once again appeared in his mind in the form of a dream. Void Hunters? He rolled onto his back, the young girl's words once again coming to mind. Boring dreams. After briefly washing up, Shuya returned to his desk. The battle that took place last night, due to the fact that he was too tired, there was a lot of intelligence and information that he didn't have the time to organize. He rested his fingers against each other, elbows on the table, and placed his thumbs gently on his eyebrows, creating a triangular hollow, and gently closed his eyes. It was a habitual action that quieted his mind when he was thinking. According to yesterday's test, the range of application of the repair hand is about 10 meters. Although his eyes were closed, Shuya's mind quickly constructed images of last night, every detail meticulous. 10 meters away, it would be impossible to connect the broken parts, and would only be able to start repairing the object itself with energy. And within a range of 10 meters, the broken parts will be able to connect to each other through energy and absorb the rest of the parts, using the area in my palm as the origin. Yesterday, I was able to successfully kill that shadow beast with the help of this very characteristic of repairing hands. Fang Xin's ability, Christmas gift. The effect should be to transform an object that has been touched into a bomb, by having her throw half of the pebble first, and me recovering that half with my repair hand and releasing my ability as it passes over the shadow beast's abdomen. I'll be able to destroy it by blowing right through its abdomen. Does this also mean that abilities are not in the form of overrides, but are able to stack with each other? His brain was as organized as a library. The information revealed and experimented in last night's battle was quickly organized on his bookshelf and memorized. For Shuya, maintaining such reflection and summarization at all times is the bottom line of being able to survive in this world. After a few moments, he let go of his hands and stood up, stretching lazily. He then took the Jiuli Pot out of his pocket and placed it on the table, gently opened the lid and knocked it. However, the 9 lives jug did not react halfway, and there was a dead silence. That old man lied to me? Su also had an odd expression on his face and looked down at the Jiuli Pot, but there was still no movement. He was silent for 2 seconds before he suddenly grabbed the Jiuli Pot and pointed it at the mouth of the pot and shouted, "Old pot, come out!" Dang! As soon as he spoke, a cloud of mist exploded in the mouth of the pot. Old man's figure appeared, his face in a state of shock, with a few dabs of saliva at the corners of his mouth. He quickly swept around, his hands shielding his chest, assumed the appearance of that man, and nervously asked, "What's happening? The world's ending?" It was only after a few seconds that his eyes met Shuya's, and he reacted with a jolt. "So it's you, little friend. Next time can you not yell into the mouth of the jug? My ears are exploding. He yawned, finally slowing down. Is this what you said? That a knock on the pot's body would summon you out? Su also looked at this unreliable artifact spirit with false eyes. His eyes filled with speechlessness. Cough. Old Pot's old face reddened and awkwardly stroked his beard. Wasn't the old man accidentally asleep and didn't hear? You're an artifact spirit and you need to sleep? As you know, the old man has only been awakened for a short time, and his power is still weak, so he needs to recover his mental strength a bit through sleep. The more he spoke, the more vain he became, and he hurriedly cleared his throat, incomparably raw, and turned the topic away. That little friend you called me out. Is there something going on? The refining function of the Jiuli Pot that you didn't finish talking about yesterday. Suyuya no longer tangled with Old Man Pot and went straight to the point. Tell me about it again. Pot. Old Man blinked his eyes before he opened his mouth to respond. One of the functions of the Jiuli Pot that still exists today is refining. However, because of the pot's broken body, the refining function today is not perfect. As long as you, little friend, can find objects with energy and use the soul body of the void beast as a binder, the old man will be able to turn on the refining function and refine it. According to the current terminology, what the Jiuli Pot can refine should be called Jubao. In other words, as long as I can find something with energy, you'll be able to refine the jaded treasure, right? Shuya raised an eyebrow and quickly pursued the question. Right now, the Jiuli Pot is underpowered, and if there isn't much energy in the refining material, at most it will only be able to refine a crippled jade treasure, which is empty of form and barely able to exert its power. Old Man Pot hurriedly replied back. This kind of crippled thing should be no different from scrap iron to you, little friend. Shuya's eyes flickered, but he didn't care about this matter at all. As if he had other ideas, he continued. What kind of things are more likely to have energy attached to them? It stands to reason that the longer an object is stored, the more likely it is to have energy attached to it. Understood. After Su also obtained the information he wanted, he also directly snapped on the lid of the pot without saying a word and slipped the Jiuli Pot into his pocket. Hey, little friend, where are you going? The pot old man's dull voice came out of the pot in an urn. Antique Street. Shuya spoke without looking back, but a strange glint flashed in his eyes. I want to test out the characteristics of the repair hand ability. Inside the rental house, the four of Chao Sha stayed up all night. All of them had red eyes, and they kept flipping through all kinds of information, with a map in front of them, which was full of scribbles and drawings. What did the tech side say? Chao Sha eyed the map of Tsu City in front of him, scanning it back and forth. Based on the investigation and judgment of the scene, that void demon's ability belongs to the mental influence category. Guoyan looked at the content in his cell phone and returned wearily. Although the hunting void 3018 was completely wiped out, it also inflicted extremely serious damage. Judging from the energy traces, it was seriously injured, and to recover from its injuries, it must replenish its energy as soon as possible. And according to its escape so far, a full 8 days have passed since the two shadow beasts appeared in Jin City. There's a 90% probability that he's in Jin City and shouldn't have enough strength to flee elsewhere. Humph. As Chao Sha listened to Gui Yan's report, the coldness in his eyes grew more and more seeping. For void demons, the most efficient way to recover energy is to hunt awakened ones. If I'm not mistaken, those two shadow beasts were deliberately released by him in order to investigate the distribution of awakened in Tsu City. For him, time is life. This also means that in a short period of time, he will definitely launch an attack to hunt down the awakened in order to recover from his own injuries. Chapter 16. You just said, who's not thinking straight? But Tsu is so big, how can we be sure where he wants to attack? Fang Xian's injuries at this moment had already recovered most of them. She frowned, sitting on the bed with her knees crossed, her face full of annoyance. You should also know that since the death of the Tsu Castle Guardian, Whiteface, 3 years ago, Tsu Castle has not been succeeded by a new guardian. Currently, in the entire city of Tsu, there are only 4 of us, above the rock realm, who can move freely as void hunters. That's a mountain realm void demon, not to mention a rock realm deity wolf by his side. The rest of the void hunters, they all have their missions, and if you want to mobilize them, the area they are protecting will become vacant. Xiaoli's tone was as cold as ever, and there was no extra expression on her face. They won't take the responsibility to come to our aid until they've found a definite clue to the void demon. Besides, the senior is also at the same mountain realm, and it's enough to deal with a severely injured void demon. The first thing we need to do now is to locate the position of the void demon and kill it before it launches its attack. So Fang Xin trailed off, deflating his mouth. How in the world are we going to locate the location of the void demon? Unless it shows up of its own accord. Otherwise, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack if we search for it in the entire city of Tianjin. It's good to think about it from a different angle. Chao Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't locate the void demon's position, let's go ahead and think about where it might go. If he wants to recover from his injuries now, he must absorb a large amount of awakened energy. That is to say, the location where he might attack is where the awakened gathered during this period of time? Wei Yan's eyes lit up and immediately followed Xiaosha's train of thought. If that's the case, he said with a quick swipe on his cell phone, followed by a display of the map. There are about 6 venues in the city that have events and gatherings within the last 2 days. Most of the people who gather at these activity places are ordinary people, as well as some unusual awakened ones. Xiaosha shook his head indifferently. Depending on the rank of the awakened's own abilities, the amount of energy they can provide to the void demon is different. That means that in addition to quantity, quality is important to it. He quickly circled 10 red circles on the map in front of him. Don't forget, Awakening Day is only a day old. The timing of graduation ceremonies for awakened people varies from high school to high school. In addition to today's public holiday, these are the 10 high schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Graduation ceremony, a large number of awakened people, and the quality is generally much stronger than ordinary awakened people. Xiaoli muttered and opened his mouth, the light in his eyes flickering. Not bad. Xiaosha looked at the map with a grave expression. If he wants to recover from his injuries, attacking the school is definitely the best choice, and all we have to do is, by tomorrow, analyze and determine where that void demon is trying to attack, and use that to find where it's hiding. According to the data from previous years, the quality of awakened ones in the first middle school of Zinc City should be the highest amongst these 10 colleges. Wei Yan analyzed in a low voice. It's highly likely that the void demons will launch an attack on the first middle school. The level of intelligence of a void demon can be no less than that of a human. Xiaoli spoke coldly. What if he deliberately chose a college farther away, considering that we would be looking for it near the first middle school? What Sister Lai said makes sense. Fang Xin nodded deeply. The furthest away from the first middle school should be the 5th middle school in the south of the city. If we intercept at the 5th middle school, we might really be able to intercept him. And what if he's counted on that as well, and continues to attack the colleges in the city using anti-logic? Xiaoli continued to retort. By then, it might be completely too late for us to rush back from the south of the city. Hey, you, this is not pure bar. Fang Xin finally reacted, twitching the corners of his mouth to look at Xiaoli. According to your logic, disc goes on. Isn't it endless? What Xiaoli is trying to convey is that we cannot judge the location of the attack by thinking about what the other party is thinking. Xiaosha spoke blandly, explaining for Xiaoli. To truly determine the purpose of the other party, one should analyze from more objective clues. Fang Xin, you need to use your brain more instead of just fighting on your battle intuition every time. Fang Xin pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered. Then can't we get these high schools to delay their graduation ceremonies? Like only scheduling 1 or 2 schools to open their graduation ceremonies each day so we can play defense. Sister Xin, you really should use your brain more. Wei Yan laughed dryly and looked over. If we do, then the Void Devil will be wary. When the time comes, he has every option of retreating and attacking other places away from the school first. In that case, not only is our position exposed, but we'll also have to be pinned down by the other side. Fine. How dare you call me stupid too? Fang Xion's cheeks reddened and she instantly knocked Wei Yan with her fist in annoyance. She stood up from her chair and huffed and puffed towards the door. I'll leave this brainstorming to you guys. I'm going out to get you guys breakfast. Straight away from the rental house. Fang Xion's eyes are also full of annoyance. I thought that this outing was just an unusual void hunting mission, but I didn't expect that a void demon would run out from the void realm. This could be very different from fighting in the void realm. The other side is lurking in the city and could launch an attack on civilians at any time. Instead, they were a bit tied up, and even needed to anticipate in advance where the void devil might appear. And this kind of thing, which required a lot of brain power, gave her a headache just thinking about it. For some reason, Shuya's face from yesterday suddenly came to her mind. That guy, he seems to have a pretty good brain, she muttered as if to herself. With his brain, he might be able to reason out where the void demon attacked, and the seniors are interested in him too. Just as she was muttering, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her afterglow, holding a piece of bread in his mouth as he slowly skipped down the street. That guy, he looks a lot like that high school kid from yesterday. Much like, Fang Xian stared wide-eyed. The familiar face came into her eyes. She would never remember wrongly. Dang! In the next moment, she even directly stepped on the ground with both feet, and the whole person was like an arrow out of the string as it quickly scurried out, pouncing towards that figure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shuya seemed to have sensed something and turned his head, the bread in his mouth almost falling to the ground. He shuddered, and without saying a word, he just grabbed the bread and turned his head quickly and ran. At this moment, he was wailing loudly in his mind. Just going out to an antique street. How come I'm so unlucky to meet this JK girl whose brain isn't too good? If she got wrapped up in her, she was more than likely going to get involved in some kind of trouble. Sue also flew through the alleyway, by virtue of his own familiarity with the terrain. Quickly a few turns, behind him disappeared the trace of Fang Xin. Turning his head to look behind him at the empty space, he finally sighed in relief and patted his chest. Thanks to her bad brain. Just chase after me for the rest of your life. Knock. A sound of breaking wind rang out from above his head. Sioya's expression froze and he turned his head sluggishly. Knock. With a roar, Fang Xin descended from the sky and stepped on the ground with such force that it shattered the ground beneath his feet. She had the look of a delinquent girl and was glaring viciously at Shuya. Shuya, you just said, who's not in their right mind. Chapter 17, 90% probability. And you are, this sister? Shuya's face showed a confused expression, looking at the angry Fang Xin in front of him in disbelief and asked, you kid, still pretending with me, right? Fang Xin clicked his knuckles and walked right towards him. I think you might have recognized the wrong person. Sister, I actually have a twin brother. Shuya blinked his eyes and spoke with a face full of sincerity. Then why did you run when you saw me? I'm the school sprint champion. And just now my legs suddenly got itchy and I wanted to run a couple steps for some reason. One more word of nonsense from you, and do you believe I'll blow your hairline up 3 centimeters? Lady warrior, spare your life. Hearing this, Shuya's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Hairline, it's a man's worst enemy. Fang Xin stepped forward, without saying a word, directly reached out and hooked Su Yuya's head under his armpit. Come with me honestly, I have just the thing I want to ask you. Su, also eyelids twitching, helplessly shrugged his shoulders, knowing that he cannot escape, can only bear the pain to feel the softness of the head next to the constantly bouncing. Was Fang Xin clamped toward the front of the walk? Where do we go to talk? Just that breakfast stall is fine. Fang Xin casually pointed to the breakfast stall not far away and brought Shuya over. Why do you know my name? Su, also false eyes were pinned away, head as if in the middle of the seawater, constantly hit by the waves. You think you can fool us by reporting a fake name? Fang Xin hummed petulantly. The captain has long since inquired about your identity through the surveillance outside. Boss, 3 bowls of tofu brains and 6 donuts, she yelled as she sat wide open in her chair. Shuya blinked. 1 bowl is actually enough. I can't eat that much. Fang Xin glanced at Su Yuya, then shouted at the boss once again. 4 bowls of bean curd brains, plus 2 donuts. Shuya. A few moments later, the owner of the breakfast stall came over with a tray and placed 4 bowls of tofu brain and donuts on the table. Fang Xin quickly brought 3 of the bowls to himself and feasted on the spot. Shuya casually ate 2 bites, but his eyes were glancing back and forth at his surroundings. I advise you not to think of bugging out. Fang Xin spoke vaguely under his breath, looking self-conscious. The range of action of my ability is 25 meters, and it's not a problem to let you run 20 meters first. Is it really good to tell the effect of one's ability just like that? Su also gave up the idea of slipping away, looking at Fang Xin at the opposite table with false eyes. What does it matter? Fang Xin swallowed the food in her mouth forcefully, her beautiful eyes staring at Shuya's face, her tone calm. Anyway, this distance, you already reasoned it out last night, didn't you? Actually, I'm not that powerful. Shuya's eyelids fluttered, and he subconsciously tried to prevaricate. This sentence is not a question, it's a statement. Fang Xin viciously bit off a cut of donut and stared intently at Shuya. Su also sat on pins and needles, only feeling a chill welling up in his body. Although Fang Xin looks like his brain is not too good, but his intuition is simply accurate and frightening. Before he could speak, another voice came from across the room. Tell me about your analysis of my abilities last night. The expression on her face wanted to gnaw Shuya's scalp off. Shuya's scalp tingled, and after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke honestly. Your ability should be the ability to turn objects that you have touched into bombs. The destructive power is similar to that of a grenade, and the range of destruction varies depending on the size of the object. At the same time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs, and you can detonate each of them. If you choose to make a new bomb, it will replace the first one. The range of distances I'm judging is within 23 to 26 meters, and I haven't pinpointed the distance to 25 meters. But you make a move of snapping your fingers before using your ability every time. And I'm not quite sure if that's just you trying to be cool or if it's because of the limitations of your ability. Fang Xion's face did not change much, but his heart was secretly shocked. She, though, with her intuition, she probably sensed that Shuya already had some guesses about her abilities. However, she hadn't expected that what Shuya had reasoned out was almost the same as what he was truly capable of. Meanwhile, she had finished her first bowl of tofu brain. Casually wiping her mouth, she flashed a smile and looked over at Sia. Snapping my fingers is necessary for me to unleash my abilities. You should have learned about it on Awakening Day. Abilities above D rank and below S rank will have more or less side effects, or restrictions. My ability, which is an A rank ability, Christmas Gift, naturally has corresponding restrictions. Other than that, Your judgment of my abilities is almost entirely correct. Interesting, too interesting. She looked Shuya up and down, like she was admiring a rare treasure. Seo also felt a little bit furious at the look and immediately showed a wary expression. Sprouting goosebumps. You really do have a good brain. Fang Xin put away his eyes and began to drink his second bowl of tofu brain and continued to eat the donuts. As it happens, I have something here that I need your help analyzing. If you can analyze a thing or two, I won't pursue the matter of yesterday with you. Shuya's mind flashed rapidly through that blue and white stripe, and he muttered with some embarrassment. It's not like I intentionally wanted to see it. A killing intent instantly locked onto his body. His expression stuttered, and he hastily squeezed out a smile as he quickly spoke. Please speak, Lady Warrior. If there is anything I can do to help, I will do nothing. Fang Xin rolled his eyes, but still quickly recounted what they had encountered, as well as their current predicament, to Shuya. Originally, the matter of the void demon lurking in the city was not to be told to the general public in order to avoid causing panic, but based on Fang Xin's observation of Shuya and last night's contact, she determined that Shuya can be trusted and has a good brain. Not only that, but he's also a current high school student and certainly has a more nuanced understanding of relationships between colleges and universities. Su also originally was careless look, but from Fang Xin mouth heard virtual devil 2 words, but he suddenly looked revitalized. Incomparable serious listen to the whole thing. Fang Xin spoke while eating, at the moment had already drank to the third bowl of tofu brain, and only 2 donuts were left. Shu Ya, on the other hand, after listening to her narration, his face was filled with deep concentration, placing his 10 fingers against his eyebrows and assuming his usual contemplative movements. After a moment, he spoke up in a deep voice and asked, So, you guys are now torn as to which college the void demon will choose to attack? That's right, do you have any ideas? Fang Xin chewed something and responded vaguely. If I were him. Shuya spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and returned in a rather relaxed tone. There's a 90% chance of choosing the third middle school, right? Chapter 18 Kunlun, meaning boundless, 90% chance? Fang Xin was very surprised by this probability and looked over with wide eyes. Mind you, they had just been in the rental house for a while analyzing the situation and were simply confused about it. But Su was also able to make such a firm judgment just by listening to what she had told him. And the reason? The reason is simple. Shuya said as he opened the city map from his cell phone and displayed it in front of Fang Xin. Chao Shao wasn't wrong in his analysis. If the void demon really needed to recover from his injuries by hunting awakened people like you said, then he would have chosen to do it at the graduation ceremony of the college. And there are 10 colleges and universities that are hosting graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Among them are the first and second middle schools, as well as the experimental high school, located in the center of the city. The third, 6th and 12th centers are located on the west side of town. The rest of the schools are evenly distributed between the east and south areas of the city. He shrunk the map, turned on the drawing function, and directly crossed out the 4 colleges. The first thing to rule out is these 4 colleges. These 2 on the east side of the city are geographically isolated, surrounded by no one, and the quality of awakened people is generally low. Instead of choosing to go here, it would be easier for him to find a random square. The 5th and 7th schools in the south of the city are more empty because they are too far away and not surrounded by a downtown area. Fang Xin looked at the map and frowned in puzzlement. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to choose these 2 schools in the south of the city? Wouldn't it be better for it to just run away after the hunt is done? Let me ask you, with your means, were you able to sense the energy fluctuations when he started hunting? Su also looked towards Fang Xin and spoke indifferently. That's natural. If you were to rush to the south of the city at the first opportunity after sensing the energy fluctuation, how long would it take? About half an hour? In half an hour's time, he had to both hunt the awakened and start preparing to escape and deal with you guys. Shuya gently tapped on the table, his tone quite relaxed. Once it appears, it will be so quickly localized by you that it will be hard to escape. But the situation you mentioned is the same in other schools. Fang Xin frowned, some confusion in his eyes. I've already said that there is no downtown area near the 2 schools in the south of the city. Shu Ya, on the other hand, responded calmly. How would you have felt if he had broken into the downtown area after attacking several schools in the city? Bound hands and feet, difficult to chase. Fang Xin's face changed, immediately understood the original reason. So the so-called geographical remoteness is not an advantage for it at all. Shuya said indifferently. Instead, it is a trap that draws it into a trap and buries it. As for the 3 high schools in the city, because of their geography, they have higher resources for teachers and students. It also means that on top of their graduation ceremony, more teachers from colleges and universities will come to enroll them. It's inevitable that among these teachers, there will be some awakened people who possess the power to fight. Plus some of the awakened who work in nearby government departments were able to be the first to back it up. If he chooses to attack the high school in the center of town, he'll instead put himself in a deep hole that will be difficult to escape. Therefore, the only schools he can ultimately choose from are these 3 schools on the west side of the city. These 3 schools are not far from each other and are surrounded by downtown areas. The most central of these, the 3rd school, is connected in all directions. 9 times out of 10, if I were it, I'd choose to attack from this school. You guys will be able to search for traces of the void demon more than likely if you start a radial search centered on the 3rd middle school. Shuya finished his analysis in one breath, gasped slightly, and then added, incidentally, I'm a student of the 3rd middle school. Fang Xin originally listened to a burst of excitement, only to feel that Su also said, which all makes sense. However, after hearing this sentence, she suspiciously looked across the room and spoke with a slight question. You're not trying to lure us into the vicinity of your school to protect you, are you? How is it possible? Su also lengthened his tone, raising his eyes falsely to look at Fang Xin. You are using the heart of a gentleman to measure the heart of a villain. It looks like you've positioned yourself very accurately. Ha! Seo also put away his phone and hummed lightly. I can make that judgment, but of course there's a little more important reason. We were the 2 shadow beasts we encountered in the old town. If it's like you said, those 2 shadow beasts, they were released by that void demon, then it's highly likely that he's lurking around Old Town, and the closest high schools to Old Town are these 3 schools on the west side of town. What you said does make sense. Fang Xin rather felt a bit of dawning realization and couldn't help but touch his chin. It is difficult to draw this conclusion on its own, based only on the fact that the virtual beasts are present in the old city. However, when combined with Shuya's earlier analysis, the location where they encountered the void beast last night was able to serve as an important piece of supporting evidence. I'll tell Elder as much as I can about your analysis. Fang Xin finally settled the last of the fritters and patted his stomach contentedly. If you deduced correctly, we only need to line up all the places in the west side of the city where void demons might exist by tomorrow, and we'll be able to stop him from launching an attack on the school. Since I've finished analyzing this matter for you, can't you also answer a few questions for me? Shuya's eyes suddenly sharpened a few points as he looked at Fang Xin and asked, Sure, you deserve it. I want to know if abilities have ranks, and what are the criteria by which they are judged? Shuya quickly asked a question that he cared a lot about. It seems like you still know quite a lot. Fang Xin raised an eyebrow and smiled, leisurely returning. The level of the ability will be fixed at the time of awakening and cannot be raised. The awakened, however, are able to increase the effect and range of their abilities by raising their energy realm. As long as the energy is strong enough, even D-class abilities are able to exert powerful effects. Based on the state's years of measuring and judging, we have roughly categorized energy into 6 realms. Energy is like stone, piling up randomly in the body, little and scattered. This is the first realm, stone realm. The energy is like a pile of stones, gathered and compact. This is the second realm, rock realm. The energy is like 10,000 rocks building a mountain, high and thick. This is the third realm, mountain realm. The energy is like mountains transformed into peaks, lofty and dense. This is the fourth realm, peak realm. The energy is like a group of peaks forming a ridge that stretches on and on. This is the fifth realm, ridge realm. And above these 5 realms is the most powerful 6th realm, Kunlun. It also means that one's own energy is already as good as the legendary immortal mountain Kunlun. Boundless and ethereal, meaning boundless. Chapter 19, the Void Hunters are not what you say they are. Regarding the realm system of energy, this was the first time Shuya had heard of it. After pondering for a moment, he quickly opened his mouth and asked, if I want to step into the rock realm, how long would it normally take? Less than a few months. More than. Fang Xin hemmed and hawed, did not continue. However, Shuya quickly understood her meaning. I see. Only those who step into the rock realm are qualified to become void hunters. Most of the awakened ones stay in the stone realm for a long time. You're quick to understand. Fang Xin nodded. But there are exceptions to this. If the awakened person performs extremely well in the stone realm, or if they have S rank or higher abilities, they are eligible to join the void hunting team early and become a void hunter. Then how are the so-called void hunting teams generally constituted? Shuya continued to ask, unwilling to let go of this opportunity to gather information. The contents are not too secret for the awakened. Therefore Fang Xin didn't have any worries and answered Su Also's questions knowingly. Nowadays, there are a total of 10 Awaken 1 academies in the country that have the qualifications to establish void hunting teams, which is divided according to rank. Each academy has 10 void hunting teams. According to the rankings of the academy, the void hunting team's serial numbers are constantly being deferred. That is to say, there are currently a total of 100 void hunting teams within the Dragon Kingdom. The composition of its members is roughly led by a captain of the Mountain Realm, supplemented by around 3 to 5 members of the Rock Realm. When the void hunting squad was established, the duties and abilities of each member needed to complement each other, and the entire squad needed to cooperate with each other. The Void Hunting Team 5 that we are in is one of the Longxia Academy's Void Hunting teams. After finishing these contents, Fang Xin looked toward Su also with a smile. Do you have any other questions? Not for now, Shuya calmly returned. In his heart, he had a new assessment of the strength of the Rock Realm Void Beasts. That's just right. I do have something else I want to ask you. Fang Xin suddenly blinked and looked straight into Su Yuya's eyes. I refuse. Without raising an eyelid, Shuya responded almost instantly. I haven't asked yet. Fang Xin froze for a moment and pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't you just want to invite me to join Longxia Academy? Shuya's face surged with a languid look again, having long since seen through Fang Xin's thoughts. You can even tell this? Fang Xin stared in amazement, his face full of incomprehension. And why did you reject it? Longxia Academy is ranked number 1 amongst the Awakened One Academies. The Awakened One Academy that everyone else breaks their heads to enter. Why did you refuse? If you're willing, I can have the seniors introduce you, and you can enroll in school without an exam. When wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Su Yuya replied calmly. Joining the Longxia Academy may not be a good thing. With high returns comes a much higher risk factor. As far as I know, the casualty rate of Longxia Academy's awakened people should rank in the top 3. And the people from the Void Demon Council also particularly like to target the students of Longxia Academy. You even know about the Void Demon Council? The oddity in Fang Xin's eyes grew stronger. Ever since she met Shuya yesterday, she felt that this high school student was simply mysterious to the point of confusing her. It's not just a group of Void Devils traitors establishing an organization, specializing in targeting awakened people to strike and bully them into joining the council to serve the Void Devils. Su also casually recited. He had poured over a lot of information about the awakened in the government's databases. The matter of the Void Demon Council was what he had rummaged through at the time. A genius like me, once I come into my own, I'll soon be targeted, right? You are not self-effacing at all. Fang Xin looked at him with false eyes. Never seen such a narcissistic person. Obviously yesterday you were pretending to be an ordinary high school student and trying to fool around. And there's another reason. Shuya drank the tofu brain in front of him and stood up from the breakfast stand. His expression, at this moment, became quite cold, making even Fang Xin feel very strange. I'm so sick of Void Hunters. To me, it's just a bunch of people who have come together for fame, fortune and their own desires. You enjoy privileges above the awakened, but you simply cannot fulfill your proper duties. With all due respect, I don't see how joining an organization like this is going to do me any good. Hey, what are you talking about? Fang Xin could hardly accept someone insulting the Void Hunting team in this way, and immediately clapped his hands somewhat angrily. We are fighting and struggling against the Void Demons in order to protect the people. Do you know how many Void Hunters die every year because of fighting against Void Demons? Using the people who should be guarding as bait, as a way to kill imaginary beasts and add merit to oneself. Is such a person considered guarding the people? Su also did not know why, but his voice suddenly raised a few points, and his emotions actually rose and fell a little. He and Fang Xin looked at each other in all directions, and the sound of their argument even drew the attention of the diners around them. Sorry. Shuya quickly collected his emotions and put that bland, lazy look back on his face. I've already told you what you wanted to inquire about. I'm just a selfish man who only cares about his own safety. That's why I won't be joining the Dragon Summer Academy. I just want to be an ordinary awakened in peace. I hope this is the last time we see each other. Thanks for buying me breakfast. He nodded slightly and turned to go. Fang Xin, on the other hand, stood in place, his chest rising and falling in anger. Void Hunters were a childhood dream for her. In her mind, it was a quest so sacred and immense that it was worth giving her life for. But this district high school student would so denigrate the status of Void Hunter. Void Hunters are not the selfish people you say they are. Fang Xin caught up with Su also and shouted in a firm and incomparable tone. It is our duty to guard the people and hunt the void beasts. Ah, yes. Seo also stopped and responded in a calm tone. Then let's just hope that you guys can find that void demon within a day and stop him from attacking the school ahead of time. We definitely will. Fang Xin spoke firmly, not knowing whether he was trying to assure Shuya or swear to himself. No one will be injured by the void devil. I will fight for my life and guard each and every one of them. That's really great. Shuya's tone remained flat as he once again took a step forward. This attitude of his caused Fang Xin to clench his fists in anger, staring ahead in irritation beyond measure. She waved her fists indignantly, gazing at Shuya's distant back, and muttered and whispered, Void Hunters, it's not what you say it is. Chapter 20. This plot, it's not quite right. Sioux City, somewhere inside a house in the west of the city. Suck. Phew. There was a heavy gust of exhaling. On top of the large bed, a man with black energy wrapped around his body was sitting with his knees crossed, constantly exhaling. His face was no different from that of a normal person, but in the center of his brow, it was as if a pitch-black colored gemstone was embedded. The gemstone was buried deep within his brow, constantly refracting pitch-black streams of light along with his breathing. Pot. Suddenly at that moment, the man's face turned white and his eyes snapped open, spitting out a large mouthful of blood towards his front. Damn void hunters! With a fierce glint in his eyes, he cursed in an incomparably dull voice. In a low voice, we must replenish our energy and recover our injuries as soon as possible. Both void beasts were killed by the void hunters. They will surely make preparations in advance to search for my location, but these few void hunters are of average strength. He leapt off the bed, a cold smile on his lips, and suddenly stretched out his right palm. In the center of his palm, a cloud of mist was constantly surging, and he was vaguely able to peek out the appearance of a ferocious wolf spirit. With this astral wolf, it should be enough to make that group of void hunters anxious. The information gathered by the virtual beasts is almost complete, and the school's surroundings have been mapped out. Is the next step to wait for the time to come? Flipping his palm to collect the mist, the man swung his fist hard and his eyes became fierce. Brother, this time, I will absolutely prove myself to you. Who dash? At the corner of Antique Street, Sue also took a hard, deep breath to calm his mood. Emotions actually just got a little out of control. He touched his nose and shrugged his shoulders, a loose, casual look once again on his face. It's better to focus on the matter at hand. Gently shaking his head to drive away the distracting thoughts, Sue also stepped into the middle of the Antique Street. It is the most famous street in the western part of the city. It was not even noon yet, and the place was already swarming with densely packed people. There are even more vendors with stalls on both sides. The vast majority of them, all of them, were rags of brass collected from nowhere, thinking only of placing them here speculatively, to see if they could coax the great injustice seed. But amongst all this broken brass, there still tends to be just one or two valuable treasures. As soon as this serendipitous occurrence is publicized, people tend to run to it again. A lot of people come here with the idea that they want to find treasures from the trash, and they too are often harvested by crooked merchants, even smugly thinking they've struck gold. The more people want to take advantage of the situation, the more likely they are to be scammed. In Sue's opinion, this mentality is similar to the idea of people who want to get rich overnight through the lottery. He walked through the streets, ignoring the yells of the vendors on either side of him, and instead tucked his hand into his pocket and tapped it lightly. Seconds later, a mist ran straight up his sleeve, eventually enveloping his ear slightly. How about it? Are you able to perceive it? Shuya's lips opened and closed as he asked in a voice that only he could hear. It was a good thing that there was a clamor around him and no one would even notice his strange behavior. Well, the old pot's voice actually came out from this wisp of mist, clear and unmistakable, ringing in Sue Also's ears. Like the energy contained within this kind of ancient object, it's hard to search through energy fluctuations, and I can only perceive a generalization. You go ahead and take a walk to the west. Hearing this, Sue also immediately turned his body around and headed towards the west, shuttling through I don't know how many stalls. It was only with a slightly agitated body that Pot Old Man spoke. Stop. In that stall to your right, there is an ancient object with energy attached to it. Although the energy isn't very sufficient, it should be able to fulfill your needs, little friend. Oh, Shuya stopped and looked to his right. On top of the stall at his feet, a middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a treacherous look was swinging a fan and setting up a stall. The stall in front of him was filled with all sorts of strange vases of antiquities. Many of these antiquities were still broken, looking more and more like valuable antiquities. Noticing Shuya's footsteps stopping, he immediately brightened up with a warm smile and stood up from his chair. Little brother, want to see something? The things I have here are all ancient items that have been passed down for centuries. Here are all our family heirlooms, each with an extraordinary origin. Sue also looked at the stall owner with false eyes and spat as he read. You really have a lot of treasures in this family heirloom. That's natural. The stall owner didn't notice Suya's flirtatious implication in the slightest, but instead picked up a few bottles in his hand and introduced them with great interest. Look, this is a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old palace jade purification vase. This is awesome. It said that this is the spoon that the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty used for her meals. Sue also took the bowl that was claimed to be 500 years old from him and turned it back and forth for a moment, and his face suddenly became odd. He flipped the bottom of the bowl toward the vendor and winked. What does microwave safe mean underneath this bowl? There were microwave ovens 500 years ago? Cough cough cough. The stall owner revealed an embarrassed look, and hastily took the 500 years bowl, casually threw it aside, and laughed dryly. This is probably because I was in a hurry to go out and took the wrong one. Don't worry, little brother. Except for that bowl, I have all the treasures here. You definitely can't buy them at a loss. Sue also rolled his eyes, not believing even a single word of the stall owner's words, and it was at this moment that Old Man Pot's probing finally yielded results. That broken sword on your right hand is the only ancient artifact with a bit of energy attached to it here. That should be your goal this time. Su also looked along and quickly noticed the broken sword on the stall. Its hilt was ancient and simple, and the sword was broken and had long since rusted and looked worn out. From the looks of it, even if this is an antique, it's definitely not worth a few bucks because of how much it's broken. Su also picked up the broken sword and scrutinized it for a while before suddenly speaking. How much is this broken sword worth? The vendor's eyes flashed with essence, instantly smelling a business opportunity. In the next moment, he even directly grabbed the sword back and wrapped it around his chest as he hurriedly spoke. Oops, this can't be sold to you. It's my family's treasure. I left it here by accident. It's not for sale. Is this it? Shuya snorted in his heart, but his face did not move. Although he was tempted to buy the broken sword back, he immediately showed a disinterested look and stood up, shrugging his shoulders as he walked towards the front. Well, since it's your family heirloom, I won't cut it. The vendor was holding the broken sword and was filled with confusion. How come it's not quite like the script? The plot, it's not quite right. Chapter 21, Holy, it's still a loss. Hey, little brother. Seeing that Shuya was really about to leave, the stall owner finally couldn't help himself and hurriedly shouted him to stop. Seo also turned his head, confused. What's wrong? Cough. The stall owner coughed dryly twice and displayed the broken sword in his hand. This broken sword is my ancestral treasure though, but I see you're quite interested in him, little brother. Then I'll endure the pain today, as long as you give a suitable price. Little brother, I'll sell it to you. He put on an appearance of enduring the pain, cupping the broken sword in both hands and displaying it to Shuya. I'm actually not that interested. Su also looked at the other with false eyes. Still, he pretended to walk back and held the broken sword in his hand to examine it. Since you said so, boss, give a price. This broken sword has been passed down in my family for 1,000 years, and today, having met a bright master, I entrust him to you. The stall owner's blind words came out of his mouth without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I see that you and I have a destiny. Little friend, 2,000 dragon coins. I'll sell this heirloom to you. 2,000 dragon coins. You really want it? The corner of Shuya's mouth twitched, and he knew a little bit about these traders' routines. He didn't even raise his eyelids and spoke directly. 1 byte price, 10 dragon coins. The stall holder was dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. Although the price of 2,000 dragon coins is definitely inflated. You're too bold to cut the price, aren't you? A knife cuts me 999 times. It's aimed at the aorta. He looked at Suyuya with a smile on his face and laughed dryly. Little brother, even if you go out and buy a scrap iron, it's not just this price. Tell you what, I'll bear the pain and give you a cut. 1,000 dragon coins. You take it. No, just 10 dragon coins. Su also oiled himself and bit the bullet. This kind of treasure, if you buy it away for 10 dragon coins, aren't you smashing my stall? The stall owner was also a bit anxious. I'll give you one more cut at most, at least 300 dragon coins. If you don't buy it then forget it. Su also finally and personally experienced the tactics of these treacherous businessmen. What had previously been 2,000 dragon coins had cut itself down to 300 in a few breaths. There's obviously still money to be made here. He took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly sharpened a few points as he looked at the stall owner. A few of the things you have here are freshly unearthed, right? What are you saying? Little brother, why don't I quite understand? The stall owner's temples jerked and his expression changed for a split second before he quickly squeezed out a smile. This, and that. Su also ordered a few broken porcelains on the stall, looking calm. There's mud on top of the bottles, and they haven't completely dried out yet. The dirt came from the same place as the wet dirt you got on the sides of your shoes, and you still have a few laurel petals on your feet. In the last week, only the far west side of the city has had one rain, and there is only one place in the far suburban area where laurel trees are planted. Wet soil, cinnamon petals, plus these dirt-stained porcelains. The only one that can fit these conditions is that ancient tomb complex in the far suburbs. You have calluses between your index and middle fingers, which would have been left over from using some of the tools. His tone was calm, but in the ears of the vendor, it was like a thunderbolt, shaking him to the point where sweat broke out on his forehead and he couldn't help but gulp. Su also lightly raised his eyes and looked at the other party, faintly saying, "You should have just come out of the robber's cave not long ago and rushed here to make a stand." What the hell are you talking about? The vendor was constantly wiping the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve at the moment, looking around in a somewhat panicked manner, afraid that someone would hear Shuya's words. You should know that privately descending into a tomb is an act of grave robbing and is punishable by a prison sentence. Su also ignored the other party's sophistry and just aggressively continued to speak, but then his words changed to a smile. But don't worry, I'm not going to report you. I do have a bit of interest in this broken sword. How about this? I'll offer 50 dragon coins. You sell it to me, and I can pretend I didn't see anything just now. He had full confidence that through this amount of coercion, it would be enough to get this broken sword into his hands cheaply. Unexpectedly, after hearing his bid, the trader's eyes widened and he hurriedly stuffed the broken sword into Su Yuya's hand, as if he was afraid that he would back out. It's a deal. In his eyes, there was actually a glint of glee and a hijack look. Su also noticed the look, and immediately the corner of his mouth twitched, cursing in his mind. Holy, it's still a loss. Knock. The door of the rental house was pushed open by Fang Xin with force. She huffed and threw the breakfast she'd bought onto the table and sat down on her butt. Sister Xin, what's wrong with you? Stepped on poop when you went out? Guo Yan raised his head and tilted it to spit. You're the one who stepped on poop. Fang Xin gave him a punch without a good mood. His eyes fierce. Guo Yan ate pain, immediately covered his head, aggrieved and looked to the side. Senior, look at Sister Xin. Simply a violent woman. Who let you mouth off over there? Chao Sha yawned and walked out from the toilet, casually wiped the water on his face and asked calmly, Fang Xin, did you go out and encounter something? Fang Xin exasperatedly slapped the table and said in a straight tone, the target of the false devil is the third middle school, HM? At these words, the remaining three froze, all revealing confused looks. Subsequently, Fang Xin's mouth was like a machine gun, speedily recounting Su Also's previous analysis. Chao Sha's three people's expressions, from being confused at the beginning, gradually turned into gravity, and finally turned into shock. Waiting until she finished her narration, Guo Yan directly jumped up from the chair, surprised beyond measure. Sister Xin, you went out of the door. Could it be that being smashed by the apple made the head enlighten not? These analyses are interlocked, although they cannot be as sure as Su also general certainty, but also have 70% certainty, can be sure to come down the target of the attack of the virtual devil. Fang Xin, this conclusion was reasoned out by yourself? Chao Sha also breathed sharply for a few moments and asked in a slightly agitated manner. Nonsense. Of course it's me. Fang Xin pouted as she hugged her chest. But soon, including Xiaoli, three pairs of eyes narrowed slightly and stared at her with suspicion. Well, it wasn't me. Fang Xin bitterly skimmed his mouth and finally sighed. It was that high school student from yesterday who reasoned it out. I just met him downstairs. She briefly recounted how she met Shuya, but did not tell the story of their conflict. That guy really is a genius. Chao Sha didn't dwell on it too much, just exclaimed in praise, then quickly returned to the table and used a pen to draw a red circle in the area around the western part of the city. If he reasoned correctly, that void demon must be lurking within this area. Guo Yan, pass this conclusion to the technical department and have them call up the city surveillance in the western part of the city. Within today, make sure to line up all the locations where the void demon might be lurking and search him out. Chapter 22 Broken Sword Recasting. Repairing the hand's characteristics. The world in a pot. Su also looked at the broken sword in his hand that he had bought back at a huge cost of $50, and spoke with slight skepticism. Just such a broken sword. Can it really be turned into a jade treasure after it's refined through refining? Then you are underestimating the power of the Jiuli Pot. Old Man Pot was full of confident looks at the moment, stroking his beard and laughing lightly. If it's a complete Jiuli Pot, let alone a jaded treasure, elixir of immortality, golem construction, anything you want, you're able to refine it. It's even capable of refining the soul body into a doll to build houses in this world in a pot. Right now, although the Jiuli Pot is in a crippled state, it's still very easy to refine a crippled jade treasure. A mere crippled thing can be said by you. Su Yuya spat as he squinted at Old Man Pot. Alright, there's no need for nonsense. Let's just start refining. He simply sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, wanting to see with his own eyes how Old Man Pot refined this broken sword. Old Pot cleared his throat, and his expression immediately turned solemn. He reached out and pointed at the broken sword on the ground, and the bronze broken sword quickly floated up. Then, from within the pot he was perched on, a cloud of incomparably pure immortal mist immediately emerged. This massive immortal fog in the air constantly deformed and condensed, and finally turned into a good like a refining furnace. Under the guidance of Old Man Pot, the broken sword was drawn into this mist at great speed. Then, with a wave of his right palm, a light blue aura sped in from the distance. Su also saw at a glance, this massive spiritual light, vaguely still have the appearance of yesterday's shadow beast. Immediately understand, this is the ninely pot swallowed the shadow beast soul. The soul of the shadow beast was sucked into the refining furnace, and soon the pure white immortal mist was dyed blue. Afterward, this refining furnace will be blue light flow. Pot body as if lit up the flame in general, began to burn. Su Yuya just sat on the ground with his knees crossed, supporting his head as he watched the refining furnace burn. About half an hour passed. The refining furnace, which was condensed with immortal mist, suddenly stopped burning. 2 seconds later, the refining furnace violently exploded in the air, and a broken sword fell straight down from the air and plunged into the soil under the feet. Pot old man revealed a look of weakness, his entire body paralyzed on the edge of the 9 lives pot, wiping the non-existent sweat from his head. I'm really exhausted. Take a look, little friend. If there's no mistake, this broken sword should have already been refined into a Jew treasure. Su also leapt up from the ground, picking up the broken sword that had been inserted into the ground as soon as he held it in his hands, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. The broken sword that was originally rusted and mutilated was now brand new as if it had just been built. Above its hilt was tattooed with a graceful pattern, and the sword was incomparably sharp, but it had an extremely obvious break. The original rust had long since disappeared, and the sword was smooth enough to reflect Shuya's handsome face. The refining function of the Jiuli Pot makes it difficult to remake the broken sword in its entirety. Old Man Pot's voice sounded from not far away, though by using the souls of the imaginary beasts as the glue, the energy within the sword was refined, turning it into a jaded treasure. But this energy is so weak that it can barely bring out the power of the jaded treasure. It can only be considered a defective item. He was also very confused as to why Shuya had to specialize in refining such a useless object. However, Shuya's expression was slightly moved, as if he had his own mind, and he looked back and forth at the sword in his hand. The broken sword that was only half the length of a small arm was unexpectedly heavy. A moment later, he casually spoke. Can the refining function of the Jiuli Pot refine things that don't contain energy? What do you want to refine? Refine a scabbard for this broken sword. Old Man Pot rolled his eyes and waved his right palm. A few oars actually flew from far away and hovered in his palm. The fog enveloped it, and the oar immediately deformed. A few minutes later, a scabbard that could hold that broken sword was refined. This function, on the contrary, is much better than a 3D printer. Shuya's eyes lit up as he took the scabbard and smoothly put it into his pocket. So little friend, what exactly do you want to do? Old Man Pot couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and finally opened his mouth to ask. Didn't I say it before? Shuya held the broken sword in his right hand, a pure white energy that actually wrapped around the sword in an instant. I want to try and see the characteristics of repairing the hand. The repair hand began to function under his control. In an instant, the originally broken sword changed. Subsequently, a wave of pure energy fluctuated and instantly rushed out from the sword. After sensing this fluctuation, Pot Old Man immediately widened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he exclaimed and opened his mouth. How is it possible? Could this be? Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, the night flew by. 4:30 in the morning. As a city in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, the night sky was still dark at this point in time, even on a summer day, and somewhere on the roof of a building, 3 figures stood side by side, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, the 3 of them looked as if they had sensed something, and in unison, they turned their heads sideways and looked behind them. Pale blue robes that danced beneath the night sky. Xiao Sha tapped his toes and fell from the air, but he was as light as a butterfly and did not make a single sound. He skillfully inserted the headset into his ear and spoke calmly. The final location has been lined up. According to the screening of the technical department, within the last 10 days, there have been 5 locations in the west of the city where suspicious people are suspected of harboring void demons. We've now checked all 4 of the remaining locations. Only this last one remains. His gaze pierced the night sky and went straight to a bungalow at his feet. This is an urban village, sparsely populated, and the young people are almost all out working, and there were 2 old people living in this house, but about 8 days ago they never left the house. Now it looks like they should have been poisoned by the void demon. Damn void devil. After hearing these words, the expressions of the remaining 3 people all stared, and thick killing intent surged in their eyes. How is the arrangement of the world in the mirror going? Xiao Sha calmly opened his mouth to inquire. It's already been set up a long time ago. Huo Yan quickly returned. Our battle here will not affect any civilians. Place the cage range and lock it on that bungalow. Xiao Sha nodded slightly, his hair fluttering up under the night breeze, revealing deep and cold-filled eyes. For this operation, Fang Xin will stand by outside. Wei Yan and Xiaoli and I will enter the mirror world to fight. Fang Xin skimmed his mouth, and although he was a bit dissatisfied, he nodded honestly. Very well, the action begins. Xiao Sha calmly gave out instructions, then leapt down from the roof of the building as if it were a javelin, plummeting straight towards the bungalow at his feet. On both sides of him, Wei Yan and Xiaoli also leaped down in unison, their expressions calm and without any waves, and just as they leapt off the roof, Fang Xin, still standing on the roof of the building, also looked serious and put his 10 fingers against each other, comparing a triangular-shaped hole in front of his chest. Light red energy surged from the hollow, and then in the 4 corners of the village, 4 strands of energy rose up in unison, quickly transforming into a square transparent barrier that covered the area in the night sky. Ju Bao, World in a Mirror. Chapter 23. On his left arm, a red cuff is tied. In a matter of moments, the city village was covered by the world of mirrors. From the outside world, it looks like business as usual. with little change from earlier. However, its interior had long since separated into two unique spaces, and even if the battle was no longer violent, it would be difficult to affect the buildings and people next to it. Humph, to think that I was stationed outside on the grounds that I hadn't recovered from my injuries. Fang Xin gently sat on top of the roof of the building, her calves casually swaying, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. But Cao Sha, as the captain of their Void Hunting Team 5, his orders as a team member must be obeyed, and with the previous experience, she also had to prevent the mirror world from being broken from the outside, thus affecting the neighborhood. Just as Fang Xin supported his chin with both hands and looked at the night with boredom, a cell phone ringtone suddenly came from his chest. She ripped the bodice open and shoved her hand in and out, quickly removing her cell phone and ringing the call button. Hey dash, she had barely opened her mouth on her end when an urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Sister Xin, what you asked me to investigate, I finally found out. On the other end of the phone was a teenager's voice. His tone was excited, but his voice was tinged with a bit of fatigue. I went to the intelligence section for half a day just to find this information for you. Ha! Good job. When Fang Xin heard this, she immediately revealed a touch of joy. When sister goes back, she will definitely treat you to a good meal. Ha! The teenager laughed dryly, seemingly not holding out any hope for the promise. I just hope you can let me get a good night's sleep without waking me up again. I've packaged up all the intel and sent it to your cell phone. Just check it yourself. But Xin sis, why would you be so interested in a high school student who is only an adult? Is that guy my future brother-in-law? Duh! Fang Xin hung up the phone with force, staring viciously at the cell phone screen. Still brother-in-law. When we go back, see how I pack you, she muttered as she quickly found the file the teenager had sent and quickly opened it. In this document, there was a record of Shuya's personal information, age, biography, almost like sifting through the household register. Fang Xin quickly read through the information, and finally his eyes suddenly stopped at one place, slightly stagnant. At the end of this document, there was a line of dark red writing. Survivors of the Sea City Rebellion, who have witnessed the Void Beast, have completed psychological counseling. The timestamp on this ticker is, quite literally, 3 years ago. Sure enough, that guy once encountered a Void Beast. Fang Xin's expression condensed and immediately swept to another document within the file bag. That's about 3 years ago, a detailed record called the Sea City Rebellion. She quickly opened the file and read on line by line. A few minutes later, Fang Xin's expression had become extremely heavy, and there was even anger in his eyes as he squeezed his cell phone hard. No wonder that guy was so disappointed in the Void Hunters. 3 years ago, this happened to him. Suddenly at that moment, her face changed slightly, and she jerked her head down to look at her feet, though the energy fluctuation was just a flash. However, she understood that this energy was something that only Void Devils possessed. This also meant that the Void Demons were indeed hiding here, and the Hokage, they've touched base with the Void Devil. You guys are here. In the middle of the slightly old bungalow, the man dressed in black stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at Cao Sha's trio who walked in through the front door. His tone calm, seemingly unsurprised by the appearance of several people. It looks like you already knew we would come. Cao Sha spoke equally calmly, his gaze looking straight at the other party. Void Demon, Nightmare. Nightmare, is this the code name you guys gave me? It's not too unpleasant. Nightmare smiled faintly, actually accepting this title calmly. But you've got it a little wrong. He smiled at Cao Sha, not caring about Gui Yan and Xiaoli who had quietly surrounded him. I didn't know you guys were coming. Rather, it has been prepared for the possibility that you might come here. Being able to find this place means you guys aren't too stupid. It looks like you're like a thoughtful fellow. Cao Sha was not amused and just smiled bashfully. If you like to make preparations so much, then why did you end up in such a state? Hearing this, a trace of displeasure clearly flashed through Nightmare's eyes, but he only hummed lightly. It's not uncommon for plans to deviate a little. If we only look at the results, those few Void Hunters have been exterminated by me as much as possible. The tragedy of their deaths is still fresh in my mind. Even as he said this, his expression became a bit cruel, but Cao Sha's expression instantly lowered. You shouldn't insult them. His right palm unfolded, and a Tang sword actually appeared out of thin air and landed in the center of his palm. A stern aura rose from his body, and the dim lights in the room, as if they had sensed this aura, began to shake and sway continuously. I don't care what kind of preparations you made, there is only one way for you to end up today, and that is to die here. Nightmare's right hand, which was behind his back, gently stretched out, making a pleased gesture, while his face was wearing an expression that seemed to be a smile but not a laugh. I'll see what happens. Pitch black colored energy surged out from his body, as if it was an exploding smoke bomb, covering the entire house in a matter of moments. Accompanied by the alarm set for 7 o'clock, Su also had a rare opportunity to not stay in bed. Instead, he sat up from the bed with a carp, The graduation ceremony is very important for every awakened person. Even Sia didn't want to be late on this day. After a quick packing and organizing, he walked out of the house with a lazy face and bread in his mouth. And just as he walked out the door, a silhouette hidden behind a tree then looked glazed over and made a quick phone call. Boss, that guy, oh yeah, is already out of the house. That guy, what's he wearing? On the other end of the line, a menacing voice came. He's wearing. The figure looked up and immediately spoke back into the phone. He's wearing a white top and black pants. How am I supposed to recognize a random guy on the road when he's got a white top and black pants? The figure was scolded, frowned with shame, thought for a moment, and suddenly brightened up. By the way, there's a very conspicuous thing on him that distinguishes him at once. What is it? On his left arm, a red cuff was tied. Chapter 24 Young people, what a vigor! Did you hear everything? In the middle of a certain alleyway, a man with a tiger's back, but wearing a school uniform, put down the phone in his hand and looked around. Today, above Sioya's left arm, there's a red cuff. Keep an eye on them all. Don't miss anyone. Aye, boss. Beside him, about 30 students nodded their heads in unison, all of them refreshed and with a vengeful glint in their eyes. This is the road Sioya must take to get to the 3rd middle school. After today's graduation ceremony, it's going to be hard as hell to see him at school again. The boss squatted on a garbage can and raised his arms in a fierce manner. How much have we suffered because of Shuya over these 3 years? This is our last chance for revenge. Kicked into a well, mistaken for a small advertiser by the police, and bitten on the ass by a dog released from the dog market. He clenched his fists in indignation and told the history of blood and tears over the past 3 years. In order to bring him down, we victims formed the Annihilation Alliance, just for today. Oh, the surrounding group was excited and raised their arms, and each one of them showed a look of anger. Hey, move over, I have to collect the garbage. Suddenly at this moment, a janitorial grandpa stepped out from one side, interrupting his pre-war speech with a face full of disgust. Oh, sorry. The boss, who had previously been incredibly mean, immediately jumped off the trash can and bowed respectfully. Sorry. Suddenly he's become a 3rd grade student. The onlookers on the sidelines spat out in unison in their hearts, shocked by their boss's change in attitude. That's why this is our last chance. We must accomplish our revenge today. The boss turned his head and swung his fist once again, boosting the army. Humph, scattering soldiers, what is the behavior? Suddenly at this moment, an ill-timed soft hum rang out from one side. More than 30 students immediately glared angrily, only to find that the person who spoke was none other than the janitorial grandpa who had just taken the garbage bag out of the trash can. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? The boss's face sank and he immediately looked over. You little dolls, you don't even have any cohesion. It's really not as good as the next generation. The grandpa threw the garbage bag onto the garbage truck behind him, and with his hands behind his back, he suddenly assumed a haughty stance. I think when your grandfather went to school back in the day, people fought hundreds of people from other schools for righteousness, and the scene was much more majestic than yours. Guys like you with no cohesion, in our time, would have been worse than stragglers. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, who had been a bit indignant earlier, immediately revealed admiring gazes and looked at this grandpa. Grand Master, please teach me. The boss hurriedly arched his fists and saluted, revealing a look of asking for guidance. Moncler Outlet Store leisurely bowed his head, like a worldly superior, looking at the respectful boss in front of him, calmly said, the so-called cohesion is the power to bring all people together into a single force. How can there be cohesion with guys like you who don't even have a decent logo? My opponents in those days, other than the cadres, the rest of the minions, were fighting with shaved heads. Logo. The boss frowned in contemplation, surprisingly deep in thought. Indeed, we do need something to set our people apart, in case Sue has found help as well. That would be troublesome. Snap, a plastic bag was dropped in front of the boss. He looked up as the janitorial man was already fading away with his garbage cart. Here's something I just rummaged through. Maybe you guys can use it. The boss picked up the plastic bag and took a look at it. In here, surprisingly, was a pile of unopened yellow cuffs. Everyone, tie this yellow cuff around your right arm. When the time comes, if Shuya does find help, this will be the sign that distinguishes us from the opposite side. Just across this alleyway, in the middle of another alleyway, another 30-odd social youths in various dresses, all crouching in the corners, staring at the passing crowd with the same ferocious faces. One of the cockney heads in the lead was holding a cell phone, talking to someone. Are you sure? That bastard Sioya has a yellow cuff tied around his right arm? Great. He put down the phone, threw aside the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, and stood up. Brothers, all in good spirits. That little bastard, Shu Ya, will pass by here soon. Keep an eye on me. He viciously stomped on his cigarette, his anger abounding. This little bastard, who tore our Green Dragon Hall apart 2 years ago, I will definitely not let him go. Humph, scattered soldiers, what a behavior. Suddenly at this moment, an ill-timed soft hum rang out from behind this group of social youths. Cockney snapped his head back, only to see a janitorial grandpa, standing beside the garbage truck with a haughty face, and in his hand was a plastic bag filled with red cufflinks. Well, time should be about right. Shuya glanced down at the time and read to himself. Hey, you two. He put his cell phone away and turned his head to look at the two men he had tied to the ground. Terrified, with an innocent smile, he crouched down and wrapped the two men under his armpits and glanced at them with a smile. Now, call your boss. As for what to say, I shouldn't need to teach you, should I? The two of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, not daring to retort in the slightest. CO also picked up both of their cell phones and quickly dialed the nearest call, placing it flush to both of their ears. With the call being answered, the two gulped and spoke at the same time. Boss, big brother, Shu Ya, has appeared on the target street. What? In the middle of the two alleyways, the two bosses who had picked up the phone were both revealing revitalized and excited smiles. With a big wave of their hands, they pointed at the street and shouted sternly, charge, capture Shu Ya and take revenge. Rumble. Only a burst of noisy but mixed footsteps could be heard, and more than 60 people from both sides rushed out from the alley in a brainstorm, facing each other above the street. Their eyes and attention were instantly focused on the armbands on each other's arms, and their demeanor perked up. On the side of the students, all of them are wearing yellow cuffs on their right arms, and the group is excited. On the side of the delinquent youths, there were red cuffs tied around their left arms and fierce faces. The student boss on this side, and the cockney on the other side, all lit up in front of their eyes, pointed their right hands forward, and shouted almost in unison. They must be the helpers Shuya found. CO is also in this group. Brothers, give it to me. Dust and smoke rose, and the fury and noise of fighting swept through the streets, and just to the side of the street, CO also put on a lazy expression, holding a loaf of bread in his mouth, and walked familiarly as if no one was there, past the back of this group of fighting people. He didn't go far, but the cleaning lady, who was actually pushing a garbage cart, came to him as well. Thanks a lot, Grandpa Wang. Su also pulled out a $50 dragon coin and handed it to the grandpa beside him. Afterward, the two of them stopped in unison and turned their heads to look at the two groups of people who were fighting in the early morning sunlight. The two men took a long, meaningful breath and exclaimed in unison, young people, what a vigor. Chapter 25, This is your power, not mine. When Shuya stepped into the school, he was surrounded by students who were full of excitement. All of them had managed to awaken their abilities in the middle of the awakening day, and they were looking forward to today's graduation ceremony with immense anticipation. After a day's rest, they all have an appropriate understanding of their abilities. Most high school students, however, have not learned to run energy at all, so even if they are able to use the ability, the effect is very low. At best, it's at the level of moving a stone and blowing up a piece of paper. Their level of mastery over energy was not even considered the stone realm. Shuya's ability to use his repair hand so skillfully was also due to the fact that he had awakened his ability a few years earlier. During this 2-year period, he has been trying to run the energy. There's nothing systematic about it, and it runs in a rather crude way, but there's no problem with the ability to use it normally. Just as Shuya was walking leisurely towards the classroom with the speed of a boss strolling, a sneaky figure was catatonic and cautiously approaching him. Sioya. Only when he got close did Wang Pang let out a yell and rushed out towards the front with force, hugging Shuya with both hands. However, Shuya, who seemed to have drifted off earlier, not noticing his approach in the slightest, took a step to the left the moment he lunged out. Flop! Wang Pang slumps to the ground in a face-first position, shaking up a cloud of dust. I hope next time you don't call out to me in such an ambiguous tone and intend to perform physical maneuvers on me. Shuya looked at his tablemate with false eyes and couldn't help but spit out. I'm worried that the others will misunderstand my sexual orientation. Damn it, how did you realize I was close? Wang Pang climbed up from the ground, patting the dust and dirt on his clothes as if nothing had happened, while muttering under his breath. Next time you try to still pick a good angle before sneaking up on me. Shuya pointed at the shadow on the ground and rolled his eyes. Long before Wang Peng approached, he sensed something strange about the shadow at his feet. So that's how it is. Wang Peng tapped his left palm with his right hand, revealing a look of realization. Staying with you guys really affects my IQ, doesn't it? Shuya twitched the corners of his mouth and held his forehead in a long sigh. Ha 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 ha, brother Yuya, just now, on my way here, I seem to have seen the group of guys from the Annihilation Alliance, fighting with the punks from the Green Dragon Hall. Wang Peng didn't care about Su Yuya's venomous words at all. Instead, he laughed out loud. Yeah, they were squatting on the road trying to get me in trouble, so I simply let them collide with passion. Co also shrugged his shoulders in disbelief, not taking this seriously in the slightest. Bull. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up and continued to laugh. I remember that the Green Dragon Hall was still a not-so-small bad organization 2 years ago, right? I didn't expect that after only less than 2 months, I would be completely disintegrated by you, brother Ye. If you hadn't led me astray that day and accidentally intruded into their gathering place, I wouldn't have clashed with them. Su Yuya squinted at Wang Pang and read with dissatisfaction. They only cursed us twice. Brother Ye, you wiped out their organization. How do you look at it? You're the one with a blacker heart. Wang Pang's entire body was shocked, not expecting Suya to dump the pot on himself. Ahem. Shuya coughed twice dryly, thinking about it so much. What he did was indeed a bit too much, but it may not be a bad thing to let these delinquent youths disband their organizations and study hard. It's all from my youth. It's not worth mentioning. Obviously it's only been less than 2 years. Right. Wang Peng spat once again, but with a revitalized expression. He looked towards Su Yuya. By the way, brother Yuya, did you test your abilities after you went back? At the mention of competence, he perked up. I've been looking up information for a long time since I got back. The C-rank ability I've awakened is called Metal Mastery, but it's quite a powerful ability. As he said that, he spread his palm out and Kanzuya stopped at the door of the school building. Faint energy fluctuations converged in his palm, and a moment later, whoosh, a nail flew from nowhere and landed in his palm. See, brother Yuya. Wang Peng excitedly grabbed the nail and showed it towards Shuya. I can manipulate the metal around me just by activating my ability. Seo didn't know what to say about him, just looked up at the top of his head. Although Wang Peng had only sucked a nail into his hand, it was already not easy to unleash his ability without the slightest knowledge of energy manipulation. But this ability does have a lot of potential if practiced. Good for you. Su also spoke softly, and was about to comment twice, when the two of them's feet were suddenly covered by shadows. Turning his head, Liao Wei's burly body was actually standing behind the two, looking at them with a sneer on his face. Shu Ya, we meet again. Shuya and Wang Peng turned back and took a step backward in unison, stepping inside the school building. I remember you. You're Yang Wei from the 3rd class next door. Shuya's eyes widened, shooting out lightning-like shrewdness, immediately recalling the name of the guy in front of him. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei's fire surged and he couldn't help but growl and open his mouth. You're the one who feeds your stomach. Your whole family feeds their stomachs. His rant immediately drew the attention of the passing students around him. Hearing this, they immediately revealed odd looks and sized up Liao Wei. Some of the female students, even more so, blushed and hurriedly lowered their heads and ran towards the front. Alas, student Liao Wei. Su also patted his shoulder in a serious manner and sighed softly. It's not scary to get this disease. You have to treat it as early as possible. You're still in high school. You still have a chance to get a girlfriend if you get treatment early. Liao Wei's temples were bruised, and he only felt the fire rubbing off on him. He blackened his face, clicked his knuckles, and said with a sardonic grin, I was going to challenge you on top of the graduation ceremony. Looks like you guys wanna fight me now. He grimaced, and a slight energy fluctuation actually surged out of his body. What I've awakened is a B-rank ability. It's so much stronger compared to you half-wits. Wang Peng. Shuya suddenly tilted his head sideways and spoke in a low voice. The ability you just performed, can you use it again? Well, come a little toward the right, try it. Oh, although Wang Peng did not understand what Shuya was up to, he honestly activated his ability. The next second, another nail, flying sharply from overhead, landed in his hand. What do you want to do? I tell you, Liao Wei frowned at the two men, continued to make a domineering declaration, but immediately afterward, a shadow covered his head. Dang, ouch. Losing the two nails to support it, the doorplate located at the entrance of the school building suddenly fell down and smashed Liao Wei to the ground with unerring precision. On the other side, Wang Peng looked dumbfounded at the two nails in his palm, as well as Liao Wei, who was lying on the ground not far away, carrying the door sign. This nail is from the door sign? Beside him, Shuya patted his shoulder and turned his head. This is the ability you unleashed. If the school wants to compensate, you can't rely on me. Hey, brother Ye, don't bring this. Wang Peng wailed bitterly and quickly chased after him. Chapter 26, I'm going to challenge you to an awakened duel. After returning to the classroom, Mr. Wang soon walked in. What was once a full classroom is now less than half full. Looking at the entire blue star, those who were able to successfully become awakened only accounted for about 50%. Whether or not you can become an awakened is determined as early as the moment of birth. As for those who were not awakened, they would have to go through the normal college entrance exams and contribute to the fight against the Void Devil in other ways. As the graduation ceremony approached, Mr. Wang's look was also rather melancholy. He briefly explained to the crowd what they should focus on during the graduation ceremony, and soon the time came to 8 o'clock. Alright, classmates. Teacher Wang stood up from the podium and clapped his hands. Everyone go ahead and gather in the playground. Our graduation ceremony, which will be held in the playground, Teachers from all 6 Awakened One academies have come to the school. After the ceremony later, there will be the competency demonstration and interview session. If everyone performs well, they will even be able to have a chance to enroll in school without an exam. This is another important aspect of graduation ceremonies. In order to recruit capable Awakened Ones, the competition between Awakened Ones academies is quite fierce. So far, there were 20 Awakened One academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the top 10 colleges have all set up a hunting team, which is a dream school for all awakened people. In the academy, not only were they able to learn the basics, but they were also able to hone their combat skills and improve themselves in order to join the Void Hunting team and fight against the Void Demons. Only awakened individuals with extremely ordinary combat abilities, or those who had fallen short, would choose the latter 10 academies for their studies. Although they didn't have the opportunity to directly confront the Void Beasts, most of what they learned was also to assist the Void Hunting team with various backup tasks. It is the presence of these backups that has allowed the Hollow Hunters to persevere to this day. The so-called graduation ceremony is not just about bringing your high school life to a close. It's still an interview for the awakened. Those who play well enough in the interview are given the opportunity to join the Awakened One Academy directly without examination. Shuda and Wangpan walked out of the classroom and slowly headed towards the playground. He looked around, but in his heart, he secretly read, "It looks like that Void Demon should have been stopped by them." The students came to the playground in bits and pieces. There were only 110 people who came to the graduation ceremony this time, accounting for less than half of the entire senior class. The rest of the students who were not able to awaken their abilities were discouraged at home, and most of them have not recovered from the awakening day. In the middle of the playground, there were about 20 teachers from the major Awakened One academies, as well as the principal of the 3rd middle school and the class teachers of each class. They had set up tables and chairs in the playground and were sitting with serious faces as they watched the students coming and going. Shu ya! A growl came from far away. Immediately afterward, Liao Wei came galloping from the distance like a muffled wild boar, standing behind Su Yuya. At the moment, he was in quite a state, with an obviously swollen bag on his head from being smashed. "You guy, why don't you ever stop?" Shuya sighed and frowned slightly. Liao Wei, however, stared angrily at Su Yuya and spoke through clenched teeth. "I'm going to challenge you to an Awakened One duel." The students around the room were in an uproar when this statement was made. Even the teachers of the major awakening academies sitting not far away were all brightened up, all showing playful colors as they gazed over the world in a mirror. The original mirror image replica of the house had collapsed by now. Within this world of mirrors, the entire village of the city seemed to have been reduced to ruins, with not a single intact place. Smoke and dust enveloped it, only to be dispersed by a gust of wind a few moments later, revealing several silhouettes within it. Nightmare's arms drooped in front of his body, swinging smoothly as if they were dislocated, his entire body stained with blood, and his mouth continuously gasping for air. And on the opposite side of him, Chao Sha, Guoyan Xiaoli, all 3 of whom were also quite injured, surrounded the Nightmare in a triangular position, slowly adjusting their breath. "This guy, is he really seriously injured?" Guoyan spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and looked ahead incredulously. "We've been besieging him for so long, and he's still alive and well. Don't compare me to those ordinary Void Demons nah." Nightmare exhaled softly, both arms enveloped in black energy, pushing upwards with force. Only the sound of bones shifting resounded, and he actually directly reattached the 2 dislocated arms and casually swung them around. "In terms of injuries, I am indeed in a state of serious injury." His tone was calm, but there was a slight weakness in the depths of his eyes. "But on an energetic level, I'm in great shape nah." "Do you mean to say that our fight with you only consumed your energy and didn't even manage to injure you?" Xia Li coldly grunted, and his icy tone even carried a hint of anger. "He's right." Chao Sha flung the Tang sword in his hand, shaking off the blood stained on it, and spoke coldly. "From the beginning of the battle, he has been using energy to protect himself. The damage we inflicted on him was just some superficial wounds that couldn't hurt the root at all. It seems that this Mr. Captain sees things thoroughly." Nightmare smiled bashfully, actually showing a gentlemanly appearance again. "But how much energy do you have left?" Chao Sha sneered. "You use your energy to constantly defend and dodge, and then use your ability to affect our sanity. But you have never initiated any deadly attacks. Your remaining energy doesn't allow you to continue shielding your body anymore, does it? Your current energy intensity is on the verge of making it difficult to maintain even the mountain realm." He looked straight at Nightmare. "What are you trying to do by using so much energy and only using it for defense?" "Yeah, what exactly do I want to do?" Nightmare answered the question with a question, smirking with an odd expression. "How about you take a guess, Mr. Captain?" The moment he saw this expression, Chao Sha's heart instantly tightened, and he vaguely sensed some uneasiness. He turned his head violently to Gui Yen and asked sharply, "Tell me, how much time has passed since we entered the mirror world?" How long has passed? Wu Yan froze at his words as he pulled out his cell phone while speaking in confusion. At most an hour has passed since we came in, but when he saw the time displayed on his cell phone, he instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed incredulously, "How can it be? It's already 8 in the morning? Is my cell phone broken? Oh no!" Xiao Sha finally realized where that uneasiness in his heart came from. This guy, using his ability to confuse our concept of time, he's been stalling us here. What? Wu Yan and Xia Li were both startled. But he's here. What's the point of even delaying us? It's an imaginary beast. A bright light instantly flashed in Xiao Sha's mind, and directly drew his sword and rushed out. This guy, let that astral wolf out. Earlier, he had been wary of whether Nightmare would have any undercurrents, and had not attacked rashly, instead adopting a more prudent tactic, but at this moment, he could no longer care less. Bingo! The Nightmare smiled broadly. Right answer. In the next moment, his smile tightened and several strands of black energy surged out from behind him, winding towards the three. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Chapter 27 Void Hunter Fang Xin received orders. Swish! Xiao Sha chopped his tang blade out in front of him, and the bright light of the blade instantly shattered that black energy. Afterwards, he waved his left hand, and 2 daggers actually appeared out of thin air, piercing towards Nightmare's direction. Nightmare grimaced and simply stepped backward and braced his energy to block both attacks. Compared to the squad of void hunters that injured me, you are simply too weak. He stood steady and narrated calmly. You must be a squad that hasn't been formed very long. Both the numbers and the strength are far below my expectations. Let me guess. Your last hollow hunting squad didn't die long ago, did it? His sentence clearly poked Xiao Sha's pain point. Anger raged in Xiao Sha's eyes, and he even recklessly rushed in the direction of the Nightmare. Set. Wu Yan also broke free of the Nightmare energy at this moment, crossed his hands and clasped them together, and shouted with force. Knock! Nightmare's body looked like it had been struck by a fixation spell, violently freezing for a split second, but in the very next second, he recovered as before, his right palm slapping forward to meet Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha's eyes were somehow filled with many phantoms. He had long been warned about the Nightmare's ability to disrupt his mind, and immediately focused his mind to drive these phantoms out of his mind. But even so, that momentary lapse of concentration still caused his original surefire slash to deviate, and was slapped away by Nightmare's palm. After Nightmare slapped Xiao Sha's attack away, his left hand immediately shot out like a thrusting sword and plunged into Xiao Sha's abdomen. But at that moment, a shield suddenly surfaced and blocked Xiao Sha's face. However, this shield shattered like a bubble under the Nightmare's attack wrapped in energy. However, Xiao Sha took advantage of this momentary pause and forcefully brought his tang sword across his body. Dang! Dang! The blade emitted a shuddering sound, and Xiao Sha flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing through half of the wall in the ruins and shaking up a cloud of dust. Nightmare quietly looked at the dusty place and smiled as he recited, by stepping on shadows to cast a fixation technique, one is able to ignore it by simply refracting the light. The power of protection through energy can be pierced through simply by using energy stronger than it. As far as I'm concerned, you 2 little fellows of the rock realm are having trouble even restraining me. Mr. Captain, these 2 members of your team, they're really useless. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan and Xia Li's faces both turned slightly white as anger surged in their eyes. Whoosh! 2 wind-breaking sounds rang out in unison, ripping through the dust and instantly closing in on Nightmare's body. His face changed slightly, and he quickly braced his energy to deflect the 2 flying daggers and flick them to the sides of his body. However, one of the flying daggers still chopped through the energy on his body, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The flying knives landed on the ground and instantly dissipated into energy, and a silhouette, too, leapt up from the ruins. My team members, you're not worthy of pointing them out yet. Xiao Sha calmly stepped out of the smoke and dust as a broken wall collapsed around him, smashing in his direction. However, he just casually waved the sword in his hand, and the broken wall directly turned into countless pieces, scattering on both sides of his body. Xiao Sha's bravery surprised Nightmare a bit as well. He smiled faintly and wiped the blood off his face with his hand as he spoke. Is Mr. Captain really going to tangle with me here? My pet, but it's about to go on a killing spree. Even if we wanted to go out, you would still obstruct us, right? Xiao Sha's face was devoid of any expression. The tang blade in his hand gently scratched on the ground, and then he raised it sharply, aiming it at the Nightmare from afar. Being a void hunter, what I'm going to do is cut you down right here. As for the astral wolf, he gently raised his left hand and pressed the switch on the headset in his ear. My crew will do everything in their power to stop it. What's taking them so long, senpai? On top of the rooftop, Fang Xin yawned and frowned at his feet. Close to 4 hours had passed since Senior and the others had entered the mirror world. If she wasn't still able to sense their energy fluctuations, she was afraid that she would have already rushed in. That severely injured void demon, was it able to hold off Senior and the others for so long? As a void hunter, One must choose to trust their fellow man and carry out orders perfectly. Because of this, no matter how anxious she was, she had to stick to her post until instructions came from the senior's side. Suddenly, at that moment, a current came from the headset in her ear. Half a second later, Chao Sha's voice then came out from within the headset. Fang Xin. His voice was as solemn and grave as it had ever been. Fang Xin, who was originally still a bit scattered, immediately looked condensed, quickly stood up from the roof of the building and pressed the switch of the headset. Senpai, I'm in. Nightmare has confused our concept of time and sent out the astral wolves of the rock realm to prepare for an attack on the school. Chao Sha's voice rang out in the headset and was accompanied by the sounds of battle that kept coming, but his tone was incredibly smooth and firm as he gave the order. Rush to the school quickly and protect the population as analyzed by that high school kid. I order you to protect every single member of the populace, no matter what happens, and not let them get hurt. You're only one, but no matter what, stop that astral wolf, even if you have to pay for it with your life. Fang Xin almost in the senior mentioned to the astral wolf the instant, then began to move at high speed, rapid shuttle in the roof of the building above, speed towards the direction of the third middle school. Upon hearing Chao Sha's almost unsympathetic command, instead of showing any displeasure, her face raised in an arc. The long hair was constantly raised towards the back amidst the rapid weaving, but Fang Xin's gaze, however, became firm. The day she became a void hunter, she was ready. She gently pressed her hand on the headset, her tone calm. Void hunter Fang Xin, receive command. I swear on my life that I will absolutely protect all the people and stop that astral wolf with all my might. Fang Xin stepped on the edge of the roof of the building with both feet and leaped up with force toward the empty front. It was early in the morning, sunny and cloudless. Just below her feet, countless commuters walk between the roads and the traffic. People's faces are full of smiles and anticipation for tomorrow. This peaceful world. I won't let anyone bring it down. Dang! Fang Xin's body that jumped out violently was instantly wrapped in crimson energy. In the next moment, her entire body was like a rapidly falling meteor, erupting with an extremely terrifying speed and instantly disappearing in midair. Chapter 28 The Big Dipper Wolf appears. Terrified students. Awaken one duel. This is a special challenge between awakened people, using their abilities. On top of the graduation ceremony, awakened ones can not only show their abilities to the teachers of the major awakened ones academies, it is also able to express itself through dueling. As long as you don't negligently injure anyone, these duels are still very much supported by teachers. After all, in the future, all of these children might go forward to fight against the void beasts and void devils. Only by accumulating combat experience in advance can casualties be reduced. As soon as Liao Wei's words of challenge towards Su Yuya came out, countless lines of sight immediately flooded in from all around. Where the two of them stood, they immediately became the center of attention in the playground. Alas! Women are truly a scourge of red faces. Facing Liao Wei's provocation, Su also sighed helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. Just because you want to show your manhood in front of Tang Xinwan, you impulsively initiated a duel with me. Mr. Zhang Wei, you are too childish. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei spoke through gritted teeth, the anger in his eyes intensifying. And after hearing Tang Xiaowen's name, he was obviously flustered for a split second, and hurriedly grunted angrily. I'm just looking at you with displeasure. What does it have to do with Tang Xiaowen? Among the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes swept in. Xinwan, over there seems to be your suitorette. Beside her, a rather lively young girl spoke with a smile. What suitor? Don't talk nonsense, La Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaowen's voice was very gentle, and a touch of helplessness appeared on her face. Beside her and her best friend, dozens of pairs of eyes kept sweeping in. The presence of the two of them was almost the most noticeable on the playground. But Tang Xiaowen's eyes lingered on Shuya's face. An image immediately surfaced in her mind, and her ears reddened slightly. She accidentally fell off the flag-raising platform last week and happened to be saved by a public princess hug from a passing Xiaoye. Having never been in contact with the opposite sex, she could never forget what happened then. And what impressed her the most was Shuya's expression, like he had seen the plague. Before she even had time to thank him, she was thrown to the ground by Shuya and ran out in a huff. That guy is also a popular figure. The lively girl beside her, Xiao Yu, continued to speak with a smile. I don't know why, but many of the boys in our class chant his name every day. What about the horrible words like exterminate and annihilate that come out of your mouth every time you mention it? Su also? Tang Xiaowen softly recited this name. The light in her eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Meanwhile, most of the students had already arrived on top of the playground, each one of them beaming in anticipation of the graduation ceremony that was about to begin. While right above the school, a mist wrapped in black energy was constantly deforming and rotating in the air, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly at that moment, a black light flowed through this mist. The next moment, it was as if the mist received an order. and a wolf howl came from it. Afterwards, the mist began to surge continuously, and actually began to expand wildly. The wolf's shadow flickered continuously in the mist, occasionally letting out low growls, and its energy began to climb up rapidly. The strange change above his head was not noticed by anyone. On top of the playground, the students were still a joyful lot, smilingly looking at the two of them, Su Yuya and Liao Wei. When Liao Wei saw that Su Yuya was still in that scatterbrain manner, he got a few more points of anger. He spoke viciously. Shu Ya, are you afraid? In the face of his provocation, Shu Ya helplessly rubbed his brow and spoke faintly. Originally, as I was nearing graduation, I was planning to be a bit more peaceful and didn't want to cause any more trouble, but you've pestered me so much, over and over again, that I can only. His voice came to a screeching halt and he jerked his head up, his face paling. In the next moment, without the slightest reaction, Liao Wei was kicked out by Su Yuya. Get down! Shu Ya's growls sounded from the playground, and he immediately crouched down in a whirlwind. Wang Peng, who was beside him, was convinced of his words, and with little hesitation, he directly clasped his head with both hands and fell to the ground. Shu Ya, you actually sneak attacked me. Liao Wei's body rolled twice on the ground, his chi and blood churning as he climbed halfway up, while his mouth was filled with shock and anger. But before he could finish his words, a terrifying pillar of light actually came crashing down from mid-air, like a laser, sweeping sharply and diagonally across the ground. The fiery energy melted the rubber floor of the playground. A long gully appeared above the playground, incinerating everything on top of it. Knock! Liao Wei's body, which had only climbed up, directly sat on the ground with his buttocks paralyzed, panic in his eyes. Just now, if Shuya hadn't kicked him out of the way, at this moment, he might have been incinerated by that pillar of light. Surging air currents blew up from around that gully, blowing the clothes of Su Yuya and Wang Peng, who were crouching low to the side. The unfortunate thing was that apart from the three of them, there was no one else around this pillar of light, causing no casualties. Shuya snapped his head up and looked in the direction from which the pillar of light had come. A huge body nearly 3 meters tall descended from the sky and violently stepped on top of the playground. It was a giant wolf with black fur all over its body. Its eyes were ferocious. Pitch black energy lingered around its body, and the wolf's mouth was wide open, with a little smoke surging in its mouth. In the center of its forehead, half of a purple crystal was buried, and at the moment, under the light, it faintly emitted a purple light, making it appear even more ferocious. Many people on the playground noticed the change, and after turning around and seeing the wolf, they all let out screams and shouts of terror. They scattered, running frantically in the direction away from the wolf, and the teachers of the major Awakened One academies who were originally sitting on the playground all jumped up in shock, ignoring the tables and chairs that were knocked over by them, and opened their mouths in horror. The Rock Realm's Void Beast, the Gang Wolves? How could a virtual beast appear here? They are from the Awakened One Academy though, but none were combatants or void hunters, and had little experience fighting void beasts. One of the teachers blushed profusely, but immediately crouched down and pressed his hand to the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines immediately rose underneath the imaginary beast's feet, entangling its 4 feet. After doing this, he immediately roared and opened his mouth, his voice spreading in all directions. This is a void beast of the Rock Realm. I can't stop it for too long. Everyone run! Why did the void beast appear here? Su also was very anxious in his heart at the moment. His brain turned rapidly. Those guys, did they fail to find the void demon? No. If that's the case, the one who attacked this place should be a void demon, not this astral wolf. Without undue hesitation, he directly grabbed the stunned Wang Peng from the ground and shouted at him. Run! Wang Peng only reacted at this moment, and immediately yelled, and ran out in the opposite direction. Su also didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he crossed that gully and came directly to a short distance away, grabbing Liao Wei, whose legs were weak, with one hand. What are you waiting for? Run! Liao Wei was originally still in a state of shock and aftermath. It was only at this moment that he finally came back to his senses under Shuya's growling voice. He stared at Shuya with wide eyes and a complicated expression on his face, finally pursing his lips and running towards the front with a stifled head. A void beast of the Rock Realm. The people here are definitely no match for it. Although Su also looked anxious, he was calm inside. The only thing they could do now was to take advantage of the gap between the astral wolves being bound and quickly escape, minimizing casualties as much as possible. At this moment, the students and the group of teachers from the Awakened One Academy were all scattering and fleeing, none of them daring to stay in front of this terrifying imaginary beast, just as Su was similarly ready to start escaping. Behind him, however, there was a sudden sharp cry. Xiao Yu, are you alright? Chapter 29, Incorrigible Idiot. Xiao looked back as well. In the midst of the scattered crowd, Tang Xiaowen crouched on the ground with an anxious face and helped her best friend beside her up. That girl Su also know. is in Tang Xiaowan's same class Nie Xiaoyu. The two are very close, almost every day stick together. However, at this moment, Nie Xiaoyu, full of panic, actually twisted her foot inadvertently for a moment and fell to the ground. Fear and terror flashed in her eyes, and she made several attempts to get up, but her body simply couldn't muster the slightest bit of strength. Ka chow, ka chow. The sound of vines breaking came from the distance. Su Yuya's pupils stared, and he soon noticed that the vine that had previously wrapped around the 4 feet of the astral wolf could no longer support its strength at the moment, and began to break inch by inch. Several boys who passed by Tang Xiaowan's eyes lit up slightly and headed in her direction, attempting to heroically save her. But at that moment, a terrifying wolf howl rang out from behind them. That sharp wave of sound directly caused their souls to fly out of the sky. At this moment, where did they care about saving the beauty of the heroes? All of them looked horrified and ran towards the front without looking back. In a matter of seconds, all the students behind Tang Xiaowan were all running in front of her. Many people fell straight to the ground because they panicked, but the people passing by would not even choose to assist them. They all braced themselves, not caring about their injuries, and continued to run forward. The only thing on almost everyone's mind at the moment was their own safety. Tang Xiaowan's body was constantly trembling, obviously very scared and terrified as well. At this moment, she was perfectly capable of leaving her best friend behind and escaping on her own. However, her gaze remained firm, and she grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm with all her might, trying to pick her up. Xiaoyu, hold on, let's run. Su also took in this scene in his eyes. A memory of a scene from 3 years ago was reflected in his eyes at this moment as if it had reappeared. Uncle, run up. Auntie, take your daughter and get out of here. Are you okay? Don't stop. The young girl in white dress, like an elf, kept weaving in and out of the crowd. Even though there was a terrifying monster approaching behind her, she didn't choose to run away alone, but kept helping everyone in front of her who was in trouble. Why are there so many idiots in the world? The flashback of memory passed by in a flash, and without saying a word, Shuya actually ran backwards against the crowd. He usually exercised, and his hands were quite athletic. Arriving in front of Tang Xiaowan in a few strides, Tang Xiaowan looked up, her expression trembling, somewhat incredulous that under such a crisis, there was still someone willing to come back and help her. Su also didn't say half a word more, pulling Tang Xiaowan up with one hand, and then lifting Nie Xiaoyu on the ground with a single tug. What are you waiting for? He growled at Nie Xiaoyu, who was still in fear. Run, don't look back, if you don't want to die, keep running even if your feet are broken. His roar hardened Nie Xiaoyu's sense of survival. She stood on the ground with immense reluctance, and with a shout under her breath, she actually stumbled forward. Who? The wolf's howl was getting closer and closer, and the Big Dipper wolf's huge figure crossed more than 10 meters in a few steps, leaving less than 20 meters away from the three of them. Tang Xiaowan looked deeply at Su Yuya, and in her heart, she also understood the crisis of the situation, so she quickly turned around, quickly grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm, and led her to run towards the front at a fast pace. Su also watched the two run up, and without half a hesitation, he directly ran in the other direction at a fast pace. In the blink of an eye, only the three of them were left in the entire schoolyard. The sound of the Big Dipper wolf's heavy footsteps on the ground was akin to an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble continuously. It shuttled rapidly on all 4 feet on the ground, and actually chased after it at an extremely fast speed. The wolf's eyes flashed, a bloodthirsty light flickering in its eyes, and it actually aimed directly in the direction of Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. The two of them turned pale, and both of their hearts jumped in fear when they sensed the surging air currents behind them. But at that moment, a sound of breaking wind rang out sharply. A half-slab fell straight into Gangwolf's face. You stupid bastard. Seo also stood and cursed out in the other direction, then ran off without looking back. The Big Dipper wolf let out a low growl, unable to endure this provocation, and even directly turned his body around, abandoning Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu, and rushed over in Su Yuya's direction. Shuya continued to weave his way under the gym equipment next to the playground and ran quickly in the direction of the school building. He was able to sense the raging air currents rushing behind him, but his face was cold, his right hand squeezing something tightly while his mind calculated the speed and distance. The gang wolf's speed was extremely fast and incomparable, and his entire body was like a runaway train, rushing across the playground. Those iron single and double bars were directly knocked away by it, scattering to the sides, and the speed did not decrease at all as it pounced on Su also. The top of Shuya's head was covered by shadows, and out of the corner of his eye, he was even able to see morose white fangs. Even at this distance, he could smell the fishy, incomparable odor from the Big Dipper wolf's mouth. Seeing that the fangs were about to hit him and bite his body to pieces, Shuya finally flashed his eyes and swung his fist down hard. In the center of his palm, a flash of white silk thread shuttled out rapidly, and even quickly connected to the broken bar that had been knocked away behind him. In the next moment, it was as if his body was being tugged, and he flew backwards with a speed faster than that of the astral wolf, devouring and biting down. The development of abilities is endless. With enough knowledge of their abilities, they can perform very different effects. Su also tested the ability of repair hands through the day, and what he was using at the moment was one of the effects. Use the object to which you have attached your energy as the point of origin for repair. Just now, as he was running, he had attached half of the bar to his own energy and removed half of one of the loose pieces of iron, and at the moment, after using his ability, he himself would be pulled by this half-iron piece back to the repaired bar. Knock! Shuya's body grabbed the bar and stumbled 2 steps backward, pulled by inertia. Not far away, the astral wolf, on the other hand, took a bite out of the air and turned around in time with a drift by stepping on the ground with all 4 feet. Afterward, his wolf mouth opened, and a beam of light actually shot out from his mouth, rushing straight in Shuya's direction. In the face of this attack of a purely energetic nature, Shuya was unable to avoid it, and a bitter smile actually appeared on his face as he muttered and whispered, "I never thought that I would do something as stupid as you. Looks like I'm a hopeless fool too." His eyes were calm, knowing that he couldn't avoid it. He actually met the attack that was about to fall with incomparable calmness, but at that moment, 3 streaks of red light flew from behind him, directly crashing into the spit released by the astral wolf. Immediately afterward, a familiar scolding cry rang out from behind him. "Don't dawdle, grab the bar in front of you." Chapter 30, Grade A Ability, Colosseum. This voice was incomparably familiar to Shuya. He didn't even think about it, he just gripped the bar in front of him as hard as he could. Immediately afterward, the sound of a ringing finger rang out from behind himself. The explosion was located directly in front of him and blew up, the terrifying airwave almost blowing Shuya's entire body away. If he hadn't grabbed the bar in time, I'm afraid he would have flown out at this moment. This sudden explosion caused the gang wolf to be very surprised as well, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. Shuya's arms went numb, and he didn't let go of them until the gusts of wind dispersed. "I didn't think that you, a thin-skinned fellow, would let yourself risk your own life in order to save someone." Fang Xin fell from the air and stood in front of Su also, and even laughed lightly. Today, she wasn't wearing that JK dress. Instead, she was wearing a long black coat and pants. It was slightly tight at the waist, outlining her figure, and was quite heroic in appearance. "You actually saw it." Shuya gasped slightly and spoke in a slightly breathless manner. "Yeah, I saw what happened here as early as a few hundred meters away. Good thing I caught up in time." Fang Xin's gaze pointed straight ahead, with the gang wolf's 4 eyes facing each other, his aura rising. "I do owe you thanks, though." "Thank me?" Seo was also a bit confused. "Yes." Fang Xin took a deep breath and actually pulled out a hair rope from her bosom and gently put it on her hand. "I want to thank you for not letting my promises fall through." The breeze blew her hair up and she smoothed her long hair up in the process, tying it into a ponytail so that it no longer swayed freely. Afterward, the battle intent in her eyes rose as she clenched her fists with both hands and staggered them back and forth, assuming a fighting stance. "From now on, I'll do everything I can to stop it and won't let anyone get hurt by it." Shu Ya, see clearly what a true void hunter really looks like. This valor caused Su Yuya to be a bit stunned, but he quickly changed his face slightly and shouted sharply, "Be careful, not far away." The astral wolf finally can't hold back. 4 feet a step, with horrible sound toward Fang Xin pounced. Su also faced slightly gloomy, toward the front, but found that Fang Xin does not move in the slightest, actually does not have any idea to dodge. "Are you crazy?" he cried out, trying to get Fang Xin to dodge the blow, but the corner of Fang Xin's mouth raised a smile. "Today's me, I don't need to be afraid of going naked." The next moment, a scene that shocked Shuya appeared, facing the pouncing astral wolf. Fang Xin actually directly flew up, using amazing speed to complete a roundhouse kick. Right foot heavily kicked in the astral wolf's face. The Big Dipper wolf's body stagnated for only half a second, and then that huge body was kicked straight out. Knock! Its body smashed onto the playground, a low howl escaping from its mouth, and then it quickly rolled over and rose up, a look of shock and anger flashing in its eyes. For his part, Su Yuya was dumbfounded and rather shocked as he looked at Fang Xin. Void hunters, they don't just rely on their abilities to fight. Fang Xin lightly landed on the ground and laughed out loud. The cultivation of physical arts is even capable of subverting the gap in the realm of abilities. She swept back a glance at Shuya and shouted in an undeniable tone, "Hurry up and get out of here. Don't stay here. Evacuate the school neighborhood as soon as possible so they..." Before she could finish her voice, she was interrupted by a deafening roar. The Big Dipper wolf opened its huge mouth and the sound shook the 8 directions. From beneath its feet, 4 clusters of black energy actually spread out like a tidal wave. In a few moments, these black energies, surprisingly, wrapped around the school, as if they had turned into an energy boundary. "This is..." Fang Xin's face revealed a shocked expression. "Grade A ability, Colosseum, void beasts actually have abilities as well?" Shuya's face changed slightly as he quickly looked around. At the moment, the school was wrapped in a half-sphere of black energy that covered the entire campus like a pot lid. Almost all of those teachers and students in the distance who were trying to leave the school were stopped by the energy. They impacted hard on top of the energy, but they were bounced off in droves, only to be faced with panic as they slapped the barriers in front of them. Except for a few people who escaped the campus before this boundary unfolded by virtue of their agile bodies or abilities, the rest of the 100 or so people were trapped in the school. According to the information and data, not only void beasts, but also void devils are all possessed of abilities. Fang Xin looked at the boundary that enveloped the surroundings with an incomparably grave expression. Class A ability, Colosseum, can envelop a certain range in a boundary? A domain law type ability. This field cannot be destroyed unless the person who casts the ability voluntarily disarms it, or the person with the ability dies. Otherwise, those located inside the Colosseum would never be able to escape out. This guy, trying to wipe out the school. Roar! The astral wolf turned its ability on, its right foot stomping heavily on the ground. Above the playground, a huge pit was immediately stepped out by him. The wolf's eyes flashed with a ferocious aura, staring at Fang Xin. Afterward, it violently stepped out, actually directly sprinted to the front of Fang Xin. So fast, Su Yuya's pupils shrank, clearly sensing that the Big Dipper wolf's speed had increased by a lot. Obviously, in the midst of this Colosseum, its speed and strength had increased. Knock! Although Fang Xin had protected his arms in front of his body in time, he was still sent flying out by a claw of the astral wolf. She flew through the air to stabilize herself, and with her right hand she flung out 3 fruit knives from her bosom, dropping them sharply in a zigzag pattern. Bang! The fire spread, and the blast of air covered the astral wolf's body. However, not even half a second later, a blazing beam of energy burrowed out of the airwaves and impacted towards the air. Fang Xin twisted her body in time, and the beam of light passed close to her body, accurately hitting on a school building behind her. Boom! A corner of the school building was directly shattered by this beam of light. The shattered school building exploded with quite a lot of debris, turning into countless hard stones falling downwards. There was an uproar coming from the students located near the school building, scattering in all directions in an uncontrollable panic. Stones fell from the sky, and one student couldn't dodge and fell to the ground with a pale face, looking at the top of his head in despair. Fortunately, a teacher of the Awaken 1 Academy reacted in time and shouted angrily. His figure actually became a few points larger, and he flew over, smashing this stone with a punch and saving this student. Fang Xin looked nervously into the distance until she was relieved after seeing the student being saved. But soon, she revealed her anger and turned to glare at Gang Wolf, who had stepped out of the smoke. How can I let you destroy this place with such abandon? As she spoke, she pulled out 4 yellow talismans from her bosom. She cupped the yellow talisman in her hand and threw it with force. The 3 yellow talismans shot out at once, flying down in 4 directions. She took out the last yellow talisman and pressed it hard against her foot. This time, without hesitation, she bit her fingertip and smeared her blood on top of the yellow talisman. Mirror World. Kai. Chapter 31. But Merry Christmas. The energy that rose up quickly wrapped the area circled by the 4 yellow talismans. A second later, the sound of the wolf howling disappeared in front of Shuya. The playground was silent, and the breeze blew through, seemingly hiding everything. The world in a mirror. It's that Bao from before. Shuya's face changed slightly, and he immediately reached out towards the front and touched it, but his palm was blocked by a transparent barrier. Looking back, the surroundings were still wrapped in black energy. Even though the astral wolf had been sent into the mirror world, its powers still loomed around it. Shuya's expression changed one after another, and in the end, after taking a deep look ahead, he still turned his head away. Can't waste the precious time Fang Xin bought for them. He wanted to see for himself if there was a way that he could crack the arena and allow the school crowd to leave successfully. The wind blows. The playground in the mirror world, like the real world, was full of traces of destruction by the astral wolves. Just at this moment in this side of the world, in addition to Fang Xin and the astral wolf, there is no one else. Woo! The black fur of the astral wolf danced continuously under the breeze, and a low growl escaped from its mouth. However, there was a slight disdain flickering in its eyes, not thinking for a second that the woman in front of it would be able to stop herself. Fang Xin also noticed at this moment that the explosion triggered by his previous use of his ability didn't seem to cause much damage to this astral wolf. Even though she and Gang Wolf were both at the rock realm, the gap in actual battle power was clearly present. Phew! Fang Xin gently pushed her bangs away from her eyes, let out a long breath, took out a bubblegum from her pocket and put it into her mouth. Half a second later, he skillfully spat a bubble out of the air. Snap! The bubbles gently burst, and Fang Xin also looked forward helplessly. I also don't know that in the future, there will still be a chance to chew bubblegum. Knock! The Big Dipper wolf's right foot stepped on the ground like a star-swallowing and moon-devouring vicious dog, and a terrifying sense of oppression emanated from all around him. Every time that huge body stepped on the ground, it was able to vibrate an air current, blowing the fake lawn of the playground to constantly rattle. From a distance, its nearly 3-meter-high body looks like a moving house. Now that I think about it, there's so much left to do. Fang Xin mumbled as if talking to himself while chewing bubblegum. I want to go south and see the ocean once, and I promised before that I would take Feather with me to the amusement park once, and the hot pot in Shuchang. I've been wanting to go there once in a while. It seems like it's been a long time since I've taken a vacation since I became this void hunter. They've always teased me before that I've never been in a relationship, and I've never had the chance to try. She scratched her hair in annoyance and vented as if complaining. Ugh, being a void hunter can be really hard work. Every day at 6 o'clock you have to get up and train. Usually not even a double break. After one mission, it won't take long to carry out the next mission. At this rate, it always feels like I'm going to age 10 years. The astral wolf dragged its claws irritably and stared at Fang Xin closely, seemingly having lost its patience. Fang Xin sensed this and finally took a deep breath with his eyes closed and took out a weirdly shaped stone from his bosom. It seemed to have been smelted from some special metal, with a pentagram-like shape, which happened to be able to be clasped in her palm with her 5 fingers. She looked towards Gang Wolf, smiled slightly, and spoke calmly, but being able to become a void hunter has been a dream of mine since I was a child. I can't fall down here easily, and I'm going to prove to that boy that the void hunters are not what he says they are. A fierce wind blew violently, shifting a leaf just enough to come between her and the astral wolf. The leaves fluttered gently and fell to the ground. In an instant, the man and the wolf, almost simultaneously, began to move. The astral wolf strength claws like wind. Flying speed slaps to Fang Xin. Claw wind will ground turn out 5 grooves. Crimson energy erupted in Fang Xin's body. She dodged away from the pounce of the astral wolf with a vertical leap, and came directly above this imaginary beast, her right hand wrapped in special metal, and pressed hard on its back. Her face, at the moment, was actually overflowing with a crazy smile. You know what? My ability, in addition to the material of the object, still boosts power, depending on the distance. A crimson light began to flash brightly and continuously in her palm, shining out as if it were the sun. The astral wolf, at this moment, actually sensed extreme danger, let out a low growl, and began to twist its body frantically in an attempt to shake Fang Xin off its back. However, Fang Xin grasped the hairs on its back and did not move, letting the light in his palm keep lighting up. It's not Christmas though, but, Merry Christmas, yay brother. Wang Peng's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Yuya, who had appeared from the direction of the playground, and he rushed up with a shout. His voice was agitated and filled with worry for Xiaoya. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shuya spoke calmly, a touch of softness appearing in his eyes as he patted his shoulder. Shuya, another figure approached. Liao Wei actually came to him once again, his face full of complexity. After half a second had passed, he actually bent down violently and spoke in a solemn voice. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have been long ago. That, also brother has gone. Wang Peng interrupted Liao Wei, full of helplessness to look at the stupid big man in front of him. Liao Wei straightened up, so embarrassed that his ears burned. Brother Ye didn't save you because he wanted your thanks. Wang Peng shook his head calmly and looked at Su Yuya's back. He's just following his heart, that's all. Su also didn't see Tang Xiaowan and Ye Xiaoyu from amongst these. They seemed to have run in another direction and didn't appear here, facing the gang wolf's pursuit. A group of students and teachers scattered in all directions and had already spread out in all corners of the school. He didn't care about that. He just came straight to the edge of that coliseum, covering his hand with energy and touching it. With a flash of black energy, he instantly pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, the energy covering his palm being swallowed up almost instantly. Don't try it. A teacher of the Awakened One Academy, who was half crouching on the ground with his back against this barrier, murmured and spoke. Coliseum is a domain law type of ability. Unless a void hunter above the mountain realm is here, it is absolutely impossible to destroy this field in any form. He looked up at Su Yuya, and his eyes were actually filled with despair. In the middle of the Coliseum, that astral wolf's strength, speed, and even defense will all increase by at least 30%. That little void hunter girl from the rock realm is definitely no match for it. She's going to die. By the time she dies, we'll never be able to escape this cage either. We're screwed. Chapter 32, Yo, I'm here to save you. What did you just say? Shuya's complexion changed slightly as he stared closely at the teacher of the Awakened One Academy beside him and asked in a sharp voice. You're saying that the astral wolf, its speed and strength will increase by 30%? Yeah. The teacher scratched his head and whispered in despair beyond words. I specialize in ability data at the academy, based on the data of awakened people who had appeared before and possessed the ability of Coliseum. the Colosseum of the Rock Realm. The increase is about 30%. Oh no! That had actually hid the extent of its increase. Shuya's face changed drastically as he turned his head in the direction of the playground. Earlier, after the Big Dipper Wolf had exerted his ability, although his speed and power had accelerated, in Shuya's judgment, it had only increased by 10% at most. But if it's true that the power that guy can increase is 30% like this teacher said, this suggests that the Astral Wolf has been hiding something. Let me ask you, is there a big gap between a Void Hunter and a Void Beast of the same rock realm? He crouched down and without any semblance of politeness, he began questioning this teacher as if he were questioning. The teacher didn't care about his attitude either, and just murmured and spoke. The division of realms is only related to one's own energy, but when it comes to actual combat, Void Beasts will far exceed the strength and speed of an awakened of the same realm because of their size. Unless there is some being with extremely strong physical skills, or their own abilities are extremely destructive. Otherwise, it would be difficult for an awakened of the same realm to fight a Void Beast alone. It is for this reason that Void Hunters are divided into Void Hunting teams, precisely to match each other's abilities in order to go hunting Void Beasts. That girl, she's going to die. Shuya stood up with a grim expression on his face, finally realizing the severity of the situation. Just now Fang Xin showed a cloudy and light appearance, and even seemed to have a back and forth with that Astral Wolf, but in reality, she must be able to perceive the terror of the Astral Wolves. Plus, the Big Dipper Wolf was incredibly cunning, and even hid the power it had increased. This way down, Fang Xin will surely be trapped. In his mind, quickly surfaced Fang Xin just blocked in front of him, that look of bravery and fear of death. Shuya, see clearly what a true Void Hunter really looks like. What a true Void Hunter. What a fool. Shuya quickly stood up, the remaining hesitation in his eyes instantly dispersing, and actually turned his head towards the playground without saying a word. After that scene 3 years ago, he didn't want to see any more tragedies happen in front of his eyes. Hey, brother Ye! Wang Peng noticed his movements. His face changed slightly, and he immediately shouted loudly, but Shuya's figure didn't pause for a moment and disappeared sharply out of sight. The teacher who had just squatted on the ground muttered and looked at the distant Shuya, while deep shock and incomprehension flashed in his eyes. This kid, does he want to go to his death? What can he, a high school student who has only just awakened, do with a Void Beast that even a Void Hunter of the Rock Realm can't deal with? But for some reason, a ripple went through his heart, and as if driven by Shuya's courage, he trembled and stood up from the ground. Maybe, there's something else I can do. Dang! The ponytail tied at the back of her head came apart from the violent impact. Fang Xin's silhouette, like a cannonball flying out backwards, directly blasted into the ground. The dirt of the playground shattered and cracked in spiderweb-like fissures from her body. This guy, he's actually hiding his power. Fang Xin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Half of his body was dyed red with blood, while his eyes flashed with deep shock. She could even feel that at least 3 of her ribs were broken. At this moment, her entire right arm was bloodied and battered, as if it had endured a violent explosion, becoming charred and blackened, and drooping helplessly at her side. She rose from the ground with incomparable reluctance, her entire body staggering, while her eyes flickered with a touch of unwillingness. Not far away, the hissing sound of the Astral Wolf rushed in as a wave of sound, and its huge body had become scarred at the moment. On its back, as if it had been blown through, a bloodstain appeared, coloring its fur red. However, it was still alive and well, while the wolf's eyes flickered with a bit of sinister and cunning. In order to the other side Xin caused this fatal blow, it deliberately hid the power of its own increase, only for just this blow. I didn't realize that it took an explosion at that close range to do so little damage to it. Fang Xin staggered in place, nearly being blown over by the sound wave. She silently looked ahead, the corner of her mouth hooked into a bitter smile, her chest rising and falling as she frantically gasped for air. Looks like I'm going to fall down here. The feeling of resignation that filled her chest almost set her on fire. Obviously, I've promised the senpai to protect everyone here. The Astral Wolf adjusted itself and began to charge in her direction. She clenched her teeth fiercely, and with her still intact left hand, she threw the red ore in her palm toward the front. She then not so skillfully snapped her fingers with her left hand. The red ore suddenly exploded into a red mist in the air. This red blood ore was the last weapon she had on her. The might caused by detonating it clearly also caused the gang wolf to suffer a considerable amount of injuries, and with a low roar, his body tumbled backwards. It was injured by the explosion, but it was still alive and fierce. But the airwave caused by the violent explosion. But Fang Xin already standing unsteady figure, directly blow down to the ground. She rose from the ground once more, and even though her legs had begun to tremble by now, she kept her lips tightly pursed as she looked ahead. I told you, I'm going to protect everyone here, never let you take another step forward. Hesitation flickered in her eyes before she finally placed her palm on her chest. Crimson energy flickered in her palm. This is the final move of Christmas gift. Parting gift. Once activated, she was able to transform herself into the final bomb. Its power, 10 times that of an ordinary bomb. As long as the distance was sufficient, the power was enough to blow through the entire body of the astral wolf. At this moment, the color of madness actually flickered in her eyes. Even if I give you this life, I will never let you leave here. The gang wolf tumbled up from the ground, and his body was suddenly covered with many more wounds. In its eyes, it revealed anger. Once again 4 feet on the ground, rushing toward Fang Xin. Fang Xin looked straight ahead, silently calculating the distance. Her left index finger and thumb were pressed together, ready to snap her fingers. The Big Dipper wolf, on the other hand, didn't notice this difference in the slightest and continued to charge forward regardless. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, Fang Xin's sight was fixed in front of her, waiting for the astral wolf to step out the last meter. She would unleash her ability and die with it. But just at that moment, a whisper, suddenly sounding as if it came from another world, suddenly rang out. About here? Wow! The air shattered as if it were a mirror, and a piercing sound spread in all directions. The astral wolf's 4 feet violently stepped on the ground, stopping sharply. Fang Xin also stopped moving, looking to the side incredulously. Right in the middle of the two sides, Su also held a broken sword in his hand, ruthlessly shattered the mirror, and his figure suddenly appeared. He just stood in the middle of this gap, his mouth panting slightly from the intense running, but after seeing Fang Xin, he revealed a smile. Yo, I'm coming to save you. Chapter 33. Even if the sky is broken, I can still fix it. At this moment, not only Fang Xin, even the gang wolf was showing a dumbfounded look, not thinking that someone would insert themselves into this battle. What are you doing here? No, how did you get in here? Fang Xin's face changed several times, looking incredulously at the vicinity of the gap. Get out of here. It's not something you can handle. Right at this moment, the astral wolf suddenly bit out, charging towards the location of the two. Under this distance, Fang Xin didn't dare to use farewell gift, otherwise it would surely affect Su as well. She clenched her teeth and threw something forward. A transparent barrier instantly opened up and covered the astral wolf. The Big Dipper wolf slammed into the barrier with such force that it was unable to break out for a while. You hurry up and leave. This is the artificial jade treasure, sealing shield, that my brother gave me. It can only block it for a minute at most. Fang Xin spoke quickly. You leave here now. I have ways to deal with him. And, you're preparing to unleash some sort of homoerotic move that doesn't want to spread to me, right? Seo also stepped through the gap without hesitation. Soon, the broken mirror behind him was mended at an extremely fast speed. Wreck losing the place. You know you're still. Fang Xin incredulously looked at Su Yuya, who stepped into the world of the mirror and stood in front of him. I want to apologize to you. Shuya quietly looked at the struggling gang wolf in front of him, holding the broken sword in his right hand as he spoke faintly. For some reasons, I have some prejudice against the group of void hunters. I've always thought that most of the people this world is filled with are refined self-interested people. Even with extraordinary abilities, the hollow hunters who fight to protect the people are no different in my opinion. Even they will pay more attention to their lives after they have status and fame. The reason for fighting the void beasts and void devils is also just to enhance one's status and reputation. In the event of danger, they will be the first to choose to save their lives. But I honestly didn't expect that you would fight to the death to protect the students of this school to this extent. His calm expression and words and stoic eyes had no thoughts of leaving the place. The astral wolves continuously impacted the barrier, and in just a few seconds, many cracks had already appeared on top of the barrier. At this moment, the astral wolf was imprisoned in the sealing shroud, unable to get out. But his and Fang Xin's attacks were equally unable to affect the astral wolf in the shroud. As Shuya spoke calmly, the broken sword in his hand grew brighter and brighter, building up the energy within him. As void hunters, it is our duty to protect civilians. This is also my childhood dream and have worked hard for it until today. Fang Xin looked at Shuya's back and spoke through clenched teeth. I will prove to you that the void hunters are never what you see. 3 years ago, the group of guys you met in Haichang by no means represented the majority of void hunters. She took a step forward and bellowed, "Get out of my way. This is a fight between me and it. You have no reason to interfere." She had also already built up her strength, only waiting for the astral wolf to break free of the sealing shield. Then she would pour out her entire body's strength and give it a fatal blow. As a void hunter, with hundreds of civilians behind her, she must not back down. It seems that you have investigated me. Shuya didn't back off. Instead, he continued to speak calmly and incomparably. 3 years ago, by some coincidence, I met a girl. She's vivacious, cheerful, innocent, naive enough to think the world is full of sunshine, and just hopelessly stupid. And this fool's dream is to become a void hunter. In the 3rd month I met her, because of a lost bet. She and I traveled next door to see an art show. But coincidentally, There was a sudden intrusion of an imaginary beast into that show that day. In the face of the terrifying void beast, everyone was running away, and there were a dozen or so people that were swallowed by that void beast right in front of me, but she was the only one who was constantly running between the crowds, helping those who appeared to be in trouble and had difficulty escaping. Fang Xin looked ahead in a daze and clenched his fists. These are elements that are not present in the material. It was precisely for this reason that she was also more able to understand the anger in Shuya's heart, and the reason why she was so prejudiced against the Void Hunters. Su also had a calm expression on his face as he just continued to narrate. In the end, facing the approaching Void Beast, she chose to push me out, and herself was half bitten by that Void Beast, and it was at this point that several Void Hunters suddenly struck out and killed that Void Beast. They have been lurking among the crowd, watching the masses being swallowed by the Void Beasts and doing nothing about it. It wasn't until that idiot stepped forward and caused a 1-second pause in the Void Beast's movements that they took the opportunity to strike and decapitate the Void Beast. The reason for all of this is simply because they want to wait for the opportunity to kill the Void Beast and gain merit, even going so far as to watch the people they're supposed to be protecting be swallowed up by that Void Beast for that reason. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes at the mention of this memory, but he quickly suppressed it, and the last words of that idiot, who eventually collapsed in my arms were, "Sioya, look, did I just look like a Void Hunter?" Fang Xin's body trembled slightly, breathing heavily, and a trace of intolerance and anger flashed in his eyes. She couldn't imagine that among the Void Hunters, whom she considered to be sublime and incomparable, there would be such selfish and self-interested people. But Shuya's voice, however, continued to come from in front of her. I never thought that the Void Hunters, who were so lofty and incomparable in her eyes, were anything worth pursuing, yet I see a bit of her in you. If she were still alive, maybe she would have done what you did today and stood up for the people she wanted to protect. The barrier sealing the astral wolves was almost covered in cracks and shaking, and it looked like it would not be able to hold up. The Big Dipper wolf continuously growled lowly, its body poised for action, and was preparing to destroy the barrier in one fell swoop, devouring and killing the two people in front of it. Get out of the way. Don't stay here. Fang Xin noticed Gang Wolf's movements and his expression became more and more anxious. The only thing that could stop Gang Wolf now was her last, parting gift. But Shuya was standing in front of her, and she simply couldn't use this last card. I used to think that fools like you couldn't survive in this treacherous world. However, Shuya remained calm and unperturbed, not the slightest bit alarmed by the barrier's impending shattering. But maybe there should be more idiots like you in this world. He raised the broken sword in his hand flatly, pointing it at the Big Dipper wolf in front of him from afar, while his eyes were bursting with intense battle intent. All of the energy that had been continuously gathering as he spoke erupted at this moment, and a strong energy fluctuation emanated from the top of the sword. Only at this moment did Fang Xin notice the broken sword, revealing an unexpected look. This is the fluctuation of Jubo? That's what you use to break into the mirror world. But soon, her face changed slightly and she cried out sharply, "The broken sword in your hand is a crippled Jubao. It can't exert any power at all. Quickly dodge. That astral wolf is not something you can handle." The Big Dipper wolf let out a low growl and broke through the barrier, finally darting towards Shuya. Yet a white light wrapped around the broken sword in Shuya's hand, and the light seemed to be mending the other half of the sword, stretching upwards. At the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation surged out from this broken sword. Forgot to tell you. Shuya gripped the sword in his hand with both of his hands, and the raging air currents rushing in front of him blew his hair and clothes sharply backward, revealing his calm but with a hint of madness eyes. My ability is called Repairing Hands. If the conditions are sufficient, even if the sky is broken, I can fix it too. Chapter 34 Jade Treasure Ancient Night. A day ago, Potter's World. This is... Pot Old Man was shocked beyond belief as he looked at the bronze ancient sword that extended out of Shuya's hand, not expecting that Shuya would be able to restore this ancient object. Not only that, the energy remaining in this ancient sword, at this moment, even accompanied by the repair, began to rapidly expand, emitting a violent energy fluctuation. Indeed, Shuya's face turned slightly white as the energy in his body was drained close to 80% by this ancient sword, but his eyes burned, and by this act he confirmed the suspicion in his mind. The characteristic of the repair hand is to fix, mutilated, into, whole. Conceptually speaking, a crippled Jueba naturally has the effect of being able to be repaired to, complete. Holding the bronze ancient sword in his hand, he could clearly sense the energy contained within the sword. Elder Pot, I still remember you mentioning that every Jubao contains a special ability, right? That's right. Elder Pot looked at the bronze ancient sword in amazement and nodded his head in response. These abilities are similar to those of an awakened person, but they are not limited by the energy realm. The effect and strength of the ability is only related to Jakubo itself. Then can you perceive the effects of the abilities of this ancient bronze sword? It's fine. Pot Old Man's expression became odd as he looked straight at Suyuya. But little friend, I have two things to remind you of. The first thing is that this sword was once a fragment of some kind of powerful jade treasure, just like the 9 lives pot, but its origin has been almost completely broken, and it can't return to its peak state. Perhaps holding it will lead to some unnecessary trouble for you, but even so, it can be quite effective under your restoration. Well, what about the second thing? Shuya nodded slightly, indicating that he could accept this matter. Well, Pot Old Man looked oddly at the sword in Shuya's hand and slowly spoke. The second thing, on the other hand, facing the darting astral wolf, Suyuya's gaze was fixed, and the bronze ancient sword in his hand had already been repaired. The sword was heavy, but he was able to swing it normally after injecting energy into it. His left hand flew towards the top of the astral wolf's head and flung out half a tile, and immediately launched his repair hand in a whirlwind. The other half of the tile in his palm immediately connected with the tile in the air. The white threads made of energy pulled Shuya toward the air in a hurry. The D-rank ability of repairing hands, surprisingly, displayed a very magical effect in his hands. Fang Xin looked incredulously at Suyuya's movements, her beautiful eyes blinking, her heart shocked. Is this really a D-rank ability, repair hand? Why is he so flexible in using it? In common knowledge, most of the D-rank abilities only had auxiliary functions, and very few people were able to utilize them so flexibly in combat as Shuya did. The Big Dipper Wolf's flying lunge almost grazed Shuya's body. Under the pull, Shuya flew to mid-air, and the tiles in his hands became whole again. The Big Dipper Wolf, on the other hand, was incomparably nimble as it spun around on the ground with all 4 of its feet for a week, turned its head, and then spewed out spit towards Shuya. Blazing white beams of energy erupted from its mouth, closing in on Shuya almost instantly. However, Shuya was unable to dodge because he was in mid-air, and in turn, he put himself in danger. Be careful. Fang Xin's heart all seemed to be gripped tightly at this moment. Looking at Suyuya, who was about to be hit by the spitting breath, he exclaimed and opened his mouth, but Shuya's face had a smile on it. He casually threw out the tiles in his palm, gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and swung it downward with force. Immediately afterward, amidst Fang Xin's shocked gaze, Su also went so far as to hold his sword in both hands, chopping that spit away from the center, his body being pulled by gravity, chopping all the way back down to the ground. The spit that he chopped away transformed into 2 impacts that crashed on top of the building behind him, instantly exploding countless rubbles. Surprisingly, it cut off that spitting breath. Fang Xin muttered and opened his mouth, but his eyes were focused on the bronze ancient sword in Shuya's hand. This tattoo, she observed the lines of the ancient bronze sword, but a picture she once saw in a textbook suddenly flashed in her mind. How is this possible? Jakubo, ancient knight? Wasn't this shattered by the Void Devil in the middle of the war 200 years ago? So this guy is called Ancient Knight. Shuya's ears twitched slightly, hearing Fang Xin's whisper, and smiled faintly. According to Old Man Pot, this sword was once an extraordinary jade treasure as well. It is quite normal to be able to be recorded in the information. He didn't pause after landing, directly double feet a little, actually contrary to the norm. Flying towards the astral wolf rushed. When the Big Dipper Wolf saw his spit being chopped off, a look of shock and anger appeared in his eyes as well. Immediately see even a perverse. Towards their own rapid rushing Su also, it immediately felt like he was belittled. Right palm like the wind to slap. Its beast claws were wrapped in its own energy and hard, with enough confidence to slap the human in front of it to pieces. Among the records in the history books, Fang Xin looked ahead with unblinking eyes and muttered lowly under his breath. Jakubo, Ancient Knight, the ability attached to itself is the S-rank ability, Curfew Break, and its effect is, faced with the fierce beast's claws, Suyuya's eyes moved slightly, holding his sword with both hands and chopping upwards. But, amidst the horrified gaze of the gang wolf, its right paw, after touching the ancient lantern, was actually chopped off instantly as if it were tofu being chopped by a chopper, revealing a flat and incomparable incision that flew high into the air. At the same time, Fang Xin's whisper only finally fell. Nothing is indestructible. Nothing is unbreakable. Possesses the power of absolute defense breaking. Roar. It was at the same time that the astral wolf let out a deafening hiss. The broken place of its beast's claw was like a fountain gushing out roiling blood. Shuya, however, had a sharp gaze and continued to charge forward with hardly any pause. In front of Ancient Knight, there was no defense that he couldn't break through. Because of this, even if he was holding a crippled, Ancient Knight, he was able to easily tear apart the world in the mirror and break into it. It was also because of this that the seemingly hardened wolf's claws were chopped off by him as if he were chopping and slicing. The eyes of the Big Dipper Wolf flashed with deep scorn, and in the face of the sword that could cut through everything, it actually didn't dare to attack with its body again. Instead, it jumped on all 3 legs and leapt towards the back. Afterward, its wolf head flung out, and 3 tiny black awns actually flew out of its mouth, taking on an inverted triangular shape as it rushed towards Shuya. Faced with this sudden change in attack, Shuya's face changed slightly. he judged almost instantly that he would not be able to block all 3 attacks. In that case, his eyes stared blankly as he immediately made a decision, and he actually continued to charge forward without slowing down in the slightest. Then don't block it. Chapter 35, 5 Seconds of Life and Death Extreme. Pust. Shuya's shoulders were instantly pierced through by those 2 black auras, and 2 bloody holes appeared. The black aura directly below him, on the other hand, was cut off by him with the ancient knight. He let out a muffled grunt, his figure trembling slightly, but his speed did not decrease at all as he continued to charge forward. The sharp pain from both shoulders traveled through his body, and blood gurgled from them. However, his movements did not pause for a moment as he leapt up and chopped at the gang wolf with his sword. The gang wolf also seemed to have not expected that someone would charge in front of him in such a way that would eat his attacks hard. It revealed a look of anger, and the pain of its broken claw caused it to lose some of its sanity as well. Slapping at Shuya's body with a swing of its left claw, the claw covered Shuya's body and continued to close in. At this moment, Shuya seemed to be too late to turn his sword around to block. However, his gaze was fixed straight ahead, and then he actually threw out a scabbard from his arms and flung it into the air. Anything that is recognized as one can be repaired. Repair hand instantly launched. He was actually hard driven by the ancient curfew in his hand, in the air to draw a curve close to 100 degrees. Towards the top of the head of the astral wolf flew. The gang wolf's attack once again fell short, but Su also took advantage of this gap and was carried by the ancient curfew in his hand and inserted into the scabbard. However, this scabbard was originally prepared for broken swords, and its length and size simply could not accommodate the repaired ancient curfew. Thus the scabbard was almost instantly chopped off by the blade, splitting in half and falling to the sides. 5 seconds left. Shuya's face was stony, but his mind had been calculating the time. In his mind, the words spoken by Old Man Pot that day still echoed. This second thing, on the other hand, is, D-rank abilities have a ceiling after all. Together with your energy realm today, it's barely a stone realm. This also means that even if you were able to repair this bronze ancient sword into a complete jaded treasure, in a minute at the most, the energy you've attached to it will dissipate and it will revert back to this crippled form. And the energy in your body can only support you to recover it once in a short period of time, so you mustn't rely on it too much, and cherish this minute. 55 seconds had passed since he had restored the ancient knight. Shuya had been silently calculating the time in his mind. After all his years of practice, this time would never be off by half a second. It was also because of the time constraints that he would rather eat the attack the hard way and close in on the top of this astral wolf's head. Roar! The gang wolf's entire body was filled with a sense of crisis. His fur standing on end, sensing extreme danger, it let out a roar, and the tail behind it actually flung itself like a whip, slapping at Shuya's body. Ahem! Su also spat out blood from his mouth. His body was off balance, and he was actually slapped out of the air, and his eyes revealed a touch of horror. Oh no! Carelessness! 100 secrets are not enough. And the astral wolf was no different from a wolf in both form and attack pattern, and he subconsciously treated it as a canine-like creature. Canines differ from cats in that the tail is usually used for exchanging information and maintaining balance, and is not flexible. Combined with the fact that the astral wolves had never used their tails before, he hadn't considered that the astral wolves were still capable of using their tails to attack. The astral wolves had been hiding this bit of information, but it came out of nowhere and worked like a charm. At this moment, Shuya's chest felt like it was hit by a car, dull and boring. His brain nearly lost consciousness, and his body flew uncontrollably to one side. 4 seconds to. He endured the excruciating pain and hardened his consciousness back, not having time to look back at the blunder, but making quick remedies, barely adjusting his stance. He grabbed the ancient curfew in his hand with all his might and desperately threw it towards the head of the astral wolf. Ancient knight shuttled rapidly through the air towards the head of the Big Dipper wolf. 3 seconds. Under this distance, the wolf pupil of the Big Dipper wolf shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, and even suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of energy condensed in its mouth. 2 seconds. Cough. Shuya's body fell heavily from the air, and the impact of his descent caused his injuries to worsen, and he coughed out blood from his mouth once again, but he rolled smoothly on the ground, doing his best to tilt his head back and look ahead. After seeing the energy-like mass in the Big Dipper wolf's mouth, his face changed drastically, and a sense of uneasiness permeated his entire body. Under this distance, Ancient Knight will not be able to completely cut through this attack and will be sent flying by the energy impact. He gripped the fake grass of the playground with all his might, resignation flashing in his eyes. 1 second to go. Is it too late? Even though he had fought desperately to this point, he still couldn't ignore this gap above the realm. Ancient Knight was still flying forward at a rapid speed, but the attack from the Big Dipper wolf's mouth had already built up as well. A flash of viciousness appeared in its eyes, already determined to tear those two humans apart after sending this broken sword flying. And just at this critical juncture, the two stones even transformed into two red trajectories in the air. inserting themselves between Gu Xiao and Gang Wolf. Su also quickly turned his head, only to see Fang Xin maintaining the posture of throwing something, his eyes flashing red, and snapping his fingers as hard as he could. Boom! A stone exploded in the mouth of the astral wolf, and surging energy fluctuations surged out, actually hardening the energy light mass accumulated in the wolf's mouth and blowing it apart. White smoke came out of the mouth of the astral wolf, as if it had blown up its chamber in a bloody mess. It revealed a look of shock and anger. Its afterglow swept towards Fang Xin, its heart filled with anger. It could not wait to bite this human woman to pieces. However, the airwave of that close-range explosion also swept the ancient knight in mid-air, and even spun and flew backwards, not continuing to fall. The joy that had just sprung up in Su Yuya was suddenly extinguished as if it had been poured with cold water, but in the next breath, the sound of ringing fingers came once again to his ears. The second stone thrown by Fang Xin, the landing point even happened to appear in the ancient knight flying out diagonally above. At this moment, under her detonation, the stone exploded, and the ancient curfew was instantly swept by the wave of explosive air again, spinning and chopping towards the bottom at an even faster speed. The Big Dipper wolf raised its head in disbelief, and in its pupil, the ancient sword spun rapidly, zooming rapidly in its pupil. At this rate, it's too late. Su also showed excitement on his face and clenched his fists, and the fire of hope that had been extinguished earlier raged once again. And just then, the lavender crystal that had been buried in the top of the gang wolf's head suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. Purple light shone in mid-air, almost coloring the sky purple. Subsequently, a violent energy fluctuation actually erupted out from this gem. Purple light converged on top of the gang wolf's head, vaguely transforming into a human figure. Immediately afterward, an indulgent loud laugh actually came out from this silhouette's mouth. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you guys get here, I'll have recovered from my injuries and slaughtered these schools to death. If you don't want your life, come after me, Mr. Captain. The sound came from far away, as if it was approaching its speed from a great distance. The silhouette also quickly coalesced, and a man dressed in black actually appeared out of thin air and stood on top of the gang wolf's head. With a smug grin on his face, he looked around, observing the surroundings. But soon, the wind gusted in his ears. Look up! A spinning and falling bronze ancient sword actually flew in his direction at an extremely fast speed. What is this? The man's smile froze and his voice ended abruptly. Next moment, in mid-air, a dead wolf's head flew high in the air, as well as a broken arm. Blood splatter. Chapter 36. If you don't want to die, come after me. 10 minutes ago, urban village in the west of the city. A world of mirrors. The black energy that spread throughout the sky transformed into a sphere that wrapped everything. Hui Yen and Xia Li were heavily injured, both leaning against the ruins and panting slightly, looking ahead incredulously. Is this the power of a mountain realm void demon? Not too terrifying, Hui Yen muttered and opened his mouth, a trace of fear rising in his heart for no reason. Compared to those battle-hardened members of the Void Hunting Team, they had only joined the Void Hunting Team 5 for 3 months, and this was the first time they had encountered a mountain realm void demon head-on. Do the other hollow hunting teams fight monsters like this on a regular basis? A trace of staunchness surged on Xia Li's cool face, but a strong unwillingness flashed in her eyes. As Nightmare said, the abilities that she and Gui Yen were so proud of were unable to even assist in the middle of this battle, and they even needed the senior's distraction to protect them. Just when the two hearts were in despair, a light blue light shadow, as if it was an aurora borealis that tore open the black curtain, arrived abruptly from the distance, only to see Cao Sha holding a light blue longsword in his hand. The sword transformed into an extremely long and incomparable swordlight, which unexpectedly tore apart this black energy, causing the moonlight to shine down again. The mirror world will freeze time as it unfolds, so even though the real world is bright as day, it's still late at night here. Cao Sha's gaze was calm, his figure was like the wind, the blue robe behind him hunting, and in a few seconds of effort, he chopped up all the black energy around him. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was like a star emitting light, becoming the only focus in this world. It's over. Nightmare! Cao Sha roared, and the long sword in his hand chopped down with force. The night sky seemed to be torn apart, and a figure was actually forced out by him, falling directly to the ground, unable to move by the point of the sword blade. Cough dash this time. Nightmare could no longer maintain his previous calmness, and the intense collision of energies tugged at the injuries in his body, causing him to cough out a large mouthful of blood. Not bad for Mr. Captain. Nightmare wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and in this moment of life-threatening danger, he surprisingly maintained that demeanor. He gently stood up, but the blade of Cao Sha's sword was always pointed at his head, as his body slowly raised up. At this moment, Cao Sha's body was also heavily injured, and the energy fluctuations on his body were several points weaker than earlier. But even so, he remained resolute and stared at Nightmare with unblinking eyes. This S-rank ability, Blade and Sword Graveyard, is truly extraordinary. Nightmare's face turned slightly white as he smiled gently and looked towards Xiao Sha, summoning different swords randomly with one's own energy, of which there is even a probability of summoning jaded treasures as well as ancient weapons. This sword in your hand is considered a jade treasure of extraordinary power, isn't it? In order to summon this blue shadow, it did take me a lot of effort. Xiao Sha spoke calmly, but since it has been successfully summoned, there is only one thing that will happen to you. That's where I'll behead you. He gripped the blue shadow in his hand tightly, the sword trailing a light blue trail, constantly floating in the air, but it never fell. Why don't you drop your sword? Nightmare smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Sha. Are you worried that I've performed an ability on you without your knowledge? The smile on his face continued to enlarge in Xiao Sha's pupils. In the next moment, the silhouette in front of Xiao Sha's eyes was in a trance, and it actually turned into Gui Yan's terrified appearance. Senior, wake up, it's me, don't kill me, that guy's behind you. The sword in Xiao Sha's hand only hesitated for a split second before instantly chopping downward. Put! Right in front of him, Gui Yan's shoulder was chopped by the sword blade, and a mist of blood was splattered out. He let out a low growl from his mouth, but his face quickly changed and reverted back to his nightmare form. His shoulder was chopped by Xiao Sha's blade, and even though he used energy to protect his body in time, he was still cut with a wound. I didn't expect you to be able to chop the sword down without any hesitation. Nightmare's eyes became a bit gloomy as he looked at Xiao Sha with some incredulity. Aren't you worried that I really have already performed my ability on you, and that the person you're about to decapitate in front of you is a member of your team? That Gui Yan kid, although he's usually quite out of tune, at times like this, he won't beg for mercy from me like you. Xiao Sha pulled his sword out with force, while his mouth whispered calmly, if it was really him, he would have voluntarily allowed himself to be injured, thus allowing me to judge the true situation. Next sword, it won't chop crookedly anymore. After confirming that the person in front of him was none other than Nightmare, Xiao Sha no longer hesitated and swung the long sword in his hand to chop down rapidly. At this moment, however, another trance passed before his eyes. The scenery around them changed rapidly, as if they had appeared in the middle of a forest, and in front of him were four men with serious injuries and mutilated limbs, dressed in the same blue robes as Xiao Sha's. They dragged their mutilated bodies and turned their bodies in unison, while their faces showed a resentment-like expression. Xiao Sha, why did you abandon us? The moment he saw the four of them, Xiao Sha was struck by lightning, and his emotions, which had always been calm, instantly boiled over at this moment. You asshole! Bang! The image in front of his eyes instantly shattered as the blue shadow in Xiao Sha's hand slashed through a blue sword mark and chopped hard on the ground. With a loud boom, the ground that was touched by his sword blade instantly cracked open a long rift towards the front. Taking advantage of his pause for a breath, Nightmare actually drew back and dodged, drilling to the other side. A strange smile appeared on his face as he laughed loudly. Sure enough, painful memories will always cause emotional swings in you weak humans. So much for boring games. I think my pet, at this moment, should have the situation under control. He slid his feet on the ground and stabilized himself, looking at Xiao Sha, who was full of anger and was rapidly chasing towards him, but calmly and incomparably. He took out a mauve-colored gemstone from his bosom and pinched it with force. A purple barrier instantly rose up and wrapped his body. The blue shadow in Xiao Sha's hand chopped hard on top of this purple barrier, but it was blocked and could not advance an inch. This is Jaded Treasure, Purple Influence Spin. He opened his mouth in shock, but he didn't expect that in the hands of this void demon, there would be such a rare Jubao. But soon he thought of something and his expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the other piece of Purple Influence Spin is on that gang wolf? Nightmare's figure was wrapped in purple light, and this purple barrier, at this moment, even began to become illusory and transparent, as if it was going to take his figure away from this mirror world. Quickly, leave the mirror world and rush to the third middle school. Fang Xin, she is in danger. Xiao Sha turned his head and shouted angrily at Gui Yan Xiaoli, his expression actually unprecedentedly anxious. Nightmare, on the other hand, looked at the angry and anxious Xiao Sha and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you guys get here, I'll have recovered from my injuries and slaughtered these schools to death. If you don't want your life, come after me, Mr. Captain. The sound gradually became farther away, and Nightmare's figure, even directly under the guidance of this purple light, disappeared in place. The image in front of me changed rapidly. Nightmare beamed and appeared in a whole new world, but the next moment, there was a wind sound in his ears, and when he quickly raised his head, there was a cold light in front of him that was rapidly enlarging and flying down. What is this? Nightmare's smile froze and his voice ended abruptly. Chapter 37, a brand new ability, Boiling Blood. Put. Nightmare looked into the air incredulously. The bronze ancient sword that sped by spun and chopped down. His left arm wrapped in energy was cut off like tofu when touched by the blade and flew high into the air. And at his feet, the astral wolves hissed out a final wail, their cries ending abruptly. The wolf's head flew up and crashed to the ground along with his broken left arm. It wasn't until then that Nightmare finally saw the image in front of him. The sharp pain of a broken arm instantly spread through his body. He, who had been maintaining a gentlemanly, calm demeanor, finally hissed out with a scowl on his face, blood splattering. The large body of the Big Dipper wolf slammed heavily into the ground, bringing the Nightmare, which was above its head, to the ground, shaking the ground into a cloud of smoke, and the ancient curfew that rotated and chopped down. Almost at the moment when it severed the wolf's head, it flew and changed back to its original broken sword, directly disappearing into the ground and inserting into it. Su also and Fang Xin were full of confusion, looking at the sudden figure. With all their efforts, they barely managed to cut down the astral wolf. However, it was completely unexpected that under such circumstances, there was someone else who had intervened and suddenly appeared here. How dare you, you guys? Nightmare staggered to the ground, his right arm covering the place where his left arm was broken, stopping the bleeding by blocking the wound with energy. His entire face had become extremely distorted due to the pain. Even the injuries received from fighting that Void Hunting Team in the Void Realm were not as severe as this moment. Fang Xin noticed the fluctuations in Nightmare's aura, as well as the pitch-black colored gemstone in the middle of his brow, and immediately changed his face drastically, exclaiming incredulously, "This is that Void Demon? Why is he here? Where are the seniors and the others?" At the same time, the earphones she wore in her ears, a murmur suddenly came from them at the moment, followed by Chao Shao's urgent voice ringing out from them. "Fang Xin, that Void Demon used purple influence turn. Odds are it went to your side. Make sure you hold on. Just hold on for 10 minutes and we'll be." Snap! A black mango shot from the distance. Fang Xin instantly reacted to turn his head. The earphone in the ear was directly shattered, and his cheek was also cut by the airwave with a blood scar. Nightmare's eyes flashed with extreme anger. His right index finger gently lowered, and the energy of the mountain realm on his body rushed up to the sky. It was as if a mountain of momentum was coming down on them. Regardless of whether Fang Xin or Su also, at this moment, all feel shoulders heavy, as if facing a savage beast. Su Yuya's heart sank as his figure staggered up from the ground, his heart's joy of killing the astral wolf having long since vanished into thin air. One thing leads to another. His chest rose and fell violently, and his form was somewhat unsteady. The impact caused by the slaps from the Big Dipper wolf just now had caused great damage to him. The gang wolf was actually killed by you guys. Nightmare whimpered out in a voice full of anger, taking a step towards the front. With every step he took, Shuya felt the pressure on his shoulders grow 1 point heavier, but suddenly at this moment, there was a flash of light in his eyes, causing his entire body to be stunned in place as if he was under a fixation spell. This step was outside of my plan, but even if it dies, the Coliseum, maintained by the energy in its body, will still be able to last for 5 minutes. Nightmare took another step, and light black energy spread out from the soles of his feet. Only the sound of mirrors shattering could be heard in unison from all around. This sturdy and incomparable mirror world even shattered under the impact of his energy. Fang Xion's face turned white and his expression changed dramatically. The mirror world that was set up in haste is really not stable enough. She jerked her head toward the distance. The entire school was still wrapped in the black energy of the Coliseum. These 5 minutes are enough time for me to crush and stomp all of you ants. Between whispers, Nightmare had already appeared 2 meters away from Shuya. A mere waste human of the rock realm was able to sever my arm. He took a step, his right palm stabbing out like lightning, grabbing towards Su Yuya, who was stunned and motionless in his spot. Bang! A red aura came through sharply and exploded in the center of Nightmare's palm. All the airwaves from the explosion rushed in its direction, causing its entire body to be filled with smoke. Fang Xian stumbled and climbed up from the ground, enduring the pain in his body and gritting his teeth as he walked towards the side. I'm still here. How can I let you make a move on other people? At the same time, the loud sound of the explosion and the waves of air finally brought Shuya's consciousness back. He sensed Fang Xian's movements and immediately changed his face slightly, shouting urgently, "Don't come over, quickly dodge." Dang! A ball of black light rushed out from the smoke of the explosion, instantly hitting Fang Xian. Fang Xian was knocked away by the black light without any resistance, and his body smashed heavily on the outer wall of the school. The shock of the concussion caused her to vomit blood again, and her body slid limply down the wall. Unable to stand up for a moment, the gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust, and the Nightmare's ability to face Fang Xian straight on was unharmed. He didn't rush to kill Fang Xian. His gaze only rested on Su Yuya's body, while his eyes flashed with anger. My perfect plan was ruined by you, a brat from the stone realm. I want you dead. He flipped his palm and slapped it out, wrapping it in energy. In his opinion, this attack was enough to slap Shuya's entire body into pieces, but at that moment, a wisp of blood suddenly drifted into his nose. Shuya's palm, in fact, firmly clasped his wrist, stopping his attack in the air. At this moment, His whiskers and hair looked like they had exploded, and the blood in his entire body was evaporating rapidly as if it had boiled. Scarlet-colored mist that wrapped his body, and his speed and strength, which seemed to have gained some sort of boost, was actually able to stop Nightmare's attack out of thin air. The perfect plan? Seo also spoke in a low voice. His voice was dull, as if he was under some kind of great pressure, but in his eyes, there was a flash of ridicule. You mean, your plan that is so full of holes, without any backup plan, and so simple that it looks like a kindergarten kid's plan? This mockery of his instantly enraged Nightmare. A layer of energy instantly swirled above the latter's wrist, shocking Shuya's palm away, the anger in his eyes nearly turning into substance. But even so, he still let out a cold smile and spoke in a low voice. Then is this ability of yours, boiling blood, what you're relying on when you dare to talk to me like this? If I remember correctly, this ability is the weakest D-rank ability in your human class determination, right? With all due respect, this ability to burn one's own blood in exchange for speed and power is, in my opinion, weak to the point of being unbearable. Shuya suddenly smiled easily as his hair fell back down and the blood on his body stopped burning. You know, I've always felt pretty lucky. He clenched his fists, sensing the brand new abilities he had gained as a result of slaying the astral wolf, and took a deep breath. I hope your luck will allow you to survive my next attack. Nightmare held a cold smile as he condescended to look at Shuya. Shuya, however, looked straight at him and gently closed his eyes, but in his palm, a flash of red light quickly spread throughout his body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up. Looks like the card drawn this time. It's Little King then. Chapter 38, You Shouldn't Become Her. Right after Su Yuya decapitated the astral wolf, the third special effect wizardry of Things to Come was successfully activated, causing him to comprehend a brand new D-rank ability, Boiling Blood, on the spot. The effect of this ability is very simple. It is by burning one's own blood, thus exchanging it for several times the speed and power. Among D-rank abilities, it is an extremely rare ability that can be used in combat, but it is also one of the few abilities among the D-rank abilities that have great side effects. According to the projections of the national database, a normal person using boiling blood would maintain the state for a maximum of 3 minutes. Once this time is exceeded, the state of anemia is rapidly entered. If the ability is not removed in time, there is even a risk of death from ischemia. And at this moment, facing Nightmare's terrifying pressure, Su also launched the second special effect, Fade to Mortality, that he was able to use again due to the Yi wizards being triggered at the same time. This time, the object of his effect was clearly this brand new ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of Fade to Vanity is to randomly boost abilities to any of the ranks from C to SSS, and the effect wears off after one use. Seo also prided himself on his luck, and just at this critical juncture in the urgency of the situation, his luck did not disappoint itself. It doesn't randomize to the most powerful SSS rank boosts though. However, the Boiling Blood at this moment had also undergone a radical change. SS-grade, Boiling Blood. Base effect, Boiling. The blood burned by Boiling Blood increases the ability of the entire body by 5 times. Special effect 1, Blood Mask. Use 5% of your own blood to coalesce into a blood mask and gain an explosive attack. Special effect 2, Blood Burning. The power of a move unleashed by burning blood is increased by 50%. The two special effects as well as the base effect of Boiling Blood at this moment due to the leveling up of the ability quickly flashed through his mind. The corners of Shuya's mouth rose slightly, while his eyes were incomparably calm as he looked towards the Nightmare. He now had the ability to fight this void demon. This expression on Shuya's face immediately caused the anger in Nightmare's eyes to increase. It was difficult for him to understand how a mere brat of the Stone Realm had the qualifications to speak like this in front of him. Die! A cold light flashed in his eyes as his right fist wrapped in energy and blasted at Shuya's face. Dang! The imagined image of the human's head in front of him being open to flowers did not appear. His fist was plainly caught in the air by Shuya. At this moment, Su also, once again, his hair stood open and his blood boiled. The blood mist that rose up from the rapid boiling filled his surroundings, turning into a sheet of blood vapor that continuously drifted towards the air. I told you. Shuya's voice was incredibly low, his eyes flashing with indifference. My luck, it's really good. His right fist flew out with such speed that it even produced a sonic boom. Nightmare's chest was hit by this punch, and his entire body flew backwards rapidly like a cannonball. The terrifying impact scattered the energy covering his body, and the shocking sensation covered his entire body. Dang! Nightmare was slammed into the fence at the edge of the school, blowing that solid wall right through, his body slamming into the black barrier of the Colosseum before being bounced right off the ground, barely using energy to suppress the chi and blood that was rolling around in his body. Nightmare had only just gotten up when a bloody light actually sped from the distance and appeared in front of him in an instant. Now tell me, who is the man trapped by the Colosseum? Seo also opened his mouth in a low voice, his right foot stepping hard into the Nightmare's body. Nightmare's whole body shook, and he maneuvered the energy hard enough to roll his body to the side. Boom! Shuya's right foot stepped on the ground, and the hard ground instantly cracked, appearing as a spiderweb of cracks. The concussive force continued to spread, bouncing Nightmare's body up. He struggled to maintain his balance and stumbled backward, while disbelief flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? A mere derank ability can explode with this kind of power? Absurdity spread through him. If not for his cultivation restricting him, I'm afraid that at this moment he would have already broken his mouth and cursed. This can be a D-rank ability? But Shuya didn't give him time to react. The time that boiling blood can last is 3 minutes at most. He also didn't dare to disarm his ability in the slightest. After all, once it was lifted, the boiling blood, which had only been raised to SS-grade by Fadefan, would become D-grade again. He stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards the direction where Nightmare was dodging, his right fist swinging out. But at that moment, the image in front of him suddenly changed. The person located in front of him actually became Fang Xin, whose back was against the fence, revealing a horrified look. She looked at him incredulously. Shuya, what are you doing? Knock! Su also fist without any pause, precise and accurate, smashed in the face of Fang Xin. Fang Xin's face was distorted for a while. The body flew backward at the same time, revert back to the appearance of Nightmare. His face was beaten hideously, and his eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. Why didn't you have any hesitation? His ability was called Mirage and belonged to the mental influence type of A-rank ability. Once the ability was turned on, it was enough to create extremely realistic illusions with fake ones. Even someone as strong as Xiao Sha would hesitate for a split second under the influence of his ability. But Su also attack, but not the slightest pause, as if really want to Fang Xin through the general. The human brain is very sophisticated. Shuya landed smoothly, the load on his body causing him to frown slightly. He adjusted his breath while heading in the direction of Nightmare. With reasonable training, it even possesses abilities comparable to computers. I have extremely fine modeling of all the scene images around me in my brain. How could an illusion like the one you created out of nowhere possibly affect me? Even if I close my eyes, I'll never hit it crooked. Between quick whispers, Shuya had already caught up with the Nightmare, who had landed upside down. At this moment, he was like an evil ghost. His entire face turned slightly hideous from the pain of boiling blood. This face fell into Nightmare's eyes, actually causing this void demon to perceive an oozing terror. The sense of crisis of death, for the first time, enveloped his heart. This punch will send you to your death. Su also didn't hesitate and landed a heavy punch. But just the moment he threw a punch, the Nightmare located in front of him actually changed once again. There was a trance in front of Shuya, and a white-skirted girl with only half of her body left, but still barely able to squeeze out a smile, suddenly appeared. Shuya, look, did I just look like a void hunter? You shouldn't have turned into her. Anger instantly flared up in Shuya's eyes, and his right fist erupted with blazing blood flames. His explosive punch smashed into the ground, and the ground instantly sunk 3 times. A deep pit with a radius of 3 meters appearing, and you should not have had that moment of hesitation. Nightmare's laughing voice, however, rang out from the side, filled with madness. Chapter 39, you call this a D-class ability? Shuya turned his head violently, only to see that the Nightmare had actually taken advantage of this momentary effort to dodge into the distance. At this moment, the Nightmare's eyes flickered with sinister venom, and he whispered in a slightly frantic manner, if I wasn't heavily injured and had one of my arms chopped off, how could you, a Stone Realm brat, possibly force me to this point alone? Even if his ability wasn't of the frontal combat type, he was at least a Mountain Realm existence. If he hadn't already been injured and had a large amount of energy consumed by Xiao Sha earlier, he wouldn't have been forced into this situation anyway. I'm the brother of the 10th Emperor. How could I be stopped by a mere human brat? The energy in his left palm converged, and he even condensed a black energy ball, directly flinging it towards his back. The energy ball sped off at a rapid pace, instantly smashing into the distant floor. The building exploded with a bang when it was hit, and huge blocks of stone half a story high slid down sharply and crashed towards the ground. Shuya's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked up in that direction. If he remembered correctly, that was exactly where Wang Peng and the others were. More than 20 students gathered there. If he was hit by that rock, he would surely die. You weak and stupid humans. Nightmare laughed madly. Do you choose to save them, or continue to fight me? Anger flashed in Shuya's eyes, then without saying a word, he directly stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards the direction where the stones fell. A hint of grimness flashed in Nightmare's eyes, and a cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. Boring guardianship is the very origin of your human stupidity. Without saying a word, he immediately started moving in the opposite direction. No matter what, I must devour a bit of humans first to recover my energy and injuries. But he hadn't rushed out for long before a strange movement came from behind him. At this moment, not only Nightmare, but even Su, who had rushed out more than 10 meters, stopped. Several thick vines rose up from the ground and supported themselves underneath that rock. The stone's descent weakened considerably, but it soon smashed through the vines and continued to fall. At the same time, several forces rushed in from all directions, and all sorts of strong or weak, strange abilities rushed towards the stone in a brainstorm. In a matter of moments, the huge stone block as well as the countless falling bricks and stones were actually all shattered by the energy and scattered all over the place. Amidst the smoke and soil, dozens of figures slowly emerged, and then the smoke and dust dissipated, and nearly 100 students and teachers actually appeared in Shuya's eyes. The people at the head of the group were clearly the teacher of the Awakened One Academy who was huddled next to the barrier earlier, the one who was beyond despair, as well as his deskmate Wang Peng. The despair in that teacher's eyes was gone at the moment, and although still filled with fear, he shouted, "I've gathered all the people in the school together. If you fall, no amount of running away will help us. Let it go. Don't worry about us. We'll be able to defend ourselves." Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers converged, all looking nervously over to this side of the playground. Although they were far away from each other, they were still able to sense that energy fluctuation and surging power of chi and blood in the bodies of the Void Devil and Shuya. Wang Peng gathered his courage and ran 2 steps forward with force, shouting loudly with his hands in the shape of a trumpet, "Brother Yai, beat this false devil to death. If it's you, it'll work." There was trust in his eyes, as if he knew no fear, and he shouted desperately, "Damn humans!" Nightmare's face changed drastically, and his figure, which had turned to leave, froze violently. His original plan was to break down the students scattered around the school one by one, devouring them one by one as a way to recover his injuries and energy. But what he didn't expect was that this group of humans who only knew how to run away under the crisis would have the courage to regroup. They seemed to have placed all their hopes on Su Yuya and Fang Xin, believing that they would be able to defeat the astral wolves, and would be able to defeat themselves. Su Yuya stared blankly at the nearly 100 silhouettes that had converged together, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In the next moment, he turned sharply and spoke as if to himself, "Perhaps this is what a fool like you wants to guard." His eyes lifted slightly to the nightmare, and the blood boiling and burning inside him was nearing its limit, about to approach the 3-minute limit. "This time, I definitely won't hit it crooked." He stepped on the ground with great force, and along with the cracking of the ground, his entire body was like a blazing and rising fire, closing in on the nightmare in almost an instant. 2 consecutive punches were swung out. Even though Nightmare had braced his energy in time for defense, he was still knocked backwards. His chest rolled over, blood spurting out of the air, his energy trembled, and madness surfaced in his eyes. "How can I be stopped by you? I will prove to my elder brother that I am by no means just the younger brother of the 10th Emperor. I am also a void demon capable of standing alone." Once again, the faces of those void devils who flattered on the surface but despised him behind his back flashed through his mind, as well as the slightly disappointed look in his older brother's eyes, and the ice-like words, "With this amount of strength you have, what's the difference between opening the void realm and entering the dragon kingdom and seeking death? Don't waste my time here. If you're idle, go hone your skills. You're my younger brother. Don't always think about these childish things and disgrace the title of the 10th Emperor." "Ah!" Nightmare let out a furious roar from his mouth. He actually stopped retreating and swung his one-armed arm to blast towards Shuya. "I'm the only winner. I'll never lose." At this moment, the black gem in the center of his brow actually exploded with a dazzling light, and the energy intensity of his entire body rose by a few points. Su also similarly swung his fist, his eyes cold, and roared out, "That fellow Fang Xin!" In order to protect this group of people behind him, he almost fought for his life. "How could I possibly let you take a shot at them?" In that instant, the blood on his body instantly evaporated, and the blood mist floating in the air quickly transformed into a blood-colored mask that covered his face. The moment the blood face appeared, the speed of his right fist surged, almost transforming into a residual shadow as he rushed across the sky towards the nightmare. Ka-ching! Above the dome of the sky, the solid and incomparable Colosseum was even shattered at this moment. 3 silhouettes rushed out from one side, and it was clearly the 3 Chao Sha who had accelerated to arrive. Chao Sha held the blue longsword in his hand, maintaining the swinging and chopping motion, looking ahead anxiously and incomparably, but suddenly froze. Blazing blood flames rose to the sky, on top of the playground that had already been in a sorry state. Shuya and Nightmare exchanged fists, but his fist was the first to hit Nightmare, piercing through his chest and smashing out a bloody hole. Nightmare's face twitched as he looked ahead incredulously and muttered, "Brother, elder." Suyuya's face stared blankly as the mask on his face shattered with a loud bang, turning into a mist of blood that dispersed towards his back. Nightmare's fist was fixed in front of his face, failing to inch further. In the next moment, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood, and he was actually hardened and blown up in place by Suyuya. "Hey!" Chao Sha muttered as he looked ahead, the blue shadow in his hand dissipating into streams of light. I remember Fang Xin had said that guy's ability. It's a D-class ability, right? At this moment, not only him, but even Gui Yan and Xiali behind him, both presented a frozen state, looking incredulously at the front. The three of them gulped in unison, but the same words flashed through their minds. This is a D-rank ability? You call this a D-rank ability? Chapter 40 Awakening, Xiao Sha's Invitation. The pure white ceiling was reflected in Xuya's eyes. He stared silently at the ceiling for about 3 seconds to adjust to the light, then sat up. Xuya, you're awake. Gui Yan, who had been sitting beside Xuya's bed, noticed his movements and immediately put down his cell phone, revealing a look of surprise. His voice was loud, and after a few seconds, Xiao Sha actually walked in through the door. Yo, you're awake. Su also looked around, then looked at the two. What day is it? Gui Yan had a serious expression and said in a heavy tone. It's August now, and you've been in a coma for 2 months. This joke isn't funny at all. Su also spoke without hesitation, going so far as to directly reach out and pick up Gui Yan's cell phone. Looking down, I can't believe I've been in a coma for 3 full days? I thought the first thing you said when you woke up was to ask where is this place? Xiao Sha sat straight down on the chair next to the bed and spoke with a smile. Isn't this a hospital? Xuya raised his left hand, the back of which was connected to an infusion tube. Judging from the hospital beds and equipment, this shouldn't be too hard to recognize. There's a billboard outside the window for the trade tower, which is supposed to be the central hospital on the west side of town. And the fact that I'll be here should also be caused by blood loss. What about reaction time? Xiao Sha turned his head to Gui Yan and asked with a smile. 42 seconds. Gui Yan looked at the watch he used to time himself, and the color of awe was in his eyes. See, it only took 42 seconds to determine the time and place of one's unconsciousness as well as the current situation. Xiao Sha opened his mouth to read with full of praise. This speed of observation as well as speed of judgment is not an overstatement to describe with the word genius. Being able to have such quick observation and judgment in the middle of a battle is enough to anticipate the enemy and gain an advantage. He smiled and patted Gui Yan's shoulder before turning his head to look at Xuya. You killed a mountain realm void devil, as well as a rock realm void beast. In addition to that, all 110 students in the entire 3rd grade were saved by you. All these feats will be credited to you. The government, for its part, will also reward you with sufficient favors in accordance with the rules of the Void Hunters. Xuya's face didn't change, and he responded after only a second of thought. Can you just give me the reward? Just credit yourselves if you merit it. I don't want to be too flashy and attract unnecessary trouble. Are you sure? Xiao Sha inquired with a faint smile even though he had expected this. Do you know that this feat, when placed amongst the Void Hunters, is also extremely illustrious? With this feat in mind, even if you join Longxia Academy, you'll be able to become the top-ranked freshman. Others will honor you as well. Just a boring vanity. Xuya pulled out the needle on the back of his hand and sat on the bed with his knees crossed, silently sensing his body's current condition. Where is Fang Xin? He suddenly thought of Fang Xin who had been knocked unconscious by nightmare during the battle and opened his mouth to ask. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suddenly a slurred voice rang out from the doorway. Su also looked up, and his expression suddenly became strange, only to see a bloated and incomparable mummy, being assisted by Xiali, limping in. Is this your bloodline awakening and transferring into a mummy? Xuya strained his face hard so that he didn't laugh outright. Cut the crap. Fang Xin, who had only revealed one of his eyes, muttered and opened his mouth, his voice extremely dull. That's a void demon of the mountain realm. It's hard enough to survive. The injuries on her body are too severe and can only be treated in an emergency manner through this. Xiali's expression was still clear and cold, but Xuya saw that the corners of her mouth were also twitching at a very subtle angle. It seems that everyone has arrived. Xiao Sha glanced back at Fang Xin who walked in and suddenly stood up from his chair. Gui Yan, who was on the side, also stood up immediately. Fang Xin was assisted by Xiali to the side of the two men. The four of them lined up in a row, their expressions suddenly serious. Salute! Xiao Sha gave a low shout, and the four of them immediately looked solemn, placing their right fists on the chest of their left breasts and standing with their chests out. Shu Ya, in the name of the captain of the Void Hunting Team 5, I would like to thank you. The four of them bent down hard, not caring about their status in the slightest, and just saluted towards Xuya. Although Fang Xin was slightly clumsy and slightly slower, he also bowed towards Su also to thank him. It's a major dereliction of duty on my part that void devils and void beasts would show up on campus this time. Xiao Sha opened his mouth steadily, with a bit of guilt in his voice. If you hadn't sacrificed your life to stop them, there would have been a lot of deaths and injuries. Your actions have made up for our mistakes and saved 110 lives. Thank you very much. His voice was solemn and incomparable. His look was incredibly sincere, and his tone was incredibly genuine. However, the image that should have been in Xiao Sha's imagination and touched Xuya immensely did not appear. After seeing the movements of the several people, Shuya instead looked like he had seen something unclean and directly shrunk to the other side of the bed, revealing an expression of incomparable disgust. Do all of you void hunters like to play awkwardly? Ha 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 ha. Fang Xin and the mummy in the middle of the laugh back and forth. Senior, I have long said, this guy will not like this setup. Cao Sha lifted himself up awkwardly and twitched the corner of his mouth, originally brewed out of the atmosphere. Suddenly in Fang Xin's big laugh disappeared into thin air. He rubbed his brow helplessly and muttered to himself, obviously that's how it's done on TV. 4 pairs of weird eyes fell on him, causing him to hastily cough dryly and look squarely at Shuya. We have already done the aftermath of this incident. Those eyewitness students of the situation at that time will also only take Void Devil and Fang Xin fought to the point of serious injury and happen to be killed by you as a conclusion, and will not bring you unnecessary trouble. Although I'm very curious about your situation. An urgent contact was sent from the academy, and we have to get back as soon as possible. He took out a broken sword from his bosom, the very same ancient curfew that he didn't have time to recover at that time, as well as the scabbard that was cut in half by it. It's your stuff, and I'm recycling it back for you. Regarding your rewards, you will also be contacted by someone to distribute them to you afterward. In addition to this, after placing everything on the table next to the bed, Cao Sha's expression once again straightened for a few moments as he took out an ancient and incomparable jade pendant from his pocket and threw it to Su Yuya. I heard Fang Xin tell something about you. It is also known that you had some prejudice against void hunters before. I don't expect you to reverse that prejudice anytime soon, but I still wish that you could see with your own 2 eyes, with your own eyes, what kind of a person a void hunter really is. After throwing the jade pendant out, he turned around with the remaining 3. Only when he reached the door to the hospital room did he gently turn his head to show a sideways glance and a slight smile. If I may, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. Chapter 41 Dragon Jade. Invitation letter from Dragon Summer Academy. Su also reached out to take the jade pendant and looked down. On top of this jade pendant, tattooed with a green dragon, lifelike, the whole jade body touched cool, quite comfortable, and on the back of the jade pendant, the word, Dragon Summer, was clearly tattooed. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, the Longxia Academy was renowned, and was a dream institution for almost all awakened people. Su had also heard about the origin of this jade pendant. This was a special jade pendant created with special materials obtained from the Void Realm, and Spirit Jade, also known as Dragon Jade. Not only does the jade body contain some energy that can warm up the body, but it also has a very important function. It is an invitation to enter the Dragon Summer Academy. All other Awakened One academies require an interview or grades to recruit Awakened Ones for enrollment. Instead, there was only one entry requirement for the Dragon Summer Academy. That's the invitation-only system. Only with the approval of the special personnel of the Dragon Summer Academy, or the members of the Void Hunting Team, would the Dragon Jade be issued for invitations. Because of this, there were only a handful of students enrolled in Longxia Academy each year, but every single one of them was the cream of the crop, and at least 80% of the students were able to become Void Hunters, battling with Void Demons. Regardless of its comprehensive strength or overall resources, Longxia Academy was far ahead of the second place by several times. Ha! Shuya pinched the Dragon Jade in his hand, and a strange expression actually appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain a Dragon Jade. In order to enter the Dragon Summer Academy, the ability rating had to be at least AB rank upwards, and the average ability level was almost always above a rank as well. Like him, the person who got enrollment with a D-level ability was the first one in years. Before this, Su also had a great prejudice against Void Hunters, but the appearance of Fang Xin and their behavior, as well as the behavior of sacrificing their lives to stand in front of the crowd, caused Su Yuya's evaluation of the Void Hunters to change a little. Many memories flashed through my mind. After his experience with the school, his mind was full of more clues, and what he had once failed to look for flared up in his mind once again. The figure of the girl who had died before him flashed before his eyes once more. He murmured as if to himself, a lot of answers for me to find, whether it's her death or the people who had caused her death. Before the day of awakening, my powers were not awakened and many things could not be investigated, but now with this Dragon Jade, I have one more option. If I want to make a rapid increase in strength and search for that one hunting void team, I have to quickly improve my strength. Shuya suddenly flipped his hand and grabbed the jade pendant, his eyes flickering as he wondered what he was thinking. The entrance to the central hospital. Cao Sha and a few others had only just left when an extremely long sedan stopped in front of them. 2 men dressed in black and looking like bodyguards stepped out of the car and pulled the door open for several people. They fishtailed into the car and sat in it, and the sedan immediately started up and raced off in the direction of the airport. Senpai, why are we going back so soon? Guoyan looked at Cao Sha in puzzlement and raised the question in his mind. That nightmare that died this time had the void jade present in his brow. Cao Sha's expression also became a bit more grave at this moment. You should also know that among the Void Devils, there are also extremely strict class divisions. Possessing a Void Jade also means that he is of the noble class with an extraordinary status amongst the Void Devils. The board sent me a message today after I reported his specific situation to the school. He paused for a breath, and suddenly spoke very seriously. Nightmare, it's highly likely that he's the biological brother of Bright Day, amongst the current 10 emperors of the Void Devil. What did you say? 10 emperors? Fang Xin stared wide-eyed from amongst the mummies, revealing an expression of disbelief, very shocked by the news. The board rated this as very dangerous. Chao Sha nodded and continued to speak. Ever since the disappearance of our strongest human, Elder Tao Tai, 50 years ago, the Void Demon side has been stirring. Although we have tried our best to cover it up, they still learned about it through some special channels. They are trying to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Kingdom again. Now that the 10th Emperor's own brother has died within our borders, it's hard to imagine if they'll use this as an opportunity to do some kind of retaliatory act. That's precisely why the board called us back so quickly, to try to get more details. Then wouldn't Shuya be in great danger? Fang Xin was the first to think of this problem, immediately revealing an anxious expression. If the Void Demon wants to retaliate, the first thing it will do is find him. Right, that's why Senior just gave the Dragon Jade to that guy. Xiali opened her mouth in a cool and incomparable manner, reciting in a deep voice, and since we've already blocked the news, even if the Void Demon wants to retaliate, it will only come to us. What Senior just threw out was the Dragon Jade? Fang Xin then reacted, immediately revealing an expression of sudden realization. Xiali breathlessly rubbed his eyebrows before continuing. That guy, though, is indeed not quite the same as ordinary people. Didn't you guys notice? Just now he put on a disgusted demeanor and deliberately shrunk to the side though. But really, he just didn't want to take our favor and deliberately put on that demeanor. Yeah, Chao Sha smiled faintly, seeming to have seen through this matter long ago as well, seemingly loose and casual, but in reality, he has justice in his heart. If he can really join Longxia Academy, maybe it'll be able to create a huge storm. He looked sideways out the window, the corners of his mouth hooking up slightly. Void State, Lord Bright Day, you really can't open the Void Realm without authorization. A Void Demon with an anxious face chased after the white-clothed figure in front of him, trying to block this Lord 10 Emperor. He quickly rushed to the front, his eyes already very flustered. You should know that the Dragon Kingdom is now under the protection of Wujiborn. With your status and strength, once the Void Realm opens, it will soon attract those few human powerhouses from the Kunlun realm to surround you. Didn't His Majesty the Void King already say that it's not the time for us to go to war? Snap! Mingdi's footsteps came to a violent stop. His right palm was like the wind, and he actually instantly clasped the neck of this Void Demon, lifting him up out of thin air. His looks were similar to nightmares, but his expression was incredibly serious. The black jewel on his brow was slightly glowing, while his eyes contained a monstrous rage. So what you're saying is that my own brother died in the Dragon Kingdom and all I can do is watch like this and do nothing. Is that it? His voice was like rushing thunder, rolling out, and a blazing white light shone in his palm, almost lighting up half of the sky. Akane, isn't it all because you put too much pressure on your incredibly stupid brother that he's going to die? A slightly delicate and flirtatious voice rang out from one side, and now you're taking it out on the clan. You're too useless. Akira loosened his grip and dropped the imaginary demon in his palm on the floor, turning around with rage and looking at the sexy redhead dressed in sexy clothes leaning against the wall not too far away. Red Rain, do you think that just because you're one of the 3 stars, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Strong light flashed behind him, and terrifying energy continued to rise and fall. Red Rain smiled coquettishly and was not affected by Mingdi's aura in the slightest. Instead, her red lips opened lightly as she spoke faintly. His Majesty, the Void King, wants you to go to the Void God Hall for an audience now. Over in the Star Kingdom, there are desolate ancient fragments appearing. You need to open the Void Realm and enter the Star Kingdom for capture. Upon hearing His Majesty's name, Mingdi's pupils contracted violently, and the energy behind him dissipated by a few points. As for the human who killed your brother, Red Rain smiled faintly as he retreated towards the back, his figure actually gradually disappearing from the spot. That guy from Extreme Bliss, he has already dispatched a counselor to go ahead and behead him. If nothing else, it won't be long before that human's body will be delivered to you. Chapter 42, Dreams, They're Amazing Things. Yay brother, here, inside McDonald's, Wang Peng waved and greeted Shuya at the door, with a deluxe family bucket in front of him. I've only just been discharged from the hospital and you're calling me here. Seo also sat down on his butt and nonchalantly picked up several fries and stuffed them into his mouth. Something important to tell me? This is not to celebrate your successful recovery. Brother Yai. Wang Peng smiled and opened his mouth, but his eyes were somewhat averted, not knowing what he was thinking. I've never seen you this generous before. Shuya laughed dryly and began to wind up at the food in front of him. Wang Peng laughed just as much, casually picking up the fries and tossing them towards his mouth. Yeah brother, do you know how amazing you looked like that 2 days ago at school? Those female classmates are looking at it with straight eyes. Those in the other classes who joined the Jew League were scared to death of your legs by that look. Guess I must have looked pretty cool back then. Xiao also spoke slurringly under his breath, taking a big gulp of his coke and burping freely. Very handsome indeed. The corner of Wang Peng's mouth twitched. It would have been a little more handsome if he hadn't immediately landed on the ground with his face on the ground after swinging that punch. Holy? Shuya stopped chewing and stared wide-eyed. I fell to the ground in such a humiliating position? Damn it, my one life. If I'd known I'd pass out, I'd have said I'd pose before I passed out. He muttered with some regret and viciously put a piece of chicken leg in his mouth. After that void demon was busted, a few void hunters from the Dragon Summer Academy came soon after. The other students thought it was those void hunters who had weakened the void demon significantly before you were able to blow it away. But I know that void demon must have been killed by Brother Ya yourself. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't have gotten to the school in time and we might have been dead too. They're right about that too, La. Shuya's face didn't change, and he didn't have the slightest intention of taking any credit. If they hadn't weakened the void demon, I indeed wouldn't have had the chance to go head to head with him. Tang Xiaowen asked me for your contact information several times after you passed out. And by the way, there's also that Liao Wei who has been wanting to thank you in person. You gave them my contact information? Su also stopped moving and looked nervously at Wang Peng. How could it be? Wang Peng proudly patted his chest. I balked at them. I told them. Also brother's contact information. How is it that they deserve to get it? Ha, ha, Su also spat with false eyes. Actually, if the schoolgirl wants to add my contact information privately, you can give it to him as well. After he finished spitting, he copied a piece of paper in his hand and wiped his mouth. Only then did he reveal the usual lazy look and looked at Wang Peng. Your kid is really perverse today. Tell me, what is it you want to say when you purposely seek me out? Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Wang Peng let out a bitter smile, and suddenly looked at Su also, slightly hesitant to open his mouth. In fact, brother also, let me state in advance that my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Shuya suddenly interrupted, looking at Wang Peng with a wary face. I definitely like women too, hey. Wang Peng was interrupted like this. The emotions that had only just finished brewing dissipated, and he blurted out with a reddened face. But it was also Shuya's interruption that caused the emotions in his heart to dissipate for a few moments, and he finally managed to take a deep breath and quickly read. I'm going to join the Awakened One Academy. Ah, I know. Su also leaned back in his chair lazily, not looking surprised in the slightest. It's Shu City Academy, right? Wang Peng froze for a moment, then once again wondered. How did you know? You've awakened C-rank abilities, and with my assessment of your own, there are less than 3 academies in total that will be able to admit you. Plus your parents' hometown is located in Shu City. Joining Shu City Academy should be the optimal option. This college is ranked 5th in the country, which is not bad, and it suits you quite well. Wang Peng did not expect that what he wanted to say, Su Yuya had already known. This unplanned situation caused him to scratch his head, but he continued. Actually, I came here today to say goodbye to you. Early tomorrow morning, I'm going back to Shu City with my parents. With the school registration thing and a few other bits and pieces piled on top of each other, I'm guessing it's going to take quite a bit of time to deal with. By the time we meet again, it will probably be a long time from now. Ah, I know. Xiao also returned faintly. I want to thank you too, brother, for taking care of me all these years. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Shuya slapped Wang Peng on the head. It should be your dream to become an awakened. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of encouragement in his eyes. With that, he looked at the first friend he had made in this world since crossing over, and the only friend he had at school, and gently extended his fist. Now that you've successfully awakened, keep working on it. Once again, the white-skirted girl sitting on the swing, bathed in sunlight, seemed to flash before his eyes. But this time, his answer had been quite different. Dreams, they're amazing things, aren't they? Longxia Academy, principal's office. Chao Sha pushed the door in and at a glance, he saw the principal, Xia Wu, sitting behind his desk. It was an old man with white hair, and the vicissitudes of his face recorded the past of the Dragon Kingdom. According to rumors, Headmaster Xia Wu was born since the day of the disaster day 300 years ago, and is by far one of the longest-lived few people in the Dragon Kingdom. He was also an awakened with unfathomable strength, but almost no one had ever seen him strike with their own eyes, much less knew what level his realm had reached. At this moment, this principal, with his hands crossed with 10 fingers, was looking ahead with a calm face, his eyes gleaming as if he hadn't noticed Chao Sha's entry in the slightest. Headmaster, I'm here. Chao Sha stood in front of the table and spoke solemnly, then waited silently, but Xiao Wu remained in this position, not even blinking, just quietly looking ahead. Headmaster? Xiao Sha shouted again in confusion, looking towards the principal. A few moments later, the sound of light snoring fell into his ears, and he finally observed what was going on. Bruises popping up on his temples. Snap! Xiao Sha slammed on the table with great force and cried out with a great voice, "Headmaster, you're drawing eyes on your eyelids again, sneaking off to sleep." This loud bang directly woke up the sleeping Xiao Wu. The aging old man's body jerked with a jolt, and his beaming eyes unexpectedly rolled up, revealing the eyes hidden behind his eyelids. Ha! He looked around blankly, drool even falling from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? What's wrong? An earthquake? Chapter 43, The Reliable Guy. Xiao Sha looked at the tone-deaf principal in front of him with false eyes and sighed softly as he breathlessly held his forehead. This is Long Xia Academy. How could an unusual earthquake affect the school? Oh. Xiao Wu revealed a look of sudden realization, finally coming back to his senses. It was only at this moment that he noticed Xiao Sha in front of him. Xiao Sha, why are you here? Wasn't it you who shouted for me to come? In just a few short minutes, Xiao Sha felt his fire rising, veins popping up on his forehead. I remember. It seems like there is indeed such a thing. Xiao Wu snorted and stood up, stretching. It's true that people are forgetful when they get old. By the way, what did I call you for? You asked me. Xiao Sha finally couldn't help himself and slapped hard on the table. I want to know too. Well, Xiao Wu stood with his chest clasped, cocked his head and pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. He looked to Xiao Sha. Have you eaten? Knock. Xiao Sha finally didn't hold back and slammed his fist on the principal's desk in front of him. The table made of mahogany would suddenly had an extra fist mark. Xiao Wu's eyelids fluttered, and he immediately hugged the table in heartache, shouting, "Hey, this is a table that I spent a huge amount of money to find someone to customize. Young people nowadays, why do they strike so lightly? I still have a lot of things to do." Xiao Sha read word for word, almost through clenched teeth. If there's nothing else for you, headmaster, I'll leave you. Ah, I remember. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came from the edge of the table. The student you recommended is called Shuya, right? The playful expression on his face disappeared and his voice was much more subdued. Xiao Sha stopped turning away and turned his head back around. I see from the report you submitted that the ability awakened in him is a D-rank ability? Yes, headmaster. Xiao Sha squared his shoulders for a few moments and replied in a low voice. But based on our contact with him, maybe he's an awakening of a dual life ability. But the two abilities he has at his disposal should both be D-ranked. At the mention of this, his expression immediately became a few degrees weirder, and the image of Shuya's original punch that blew up the nightmare came back to his mind. Although it was vaguely recognizable that the ability Shuya was using should be the boiling blood among the D-rank abilities. However, he could not figure out why a D-rank ability would possess such a terrifying explosive power anyway. That is to say, even if he awakened a D-rank ability, you still feel that he is qualified to enter Long Xia Academy. Xiao Wu sat back down behind his desk again and spoke in a deep voice. That's right. Xiao Sha nodded his head in response. His talent is extremely high. He definitely has the qualifications to join the Long Xia Academy. That void demon nightmare, it was precisely by him that he was killed. But in order to protect him, we've blocked the news. So even if he doesn't choose to join the Dragon Summer Academy, he shouldn't be threatened by anything. One of the reasons I sought you out is precisely this matter. Xiao Wu once again crossed his fingers and gently placed them in front of his body. You should know that the nightmare possesses a void jade, which is considered a high-ranked void demon. And no matter whether it's in terms of strength or status, it's stronger than ordinary void demons. I have heard about this. Xiao Sha spoke in a deep voice. It's also because of his special position that the board of directors called us back in such a hurry. Then do you know? Xiao Wu faintly raised his eyes, those hale and hearty eyes, looking straight at Xiao Sha. The void jade possesses the record function. What did you say? Xiao Sha's face changed slightly, and his tone sharpened a few times. Regarding the existence of the void jade, it was only in the past 2 years that he had learned something about it, but he only knew a little about it. After all, like this kind of nobility amongst the void devils, it had only appeared in the Dragon Kingdom less than 5 times so far. A void devil who possesses the void jade will, at the moment of death, transmit all the images he experienced before his death back into the void kingdom. Xiao Wu's words undoubtedly threw a bomb into Xiao Sha's mind, instantly causing his expression to change drastically. So doesn't that mean? It means that the disguise you made for that child was useless. Xiao Wu calmly picked up on his words. At the same time that nightmare died, his older brother, the 10th Emperor Ming Di, had already seen the image of him before he died, and the child who killed Nightmare is doomed to the vengeance of the Void Devil. Xiao Sha's heart and mind were shaken, and he immediately wanted to turn around and leave. I'm rushing back to Jin City right now. He needs protection. You may not be able to catch up even if you go back now. Xiao Wu's calm voice came out slowly, his tone calm. Xiao Sha's eyes showed his anger, and he fiercely looked ahead, just about to strike. But the principal's next words came leisurely. That's why I've long since sent a reliable fellow forward to fetch the boy. The guy had just finished a mission and it was a good time to stop by and bring him back. Reliable guy? Xiao Sha froze for a moment, not realizing for a moment who the principal was referring to. It's that guy. Xiao Wu suddenly frowned again and cocked his head. What's his name again? He contemplated this for a full minute. It wasn't until Xiao Sha was getting a little impatient with his anxiety that he finally brightened up. Oh yes, I remember that child's title is Ice King. It's him. Xiao Sha's eyebrows jumped and a trace of oddness flashed in his eyes, but he was nevertheless relieved. If it's him, then there really isn't too much to worry about. That's why I'm looking for you today. There's another matter. Xiao Wu spoke gently, looking towards Xiao Sha. Headmaster, please speak. Xiao Sha regained a few moments of respect and spoke with slight deference. You go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lianshou back at the academy. He should be on an 8 o'clock flight at night. Instructor Lianshou? Hearing that name, Xiao Sha instantly recalled something bad, and his entire face became strange and shocked. Wait, is this time? That's right. Xiao Wu's mouth hung a smile if anything, and he faintly returned. The entrance examination 10 days from now will be handled by Instructor Lianshou. This group of freshmen, they're really unfortunate. The corners of Xiao Sha's eyes twitched unnaturally, recalling the images from several years ago, when he had enrolled in school. That's the man known as the Devil's Instructor. He sighed lightly and said to himself, that kid, he should be able to pass the entrance examination. He shook his head and turned away. I'm leaving for the airport now. After seeing Xiao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wu's eye revealed a deep gaze and gently looked out the window. SS class awakened. The son of the Qin family and Lin Chang, and the daughter of the Tang group, and now a little derated guy pops up. It looks like this year's entrance examination is going to be interesting. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile if nothing else, and his palm gently brushed over the fist mark that Xiao Sha had struck earlier. Shasta. The area touched by his palm was instantly restored to its original state, once again transforming back into the original intact mahogany table. It still looks better like this. Chapter 44 The 17th Congressman. Well, please take him to his destination. Thank you very much. Su also slammed the car door shut and watched the cab take Wang Ping away before he shook his head and let out a light laugh. After the two of them came out of McDonald's, they went straight to the karaoke bar. Wang Ping sang and drank at the same time, shouting slurred words such as I will become a void hunter, and I will not be a burden to brother Yuya. I won't be a drag on brother Yayoi or something like that, and ended up drinking himself into unconsciousness. At this moment it was already after 8 o'clock in the evening, and the night wind blew against Shuya's face, causing him to wake up a few points as well. Although he didn't drink too much, he also accompanied Wang Ping to drink a lot, and his whole body was also a little dizzy. Void hunters? He spoke in a low voice, then shook his head and let out a light laugh. Putting it in the past, he had never thought that the idea of becoming a void hunter would have sprung up in his heart. Gently patting his face, Shuya traveled all the way to a vending machine. He dropped coins into it and quickly removed a bottle of mineral water from it. The cool water fell into his throat, causing him to clear his head for a few moments. There were also many things before him now. After successfully opening the third special effect of things to come, wizards, he gained a new ability, Boiling Blood. And the wizards are entering a month-long cooling-off period. Only by waiting until a month later would he be able to reperceive the conditions for the next trigger, wizards. However, according to Shuya's analysis, the next triggering condition would most likely not be a condition like killing a rock realm void beast. And after obtaining the Boiling Blood, he was able to perceive the conditions for evolving the Boiling Blood to see rank through the first special effect, Evolution. This time, the conditions were no longer something like Star Ocean Meteorite Iron, which was only available in the Void Realm. However, in order to successfully evolve the Boiling Blood, it still required him to obtain a special material called the Blood Lotus. It was said that this kind of thing only grew in the depths of the snowy mountains, and even if it was sold on the market, it was worth more than 100,000 dragon coins, which was very expensive. It was completely unaffordable, at least for the current Shuya. As for the second special effect, Fade to Mortality, after successfully raising Boiling Blood to SS rank, it too entered a 2-week-long cooldown period. Within these 2 weeks, he would not be able to use Fadeaway Van to strengthen his abilities anymore. Sure enough, you can't rely entirely on the power of Materia Medica. Must these two D-rank abilities at hand be mastered to perfection and work in conjunction with each other in order to solidify my own battle power? Between Shuya's thoughts, he had already finished the mineral water in his hand. Before he had a chance to tighten the cap, an eerie night breeze blew in. The lights of the vending machine in front of them, as well as the street lights behind them, began to flicker and waver. A few moments later, the lights actually went out instantly. Darkness enveloped the room for about a second before the lights came back on. Shuya's movements froze in place, and he instantly perceived something astonishing. Although the night was late at the moment and the pedestrians around were already very sparse, there had been people coming and going, and there were quite a few young people who were enjoying the nightlife. But after that weird night breeze blew through, the pedestrians around them disappeared as if they had vaporized out of thin air. In this place between heaven and earth, it seemed that he was the only one left, and his ears became silent, with only the sound of the wind constantly blowing. No way. Shuya's drunkenness instantly dissipated, and a sense of unease enveloped his entire body as he violently turned his head. This is called limited void realm, and the effect is similar to the mirror world that you are using. Behind him, a man in a tuxedo stood in place with a smile on his face, as if he had been standing here for a long time. Incidentally, the mirror world is precisely the jaded treasure that was researched in imitation of the limited void realm. Shuya pinched the empty mineral water bottle in his hand hard and flattened it, throwing it aside, looking at the man and speaking in a deep voice. Let me guess. A man in a tuxedo in the middle of the night, smiling pervertedly like a tailgating nerd at a flamboyant high school student like me, and locking me up in the middle of this particular space. You've been a horny for a long time, haven't you? The man's smile froze on his face and the corners of his mouth twitched momentarily. But soon, he regained his composure and looked at Shuya. If I'm the kind of person you're talking about, you should be lying on your back on a vending machine right now instead of standing and talking to me like this. Ha, I guess so. Su also laughed dryly twice. Then his smile tightened, his gaze gazing straight ahead as he read in a decisive tone. You're someone from the Void Demon Council. Oh, you actually know the name of the council. The man seemed a bit surprised and looked at Shuya with slight curiosity. Yes, I also know that you are all a bunch of traitors working for the Void Devil. Shuya smiled blandly, but his words were as venomous as they could be. Oh no, it should be called human traitors. The man was not moved in the slightest, much less angered by Shuya, and just smiled blandly. The beings simply do not understand us or the goals of the Void Demon Lords. He looked at Shuya with slight compassion. We only exist for the greater good, and only by helping the Void Demon Lords accomplish that ultimate goal will we be able to save this world. It seems like the nature of this council is more like a cult then. Shuya sneered, his words getting sharper. Are you going to say, I believe in the Void Devil from my heart in your next sentence? You won't understand until you are baptized. The man regained his original calm and smiled blandly. He then smiled and looked at Shuya. According to Lord Extreme Bliss, you are a very smart fellow. How about you take another guess as to why I'm here? It's because of the nightmare, right? Shuya spoke indifferently, having long ago analyzed the other party's origin the moment they appeared. Fang Xin and the others won't lie to me, so the matter of me killing Nightmare must have been taken care of, and my identity information is kept secret, but you still showed up. This means that the fact that I killed Nightmare was communicated to the Void Demon in some special way. That Nightmare guy said before he died that he was the brother of some 10th Emperor. I think maybe you're the guy who was sent to deal with me by that laboring 10th Emperor. His analysis was tight and very organized, and there wasn't any panic in his eyes. Instead, he used the conversation to stall for time, while his mind was rapidly thinking of ways to get out. Sure enough, you are indeed smart. The tuxedoed man nodded approvingly, but suddenly reached out his hand. In this instant, Shuya's face changed slightly, and he immediately felt that his whole body, as if he was suppressed in place by a certain invisible force, unable to move. It wasn't some kind of ability, but a suppression simply by virtue of energy. But because of that, you're going to die here today. The man kept his smile from start to finish, and there was no ripple in his eyes. He was even extremely gentlemanly as he placed the palm of his right hand on his chest, with his left hand behind his back, and made a bow towards Shuya. In the Void Demon Council, Counselor number 17. Don't try to resist. You have no chance of winning, because my realm is Peak Realm. Chapter 45. Do I look that stupid? Can't move at all. Suyuya's expression changed slightly, trembling his body with all his strength, but it didn't move at all. At this moment, except for his face, which was still able to move normally, his entire body was pressed down dead in place by an invisible force, and no matter how much he pushed his own energy, he was unable to shake this force. Before this, the Nightmare of the Mountain Realm had also used energy to suppress him, but at first he had only felt a slight weight on his shoulders. But now the energy used by this 17th counselor was like a mountain calling out to the sea, and it was actually able to suppress him so much that he couldn't move. Is this the Peak Realm? Shuya once again sensed the gap after the energy realm was raised, but even under these circumstances, he raised his eyes slightly and looked ahead. This, Congressman sir, to purposely send out a Peak Realm awakened in order to kill me, that's completely unnecessary, isn't it? I'm just a Stone Realm Griffin. Even if you guys send a Rock Realm guy over, I'm still no match at all. He. Counselor 17 laughed softly twice with great poise before speaking blandly. Among the Void Demon Council, there is no existence below the Mountain Realm except for the individual elite seeds. To become a counselor, you need at least the Mountain Realm. His words came to an abrupt end and his face changed slightly, but he let out a light laugh. In such a state of affairs, would you even want to test out the council's intelligence? At a young age, you have an extraordinary heart, and you are indeed somewhat clever. He swung out his right hand, and Su Yuya immediately felt as if his neck was being pinched hard by some invisible hand, and he immediately had some difficulty breathing. Su also clenched his right fist hard, desperately trying to break free from the force, but it was still to no avail. I could have killed you directly like this. Just as Shuya was about to be deprived of oxygen to the point of suffocation, Counselor 17 spoke once more and lowered his right hand. Shuya's body fell back down, coughing and wheezing heavily. Oxygen was being gulped down in big gulps, and the face, which had been deprived of oxygen to the point of being somewhat purple, was slowly returning to normal. In that moment just now, he even thought that he was really about to die miserably here. But I've changed my mind now. Counselor 17 just smiled as he looked at Shuya, and from the looks of it, there was no hint of any aggressiveness, but only Shuya himself knew that just now. If he had been on for 3 more seconds, he could have gone into a coma due to lack of oxygen in his brain. What do you want to cough? Do? Shuya asked with a loud gasp. Lord Extreme Bliss has commanded something and is willing to give you a chance. Counselor 17 spoke softly, as if conveying some extremely sacred holy decree. As long as you are willing to join the Void Demon Council, that lord is willing to train you with all his might and keep you alive. As for Lord Akatsuki's side, he will also take care of it for you and won't let you have any worries. What a cliched recruitment session. Shuya recovered quite a bit at the moment, and actually laughed lightly as he looked ahead. Didn't you just say that the council doesn't have any awakened below the rock realm? As long as you are willing to return to the council with me, Lord Extreme Bliss will naturally have a way for you to break through to the rock realm in a short period of time. Counselor 17 merely responded with a faint smile. It's not even difficult to become a mountain realm existence within 2 years if you want to. What a tempting offer. Shuya smiled coldly and spoke. Aren't you guys worried about my betrayal? Once you've been to a baptism, you'll be able to understand us. Counselor 17 simply replied. What? Is the so-called baptism some sort of brainwashing ritual? Baptism that can make you realize the reality of the world. The counselor's eyes glittered with fervor, as if recalling something. After seeing this real world, you will be able to completely understand what the goals of the Void Demon Lords really are. When the time comes, you will naturally join the council willingly and act for the goals of the adults. The reality of the world. What does that mean? Shuya's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked after him. Don't you think you're asking too much? Counselor 17 resumed his original demeanor and blandly terminated the conversation. The council can give you strength far beyond your peers, able to make you pursue supreme happiness, money, rights, women, power, knowledge, life, even death, can be reversed. Hearing this, a strange aura immediately flashed in Shuya's eyes. Whatever you desire, you are able to get what you want. The councilman's voice slowly became agitated, and then slowly calmed down. The council never forces anyone to join. I'm only going to ask you this once. He looked straight at Shuya and spoke slowly. Would you like to join the council? Did you just say that after joining the council, even death can be reversed? Shuya's tone became low, looking straight at Counselor 17. That's right. Counselor 17 smiled. As long as you are able to become a counselor, you will be able to make a wish to Lord Aurora. No matter what the wish is, my lord will be able to fulfill it for you. It even includes wishes like reviving the dead. Su Yuya was struck by lightning. His breathing suddenly shortened by a few points, and a figure also quickly flashed through his mind. Are you telling the truth? He asked quickly, his voice actually trembling slightly in the moment. Counselor 17 noticed his look and actually had an incredibly peaceful expression in his eyes. Naturally, it's true. My wife, Renuka, passed away 7 years ago for a reason. It was Lord Aurora who brought her back to life and brought her back to me. I witnessed every detail of her resurrection with my own eyes, and it is for this reason that I have such respect for Lord Aurora. If that's the case, then Su also's body slightly trembled, the regret that had been buried in his heart. At this moment there was like weeds after the rain, growing wildly. If she can, maybe she can too. Counselor 17 spread his right hand and looked at him with relief, waiting for him to speak that right decision. However, in the next moment, the longing expression on Shuya's face instantly disappeared and turned into a mocking smile, and he even spat out his tongue. How could I possibly join such an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid? He looked ahead with a cold smile in his eyes showing mockery. How's that? Did I just act okay? The expression on Counselor 17's face shifted from relief to shock, then instantly turned cold. In that case, go to hell. With almost no hesitation, he instantly reached forward with his right hand and clenched it hard, unleashing a killing move towards Shuya. Chapter 46. That senior. You should have seen enough already. Su also instantly felt an invisible force pressing down around him. as if he was about to once again enter the suffocating state he had previously experienced. At this moment, he also finally understood the level of determination and danger in the other party's heart. Once you get an answer you don't want, you quickly do a wipeout. Such an organization is simply dangerous. Counselor 17 looked forward coldly, unleashing his abilities and preparing to obliterate Shuya, but the next moment, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Blazing bloodlight erupted from Shuya's body. He let out a dull and incomparable, indistinct roar from his mouth, and a white silk thread actually spread out from his palm. In the next moment, his body transformed into a blood shadow, and he even got rid of the confinement state, directly as if he was absorbed, and rolled to the side. The 17th counselor could see clearly that there was actually a bottle cap in the middle of Shuya's palm, and the cap of the bottle at the moment was tightly attached to the mineral water bottle he had thrown out earlier. The water bottle, which was originally shriveled up, was now filling up and bulging rapidly as if it were inflated. Cough cough cough. Shuya, who managed to come to one side, finally gained the ability to move. He held his knees and panted heavily, wiping the drool that dripped from the corners of his mouth from the pressure, and looked ahead with a sneer. Unfortunately, I don't want to die so easily just yet. Between conversations, he had lifted the boiling blood, facing an enemy of the peak realm. Even if he exhausted the blood in his body, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to cause any effective damage. Might as well leave the stamina behind and make other plans. Oh, surprise appeared in Counselor 17's eyes, not having thought that Shuya would be able to break free of his bonds. The D-rank ability Repair Hand, and the D-rank ability Boiling Blood? I didn't realize you were a dual-born ability awakened. It's just that the two abilities that were awakened were of the lowest D rank. There's something I can't understand about how exactly you killed Lord Nightmare. He swept a glance at the mineral water bottle in Shuya's hand. The moment he saw me, he threw the water bottle and left the cap in his hand to trigger the ability. Have you already thought of getting out of this way? It's just that I'm curious. Do you really think that you'll be able to escape just because you've temporarily gotten rid of me? For me, pinning you in place is as simple as breathing and drinking. So that's how it is. Your ability is like this. Unexpectedly, instead of showing any fear, Shuya let out a light laugh, as if he had seen through something. What did you say? Counselor 17's expression stared slightly, looking straight at Shuya. I originally thought that you were relying on the energy of the peak realm to suppress me from moving. Suyuya straightened up and returned with a pretense of relaxation, but I realized I was wrong. If it was possible to suppress me purely by energy, there was absolutely no need for you to make the motion of bringing your hand up when you just launched an attack on me. He looked straight at Counselor 17, his eyes filled with the luster of knowing everything. The energy of the peak realm does indeed have a great suppressive effect on me, but it's not so great that I can't move. The main means of actually launching an attack on me, as well as restraining me, actually relied on your ability, didn't it? Let me guess. Your ability. Could it be some sort of invisible hand? Consternation flickered in the 17th counselor's eyes. His expression was slightly grave for a few moments, but he quickly released a smile. Not bad. B-rank ability, invisible hand. That's exactly the name of my ability. What an ability that really fits your perverted bad taste. Shuya sneered and let out a taunt. The counselor ignored his taunts and simply continued to smile as he looked ahead. Perhaps it is no accident that Lord Nightmare will die by your hand, but because of that, I can't let you get out of here alive even more. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he waved his right hand. With your strength, even if you know what I'm capable of, how can you resist? The warning signs in Shuya's heart were great, but his right hand flew into his waist. In the next moment, a broken blade was pulled out by him and cupped in his hand, white light enveloping it. Under the effect of the repairing hand, the ancient curfew was instantly repaired, and he swung this bronze ancient sword towards the side. A wave rippled through the air. 3 pitch black, incomparable arms actually fell from the air. You were actually able to cut off my invisible hand? The 17th counselor's eyes displayed shock for who knows how many times. As an existence of the peak realm, he had lost twice in a row while trying to kill this high school student in front of him who had just entered the stone realm. He quickly noticed the ancient curfew in Shuya's hand, and his expression changed slightly. A Jakubo capable of ignoring my energy for a chopping blow. In that case, with a cold expression on his face, he waved his palm once again. This time, his raging energy suppressed Shuya to the point that he couldn't catch his breath, and a horrified scene appeared in Shuya's eyes. Behind the 17th counselor's back, like the spider's legs, more than 20 pitch-black colored arms stretched out. Each arm was pitch black, as if it was able to extend indefinitely. 3 of the arms were in a broken state, clearly chopped by Shuya earlier. At this moment a strand of pitch-black colored energy surged at the place of the break. 3 palms, even from the arm of the broken place to grow out. The counselor had deliberately revealed his powers to Seo, making them no longer invisible, as if he wanted to let him die with a clear understanding. In the next second, these 20-odd arms shot out in unison, as if transforming into an encircling net, covering towards Shuya's body. Su Yuya's expression was grave, and he hurriedly swung his ancient lantern, wanting to cut these arms off. However, an arm actually shot out and flew in front of Ancient Knight. Dang! A strong impact came from the front. Su also actually clearly perceived that the Ancient Knight that he swung with both hands was actually blocked in the air by a huge force. He looked ahead, only to see the pitch-black arm that flew in rapidly, presenting its palm in a claw-like shape, with all 4 fingers facing downwards and the thumb facing upwards, pinching Ancient Knight in the air in a kind of snapping position. As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it won't be cut off? Counselor 17 resumed his bashful stance. What a simple and direct effect. More than a dozen arms spread rapidly and climbed up Shuya's body, confining him to the spot once again, unable to move. Even the ancient curfew was dislodged from his palm and plunged straight into the ground. His body was held aloft in mid-air, and the voice of Counselor 17 came to his ears. This time, you have nowhere to run. A palm covered towards Shuya's face. The counselor didn't want to continue wasting time and was ready to rip Shuya's head off. However, Shuya suddenly looked as if he had given up his resistance, let out a long breath, looked straight behind Counselor 17, and shouted out in a long drawn-out tone, "Although I don't know your name, but that's senior. You should have seen enough already. If I don't make a move, I'm really going to die here." What did you say? The 17th counselor, alarmed, turned sharply back toward the rear, but his head had only just turned. A bone-chilling cold wind then came from behind, covering the entire space in an instant. Chapter 47. Are you worthy of being compared to me? The temperature around them dropped sharply as the wind was chilly. A silhouette, after all, stepped out of the shadows just like that and walked in the direction of Counselor 17. The dim light reflected his face. It was a man with short pale white hair. He looked to be about 27 or 18 years old, dressed in fine body robes and boots, and both his hair and clothes were immaculate. The whole face was angular, but the eyes were filled with coldness, just like the cold wind that surged around. Tread, tread. His boots hit the ground, breaking the silence around him. Immediately, from where he stepped on his feet, a continuous ice surface actually spread out, covering the entire ground in a moment's time. Who are you? The 17th counselor's heart was shaken, and an unspeakable sense of crisis actually spread throughout his body. He hadn't even realized that someone had actually broken into this limited realm of emptiness without a sound. The man didn't respond to him, just looked ahead indifferently and took another step. This time, the spreading frost directly covered and wrapped around the 20-odd arms that had imprisoned Shuya. The dark-colored arm was covered with frost, and then it shattered and cracked. Ice flowers scattered in the sky, and Shuya's body fell from mid-air. The bone-chilling cold caused his body to shiver slightly, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together and look ahead, taking a long breath in his heart. This energy, coupled with the power of cold ice, the 17th counselor's invisible hand was broken, and his complexion instantly changed drastically. Those broken black arms, at this moment, disappeared as invisibly as possible, hidden behind him. Instead, he stared straight at the white-haired man with unblinking eyes as a name flashed through his mind, a shocked look on his face. Your Ice King, Ruan Rui. Ice King, Nguyen Ri. The Peak Realm Void Hunters had a fierce reputation. It has mastered a rather powerful energy transformation type of ability, Ice Age. Among the S-rank abilities, he had once used his own strength to freeze an imaginary realm with its entrance. The Ice King. Shuya rubbed his incredibly sore neck and looked at the white-haired man thoughtfully. He had noticed the man's presence as early as the opening of the limited void realm. Although he guessed that the other party might be a void hunter sent to protect him, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. The invisible hand that had rendered him helpless was frozen into a sky of ice shavings in just one breath of effort. It seems like I've miscalculated this time. Counselor 17's face became extremely ugly. Although his invisible hand was able to regenerate, it required a lot of his energy to be consumed. Since the Void Hunter sent you, the Ice King, it seems that I won't be able to kill him this time. He let out a cold snort, and then his energy surged, unexpectedly wanting to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Ice King Ruan Rui looked at him indifferently, his tone so cold that it was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. In the next moment, Counselor 17 was horrified to find that his feet had been frozen on at some point. His expression changed drastically as his energy expansion exploded, shattering the cold ice on his feet. Afterwards, his entire body actually floated directly in the air, using the invisible hand as a support, presenting a floating effect. Shuya stroked his chin and thought, having long since lost any suspense about the outcome of this battle. At this moment, all of Counselor 17's arms were transformed into an invisible state, hidden in the void. Through the naked eye alone, it was impossible to detect the presence of those arms. His face was cold, and the energy in his body erupted as if it were a mountainous tsunami spewing towards Ruan Rui. Your Excellency the Ice King, you and I are at the same peak realm. Do we really have to be so aggressive? I'll admit that you may be a bit stronger than me, but if I'm pushed to the edge, I'll never let you get away with it. He was both soft and hard, his gaze cold, and a jade-like determination erupted in his eyes. Oh, Wenrui faintly looked up and swept a glance at Counselor 17 in midair. In the next breath, an icy shadow remained in place as he disappeared. At the same time, an ice-cold and incomparable voice came from Counselor 17's ear. I'm curious, what made you have the illusion that I'm on the same level as you? The 17th counselor's entire body shook, the blood in his entire body seemed to flow backwards, and his sweat hairs all counted backwards. He hadn't even detected any scent of Wenrui moving at all. He shouted angrily, and behind him, more than 20 invisible hands wrapped in 10,000 pounds of force smashed towards Wenrui on his side. But Wenrui only looked ahead lightly and gently extended his right palm. Boom! A piece of ice fog exploded from his palm, taking on a conical spread. The frost directly froze the invisible hand in the air, and the arm that was originally invisible now showed its original shape under the frost's freezing. Not only those invisible hands, but even half of Counselor 17's body was currently covered in frost. Bone-chilling cold washed over his body, and it was hard to hide the horror in his eyes. How is it possible to be so strong? He gritted his teeth, his body shivering continuously from the cold, but he also flashed a color of madness. You forced me to do this. When I unravel this limited void realm, everyone in the vicinity will be buried with me. I'd like to see if you're going to protect these people or kill me. He began to push his energy, wanting to unlock this limited realm of emptiness, but soon he blushed slightly. This was because no matter how much he pushed his energy, the surroundings remained the same as before, and the qualified void realm had not disappeared in the slightest. What do you think I'm doing by freezing this perimeter without expending energy? Wenrui looked at him expressionlessly. The frost that spread across the ground wasn't cast just so he could pretend. You froze this space? An unbelievable conjecture surged in the 17th counselor's mind. The horror in his heart was beyond words. Obviously, we were all at the same peak realm, so why was the gap so wide? Same peak realm? Wenrui whispered softly under his breath, and his right palm was already pressing falsely towards the 17th counselor's face. Suddenly at this moment, Su Yuya's eyes moved slightly, noticing something, and he shouted urgently, Senior Ice King, be careful behind you, only to see two thick and incomparable pitch-black arms, actually rushing out from the earth, slapping towards Wenrui's body with a soundless momentum. Councilman 17's face was frantic. This was his last resort, a strike that condensed the energy of his entire body. As long as one was slapped by it, even this Ice King would definitely be slapped into serious injury. Click click click, his crazy smile, frozen by layers of rising solid ice, froze on his face. Frozen along with them were the two black arms that were less than half a meter away from Wenrui. Solid cold ice, spreading up continuously from the ground, froze them. Wenrui's face was expressionless as he gently clenched his fists. In an instant, Counselor 17's entire frozen body, along with those two black arms, instantly shattered and turned into countless ice shards scattered on the ground. At the same time, it was the second half of his whisper that slowly escaped from his mouth. And you're worthy to be compared to me? Chapter 48. Is that really just acting? Overbearing, powerful. The strength displayed by this Ice King caused Su to be quite shocked as well. This was also the first time he had seen a battle between peak realm powerhouses up close. Ice shards and ice flowers flew randomly all around, and Wenrui landed lightly from the air, walking straight towards Shuya. Thank you Senior for saving me. Su also bowed slightly to say thank you, but before he could finish his sentence, Wenrui directly interrupted him. When did you find out about me? Su also blinked his eyes and hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Starting from 1, and the reason? A hint of surprise flashed in Wenrui's eyes, but his face remained emotionless. My brain memorizes and builds up images of the surrounding area at all times. Shuya didn't hide it, but answered honestly. It's sort of a skill and instinct that I've deliberately practiced. At the same time that this limited realm of emptiness unfolded, I noticed a deviation in the light shown by the lights over there. He pointed to a light at the far corner. So I guess it's because someone is under the light, using some means to hide their breath and figure. Against a mole like me, the Void Demon Council shouldn't have sent more than 2 counselors. Thus I can probably guess that Senior is perhaps a Void Hunter who has come to protect me. Nice analysis. Wenrui nodded and made a rather pertinent comment. At this moment, he finally arrived in front of Shuya and spoke calmly. Since you already discovered my existence a long time ago, then when that counselor launched his invitation to you just now, did you refuse from the bottom of your heart? Or did you have to refuse because of my presence? At this moment, Su also actually perceived a bone-chilling coldness coming to his face. Wenrui's eyes were ice cold, just staring straight at him, as if he wanted to penetrate his soul through his eyes. Under such high pressure, he didn't even have much chance to think. Faced with such a strong forced questioning, an irritation sprang up in Shuya's heart for no reason. he wrapped his body with energy, even hardened against the pressure, looked straight at Ruan Rui, and his tone was a few points colder. What difference does it make in terms of results? I don't believe they're bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The intention you showed just now, was it really just an act that you performed? Ruan Rui was unforgiving and continued to press the issue. The heartbeat that Shuya had shown earlier didn't seem like a performance at all to him. Something like the revival of the dead is already against the rules of how the world operates, and it is impossible for it to be real. Shuya's expression was calm as he faintly responded. How could I possibly fall for such cultish words? Very well. Ruan Rui didn't care about Shuya's attitude at all. He just nodded his head in an ice-cold and incomparable manner. That pressure on Shuya's body suddenly dissipated, and the chill on his body receded extremely quickly. This Ice King, just looking at him as I was, faintly said, I hope you won't do anything to betray humanity. If you really intend to join the Void Demon Council, I will definitely behead you with my own hands. Ha! Let's hope that day won't come. Shuya hummed lightly as he moved his slightly stiff arms and legs. Only he understood what was going through his mind earlier. Perhaps for desperate people, those words from Congressman 17 will turn out to be a lifesaver for these people. However, in his mind, he always maintained his sanity and calmness. As for whether or not he had a heartbeat, that was something only he could understand. The air just went silent. That Ice King Gwen Rui just stood there, not saying a word. Su also touched his nose, only feeling that the atmosphere was extremely awkward. He looked at Ruan Rui with false eyes, secretly thinking in his heart, this guy, is he creating some kind of cold-faced persona? At this point, shouldn't he have made his intentions known and taken the initiative to make a point with me? Ruan Rui seemed to have sensed Shuya's line of sight and similarly looked over. It was only after a moment that he finally spoke. The principal sent me to protect you. You guys thought about this for half a day and ended up stifling such a line of nonsense. Shuya spat loudly in his heart, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. For some reason, he vaguely perceived that this Ice King Sr., it seems, a little sociopathic? He took a deep breath and barely managed to squeeze out a dry smile as he responded. It looks like the principal expected this to happen a long time ago. Aha! Gwenri answered coldly once more, followed by another moment of silence. It was only after a few seconds that he looked at Shuya in confusion. Don't you have anything to ask? I'm asking a hammer. Shuya growled in his mind. You threatened me just a second ago. Do I have to lick my face to show you favor? Su also held his forehead inside lightly. The dissatisfaction in his heart towards this Ice King had dissipated. He could already tell that this Lord Ice King, who seemed to be simply socially fearful, along with not being able to speak, didn't have any direct ill will towards him. No matter what, the other party had saved his life, and there was no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. He took a deep breath before he opened his mouth and asked, the principal sent you over, senior. It shouldn't be just to protect me. Aha. Gwenri nodded, but immediately lost it again. Well, it's over? You say the words instead. Seo also spat frantically in his mind, almost already jumping up and down. Obviously you were so aggressive just now. How come you can't even say anything now, ahoy? He had never met anyone so difficult to communicate with. Ruan Rui also seemed to have sensed that he should say something, frowning slightly in thought for a moment before continuing. To be precise, I happened to be in the neighborhood and stopped by to protect you. He looked at Shuya and said expressionlessly, in your hands, you should have the Dragon Jade. This is an invitation to enter the Dragon Summer Academy. The principal asked me to ask you if you intend to join Longxia Academy. Actually, I'm still considering this matter. Shuya had almost guessed another reason for the other party's appearance as well, only revealing a hesitant expression as he replied. Regarding whether or not he wanted to join the Dragon Summer Academy, there was actually some hesitation and pondering in his heart. The principal also said that you are now on the radar of the Void Demon Council. Gwen Rui cocked his head, seemingly recalling what the principal had instructed him on the phone. Void hunters can't be close to you 24 hours a day, so next time you might not be so lucky to survive a counselor. Holy! Shuya's face changed drastically, and he cursed angrily in his heart. At this moment, after Ruan Rui's reminder, it dawned on him that this attack today would never be the end. But as long as you are able to enroll in the Dragon Summer Academy, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your head within the boundaries of the academy. Actually, I've been looking up to the Dragon Summer Academy for a long time, and it's my lifelong dream to be able to join this academy. Su also held the Dragon Jade in his hand and looked at Ruan Rui with a sincere face. He was not a little cutie. Earlier, he hesitated to join the Dragon Summer Academy, but he was also just worried that it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to his life. There was a great threat to his life now, and he couldn't expect to be saved every time. Instead, it was by joining the Dragon Summer Academy that his safety could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Very well. Ruan Rui nodded and waved his right hand. The frozen space around them immediately began to shatter, revealing the real world again. Then let's get going now. Chapter 49, The Evil Rich Kid. Shuya had only just inserted the ancient curfew that had been thrust into the ground into its scabbard when he froze somewhat in place. At the moment he was back in the middle of his original world, still standing by the vending machine. People were coming and going all around, and no one noticed that there were suddenly 2 more people here. You're saying, leave now? Shuya surveyed his surroundings, feeling nothing but a wave of absurdity. It was already late at night, and even though he had agreed to join the Longxia Academy, there was no need to depart in such a hurry, right? The death of a counselor was bound to make the Void Demon Council wary. It was unlikely that they would continue to send people over to attack him in the short term. I can accompany you to say goodbye to your parents, as well as pick up some luggage. Nguyen Rue spoke expressionlessly, not joking at all. My parents have been missing for a long time, and there's nothing special to prepare in terms of luggage. Shuya twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke. Some key things, such as that ability stone as well as his parents' relics and other things, he had already put them into the world in the pot. He was able to take it out at any time as long as he had a thought, and there was no need to specially go home and prepare any luggage. Nguyen looked at him for a few seconds and suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, but my parents died when I was very young as well. There's no need to apologize in a place like this. Shuya spat out with a renewed cry in his heart. And that's a weird way to comfort someone. What does that too mean? My parents just disappeared, but they haven't even found their bodies yet. He was an orphan before crossing over, and after crossing over, his parents in this world had long since disappeared. He didn't have any special feelings for his parents. It was just that he always felt a pang of weirdness when Nguyen Rue said that. I'm just curious as to why it has to be now. Isn't the normal start of school in September? And is there anyone at school this early? And I always have to prepare before enrollment, right? I'm also very tired from the battle just now. Why don't you let me go home and sleep for a while, and we'll set out tomorrow? Shuya spoke with a dry smile, the exhaustion in his eyes unable to hide it. Who told you that you will definitely be able to enroll in school? Nguyen Rue looked at Shuya with some surprise and cocked his head in confusion. What does it mean? An inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged to his heart, and Shuya's expression tightened. Don't I have the Dragon Jade? Which is useful. The Dragon Jade. It's just an invitation to enroll in school. Nguyen Rue interrupted. Only when you get it do you have the opportunity to take the entrance test. Wait, do you mean those who are able to pass the entrance test will be able to truly join Longxia Academy and complete their enrollment? Nguyen Rue said indifferently. Tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock, the entrance test will officially open. It's to screen out some of the unqualified. In that case, these students will still have time to attend the interviews and entrance exams of the other Awakened One academies. And the students who can pass the test are only qualified to participate in the entrance examination 10 days later to divide the rankings. Other students with qualifications have already rushed to the school one after another to prepare for the exam. You're already the latest of the bunch. Shuya's head buzzed, suddenly recalling the words Chao Sha had left behind before he left. If I may, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony, so that if possible is something else. We're pressed for time. We must leave tonight. Nguyen Rue looked at Shuya with an expressionless face. Do you need me to accompany you home to get your things? No need. Shuya sighed and rubbed his brow. How are we going to get going? Sure enough, it wasn't that easy to join this #1 Awakened One academy in the country. Suddenly, at that moment, an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd passing behind them. Immediately after that, there was the sound of a roaring engine that arrived abruptly. A luxurious car actually stopped directly next to Shuya with a drift. Su also looked back, only to see a Rolls-Royce just parked in place, just when he was surprised. An elegant old man, even from the driver's seat out of the middle, straight opened the back door, put out a respectful look. He was dressed in a suit and had an elegant demeanor, looking at the two with a smile on his face. Young Master Nguyen Rue, as per your order, I'm here on time. Please get in the car, both of you, and we'll leave immediately. Nguyen Rue entered the back seat without looking back and looked at Shuya, who was still standing in place. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Click. Shuya once again crushed and flattened the mineral water bottle in his hand, twitching the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Wannabe rich second generation. He got into the car and soon sped off into the distance amidst a crowd of envious gazes. The far outskirts of Tsu, a barren mountain in an extremely strange state. Its area from the halfway up the mountainside was frozen by a layer of solid ice, and on this hot summer day, it was actually difficult to dissolve that frost. Right above this mountain, several fierce-faced virtual beasts froze into ice sculptures, not moving a muscle. I don't know how much time has passed. Within one of the ice sculptures, a violent tremor suddenly erupted. After a few seconds passed, this ice sculpture violently exploded, and the energy that rolled around it instantly blew the remaining several ice sculptures to smithereens. A bird-shaped virtual beast with wings actually drilled out of the ice sculpture, its entire body shivering madly as if it had been frozen. Its face was fierce and filled with anger as it looked towards the sky, the energy in its body continuously rolling, driving the bone-chilling coldness from its body. Damn, Ice King! This virtual beast even spat out human words, emitting a low roar filled with hatred from its mouth. In his eyes, there were flashes of resentment, and his eyes still seemed to reflect the expressionless, ice-cold man. I'm going to make you pay. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while, then suddenly waved his re-thawed wings and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing into the night. I don't know how long it took, but Sue, also half asleep, sensed the sound of the car turning off and finally woke up in a daze. We're here? He asked, rubbing his brow as the exhaustion from the battle made him a bit groggy. The elegant old man gently opened the car door and signaled him to get out. It was late at night, and Shuya left the car, the whistling night wind blowing against his face, making him finally awake for a few moments. But when he saw his surroundings, he froze once again. Don't tell me that Longxia Academy is in this place. All around him was actually a wasteland. He couldn't even see a mosquito, let alone a building. Where are you looking? Over here. Ruan Rue's voice came from behind him. Su also turned his head to look, his pupils clenching. Only a helicopter was visible, parked above the clearing behind him. The elegant old man, after welcoming him out of the car, went straight into the main cockpit of the helicopter. Under his operation, the propeller began to turn from slow to fast and spun at a rapid pace, emitting an audible roar. And Gwyn Ri was sitting in the back, calling out to him with a blank face. The capital is a long way from here, and I don't have much patience for traveling there by car. Come up here quickly, and if nothing else, we should be able to get you back to the academy in time for the entrance test to begin. Chapter 50, Night Lord, King of the Night. Won't you take another nap? Ruan Rue looked at Shuya and asked lightly. It would take at least 4 hours to fly from here to the academy. You won't get there until about 6 or so. How are you going to meet the entrance test if you don't replenish your form? Shuya rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his face filled with speechlessness. This is the first time I've ever flown in a helicopter. He pointed overhead at the humming propeller sound that continued to carry into the cabin. How can I possibly sleep with the fuselage shaking like this? Plus in such a noisy environment? He sighed softly. Just got a couple hours of sleep in the car too. That should be enough. Jin City and the capital city where Longxia Academy was located were considered two extremely close cities geographically. However, since the day of the disaster 300 years ago, the capital has become almost the most central area of the Dragon Kingdom, with its city limits being almost the largest in the Dragon Kingdom. The Longxia Academy was also located in an area on the far outskirts of the capital. If you're driving there, it's at least 8 hours or more. It was for this reason that Nguyen Ri chose to go by his own helicopter in order to save time. After receiving Shuya's response, Ruan Rue quieted down once again and stopped speaking. Shuya was silent for a while, and finally, somewhat unable to hold back, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there anything that needs to be taken care of regarding this entrance test?" The time constraints caught him a little off guard, and there was no time to investigate ahead of time. Thinking that he would be ready to start the test right after he landed, he could only hope that this Ice King in front of him would give him some hints. The content of the test is different every year, Ruan Rue lightly responded, but the specific direction of the test is generally to assess the comprehensive quality of the new students. However, since all students have already taken a combat test before entering the school, the entrance test won't be too strict on the combat aspect, and is basically a test of overall ability. Combat test? Shuya heard a word from his mouth and immediately frowned. Am I going to have to make up for such a test after returning to school? No, your combat test is over, Ruan Rue calmly responded. To be able to hold on for 2 minutes without dying at the hands of an awakened of the peak realm, that's already far more than 90% of freshmen. So you haven't been making any moves, so you're testing me in combat? Shuya's complexion changed slightly. Yes, originally I was in charge of your combat test, but it just so happens that there is this opportunity, so I want to use it to observe how far you can go in a high-pressure situation. Ruan Rue didn't refute in the slightest, and even directly admitted to this matter. Aren't you worried about me being killed by that counselor? Shuya's expression sank a few points. I'm 10% sure that I can stop him before your life is in danger. Ruan Rue, however, replied incomparably calmly. But you're all peak realms, aren't you? The realm of an ability only represents the degree of development of the ability and the amount of one's own energy. It doesn't represent true combat ability. Ruan Rue's demeanor did not change, and he quite patiently explained for Shuya, the level of physical skill, the realm of ability, one's own combat talent, all of these factors can greatly affect one's strength. It's not impossible to accomplish battles across realms under some qualifying conditions. Even though I'm at the same peak realm as him, if I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't even be able to use 30% of my strength. Su also listened attentively, and the concept of awakened ones in his mind suddenly became a few more points clearer. Previously in the mirror world, Fang Xin had also mentioned the matter of physical arts. His complexion moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to follow up. This body art. Boom! A gust of wind, unaccountably in your face, buffeted the helicopter and shook it wildly. Shuya almost slipped off the chair and hurriedly grabbed the armrest beside him to stabilize himself. What's wrong? Ruan Rue's face underwent a subtle change, and he actually stood up directly and looked at the driver's seat. What happened? Elder Fang? Young master. Elder Fang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head calmly and incomparably. You might have to go and take care of some trouble. We were attacked. Attack? Shuya looked back. You're kidding. This is 4,000 meters in the air. He looked forward by the light of the airplane, but his pupils snapped shut. In this dark and incomparable night sky, the light actually vaguely illuminated a 4-meter-tall huge body. The body flew high above the sky out of nowhere, blocking the plane right in front of it head-on. From its appearance, it seemed to be a huge and incomparably strange bird, with its wings spreading high, and when it swung, the sky was filled with gusty winds, which caused the airplane to shake continuously. It's that Night Lord. After getting a good look at the monster's figure, Ruan Rue's expression changed. It's surprising that it didn't die. Obviously, in his perception, this imaginary beast had already lost its vitality under his freezing Ice King. In the night sky, the hissing sound of the Night Lords was transformed into thunderous rolls and passed on. It probably didn't occur to you that my ability is King of the Night. Today, I will take revenge on you for those dead compatriots. On its body, it actually also spewed out peak realm energy fluctuations in a torrent. I see. Using energy to protect a sliver of life and conceal the aura, and gaining power to break free of my ability after the late night falls? Nguyen Rue spoke as if to himself, but his expression did not ripple. Rather, I was careless. Humph. Unself-conscious. Coldness flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything, he directly reached out and grabbed the hatch. Su also reacted extremely quickly and hastily grabbed the handrail beside him the moment the hatch opened. Strong suction came from beyond the hatch. Ruan Rue stood at the edge of the hatch and turned his head to look faintly ahead. This guy will trouble you. Elder Fang. Don't worry, young master. Elder Fang compared a thumbs up. His face actually didn't have the slightest bit of panic. All he had was endless trust in his own young master. Hey, are you going out to fight this guy? Shuya's face changed slightly and he turned his head to look at the door. It's 4,000 meters up here. The opponent was a strange bird capable of flying in the air, and was even in the same peak realm as Ruan Rue. Both sides fought, and a single slip could result in a fall from a high altitude. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you take care of yourself first? Ruan Rue didn't care about Shuya's shout and directly rolled over and jumped out from among the hatch. I'll win. The instant he rushed out, the strong air current slammed the hatch back shut. Just jumped? Shuya's face changed slightly, and before he had time to look, the entire fuselage shifted sharply sideways and tilted forward. All he could do was grab the handrail as hard as he could to steady himself from being thrown out. Above the tilted window, he saw Nguyen Rhee's figure rise into the sky, and behind it, the two huge wings, which were condensed from cold ice, flapped hard. Chapter 51 Threats, Weaknesses, Insidious Night Lords. Little brother Shuya, please hold on tight. Elder Fang's smooth voice came from the front. Even though a peak realm void beast stood horizontally in front of him, he remained calm and did not even produce any panic. The helicopter then began to shake violently, but the helicopter still flew very steadily toward the side in front of the skilled steward. Co also grabbed the handrail and looked out through the window, only to see Ruan Rue's wings spread out behind his back, and then he turned into a stump, skimming over the airplane in a hurry and rushing towards the front. Ice King, you will surely die a miserable death here today. An ear-piercing roar came out of that Night Lord's mouth, and the waves of sound were like thunder churning. The top of his large body flashed with pitch-black colored energy, and between the flashes of his wings, countless black energy Goliath blades flew out from the sky. In the face of this massive attack, the helicopter seemed to be covered by it. Just when Shuya was a little nervous, Ruan Rue waved his right hand icily and calmly. In an instant, a sky of densely packed ice blades unexpectedly appeared behind him as well. He flicked his finger forward, and as if with navigation, these ice blades slammed into each of the sharp edges with unerring precision. The impact of the black blades and ice blades dissipated, exploding the air in streaks of frosty gas, but none of the attacks reached the speeding helicopter. Under Fang Lao's piloting, the airplane drilled through the frosty air and flew towards the side with no loss of speed, trying to get away from the shocking battle in the air. Within a short time, those two figures kept shrinking. Shuya's pupils contracted, and from that narrow window, he saw a shocking scene. Ruan Rue's ice wings fluttered, turning into a shadow, and that Night Lord fought in the air. The violet black energy and the power of frost continuously impacted, creating extremely splendid energy fluctuations with every collision. From afar, it looked as if there were countless fireworks exploding from the air, and the scene was quite grand. Is this the battle of a peak realm awakened? Shuya's heart began to beat frantically, and an inexplicable luster flashed in his eyes. Previously, when he was in the limited void realm, Ruan Rui had killed that 17th counselor in seconds with just one move. Although they were both at the peak realm, that counselor hadn't been able to make this Ice King Senior perform any powerful moves at all. But this peak realm void beast in front of him made Ruan Rui move. Su Yuya also finally perceived the power of the peak realm awakened with a straight face. The peak realm is already this strong, so how terrifying would the Ridge realm and the Kunlun realm above this be? Some conjectures flickered in his mind as his heart rippled. The sounds of that fierce battle were getting farther and farther away. Under Fang Lao's lead, they finally got out of the fighting range and the fuselage leveled out again. Are we just going to leave straight away? Su also looked out the window, and in the darkness of the night, he could only vaguely see two blurry masses of light flickering one after another. Don't worry, young master, he won't lose. Elder Fang faintly responded. I will follow young master's orders and send you safely to Longxia Academy. You do trust him? Shuya looked at the elegant old man and gently raised an eyebrow. Young master is the one I've seen since I was a child. Elder Fang, on the other hand, smiled bashfully as some memories seemed to flash through his eyes. Since he said he would win, he will. I hope so. Seo also looked out the window once more and muttered. Although there may be some detours, we should still be able to reach the academy at the scheduled time. Fang Lao smoothly piloted the helicopter, casually glancing at the instrument panel. Young master will find his own way to get to the academy after the battle is over. Elder Fang's voice was interrupted by a mournful shrill whistle. Shuya snapped back, his pupils shrinking slightly, only to see that in the midst of that night, a black shadow, which actually transformed into a gale, flew rapidly in their direction. How dare you? Ruan Rui's bellowing voice sounded like thunder. Immediately, Su also saw a huge ice spear 2 meters thick in midair, flying rapidly from the distance and plunging into the black shadow. The black shadow's wings spread out, revealing the grim appearance of a Night Lord. The short battle had caused it to have wounds all over its body, and while it looked straight ahead, it already had a way to deal with the Ice King in its mind. Facing that immense and incomparable ice spear, pitch-black colored energy surged out from his body, and his entire body even tilted 90 degrees sharply, brushing against that ice spear. The ice spears carried a braking momentum, rushing straight towards the helicopter. However, half a meter away from the plane, the spearhead began to decompose, directly turning into a piece of ice debris and dissipating. At the same time, the remnants of the Night Lords finally swooped down, their huge bird claws grasping towards the helicopter. I'll also show you what it looks like to have your own compatriots die tragically in front of you. This fellow wants to threaten Senior Ruan Rui with our lives. Su Yuya's heart shook as he immediately reacted to what this Night Lord was trying to do. A flash of gravity also appeared in Fang Lao's eyes as he swung the lever hard, trying to twist to avoid the Night Lord's grasp. But the speed of the Night Lord was too fast, and even if he maneuvered, he could not avoid it. Dang! The bird's claws clawed heavily on top of a layer of cold ice. Su also looked out of the window in surprise, only to see a layer of transparent ice barrier, which actually took on a spherical shape, covering the helicopter. The bird's claws clawed on top of this layer of solid ice, and ice shards flew, but they failed to claw through. An ice trail raced in the distance, stopping violently in midair. Ruan Rui's face was ice cold, his eyes filled with killing intent and coldness. You're looking for death. Without saying a word, he flapped his ice wings and swooped towards the Night Lord as a stream of light. The Dao Cold Chi condensed in his hands, transforming into a spear of cold ice and thrusting it at the Night Lord without saying a word. The Night Lord, on the other hand, quickly flew towards the back, and seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he suddenly folded his wings in front of his body. The ice spears plunged above the wings, erupting into a hum of gold and iron. The wings of this Night Lord were actually as hard as steel. With the Night King's enchantment, I am invincible at night. The Night Lord swung his wings hard, and the violent air currents it generated forced Ruan Rui to step back uncontrollably. He flew backwards towards the back, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the helicopter encased in the ice barrier. A cunning shine flickered in its eyes as it sneered and read, "And you have to be distracted to protect these two weak losers. What are you fighting me with?" The bird's claws fell sharply and slammed hard on top of the cold ice barrier. The solid cold ice was suddenly splattered with ice chips, creating many cracks. Although the helicopter's fuselage was not affected, Su Yuya and Elder Fang, who were in the cabin, both produced changes in their expressions at the moment. Dang! Another roar came from overhead. The strike that contained the energy of the Night Lord's entire body actually completely shattered this layer of cold ice barrier, scattering it from the air. Looking at the helicopter under his feet, a cruel luster appeared in the eyes of the Night Lord, and his left claw came clawing in the direction of the cabin. As he watched the bird's claws continue to enlarge, Shuya's heart quickly clenched. Put! A few drops of blood drifted out and flung themselves on top of the window. The helicopter tilted and flew past the Night Lords under Fang Lao's control. Seo also looked through the window and saw Ruan Rui, who had crossed his body to block the side of the helicopter and was stabbed in the chest by the bird's claws by his flesh. Chapter 52, Trust me. You see, you humans are always like that, doing things that move your ego. The Night Lord's face broke into an unimpeded grin, a look of triumph in his plan. He pulled out his right paw with such force that a splash of blood drifted between his claws. Another fight with me and a distraction to protect those weaker compatriots. This will only lead to your full defeat. Ice King. It laughed in a sardonic manner, and its laughter was filled with pleasure. What you mean? Is this painless attack? Ruan Rui spoke coldly, a layer of ice flowers beginning to emerge from the wound on his chest at the moment. Under the drenching of blood, the layer of ice flower soon turned into a blood flower. With the aid of this he froze the wound. His face was slightly white, but his gaze was still icy cold. I promise I'll make sure you die a horrible death this time. Ruan Rui waved his palm, and it seemed as if a sea of frosty air rushed out from his palm, covering and pouncing on the Night Lord. But the Night Lords just flapped their wings, dodging as they caught up with the helicopter. No matter what kind of creature it is, once a weakness is discovered, it has half a foot in the abyss of hell. It laughed and whimpered, black energy erupting from its body as it fought off the wave of ice. Apparently, the two losers in this plane are your weakness, Ice King. He swung his claws in a gesture to slap the plane. Ruan Rui's eyes went cold, but he could only helplessly maneuver the layer of ice waves into a half-wall to fend off the Night Lord's attack. Ha! The Night Lord laughed and two feathers flew out from his body. The feather sliced through the night sky, instantly hitting Ruan Rui's shoulder and piercing a blood splatter. Just like that, Nguyen Rui stifled a grunt, anger filling his eyes. This A-rank ability, King of the Night, brought a great increase in ability to this peak realm Night Lord. Whether it was energy, speed or destructive power, it was at least 3 times stronger than normal. It's certainly the toughest ability in these late night hours. The Night Lords then began to frantically start attacking towards the airplane. Each of his attacks would be blocked by the wall of ice that Ruan Rui had transformed into. But Ruan Rui himself was also attacked by the Night Lord's sneak attacks one after another. Although he didn't suffer any more fatal injuries for a short period of time, his face grew paler and paler. Hey, 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 hey. Shuya's face changed slightly as he witnessed everything from the window. Elder Fang, who had always been calm, had an extremely grave expression at this moment. We've become a burden to young master. In order to protect us, the young master can only utilize 50% of his strength. 50%? How can it be so limited? Shuya's heart jumped, somewhat unable to understand. Protection is more than 3 times as difficult as offense. Elder Fang responded gruffly. Don't you notice? Since just now, our surroundings have been wrapped in young master's energy. The loss of all this energy will seriously slow down his battle power. And even more so, it will make him distracted all the time. Under Elder Fang's reminder, Su also looked outward carefully, which allowed him to vaguely perceive it. At this moment, countless tiny ice shards were floating around the airplane, following it as it kept moving. It was also because of these ice shards that each of the Night Lord's attacks could be stopped in time by Ruan Rui. After consuming so much energy and being distracted, he was still able to fight this Night Lord to a draw? Shuya was secretly shocked in his heart and looked out of the window at the expressionless Ruan Rui, protecting the plane while fending off sneak attacks from the Night Lords. In this situation, this Ice King Sr. even managed to find the time to launch an attack on the Night Lord. In terms of strength alone, even with the King of the Night's augmentation, the Night Lords were definitely no match for Ruan Rui, but it was insidious and cunning, and in such a way that it firmly restricted Ruan Rui. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, the energy fluctuations on Ruan Rui's body had clearly declined by a few points, and he was extremely depleted. If the attack continues like this, even if we are able to kill the Night Lord, Senior Ruan Rui, he will definitely be heavily injured, right? Su Yuya's expression was grave, and he had almost seen the end. If it wasn't to protect them, Ruan Rui wouldn't have to fight so stiflingly at all. Elder Fang, let me ask you. Su also no longer hesitated and directly poked his head forward, asking extremely quickly, if we give up our protection, what percentage of Elder Ruan Rui's confidence does he have in killing the Night Lord? 10%. With young master's strength, killing this void beast would be a breeze if he wasn't distracted. Elder Fang answered in a deep voice. All he could do now was trust the young master and try to keep the plane away from the Night Lords. Very well, I understand. Su also retracted his head, a determined look in his eyes, and even directly kicked open the hatch, clasped the armrest with his hand, and poked his head out. Dang! The huge bird's claws fell at just the right moment, and a wall of ice suddenly surfaced in front of Shuya, blocking the blow. What are you doing? Get back! Ruan Rui bellowed out, chiding Shuya, but Su also did not care. His hair was pulled by the gusts of wind and kept flying outward. but his eyes were incomparably solemn. He channeled his energy and roared loudly against the wind. Senior Ruan Rui, stop protecting the airplane. Use your full strength and kill this strange bird. Noisy mole cricket. A cold light flashed in the Night Lord's eyes as two black ons fell rapidly, wanting to kill Shuya. But above Shuya's head, an ice flower emerged once again, blocking these two attacks. Hurry up and go back to me. This head I will naturally cut it down. Ruan Rui's face was icy cold, not paying the slightest attention to Su Yuya's shouts. I'm not kidding you. I was able to secure the plane. You just need to let go of the fight and kill this strange bird with all your might. Just as Ruan Rui frowned, wanting to scold back, he saw Shuya's eyes. Trust me, without any nonsense. Su also just shouted out these three words and looked straight at Ruan Rui through the night. Ruan Rui was slightly stunned, and actually saw a touch of confidence and determination in this teenager's eyes. Shuya finished his shouting and directly redug back into the airplane. With a forceful punch, he smashed the glass beside him, and his expression actually became extremely calm at this moment, and the expression on his face gradually disappeared. Elder Fang, listen to my command later. Starting next, we're going to have to defend ourselves. Good. Nguyen murmured a low voice as his eyes refocused ahead, although he felt that this request was very ridiculous. That look in Shuya's eyes gave him an inexplicable sense of trust. He didn't know why he believed the words of a Stone Realm brat, but a feeling of madness welled up from his heart. He flipped his hand and waved his hand, and the ice shards that were spread all over the side of the helicopter actually all dissipated into thin air. After dispersing the protection, abundant energy began to surge wildly within his body, and a hint of compelling coldness erupted from his icy eyes. I'll believe you just this once. He looked away from the Night Lord, his right hand stretched forward, indifferently pronouncing, asterisk 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 ready for your death? Chapter 53 Even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you. Ha! The Night Lord looked at Ruan Rui with a mocking look and burst out laughing. My time to die has come? Have any idea who you're talking to? He roared out a wave of sound, and the feathers on his back turned into a roiling black mane that shot towards Ruan Rui. However, this time, Ruan Rui, who had put all of his mind into the battle, looked indifferent as he swung his right fist out towards the front. Whoa! A cold air filled out, freezing this night sky and freezing the feathers that filled the sky. At this moment, it was as if a galaxy made of cold air appeared above the sky. Frost fist. Nguyen Rui chimed out softly, and the Night Lord's eyes widened as he arched his torso into the air. In its abdomen, a fist condensed by cold ice rushed up into the sky, sending its large body flying and condensing a sheet of frost that froze its chest and abdomen. After giving up the distraction of protection, he also finally revealed his true strength. You're looking for death, the Night Lord hissed as he shattered his fist with energy, his body trembling, but his eyes were grim. From his body, two dark-colored energies raced out. A bolt of energy rushed straight toward Ruan Rui. The other energy, on the other hand, twisted in the air and shot towards the helicopter. It wants to do the same thing again, using the helicopter as a threat again to force Nguyen Rui to be distracted back to defense. Tilt the fuselage to the far left. Su also saw the energy flying through the window and without saying a word, he immediately shouted. Fang Lao had long been poised to launch, and almost as soon as he gave the command, he pulled the joystick toward the left with force. The body of the helicopter suddenly tilted sharply and flew towards the left side, yet this twisting speed could not even begin to avoid the impact of that energy. Shuya's eyes flashed, and he forcefully threw the half-crushed glass in his hand towards the broken window. A white thread, extending from above this cut glass fragment, attached itself to the broken window of the airplane. Under the pull of this silk thread, the helicopter was like being pulled violently by a rope. Its speed surged, and it directly accelerated and tilted and deflected, flying towards the left side. Dang! The surge of energy impacted and grazed the plane's undercarriage. The hard shell of the airplane shattered instantly, leaking a large hole, yet it managed to dodge the attack as well. The broken glass spun and flew backwards, landing back on top of the broken window, but before it could be repaired, it was recaptured by Shuya. His face blanched slightly as he softly chanted, "It's more energy intensive than expected then," forcibly pulling the entire plane with his repair hand for movement. A full 70% of his energy disappeared straight away. Next, it's all yours, Ice King Sr. What? The Night Lord inclined his head incredulously. The image he had imagined didn't happen. Nguyen Rui wasn't distracted to block his attack, and that plane was not shot down by him. Hey! The rapidly dropping temperature caused the Night Lord to tremble, and Ruan Rui's voice was, at the moment, actually no more than 2 meters away from him. Where are you looking? Nguyen Rui flew in head-on and slammed his fist into the Night Lord's head, blasting it straight downwards. A raging battle intent shone in his eyes, and he was finally relieved. That kid, he really did it. Then I'm going to have to make this quick, too. The Night Lord swung his wings, hard enough to counteract Ruan Rui's impulse, and just barely managed to stabilize himself before his pupils narrowed rapidly. only to see that high in the sky, a cold ice the size of a small mountain was falling down like a meteorite. Ice fall. The cold ice meteorite fell sharply and smashed the Night Lord's body with a loud bang. A mournful shrill whine emanated from its mouth, and its back was suddenly a bloody mess. But before the blood could float out, it was frozen by the cold, and half of his body was covered in frost. The Ice King. Anger drove the Night Lord to let out an unwilling roar, and his energy surged at the moment. Black energy wrapped around his wings and began to flutter rapidly. From its mouth, a beam of energy shot out, shattering the meteorite, and it reared up once more, charging into the air. Ruan Rue's icy wings curled, and he even similarly swooped towards the Night Lord. The eyes of both sides were filled with extreme killing intent, and the energy fluctuations of the peak realm continuously collided in the air, blowing the clouds apart. At this moment, they unleashed their killing blow without reservation, just to completely crush the person in front of them. Nightshade. The energy on the Night Lord's body quickly wrapped around its entire body as if it was covered in a light veil. Its speed actually surged again on top of that, erupting into an even more powerful fluctuation. Ice God. Ruan Rue's pale white hair fluttered in the wind, erupting a roiling ice gas on his body. These ice chi condensed but did not disperse, and actually coalesced behind him, creating a half-giant body. The giant only had half a body. The whole body was made of cold ice condensation, about 3 meters tall. Not angry, but the face was exactly the same as Ruan Rue. Thick hands, maintaining the exact same posture as Nguyen Ri's, lunged towards the bottom. At this moment, he was like a god that descended from the sky, with killing intent. Boom! One person and one beast, both wrapped in blazing energy, just crashed together with a bang. The black energy and the cold air that rose up to the sky seemed to split the sky dome into 2 halves. However, this impact only lasted less than half a second before the cold air covered away, completely covering the Night Lord. As Elder Fang had said, Ruan Rue, who was fighting at full strength, possessed an absolutely crushing combat power. The ice god behind him grabbed the right wing of the Night Lord with both hands, and with a forceful tug, he tore off the virtual beast's wing. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. Impossible! Impossible! The Night Lord was in a state of madness, the pain spreading throughout his body as he couldn't accept the situation in front of him. At night I am invincible. I am the king of the night. There's no way I can lose. I don't care if you're the king of night or the king of day. Ruan Rue, who was currently bathed in blood, casually threw the broken wing in his hand. If you dare to stand in my way, even God will kill you. The giant fist of cold ice fell with a roar, and the Night Lord was unable to avoid it, and was directly pierced through his chest, and a huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. I told you, I'll let you die an ugly death. Ruan Rue's gaze was icy cold, and with the huge ice fist as the center, a circle of frost spread out, about to freeze this Night Lord once again. That bastard. If it wasn't for him, how could I lose? The Night Lord's hideous eyes looked high into the sky, his gaze pointing straight at the trembling, constantly shaking helicopter, his eyes filled with hatred for His Majesty the Void King. It let out a final roar, and its entire body felt like it was boiling, its energy stirring wildly. You want to blow yourself up? Ruan Rue hadn't expected that this void beast would want to explode its body. His face changed violently, and the ice god behind him immediately poked out 2 giant hands, holding the Night Lord in his palms with force. Boom! The terrifying energy impact shattered the ice god's arms, and even Ruan Rue's body was sent flying by the impact, falling towards the ground. Right at the moment when the Night Lord blew itself up, a black feather flew out from its body, and it actually rushed towards the helicopter high in the sky, rapidly. Chapter 54, I can guarantee that you will be able to take the entrance test. It looks as if it's over. Frost covered the sky, and Shuya saw Ruan Rue's crushing victory with the help of the broken window. He exhaled in relaxation and was just about to fix the window when a terrifying wave of energy came from below. What's that? Shuya's pupils tightened, but he saw a black light tear through the night, instantly impacting next to the fuselage of the airplane. Dang! The airplane let out a roar as if it had been hit hard. In the next moment, the entire fuselage began to sway rapidly, flying forward with inertia for several meters, and then began to fall rapidly towards the ground. What happened? Shuya asked loudly as he grabbed the chair with force. At the moment the plane was wobbling and falling extremely fast, with clouds passing rapidly by. Elder Fang didn't seem to expect the airplane to be in such a state either. He pulled hard on the joystick and manipulated the dashboard for a while, before his face changed in alarm and he shouted, "Propeller! The propeller is malfunctioning!" For helicopters, the propeller is pretty much the driving force behind their high altitude. The black light came straight at the airplane and actually blasted the propeller right through. Hey no. Shuya's face turned a little white as he looked at the white clouds rising rapidly on both sides, his heart trembling slightly. I had thought that Senior Ice King had already succeeded in killing that Night Lord, but I didn't expect such an accident to occur at this point in time. The plane spun while falling, and Shuya immediately gave up on the idea of parachuting. Making a parachute jump in this situation is no different than looking for death. That means that's the only way left. He gritted his teeth and leaned close to the hatch, forcefully placing his palm on top of the cabin's roof and unleashing his repair hand. White light quickly enveloped the entire airplane, and under Shuya's energy operation, the propeller, which was already almost scrapped, was immediately repaired under the energy operation. However, involving the entire airplane earlier had already drained 70% of his energy. Now that he was forcibly using his energy to make repairs to the airplane, the little energy left in his body began to deplete at a rapid rate. Shoo! The white light receded like a tidal wave, and Shuya's entire body collapsed onto the chair in a state of weakness. Did it work? He had been forcibly disconnected from his ability due to energy depletion, and wasn't sure if he had gotten the propeller fixed. I'm trying. Fang Lao maintained a calmness despite such a dangerous situation, pulling hard on the joystick and started trying to restart the propeller. Yet the helicopter was still spinning down and gaining speed. The propeller is not moving and does not appear to be completely finished with the repair. Move it, move it. Seeing that the propeller was never able to move, Fang Lao clenched his fists hard and roared out in a low voice. Su also, however, turned white, and his heart was also very anxious. Is it going to stop here? He swung his fist angrily and slammed it hard against the chair, somewhat defiantly. But at that moment, a wisp of mist flew out from Shuya's waist and surged into his body. For some reason, strands of white silk actually flew out of his body once again, spreading to the roof of the machine, but lasted only a second before quickly dissipating. Clack, clack, clack. Above the top of the plane, there was the sound of fan blades turning. It was very faint, but it meant that the propeller had successfully completed its start. Elder Fang. Shuya's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to think about what was happening. Shouting loudly, I'm already on it. Fang Lao looked excited and pulled the joystick towards himself quickly, trying to stabilize the plane again. However, it also takes time for the propeller to start. Although the fan blades had begun to change from slow to fast, they were simply unable to stop the helicopter that was falling at high speed. Under Fang Lao's control, the originally rotating fuselage finally stopped rotating, but its downward momentum still had not been half relieved. Through the window, Shuya even saw the ground under the moonlight. The foot seems to be a wilderness on the far outskirts of Jin City, surrounded by incomparable desolation. Not even a village. Falling at this rate, there's only one way it can end. That would be a plane crash. Clack, 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 clack. The propellers were turning faster and faster, and although the speed of the fuselage's fall was slowing down, it was still heading downward with an unstoppable momentum. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The ground was clearly visible at eye level, and it seemed as if everything was completely too late. Yet just then, bang! The falling fuselage seemed to impact something, and its speed froze violently for a split second. Through the window, Shuya could only see continuous ice fog filling the helicopter below. He leaned back in his seat in exhaustion, finally relaxing. Looks like we're saved. Bang, 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 bang. 6 ice mists in succession spread out at intervals, as if forming a buffer zone, hardening the speed of the falling fuselage. With this cushion, the propeller was finally barely able to drive the airplane, and the feeling of weightlessness dissipated by a few points. Meanwhile, the helicopters were finally approaching the ground. Bang! Dust billowed, and in the midst of this cascade of buffeting, the plane finally landed on the ground. Although this forced landing was extremely dangerous, Su Yuya and Fang Lao, who were located in the middle of the airplane, did not suffer any harm. Z-bang! A rattle sounded from outside the fuselage, and then a layer of black smoke drifted up. Elder Fang's entire body also seemed to relax as he leaned back in his chair. His back had already been drenched in sweat. Half a minute later, Shuya and Elder Fang stepped down from the airplane, and a figure fell from mid-air as the night wind blew. At the moment, Ruan Rui was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and only one of the pair of ice wings on his back remained, having long since become tattered and torn. Right behind him, the frost giant, with its arms shattered, had cracks all over its body. As he moved forward, the entire giant was turned into ice shards floating away in the sky. There was a slight weakness in his eyes, but after seeing the intact Su Yuya and Elder Fang, a smile even appeared on his always expressionless face. The night wind blew his short white hair, and under the moonlight, his pupils actually reflected a light blue luster as if they were sapphires. Well done. A smile flickered across his face, and he nodded towards Shuya in acknowledgement. Young master, it seems that there is going to be a change in our plans. Elder Fang's voice came from beside the helicopter, frowning at the location where black smoke was rising from the fuselage. This is where the Night Lord's first attack grazed. Inside the broken casing was the helicopter's engine. The high-speed fall has caused the engine to fail, and now there are no tools that can be used to fix it anytime soon. He turned his head to look at Shuya, a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, perhaps you won't be able to participate in this entrance test. In the middle of this wilderness, there was no way to find any transportation to rush to Longxia Academy. Shuya's expression froze slightly. He didn't think that Longxia Academy would delay the entrance test for him alone. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed out a smile and pretended to be calm. It's okay, this kind of unexpected situation. The responsibility for this time lies entirely with me. Ruan Rui spoke expressionlessly, interrupting Shuya. If it wasn't for my mistake, that head couldn't have appeared here. Immediately, he looked at Elder Fang and opened his mouth to ask, what time is it now? Fang Lao swept his watch and quickly answered, 3:30 in the morning. Shuya's face changed slightly. Even if the helicopter wasn't broken, it was still nearly 3 hours away. He doesn't seem to be able to make it to this entrance test anyway. It might be a little late though. A cold aura rose up from the ground, pulling Shuya's attention back. He turned his head to see that Ruan Rui's back had once again coalesced with cold ice wings. But I can assure you that you will definitely be able to reach the academy before the entrance test. Hey, you don't want to. Shuya's expression froze. In the next moment, before he could react, he was directly grabbed by Ruan Rui's clothes and rushed up into the sky. The two of them just rushed high into the air and disappeared into the sky at breakneck speed. Chapter 55, not a second more, not a second less. What? Inside the office, a teacher opened his mouth in shock, looking incredulously at the inch-haired middle-aged man with sunglasses in front of him. You're taking over this entrance test? Is there a problem, Mr. Songwei? The inch-haired man smiled slightly and responded bashfully. No, it's nothing. Songwei wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just that I'm worried that if you come to be in charge of the test, you won't even be able to keep half of the 120 students who took the entrance test this time. He looked at the man in front of him and muttered in his mind. This Lianzhou instructor, who was known as the Devil's Instructor and was nearly retired, was invited back to the school by the principal this time to be in charge of the entrance examination 9 days later. I didn't expect him to offer to take over this entrance test at this point. A strange smile appeared on Lianzhou's face. Don't you guys feel that the quality of the academy's students has slipped lately? Instead of wasting resources on some wastes, it would be better to scale down the number of enrollment and only recruit the little ones who are qualified to become void hunters. Songwei sweated more and more and couldn't help but speak. Our academy only enrolls about 100 people every year. The students who were able to participate in the test itself are all the elite of the elite. Is it not a bit too much for you to call them by trash? Mr. Songwei, you are truly obtuse. Lianzhou faintly shook his head, revealing a disappointed expression. Haven't you realized it yet? His gaze suddenly sharpened, as if it was a sword poised to strike, emitting a gust of compelling aura. In the last 2 years, the void demons have been moving more and more frequently. Within these few years, the number of void realms that have opened within the 5 countries has increased exponentially, and the casualties among the void hunters have also become greater and greater. So isn't it all the more reason for us to expand enrollment and train more elites? Songwei was very puzzled. And then leave them to die? Lianzhou interrupted without mercy. In my opinion, people without strength, even if they become void hunters, are just sending them to their deaths for nothing. You, Songwei frowned and tried to argue again. Enough. An old voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the two. Principal Xiaowu's face was full of solemnity as he stared intently at the two people in front of him. A moment later, he spoke slowly. You too, why are you in my office? Silence descended for a few seconds. Lianzhou held his forehead inside. I've only been away from the academy for not even 2 years, and your amnesia is getting worse. Headmaster, Songwei, however, looked as if he had already gotten used to it, and hurriedly stepped forward to tell the two of them their intentions for coming here. I see. Xiaowu nodded and suddenly waved his hand. I agree. This time, the entrance test will be given to Instructor Lianzhou's full responsibility. As for you, Mr. Songwei, just be an assistant instructor and help out Instructor Lianzhou. I spent 3 days making the test plan. Songwei wailed in his heart, but he could only respond in a deep voice. Yes, Headmaster. Lianzhou nodded towards the principal, turned his head, and headed out. I'll trouble you then, Mr. Songwei. There's still half an hour until 8 o'clock, so let's go ahead and gather at the testing grounds. I don't like being late. Songwei shrugged and followed. Since the principal had spoken, he naturally had nothing to question. I'm a little curious. Instructor Lianzhou, how many students do you expect to let pass the test this time? Preliminary booking. Lianzhou's mouth hangs a smile as he walks toward the front. 30 people, I think. Longxia Academy. Above a vast plain, dozens of students, scattered in all directions, walked towards the center of the plain. They came from all over the country, and all of them got the Dragon Jade and rushed here to take the entrance test. Almost everyone had a light smile on their face and a look of confidence in their demeanor. They are the best among their peers, and are far stronger than their peers, both in terms of their own abilities and overall evaluation. It was also because of this that they were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and travel to the Supreme Academy for Awakened People, the Dragon Summer Academy. Worthy of being Longxia Academy, any random testing ground is this big, someone exclaimed in the middle of the crowd, slowly stopping in front of the signboard that stood with the 3 big words, testing ground. They had gotten up early to avoid being late. You're called Tang Xiaowen, aren't you? It's a really nice name. Not far away. A young man with a frivolous face and a head of red hair on top was rather attentively surrounding the body of the stunningly beautiful young lady, his expression filled with excitement. Such a good-looking beauty was something he hadn't even seen when he was in high school. If Su Yuya was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this girl was his former high school sweetheart. Tang Xiaowan, my name is Han Hao, and what I've awakened is an S-rank ability. Awesome, isn't it? The red-haired teenager proudly introduced himself, not paying the slightest attention to Tang Xiaowan, who frowned slightly. Tang Xiaowan wasn't the least bit interested in this teenager who suddenly ran over to accost her, and as she was about to open her mouth, 2 silhouettes, as if they had appeared out of thin air, instantly arrived in front of the signage. They were dressed in light blue suit tunics, with crests on their shoulders that clearly identified them. Hello, instructor. For a moment, the students present stopped talking, and a large portion of them saluted rather politely. Not bad, to have so many punctual little guys. Lianqiu smiled faintly and flipped his hand to pull out a pocket watch from within his inner pocket of his clothes. He also ignored the students beside him who greeted him, and just stood silently with his head down looking at his pocket watch. The rest of the students immediately tensed up a few times and came to stand in front of Lianqiu. Even if they communicated, they only dared to do so in a very low voice for fear of angering the 2 instructors who were about to test them. One after another, students arrived from and all gathered at the front. Song Wei, on the other hand, was surveying the surrounding area, looking at instructor Lianqiu who stood motionless beside him, but his heart was floating, guessing what kind of test this legendary devil instructor would prepare for these new students. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye it came to 7:58, 2 minutes to 8 o'clock, and the students gathered here had come to 117. According to the list, exactly 120 people are expected to participate in the entrance test this time. Song Wei pondered in his mind as he looked ahead. There are still 3 people who haven't shown up. Is it late, or is? When the hands of the stopwatch once again passed the 12 o'clock position, Lianqiu also raised his head slightly and briefly counted the number of people in front of him. There's still a minute to go. There was a sudden clamor among the crowd. They looked toward a short distance away, and the girls exclaimed, putting their hands over their eyes and looking forward through their fingers. However, he saw that on the far side of that road, a man with a stout figure, at least 1 meter 9 in height, with an ordinary combed plait-inch hair and an incomparably robust physique, was walking towards the crowd step by step. He wasn't wearing a shirt, his angular pecs and abs just showed, but his gaze was unbelievably wanton and wild. Is this it? The freshman testing ground. He ignored the gazes of the crowd and came straight into the middle of the crowd, his voice dull as thunder. A moment later, a big grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and start. I can't wait. There are still 2 people who haven't arrived. Song Wei's heart moved slightly, and his eyes swept the stopwatch in Lianqiu's hand. At the moment it was less than 5 seconds to 8 o'clock. It seems like they should be missing out on this test. He sighed softly, while Lianqiu on the side always showed a smile. It looks like the remaining 2 won't have to wait much longer. Lianqiu was about to close the pocket watch and put it away when his movements jerked, revealing a strange smile as he looked up into the sky. This bizarre movement immediately caused the students present to look up. Soon, they exclaimed in shock. A black dot, which was actually enlarging from high in the sky, seemed to be pointing directly at where they were. Vaguely, they were even able to see 2 silhouettes, one of which had wings on its back. Whoosh! The silhouette was like a meteorite falling to the ground. 1 second it was in the air, and the next it crashed down in the middle of this plain with a bang. A cold wind swept away wrapped in smoke. At the same time, the stopwatch, which Lianqiu hadn't yet closed, jumped to the 12 o'clock position just in time. In the midst of the smoke and dust, an ice-cold and incomparable voice slowly came out. 1 second no more, 1 second no less. Looks like it caught up. Chapter 56 Keeping Time, My Minimum Standard. This shocking appearance from the sky directly shocked the 100 or so students present, even beating them to death. They would never have imagined that someone would show up in such a way. Who was the man in the smoke and how was he able to fall from the sky? There were clearly 2 people just now, and the other one, could it be that like them, they were all new students of Longxia Academy this time? All eyes went to the rolling smoke. As the cold wind blew by, Ruan Rui's scarred body and the wings that were floating in the wind behind him slowly emerged, causing the group of students' hearts to jump. A deep exhaustion filled his eyes. First, he fought with the Night Lords, and then he personally took Shuya on a sharp flight for 4.5 hours. Whether it was the spiritual power or the energy in his body, it had already tended to be depleted. As the smoke and dust dispersed completely, behind it, another figure gradually emerged. Vom dash. Co also slumped to the ground with no decorum, gulping and dry heaving. The sense of weightlessness from the rapid fall he had just experienced directly caused his chest to flip. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't eaten since last night, definitely going to throw up all my rice now. I said, how could someone be so flamboyant? Lian Shou put away his pocket watch and looked at Ruan Rui with a filled smile. So it's you, the stuffy brat. It's been a long time, Mr. Lian Shou. Nguyen Rui's ancient, unperturbed face actually flashed with a touch of unspeakable nervousness at this moment. He twitched the corners of his mouth unnaturally and headed off into the distance without looking back. This student, is this year's new student? I have delivered him on time, and will depart. Afterward, he even directly dragged his tired body to leave quickly without any stops. Shuya also wiped his saliva and stood up from the ground at this moment. He looked at Ruan Rui's departing back, and for some reason, he felt that this Ice King Sr., as if he was fleeing for his life, had fast footsteps. More than 100 pairs of eyes were focused on him in unison, filled with various looks. Their shock, disdain, curiosity, surprise. All of the freshmen, impressed by the way Shuya descended from the sky, kept looking back and forth at him. Tang Xiaoan, who was in the crowd, was also looking at Su Yuya with her beautiful eyes flowing in surprise at the moment, surprisingly showing up at the right time. Lianshou withdrew his eyes from Ruan Rui's back and glanced at Shuya with a slightly playful look. Anyway, you're kind of on time. Get in the line. Yes, instructor. Through just a few seconds of observation, Shuya already had an understanding of the identity of the person in front of him. His pupils flickered, and he actually saw a familiar figure from among the crowd, quietly coming to the end of the crowd. He stood casually, finally breathing a long sigh of relief. No matter what, he had finally made it to this entrance test. You guy, what a bull. Shuya had only just stabilized himself when a whisper came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a boy with dreadlocks, giving him a thumbs up. He was quite clean looking, but his feet were floating, and in his look and movements, he actually made Su feel a strange feeling that was extremely incongruous with his looks. I'm Bai Tao. I don't know what the brother's name is? Shuya. Shuya responded blandly, finally also noticing where that strange feeling was coming from. The aura emanating from this brother named Bai Tao seemed to be described in only 4 words, thieving. Whether it was the movements or the fluttering eyes, they all revealed a sense of lewdness in an invisible way. This temperament, and his clean-cut looks, formed a great sense of contrast. The feeling was as if one had been doing bad things for many years and was always on the lookout for police petty thieves. Brother Shuya, your luck is really good. Bai Tao spoke with a smile and a self-conscious look. If you had come a second later, it would have been disastrous. Miserable? Shuya revealed a curious look. Is it hard to believe that something will happen if we come a second later? Looks like you haven't heard of. Bai Tao raised his eyebrows and pointed to Lianshou at the very front. The one in front of you is the ferociously famous devil instructor? Lianshou, devil instructor? Shuya revealed an interested look. This kind of information was very important to him who was unprepared. Does it have anything to do with me being late or not? Could it be that if I'm a second late, I need to do 1,000 push-ups? The consequences can be much more serious than that. Bai Tao shook his head and smiled, and was about to say something when a loud shout came from the distance. Report! A boy, panting and running at breakneck speed from the distance, came quickly to the marker, holding his knees and gasping for air. Report! I was too excited yesterday to get up in the morning. He rubbed the back of his head and revealed a slightly excited and embarrassed smile. Instructor, I have nothing to say about how you punish me. Lianshou looked at him with a smile that seemed very kind, and pulled out his pocket watch and scanned it. You're 1 minute and 10 seconds late. I'm sorry, instructor. I'll never be late next time. The boy stood upright and made a promise with a serious face. There aren't that many next times to be had in life. Lianshou smiled as he took his pocket watch back and looked at the boy. You can go home now, classmate. Ha! The boy's expression froze on his face as if he thought he had misheard. What did you say? I said, you can go home now. Lianshou's smile remained unchanged, and no one could see his eyes under the cover of his sunglasses. But today is the entrance test. The boy was instantly anxious, and his tone became urgent, his original excitement having vanished. I would have thought that someone who could enter this academy could be smarter than their peers. Lianshou's smile tightened slightly, and he looked at the boy with a calm, unmistakable look. Then I'll make it clear. This student, your entrance test is over. The result is a fail. Please go home. On what grounds? The boy's expression instantly clouded over. Unable to accept this fact. I have the Dragon Jade. I'm still in possession of S-rank abilities. Isn't it only right that I join the Dragon Summer Academy? Am I going to be disenrolled just because I'm a minute late? By virtue of me being the instructor here. By virtue of me being the person in charge of this entrance test. Liansho's face did not change as he spoke indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an inexplicable majesty, causing the students present to feel a chill in their hearts. Keeping time is the only standard and the minimum standard in my case. Anyone who doesn't keep time has only 3 words in my mind. Fail. How does someone like you deserve to be an instructor? The boy shouted with some irritation. No one knew how excited he was after he learned that he had obtained the Dragon Jade, this supreme academy of his dreams. How he longed for it. And then you get disqualified just because you're a minute late? I want to see the principal. You don't deserve to have my enrollment revoked. Anger filled his heart, and a wave of energy actually surged out of him. You actually want to use your ability on me? A surprised and playful expression appeared on Liansho's face, and the corners of his mouth actually lifted slightly. Almost in the next instant, the boy's body flew backwards like a cannonball and slammed onto the ground. Of the 100 or so students present, only 3 of them had a flash of light in their eyes, sensing what had just happened. The burly 1'9" man grinned and stood still to size up Liansho. A boy in a light blue jacket, with meticulous hair and glasses, reflected a ray of white light above the lenses. Shuya looked awestruck and slightly shocked. Is it even this kind of ability? Liansho stood still. In everyone's eyes, he hadn't even moved half a point just now, not even a finger. The sunglasses refracted faintly in the sunlight, and intimidation filled the room. I don't care if you're looking for the principal or whoever. His voice was calm, but not a single person dared to belittle this instructor, at least during the entrance test, including the entrance examination afterward. My orders are absolute. Do you hear me? His eyes under his sunglasses gently swept over the 119 students present. Your first entrance test will now begin. Chapter 57, the first test, now begins. Dominant, powerful. At this moment all the students had produced such an evaluation of this devil instructor. Su also finally understood what exactly the serious consequences Bai Tao was talking about. He was even a little glad that he'd managed to pinch the time to get here. If he was half a second slower, he might end up like the unconscious student on the far side. This is the devil instructor. Bai Tao looked ahead nervously and spoke in a small voice. From what I understand, in previous years he has been an instructor 3 times in total for entrance tests and entrance examinations, and for every test he was in charge of, the number of people eliminated was greater than half of the number of people participating in the examination. You must be careful. Sia-san. Su Yuya's eyes flickered, and before he had time to respond, Liansho, who was in front of him, spoke in a neutral tone. Your first entrance test now begins. After saying this, he looked at Songwei next to him, attached himself to his ear, and softly recited, I remember that your ability, Mr. Songwei, is. After hearing Liansho's command, Songwei's expression gradually became odd. His eyes widened and he lowered his voice to Liansho. Are you serious, Instructor Liansho? The number of these kids who could pass this test, the way you want it, would have to be sifted away by at least a couple dozen. So what? Liansho returned with disinterest, gently lifting his chin. How about that? Can you do it? It's natural that you can. It's just that this test of yours, how do you think it's a present thought? Songwei had a bout of belly laugh at Liansho's improvised idea, but could only rub his brow. Now he belonged to the assistant coach and had to listen to Liansho for everything. I don't care. By the time all these kids are eliminated, it has nothing to do with me. Songwei muttered in his mind for a while and leisurely walked towards the right front. The students looked curiously at the assistant professor who had suddenly left, and were a bit confused when Liansho's voice came again. The first test I give you is dash, climb the mountain. At these words, the crowd clamored with confusion. Climbing a mountain. Where did it come from? The test field they were in was a plain. The surrounding area was flat, and not even a single building could be seen for several kilometers. They had walked for close to half an hour just to get from the dormitory building in the morning. Where are the mountains to climb above these plains? Well, this should be about right. Songwei walked for about 30 meters before finally stopping in place, looking ahead, and muttering to himself, Mr. Songwei, please tell these children where the mountain is? Liansho smiled faintly and looked into the distance, calling out softly. All the students turned their heads to look at Songwei, who was 30 meters away. Does the so-called mountain have any special meaning? Could it be referring to the awakened people of the mountain realm? Songwei helplessly shrugged his shoulders, his right foot gently raised, then kicked on the ground. The mountain. It's under the feet, isn't it? Rumble. Just as he kicked his right foot on the ground, a loud boom suddenly came from deep within the earth of the plains. In the next moment, the earth cracked, and in the midst of a gasp of shock, a towering mountain peak actually rose up from the depths of the ground, drilling out of the ground in the twinkling of an eye and appearing with a bang. This mountain peak was about 200 meters high, with a winding path and even more dense jungle covering it. The students stood dumbfounded. looking up at the mountain that had suddenly appeared, and gulped nervously. None of them were stupid, and they judged it almost instantly. The mountain peak in front of him was clearly created by that Song Wei teacher using his ability to be able to create a mountain peak out of thin air. How terrifying should his strength be? Surprisingly, it's also a peak realm existence. Su also clearly sensed an energy fluctuation lingering in the mountain peak. He looked at Song Wei with slight surprise. It's worthy of being the highest institution of learning. Longxia Academy. Pick any teacher out and they would all be peak realm existences. One must know that the awakened who could step into the peak realm in the entire Dragon Kingdom was 1 in 10,000. An extremely rare existence. Now I'll announce the rule. As for the first test, Lianshou's voice pulled everyone's shocked eyes back. With his hands behind his back, he stood still and began to announce the rules. The test is very simple. If you can climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes, you will complete the test. That easy? Dozens of students revealed astonished gazes and were somewhat surprised. Climbing a 200-meter-high mountain in 30 minutes was something that even ordinary people had a chance of doing with a little training. And not only are they awakened, but their physical fitness is greatly enhanced by the energy running through them. A half-hour climb to the top is not much of a challenge at all. Lianshou had a smile on his lips as he continued to add, of course, besides time, there is also a special rule. He slowly swept over each face and softly read, there are only 80 people who can pass the first test this time. If 80 people are already present after you have climbed to the top of the mountain, then I am sorry to say that you will not be able to pass this first test. At these words, there was an uproar all around. The students who had felt relaxed earlier were now like enemies, their faces showing nervousness. The first test, surprisingly, could only pass 80 people. This also means that they need to compete with others. Otherwise, even if one could climb to the top of the mountain in 30 minutes, but not as fast as the others, it would be pointless. The opportunity to join Longxia Academy was rare, and no one was willing to give up this hard-won opportunity. This is a bit bad. Su Yuya had a drop of cold sweat faintly dripping down his forehead immediately after hearing these two rules. This test, which is a complete test of physical strength and the use of my own abilities, is too unfavorable for me. He'd been dragged towards school by Ruingwen since he'd done the battle with that 17th counselor. Almost a sleepless night, except for a nap in the car at the beginning. A few hours ago, he had even been fighting the void beast at a height of 4,000 meters. Whether it was physical strength or energy, he was in an extremely depleted state. And now, he actually had to compete with more than 100 geniuses amongst his peers, together with their physical strength. No matter which way you think about it, the probability of him being able to pass this test is slim to none. Not only that, he vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong. It always felt that this test was never as simple as it sounded. Do you have to find another way to pass the test? Shuya's gaze kept sweeping over each student's body, his brain rapidly pondering over the method. But Lianshou didn't give the group of students in front of him any space to think. After recounting the rules, he waved his hand and opened his mouth with a big smile. The first test now begins. Chapter 58, a test of hellish difficulty. Knock. Almost the instant Lianshou's words fell, someone had already unleashed their abilities and rushed straight out. Su Yuya's eyes flashed, only to see a student actually fly up out of thin air, flying towards the front in a rapid shuttle. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out more than 10 meters towards the mountain peak. At the same time he rushed out, the rest of the students all desperately rushed forward as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. It was as if they had turned into students rushing to the cafeteria after class, each of them walking as fast as they could, eager to rush straight to the top of the hill and finish the test. Shuya's reaction was not slow, and he quickly followed the crowd and rushed out as well. But when he turned his head to look, originally was still beside him by Tao. At this moment has long been no figure, do not know drilled to where. Shaking his head without caring, Shuya covered his energy evenly on top of his legs and mingled amongst the crowd as he continued to approach towards the mountain peak, while his mind was still pondering on the way to break the situation. As expected of Songwei-sensei, you're getting more and more skillful with this, mountain god, ability. Lianshou came to Songwei's side, looking at the whimpering students in front of him, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Songwei glanced at Lianshou beside him with a false eye. Compared to you, Instructor Lianshou, I'm still far behind. Even for the current you, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you'll only need one move, right? Teacher Songwei is too modest. Lianshou smiled and responded, ever since I was injured, my energy enhancement has long since stagnated, and even my realm has regressed, and you've still been working diligently to improve yourself all these years. How could I have knocked you out in one move? Oh, Songwei raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Do you really think so, Instructor Lianshou? Yeah, if the current me wants to defeat you, I'll need at least 2 moves. Lianshou sighed and shrugged helplessly. Songwei twitched the corners of his mouth and stood still, itching to give himself 2 slaps. Why did you have to ask that question? He let out a long sigh and looked towards the student who had been beaten unconscious by Lianshou not far away, gently tapping the ground with his toes. Instructor Lianshou, you really don't have a light hand. This is just a child. The ground shrugged, and then a rock actually jumped out of the dirt. But this rock had arms and legs, hands made of chunks of rock piled on top of each other, and from a distance it looked as if it had grown muscles. The rocky villain was only the size of a palm, but he came next to the unconscious student and gently grabbed him. The student was then easily carried over its head and headed straight towards the academy's medical building. It was fast, but the student whose head it was on was incredibly smooth, without the slightest bump. He didn't keep time and broke the rules. Lianshou, on the other hand, simply responded indifferently. Not only that, he even tried to unleash his powers on me. Underneath the sunglasses, his eyes seemed to have become very sharp, causing Songwei to perceive an awe-inspiring look. The Awaken's abilities are never put out against their fellow man. Unpunctuality, arrogance, and a playfulness about everything, without any respect or seriousness. If we let him join Longxia Academy. Lianshou paused and his voice grew cold. He will die. Songwei fell silent, but an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Maybe Instructor Lianshou wasn't really insensitive. The reason he's so strict may just be that he wants to minimize casualties for kids who aren't competent enough to do so. For this former legend of the school, the original prejudice dispersed a few points, and inexplicably emerged a ray of respect. In the half-minute or so that the two men had been climbing, the fastest of the front-runners had closed in on the foot of the hill and were ready to start climbing. The most forward among them was still the student who was able to fly up out of thin air. A smile appeared on his face, only to feel that this test was almost tailor-made for him. Without any difficulty, the first place in this test will be taken by me. He swooped down to the foot of the mountain, adjusted his body slightly, and then, as if he were an arrow that had left the string, he charged straight toward the top of the mountain. Climbing? Who would do something that exhausting? Lianshou fished out a cigarette from somewhere and leisurely lit it, exhaling a long smoke circle, taking in the movements of the students not far away. It's almost time. Mr. Songwei, please begin. You don't want to sneak in any water. Got it. Songwei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he half crouched down and pressed his right hand to the ground. A ray of green light quickly flew out from his palm, and in an instant, it disappeared into the distant mountain peak. Knock! A muffled thud brought a gasp of surprise, only to see the student, who had just been flying straight up, fall from the air like a kite with broken strings, barely able to use his ability to stabilize his balance as he neared the ground and stumbled to the ground. He covered his nose, which was bleeding profusely, and looked halfway up the hill in disbelief. Instead, he saw a huge fist, 1 meter thick, poking out from the mountain. Immediately afterward, there was a buzzing coming from the mountain peak. An incomparable stone giant actually drilled out of the mountain. After he drilled out, the original mountain wall actually returned to its original state, without any change at all. The stone giant was about 3 meters tall. His body looked like it was made of countless rocks piled up, and his body was filled with extremely explosive power as he leapt from the middle of the mountain to the ground. Along with its landing, the entire mountain trembled violently, shaking as if it was an earthquake. Seeing someone fall from the air, the few people who were originally rushing the fastest also had their hearts jump and stopped in their tracks. Hey, you guys, look up there! Someone in the crowd yelled out. Everyone looked up and had their pupils clenched. Only a tremor of the earth was seen. In the ground around the mountain, several stone giants were drilled out one after another, each with extraordinary strength and heaviness. The students, at this moment, had already rushed to different locations on the mountain peak depending on their respective speeds, and the appearance of these stone giants happened to be evenly distributed all over the mountain peaks, blocking off and separating all the paths up the mountain. So it is. Shuya was currently located in the last group of people, having only just stepped into the foot of the mountain. Looking at the incomparably strong stone giant in front of him, his expression changed slightly, finally realizing where the wisp of unease in his heart came from. These monsters are the true test of this first test. Again, we have to dodge the stone giants, and we have to climb to the top of the mountain in half an hour, and we have to be within 80 people. Shuya's breathing accelerated slightly, and his eyes quickly became extremely calm. And I am at this moment under strength and depleted of energy. To find a way to break under such harsh conditions, his gaze was sharp, and a curve couldn't help but rise from the corner of his mouth. What a hellishly difficult test nah. Chapter 59, Brother, want to cooperate? These stone giants, they all have the strength of the rock realm. Su Yuya observed the energy fluctuations in the stone giant's body and immediately came to this conclusion. On an energy level, each stone giant was comparable to the astral wolf that had attacked the school in the first place. Are there 5 in all? Looking up towards the top, there were about 5 stone giants perched on various parts of the peak, guarding the way to the top. Knock! The stone giant closest to Shuya stepped on the ground with his right foot, shattering more than a dozen pieces of wood. eyeing the dozens of people at his feet and swinging his fist directly at them. The dozen or so people located at the front immediately changed their faces and retreated towards the back. Energy surged from their bodies, and before they could release their abilities, they were directly swung away by the stone giants and plummeted down the mountain. Flop! More than a dozen silhouettes fell from the mountain and rolled down to the foot of the mountain. Their eyes rolled over, and they actually fainted on the spot. Several of them had their chests and abdomens descending. Apparently their ribs had been smashed hard and badly injured. Oi oi oi, no way. Seeing this scene, many students' faces turned pale. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Wasn't this a common entrance test? Why did it come down so hard, even if they were no longer gifted? At this moment, they were only high school students who had just awakened not long ago. For a moment, there were several people whose legs went weak, creating the intention to retreat. Eliminated. 13 people. On top of the plains, Liansho sat on a chair made of stone, leisurely looking ahead with a smile on his face. Song Wei sat next to him and sighed softly, his toes flashing with green light. Immediately, 13 rock villains emerged from the earth and transported the unconscious and fallen students towards the medical building. You told me not to let go of the water, but these children are only at the beginning of the stone realm. What if someone can't resist the attack and their life is in danger? Don't worry, there won't be such a problem. Liansho's face did not change as he faintly responded. They are all geniuses among their peers, and every piece of dragon jade they have obtained has been issued by the academy itself and tested against them in battle. Even though all of their realms are only at the stone realm, they are already at the beginning of using energy and would never be killed so easily. He pushed down his sunglasses and spoke with a smirk. Have a little faith in these kids, Mr. Song Wei. Moreover, it is only in this high-pressure environment that we can see whether these kids, or not, are qualified to step into the battlefield. The corners of Song Wei's mouth twitched, but he could only secretly spit out in his heart. So it doesn't matter even if you get any more serious injuries as long as you don't die? He glanced at Liansho, a veritable devil. Are we going to band together and figure out how to bring this stone giant down? A girl in the crowd spoke in a trembling voice, making an offer. Immediately, a number of people brightened up and opened their mouths to respond. Why don't we all work together and break this stone giant first, and we'll figure out what to do. The words had only just fallen when the stone giant in front of them swung its palm and slapped. The few people who had just proposed to cooperate no longer retreated. Their bodies surged with energy and unleashed their abilities in unison. A ball of fire exploded from the left side and shot into the stone giant's face, but at the same time, a water hose happened to rush in from the right. The two types of energy with opposite natures exploded in the air and immediately melted into each other, quickly turning into a large amount of water vapor that dispersed in the air. Instead of doing any damage to the stone giants, this diffuse water vapor blocked their vision. The two people who unleashed these two abilities both revealed a stunned expression and looked at each other from afar. Before their words could fall, the stone giant's fist had already slammed down with force. The strong shockwave shook these people away, and they all rolled out on the ground. One of them was at the forefront of the shockwave and was instantly swept out, rolling down the mountain peak and fainting. One more person eliminated. How stupid. Shuya swept his eyes obliquely at the few students who were trying to join forces while trying to feel his way towards the mountain path along the side of the mountain. How is it possible to cooperate while being complete strangers to each other's abilities? The nature of the ability, its intensity, including the fit between people, can never be understood and familiarized in 3 or 2 words. This isn't a street fight where the more people you have the more advantage you have. Fighting without mutual familiarity, the probability is that they will only check each other and hold each other back. In this case, it also doesn't give them any time at all to use it to exchange tactics and use their abilities in tandem. That being said, it's best to rely on yourself for this test. His gaze was pointed straight ahead, while his eyes were fixed between the stone giant's legs. Due to its immense size, it stood with its legs apart, with a huge gap in the middle, enough to accommodate more than 10 people to pass through. There are a few people who share the same idea as Su. This forest road he was on. There were also several people approaching towards the stone giant together. Suddenly at that moment, Shuya noticed the approach of a figure out of the corner of his eye. That was exactly the one who had rushed to the front earlier and was able to fly in the air, with his conspicuous cocked head and having just taken the lead in being knocked out of the air by the stone giants. It would be hard not to remember him. He had just crashed back to the foot of the mountain after being knocked down, and happened to be stopped by this first stone giant along with Shuya and the others. At this moment, he had a sharp gaze, and about a meter away from the ground, he flew rapidly towards the front, actually wanting to break through the blockade of the stone giants alone. Oh, this guy is. Cockatoo head speed surged and flew to the foot of the stone giant, actually drilling out of its crotch as Shuya's idea. The stone giant had just finished swinging his fist at the front at that moment, and was about to close his fist to launch his next attack. In the blink of an eye, Cockatoo had scurried up to the stone giant's crotch with a joyful look on his face. It worked, but just then, a shadow suddenly covered his figure. When he looked up, he was filled with horror, and his soul flew away, only to see that the stone giant had actually sensed his presence, and at this moment, his legs were bent at the knees and he was sitting backward, wanting to block his advance. Its huge body was falling extremely fast at the moment. At this rate, he wouldn't even have time to drill out before he was crushed by the stone giant. By then, even if he didn't die, his whole body would be broken bones. Crap, crap, he tried to stop his body. It's simply too late to reverse now. Just in the nick of time, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed his foot with force, yanking him out. Boom! The earth trembled as the stone giant sat down, instantly shattering the ground and sinking a deep pit. Before Cocksucker could react, his entire body rolled and flew off into the trees to the side. It was only at this moment that he realized that it was a black-haired teenager who had suddenly stepped in to save him. Hey, bro, Shuya grinned, looking at the stunned Cockney. Wanna cooperate? I have an idea that might get us through here. Chapter 60, Class A Ability. Earth's Core. The stone giant's massive body stood up from the ground, and did not chase after Shuya's two, instead launching an attack on the few students who tried to break through the gap. Due to its immense size, it covered several meters with its hands and feet raised. For a while, no one was able to pass under his hands unharmed. Thanks for saving me. Cockney sized up Shuya and thanked him rather sincerely. He got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. But I've never been used to working with people. So sorry, I'm still going to act on my own. Don't say that. Shuya smiled slightly. Why don't you listen and see what I have planned before it's too late? Trust me, the risk you need to take is low and there's a good chance of getting through here. Cockatoo's forward steps paused, a hesitant look on his face. Half a second later, he extended his right hand towards Shuya, cueing. He gave his name, then quickly said, "You just saved me, so I can work with you this time. If we can really break through this stone giant, we'll go our separate ways, and after that, we'll each be on our own. Of course, our cooperation is limited to the moment." Su also nodded. Tell us what your plan is. Shu Yuan stood up and cautiously looked at the stone giant that kept waving its arms. How it felt tricky to think about it. I'll confirm it first. Shuya looked at Chu Yuan. Your ability, I believe, is to change your own gravity. Chui turned his head violently, his eyes filled with shock. Why did you know? Every time he casts his ability, others assume it is similar to a flat-footed flight-like ability. But Su Yuya, who was unknown to him, was able to accurately tell the effect of his ability. From the moment you started trying to rush to the top of the mountain, your flight path has always been straight. Shuya shrugged his shoulders and explained easily. If your ability is to fly, there's absolutely no need for this. Just fly diagonally to the top of the mountain. You are also free to change direction in the face of the stone giant's attack. But you didn't. And even just now you almost got attacked by a stone giant because you couldn't change direction. So my initial presumption is that your ability should be to create an effect similar to flight in general by changing the direction of your own gravity. Shui froze as he listened, looking at Shuya with an expression as if he was looking at a monster. He had only used his ability twice full time since the test began. As a result, the effects of his ability were so easily seen through, and even analyzed 8 or 9 times. As expected, none of the guys who were able to participate in the Dragon Summer Academy test were simple. Grade A ability, geocentric. Shui didn't hide anything and bluntly returned. It can reverse the direction of my own gravity, as well as briefly reversing the direction of gravity of the object I'm touching. But the only 6 directions that can be twisted are up and down, left and right, and forward and backward, so you can't move diagonally. In addition to that, because of inertia, I need to change ahead and build up kinetic energy every time before reversing direction. With an unexpected situation like the one I just had, I wouldn't have had time to make a reversal of direction. Very good, just as I thought. Shuya nodded, and only after confirming that the analysis was correct did he continue to speak. Then listen carefully. My plan is, someone has already broken through 4 stone giants. Songwei looked at the mountain peak in front of him in surprise and let out an exclamation. Worthy of being the holder of an SS class ability, it is truly extraordinary. Naturally, Lianshou had been paying attention to the student's movements and nodded his head gently. At this rate, he might be able to get to the top of the mountain first. By now there were already a few students with strange abilities who had broken through several stone giants in a row and marched towards the top of the mountain. But most of the rest were stuck in front of the first 2 stone giants having trouble breaking through. In order to break through the stone giants, the students showed off their strength in various ways. The stone giants of the buttermilk realm were far beyond them in terms of strength, speed and destructive power. Thus in just a short while, close to 20 people had already been eliminated. I didn't expect someone to be so raw. Songwei raised his eyebrows, sensing what was happening at the second stone giant, and couldn't help but have his face change. He had never expected that someone would choose to break through the barrier in such a way. Oh, What does that kid want? Lien Shou, who was on the side, suddenly revealed a curious look and looked towards the mountain peak with a face full of excitement. Songwei followed the sound and the same look of surprise appeared on his face. The location of the first stone giant? Wait, that guy, is he crazy? The stone giants swung their arms and legs, constantly launching an onslaught towards the students trying to pass through. A few students who presumed to barge through were once again forced back, panting and standing in place, revealing a look of unwillingness. How can this guy be so strong? We can't even get past the first stone giant. What can we do back there? It was not only the number of passers that made them anxious, but most importantly, the time to pass. Once the 30 minutes are up, this test will be terminated. If none of them could make it to the top of the mountain by then, they would be disqualified. Just as this group of students were anxious and at a loss, a silhouette suddenly scurried out from the left side. Instead of rushing to break through the gap, he suddenly gained a foothold on top of the slope and shouted at the stone giants blocking the way. Hey, stupid thing! Everyone looked over in shock. It was too late for them to hide from this stone giant, but someone dared to launch a provocation at it? Raising their eyes, they realized that the person who was currently screaming at the stone giant was clearly the student who had fallen from the sky at the stuck point. Su Yuya stepped on top of the slope and looked at the stone giant in front of him. His index finger stretched forward. A dumb and stupid stone like you, still wanting to block our advance. What a fool's errand. This guy, he really is crazy. The students in the back stared wide-eyed, incredibly confused by Shu Ya's behavior. At this distance, he would have been sent flying by the stone giant. As expected, the stone giants that were originally guarding one side of the town even looked like they had a spirit, turning their heads to look at Su also, as if it possessed the ability to think. It violently swung its huge right fist and smashed over towards Shu Ya's position. Very well, now, looking at the enlarging fist, Shu Ya but his eyes flashed and he shouted. In the next moment, he even directly leapt down the slope as if he was going to jump straight down the hill. The stone giant's punch landed and blew down all the trees where Shu Ya had been standing earlier. Everyone looked incomprehensibly at Shu Ya who kept falling down the mountainside, not understanding what he meant by this. Although he dodged the stone giant's attack, it was pointless for him to do so. But just then, another silhouette, actually from the other side of the stone giant, took off into the air at an extremely fast speed, and shuttled through in a hurry. Chapter 61, I'll let you break in here. Shui adjusted his own gravity to the front, and the whole person fell toward the front. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was flying out of thin air, extremely fast. In his mind, he echoed Shuya's plan. These stone giants have a simple spirit. When I take the initiative to attract its attention, you charge out the right side, as fast as you can. Just as Chewie rushed out, the stone giant noticed his presence. It immediately threw its left arm around for blocking the curved wing, but when he swung his left arm and flung it, he was about to touch the curved wing. Instead, the curved wing fell diagonally downwards towards the ground for no reason, as if it had predicted the stone giant's movements, and it just happened to graze its arm. His mind echoed the earlier memories, and a sense of disbelief was evident in his eyes. Surprisingly, it really is what that guy said. A few minutes ago, Su also found a piece of white paper from somewhere, scribbled on it, and soon wrote dense formulas on it. You should have taken physics in high school. He displayed the white paper in his hand and showed it towards Chu Yuan. If you have the ability to reverse the direction of your own gravity, then the acquired gravity on your body, as well as the acceleration of gravity, should still be in accordance with the rules of physics. From what I've seen, the speed of the stone giant's swing is constant, about 6 meters per second. Combine the range of its swing, and the time it takes you to modify your own gravity, and factor in the deflection from inertia as well for a force analysis. He quickly swept his fingers over the formulas one by one, trying to make them comprehensible to Cotter Wing. Shu Yi, however, listened to a burst of headache and could not help but exclaim, "How can I possibly understand what you're saying? Say, are you a monster? Are all these formula calculations as well as numerical measurements based on mental math and visual inspection? Of course there will be some error, but the margin of error shouldn't be too large." Shuya touched his nose and replied, "The point isn't here at all." "Right." Shui held back his spitting heart and spoke through clenched teeth. "Just tell me the conclusion directly. I believe you won't lie to me." "Oh?" Shuya stopped his narration and raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. "Good. Then you just need to do as I tell you and remember the 4 times and the direction you need to twist." He casually crumpled the white paper in his hand into a ball and threw it behind him, confidence filling his eyes. "I'll let you break through here successfully. For the first timestamp, dash out of the forest and change your gravity to below in 5 seconds. Shui silently calculated the time in his mind and repeated Shuya's words. Huge arms of stone flew over his head and hammered down hard on the mountain wall, knocking down a patch of rubble. His slanting downward body continued to decelerate, and then once again, he dashed towards the front. Immediately after this, shift gravity to the front and continue toward the front. A gasp came from the crowd behind them, shocked by Cotter Wing's actions. It was so close that he was about to be swept out of the air by the stone giant, and at the same time, they noticed a surprising sight. However, he saw that Shuya, who had just leaped down from the mountainside as if he was about to jump to the bottom of the mountain, was now swinging high and floating up from below. Around his waist, he held a long rope attached to a tree that pulled his falling body back. However, what amazed the students behind them was that the trees there had just been broken by the stone giants. But why was this tree intact? Shuya swung up from the side of the mountain as if he were an ape, and as he was about to do so, he quickly untied the rope around his waist and rolled back down to the road, charging straight ahead. On top of this long mountain path, he and Chui, one on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom, ran towards the stone giant's magnificent body as if they were moths to a flame. Through the swinging of the rope, Shuya leapt out a long distance, actually matching the distance of the curved wing's forward charge. The stone giant swung his left fist in the air, and seeing that Chui was about to cross the mountain path from his armpit, he was furious and swung his right arm, which had previously smashed down the mountain forest, towards his armpit to grab it, wanting to grab Chui out of the air. But just as he was about to touch Chu Yuan's body, Chu Yuan's flight path once again shifted. He fell diagonally downward for half a second, then sharply toward the left. For the second time point, after 3 seconds of forward motion, adjust the gravity back down, and then immediately afterward reverse to the left side at full force. A roar came from the stone giant's swinging right hand as it grabbed the air and impacted on top of its own hard stone body. Curved wings, however, was also guided by the gravity towards the left and drilled near the right half of the stone giant's body. Dang! The stone giant trembled and grabbed back the left arm that had smashed into the mountain. At the moment he moved as if he were embracing himself, arms crossed just to block someone from passing him. Sure enough, this thing has a limited spirit and will only follow the rules set by its maker. After seeing this action, Shuya's eyes lit up, reconfirming his suspicions. No matter what happens, the stone giant's first priority is to stop someone from getting through. At this moment, its left hand quickly grabbed left and rushed towards curved wing, but Chu Yuan's body froze once again, and then it tilted and fell towards its feet. Third time point, fly left for 3 seconds and direct gravity back down. A slight cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the huge hand that grabbed at him sharply was no more than 30 centimeters away from his hair. Even so, he still strictly enforced what Shuya had said earlier. Final timestamp, direct gravity forward in half a second. Full sprint, he eyed ahead, and at the moment, his position happened to be located near the stone giant's chest. If he continued to rush forward, he would only crash into the stone giant. To change the gravity to above, a little higher, thoughts like this flew through his mind, but in the next second, he was firm. No, now that I've promised him, I'll believe to the end. He didn't care. He directly changed the gravity to the front with all his might and rushed towards the front. The stone giant wrapped his arms around his chest and could only watch as Chu Yuan kept leaning towards him, not having time to block with his hands. But just then, it snapped its head down and saw another silhouette. However, he saw that Shuya, with the cover of his curved wings, actually flew towards its crotch, trying to drill through the gap and rush to the rear. Hey, they're going to crash. The students behind them, for some reason, also became tense, staring intently at Chu Yuan in front of them. Curved wings forward charging body, which was about to crash into the stone giant's body, still didn't have the slightest deceleration or buffer, and with a slight change in his face, he likewise noticed Su Yuya, who scurried out towards the stone giant's crotch. It was as if all of his previous actions had all become stepping stones for Shuya, only to attract the stone giant's attention, thus allowing Shuya to pass through here. Am I being tricked by him? He's using me? Such thoughts flashed violently through Chu Yuan's mind, but in this incomparable crisis situation, he still clenched his teeth and chose to believe. Boom! Facing the rapidly approaching two, the stone giant's instincts made him choose to block Shuya, who was about to drill through his crotch. His massive body sat down with a roar, following the example of what he had done earlier to stop Chui, wanting to flatten Shuya with his ass and block off this mountain path leading behind him. Along with the descent of its huge body, a look of dismay appeared in Chui's eyes, originally railing in front of him. The stone giant's huge body, at this moment, even because it sat down, suddenly dropped. His eyes suddenly opened up, and there was actually no more obstruction. Curved wings brushed against the stone giant's head and went straight through the blockade, breaking into the stone giant's back at an extremely fast speed. However, he quickly turned his head and looked at the location where the stone giant was situated with a face full of shock. Crap, that guy, he can't get away. The weight of the rock realm stone giant was enough to crush Shuya's body until it shattered. Chapter 62 Double Insurance. Backup plan. Screams came from among the crowd. No matter how one looked at it, Shuya seemed to have no way back and was about to be overwhelmed by the stone giant. However, right at this moment, a white silk thread actually pierced out sharply from below it, connecting far away from Chuyi's body. A few moments later, under the traction of the white thread, a silhouette actually rubbed against the stone giants but at an extremely fast speed and drilled out. Boom! There was a roar and a cloud of dust and smoke. The stone giant's massive body sat on the ground, shaking up a cloud of dust. However, the silhouette drilled out of the dust curtain and flew after Chu Yuan. Bang! The two silhouettes collided together, and Chuyi was hardened by the impact as he was carried through the air and tumbled to the ground. A few moments later, he rolled over and got up, and only then did he see that his sleeve cuffs, the torn fabric, were actually being rapidly repaired at the moment under the cover of white light, and beside him, Seo also leaned back and showed a smile. See, I told you, we can make it. The stone giant regained its footing from the ground, but paid no further attention to the two men running behind it and continued to begin blocking up the men in front of it. Is that why you want me to tear the fabric of my clothes? Chuyi was filled with absurdity and looked at Su Yuya incredulously. Right after they discussed their plans, Seo also made it a point to have him tear the fabric off his cuffs. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Yeah, this is my ability. How about it? Amazing, right? Shuya's smile didn't change as he sat up from the ground with a slight gasp. Do you realize that just now you were almost sat to death by that guy? Shu-yi, however, ignored Su Yuya's smile and instead, as if he was in a hurry, angrily scolded. If I hadn't just chosen to believe you and modified the direction of gravity, you would have been seriously injured by now, you know? But didn't you choose to believe me? Shuya's face still had a faint smile on it, and he just calmly responded. Chuyi was momentarily speechless. The suspicion that had flashed through his mind earlier caused an inexplicable surge of guilt. What a lunatic! He stood up and walked towards the front without looking back. Our cooperation ends here. He walked a few meters away and suddenly stopped, turning his head with a slight complexity in his eyes. I appreciate you trusting me and admire your plan, but the risk factor of this method is too high for you to succeed every time. He seemed to recall something, and his tone became slightly colder. Not everyone can choose to trust in this situation. After saying this, he flew up and disappeared into the mountains and forests in a hurry. Looking at the distant Chuyi, the faint smile on Shuya's face slowly dissipated. Before he spread out the palm he had been holding tightly and casually threw out half a stone. The backup plan doesn't look like it's going to be used. This guy, on the contrary, is an honest man. He had never put all his hopes in Chu Yuan's body. Much less did he expect Cotter Wing to trust him completely. As far as he was concerned, his purpose had already been accomplished when Chuyi opened his mouth to agree to his plan. According to his calculations, unless the stone giant had a means of being able to suddenly accelerate. Otherwise, Chu Wing could hardly go wrong as long as he acted according to the plan. The only place where this might be a problem is above the timing of the last one. If Chuyi had the slightest hesitation in his heart, thus giving up accelerating or changing direction on his own, he would definitely be stopped by the stone giant because of his own deceleration. But before that, several of his charges and changes of direction had firmly drawn the stone giant's attention to himself. As a result, Su Yuya was able to rush underneath the stone giant in an almost unimpeded manner. Long before the stone giant sat down on his body, he had thrown half a stone in front of him. Even if Chuyi didn't continue forward due to his hesitation, Su was able to pass underneath the stone giant with the power of his repair hand. Regardless of his choice, it wouldn't affect Shuya. The fabric on the curved wings was the first insurance policy. Attracting attention with the help of the curved wing and then throwing the stone behind the stone giant was a second insurance policy. In a way, he did take advantage of the quill wing, but he also honors his commitments. As long as Chuyi could trust him completely and follow his guidance, he could also guarantee that the two would be able to successfully break through the first stone giant. It also means that the reason that Flying Kid was able to successfully break through was because he chose to trust himself. Lianshou smiled as he explained what Shuya had done. One by one, to Song Wei, who was beside him, he hesitates, or develops a hint of distrust. If he chooses, in the end, he would become the bait, drawing attention for that kid called Shuya, and in turn, he himself would be stopped by the stone giants due to slowing down. So whether or not the flying boy is going to choose to trust or not, the decision is only about his own outcome and destiny. And boy Shuya has double insurance. There won't be any accidents at all because of flying boy's choice. Fantastic, fantastic. After witnessing Su Yuya and Chuyi break through the stone giants, Lianshou did not hide his appreciation and applauded with a big smile. With his strength, he was able to sense everything that was happening on the mountain even if he was far away from each other. You mean, that student had already anticipated both outcomes from the very beginning of the plan and had both prepared backup plans? Song Wei looked in the direction of the mountain peak with a face full of surprise, only feeling a wave of absurdity. Not only that, but he also judged and calculated the speed of the stone giants and the speed of curved wings ability in just a few minutes. Is a guy like that really a recent high school graduate? He looked towards the peak of the mountain, gazing at Shuya, who had risen from the ground and continued along the mountain path, an odd look flickering in his eyes. And the ability he just used was a D-rank ability, Repair Hands. Right. If memory serves, this is the first freshman with D-rank abilities to be admitted to the academy? Ability level never determines the full extent of strength. Lianshou smiled and shook his head. How many of those so-called A-rank and S-rank students have managed to break through the first stone giant? At least in my opinion, this kid can at least be ranked in the top 5 among this group of freshmen. Boom! A roar, coming out from halfway up the mountain, drew Lianshou and Sunwei's attention away. There was the location of the second stone giant, and at this moment, such a loud noise had occurred. After noticing what was happening, both of their expressions froze slightly. They then produced very different reactions. Songwei's face was slightly white, looking toward the mountainside, somewhat incredulous. Is this a joke? How can there be such a monster among the freshmen? Lianshou's expression, however, turned to ecstasy, the corners of his mouth raised high. This freshman, it's so much fun. Chapter 63, Storming a Stone Giant. Humanoid Beasts. Seeing Chui leave, Su also rolled up from the ground. Several rattles came from the side of the stone giant behind him. Shuya and Shuyi's move to successfully break through the stone giant allowed them to successfully discover the stone giant's weakness as well. They also have a chance to get through the block as long as they utilize their traits wisely. Are there 4 more stone giants? Su also looked ahead ponderously, feeling a pang of annoyance. According to this situation, if he wanted to break through to the top of the mountain within half an hour, it would be a little too difficult. Without much thought, he was about to move forward when a deafening roar suddenly came to his ears. The earth trembled and a layer of shockwaves rippled from afar, causing his body to tremble. What happened? He hastily held onto the tree beside him to stabilize himself and looked ahead in surprise. From the distance, this appears to be where the second stone giant is located. Does every stone giant have a different attack pattern? Such a thought flashed through Shuya's mind, and without any further hesitation, he immediately grabbed the time to run towards the front. Following the trail through a jungle, he suddenly saw a bright light in front of him, only to be met with a shocking sight, only to see the earth, more than 3 meters high stone giant actually lying on the ground, its stone body scattered all over the place. On both sides there are more than 10 shocked students. Several of them were even smashed underneath the stone giants, screaming miserably and passing out. These students, all of whom had rushed here before the stone giants appeared, had not been stopped by the first stone giant, but at this moment, they were in a state of confusion and shock just like Shuya, looking incredulously at the fallen stone giant in front of them. This is being knocked down? Shuya's pupils shrunk, not expecting the stone giant to be lying on the ground like this. Dang! The earth trembled, and the stone giant crawled up with a shaking body. Although it could not speak, Shuya seemed to sense a sense of anger from its body. Those stone bodies scattered on the ground, as if they had suction, returned to its body to reorganize its body as much as possible. It stomped the ground hard, rolled onto its back, and swung its fist forward. Ha! This damn thing is really sturdy. A bellowing voice rang out from the air, the sound filled with wildness. Su also looked up, but he saw a strong man with a naked upper body, falling sharply from mid-air. Just now the stone giant would fall down, and it seemed to be his doing. With a sardonic smile on his face and blood-red energy wrapped around his right fist, he laughed and shouted, "All of you get the hell out of here. I don't care if you're injured by mistake." As soon as these words came out, the students who had originally gathered around them directly charged forward without saying a word. Now that the stone giants were being held, it was a great time for them to climb the mountain. Several rocky figurines drilled out from under the feet of the several people who had just been smashed unconscious, and immediately carried the students, leaping lengthwise from the hill above. Seeing the injured being carried away, several students who were preparing to save the others were also relieved and rushed forward. Su also didn't see Chu Yi's figure from among these people. He seemed to have drilled past the second stone giant toward the top of the mountain long ago. Su also did not hesitate and immediately blended into the crowd and ran towards the mountain. At the same time, he also slightly inclined his head and looked towards the back. The burly student fell sharply, and his right fist slammed into the stone giant's chest. The stone giant, who had only just stood up, suddenly fell down once again. The stone in its chest looked like it had been broken, and the rubble scattered all over the place. This guy, is he some kind of humanoid ferocious beast? Su Yuya's heart jumped as he witnessed this scene and was immediately shocked. The energy fluctuations in that burly student's body were clearly at the stone realm just like them. However, in the face of the rock realm's stone giants, the battle situation actually showed a one-sided situation, completely crushing the stone giants. The burly man bent his legs and crashed to the ground as if in a zigzag, stomping a spider web of cracks under his feet. He laughed as he looked ahead at the struggling stone giant, his thick arms directly grabbing its feet and swinging this huge body to smash into the mountain wall. Boom! Mountain rocks slipped and mountain walls shattered. The stone giant's body was embedded within the mountain wall, and only then did the burly student let out a laugh. But that's it. I didn't realize that you, a monster made of stone, could produce fear. He turned his head without looking back and wiggled his neck towards the front. If this is the entrance test, then it's too easy. Only to see his feet stepping, the ground he stepped on was instantly dented, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball in a big jump towards the front. In a matter of seconds, he crossed the crowd in front of him and flew high above the mountain wall, grabbing a rock on the side of the cliff with his right hand. No fun. No fun. Why don't we just climb to the top like this? Sue also looked up, only to see his arms. The whole person was with the help of this force towards the top of the mountain straight up. When its speed slowed down, it immediately slapped at the mountain wall again at will, and once again powered up to leap towards the top. To do the climb in this manner is simply mind-blowing. Just as he scurried halfway down, a huge stone arm unexpectedly reached out from the mountain wall, attempting to slap him down. Apparently, in the midst of this test, it seems that no one is allowed to climb to the top of the mountain in such a manner. But the burly man just let out a sardonic laugh. His speed didn't decrease at all, and he slammed his fist out. That thick stone arm actually shattered with a bang, turning into a sky full of debris and falling. At the same time, a black shadow helicoptered up from the ground, actually taking advantage of the gap between the stone's arm being shattered to move up the trend. Shuya immediately noticed that it was none other than Shui who had just left. He actually took the opportunity to use his ability to climb towards the top of the mountain by using the opportunity of the strong man breaking his stone arm. The burly man noticed Shui who had crossed his path, but he only laughed coldly, not taking it seriously, not putting Shui in his eyes at all. His arms powered up and he soon caught up with Chu Yuan. The two of them, one after the other, blinked their eyes and disappeared into the top of the mountain, actually completing the test in such a way. Su also withdrew his eyes, his heart rippling. Long Xia Academy. Could it be that there are many such monsters? The strength and aura that the burly man had just erupted was truly overbearing, making him sweat. He put away some of his contempt and his gaze stared down. The immediate priority was still to finish this test. Breaking through these two stone giants one after another had taken 15 minutes. There was less than half an hour left before the half-hour lianshou had set, and in his way were three stone giants. The roar and vibration came again from the front of the mountain road. A long way apart, the outline of a third stone giant appeared in front of Shuya's eyes. It was being entangled by several students and was waving its arms around, blocking those in front of it from passing. At this moment, together with the students rushing from Shuya's side from the side of the second stone giant, the number of students gathered here had already exceeded 30. After 15 minutes of contact, most people know the stone giants accordingly. Facing the third stone giant, they didn't have much hesitation and immediately spread out their formation and charged towards the front. The stone giant's attention was focused on the few people in front of him, and he had no time to care about these students who had just come over. Shuya was about to blend in amongst the crowd and pass through, when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a person at the stone giant's feet, an acquaintance he had noticed after arriving at Longxia Academy. I can't believe she's here. Chapter 64, Boulder Fall. Rescue. There were 4 people at the feet of the stone giant, 3 men and 1 woman respectively. Shuya's eyes lingered on the girl, slightly frozen. This girl was none other than the schoolgirl who used to go to the same school as him, Tang Xiaowen. At this moment, her face was resolute, and her entire body was no longer as helpless as when she faced the Big Dipper wolf, and she had obviously mastered the methods and techniques of using her own abilities. These 4 people were already very close to the stone giant, trying to rush to the top of the mountain through the gap at its feet. But the stone giants also danced their arms frantically, trying to stop them. Its right fist slammed down heavily, and a student immediately rushed over, actually blocking his arms in front of his chest. Dang! The stone giant's powerful punch even looked like it had been bounced off, moving backward. It was as if his fist had suffered some kind of shock, and the stone at the end of his fist unexpectedly exploded inch by inch, scattering all over the ground. It's done! The student blanched, but also shouted in excitement. While we're at it, at his shout, the 4 men rushed forward at a quick pace. With the gap between the destruction of the stone giant's arm, there was a good chance that they could rush through here. However, before they could rush out a few steps away, the stone giant raised its right foot and stomped towards them. Hey, I can't resist twice in a row. Do something. The student who had just hardened himself against the stone giant's punch blanched and shouted sharply. Located beside him, the red-haired Han Hao, however, had his eyes flashing as he stomped on the ground with force. In an instant, the stone giant's left foot was empty, and the dirt directly beneath it unexpectedly turned into gravel and dented. For a moment, his entire body couldn't help but fall towards the side, actually losing his balance. the stone giant fell heavily to the ground, his back against the rock wall, but still didn't give up on stopping the four. He grabbed a boulder with force and flung it forward. At the same time, Tang Xiaowen, who had been silently accumulating energy, suddenly spread her hands wide open. Originally, she had been pinching a stone in her hand, and at this moment, between the flashes of energy, the stone had turned into a handheld cannon. Well, this ability is, the moment Shuya saw the cannon, an inexplicable luster flashed before his eyes, and his breathing actually shortened by a few moments. If that's the effect of her ability, perhaps it can be utilized to help me pass this trial. Tang Xiaowen unleashed the cannon with force against the flying boulder, accompanied by a roar and explosion. Her body took 2 steps backward, seemingly enduring a great recoil, but the boulder also turned into pieces under the impact. After shooting a cannon, the cannon in her hand immediately changed back into the form of a stone, which she threw to the ground. Come on, let's rush over. A small student shouted sharply and darted forward. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together. The stone giant's body stalled as if it had been hit by an air cannon, and just as it was about to get up it slammed back into the mountain wall. The 4 of them showed excitement on their faces and charged forward without looking back, but at that moment, there was a tremor above the mountain wall, and a black shadow fell down sharply. Hey, that's... The student who had initially hardened himself against the stone giant's attack raised his head and his face changed drastically. The impact that the stone giant received unexpectedly shattered the mountain wall and crashed down a boulder that was more than 2 meters wide. The remaining few people also changed their faces in shock and desperately ran towards the front. They had just used their abilities on the stone giants, and at the moment, they had no spare strength or time to fend off the boulder. The 4 of them darted forward, trying to get out of range before the boulder fell. Ouch! The smaller student was so nervous that he actually tripped over his feet and fell to the ground. The remaining 2 changed slightly. Their faces hesitated for a moment, but they didn't stop. Stopping here, they will surely be seriously injured. But Tang Xiaowan, who was closest to the small man, stopped without hesitation and reached out her hand with an anxious face. Stand up. The small man was like a newborn, and hurriedly grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand, but at that moment, the boulder overhead was already no more than 5 meters away from them, and the shadow covered them all. With the wind gusting in his ears and looking at the rapidly falling boulders, fear instantly spread in the small man's heart. He screamed and actually grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand with all his might and leapt up, jumping up and rushing forward. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked ahead, her body actually being yanked forward by the smaller man. The small man charged forward without looking back, not caring in the slightest about Tang Xiaowan's death. His mouth recited to himself with a nervous expression. Pop spent a great deal of money plus favors to beg for this piece of dragon jade. I fought my ass off to pass the combat test. How could I possibly fall here? In his mind, there was only one thought, and that was to escape from the coverage of the boulders, rush to the top of the mountain, and finish the test. Hey, Xinwen-san, Han Hao, who was rushing at the front, noticed Tang Xiaowan, who had been dragged to the ground by his afterglow, and his face changed slightly. He wanted to be heroic and turn around to pull Tang Xiaowan out, but looking at the rapidly falling boulder, if he turned back at this moment, there was a great possibility that he would be crushed under the stone. Between hesitations, he still chose to protect himself, and his body rushed out of the boulder's range. It's over. That girl is going to be overwhelmed. The students behind them noticed Tang Xiaowan, and their expressions changed as they exclaimed in shock. Tang Xiaowan, who had been dragged to the ground, happened to be located in the middle of the rocks, and had no time to get up and escape from the range. Tang Xiaowan also seemed to not have expected at all that she would let herself fall into such a perilous situation because of saving someone. In the moment of life and death, countless images actually flashed rapidly through her mind. The one that appeared the most was precisely the image of Shuya pulling her and Nie Xiaoyu up against the crowd on the playground in the first place. So saving someone's life requires so much courage and cost? At this point, there were already several people desperately running toward the front, trying to rescue Tang Xiaowan, who was about to be crushed under a rock. They had joined the Longxia Academy to express the justice in their hearts and become void hunters, so naturally they didn't want to see anyone in danger in front of them. But a figure, however, scurried out at a speed faster than them. It was a figure covered in bloodlight that was so fast that it swept past the crowd in the blink of an eye, and without hesitation, it dug into the boulder that was about to fall. Su Yuya's gaze was calm, and he suddenly leapt towards the left with force, kicked towards the rock wall, and with the help of the recoil, he picked up Tang Xiaowan and rushed towards the side. With the boost of boiling blood, his speed was boosted. At the same time, the rapidly falling rocks came crashing down to the ground. The smoke and dust that rushed up caused the several people who were preparing to save the others to stop, their faces changing greatly. A sharp-eyed student, however, had a flash of light in his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Look, you guys!" Amidst the smoke and dust, two silhouettes scurried straight out. Suyuya actually dashed out from underneath the rocks with Tang Xiaowen in his arms like this, narrowly escaping. But the direction he rushed out in at this moment was clearly the side of the mountain road, the empty cliff. Falling at this speed, he and Tang Xiaowen would only fall to the bottom of the mountain. Halfway down, one student reacted extremely quickly and hastily activated his ability. His hand threw out a rapidly extending rattan that fell down the cliff, attempting to pull Shuya and Tang Xiaowen to a halt. But after the rattan spread out, it was suddenly bounced off and raised high. He was filled with confusion, and actually felt his ability, which seemed to have been actively bounced off by a wave of energy. What the hell? He looked at the bounced cane in his palm in disbelief and looked ahead in confusion. By the way, that guy, why didn't he save the person in front of him, instead of sideways off the cliff? If they fall like this, even if they don't die, they'll be completely too late to climb to the top of the mountain. Chapter 65, You Should Know My Sister. Below the cliff, Shuya fell sharply while holding Tang Xiaowen. As he descended, he had turned off the boiling blood, and his eyes were calm and indifferent. With the view rising on either side, he reached his right hand into his pocket, removed a rope, and threw it hard to the side. The rope's noose looped around a tree growing horizontally across the mountain wall, and the two men's descent slowed abruptly. He shook the rope, and with a gentle swing, he directly brought Tang Xiaowen tumbling down back below the mountainside. This is located between the first stone giant and the second stone giant. After Shuya and Chui managed to pass the first stone giant, the other students followed suit and each tried to make their passes. Several of them were eliminated, but the rest managed to get past the stone giants and ran along the road toward the mountain. At this point there were only 10 minutes left before the half hour was over. There are no more students present near the mountain roads here. Who dash? Su also rolled over and let go of Tang Xiaowen in his arms as soon as he landed. Tang Xiaowen was also a bit confused at this point, sitting paralyzed on the ground for a few seconds to slow down before standing up with a complex expression. Shu Ya, you saved me once again. Make no mistake, I'm not saving you. Su Yuya waved his hand and flew back a few steps, keeping his distance from Tang Xiaowen. Tang Xiaowen's eyes flickered as she stared intently at Su Yuya, and after hesitating for half a second, she suddenly spoke. In these 2 years, you've already saved me at least 5 times, right? What things are you talking about? Shuya's demeanor did not change as his gaze swept forward, seemingly judging the location at this moment, as well as what he was trying to find. I told you, I'm not saving you, and even if you think I'm saving you, the flag raising, the playground, and now this, that's only 3 times, so where's the 5? Tang Xiaowen seemed to have finally found a chance to chat face to face with Shuya, eyeing his back and opening her mouth. 2 years ago, a punk from Green Dragon Hall tried to harass me when I was out of school, but he was suddenly knocked down by a falling billboard, and I took the opportunity to leave. A week later, that Green Dragon Hall organization fell apart and disintegrated internally for some reason. Seo also interrupted her impatiently. What's it got to do with me? What Green Dragon Hall? I've never even heard of it. He seemed to have found his way, and without saying a word he headed forward. Tang Xiaowen hurriedly jogged to keep up, staring intently at Shuya's side face, her mouth still not stopping. A year ago, Xiaoyu and I were tailed by a stalker. Turns out the stalker was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the park during the day the next day. Really? This is really congratulatory. Could it be that he did too many bad things and was sanctioned by a certain superhero? Shuya smiled bashfully and responded calmly. Tang Xiaowen didn't hear the reply she wanted and frowned slightly, going so far as to rush directly in front of Shuya and block him. A few weeks ago, I crashed on the flag-raising platform and you just happened to be there to save me. But the flag-raising platform was not damaged naturally, but a girl in the class had deliberately vandalized it the night before while school was out. That girl never came to school after that day and chose to drop out. Obviously graduation is just a week away. She couldn't have dropped out at this point in time anyway. What exactly are you trying to say? Shuya frowned as he looked ahead, only to feel a headache. All of these things, you're behind it, aren't you? Tang Xiaowen stared intently into Shuya's eyes, trying to see something in them. Her eyes were like amber, refracting an extremely nice shine under the sunlight. Tang Xiaowen, have you gone too far with your narcissism? Shuya rolled his eyes, looking at the schoolgirl in front of him with a face full of disgust. By your description, I'm the creepy stalker, right? Get out of my way. I have 10 minutes until the test is over and I have to. Sure enough, you're the pretending to be cool kid that my sister mentioned. Tang Xiaowen spoke decisively, seemingly completely forgetting about the test. A glint flashed in Shuya's calm eyes, but it was quickly hidden. You definitely know your sister, don't you? Seeing that Su Yuya was unresponsive, Tang Xiaowen became a bit anxious. She looked at Shuya dead in the eyes, and a look of supplication actually appeared in her eyes. Can you tell me? My sister, what did she die of? Exactly? The person who accompanied her to the art show before she died would have been you. Why did the building at the art show suddenly collapse? And was my sister really just knocked down by the collapsing building? What the hell happened there, and why would the hospital not allow me to see my sister's remains? Xiuya's face didn't show any expression, but his right hand couldn't help but tremble. I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Tuan, Tang Xiaowan shouted. This is my sister's name. Do you really not remember this name? Xiuya's body shook slightly, and the figure in the white dress flashed in his eyes once again. Thanks for saving me. My name is Tang Tum, the Tum of Tum. Nice, isn't it? You know Xiuya, I actually have a younger sister. It seems like she's still in the same school as you. If you have a chance, I'll bring you and her to get to know each other. You're surprisingly not interested? My sister is a superb beauty. Oh, so cute. Xiuya, it seems like I'm going to die. If it's okay, could you take care of my sister a little more for me? She grew up innocent and introverted. She's easily bullied. There's no one to protect her if I'm not there. Ahem. Xiuya, look, did I just look like a void hunter? The memories in his mind flashed by, and Xiuya was expressionless, calmly looking at Tang Xiaowan in front of him. I told you, I don't know the person you're talking about. The things you said also have nothing to do with me at all. I'm not even trying to save you either. I just want to work with you. Cooperation? Tang Xiaowan was a bit confused and stood frozen in place. Don't forget, the entrance test hasn't ended yet. I don't want to stop here just like that. Xiuya responded indifferently, directly terminating the topic. If you have any misconceptions about me, let's talk again sometime after the test is over. Although Tang Xiaowan still had many questions in her mind, they were suppressed, and determination was repeated in her eyes. She would come here to carry on the dream her sister once had. Time is now running out, and it is simply not the time to discuss anything else either. But now that we've fallen back to the bottom of the mountain, how are we going to work together to get to the top in 10 minutes? 7 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact. Xiuya turned around once again and walked forward at a fast pace. But if nothing else, we'll still be able to make it to the top of the mountain. But I still need to confirm it. As he spoke, he slightly inclined his head and used his afterglow to look at Tang Xiaowan behind him. The effect of your ability. Is it what I think it is? Chapter 66, don't worry. I'll stall him. Xiuya's speed grew faster and faster as he flew through the mountain roads towards the mountains. Tang Xiaowan followed closely behind, but there was no hesitation, and he directly palatized out his abilities. My ability is S rank, Power of Creation. The effect, if you will, is the ability to materially transform unconscious objects. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Xiuya's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In other words, you just used your ability to transform a rock into a handheld cannon, right? Tang Xinhuan nodded. But I need to know enough about the transformed substance. For example, if I want to transform a handheld cannon, I need to know the exact structure of the cannon in advance. Otherwise, at best, it will transform into a useless shell. If I want to transform stones into substances like diamonds or pearls, it requires me to have a good enough understanding of their molecular structure. So you, whose grades are the best in the school, would actually take the initiative to learn about the way the cannons are constructed in private? Xiuya spat out with a raised eyebrow. Tang Xiaowan blushed and responded with some embarrassment. I'm slightly interested in these mechanical and weapon aspects. What about the speed and duration of the transformation? Su also didn't pay too much attention to Tang Xiaowan's unusual hobby, and instead continued to pursue the question. The transformation speed is related to the material of the object itself. Tang Xiaowan quickly responded. For example, if I use a stone to transform into an iron cannon, it will take about a minute. But if I had steel in my hands, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex the transformation into something, the more energy and time it takes. As for the duration, as long as I am given enough energy, it is possible to completely transform matter. Xiao also turned his head to look over. So you use a special technique that briefly transforms matter, but changes it back to its original form after use? Tang Xinhuan nodded. Yes, very well. Not much different from what I judged. Xiuya jerked to a halt, coming to the destination he was preparing to reach. Directly in front of them was exactly where the second stone giant was. However, it was still embedded in the wall at the moment, and its entire body was crushed with stones. Its appearance was extremely wretched. Seemingly sensing the appearance of Su Yuya and Tang Xiaowan, this stone giant struggled its body and actually shuddered from the rock wall for a while, wobbling and shaking its body as it tried to climb out. The debris on the ground continued to fly up and coalesce, attempting to reorganize its body for it. However, its chest, which had been pierced earlier, was never able to recover either. Su also didn't swipe past this stone giant to set off towards the top of the mountain. Instead, he stopped where he was, as if he was waiting for this stone giant to recover its body. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Tang Xiaowan was startled when she saw Xiuya suddenly stop. Aren't we going to hurry and run towards the top of the mountain before it recovers? Right now, even if we run with all our might. A few minutes will not be enough time to climb to the top of the mountain. Su also, however, looked ahead very calmly and suddenly took out his cell phone and began to operate it. Let me ask you, do you know about rocket boosters? Although Tang Xiaowan didn't know exactly what Shuya wanted, she still responded, of course I know. Isn't this the device used to accelerate rockets when they're launched? Are you able to transform it? Shuya asked coldly. Are you kidding? Tang Xiaowan's beautiful eyes were slightly open, as if she had heard something ridiculous. Didn't I just say that wanting to transform requires me to know its exact structure? Let's not talk about the fact that the rocket booster is a state secret, and there's no way we can know its exact structure. Even if I were able to create it, the amount of energy and time required would be too much. There's no need for you to build a complete rocket booster. Seo also looked ahead at the stone giant that was about to reorganize its body and leap off the rock wall, and read without looking back. How long would it take you to scale it down equivalently and create roughly two 1-meter wide sized ones? Tang Xiaowan murmured and looked at Su Yuya, feeling that he didn't seem to be joking. She thought for half a second before she responded. This size? It'll take about 5 minutes. Maybe just 3 minutes if I make it at full power despite the energy loss. But still, there is no concrete structure or blueprint. Is this design detailed enough? Shuya asked without looking back as he tossed a cell phone in his backhand. Tang Xiaowan caught the cell phone in a slight panic and looked down, her eyes rolling, only to see that on the screen of the cell phone, it was an extremely tedious and detailed, and incredibly complex blueprint. Each of these parts has very detailed data, fine as it is. How did this? You have the design drawings of the rocket booster? She spoke subconsciously, a bit incredulous. It would obviously only be kept in the national database, an absolutely classified document. Wait, does that mean you? She looked at Shuya, and an absurd conclusion jumped into her mind. Shuya, however, drew a scabbard from his arms and returned with a calm face. In a moment of curiosity earlier, I accidentally saved a few pictures. Is this a question that can be glossed over with a moment of curiosity? Tang Xiaowan was shocked on the spot and spat aloud in her heart. This is too much torture. Cut the crap. Shuya's gaze stared and he bellowed. The design has been given to you. Tell me, can you transform it? At this moment, the stone giant, with most of its body recovered, finally struggled and jumped down from the rock wall. However, there are simply too many parts of it that have been destroyed to be restored to its fullness in a short period of time. Tang Xiaowan's expression instantly became grave and serious. She scanned down at her phone, the data of countless parts flickering in her eyes as if they were data streams. At the same time, in her mind, the parts seemed to materialize and were quickly put together. A moment later, she opened her eyes and responded with an unmistakable seriousness. Easily. Give me 3 minutes and I'll be able to convert it. An aura of confidence actually permeated her body. Very well. Shuya's body was filled with blood mist, and he actually grabbed Tang Xiaowan at an extremely fast speed and rushed toward the front without looking back. In just 3 seconds, the two rushed to the stone giant that had recovered most of its body. His steps did not stop, and he actually rushed toward the top without looking back. Shuya climbed above the stone giant's body one after another while he pulled the ancient knight out of its scabbard, and white light covered the entire broken sword. Rumble! The stone giant seemed to sense the provocation, and instantly and angrily slapped at Shuya with his newly reorganized right arm. Su also placed the Tang Xiaowan in his hands behind himself and crossed his sword forward. This time, he didn't dodge and directly swung the ancient lantern in his hand to swing and chop. The incredibly hard stone arm snapped in response, flatly chopped in half and turned into rubble scattered all over the sky. The clothes on Shuya's body were blown backward by the wind of the stone giant's fist, and he ignored the debris that passed through the sides of his body with a calm gaze. There are now 5 minutes until the end of the test. I'll do my best to stall it for 3 minutes. You take both of this guy's legs and convert them into rocket propulsion. Don't worry, I won't let any harm come to you until the transformation is complete. Chapter 67. What is this thing? Time passes by minute by minute. After the initial bewilderment, the group of students pretty much understood the characteristics and attack patterns of the stone giants. Although these stone giants were all in the rock realm in terms of their energy realm, their attack patterns were very simple and they didn't have any special abilities. They would only swing their huge fists and feet to block. When rated comprehensively, they were at best a bit stronger than the awakened of the stone realm, with only their strength reaching the standard of the rock realm. The students who were able to obtain the Dragon Jade and come to the Dragon Summer Academy had all experienced combat tests. After slowly calming down, they were all able to play to their strengths by observing the stone giants as well, breaking through the blocks one after another and heading towards the top of the mountain. With the countdown to the half hour getting closer and closer, the number of students successfully climbing to the top of the mountain is also gradually increasing. They were all carrying injuries to a greater or lesser extent, but each of them wore a look of excitement, invigorated that they had been able to break through the 5 stone giants to get here. See Mr. Song Wei. Lian Shou smiled and pointed in the direction of the mountaintop. As I said, These kids are all geniuses, so naturally they won't be stopped here like this. This bit of difficulty is no test at all for them. Songwei twitched the corners of his mouth and silently said in his heart, "It's only been half an hour, and the number of eliminated students has already exceeded 30, and among them, there are even students with S-class abilities. 5 other students were seriously injured, and if I hadn't reacted and closed my hand, they might all have died on the mountain. You call that a test that counts for nothing?" The students eliminated in the previous 5 years combined were not even half as many as the number of people eliminated in this test today. Of course he only dared to silently spit out a few words in his heart, while on his face he squeezed out a smile and laughed dryly. "Ha, the time seems to be almost up as well." "Yes." Lianshou narrowed his gaze, nodded, and stood up from his chair. "Let's go to the top of the mountain as well, and receive these children who have passed the test." Songwei likewise stood up and followed Lianshou closely. In the next moment, a breeze blew from where the two were standing, and their figures unexpectedly disappeared directly into place. At the same moment, above the mountaintop, whoosh, Lianshou and Songwei tapped the ground with their toes and appeared suddenly as if they were instantaneous, instantly drawing the attention of the students who were resting around. Their faces were tense, and a part of them still kept the habit from their school days, standing up in a hurry. "Hello, instructor." This means of instantaneous movement out of thin air by the two instructors drew their surprise. One of the blue-haired, glasses-wearing students, however, raised his eyebrows lightly and muttered to himself, "The flying shadow among the 5 arts? It's amazing that it can span such a long distance. Worthy of the Dragon Summer Academy." Lianshou smiled and nodded. His eyes swept over the people present, and a moment later he calculated the number. 78? It looks like there are still 2 spots left. Once again he took the pocket watch from his arms and looked down at it. 5 minutes remained before the half-hour time limit for the test. After about another 30 seconds, a figure climbed up the mountain out of breath and sat on his butt, showing an excited expression. "Catch! Catch!" This person was none other than the small student who had pulled Tang Xinhuan to the ground earlier. After successfully breaking through the 3rd stone giant, the few people he had once worked with turned away from him with disgust on their faces. This kind of guy who abandoned his companions at a critical moment. No one would be willing to engage in cooperation with him again. Despite his resentment, he managed to squeak past the 2 stone giants behind him and climbed to the top of the mountain. Seeing the appearance of this small man, more than a dozen people in the crowd furrowed their brows and swept over with some displeasure. Just now, his behavior of dragging Tang Xiaowen down in the midst of a crisis and fleeing for his life alone was seen in their eyes. In their eyes, such people are simply disgusting to the extreme. The little man naturally noticed the stares around him. He scowled, a little embarrassed, but patted his ass and stood up. "It's not like I meant to hurt her. Who can think that much in that situation? This time, the chance to join Longxia Academy is so rare. How could I possibly fall in that kind of place? Besides, it's not like she was crushed by a rock and managed to get out. So isn't that something to be congratulated on?" Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, constantly excusing and justifying what he had just done. Soon, the guilt in his heart slowly dissipated and he silently swore, "As long as I can succeed in joining Longxia Academy, I definitely won't do anything like this again in the future." Under this self-deception, he smiled anew, snickering at having passed the first trial. The only thing that made him a little apprehensive was whether or not what he had just done would be seen by the 2 instructors. "Instructor, there was no one back there when I just came over." He looked toward Lianshou in front of him and cautiously tried to open his mouth. "This first test, we should have already passed it." At this moment, he only wanted to confirm his eligibility to pass the test as soon as possible to ensure that he could successfully join Longxia Academy. Lianshou looked up at him faintly. "Rules are rules. Since the time is not up, the test is not over." The smaller man scrunched his neck and resumed his seat with some embarrassment, but he was also relieved in his mind. The instructor didn't question him or accuse him. Come to think of it, with so many students here, how could the instructor possibly watch them? Besides, it wasn't like he was breaking the rules. He was just in a hurry and had to abandon his companion. He kept reassuring himself that instead of licking his face and going among the crowd, he sat alone in a corner. No matter what, he had passed the test and also became one of the top 80 people. Anyway, the test is a few minutes away from being over, so just wait. The big deal was that after the test was over, it would be better to go find Tang Xiaowen and apologize. She would surely be able to understand herself. He tipped his chin, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face as his life after successfully joining the Dragon Summer Academy came to mind. The hands turned by the second and the clock got closer and closer to the end, with just under 2 minutes left. As the smaller man said, there were no more students behind him. Apart from the 30-odd people who had been eliminated, there were only a handful of people left, who were trying to break through the 4th stone giant, and could not make it to the top of the mountain in 2 minutes anyway. Songwei's eyes showed regret as he silently read in his heart, It seems that only 79 people will be able to pass this first test? In his perception, the students who were trapped in the fourth stone giant were exhausted and had almost given up. On the side of the second stone giant, the two students who had fallen from the cliff had inexplicably fought the stone giant again. Instead of choosing to climb the mountain, the act of engaging in a battle with the stone giants was simply pointless. He withdrew his senses and looked ahead with a silent sigh. But just then, a deafening roar, however, suddenly came from near the foot of the mountain. Its tremor went straight to the top of the mountain, as if it was an earthquake, causing the bodies of the resting crowd to shake. What happened? The small man located in the corner was directly shaken to the ground and looked around with a bewildered face. And on the face of Lianshou, who had been holding a stopwatch and was expressionless, the corners of his mouth rose high. That guy, he actually did it. The deafening roar came from far and near, as if it had rushed up from the foot of the mountain in an instant. Immediately afterward, a huge shadow rose up into the sky, covering half of the mountaintop. At this moment, almost 80% of the students stared with wide eyes, their mouths so big that it seemed as if they could stuff down an egg, and looked into the mid-air in shock. What the? Is this? Chapter 68. Only one can pass. The crowd tilted their heads. A huge stone giant actually rose up from the side of the cliff. Rambling rocks kept falling as it rose. This stone giant had a large hole in its chest, both of its arms were shattered, and its legs, which were originally made of stone, were now connected to two propellers that spewed out tongues of fire, constantly shooting flames. The two thrusters were as if they had grown on it out of thin air. The joints were tightly sewn together, and the fire erupted with a strong roar. Why are the stone giants here? What happened? Can stone giants fly? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Astro. A clamor came from the crowd, looking incredulously at the sky. The stone giant was still rising under the thrust of that thruster. But the two figures, however, leapt down from its head and stepped down hard on top of the mountain. Boom! The stone giant in the air climbed several meters again, and then violently exploded in the air, like a firework made of stone. The debris in the sky splashed down in all directions, causing smoke and dust to roll. In the midst of the dust and smoke, a voice with fatigue slowly rang out. See, I told you, we can reach the top of the mountain. Shuya and Tang Xiaowen's figures stepped out of the smokescreen. The clothes on his body were already tattered and torn at this point, and it was obvious that he had received a considerable amount of injuries. However, Tang Xiaowen, who was located behind him, was intact. Only her beautiful eyes flickered as if she was still immersed in the previous shock. After using Ancient Night to fight for a minute, Shuya actually delayed the stone giant for 2 minutes hard enough to buy her time to use her ability. She also fully utilized her ability and managed to turn the legs of the stone giant into propellers within 3 minutes, directly carrying the two of them to the top of the mountain flying. Seeing the two appear, the students in the crowd had different looks. They were staring at Shuya closely. It seemed like this guy always made such a big deal out of every appearance he made. Shui and Bai Tao were both in the crowd, and after seeing Su Yuya, smiles appeared on their faces. Han Hao also noticed Tang Xiaowan's presence and was instantly delighted, as if there was still a chance for further contact between himself and this great beauty. The small man located at the edge, however, looked as if he had seen a ghost, revealing an extremely strange expression, not at all expecting that Tang Xiaowan would still be able to climb up the mountain. Congratulations on reaching the top of the mountain. Lianshou smiled broadly as he looked towards the duo of Su Yuya and Tang Xiaowan, his eyes under his sunglasses showing as much admiration as they could. But his smile quickly tightened and he displayed the pocket watch in his hand. But sadly, the number on the hill is now 79. 1 minute and 47 seconds until the end of the test. This also means that only one of the two of you can pass the test. The crowd erupted again at this statement. These two climbed to the top of the mountain in such a magnificent way, only to end up leaving one person behind. In any case, it's too bad. Song Wei, who was on the side, was also full of amazement. He turned his head to Lianshou and opened his mouth to plead. Instructor Lianshou, these two children are considered to have climbed to the top of the mountain within the time limit. It doesn't matter if there's one more spot. Why don't we just let them pass together? No. Lianshou's demeanor remained unchanged, just quietly looking ahead. Rules are rules. He held a pocket watch and held his own while his eyes rested on Shuya. What would you do in this situation? Only one person can pass. Tang Xiaowan's original elation suddenly disappeared as if he had been poured a pot of cold water. She and Xiaoya managed to rush to the top of the mountain with great difficulty, but it turned out that only one person could pass through? A flash of unwillingness and loss appeared in her eyes, but she quickly let out a bitter smile and took a step backward. I withdraw. If it wasn't for you, I would have been eliminated already. It is only right that this place should be given to you. Su Yuya frowned slightly and swept Tang Xiaowan a glance. You put your best foot forward to come here. Can you bear to quit just like that? We couldn't have gotten to the top of the mountain without your powers. Aren't you going to try to get another chance, like a fistfight with me or something? After Tang Xiaowan had made her decision, she no longer hesitated and simply said softly, Sister once taught me, be sure to be grateful to those who have helped us. I originally came here because I wanted to carry on my sister's wish, but you are more suited to be a void hunter than I am. In reason, this pass should be given to you. Ha, it really is a stupid theory from a stupid person. Shuya snorted and turned his head. Have you decided? There's still a minute left. Lianshou looked over. You too. Who will be this last spot? Shuya walked straight ahead and faintly responded. Ah, decided. Seeing him in action, the crowd looked different. They hadn't expected that Tang Xiaowan would give up the pass quota so cleanly. If it were them, this hard-won opportunity would never have been given up so decisively. Su also kept his footsteps and did not head to the crowd, but instead headed towards the corner. So it is you who will obtain this last spot? Lianshou's gaze followed Shuya as he opened his mouth to inquire. No. Between Shuya's replies, he actually stood in front of the small man and stopped. Both of us, we have to pass this test. What do you want? Seeing Shuya appear, the small man stood up violently, a wary look in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart, and he spoke sharply. There are already 79 people here. You too. At most only one of you can pass the test. Do you want to break the rules? Rule number 1. Shuya looked at the small man with indifference and spoke faintly. Climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes. Rule number 2. Only 80 people will end up completing the test. If 80 people are already present after you have climbed to the top of the mountain, then I am sorry to say that you will not be able to pass this first test. He repeated the rules that Lianshou had stated earlier at Yama ********, and the corner of his mouth slowly raised in a cold smile. Whoosh! Shuya's right hand probed out as if it were lightning, and even instantly grabbed the neck of the small man in front of him, lifting him up out of thin air. It was situated in a corner position, and within a few steps he was carrying the little man to the edge of the hill. What are you doing? The small man's neck was choked, and he had trouble breathing. Waving his arms with a horrified expression on his face, energy converged in his palm, and an invisible shockwave rushed towards Shuya. However, Shuya dodged the attack with a slight sideways movement of his head as if he had foreseen it. That is, as long as only 80 people exist at the top of the mountain before time runs out. His hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with extreme indifference, but the corners of his mouth raised in an extremely dangerous arc. Someone like you, who betrayed your companions and ran away alone, deserves to be a void hunter? The next moment, he let go of his right hand. The little man was suddenly falling downward uncontrollably. With a horrified look on his face, he desperately swung his body around and climbed the rock wall with his hands, his eyes showing his unwillingness as he screamed, "You're murdering me! Instructor! Stop him!" Xiao also lifted his right foot without expression and dropped it with force. The smaller man screamed in agony, his hands letting go from the intense pain, and his entire body fell uncontrollably off the cliff. At the same time, Lianshou even looked as if he didn't see the scene in the slightest, forcefully closing the pocket watch in his hand. Time. The number on the hill. Exactly 80. Congratulations, you have completed the first test. Chapter 69, Justice or No Justice. The crowd was silent, all of them looking ahead in shock. Shuya's indifferent and incomparable means caused all of their hearts to jump. If you fall off a cliff like that, you'll die. Songwei's face changed slightly, and green light flashed in his palm. A rocky little man burrowed out of the rock wall and caught the falling little man in midair. At this time, he had already passed out due to extreme fear. He'll definitely die if he falls like this, right? Songwei furrowed his brows and looked at Shuya with some huffing. There's no cushion under this cliff. This is a living human life. Haven't you gone a little overboard? As a student who had just reached adulthood, Shuya's behavior was too cruel in his eyes. Aren't there you, sensei? Xiao also turned his head, that lazy look reappearing on his face. Would you let him fall like that? Songwei froze and subconsciously replied, of course not. Then it's not over. Shuya read calmly and walked directly into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood dumbfounded at the edge of the mountaintop, her brain a little down for a moment. She somehow managed to pass the test. However, Shuya's action of throwing the person off the top of the mountain caused her to feel a chill. That gesture and look as if he didn't care whether the little man lived or died. She looked at Shuya with a complicated expression, but she only felt a mist shrouding its body, making her unable to see through it at all. Songwei was choked by Shuya's words, and a sense of strangeness flashed through his heart. Could he have taken that into account and thrown the little man off the cliff? Nope. It took a few seconds for him to clear his mind and frown. You don't steal concepts. Is there any necessary connection between whether or not I will save a life and the cruelty of your behavior? In the future you should all aim to be void hunters. If you are all so minded, how can I trust you to protect the people and the country? Su also at this time is incomparably tired. After a battle, he only recovered not much physical strength and energy have bottomed out. He sat down on the ground and didn't bother to argue, just calmly responded, "None of my business? Is it a good thing to let people like this who abandon their teammates become void hunters? I'm just purging a piece of trash for you guys." Songwei didn't expect a freshman to be so impolite and full of crooked reasoning. He frowned and was just about to snap when Lianshou, who was on the side, stopped him. "Well said." Lianshou smiled, not caring at all about Su Yuya's attitude, and instead, he loudly appreciated it. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the slightly displeased Songwei and faintly said, "You're too formal, Mr. Songwei." "What do you mean?" Songwei didn't expect Lianshou to stop him and couldn't help but frown. Why did he show up last? Lianshou pointed at Shuya and opened his mouth to ask, because he went to save that girl. Songwei had naturally witnessed the image of Shuya saving someone's life and was naturally impressed. And what did the student he kicked off the cliff do? He yanked down the man who saved his life and ran for his own life. Songwei followed Lianshou's words, but his frown grew tighter. But this kind of instinct that belongs to survival under danger is wrong. But with guidance and education, it can still be cultivated into a qualified void hunter. But he just laid such a cruel hand on his own classmate. It's too ruthless and cruel. That student's crime is not to death. That's why I hate you idealists. Lianshou shook his head and laughed lightly, always thinking that people can change. That boy chose to give up trying to rescue his fellow man even in this situation. What makes you think he's capable of choosing to protect the people in a crisis rather than run for his life? Songwei froze slightly, his eyes flickering with intense confusion. In his thoughts and ideas, people were capable of change, and the profession of void hunter was very sacred, and should not be as cruel as Shuya. But now that I think about it, it seems like there's nothing seemingly wrong with what Shuya did. When breaking through the first stone giant, he appeared to be using Chuyu, but as long as Chuyu trusted him, he would let the two pass together. When Tang Xiaowan was about to be hit by a rock and was in danger of his life, he was also the first one to scurry out and save him despite the danger. And the little man he had left behind was of questionable character in his own right, though Shuya's movements were very cruel, as if he wanted to kill the other party without mercy. But it seemed that he had been certain for a long time that he would step in and save him. In terms of results, everything he did was not only not wrong, but even quite righteous. It's just that this justice and behavior deviates from the justice in your own mind. The justice that Songwei upholds and abides by is a selfless justice. The justice exercised by Xiaoya, on the other hand, is diametrically opposed to him. Songwei stood silent, lost in deep thought. Could it be that the justice he upholds is wrong, and Xiao is the right one? Lianshou glanced at Songwei with deep meaning. Now that the times have changed, the entire Dragon Kingdom is about to face great danger. If all the Void Hunters were upholding Batman-like justice, then the human race will eventually perish. Their compassion and very high moral ground will be the perfect weapon for the false demons to attack, and they will only end up hurting themselves. He completed the test within the rules, so naturally there's no problem. Lianshou's calm words put an end to the argument. The argument between them also caused the surrounding students to each frown in contemplation, pondering the right and wrong in their minds. Lianshou, on the other hand, smiled slightly and slowly walked over to the students. "You may take a short break. In half an hour, we'll be here for the second test." His words directly interrupted the crowd's thoughts, and they all revealed a look of surprise. "Only half an hour's rest? This is bad. I just used up so much energy climbing the mountain. It's not fair that everyone is in a different state, is it?" There was a loud clamor from the crowd, all voicing their displeasure. Lianshou, on the other hand, smiled as he took out a small, pure golden ball from his arms and threw it towards the ground. "Of course, in order to make this test fair enough, I won't let you guys participate in your current state." The golden ball touched the ground and shattered, and a ball of golden mist spread out, wrapping around half of the mountaintop in an instant, enveloping all the students' silhouettes. Su also looked around curiously, only to feel that these golden mists actually surged down his pores towards his body. Within a few breaths, he felt that his injuries as well as his physical strength, and even his nearly depleted energy, were recovering at an extremely fast pace. He revealed a look of surprise, and immediately sensed that this seemed to be some sort of disposable jubao. "This is the jubao, receiving dust." Lianshou looked at the astonished students in front of him with a light smile on his face. "Recover your condition with all your might and get ready for the second test that follows. Less than half of you will be able to stay." Chapter 70, The Second Test of Luck. Lianshou's words were like a deep water bomb that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. The next test where just under half of the people will stay? Doesn't that mean that they all have close to a 50-50 chance of being eliminated? They have worked so hard to get to the top of the mountain that they can't accept that they will be eliminated in this way, no matter what. For a while, the mountaintop was silent. Everyone was desperately absorbing the golden mist, using the power of the jubao to restore their energy and stamina. Lianshou looked at the crowd indifferently and inclined his head, leading Song Wei to a corner away from the students. Song Wei frowned tightly, as if he was still pondering over what had just happened. Ever since he was born, he had been exposed to the stories of his Void Hunter predecessors. From an early age he aspired to the sacred profession and made it his life's pursuit. After he grew up, he also joined the Dragon Summer Academy as he wished and became an honorable Void Hunter. During these years, he had gone in and out of countless imaginary realms, fought with countless imaginary beasts and imaginary devils, and had even been injured several times for protecting the people. In his eyes, a Void Hunter should be just like him, full of righteousness, with a supreme sense of morality and responsibility. He believed in his righteousness and took it as an honor. However, Shuya's behavior just now was a shock to him. Obviously the result is justice, but the process of its implementation of justice is somewhat unacceptable to oneself. Lianshou pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth, lighting it up as he spoke with a faint smile. Mr. Songwei, I don't think you've had much contact with other Void Hunters, have you? Songwei looked back and nodded. When the Void Hunting team was recruiting, it was difficult for me to match my abilities with others, so I've always been a soloist. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there were a total of 100 Void Hunting teams, but not all Void Hunters joined the Void Hunting team. Some people with more specialized abilities that make it difficult to cooperate with others become solo travelers and hunt void beasts on their own. Of course, to become a solitary walker, the minimum requirement was the Mountain Realm, and existences above the Mountain Realm didn't need to join the Void Hunting team at all. The presence of a team would in turn limit their movement and be very wasteful of labor. Existences such as Ruan Rui, for example, usually almost always acted alone, and only when they encountered an extremely dangerous void realm would they be able to cooperate with each other and other solitaries. I suppose so. Lianshou exhaled a smoke ring and laughed softly. You've never met any other Void Hunters, much less worked with them, so it's no wonder you're so naive. Although Songwei is a teacher, he is only 26 years old at full count. Only 2 years after he graduated from Longxia Academy, he became a teacher of Longxia Academy with his strength and theoretical knowledge. Thus the Void Hunters he came into contact with were teachers as well as students at the academy. What are you trying to say, Instructor Lianshou? Songwei furrowed his brows and looked at Lianshou in confusion. Justice, there is not just one form. Lianshou spoke with deep meaning. As Void Hunters, each of us has a justice that is uniquely our own, but we are on a different path, both fighting to realize the justice in our hearts. Of course, at all times, we need to stick to the most basic bottom line. If we are results-oriented, justice will only become an excuse for selfishness. But if you give too much importance to the process, it can also bias your judgment. There are times when you can't judge a person by their behavior, but see them for what they are. When you think about it, what is the nature of that child? Is it justice, or is it chaos? And does he have a bottom line of his own? He finished his sentence and threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, stopping on it casually twice. By the way, remember the request I told you about earlier? When the time comes, I'll trouble you to prepare the field for the second test. Lianshou turned his head away without looking back. Song Wei, on the other hand, stood still, silently pondering Lianshou's words. Essence? In his mind, he quickly flashed through the things Shuya had done in the middle of the test. After a few moments, the confusion and disbelief in his mind finally dissipated, and his tight frown slowly dissolved. So it is. Is this the justice that is uniquely his? 20 minutes rushed by. Almost all of the students had already recovered their strength and energy under the effect of receiving the dust. They were in high spirits, their gazes were grave, and their sights were all directed towards Lianshou, who had returned leisurely from the distance. Regarding this upcoming second trial, they were all incomparably apprehensive, fearing that they would be eliminated. Don't be so nervous, relax. Lianshou smiled faintly and swept around. Since you've all recovered more or less, let me introduce you to the rules of the second trial. The crowd was instantly shaken in spirit, and they all sat down on their knees, looking at Lianshou with unblinking eyes, fearing that they would miss any little detail. I think the purpose of everyone here who wants to join the Dragon Summer Academy is to become a Void Hunter. Lianshou looked at the crowd and spoke leisurely. But you all should also know how high the risk factor of becoming a Void Hunter is. As a Void Hunter, not only do you have to go in and out of the major Void realms, you also have to resist the attacks of Void Beasts and Void Demons. In the face of these dangers, what is the one thing that you think will dramatically increase your probability of surviving? A whisper immediately came from the crowd in front of them, as everyone pondered over the question Lianshou had thrown out. Someone soon spoke up and replied, enough power? Lianshou faintly shook his head. Speed? If you run fast enough, you'll be able to avoid danger. Lianshou still shook his head. Soon, students were throwing around a variety of answers. Energy, wisdom, and powerful Juebo. Various answers came out of his mouth, but Lianshou just shook his head lightly. A moment later, An incredibly cautious voice came from the crowd. Luck? The crowd looked around, but they saw a boy with a clean face but an incredibly lewd aura. Cautiously speaking, Su Yuya immediately noticed that this was none other than Bai Tao, who had disappeared immediately after the first test had begun. It was not known what means he had used, but his body was unharmed, as if he had not experienced any battle at all. That's right, it's luck. After Lian Shou heard this answer, the corners of his mouth instantly lifted as he spoke aloud. It is not the strong who survive under the same crisis. Oftentimes, the one who survives is often the one who is lucky. As soon as his words fell, the mountain peaks under the feet of the crowd began to produce violent tremors. In the next moment, the entire mountain actually began to fall by inches. A crowd of people looked around in panic, not understanding what was happening. After half a minute, the mountain, which had risen out of the ground, kept getting shorter. The uneven tops of the mountains were gradually becoming smoother at this point. The entire mountain was like a rumbling piece of paper that was slowly being flattened. The trees that were originally located halfway up the mountain were all squeezed above the same plane at this point. Here, it changed from a mountain peak to a forest. The forest was about 200 meters long and wide, very vast, and was obstructed by countless trees. Slightly raised stone walls on either side wrapped the entire forest, transforming it into four borders. Lian Shou stood still with his hands behind his back, an inexplicable smile on his face. This is the second test I will give you, and the one that will test your luck. Its name is Ghostbusters. Chapter 71. The ghosts are coming to get us. Ghostbusters? Hearing the name of this test, many people revealed astonished gazes. Isn't this a game that kids play all the time? And why is it here as a test? And this game, what does it have to do with luck? Lian Shou smiled as he observed the expressions of the crowd, his eyes under his sunglasses flashing with a strange aura. A moment later, he continued, the rules of this test are very simple. For the rest of the test, I will be the ghost in the ghost catchers game. You, on the other hand, are the people who are scattered and hiding. I will give you 5 minutes for evasion. As long as you are in the middle of this forest, it doesn't matter where or how you hide. In 5 minutes, I will begin the catch. The corners of his mouth lifted into a wry smile, causing inexplicable chills to run through the bodies of the students present. Anyone who is caught by me and loses consciousness will be eliminated and disqualified from enrollment. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The crowd's faces changed slightly, and they looked ahead with shocked expressions on their faces. They all clearly remembered how the late student was sent flying. This Lian Shou instructor was unfathomable, striking out an emotion that was barely captured, and that they should have to hide and survive in the midst of such a being? Lian Shou sensed the student's panic and immediately smiled faintly as a wave of energy emanated from his body. This energy fluctuation went from weak to strong, quickly stopping and filling the area around his body. After sensing the intensity of this energy, the expressions of the people present varied, and they all sensed a faint pressure. I can assure you that I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm when fighting you. Lian Shou spoke calmly. Only after sensing this fluctuation did the group of students let out a long breath. If it was just the rock realm, then it wasn't unbeatable. Although it was said that everyone present was an awakened of the stone realm, however, they have different abilities and extraordinary combat talents of their own. Even if they couldn't defeat the rock realm, the probability of surviving was still high. Confidence returned to their faces, and a part of them immediately jumped up a bit. Lian Shou noticed the student's expressions. The smiles on his face intensified as he dispersed the energy fluctuations on his body. This test, it will last for a total of 10 minutes. As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes without being caught by me, you will be considered to have passed the test. In conclusion, I would like to send you a piece of advice. He stood in place with his hands folded, his demeanor relaxed. Time is money. I hope your luck will allow you to pass this test. He took out his pocket watch and waited silently for the second hand to turn. Just as it was about to rotate to the whole point, he shouted aloud, Instructor Tsong Wei, please. As soon as the words fell, 4 walls of rock instantly rose under his feet, transforming into a closed rectangle that covered his body. At the same time, the pointer came to the whole point, and Lian Shou's voice came from within the rock wall in a dull and incomparable manner. Now, the test begins. The voice had only just come out, and the students, who had already been poised for action, immediately erupted into extreme speed, drilling towards the edge area of the forest without looking back. Under the effect of receive the dust, they had all returned to their full strength, and their thinking is very simple. The rule is that ghosts catch people, so Lian Shou needs to start looking for them from where they are. Now Lian Shou was located in the very center of the entire forest. They were able to minimize the probability of being caught by simply hiding at the edge of the forest. In a matter of seconds, the center of the forest was sparsely populated, and the 80 students had disappeared. Shuya frowned slightly, gazing at the stone wall in the center of the field and narrowing his eyes slightly. The torn clothes on his body had long been restored to their original state by his use of repair hands. At this moment, he was pondering the rules of this test. The rules seemed simple, and Lianshou has limited his energy realm, but he always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. If the rules were limited to that, then they would be able to reduce the probability of being caught by simply hiding at the edge of the forest. But in that case, Lianshou did not need to mention the word luck at all. It's not about luck at all. Thinking quickly, he also stopped staying put and ran straight in one direction. There weren't many people left in the forest at this point, and the rest of the students were scattered in all directions, in different parts of the forest. They all stayed as far away from the others as possible, fearing that when the time came, they would be found by Lianshou, and incidentally, they would be taken down with them. Su also silently observed the footprints on the ground, as well as the traces and energy fluctuations around, roughly deducing where all the other students had gone. 2 minutes later, he stopped by a tree and said to himself, "This is as good a place as any. This is located between the edge of the forest and Lianshou, neither hid in a corner like most, nor kept his distance from Lianshou. In Shuya's opinion, the position is just right." He picked up a random branch from the ground and unleashed his repair hand. In the next second, under the traction of the white light, he rose up and actually accompanied the branch to fly above the tree trunk. This ancient wood had many branches and leaves, enough to cover his entire body. It just didn't occur to him. He had only just flown into the tree when the leaves behind him shook and there was a strange cry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su also turned his head violently, but he saw a silhouette, climbing on top of the tree trunk in an extremely odd position, with a tense expression, preparing to jump down from the tree. His posture was very smooth, and it was as if he had done this escape maneuver countless times. Bai Tao? Shuya spoke with an odd expression on his face, actually recognizing this person who was preparing to escape. Hearing someone call his name, Bai Tao, who was about to leap off the tree trunk, stopped his movements and inclined his head. "It's you, little brother Shuya." He maintained a ready-to-run position, cautiously keeping his distance as he looked at Shuya and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you here?" Shuya frowned tightly and looked at Bai Tao in confusion. There's no sign of anyone passing through this neighborhood at all. He had checked the surroundings before choosing this place, and there was no sign of anyone passing through at all. "My ability is rather special." He. Bai Tao rubbed the back of his head and smiled he, not revealing too much information. Shuya looked him up and down with suspicion. "How come you didn't go hide at the edge of the forest? There are too many people at the edge of the forest, and even though it's the farthest away from the instructor, I always feel that it's not too safe." Bai Tao squatted on a tree branch, rubbing the back of his head and giggling. "In my years of experience, when trying to avoid pursuit, you must avoid common sense, and the more surprising you are, the better. What we can think of, that instructor can surely think of. Experience. Pursuit?" Su also heard two extremely interesting words from Bai Tao's mouth. He was just about to open his mouth to ask a follow-up question when a rock-shattering roar came from his ears, accompanied by Lianshou's loud laughter, which spread in all directions. "Time! The ghosts are coming to get us." Chapter 72, I prefer to control my own destiny. Shuya and Bai Tao stopped conversing almost simultaneously. They looked at each other, and they all silently hid among the trees, waiting slightly nervously. Are the so-called ghosts catching people really only that simple? But after only half a second had passed, the two men's faces changed and they looked up in unison. Violet energy fluctuations leapt over the heads of the two men, but see Lianshou's figure, actually with extremely fast speed from the air, not the slightest conceal their own energy fluctuations, straight towards the edge of the mountain forest rushed over. In the next second, a violent booming tremor rang out. The two of them looked longingly into the distance, only to see that the location at the edge of the forest looked like it had been bombarded by a missile, oscillating a cloud of smoke and dust. At the same time, Songwei's calm voice came from the air. 3 people have been eliminated. As an assistant teacher, all he was responsible for at this point was informing each student of the number of eliminations. 3 people eliminated in one go? Su Yuya's face changed when he heard this news. This test was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Even after restricting his realm, the terror of Lianshou's strength was still far beyond his imagination. That kind of speed, is it really something that the rock realm can explode out of? At the edge of the mountain forest, Lianshou stepped on the ground with both feet, and the ground underneath his feet cracked into countless pieces, like a spider web that kept spreading. The forest was gloomy, and the occasional rays of sunlight that leaked through shone above his sunglasses, refracting an eye-catching sheen. The corners of his mouth rose high in a strange smile. In the next moment, the trees located to the side of his right hand actually shattered out of thin air. A student falls from a tree, filled with horror. What happened? Before he finished speaking, his body felt like it had suffered an invisible attack, and he directly flew out backwards and fell to the ground unconscious. Lianshou's footsteps did not stop, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared next to a bush 20 meters away. Another student flew out backwards through the air and fell to the ground unconscious. He didn't stop moving forward, and with a forceful leap, he jumped another dozens of meters. With the crumbling of the trees, another student was eliminated on the spot. His face was full of relief, his vision far away, and he said to himself, "That's a good place to go next," only to see him crouch down in place, as if he was in a horse stance, and give a hard bounce. In the next moment, his entire body shot up into the sky, piercing out like a javelin and weaving towards the other side of the forest. Only 5 seconds later, along with a boom ringing out, Songwei's ancient, wave-free voice once again spread throughout the forest. 2 people have been eliminated. Hey, this is a joke. Bai Tao maintained his position of jumping down from the tree at any time, listening to Songwei's report, his face turning pale. He looked up into the air, and every few seconds, Lianshou would weave through the air and leap towards any part of the forest with the help of that powerful explosive force. Every time he landed, several students were eliminated. In just 2 minutes, the number of people eliminated had reached 10. He could jump from one end of the forest to the other with a single leap. Those who fled to the edge of the forest had no conceivable advantage in hiding. Instead, the number of eliminations was greatly increased by the fact that a large portion of the population was clustered around the edges. Shuya's expression wasn't much better, just staring blankly into the air, a touch of nervousness welling up in his heart. The direction is completely random and the destination is completely random. Traveling at will through all parts of the forest, eliminating anyone he perceives, based on his thoughts and preferences alone. Is this a test of luck? Lianshou's behavior seems to perfectly illustrate the concept of luck. He was like a hunter with a shotgun, casually pulling the trigger and randomly killing the animals in front of him. Whether or not the students scattered around the forest survived depended entirely on luck. If they were not lucky enough and happened to be hit by Lianshou's attack, they would definitely be eliminated. This goes on like this. Staying here is not safe at all either. Bai Tao's face was anxious, his eyes constantly looking at the ground as if he was searching for a direction to escape. However, Shu Ya, who was on the side, frowned tightly, and there was a shine in his eyes. But is this really just a mere luck test? Judging from Lianshou's random jumping movements, it was as if he was really testing the student's luck. Anyone he catches will be eliminated almost the next second. Those who were not caught by him could be called lucky to have survived. Does the so-called hiding really work? Why is he eliminating people so fast? Aren't the others well hidden? Shuya placed his 10 fingers against each other, gently placing them on his eyebrows as countless words and clues flashed in his brain. Every word of it that Lianshou had said during the introduction of the rules seemed to float before his eyes. Hide and seek, ghost catchers, 10 minutes. In his ears, message after message came from the eliminated people. Another 2 minutes passed, and the number of people eliminated increased greatly, already up to 20. Of the 80 men who had been there earlier, only 60 were now left. This appalling elimination rate caused the students who were hiding around to panic, fearing that they would be the next to be eliminated. Su Yuya felt a sudden wave of annoyance, only feeling that the voice announcing the elimination was so harsh. Wait, the number of eliminations? Suddenly at that moment, he seemed to catch something and snapped his eyes wide open. Could it be that this is the true purpose of this test? If that's the case, maybe. His eyes flickered, and he even jumped directly from the tree, running towards the direction where Lianshou was without looking back. Bai Tao, who had been poised to strike, saw Shuya's movements and almost simultaneously chased after him, asking sharply, "Have you thought of anything? Why are you running?" Although he didn't know what Shuya wanted to do, he felt keenly that it seemed like following him was the right thing to do. This isn't just a test of luck at all. Shuya's face was grave, and his speed flew as if he was racing against time. What does this mean? Bai Tao's face was full of confusion, as if he didn't understand what Su Yuya was talking about. We've been tricked by him. Shuya's body erupted into a blood mist at this moment, and his entire speed increased by a few more points. Surprisingly, under his acceleration like this, Bai Tao was still able to follow him like a shadow, without any feeling of strain. Su also didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Tao. Instead, he looked ahead with a gaze and blurted out the conclusion he had gotten. Remember that hint? Time is money. How can you put all your hopes on luck if you want to pass the test? Between the conversations, in front of his eyes, Lianshou's figure also finally appeared. At this moment, Lianshou was poised and ready to rush to another place. In the midst of Shuya's approach, he was still eliminating students who were hiding, but suddenly at that moment, he looked slightly moved and raised his head. "I can't believe you found out so quickly." He looked ahead with a smile. 4 silhouettes, almost simultaneously, drilled out from his 3 directions, in a horn's position, surrounding him. Su also raised an eyebrow when he saw the other 2 rushing out. Sure enough, there were others who sensed the nature of this test and made the same choice as him. "What? The 4 of you? Aren't you going to see how lucky you are?" Lianshou smiled and looked to his side with a relaxed expression. Though that said, I consider myself lucky. Su also lifted the boiling blood, his chest heaving slightly while the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. But I wouldn't want to take the results of the test and hope on a nebulous concept like luck. When making choices, I tend to just go with the answer that has the highest success rate. As far as I'm concerned, I'd rather be in control of my own destiny. He kicked the gravel in front of him and looked ahead. Is that right, Instructor Lianshou? Chapter 73, Your Luck. It sucks. What does SH mean? Bai Tao was a bit confused. You came all the way over here just to fight the instructor head-on. Are you crazy? Haven't you figured it out yet? We've been tricked. Shuya spoke in a smooth tone, quickly explaining for Bai Tao. This test, it's simply not fair. Facing an instructor who is at least in the peak realm, whether you dodge or not is completely meaningless. Bai Tao's brain was a muddle. He simply couldn't understand what Shuya was saying. Didn't he say that he wanted to suppress his realm to the rock realm? The instructor's exact words were, I can assure you that I will limit my own energy fluctuations to the rock realm when fighting you. A student with light blue hair and glasses calmly stepped out from the other direction and spoke faintly. That also means that this asshole instructor is playing word games with us. On the other side, the man with the upper half of his body naked and incredibly leaning in with a sardonic smile, his eyes full of wildness. As long as he doesn't fight us, his realm doesn't need to be suppressed, which is why he was able to travel through the forest so easily. Su also calmly picked up the explanation as the three of them kept moving closer towards Lianshou. And hand-to-hand combat is a two-way street. As long as the others don't have the intent to strike, he can eliminate anyone in his original realm with near-second kills. And because of that, no matter where we hide, he will sense the location and eliminate us outright. The so-called hiding is actually a trap to spread our position out completely. It doesn't make any sense at all. The blue-haired spectacled man continued to pick up. As long as the students are all scattered and hiding, their positions thoroughly dispersed, he'll be able to weave in and out at will and randomly eliminate each and every one of them. The speed at which he eliminates people is stabilized at 5 people per minute, which means that at this speed, within 10 minutes, he is expected to eliminate 50 people. The burly man opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Although he was incomparably robust, his mind was unusually good. Simply calculate the probability. Su Yuya said, if we really follow the rules for hiding, the probability of surviving is only 37.5%, but once we are unlucky enough to encounter him, 100% of us will be eliminated. Whether or not you pass the test depends entirely on luck. The three of them, in a matter of seconds, completely wrapped Lianshou up, eyeing the instructor in front of them intently. Lianshou was unmoved. Instead he let out a loud laugh and stood in place applauding. Clever, to have perceived the true rules so quickly. In the next moment, the energy fluctuations of the rock realm permeated his body, and the smile on his face disappeared. So, the four of you want to be the ones to stand out and fight me here? Instructor, the only ones who want to beat you up are the three of them. Don't count me out. A voice came from extremely far away. Lianshou looked at the sound, but saw Bai Tao did not know when, but ran far away, hiding behind a huge wood, only poking out a head and shouted. Su also twitched the corners of his mouth twice and silently gave the battle shy and fleeing Bai Tao a middle finger. But he didn't care. Might as well say that the fact that there were two other people besides him who could detect the trap within the rules was already beyond his expectations. Su Yi. Lianshou looked at Su Yuya, then swept back to the blue-haired glasses man as well as the burly man in succession, and Qin Zhe as well as Jiuli. Are you sure you want to bet your chances of passing the test and fight me here? Your behavior in stopping me here amounts to sticking up for those other students hiding around the forest. Even if you manage to stop me, the ones who will gain the most will be the other students, and you won't gain anything at all. Not only that, but you'll also have to take the risk of being defeated by me, and you may be outright disqualified. He stuck out his thumb and pointed to White Towers, who was hiding behind a distant tree, and continued, it's like that guy. He, as well as the students who are in hiding, need not take any risks, and will be able to reap the benefits at no cost and increase the probability of their own survival simply by being here and watching you fight. If you are out because of this, they will not feel any guilt, and will even blame you for not being strong enough. Instructor, don't smear me out of thin air. I can hear you. Bai Tao poked his head out and shouted. I'd be heartbroken and kick myself if they were eliminated. Lianshou twitched the corners of his mouth and continued to speak as if he didn't hear it. You guys are perfectly capable of betting on yourselves like everyone else that you'll be one of the lucky 37.5% who will pass the test without having to pay any price. Even if you get eliminated, you can chalk it up to bad luck. Even if I suppress my realm to the rock realm, the gap in combat experience between us is like a heavenly rift. With all due respect, the probability that you will challenge me, and perhaps be eliminated, will be above 70%. His gaze under his sunglasses swept over the trio as he asked lightly, I'd like to ask you all why you're here. Why, in the midst of such an important test, Choose to have the risk taken by yourself? Didn't I say that I prefer to take the initiative and choose my own destiny? Shuya smiled faintly, without the slightest thought of retreating or leaving, and in my judgment, the odds of challenging you and sticking it out until the end of time are far greater than that 37.5%. I think, instructor, that you are trampling on their dreams by eliminating people at will based on your ego. Shinzei calmly pushed down his own glasses and gave his answer. Everyone here is striving to make Longxia Academy their lifelong dream, and I can't accept a test like yours that's full of capriciousness and arbitrariness. Lianshou listened to the two men's reasoning with a calm expression, and then turned his eyes to Jiuli. Jiuli grinned. Old me hates being lied to. He looked Lianshou up and down without any respect, his eyes glittering with wariness. And I'm curious to know just how strong you are who have limited your realm to the rock realm. As for what other people think, and how our behavior is good and bad for them, the three of them bellowed out in unison. Their thoughts and ideas actually reached an agreement at this moment, swinging their fists in unison, blasting towards Lianshou's position. What's it to me? None of my business. None of my business. They uttered slightly different words with almost the same meaning, and the energy in their bodies erupted as they attacked Lianshou without mercy. A spray of blood mist covered Shuya's body. Dazzling blood-colored energy wrapped around Jolie's fist. A furious storm wind spread around Shinzei's body. Yet the next moment, dang, the three silhouettes flew out backwards almost simultaneously, instantly smashing down several large trees. Lianshou had a sneer on his face, a cold shine refracting above his sunglasses, but his body stood still, as if it had never moved. Like I said, it's a test of luck. It is unfortunate to inform the three of you. The fact that you have chosen to challenge me out of your comfort zone means your luck. It sucks. Chapter 74, Instructor. You really showed no mercy just now. Knock knock. Shuya's body crashed through several large trees one after another, and the strong impact caused the chi and blood in his body to surge, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. This power, it's too strong. Although he was prepared in his mind and had already covered his back with energy in advance. However, the impact caused by Lianshou's attack still surprised him a bit. At the same time, in the remaining two directions, Shinzei's and Jolie's bodies also stood up from the broken wood. None of them looked like they were doing anything major, except for a slight change in all of their complexions. It was obvious that Lianshou had just used his ability. However, none of the three people present had captured the trajectory of his attack. However, on the faces of the three people, they all unanimously revealed slightly bizarre smiles and looked towards Lianshou, as if they had confirmed something. Lianshou frowned, not understanding why these three students were so calm in this situation. But the next moment, the three of them closed in on him once again with great haste. However, it was as if they had rehearsed countless times, extremely tacitly staggering their figures and charging forward at different speeds. Rushing at the forefront was Jiuli, his feet stepping on the ground, his entire body resembling a humanoid beast, unstoppable. Located behind him on the side was Shinzei, whose body was surging with gale force winds, poised to strike, and did not directly approach. The one who was at the very back was Su Yuya, who turned on boiling blood, his feet pointing in succession, his figure blurring. I've already said it. Lianshou's face didn't change, and the energy in his body surged rapidly, ready to unleash his ability again to strike the three people in front of him. Your behavior is moth-eaten and ungrateful. However, just then, a cloud of fallen leaves suddenly rushed in front of him. Shinzei maneuvered the gusts of wind and swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, covering Lianshou's form with a blanket. The S-rank ability, Wind Whisperer, yet it's only used to roll fallen leaves. It's a bit too big of a deal, isn't it? Lianshou coldly grunted. The energy in his body exuded, and in an instant, the fallen leaves in front of him were shaken apart and blown up into the sky. But immediately afterward, his pupils shrunk. With the help of the cover of the fallen leaves, Jiuli had actually closed in on him, his right fist blazing like a flame as it rushed in at speed. For some reason, Lianshou's heart actually jumped, sensing a very dangerous fluctuation from this punch. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and immediately his eyes flashed as his energy surged. Knock! Jiuli once again flew out backwards without any warning and flew towards the jungle with a bang. His burly body was actually defenseless against Lianshou's ability. Fortunately, as if he had foreseen it, he twisted his body in the air with force, which helped him to stabilize his body again with the help of a huge wood as a buffer. But even so, he was actually hardened and sent flying over a distance of more than 20 meters. Lianshou had only just breathed a sigh of relief when two silhouettes came charging up diagonally. Su Yuya and Shinzei came with a left and a right, clamping down, punching ferociously, both carrying the energy of their entire bodies. Shinzei looked as if he had deliberately studied boxing. His punching posture was one-dimensional and decent, and each punch was accelerated with wind pressure at an extremely fast speed. His punching style was bright and clean, and he seemed to be trying to overwhelm Lianshou with his ability and speed. The other side of the Su also punches, but completely like a street gangster. Punches and kicks do not follow the normal way. All attacked Lianshou's weak points, both eyes, neck, lower third. Each of its attacks made his heart beat wildly. Lianshou's double fists danced wildly in front of his body as if they were phantoms, and he was forced to keep retreating by the two men's attacks. In particular, Shuya's tricky attack made him quite nervous, fearing that he might hurt his fundamentals if he wasn't careful. But even so, he still waved his hands in an airtight manner, and although he was constantly retreating, he caught all the attacks of the two men and did not receive half a bit of damage. Just as he had said, his combat experience and the three of them were like a rift in the sky, and he still appeared to be at ease in the face of the three's pincer attack. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his mind. 1 second to go. Suddenly at this time, Qinzhe bulldozed up, actually attacked Lianshou head-on. After the right fist burst out extreme wind pressure, speed once again surged 3 points. Lianshou's eyes were cold, and he made a split-second decision and directly activated his ability. Dang! Before Qinzhe's fist landed, his body flew straight out. However, Lianshou's line of sight slightly condensed, and behind Qinzhe's flying backwards body, Su Yuya's figure appeared. Just a second ago, he had actually used the cover of Qinzhe's body to stop his pursuit and pulled away from Lianshou. At this moment, he was located 3 meters away and looked at Lianshou with a smirk. I see. Is this the full extent of your abilities, instructor? Lianshou's heart shook, and he stood still with slightly narrowed eyes, his expression uncertain. Boom! A mass of raging air currents appeared behind the backwards flying Qinzhe, which acted as a buffer, catching his backwards flying body and quickly stabilizing it. Suspend the time of all objects within the range of vision. Shuya gasped slightly, spitting out a blood mist from his mouth, his gaze fixed. This is your ability, instructor. He bullied his way up and slammed his right fist heavily into Lianshou's face. Your ability can't be activated consecutively, otherwise you wouldn't have given us the chance to pin you at all. The cooldown after the ability is activated is 5 seconds, and the time you can pause it is 3 seconds, and you can use the ability to inflict an attack that has a range of roughly 3 meters. He spoke of the effects of Lianshou's ability with unparalleled precision, causing the latter's eyebrows to furiously jump. In just less than a minute of contact, this kid in front of him could see so many things? I've been puzzled since before the first test. Shuya attacked Lianshou with his punches while quickly chanting, "Why do you keep your sunglasses on? And why did that late student get knocked off his feet without warning? Even in the middle of this incredibly gloomy forest, you didn't take off your sunglasses. The reason for all of this is because you need to pass through sunglasses to block your vision. As to why I would judge that you can only suspend time within your field of view, it's because of that fallen leaf, right?" Lianshou spoke calmly while enduring Shuya's attack, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The fallen leaves located behind me all fall to the ground, but those in front of me are still floating. With the help of these fallen leaves, it has caused you to judge the exact effect of my ability, and the distance you stagger from each other is to test out the attack range and release time of my ability. The three of you, surprisingly, were able to manage to cooperate with each other without any communication, testing out the effects of my abilities, range, distance and time. It was excellent. He didn't hide his admiration, but his eyes grew cold. In the next instant, he swung his palm rapidly, directly interrupting Shuya's attack and instantly strangling his neck. The energy in Shuya's body felt like it had been pinched off, and that diffuse blood mist immediately dissipated, and his entire body was uncontrollably grabbed by Lianshou. It's just that you guys seem to have misjudged one thing. He lifted Shuya up high, energy surging in his palm. Even if you see through my abilities, will you really be able to defeat me? He was about to power up and eliminate Shuya when he did. A thick and powerful hand, however, suddenly attacked from behind him and forcefully clasped Lianshou's head. Instructor, that was a pretty unforgiving blow just now. Chapter 75, it's called Delayed Repair. Jiuli laughed as he pressed Lianshou's head into the dirt, leaving no mercy at all. Between the flying dust, Su Yuya felt his neck loosen, and hurriedly rolled on the ground, away from Lianshou. He watched Jiuli's movements in front of him dumbfounded, and said in his heart, "This old brother, it's too overbearing. Is he really not afraid of being turned on after the test is over?" Jiuli was full of wariness, not caring in the slightest whether the person in front of him was an instructor or not. After slamming Lianshou into the dirt, he followed up with a quick punch, but before his fist could touch Lianshou, his chest was kicked out by a huge force. Lianshou supported the ground with both hands, and rolled up with a rabbit-stomping eagle move. The whole person looked a bit lousy. "Little brat, how dare you sneak up on me? Young people nowadays, do they know how to respect the old and love the young?" He cursed and swung out his right palm, stopping Qinzhe, who was wrapped in a gust of wind, out of thin air and pulling downward with all his might. Qinzhe landed on the ground uncontrollably, having received a great shock. At this time, Lianshou looked like he had been moved by real fire, and he showed no mercy in his strikes. He stepped on Qin Zhe's chest with his right foot with force, directly dispersing the gusts of wind that the latter had built up. Qin Zhe's face turned white as he nearly lost consciousness from this kick, and his energy operation seemed to be terminated. And after stomping Qin Zhe, Lianshou swung his fist towards the side without looking back. The speed of this punch caught Su somewhat off guard as well. He pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere in his hand and stabbed it straight at Lianshou. But in front of absolute strength and speed, his sneak attack became useless. Knock! The wooden stick in Shuya's hand instantly snapped and shattered. He covered his stomach and fell to his knees, only to feel his entire stomach convulsing, his whole body trembling as he crouched on the ground, temporarily losing his ability to fight. He finally intuitively felt the terrifying combat power of this devil instructor. Even though he had suppressed his realm to the rock realm, his strong physical body as well as his physical skills brought him crushing battle power. It's you, kid, in the end. After knocking over 2 people consecutively, Lianshou also looked ahead with a slight annoyance. Jiuli had actually burst in like nothing after he had just been kicked off. Excitement spread across his face. Without any fear at all, Lianshou's right fist continued at his waist, and his entire aura became incomparably deep, as if there was an extremely terrifying power converging at the end of his fist. Just let me open your boy's eyes. This move, it's the collapse among the 5 arts. He swung his fist out. His right fist seemed to have created a shadow, and the sound of sonic booms came from the air as he blasted against Jiuli, who had rushed towards him. Jolie's right fist was entwined with blood-red energy, and opposed Lianshou's fist. With the 2 men's feet as the center, the ground was instantly sunken, and it was actually difficult to bear the aftermath of the 2 men's impact. A hint of surprise flashed in Lianshou's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and let out a low gulp. The energy in Jolie's body was instantly dispersed, and the terrifying fist winds surged through from behind him, even directly blasting a few giant trees 30 meters away into pieces. The ground behind him looked like it had been blasted by a cannon, with fan-shaped crippling craters. But as he still kept a sardonic smile on his face, but his legs went limp and he fell straight to the ground. Poof! Lianshou sneered as he looked at Jiuli, who was lying on the ground. The power of the collapse is capable of hitting the inside of the body directly. Now that all the energy in your body has been dispersed by me, it's impossible to get up in a short period of time. But deep shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't expected that Jiuli would be able to take a hard shot of his collapse and even remain conscious. Jiuli's body continued to tremble as if he was trying to get up, but as Lianshou had said, the energy in his body was completely disorganized at this point. The entire body felt like it had been electrocuted, losing control of its limbs. Bai Tao, who was extremely far away, stared daggers at the front, only feeling his legs go weak. Those 3 guys, surprisingly, were laid out and put down by the instructor in a flash. This devilish instructor, is he really human? Suya, Qin Zhe, and Jiuli, each lying at Lianshou's feet, had trembled, their bodies unable to move, but they all stayed conscious, with a slight flash of shock in their eyes. Is this the real strength of Lianshou? After knocking down 3 people one after another, Lianshou's mouth also began to gasp slightly. It's been a long time since I've used my physical skills, and it's surprisingly tiring to move around once in a while. He rotated his arm and looked at the 3 at the bottom of his feet with a sneer. I've already said it all. The 3 of you chose the worst possible outcome, since you have chosen to strike out at me yourselves. In order to honor the rules of this test, I've come to weed you out myself. His gaze was calm, without the slightest bit of procrastination or hesitation as his right foot flew up and down, intending to start the elimination process with Qin Zhe. As long as the 3 people in front of them were knocked out, they would lose their chance to join Longxia Academy and be eliminated from the second test. Snap! His left foot, which was standing on the ground, was grabbed by a finely muscled arm. The force that wanted to yank him to the ground forced him to drop his right foot and steady himself. You actually recovered so quickly? Lianshou unexpectedly looked at Jiuli, who was able to regain his mobility, but quickly regained his composure. So that's how it is? Only recovered 1 arm? Do you think you can stop me with 1 hand? There's no need to stop you. Just make you have a 1-second pause. Jiuli laughed coldly as he opened his mouth and yanked hard. Immediately, Lianshou tensed his entire body to smooth out his frame. But just then, a gust of wind came from behind and rolled towards his legs. He had originally been pulled by Jiuli, and at this time, he was subjected to a hedging gale, and he nearly failed to stabilize his body. However, he merely grunted as energy exploded between his legs, directly dispersing the gale and shaking Jiuli's palm away. However, the next moment, a strong wind struck. Shuya stood up at some point, grasping the shattered half of the wooden stick in his hand with all his might and thrusting it at Lianshou. So that's how it is, by the 2 of them stalling for time to buy you a chance to attack this time. Lianshou smiled disdainfully and kicked Shuya back down to the ground. Even the wooden stick he was holding came out of his hand and rolled to the side. Is this your last struggle? Looking at the three people who fell to the ground, no longer able to resist, Lianshou shook his head with slight disappointment. I thought you guys could surprise me more. With those words, he raised his leg and prepared to kick the three out of elimination. However, he was shocked to find that his legs were suddenly held with force. Looking down, he saw that Bai Tao, who should have fled a long time ago, had appeared at the bottom of his feet at an unknown time. Half of its body was not in the earth, and only the upper half of its body was extended, holding Lianshou's legs with force. As if he had made some sort of difficult decision, he desperately hugged and immobilized Lianshou's body, shouting, Shu Ya, I did what you said. You can't lie to me. In order to prevent Lianshou from using his ability, he pressed himself hard against Lianshou's back, not allowing his body to appear within its field of vision at all. Shu Ya? Lianshou's face revealed a look of shock, and he hurriedly looked down. After seeing Shuya still lying on the ground, he was relieved. The kick he had just made contained energy, and it was simply impossible for Shuya to dissolve it in a short period of time. At this point, he should not be able to move, much less use any abilities. But Shuya, who was lying on his back on the ground, suddenly grinned and tilted his head to look over. Instructor, try the move I just developed. This move is called Delayed Repair. Chapter 76, is this all in your calculations? Delayed repairs? What's that? Lianshou's mind flashed rapidly with this doubt, and then his pupils narrowed rapidly, only to see that the half of the wooden stick located beside Su also, which had previously detached from his palm, actually rose up in the air, far away from being connected to a white energy thread, and rapidly flew towards the other end. At this moment, the other half of the broken wooden stick on the ground far away was connected to this half of the wooden stick, and they were also constantly approaching each other under the traction of the energy threads, pure white energy threads, straight into Lianshou's head, connecting the two sticks together in space. The mere threads of energy couldn't do much damage to Lianshou, but what shocked him was that his head happened to be located between these two wooden sticks. The repairs were unstoppable, and if they were allowed to complete their repairs in the air, the wooden stick might just plunge right through his head. Crap! Lianshou's heart tightened and he cried out. This kid actually arranged the energy in the sticks ahead of time and caused them to delay their release. He finally understood the true meaning of delayed repair. Long before Shuya fell to the ground, he had stored his energy in the wooden stick. Even though he had collapsed on the ground at the moment, his body's energy disordered and unable to be utilized. The energy that was arranged in advance in the wooden stick was also able to be released automatically after a few seconds. The wooden stick came flying in, plunging straight into Lianshou's eyes. In the direction of the back of his head, the other half of the stick came straight at him. A sense of crisis of death actually inexplicably surged into Lianshou's heart. Without saying a word, his eyes under the sunglasses flashed with a strange aura, instantly turning on his ability. S-rank ability, Silence of All Things. This is a superpower that belongs to the type of temporal guidance. Its effect can freeze everything in time. The ability possessors themselves, while their bodies are also immobilized, their minds and consciousnesses are able to move normally during the time they are stationary. Not only that, but he was able to use his ability to deliver a single energy blast to anything stationary within 3 meters. This was the key reason why he was able to send people flying when he didn't seem to be moving. Stop right there. With the ability turned on, everything in front of Lianshou seemed to be frozen in this instant. The falling leaves stopped moving, the white clouds in the sky stopped floating, and even the blowing breeze was frozen in place as if it had frozen time. Everything in front of him looked as if it had been framed as an old photograph. Motionless, the distance from Lianshou was only half a meter away from the wooden stick. Naturally, it should also. Whoosh! The speed of the wooden stick did not decrease, still rushing towards Lianshou under the traction of the white silk thread. Lianshou's pupils immediately tightened and his scalp tingled. How come it didn't settle? But after half a breath, he reacted. His ability to freeze everything within his field of vision. However, the wooden stick located behind his head could not stop its time because it was not in view. These two wooden sticks appeared to be separate, but at this moment, under the effect of Shuya's repairing hand, they were already seen as one. Even if this half of the stick was located within his field of vision, he was unable to timeframe it. For objects that weren't stationary, he also simply couldn't use his ability to launch an impact on them, and could only watch as the wooden stick rushed in. As he watched the wooden stick grow larger and larger in his pupils, Lianshou's heart beat frantically and he instantly disarmed his ability. Turning on his ability in this situation, he couldn't move himself and was undoubtedly looking for death. At the same time as the ability was lifted, the leaves that were frozen in the air began to flutter, and the frozen time flowed once more. Cold sweat broke out on Lianshou's forehead and he quickly tilted his head away, trying to avoid the attack of the wooden stick. But the speed of the wooden stick had already made it too late for him to dodge. Jingle bells. The shrill alarm bell rang in Lianshou's arms. This bell, the bell for the end of the second test. At the same time, Song Wei's ancient, wave-free voice spread throughout the forest. Time's up. The test is over. Under the delay of Shuya's trio, Lianshou didn't have the chance to eliminate the other students again, and was actually dragged hard until the end of the test time. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind rang out. The two sticks that flew rapidly, one in front of the other, were fixed and stopped in front of Lianshou's eyes. At this time that half of the wooden stick, close to the lens of the sunglasses, was less than 5 centimeters away from his eyeballs. The wooden stick at the back of his head had also been pressed dead against his head. A drop of cold sweat, involuntarily, trickled down from the corner of Lianshou's forehead. In the next second, the thread of energy between the two sticks snapped in response. Losing the tug of energy, the stick crashed back to the ground and did not continue to be repaired. The lenses of Lianshou's sunglasses shattered with a loud bang. He looked down, but he saw Shuya's fingertips flickering with a touch of energy, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he spoke slightly weakly. Instructor, it looks like we've had some good luck, don't you think? Previously, Lianshou's attack had caused the energy in his body to tumble, and being able to hold on until now was basically all about willpower. At this time, hearing the bell of the end of the test made his tense nerves violently loosen, and he even directly fainted. Jiuli and Xinzhe, who were located at the foot of Lianshou, were not yet unconscious, but they both let out a long sigh of relief and lay on their backs on the ground, unable to stand up for half a day. Lianshou had a complicated expression as he looked down at Su Yuya and muttered in his mind, "This guy." He even took the initiative to dissipate the energy on the wooden stick. If it wasn't for Su Yuya's initiative to disarm the energy, perhaps he would have been penetrated by the repaired wooden stick at this moment. This seemingly weak and incomparable D-rank ability, repairing hands, actually exerted a ghostly effect under Shuya's use. Chang, succeeded? A voice filled with surprise pierced through from behind Lianshou. That Bai Tao, who had hugged his thigh with all his strength, jumped out of the dirt in excitement, his face full of disbelief. He bounced in place for a while like a cheer, while under his breath he muttered excitedly to himself, "It's a good thing I listened to him and stayed put." "What did you say?" Lianshou quickly turned back to Bai Tao. The moment he turned his head, Bai Tao, who was still cheering, jumped a large step backward sharply as if reacting instinctively, his face full of vigilance. "Did you just say that you listened to Shuya?" The corners of Lianshou's mouth twitched, but he still looked at Bai Tao and asked after him, "What did he say to you?" White Towers smiled sarcastically and rubbed his head as he responded, "Just on our way here, he told me that he hoped I wouldn't just walk away and observe from a safe distance as much as possible. Let me seize the moment to hold your back, if I can." Lianshou's eyes twitched and he glanced at the unconscious Su Yuya in slight shock. This guy, it turned out, had already guessed the conditions for the use of his ability. "Is that in your calculations too?" In the short 10 minutes of this test, Shuya was able to make multiple preparations so quickly. If Bai Tao hadn't made a move to stop him just now, could it be that this kid had other preparations and cards? For a moment, he couldn't even imagine how many backup plans Shuya had in his hands. The corners of Lianshou's mouth slowly raised into a smile. "Interesting, too interesting. The quality of this year's freshman class. Awesome." Chapter 77, No Coincidence. The rock villain burrowed out of the earth and carried the 3 Shuya people on his head, quickly leaving the spot. Regarding these 3 guys who dared to challenge the instructors, the rest of the students who were hiding in the forest and managed to pass the test were more or less aware of it, although the vast majority of people did not witness the battle. However, they could tell the intensity of the battle from Lianshou's slightly draped clothes and somewhat wretched figure. They held their gratitude to those 3 warriors and left to rest. Passing the 2 tests made them all officially become students of the Dragon Summer Academy. This excitement is enough to keep most people up at night. In the second test, Lianshou eliminated a total of 32 people, ultimately leaving 48 people remaining. Because of the outpouring of Shuya's trio, this number was a full 18 more than the 30 he had planned for. Bai Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left, while Lianshou stood silently in place, quietly looking at the traces of the battle around him, a strange smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Instructor Lianshou, Song Wei stepped out from the middle of the forest. As he appeared, this forest, which he had crafted out of thin air, was falling by inches. When he walked to Lianshou in front of him, the forest had already disappeared, changing back to a test site with a vast plain. "Why would you purposely limit your abilities?" Song Wei stopped and frowned in confusion. "Your ability is S rank. There is no such thing as a limitation on the range of vision. Stopping the time of all objects in a 100-meter radius with yourself as the center. This is the true effect of your ability, isn't it? Even if you limit your realm to the rock realm, the range in which you can stop time is only 20 meters. With your abilities, you wouldn't even put yourself in that kind of danger." He had witnessed the entire battle between Lianshou and the 3 of them, Shu Ya, and was immensely confused by Lianshou's final woes. "Because this is my test for them, Lianshou smiled and turned his head. In fact, that's the real reason I'm taking over this test. Do you think that I really want to eliminate these three powerful little guys? Song Wei froze for a moment. The real purpose? Observation, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat prowess, and humanity. Lianshou responded with a faint smile as he carried his hands behind his back. That's what I want to get out of the test. Is that why you purposely displayed your ability from the beginning and restricted various conditions for it? Just to see if they could find a way to crack it? Song Wei pondered, seeming to understand Lianshou's approach. That's right, the sunglasses, the effect of the ability, and even the duration of the ability as well as the range of its release are all purposely maintained by me. Lianshou smiled and nodded. Even if I suppress my realm as much as I can, the combat experience that has become almost instinctive and the degree of development of my abilities far exceeds theirs. How could they have lasted so long if I hadn't limited myself any longer? So did you get the answer you wanted? Song Wei asked seriously. That's natural. The smile on Lianshou's face grew stronger, and their performance far exceeded my expectations. As you should have sensed, the quality of this year's freshmen is far superior. If they can be properly cultivated, this group of children will surely become the main fighting force against the void demons in the future. He glanced off into the distance with fondness. The results of such a test will also enable me to submit a perfect report to the principal. Song Wei nodded, revealing a bitter smile. The test plan he wrote out overnight was really different compared to instructor Lianshou. Then the wretchedness you showed in the middle of the battle, and the embarrassment at the end, were they all staged as well? Song Wei suddenly seemed to think of something and asked again. No. At the mention of this matter, Lianshou's expression was inexplicably serious for a few moments. That wasn't staged. Song Wei revealed a surprised look. Could it be that the Lianshou who had just been there was really pushed to the brink of extinction by the Shuya trio? Even though I have added many limitations to my abilities, the realm of that rocky realm and my physical skills are far superior to theirs. Lianshou's voice continued to ring out, recalling what had just happened. Yet in this case, not only did they test the effects of my abilities with no communication, they did so with unparalleled understanding. It was even very effective in restraining me and launching an attack. But you still traveled with ease and knocked them all down, didn't you? Song Wei opened his mouth and asked, and why were you forced to that point by them? What surprised me was three things. Lianshou gently stretched out his fingers to explain. The first point is Zhou Li's almost overbearing ability as well as his strong power. The second point, on the other hand, is the sudden appearance of that kid called Bai Tao. And the third point is the one that surprised me the most. His expression became quite serious at that moment. It's Xiaoya Boy's layout for all of this. If the time hadn't been terminated at the end, I would have definitely exploded my energy far beyond the rock realm for defense, but then the one who breaks the rules would be me, and there would be no point in this test going on. Layout? Song Wei was a bit puzzled, but the last trick he performed, wasn't it a coincidence of many factors stacked together? Coincidence? Lianshou shook his head and smiled. If you think it's a coincidence, then you're underestimating him. But if Jiuli didn't make a move in the end, or if Bai Tao chose to escape and didn't show up, he wouldn't have had the chance to complete his final attack at all. Song Wei frowned and spoke in puzzlement. If that's not a coincidence, then, his voice came to a screeching halt, and a possibility actually flashed quickly through his mind, and his face turned odd. Could it be that you mean that he had calculated all the possibilities long before he struck? That's right. Lianshou's expression was very serious. This is the only statement that can explain this result. Perhaps he anticipated all that might happen before the battle began. What happened in the end was just one of all the things he envisioned. Because of this, I am very curious as to how many preparations he made in order to defeat me. It was as if the image of that wooden stick flying rapidly appeared in front of his eyes once again. The timing, angle, and speed of that stick's appearance were all precisely calculated. Even the energy he attached to the wooden stick triggered just right as if he had predicted my movements in advance. He murmured an exclamation as he unabashedly appreciated Shuya. He's the only one who was able to utilize his D-rank ability to such an extent that he pushed me to the brink at one point. I have a hunch. This kid is the most terrifying existence among all the freshmen this time. Chapter 78 Drawing Spirit Weapons. The dense immortal mist caused Shuya's consciousness to sink for a while. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, surrounded by birds and flowers, and was already in an earthly paradise. This is. Su also looked around, his drowsy consciousness gradually clearing up. World in a pot? Yo, little friend, you're awake? Pot old man's voice came from behind him. Turning his head to look, the half of his body that was exposed to the mouth of the pot was leaning on top of the pot, like an uncle in a bubble bath, full of laziness. Why am I here? Shuya asked when he opened his mouth. Little friend, the shock to your physical body was too great, and you forcefully urged the energy to cancel the attack, causing the energy to backfire, leading to your own unconsciousness. Old man Pot leisurely explained. That's why the 9 lives jug has put your consciousness away. Firstly, to protect you, and secondly, it's warming up your spirit. The Jiuli Pot still has this kind of function? Su also raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, finally clearing his thoughts. In the previous test, he had forcefully urged his energy-disordered body to dissipate the energy in those 2 wooden sticks. Because of this action, he failed to suppress the riotous energy and was directly shocked into fainting. But now that I think about it, this behavior is a bit redundant. Even if he didn't dissipate his energy, Instructor Lianxiu would only need to stop suppressing his realm and shield his body with his energy to be able to stop the wooden stick from being repaired. That's natural, Old Man Pot said smugly. Although it is said that the Jiuli Pot is now in a crippled state, it was once a very powerful Jew treasure. Not only is it able to warm your spirit, but it is also able to defend against unusual spiritual attacks. Oh, Shuya nodded slightly. Looks like you're not useless either. What do you mean nothing? The pot elder muttered disgruntledly, and suddenly shook the pot and flew in front of Shuya. By the way, there's one more thing that I've been wanting to tell you. Little friend, you've been so busy the last 2 days that you don't even give me a chance to talk to you. What is it? Su also clearly sensed that his tired spirit seemed to have eased a lot. The successive battles and running around in the past 2 days had made him feel quite tired, but under the warmth of the Jiuli Pot, it was as if he had slept a very peaceful sleep, and his tiredness dissipated for the most part. You follow me. Old Man Pot floated ahead, leading Shuya towards the forest. A few moments later, they arrived at an open space. Su also had a strange look on his face and immediately noticed the object in front of him, only to see 3 huge spheres that looked like hamster balls floating above this empty space. It is suspended in the air with a transparent shell. 3 illusory and ethereal souls were constantly sinking in the ball at the moment. When they saw Shuya and Old Man Pot appear, they immediately hissed with open teeth and claws, their souls shifting as if they were mist, and they were aggressive. Above each of these 3 spheres was attached a thread, strung together into a cylindrical container next to it. This is, Su also recognized at a glance that the 3 souls in front of him were none other than the Shadow Beast, the Gang Wolf, and that Night Lord. After their deaths, their souls are absorbed by the Jiuli Pot. This is a device researched by the previous owner of the Jiuli Pot, called the Spirit Drawing Device. Pot Elder explained for Shuya. I refined it for several days, and only just succeeded in refining it 2 days ago. It also has a simple effect. As long as the device is turned on, it will be able to extract the energy from deep within the souls of these virtual beasts. Energy in the depths of the soul? Shuya's expression moved slightly, a little puzzled by this statement. Everything in this world is composed of energy. Elder Pot then explained calmly, including the souls of these imaginary beasts. They all memorized the power they had in their lifetime. The spirit drawing artifact is capable of extracting these forces and converting them into energy. After these energies are extracted, they are able to be stored in the cap spirit vessel and used by the host to a certain extent. So at that time on the airplane, it was you who transmitted the energy? Su also immediately recalled a wave of energy that had risen steeply within his body at that time when he was repairing the propeller. It was with the help of that energy that he was able to successfully finish repairing the propeller. That's right, Elder Pot nodded. At that time, I had just refined this spirit drawing artifact, and when I saw that you, little friend, were experiencing difficulties, I forcibly extracted a portion of their energy and transmitted it to you. Su also nodded and looked ahead thoughtfully. How much energy can be stored from the energy absorbed by the spirit drawer? If we disregard the soul loss, the most energy that can be absorbed will probably be able to reach half of what these souls had in their lifetime. Elder Pot's answer caused Su to be slightly surprised. Immediately after that, he also told the reason for bringing Seo here as well. Little friend, as the host of the Jiuli Pot, you have the highest rights. What are you going to do with these souls? Su Yuya scrutinized the 3 clusters of void beast souls in front of him, pondering. According to Pot Old Man, the souls of these virtual beasts were able to be refined into crippled Jubao along with things with energy. But antiquities with energy are not that easy to come across. Therefore these 3 clusters of souls were quite a bit of a chicken rib for the current him. If the energy in their souls is absorbed with the spirit drawing artifact, can it be directly transferred to my body? Shuya was inspired and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. The adaptability of the spirit drawing artifact is very strong. Of course it is able to directly transmit to you. Little friend, Old Man Pot immediately responded. Only what? With your current physique, little friend, if you were to transfer a large amount of energy at once, you wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. If all of this energy is injected into your body regardless of the loss, it can forcefully raise your realm to the mountain realm. Little friend, but this state can't be maintained for too long, or your physical body will quickly crumble. I see. Shuya stroked his chin and muttered. If I can really do this, I'll be able to have one more card. I just said that this has a high risk factor, and should never be used as a last resort. Pot Old Man's complexion tightened as he hurriedly reminded. I know, Shuya, on the other hand, was filled with indifference, and he didn't know if he was listening or not. Pot Elder was a bit nervous and reminded again. You must remember that the energy of the spirit drawing artifact belongs to an external object. Forcibly injecting it into your body will cause a great load. Never invoke it at will. All said I know. Cut the crap. Su also waved his hand, only feeling that Pot Lao was too nagging. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else I'll go back. Old man Pot scratched his head. And that is, if you can, little friend, you'd better look for more fragments of the Jiuli Pot. If I can find the shard to repair it, it'll be able to restore a lot of my abilities. Where is this fragment that easy to find? Shuya touched his nose in a good-natured manner. Besides, even if the shard was placed in front of me, I wouldn't be able to perceive it. As long as there are fragments appearing within 100 feet of you, little friend, I'll be able to sense them first. Old man Pot confidently patted his chest. Normally, you just pay more attention to similar information. Now that you've joined this academy, little friend, your chances of obtaining information will definitely increase greatly. Even a fragment of the Jiuli Pot can definitely bring about very extraordinary visions. Got it. Seo also casually waved his hand. If there's similar information, I'll pay attention to it. That's it then. I'll head back. After speaking, he then directly focused his mind and his consciousness disappeared into the world of the pot. Chapter 79, Physical Arts and Energy. Luxurious dormitory building. Shuya opened his eyes, and the environment in front of him was very unfamiliar. He rolled over and found himself in what appeared to be a rather luxurious hospital room. Under the warmth of the Jiuli Pot, his tired spirit had recovered most of the time, and it was as comfortable as having a great sleep. The energy that had been fluttering around randomly in his body earlier had also gradually calmed down, and the injuries on his body had disappeared. This is a medical building with some of the best medical equipment in the country, including very advanced treatment techniques. A familiar voice came from outside the door, and when he looked up, it was none other than Bai Tao. He poked his head out thievishly and looked around the room before taking a small hopping step in. The instructor has asked me to keep an eye on the three of you and inform you of some follow-up arrangements. The three of us? Shuya turned his head to look and realized that there were two more beds next to his hospital bed, but at this point those two beds were empty and there was no one there at all. You've been unconscious for a full 4 hours, and it's now 6 o'clock in the evening. Bai Tao took out his cell phone and displayed the time. The two of them weren't badly injured and were able to move normally after a little conditioning, so they left quickly. Bai Tao had been standing at the gate as he spoke, like a man ready to run away, always close to an escape route. He fumbled around on his body for a while, then tossed a light black card towards Shuya. Seo also took it in his hand and felt a sudden coldness. Rather than a card, this is more like a miniature tablet with the thickness of a card. Here's your student card. Make sure you keep it safe. It has your identity information and fingerprint authentication recorded on it, which was entered by the instructor while you were unconscious. In the future, you will be able to attend classes or go on missions within the school without any hindrance as long as you have this student card. In addition to that, it contains a record of your credits and a locator device. Bai Tao relayed the instructor's words to Su Yuya, and as if he thought of something, he once again added, by the way, your dormitory has also been arranged, and your student card is your door card. Specific dormitory locations and information should be able to be seen in the card. Su also looked down at the card in his hand, and with a gentle touch, the surface of the card instantly flashed with a stream of light, and his personal information soon surfaced. In addition to this, there are a number of tiny categories on the right side of the card face. Maps, credits, and other options are listed one by one. It's clear that the card was manufactured using a very high-tech device, and the experience is quite smooth. A small student card with a wealth of features comparable to a cell phone. Shuya nodded and took the card into his arms. Bai Tao smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming out in admiration, I was able to pass the test this time, all thanks to your brilliant calculations. You three guys who dared to take a shot at the instructor are simply fierce. He had witnessed the battle in its entirety and naturally knew how terrifying the three were. We were able to win, and you deserve a lot of credit. Su also nodded rather modestly. If Bai Tao hadn't made a move at that time, he would have had to retreat to another plan. It's just that other programs are more or less convenient and have a much lower success rate. Therefore, he was somewhat impressed by Bai Tao's courageous behavior. When you're all cleaned up, I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Tao's face burst into smiles when he was complimented by Su Yuya. He retreated into the hallway, poked his head out and shouted, I've got a few more things to do, so I'll just go ahead. There's an entrance examination 9 days from now, and there seems to be a very strict test at that time. Within those 9 days, we have some basic theory classes to attend. Specific course schedules are also accessible among the student cards. You remember to get ready. According to the grapevine, our ranking in the entrance examination is closely related to our development within the school. After he said this, a card suddenly flew out from his fingertips, and then the person disappeared out of the door. In just half a second, his voice came from far away. This has my cell phone number on it, so you can contact me anytime if anything happens. Sue also caught the card and realized that it was actually a business card. There was a position clearly written on it, General Manager of Miracle Corporation, and it even had a picture of Bai Tao. Below that, Bai Tao's cell phone number is recorded. Sue also scrutinized this business card, and his face suddenly showed an odd look. How is this company name so much like a purse company? Does that kid look like a GM? He pocketed the business card and easily leapt from the hospital bed toward the door. Just now he had already found the location of the dormitory that the school had assigned to him through the map information on his student card. Now that it was nearing nightfall, he also needed to go to his dormitory to look ahead and add some necessities. While walking on the road, the scene of the earlier battle with Lianqiu also flashed continuously in his mind. This battle is still too thrilling. Instructor Lianqiu's physical skills are far beyond my expectations. Is that movement really something a normal person could do? He frowned slightly and thought, now that I think back, Fang Xin and Wan Rui's physical skills also don't look like normal people at all, though it is possible to increase the destructive power of the body when energized, but their movement and physicality is far beyond the norm. There's also the 5 arts that instructor Lianqiu mentioned under his breath. It's also concerning Na. A myriad of clues flashed through his mind, slowly constructing a vague guess. Perhaps there is still some special correlation between energy and the body. If energy can really improve my physical qualities drastically, perhaps physical arts can be my future direction. This way, even if Fade to Mortality goes on cooldown, I'll still have enough fighting power. He pondered and summarized the previous battle. Then his feet jerked to a halt and he looked ahead in slight surprise, only to see a piece of lush trees across the sides, and right in front of the boulevard, a piece of luxurious single-family villas were situated. Each villa was 2 stories high, with about 200 square meters on each floor, and even had small gardens outside, making it look graceful and rich. Put in Jean City, such a villa with a garden would be worth at least $10 million. Glancing down at his student card, the electronic map on it guided him to the dormitory building he was headed for, which was right in front of him. Is this the treatment of a void hunter? He squinted his eyes to look ahead and sighed a silent sigh in his heart. He then lifted his step forward and was about to go in and look around. Instead, a figure suddenly stepped out from the side. The man was dressed in a suit. His hair was meticulously hairsprayed, and he was carrying a briefcase in his hand, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Shuya appear, he immediately took a quick step and stopped in front of it. Excuse me, are you Mr. Shuya? Chapter 80, this time, I won't let you run away again. Shuya looked at this sudden appearance before him, revealing a wary expression, but on second thought, this place seemed to be within the Dragon Summer Academy, so there was no need to worry. Yes, who are you? The man in the suit in front of him first made a very polite bow before responding. I am a person under the board of directors of Longxia Academy. The reason for purposely waiting here for you, Mr. Shuya, is to hand out your rewards to you in person. According to the report from Chao Sha, the captain of Void Hunting Team 5, you saved hundreds of people at the hands of the Void Demons in Jean City and made great achievements in the process of eliminating the Void Demons. In view of your excellent behavior, the school has prepared a special Carry Hollow reward for you, and I have been ordered to personally distribute it to you. It was then that Shuya realized, it seems like there is such a thing. At that time, Chao Sha had only mentioned it to him, and he hadn't bothered to ask how the rewards were going to be handed out. He didn't expect that Longxia Academy's service would be so considerate, and even sent someone specifically to him to deliver the reward. Yes, but before receiving your reward, please let me also confirm your identity. The man in the suit took out an instrument from his side pocket and placed it in front of Shuya. Please swipe your student card here. Sue also picked up his student card and made a casual swipe at the instrument in front of him. A moment later, his face was displayed on the screen of that instrument. Identity verification successful. The man in the suit confirmed that there was no mistake, and only then did he hand the suitcase in his hand across to Shuya. Sue also looked at the suitcase curiously and spoke with a faint smile. How much is this reward? Why do you even prepare a special case? Could it be that it contains cash? How much can it be? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000 dragon coins? The man in the suit didn't have any mood swings. He just gently opened the suitcase and spoke back. There are 3 million dragon coins in cash in here. Before the words were finished, Shuya's eyes were blinded by a flash of red. Inside the suitcase, it was full of money, and he had never seen so much cash in his life, or even in his last life. The dragon coins were stacked like a small mountain inside the suitcase, full to the brim without leaving a single gap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He vaguely understood somewhat why there was a portion of people with impure minds who broke their heads trying to become void hunters. As a profession with the highest risk factor, void hunters enjoy extremely high benefits while taking high risks. clothing and food are not only of the highest class, the various weekday benefits are also almost pulled full circle. If you were able to kill void beasts and void devils, you would even be able to obtain a large amount of prize money. Of course, this is all predicated on the premise that the void hunters are going to fulfill their duties. If someone is greedy for life or turns their back on the masses they are supposed to protect, they will also be punished in unimaginable ways. If cash is too much of a hassle for you, we can also transfer the prize money directly to your student card. A student card? Su also looked at the card in his hand. This thing can still be used as a bank card? The man in the suit responded in a very organized manner. The student card of the Dragon Summer Academy has the function of a bank card and can be used throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Then you can transfer money to me directly. Shuya shrugged his shoulders and responded without thinking. He didn't want to be running around with all that cash. Okay. The man in the suit nodded and put away the suitcase. Given that you are now a new student at Longxia Academy, 2 more credits are among your rewards, which have been added to your identity information for you. Credits are a very important resource for you, and we ask that you use them wisely. By the way, in addition to that, the board, through its discussions, has decided to give you an opportunity to make an offer. If there's anything else you want or would like to do, please let me know and I'll pass it on to the board and do as much as I can for you. Of course, if what you need is of too high a value, there is a price you need to pay. Oh, hearing this, Su Yuya immediately brightened up. This reward, to the current him, was more important than the 3 million dragon coins, because some things are hard to buy even by money. With little thought, he opened his mouth and said, Star Ocean Meteorite Iron. This special material, can you get it? Are you referring to the special material that is only born in the Void Realm? Star Ocean Meteorite Iron? The man in the suit immediately responded. That's the one. Yes, I will convey your request to the board. The man in the suit bowed and retreated. Unsurprisingly, within a month, this material will be delivered for you. He politely turned his head away with the suitcase. Just seconds after his figure disappeared, the student card in Shuya's hand had a faint flash of light. He looked down, only to see a transfer message flashing rapidly above the face of the card. Quickly tapping on his personal information, the balance of a full 3 million dragon coins showed up. As for money, Su also didn't have any excessive pursuit. However, upgrading skills in the future would definitely require extremely precious materials. It will certainly require a lot of money by then as well. He didn't expect that the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron that had been troubling him for a long time would be able to be searched in such a way. For a moment, Shuya was in a much better mood. He gathered his thoughts and walked towards the front. Arriving at the door of his dormitory, he touched his student card to the induction area at the entrance, and the gate of the villa slowly opened. In a flash, the scene inside the villa also appeared in his eyes. Clean and tidy floors, fully furnished. The interior of the villa was more luxurious than he had expected. He changed into his slippers in the entrance foyer, but his vision froze slightly as he opened the shoe cabinet. However, he saw that in the middle of that shoe cabinet, there was a pair of shoes still sitting there. It just surprised him a little. These shoes, in both size and style, looked like a pair of women's shoes. Pata pata. The sound of slippers on the floor rang out from the room. Hey, are you my roommate? The clear, pleasant voice came from upstairs. Only a girl in pajamas, who was coming down the stairs, seemed to be attracted by the sound of the door opening and looked in his direction with a face full of novelty. Shuya's movement of putting his shoes on slightly stagnated, a wisp of incredulity and disbelief surging through his heart. This school's dormitory, it's even co-ed? Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? He stiffened and turned his head, but the moment he saw the other, both of them were fixed in place, their pupils dilated. See, oh yeah? Tang Xiaowan's vermilion lips slightly opened, her face full of surprise. The corner of Shuya's mouth twitched frantically as he flipped his hand and grabbed the doorknob behind him. I must be in the wrong dorm. How could you go to the wrong dormitory? Tang Xiaowan's voice came from the stairs. Your student card. It can only be scratched for the dormitory you live in. Shuya. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as her feet flew down the stairs, quickly approaching Shuya. This time, I won't let you get away. Chapter 81, I wanted to protect you. In a few breaths of effort, Tang Xiaowan hurriedly rushed to the side of the entrance hall, staring closely at Shuya. Shuya's scalp tingled, his heart cursing the outrageous level of the school, and then he quickly grabbed his hand on the doorknob, ready to snatch the door out. But when he pushed hard on the door, he found that it wouldn't budge. Faint energy enveloped the door lock. The doorknob he held tightly turned into 5 large locks, firmly sealing the door shut. This guy, he even used his ability. Su Yuya was forced to let go of these 5 large locks, and was forced back by Tang Xiaowan to stay close to the gate. Snap! Tang Xiaowan's right hand leaned forward and pressed hard against the door, her entire body closing in on Shuya. Under this distance, Shuya could even smell the faint scent of shower gel on her body. Her nearly flawless face was flushed and she seemed to be in a very emotional state. I said. Shuya twitched the corners of his mouth in slight embarrassment. This pose we're in, is it reversed? He hadn't expected that he would be walloped against the door by Tang Xiaowan. By Shuya's words, Tang Xiaowan's ears instantly reddened. She had never had this kind of contact with the opposite sex before and felt a little shy. However, she still stared at Shuya closely and asked word for word, "You do know your sister, don't you? You were the one who went to the art show with my sister that day, right? I've already told you many times, I don't know the sister you're talking about." With a face full of helplessness, Su Yuya threw his hands up in the air and responded with a face full of sincerity. "All those things you talk about are just your speculations as well as coincidences. I know you've probably been starstruck since you were a kid, and it's normal to be a little self-absorbed, but you can't besmirch my innocence," he mouthed off, trying to steer the conversation away. However, Tang Xiaowan was not diverted away from the topic by his words in the slightest, and instead used his free left hand to grab towards Shuya's chest. "Hey, I can warn you, I'm not that casual. If you move I'll scream molestation." Shuya shielded himself and tried to dodge, but Tang Xiaowan's left hand was extremely fast, instantly grabbing his lapel and ripping it away with force. The buttons of his blouse were yanked open, and between his open chest, a pale red thread hung around his neck, and a pale green bomb dangled near his chest. "If you don't know your sister," Tang Xiaowan breathed sharply, pinching the light green scented bag, but it was like caring for some treasure, not daring to exert the slightest force. "Why do you have this on you? This is just an amulet sold in the temple fair. What's so special about it?" Su Yuya squeezed Tang Xiaowan's wrist hard, as if he was worried that she would rip this amulet off. He secretly cried out in carelessness. His clothes had been scratched by the attack in the middle of the earlier battle with the stone giant, and it must have been at that time that Tang Xiaowan had discovered this amulet. "How can this be a temple amulet?" Tang Xiaowan's voice suddenly rose a few points higher, and her tone became agitated. She retracted her hands, and suddenly her hands tugged as if she were trying to rip her pajamas off. "If you have something to say, don't take off your clothes." Shuya quickly covered his eyes, glancing forward through his fingers, and shouted, but the next moment he was stunned. However, Tang Xiaowan's collarbone was exposed, and between her neck, she actually had a light green scent bag that was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. The corners of Tang Xiaowan's eyes seemed to have teardrops welling up, and her voice became very emotional at this moment. "This scented capsule, it was hand-sewn by my sister. The vanilla in it, she bought with the money she earned from her part-time job. The amulet stored in the center, she carved it by hand for a whole month. These two amulets, unique in this world, are absolutely impossible to have imitations." She quickly flipped the scented pouch around her neck to the back, then reached out and grabbed Shuya's scented pouch. The back of both scented pouches have a flower design. The flower was extremely gorgeous, with clear lines, and it actually looked exactly the same. "This is a blip. It's my sister's favorite flower." Tang Xiaowan's voice had begun to tremble slightly. Everything she ever made would leave this pattern. Shuya was silent for a long time and was about to open his mouth. Tang Xiaowan's voice came again. "My sister once told me that she put all her good fortune into these two amulets. One of the amulets was given to me and the other to the cool kid. She wanted to put her blessings and good fortune in the amulet that would always protect us." She stared tightly into Shuya's eyes, her eyes filled with obsession. "Shuya, do you dare to look me in the eyes and tell me again that you don't know your sister?" When Shuya heard this, his pupils trembled slightly. "Nah, see ya, a little gift for you." The young girl smiled like a flower, but the depths of her eyes were tinged with deep fatigue, with faint dark circles around the corners of her eyes. "What is this?" Su also looked at the object in the young girl's palm and realized that it was a light green scented capsule. "This is an amulet." Oh. The young girl blinked her eyes and read with a smile. "I went to the temple to beg for it on purpose. You know, the fairies there are very spiritual, and it is said that the amulets from there have the effect of eliminating disasters, avoiding calamities, and blessing peace. I don't believe in such things." Su also shook his head. "I believe in man's determination to win over heaven more than I do in praying to God and Buddha. It's the kind of thing you'd rather keep to yourself." "Don't say that." The young girl smiled as she picked up the amulet and put it directly on Sia's neck despite his struggles. "There are times when fate is very elusive. Maybe this amulet can really protect you in the dark. Oh, and in case we don't see each other one day for whatever reason, you'll be able to remember me when you see it, right?" Su also frowned, but after seeing the young girl's innocent expression, but could only sigh helplessly and did not remove the amulet from his neck. "Hey, if you're embarrassed, you can hide it in your clothes." The young girl smiled wryly and hopped forward with her hands behind her back. "Come on, you promised me you'd accompany me to an art show once. That's what you get for losing a bet to me." Shuya shrugged his shoulders and slowly followed her. "It's just a coincidence that I lost to you." "That's not coincidence, that's the power of trust. You have to be willing to bet on it. Why don't you drag your sister with you? You know I don't know anything about art." She had something going on today and couldn't stay with me, or I wouldn't have come to you. I think it's because she also thinks viewing these so-called artifacts is a waste of time. Cut the crap. The young girl crossed her arms in some annoyance, but after turning around, she thought of something and reappeared with a smile. By the way, that amulet. You must take good care of it. Oh, never lose it. She turned her head quickly, her tone actually becoming slightly flustered for some reason. Let's get out of here. I must teach you how to taste art. Su also took a deep breath and silently put that scented bag back into his clothes. He was silent for a moment. Only then did he look into Tang Xiaowen's eyes and speak slow. Ly. That day. Indeed it was me and Tang Tang, who went to the art exhibition in Haichang. Chapter 82. An extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Headmaster. Lianshou stepped into the principal's office with the light on, holding an organized file in his hand. He placed this information on the table and tapped on it. Xiao Wu, who was sitting at the table and sleeping with his eyes closed, woke up with a jolt and looked around sleepily. Dinner's started? It's already nighttime. Where can I get a meal for you? Lianshou sighed helplessly. Headmaster, your state has really gotten worse and worse these past 2 years. It's you, Lianshou. Only then did Xiao Wu see the person in front of him and rubbed his face vigorously to clear his head for a few moments. What are you doing here? Didn't you retire and go home? It was you who called me back. Have you forgotten? Lianshou was unexpectedly patient in the presence of the principal. At this time, the sunglasses on his face had long been removed, and the eyes under the sunglasses were incomparably deep, rather like a middle-aged melancholic uncle. Oh yes, there seems to be such a thing. Xiao Wu nodded in realization, seeming to recall something. Ugh. Lianshou sighed softly and pushed the report in his hand in front of Xiao Wu. Here's my analysis of this freshman class. All of it. The 4 students you focused me on. I tested them accordingly. Oh, well done. Xiao Wu revealed a smile and grabbed the report in front of him and flipped through it. Tell me about it. What are your conclusions? Yes. Lianshou stood respectfully and steadied himself, and began to speak calmly. Based on my observations and comparisons, the quality of the freshmen this time around should be the best in 15 years. After my screening, the number of new students who have passed the test today total 48, all of whom have strong potential. The most concerning of these, and the ones you have asked me to focus on, are 4 in number. He cleared his throat and began to tell the highlights. First of all, among this freshman class, the one with the highest ability level, Enrollment, who possesses SS class abilities. My assessment of him is that he's helpless. He is extremely gifted in his own right, with special abilities and very good development of his own abilities. In the middle of the first trial I set up, he climbed to the top of the mountain in only half a minute, with outstanding strength. Just from the level of ability development, he will definitely be able to become a void hunter of extraordinary strength in the future. But there seems to be something wrong with his character. He is extremely withdrawn and seems to be very averse to fighting. In the middle of the second trial, he recognized my intentions early on, but had no intention of striking out at me, and just silently waited for the test to end. I have come to the conclusion that it is necessary to conduct psychological counseling as early as possible and investigate the reasons for his aversion to fighting before he can be guided to become a void hunter. But once he is able to solve this point, he will definitely be incomparably powerful in the future. Xiao Wu nodded slightly and picked up the information about Enlon in his hand, putting it aside. Lianshou, on the other hand, continued his narration. Next is the son of the Qin family from Lin City, Qin Zhe. My opinion of him is perfect. In the middle of the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions around him despite the energy loss. As a person, he is good at bringing people together and is an excellent leader. And his heart was so good that he was willing to stand up for others and try to stop me in the middle of the second test. His strategy and intellect are very high, and his mastery of abilities is also very good. If we go by the overall score, he should be the number 1 ranked existence amongst this freshman. But an overly kind character might make it difficult for him to go and make trade-offs in the face of threats. He paused for a moment, and his expression became a little more serious. Next up are the 2 guys I think are the most volatile of this test. One of them is Jiuli. My assessment of him is uncontrollable. According to the information data, the ability he possesses is extremely dangerous, and for some reason, he awakened his ability early when he was 4 years old. That is to say, from a young age, his personality has been very twisted by his abilities, and once even destroyed an entire kindergarten due to a sudden outburst of his abilities. Although it didn't cause any injuries or deaths, its dangerousness led him to be noticed by the government and sent to a warden for education and supervision from an early age. In the process, he caused quite a bit of trouble, but was also released on the basis of extremely high academic performance and a rating that allowed him to return to society. The reason he came to the academy this time is also because of the request from the side of the Ring prison, as well as your invitation. Headmaster, this child has a chaotic personality. There is no distinction between good and evil in his eyes. If left unchecked, he might pose a danger to society. Xiao Wu looked at the information in his hands and spoke with a faint smile. You know, if those guys from the Void Demon Council were to find him, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why that old friend asked me to accept the boy and guide him properly. If he can be guided wisely, he will definitely be able to become a very good void hunter in the future. Yes, Lianshou nodded. So I ran some tests on him. My assessment of him is that he has a flawed character, has a hard time distinguishing between good and evil, and does things solely on the basis of his preferences. But his intelligence and battle prowess are both top-notch, so it would be too much of a shame to give up on him. So I did not eliminate him and kept him in. I think that if we want to guide him or use the sword in a reasonable way, we must have a scabbard to limit it. Well, I will seriously consider this child's matter. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. After speaking about Jiuli, Lianshou's expression also became slightly more serious for a few moments. The one person left who is unstable is that D-ranked little guy, Su Yuya. With all due respect, his intellect, as well as his mind, is an existence that ranks at least in the top 3 of all the people I've seen. With only D-rank abilities, I was able to push me to the brink several times. If the ability he possesses is A-ranked or above, I can hardly imagine the waves he'll turn over, but that's not a problem. Even though the ability level is not high, he can totally go in the direction of physical arts and use it to fill the gap in his battle power. In the midst of the test, he had worked with people or sacrificed his life to save them on several occasions, and even cancelled his energy in the final fight to prevent hurting me. Though in terms of action, every one of his kindnesses is purposeful, but in terms of results, he also does help people or save people. Compared to Qin Zhe, he will not be indecisive, and will not be imprisoned by kindness, and is more able to see into the nature of things. Isn't this good? Xiao Wu spoke with a faint smile. In essence, this child has a sense of justice that is uniquely his. Yes, from all this, he does have his own gentleness and kindness. Lianshou nodded slightly, but he frowned slightly as he spoke of the wisp of unease he sensed in his heart. I can vaguely feel it. There seems to be a large dark side to this child's heart. I'm worried that there will be a day in the future when he'll be so galvanized by something that he'll fall into darkness. So what I'm saying about him is extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Chapter 83, as long as I'm around. A double-edged sword? Xiao Wu showed an interested look. Exactly. Lianshou spoke his judgment bluntly. I'll be honest. Suppose sometime in the future, when he becomes very strong, this dark side is aroused. With his power, it is possible to destroy the world. Yet you still let him pass the test. Xiao Wu looked straight at Lianshou. It means that you still believe in him. Yes. Lianshou nodded. Since 3 years ago, the void demons have been invading more and more frequently. The number of dead void hunters has multiplied in the last 2 years. For the Dragon Kingdom, a strong war effort is what we need more than that uncertainty. And, he hesitated for a moment, but spoke calmly. In my own personal selfishness, I think the boy has a piece of light in his heart. Perhaps in the future, this light will be his limiter, suppressing his dark side in his heart. Very good. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. At this time he had already finished reading all 48 reports in his hands. I trust your judgment, Instructor Lian. He gently looked up at Lianshou. I will teach you all I can about the guidance of these children. You are in charge now. He placed the report in his hand to one side, his expression becoming slightly more serious at this moment, and a bit of the principal's temperament finally surfaced on his body. Then next, we can talk about personal matters. About that thing, Shasha should have mentioned it with when she picked you up. What is your answer? Lianshou's expression was also solemn for a few moments. He looked straight into Xiao Wu's eyes and calmly said, You are referring to this matter of letting me succeed the status of the city guardian of Tsu City? Ever since the Void Devil was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom by Tao Tai, the landscape within the Dragon Kingdom had changed drastically due to years of battles and disasters. After merging a large number of cities, there were ultimately only 50 large cities left within the Dragon Kingdom. In each of these cities, there was the presence of a peak realm and above, city guardian. They are the highest fighting force in the city, serving as guardians of an entire city. Not bad. Xiao Wu nodded. This position has been vacant for a long time since the death of Tsu City's previous guardian, Whiteface, 3 years ago. The screening of the guardians is very strict, and so far, there aren't many qualified void hunters left. You've been retired for a few years, but no one can question your strength and qualifications. If it's you, serving as this city guard, the others will have absolutely no problem with it. And being a city watchman is a good fit for your retirement. I refuse. Lianshou interrupted Xiao Wu's words with little hesitation. His eyes stared blankly, and he shook his head with a bitter smile, pulling his shirt off with all his might. All that could be seen was a huge scar that went deep into his bones and nearly tore his entire body, extending from his abdomen to where his shoulders were. The depth of that wound was so deep it was hard to imagine how he had survived. I'm the one who picked up half a life from the edge of hell. He spoke calmly, his eyes carrying a touch of desolation. Since that day, my realm has stagnated and even kept slipping. Right now, I'm about to not even be able to maintain the peak realm. You are asking me to shoulder the safety of a city that I simply cannot afford. Coming back to coach this time is the last remnants of what I can do. The treatment in recent years has made me see my condition clearly. His expression dimmed. The ghost doctor told me that it was impossible for me to recover. Xiao Wu quietly looked at Lianshou, a flash of lamentation in his eyes. So after this coaching, I will head to the Void Realm and seek to die in battle. Lianshou raised his head again, incomparably calm, as if he had already made his decision a long time ago. I'm sorry, Headmaster. You know my character. I would not be able to accept to go through the rest of my life as a guardian and get away with it. Okay. Xiao Wu gently closed her eyes and spoke faintly. He was silent for a moment before he waved his hand. Retire yourself. From the depths of his eyes, Lianshou saw a ray of sadness. He sighed softly in his heart, but he couldn't help but understand how much Xiao Wu had endured. Lianshou bowed solemnly towards Xiao Wu and turned to leave, but without taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. Headmaster, have you been like this for the past 2 years because of suppressing that thing? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, but it quickly subsided. It seems that you have already guessed. He looked out the window quietly and calmly said, that thing's been running riot for the last 2 years. It has been rioting more frequently in recent times, and it does consume a lot of my energy. But, he suddenly stood up and walked over to the window, quietly overlooking the Dragon Summer Academy from within this principal's room. An inexplicable aura actually permeated out from his body. In this moment, he gently opened his eyes as if he were a dragon that had been sleeping for a long time. His voice was low, and in an unmistakably domineering tone he read faintly, as long as I'm around, it wouldn't have been able to come out, and would have been suppressed by me for the rest of its life, unable to make a single wave. A smile appeared on Lianshou's face, and his expression became a little more respectful once again. He saluted and turned, exiting the door. Only when he reached the door did he open his mouth to read. Right. Regarding the entrance examination in 9 days, I've already chosen the location. If it's possible, I'd also like to ask the principal to go ahead and say hello to the city guard over there. Su Yuya looked at Tang Xiaowen, who was crying to the point of not being able to help herself in front of him, and couldn't help but fall silent. Tang Tan had told him more than once how much she valued her sister. How disappointed would she be in the Void Hunters if she learned the true cause of Tang Tuan's death? That was why in his narration, he only mentioned Tang Tan's death for saving others, and did not mention the few Void Hunters who had taken advantage of her. I did promise your sister to take care of you a little. It's just a promise, and you don't have to take it too seriously. He looked at the pearly Tang Xiaowen and hesitated for a moment or comforted. You should know, the person she cares about the most is you. Up until the moment of her death, she was still worried about you, but I didn't even get to see my sister's remains. Tang Xiaowen sobbed as she read, her mood extremely low. Xiao also fell silent, perhaps because the scene was too brutal, and because it was related to the virtual beasts. The hospital chose to cremate the body directly and did not leave it behind. He was about to say something else when Tang Xiaowen's words caused him to be struck by lightning and freeze in place. I asked the hospital and they told me that my sister's remains were not sought. The only thing I was notified of at the end was a death report. Wait. Shuya stood up violently, his expression becoming incredibly agitated. What did you say? Chapter 84, it's none of your business. Did you just say that the hospital didn't find your sister's body? Shuya's always calm expression was actually slightly out of control at this moment. He grabbed Tang Xiaowen's shoulders with force, causing the latter to feel a wave of pain and let out a soft cry. Seemingly sensing his own disorder, Su Yuya loosened his hands and looked straight at Tang Xiaowen. Tang Xiaowen nodded timidly as if she had been startled. Yes, they told me that my sister's remains had not been taken to the hospital. Their explanation was that the building where the art show was held collapsed, killing and injuring a lot of people besides my sister. It's not just my sister. There are a lot of people whose remains have disappeared. It's just that I think things might not be that simple, so I've been investigating this all these years as well. No, this isn't right. Xiao also rubbed his chin, and his entire body became very violent. Those whose remains had disappeared were almost all swallowed directly into their bellies by the imaginary beast that had been there in the first place, failing to save their bodies. But Tang Tang was different. Although she was bitten off half of her body and quickly lost her life, at least the remains were there. The most important point was that Shuya, back then, had watched as the medical staff showed up to consign Tang Tan's remains away. If that was the case, as Tang Tuan's own sister, there was no way Tang Xinhuan wouldn't be able to see her remains. There's definitely something wrong with this. Sweat broke out on Shuya's forehead as the memory palace in his mind spun rapidly, and the scene that he remembered so vividly from 3 years ago was transformed into a fast-spinning film that crossed in front of his eyes scene by scene. The incident had hit him hard, so he had been reluctant to look back on it. coupled with the fact that he was in a state of extreme emotional control in the first place. Many details of the scene seemed to have escaped him. He had thought that Tang Tuan's body was taken away from the hospital and would be cremated and buried normally, but now it seems that something has gone terribly wrong somewhere in there. Why would an ambulance appear so soon after the battle? Why was there only one ambulance when there were so many injured and dead? They're the ones who moved Tang Tum's remains. Several people in white medical uniforms flashed by in the middle of Shuya's recollection screen. Wearing masks, they got out of the ambulance and briefly attended to the injured at the scene, and then began to move the remains. Seo also watched as they took Tang Tang's remains away. According to those paramedics, they were part of the emergency vehicles that arrived first, and the rest of the emergency vehicles were still behind them. But in retrospect, this is completely out of character. The location of the art exhibition was on the outskirts of Haichang, and the nearest hospital was at least a 20-minute drive away. But after the group of void hunters had killed the void beasts, only less than 10 minutes later, this ambulance appeared there. If someone called the hospital, how could only one car come with so many injured? Drops of sweat crossed Shuya's cheeks. His expression was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip. His entire body was breathing heavily, and his eyes seemed like they were about to spit out flames. Countless clues were quickly pieced together in his mind. A moment later, a conclusion jumped out at him that he couldn't believe. The ambulance that was there was not sent by the hospital. How could this happen? Who are they? What is their purpose? And why did they take Tang Tang's body away? Shuya clenched his lips as countless questions and confusion swirled around in his mind. He was so desperate for answers that his entire being seemed on the verge of losing control. Shuya, what happened to you? Tang Xiaowan was startled by the expression on Shuya's face and couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at him nervously. Are you really sure that the hospital told you at the time that they hadn't seen your sister's remains? Shuya suddenly opened his mouth, looking straight at Tang Xiaowan. The aura on him was a feeling Tang Xiaowan had never seen before. This cold, domineering and indifferent aura made her feel a little scared. Yes, Tang Xiaowan answered in a small voice. At that time, I was notified of my sister's death by the hospital and quickly rushed to Haicheng. They told me that there was a building collapse at the art show where my sister was, and that she was buried in the building and her remains were not recovered. I know. The aura on Shuya's body suddenly tightened, and his entire face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. I will definitely investigate this matter. He brought the subject to an end calmly and unassumingly, not knowing what he was contemplating, except that his clenched fist still seemed to speak of his messed up heart. Did something happen to my sister before she died? Tang Xiaowan wasn't stupid. She quickly caught the hidden meaning in Shuya's words, involving her sister. She immediately became a little anxious. Is it that there was something else going on in the beginning? Sister this matter has nothing to do with you. Su Yuya interrupted Tang Xiaowan in an overbearing and incomparable manner. How could it have nothing to do with me? That's my sister. The always gentle Tang Xiaowan's emotions were also agitated at this time. You should tell me what's going on in this. Is there something you're not telling me? Tang Xiaowan. Su Yuya instantly closed in on Tang Xiaowan, their gazes facing each other with a distance of just 10 centimeters. His gaze was filled with coldness at this moment, and he said word for word, I will go and help you with something because of your sister's request before she died. The reason why I don't want to tell you these things is also because she doesn't really want you to do something pointless because of her. She didn't want you to be in danger, and she didn't want you to live for her by carrying on her legacy. It is your personal will for you to enter the Longxia Academy to carry out your studies. It is out of my hands, but let me warn you, if it's because your sister wants to become a void hunter so you want to fulfill her dream for her, I'd advise you to think long and hard about whether or not that's something you want to do. As for your sister, I'll look into it. It's not my responsibility or obligation to tell you what really happened. You just need to be your good student here and study hard. Is that clear? Tang Xiaowan pursed her lips tightly, teardrops swirling in her eyes, seemingly shocked by Shuya's attitude. However, her gaze was full of stubbornness, staring tightly at Su Yuya with some aggression. Shuya took a step back, faintly swept a glance at Tang Xiaowan, and walked towards the house without looking back. He went straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, ready to push it in. Tang Xiaowan's voice, however, came from behind her. That's my bedroom. Xiaoya's movements jerked and his body shuddered, letting go of the doorknob and seeming a bit embarrassed. Without looking back he said, Don't you live on the second floor? I just went up to take a look. The awkwardness spread slightly, and Shuya retracted his hand and walked up to the second floor without looking back. I'll just stay on the second floor then. Ice calmly pushed the bedroom open and stepped inside, and a quick thought flashed through his mind. Well, seems a bit awkward. Chapter 85, well done. Don't do it next time. Early morning. Su also yawned as he walked out from the room, his entire body carrying a sense of exhaustion. After briefly washing up, he walked down the stairs, and at a glance, he saw Tang Xiaowan, who was neatly dressed and was walking out of the kitchen on the first floor. The two men's eyes met, and then they whirled around and staggered sharply. Last night's argument had made the atmosphere between them slightly awkward. Tang Xiaowen carried 2 plates and placed them in front of herself. There were 2 slices of bread on the plate, which seemed to be her breakfast. She flicked a glance at Xiao Ye, who had come down the stairs, and silently pushed the plate to the other end of the table, reading in a voice devoid of ripples, "This is yours." Su also understood in his heart that the two were now like housemates sharing a room together. It's always heads up, and if the relationship is too rigid, both of them will be very uncomfortable. So he took the opportunity to sit down at the other end of the table, picked up the bread, and asked in a tone of voice that had no words, "Did you make this?" "Aha." Tang Xiaowen replied indifferently and began to eat the bread in front of her. Su also shrugged his shoulders. He had spoken to her in that tone last night. Anyone would be a little grumpy. He picked up the bread on his plate with disinterest and took a casual bite. In the next second, his expression froze in place, and his entire face turned a little green. The feeling is as sour as having ginger in a potato fried rice. Shuya swallowed the bread in his mouth with immense difficulty and opened his mouth. "You poisoned the bread?" Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly, instantly becoming a bit angry. "I kindly made you a breakfast, and you even suspect me of poisoning?" Shuya observed her expression, and it didn't seem like she was deliberately screwing him over. He twitched the corners of his mouth and continued, "Your bread is the same as mine? What else? It's not like I know what flavors you like to eat." Tang Xiaowen puffed up her mouth in response, with an odd expression. Shuya looked at her from afar and tried, "I'll take the liberty of asking you, what did you add to the bread?" Tang Xiaowan frowned and pondered for a moment before she returned. "I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef, and chili. To season the flavor, I added a little vinegar and soy sauce along the way." As she spoke, she gorged herself on the bread on her plate, not feeling anything strange about her cooking. Shuya was silent for a long time, but finally he couldn't hold back. "In the past when you were at home, was it that your sister never let you into the kitchen? How do you know?" Tang Xiaowan was a bit surprised. "Sister said she was afraid it would affect my studies, so she never let me cook." Xiao also looked at the remaining bread on his plate, like a warrior running to the battlefield, closed his eyes tightly, and swallowed it hard almost without chewing. Afterward, he directly stood up and looked at Tang Xiaowan with a serious face. "If it's possible, I hope you won't enter the kitchen again in the future." At this moment, he wanted to say to Tang Xiaowan, "Good job, don't do it next time." His entire face was a little green at the moment, the unspeakable flavor washing over his mouth and taste buds. "I have a theory class today, so I'm going to class first." He endured the strange feeling and walked straight towards the villa's front door and pushed it out. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and shouted towards him, "About sister. Even if you don't want to talk to me about it, I'll find out in my own way. That's my sister. I must learn the truth. You can't stop me." Her gaze was firm, and she wasn't devastated by Shuya's words yesterday. Shuya's footsteps lurched, and then he stepped out of the door and disappeared. "As you wish." "Yo, Lianshou-sensei, long time no see." Inside the Longxia Academy, a middle-aged man with a back-combed head lit up in front of his eyes and saw Lianshou walking from the other end. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Qi." Lianshou raised his eyebrows lightly and smiled slightly. Several years ago, when he was still serving at Longxia Academy, he had also gotten to know quite a few teachers. The one in front of him was one of his acquaintances. Although his realm was not high, he possessed a very profound knowledge of energy theory, and his research on abilities was very in-depth. "We haven't seen each other since you suddenly left your job and retired a few years ago." Teacher Chi's eyes glittered with excitement that he hadn't seen in a long time. "When I heard you were back 2 days ago, I thought they were joking with me." "Why? Did something happen in the last few years?" "It's nothing. It's just that there's something wrong with my body." Lianshou shook his head bashfully and did not mention his condition. He sized up the teacher Chi in front of him and suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Are you going to teach?" "Yeah, it's the group of new students that you just finished testing yesterday." Teacher Chi responded smilingly, "I'm going to give them their first theory class now. Teach them some basic energy theory along the way." Lianshou's expression was suddenly odd. He hadn't thought that this batch of new students was actually this old friend going forward to class. "Are you going to teach in the same way you did before?" "Right." Teacher Chi nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "These little ones who have just enrolled in school, each and every one of them has a heart higher than the sky. This is the only set of ways that can set them up, so that they will be in awe and not become arrogant." Lianshou looked strange and fumbled in his pocket for half a day, then pulled out something and shoved it into Mr. Chi's hand. "Then I think that you might need this." "What's this, Mr. Chi?" froze for a moment and looked down. "Mirror of stress?" He recognized the name of this disposable Jakubo and wore a confused expression. "What did you give me this for?" Lianshou patted him on the shoulder and read meaningfully, Let me remind you beforehand that there is a big difference between this group of students and the previous classes. According to my judgment, it should be the most outstanding group of students in the last 15 years. Ha, just a bunch of little guys from the Stone Realm. Teacher Chi smiled disdainfully. Which one of the students who were able to enter Longxia Academy is not a genius? If I have to take the mirror of stress to protect myself when dealing with them, then you have not looked down on me too much. Although my combat power is definitely not as good as yours, Lianshou-sensei, my combat experience is definitely much better than those freshly enrolled pups. Don't say that. Lianshou held back a laugh and shrugged his shoulders. Consider it a gift for our reunion. That's it then. Class will start soon, so get to your classroom. I'll go first. Teacher Chi held the square mirror in his hands and watched Lianshou leave with a face full of confusion, unable to help but scratch his head. Lianshou-sensei, it's true that he's still as eccentric as ever. He shook his head with a faint smile and smoothly slipped the mirror of stress into his bosom. Let me see what level the freshmen, who were evaluated as excellent by Mr. Lianshou, are good at. Chapter 86 Division of Competence. In the middle of a spacious classroom, Su also sat on a random chair and yawned as he looked around. At this time, the classroom was already filled with a large portion of students, all of whom had successfully passed the second test yesterday. They exchanged words with each other with excited faces, and their expressions were incomparably excited, still thrilled that they were able to join the Dragon Summer Academy. Not long afterward, the rest of the students came through the door one after another. Tang Xiaowen was also in the middle of the crowd. She quickly noticed Shuya's position after entering the classroom. Instead, she just squirmed and turned her head away, finding a random seat at a distance. Hey, Shuya, Bai Tao's voice came from the side. He appeared out of nowhere and sat directly next to Shuya. I looked into it for you yesterday when you asked me about it. Over the years, the records of all the missions completed by the Void Hunters, as well as the Void Beasts and Void Devils hunted, have been stored in paper form in the confidential archive room of the school's intelligence section. Of course, the Void Hunters or Void Hunting squads from other academies have their detailed records stored in their respective academies as well. In addition to this, abbreviated information about this intelligence is also uploaded into the database in the form of indexes and profiles. The database, 10 schools interconnected, is connected and housed within the state's special database. To call on this information, one must be extremely high in status and qualifications. He spoke fast, and he didn't know where he got the information, and he said it in a way that made sense. He didn't understand why Sia contacted him in the middle of the night yesterday to ask these questions, but he quickly found the answer for Sia. Sio also nodded calmly, his brow tinged with exhaustion. He suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask again. This particular database of the country, is there usually a real person doing the maintenance? Yeah, Bai Tao nodded. Because of the 10 schools interconnection, it can't open an intranet or LAN, so it can only use the most top-notch firewalls, along with specialized maintenance staff to prevent intelligence leaks. TCH, no wonder. Shuya muttered to himself, letting out an unhappy sigh. Bai Tao immediately revealed a curious look and lowered his voice to ask, why are you suddenly interested in this? Is there some incident that you want to investigate? Su also didn't want to answer this question of his and was just about to find an excuse to change the topic when the door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a back-combed hair leisurely walked in, and judging from his clothes and nameplate, this was none other than the teacher of their Energy and Ability Development class. Seeing the teacher appear, the students who were talking to each other in the classroom all stopped communicating and quieted down. Earlier, in the middle of the entrance test, Lianshou had given them an extremely deep impression. Therefore, almost no one was late for this theory class, and all were seated within the classroom. Bai Tao also stopped asking and scratched his head as he sat upright. I'll be the one to teach you this theory class on Energy and Ability Development today. My name is Chi Overlay. I hope we can get along. Chi Reply looked around the group of new students in the classroom, grinned, and made a brief self-introduction. He then went straight to the point without any nonsense and wrote on the blackboard behind him. Everyone should know that since the day of the calamity 300 years ago, the newborn babies among the human race have begun to give birth to awakened ones. According to the Dragon Kingdom's database, so far, about 48% of the people who have been able to awaken their abilities on the day of awakening have become awakened. He drew a circle on the 48% and subsequently drew several lines. Of those 48% of awakened people, about 80% have only been born with D-rank abilities, mostly without direct combat power. They are like ordinary people with some kind of extra special ability. Basically they don't have any combat talent, and they can't understand how the energy works, so it's hard to break through the stone realm for the rest of their lives, and most of them are engaged in ordinary jobs or doing some intelligence analysis type of occupation. There are only a very few some D-ranked abilities that are able to develop their abilities and compensate in other ways to become void hunters with a portion of their combat power. The other 20% of the awakened, on the other hand, have awakened C rank or higher abilities, and have a chance to become Void Hunters if they develop their abilities wisely and with enough conviction. But once you become a Void Hunter, you have to take a great risk of death. Not only do they have to go in and out of the major Void realms, but they also have to block some of the Void Beasts and Void Devils that have escaped from the Void realms and are trying to wreak havoc. As a result, the number of Void Hunters in the country has been in a relatively short supply. The major Void hunting teams and Void Hunters are on the move almost all year round, dealing with various incidents and random Void realms that appear in various parts of the country. He stopped his slate and turned his head to look at the crowd. The vast majority of you who have joined Longxia Academy should be aiming to become Void Hunters. So I want to ask you guys a question. What do you think is the most important condition in the midst of our battle with the Void Beasts and Void Devils? Han Hao, who had a head of red hair, immediately raised his hand, his face full of complacency. Teacher, I think it relies on high-level abilities. Chi Reply shook his head and smiled, continuing to turn his head to the board book. Since the day of disaster, abilities have continued to be born, and we humans, in the midst of resisting the Void Demons, have begun to focus on researching the abilities that were born and those that were awakened. In the process, the government not only graded all the abilities that were born, but also made new annotations for those abilities, dividing them into types of abilities. He melted 6 lines on the board one after another and introduced them. All the abilities so far. There are 6 types: temporal guidance, rule destruction, laws of the realm, material increase, spiritual influence, and energy transformation. That is to say, the abilities you have mastered are all able to be categorized into one of these 6 types based on the nature of the ability. And the names of your abilities are all named by the first holder whoever possessed it. According to information and data, except for D rank abilities, all A rank and above abilities will only have one holder at a time. Unless the previous holder dies, there is almost never a second identical ability. He paused for a moment, looked around the freshmen in the classroom, and spoke again. The ranks of abilities are able to be divided to a certain extent using ability stones. The higher the rank, the rarer the ability, and correspondingly the stronger it is from an objective standpoint. But, he lengthened his trailing voice and swept a slightly deeper glance at Han Hao. The first lesson I'm going to teach you today is to never judge the strength of an awakened strength by their ability level. If you don't take this to heart, you will surely suffer in the future. Chapter 87, the next lesson. We go to the training ground. Han Hao furrowed his brows in some displeasure. He felt a bit unconvinced by Chi Reply's words. The higher the rank of the ability, the far greater the power and effect, both in terms of power and effect, of the lower ranked ability. He could never forget the way the others looked at him after he awakened his S-rank ability on the day of awakening. Some of you may not be able to understand the meaning of my words. Chi Reply noticed Han Hao's expression and simply smiled bashfully as he continued to read. But let me just give you an example. He quickly wrote a few words on the board. C-class ability, Spirit Breaking Thread. This is an ability once mastered by a Void Hunter, and its effect is quite simple. The ability to use both hands to pull out a transparent thread that cannot be worn or destroyed. This thread is able to connect anywhere and has an effect that can break energy. Judging by the effect alone, the power of this ability is definitely not bad, and its characteristics are very unique. But the reason why it is only a C-rank ability is also very simple. It is cast with numerous limitations. He drew 3 circles behind the ability and connected them with a line. One of them is length. When that Void Hunter once was still in the rock realm, the longest line he could pull was only 1 meter. The second is the mode of release. When performing the ability, he must create the spirit-breaking thread through his hands, and cannot generate it out of thin air in any location. And the third of them is the duration. The spirit-breaking threads that he has set up will lose their properties and disappear when he is in the rock realm when each thread lasts for a maximum of half an hour. Then wouldn't this ability be completely useless? Han Hao let out a light laugh, expressing his skepticism. Even if his line can break through energy, in the middle of a fight, that ability can't even touch anyone else. Compared to the S-rank abilities he had mastered, this C-rank ability was incredibly weak. Chi Reply, however, only smiled faintly and calmly said, but this Void Hunter, through his own abilities, killed a peak realm Void Demon in the rock realm alone. What? How is this possible? Han Hao exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but quite a few students in the classroom stirred in some disbelief. Can anyone guess how he did it? Chi Reply laughed but didn't answer, only throwing out a question. The effect of his ability is able to break energy, which means that it possesses the effect of ignoring energy protection. A warm and elegant voice sounded from one side. Shinzei gave his guess almost at the same time Chi Reply threw down his question. He gently pushed his frame and continued. Even a Void Demon of the Peak Realm would have a hard time resisting the damage caused by some abilities without their energy shield, as long as the spirit-breaking thread is placed in the right place in advance during the duration of the ability, and with the help of some inducements, along with its transparent nature, there's a good chance of inflicting fatal damage on the Void Demon. That's right, Shi Replai's eyes lit up as he threw an approving glance towards Qinze. That Void Hunter's intelligence is high. He predicted in advance where the Void Demon might appear. So before the Void Demon appeared, he set up the Spirit Breaker's line beforehand and managed to ambush the high-speed moving Void Demon with the help of the conditions of poor vision at night. Even though that Void Fiend possesses the strength of the Peak Realm, he touched the Spirit Breaking line in the midst of moving at high speed. His protective energy was broken by the line, and his body and head were separated on the spot, decapitated by an opponent far weaker than himself. This real-life example caused the students in the room to light up and take a breath. Han Hao froze even more slightly and touched his head. He hadn't expected at all that an ability that seemed so weak could be so effective. He's still just a little unconvinced that the case is overwhelmingly coincidental. The higher the rank of the ability, it means that the power of the ability is stronger, but it doesn't mean that the awakened person himself is powerful. Shi Replai looked at the thoughtful expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. That's why, in the future, you must not underestimate any awakened among your battles. Combat experience, level of physical skills, development of abilities, and intelligence. Once a battle is involved, there will be many factors involved, and one's strength can never be judged by one single factor. And your development of your abilities, as well as your own energy realm, will make a world of difference. He quickly writes the energy realms of stone, rock, mountain, peak, and ridge on the board. Each increase in the realm of energy enables you to gain changes in your abilities. Or take the Spirit Breaking Thread, just now as an example. This ability is only 1 meter in length when in the rock realm, and it only lasts for half an hour. But when he ascends to the mountain realm, the length will reach 3 meters and the maintenance time will increase to an hour. Su Yuya listened attentively to Shi Replai's introduction, and was instantly somewhat puzzled. Between ability level and ability realm, it can basically be understood as innate talent and acquired effort. For example, the boiling blood that he had mastered could only enhance twice the quality of his entire body when it was a D rank ability. However, he had raised his boiling blood to SS rank through Fade to Vanity at that time, and this effect became 5 times as effective. And he had also mastered the ability of Blood Face. If his realm was the rock realm at that time, perhaps the magnitude that SS-grade boiling blood could raise could reach 10 times, and a D-rated boiling blood might only be able to reach 4 times that. Though in comparison, the increase gained by SS-ranked abilities is far greater than those of lower ranks. However, the energy drain of D-rank abilities when used, and their low consumption, make up for some of the strength gap, combined with acquired effort and the elevation of one's own realm. A low-level ability is not necessarily inferior to a high-level ability. It's good to know that above a rank, the same ability doesn't appear both ways, and the effect of Su also being able to use objective to force a skill level up is also unique. That Void Hunter was unfortunately killed in battle when he was in the mountain realm. Shi Replai's voice continued, but based on the technical department's analysis of his abilities, it can be roughly deduced that when he breaks through to the peak realm, that range and distance could be even longer. And the peak realm and the ridge realm are a hurdle that is extremely difficult for all ability users to cross. He drew a circle between the peaks and ridges. Based on current data and information, once an awakened person steps into the ridge realm, the nature of his abilities will change radically. For example, Spirit Breaker's Thread. The technical department had a rough preconception of the abilities possessed by its ridge realm. Perhaps when its possessor reaches the ridge realm, each thread of spirit breaking will produce the nature to cut off all things. By the time we get to that point, the gap between ability levels will be much narrower. His few simple words instantly made a group of students think freely, fantasizing about the changes that would arise in their abilities when they reached the ridge realm. Shi Replai looked at the students under the podium, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined in an arc, and he suddenly spoke. After the narration just now, I think you guys should already have a deeper understanding of the abilities, but many students, perhaps, still hold the idea that the stronger their ability level, the stronger they are. So in order for you to get a more straightforward experience of what this lesson is all about, in the second half of the next lesson, I will personally let you experience why it is impossible to use ability levels to determine strength. All rise and come with me. For the rest of the course content, we will be at the training ground. Chapter 88. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? The large training ground, led by Chi Overlay. A group of students stood in place with a whimper, curiously surveying the surroundings. Not only was this place very vast, the ground was pieced together with a light blue stone that looked to be of great value. There were many targets and training dummies placed around the ground, capable of allowing people to train for various battles. At the other end of the training ground, there were 2 other teachers, training for combat. For a while, the students were very curious as to how this Shi Replai wanted to conduct the experience for them. Shi Replai smiled faintly and came to the front of the crowd, suddenly waving his right hand. Faint energy surged in his palm, and his voice came out. I'm not going to lie to you guys, but the rank of the abilities I have at my disposal are actually not that high. Class C ability, Secondary Punch, a substance increase type of ability. The effect of this is that for every attack I make, I deal damage twice. It's very simple and straightforward, he said as he swung a punch at the training dummy beside him. The energy fluctuation slammed out, and the training dummy's entire body violently tilted backward. Its feet were firmly fixed to the ground, and its bent body bounced back as if it were not falling over. But before it could fully pop up, another inexplicable force erupted within its body. The powerful rush caused the dummy to fly off with a loud bang, sending up a cloud of dust. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the two teachers in the distance. They stopped their movements and looked over from hundreds of meters away. Isn't that old Chi? He's bringing in new students? One of the teachers wearing glasses raised his eyebrows and recognized Chi Overlay. Yes, haven't you heard? This batch of students were just enrolled yesterday. And instructor Lianshou, who disappeared for a few years, personally returned to conduct the test. The teacher beside him nodded and said, "Ha old Chi, this guy is trying to use that old method to give the freshman a hard time again." The teacher with the glasses burst out laughing, thinking of Chi Reply's tried and true tactic. That old method of his does work as well, at least after every time it's over. It puts the freshman in awe of him. The teacher next to him also smiled and responded, "But I heard that the level of the freshman is good this time, so nothing should go wrong, right? Don't worry, although that old Chi guy doesn't have a high ability level, his strength is there for all to see. He is a top-notch combat genius and theory genius." Teacher Glasses smiled and shook his head. That group of freshmen are nothing more than newborn calves. What waves can they make? Alright, let's pull out. At night I guess old Chi is going to blow awesome with us again. The effect is this. Chi Reply retracted his fist as energy fluctuations began to surface on his body. My realm today is the mountain realm, but next, I'll firmly limit my energy to the stone realm, just like you guys. As he spoke, the energy fluctuations inched down. Then, with his hands behind his back, he read with a confident expression on his face, "I think that all of you who are able to enter the Dragon Summer Academy should have an ability level of B or above. Even A and S ranks are in the minority. But I'm going to confirm my earlier theory for you today. Even if I am in the same realm as you, have a lower ability level than you, and inform you of the effects of my abilities. If you were to fight, you would never be my match either." When these words came out, there was an uproar among the crowd. The people present were all the pride of heaven, an existence far beyond their peers. They also all have higher ability levels than C rank. Now this teacher Chi had the audacity to speak out of turn, believing that they were not its opponents at the same realm. For a moment, a group of students were full of wariness, and they were rubbing their fists and jumping up and down. These looks were caught in Chi Yin's eyes, but had long been commonplace. Almost every year the freshmen he teaches look pretty much the same as they do now, but after the course is over, they will all have nothing but awe in their eyes. "It looks like you guys don't believe it," Chi Reply chanted softly and walked directly towards the crowd. "Since that's the case, I'll just find a few random people to demonstrate." His gaze brightened slightly and he quickly found the tallest person in the crowd, the so-called knockout punch. Defeating the seemingly strongest amongst this group of students was bound to give them a great shock. He stopped in front of a tall, incredibly strong, but shirtless student and smiled bashfully. "You look like you can fight. Just you do it, please feel free to play. Let's make it a simple cut." After saying this, he turned to the center of the field. "You want to fight me?" Jiuli, who had been named, grinned and looked at Chi Overlay in front of him with a strange expression on his face. Chi Yin inclined his head and looked. "What? You don't have confidence? Don't worry, I'll keep my hands appropriately and won't let you get hurt." "Of course not." Jiuli pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards the center of the field. A few seconds later, he came in front of Chi Reply and looked down condescendingly. "I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll beat you to death." There was no respect in his eyes, as if he didn't care if Chi Reply was a teacher or not. "The old man has threatened me, but I can't just beat anyone to death, or I'm going to be put back in that dark, damp hole. You say you are afraid of beating me to death?" Chi Reply seemed to have heard some heavenly joke and laughed back in anger. He had taught so many students, but it was the first time he had seen such an unaware and arrogant student. "Feel free to fight, I will let you know the gap between us." He threw down these words with a cold smile and waved his palm down towards Jiuli, signaling for him to strike. But Jiuli was unmoved and just rubbed his nose in bemusement. "You'd better raise your realm to the rock realm. With your current realm you're no match for me." Chi Tuan immediately felt like he was being underestimated, and his words were even slightly irritated. Speaking out of turn, "You're not worthy of letting me raise my realm yet." Jiuli gazed at Chi Overlay and grinned. "Anger, indeed, is the most easily aroused emotion in a human being? Are you really sure you want me to make the first move?" "Poof." Chi Yin raised his chin, already determined to give this freshman some color. "Feel free to strike." "Alright." Jiuli stopped talking nonsense and blasted out his right fist like a cannonball. Old me is also most annoyed with thinking so much. The fist that came flying and instantly made Chi Overwatch's hairs stand on end. With his perception, he actually smelled an extremely dangerous aura from this punch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He took a violent step back, and just as he was about to react, he realized that the speed of that fist had actually surged several times again, and came in front of him in a matter of moments. Boom! A horrible roar rang out from the training ground. The 4 training dummies located within more than 10 meters behind Chi Overlay were instantly shattered by the wind of the punch, leaving behind only several constantly shaking feet. In a flash, the whole room was silent. Chapter 89 Escape. Clang! There was a roar. The crowd looked in unison. However, a hanging mirror appeared in front of Chi Kai's body, blocking Jiuli's fist straight in front of his body. Chi Overlay's hair was being blown by the wind of his fist as it continued to surge backward, and his fist similarly struck Jiuli's body. Knock! Jiuli stifled a grunt as his body trembled slightly, but immediately afterward, another shock surged up from within him, causing him to frown and take a step backward to dislodge the force. He shook off his fists, sticking his hands in his pockets as if he were nothing, and headed back towards the group without looking back. I don't suppose we have any need to keep fighting, do we? Ka chow. A crisp ringing sound rang out from the front. Chi Reply watched dumbfounded as the mirror in front of him turned into countless fragments and scattered all over the place, and he couldn't help but gulp. He hadn't expected that the mirror of stress that Lian Shou had given him would automatically trigger and protect him. If it wasn't for the activation of this Ju Bao, I'm afraid he would have had to take a punch head-on from last week's departure. Even though the punch couldn't kill him, as a teacher, if he was knocked off by a student in front of him, what face would he have left to carry on his lectures? The power of that punch just now was incomparably clear to him. It was not like the destructive power that a student of the Stone Realm could produce in any way. What was even more shocking to him was that the counterattack he made in the heat of the moment had only caused Jiuli to take a step back. There was a bit of silence on the scene. The crowd of students looked at Jiuli as if they were looking at a monster, shocked at his terrifying strength. Some others, on the other hand, were looking at Chi Reply with odd faces, somewhat wanting to laugh. This Mr. Chi had just said that he would clean up after them, but he didn't expect that he would be directly defeated. It was as if his so-called theories were empty words. Chi, his face was a little green, and his heart was full of embarrassment, except for the aftermath. He seemed to have some understanding of what Lianshou really meant by those words. There's such a pervert among this group of freshmen. He gritted his teeth and looked slightly annoyed at the group of students who were holding back their laughter. This was his first class and he must not lose face here. At this point, he desperately needed a big win to save face. His eyes flew over the crowd. He flew a finger and coldly recited, "You, come over here." Me, Bai Tao, who was standing next to Shuya and laughing his ass off, froze and pointed to his nose. "Yes, that's right." Chi Reply nodded. "I think you're the one who's laughing the most." "Don't do it, teacher. I just thought of happy things." Bai Tao took a step back with immense vigilance, his mouth full of excuses. "Deduct a little credit from you if you don't come up." Facing Chi Reply's threat, Bai Tao's face changed drastically. He looked around for a week in an unbelievably lewd manner, before gritting his teeth and walking up rather helplessly. "Teacher, I think that perhaps other people are more suitable than me to spar with you." Bai Tao's face was full of smiles, still trying to avoid the cut, but Chi Overlay was as if he had identified him, and faintly read, "My current realm and yours are both stone realms. What are you afraid of? I see you laughing so much. Surely you are as strong as that classmate just now?" After saying this, he looked at Bai Tao. "What is your ability level?" Bai Tao rubbed the back of his head and laughed dryly. "It's not worth mentioning, but it's just a B-class ability." "Very well." Chi secretly sighed in relief in his heart and looked towards all the new students. "All of you students should keep an eye on this. His ability is rank B, while I'm only rank C. Both of us are in the stone realm, but I'm about to demonstrate for you why I would say that ability level cannot determine the winner of a battle." He looked forward again. "You take your shot. Use your abilities or make your moves however you want." Bai Tao still seemed to be trying to escape, his face full of supplication. "Teacher, just let me go. There are so many people here. You have to find." In the middle of his words, he even suddenly crouched down and struck Chi Reply with a sweeping leg. This sudden attack left the group of students behind them dumbfounded. Bai Tao had simply taken shamelessness and lewdness to the extreme, clearly piling on the smiles and trying to escape 1 second, but then actually launching an attack the next. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chi Tuo also did not expect in the slightest that Bai Tao would be so insidious. Luckily, he had a lot of combat experience and reacted almost instantly, directly shifting his center of gravity and crouching his body down, slapping his palm at Bai Tao, but at the same time he struck out. Bai Tao's movements were incomparably smooth, twisting his body in a Thomas pirouette-like maneuver, and then his legs popped out sharply, and he stomped on the eagle towards Chi Overlay's chest. "Faint?" Chi Reply immediately reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He grunted as his chest was kicked by Bai Tao, but he quickly swung his right palm in an attempt to grab Bai Tao. According to his speed and reflexes, Bai Tao would surely not be able to retract his legs in time and would be caught by him. As long as he could touch the body, he had 100 ways to deal with the lewd to the core freshman, but his right palm fluttered. Fixing his eyes, Bai Tao actually appeared a few meters away, his face full of vigilance. Teacher Chi is really powerful. My whirlwind invincible thunderbolt kick was surprisingly dissolved by you. What whirlwind invincible thunderbolt kick? It's clearly a sneak attack even with the name of the move. Chi reply was stunned on the spot, and it was like 10,000 horses were running through his heart. He laughed out coldly out of annoyance and grabbed towards Bai Tao with a single step of his feet. You kid is really good. I'd like to see what else you have up your sleeve. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he rushed in front of Bai Tao, his right fist running like thunder and blasting out. However, just as the fist was about to touch Bai Tao, the latter's figure blurred, and at some point, he actually retreated 3 meters backward, narrowly avoiding Chi Overlay's attack. Chi reply froze slightly, his face full of strangeness. How did you dodge it? Can it possibly be a coincidence? Bai Tao blinked, his eyes sweeping back and forth as if he was always looking for a retreat. Knock! Chi Tuan closed in with another crashing fist, which was extremely fast and struck the sound of breaking wind, but once again landed in the air. White towers stood discreetly to the side, blinking at him with innocence. Chi Kai did not believe in evil. The fire of namelessness immediately ran up to his heart. Direct footsteps, as if a phantom, chasing after Bai Tao constantly throwing punches. Boom, 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 boom. The speed of his fists grew faster and faster, nearly striking static shadows in the air, and the sound of breaking wind rang out one after another. But Bai Tao was like a leaf floating in the air. Every time Chi reply attacked him, he was able to dodge his attacks and evade them with unparalleled aptitude. The two showed a circular movement trajectory, one chasing and one escaping, and in a few moments they made a big circle back to the center of the field. After half a minute, Chi reply gasped for breath and gave up his attack, holding his knees and panting heavily. Under so many attacks, he hadn't even managed to touch the corner of Bai Tao's clothes. His face was filled with shock as he stared intently at Bai Tao. Your ability, it's a B-rank ability, escape? Chapter 90, Teacher, are we done here? Worthy of being a teacher, I can't believe you saw it. Bai Tao pretended to be surprised and showed an expression of admiration. However, when this expression fell into Chi reply's eyes, it looked like mockery anyways. He spoke through gritted teeth. I can't believe you've managed to develop your abilities to this point. Get back to me. Okay. Bai Tao walked towards the middle of the crowd with his ass in the air. As he passed by Chi reply, the latter's eyes chilled, and with a sudden jab, he blasted towards Bai Tao's back. However, as if Bai Tao had eyes in his back, his entire body moved down half a meter almost at the same time as Chi reply threw his punch. Half of his body didn't go into the earth, and he dodged Chi reply's punch with uncanny precision. He then turned his head with an expression that emphasized his innocence. Teacher, is there anything else? No, it's okay. Chi reply closed his eyes, his face full of raw emotion. This student, in conjunction with his abilities and his own development of them, has almost become one with them. He himself couldn't even touch his body with the restriction of his realm. When fighting head-on, as long as he wasn't a pervert like Jiuli, he was confident that he could defeat even A and S rank abilities. But for a guy like Bai Tao who only knew how to run, he rather felt like his fist was hitting cotton. The crowd of students exchanged pleasantries and the smiles on their faces grew stronger. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Chi reply's face twitched. This is the first class. His worldly reputation must not be ruined here. This group of freshmen, even if they were of high quality, couldn't all be oddballs and perverts. No, it has to be recovered as soon as possible. He took a hard, deep breath, his eyes watching each face menacingly. Too fierce to be considered first, too lewd to work. Eventually, he rested his eyes on a teenager. This teenager looks very ordinary, full of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes, and his body is not very strong. It was decided that it was him. You, come here. Su Yuya walked towards the front with a strange face, not expecting in the slightest that he would be named by Chi reply. Is the destructive power of your ability as strong as his? Chi reply pointed at Jiuli. Far worse. So your ability is to just run like him? He pointed at Bai Tao again. Absolutely not. Who? Chi reply let out a sigh of relief for no reason. It seemed that this time he was able to show his true strength. He didn't even bother to ask Shuya about his ability level, because in his opinion, every freshman here couldn't have an ability level lower than his. Very well, let's begin. Chi reply's gaze was grave as he assumed a fighting stance. With his previous experience, he no longer dared to be careless with this group of freshmen. Su Yuya shrugged his shoulders as a blood mist bloomed on his body and swung his fist towards Chi reply. While seeing this blood mist, Chi reply froze slightly. confusion showing in his eyes. Is there such an ability among the C rank and above? Although he was quite knowledgeable, D rank abilities accounted for the vast majority of awakened ones, and there were thousands of D rank abilities recorded in the database. Like a D rank ability like boiling blood, he couldn't even recognize it in the first place. He didn't bother to think about it in detail and flipped his palm to slap. Shuya's fist slammed into his palm and was caught firmly. Reply was also relieved in his heart. From the strength of this, it seems like this is just a matter increase type of ability. The increase is also extremely limited and not very strong. He smiled blandly and pulled Shuya's body downward with force, his right fist slamming in. But just as his attack was about to hit Shuya looked up with a smile, and with his left hand, he threw out a slate from his arms and smashed it across the air at Reply's fist. A terrifying impact erupted out, blowing the slate to smithereens. Taking advantage of this gap, Su also raised his knee and slammed it, aiming straight at Reply's crotch. Tuo's face turned white, not expecting Shuya to be so insidious, and immediately retracted his palm to block. Seo also took advantage of the situation and pulled his hand away, his knee-raising leg retracting to step forward as his left palm brushed against his face. You little fellow, your methods are too sinister. Reply's expression became a bit serious and moved to fire. He didn't expect Shuya to go to such lengths to win over him. In the midst of a frontal battle, to be so all-encompassing, this kind of fighting style was simply despicable in his opinion, and there was no way to talk about justice at all. What he was most displeased with in his life was also this type of fighting. Reply was determined to give Shuya some color and educate this student properly, but he had only just raised his eyes when a piece of white dust was ushered in from Shuya's left hand. Reply finally didn't hold back and broke into a curse. Who would have thought that Shuya would carry something as sinister as lime powder with him? The dust hit his face, and his face became white, and his eyes were soaked with lime powder, and it was so painful that he closed them tightly, and could see nothing. However, even in this unexpected situation, Reply's heart still maintained a calmness. Although his eyes could not see, he quickly focused his energy on his ears and listened to the movements around him. Even if he couldn't see, as long as he was able to hear the sound, he would still be able to get a head start. However, Fushi did not expect that under the dumbfounded gaze of a group of students, Su also calmly took out a gong from his pocket. This guy, is he Doraemon? Can he fit so many things in that bosom? Shuyi's eyes were filled with incredulity, and his heart's appraisal of Su Yuya rose to another level. On the other side, Bai Tao's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Little brother Shuya, you're much more sinister than even I am." All of these things, naturally, were stored by Shuya in the world in a pot. He put his hands into his arms, really just to cover them slightly. As for why he had them, it could only be said that it was a defense that he had prepared long ago during his 3 years of high school in order to prevent sneak attacks from various forces such as the Annihilation Alliance. After having the Jiuli Pots, he also put them in by the way, just in case. He has been familiar with this set of moves for a long time, and I don't know how many people he has pitted with this. At this moment, he calmly raised the gong and gently stretched it forward, slightly closer to Chi Yin's ear. Just wait for the moment he strikes and launch an attack on him. Reply's hearing multiplied as he concentrated his energy in his ears. He kept moving his stance with his eyes closed to prevent Shuya from rushing in from other angles to launch a sneak attack. Clang! Su also struck the gong in his hand with force. Deafening sounds suddenly rang. Hearing multiplied, Reply suddenly screamed miserably, directly to Nidus 2 as if to be deafened. At this moment, his head was buzzing, not to mention going to listen to Shuya's movements. Even standing still was already incredibly difficult. He barely steadied himself, and with his senses, a wave of energy seemed to rush in from in front of him. He's here. Reply couldn't hide the anger in his heart and fought to unleash his ability to swing his fist in front of him. The terrifying outburst seemed to shatter something, but at that moment, an icy object was also pressed against the back of his head. Shuya held half of the slate in his hand, not even looking at the other half of the blasted slate, and spoke with a smile. Before the second impact burst, "You should not be able to activate your ability consecutively, right, Mr. Chi? We, point to point?" Chapter 91, turns out it's not that I'm too weak. The ringing in his ears dissipated slightly, and although Shuya's voice sounded small, it was still heard by Reply. He covered his head, wiping the lime powder from his eyes with all his might, and stood still for half a day's reprieve before he finally regained his hearing. The tinnitus still seemed to linger in his ears, but Overlay also finally saw everything in front of him. In front of him, half a slab was blasted to pieces, scattering powder all over the floor. Behind him, Shuya held half a slate and gently touched the back of his head. The act seemed to say that if he had just been willing, the slate would have already hit the floor. And from Shuya's mouth, that analysis of his abilities secretly surprised him. Reply was silent for a long time before he sighed. "It was me who lost." Hearing this, Suyai only smiled faintly and flipped his hand. Those powders located on the ground quickly gathered and condensed, turning into a half-slab that flew back in a hurry, connecting with the half-slab in his hand. This is the backhand he prepared. If Chi Reply didn't choose to surrender, he would have no choice but to use this method to directly smash him unconscious. Chi Reply only looked at his heart, turned around and looked at Su also with a complex face. What kind of ability do you have? Shuya shrugged his shoulders and easily responded. D-rank ability Boiling Blood. His body shimmered with blood mist, which quickly dissipated again, as well as the D-rank ability Repair Hand. He displayed the slate in his hand. I have dual life abilities. He patted Chi Overlay's shoulder and read in a serious tone. You're right, teacher. The rank of the ability is indeed not the only criterion that determines whether a battle is won or lost. Shi-in? He looked at Shuya with a face full of confusion and shock. Wasn't that what he was trying to show this group of students? And how was he still being educated by a student in reverse? And why does he have a D-rank ability? This was the first D-rank ability awakened person that Longxia Academy had recruited since its founding. Right? An expletive coalesced in his mouth, not knowing whether to spit or not. After a long period of silence, he mumbled his lips and spoke. This fighting style of yours is too venomous. Su also calmly put away the gongs and slates in his hands and calmly said, didn't you also say, teacher, that there should be many different factors that determine whether a battle is won or lost? But I don't think the process of the battle is important, just the result or not. The winner takes all. After saying this, he returned to the group under the gaze of a crowd of eyes. Snap! A moment later, a crowd of students were so awed by the hand he had put up that they stood in place and applauded. Compared to Zhou Li's unrivaled power and Bai Tao's obscene to the core escape technique, Xiao also defeated Chi Reply almost purely on his own brains. Although the battle was not so honorable, this result was enough to make them admire. Hiss! Qiyin fixed in place, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, suddenly felt that Su also the student was actually so scary. Granted, he hardened the grudge match and turned it into a prop match, but every action in the midst of the battle seemed to carry a guiding purpose, holding the entire battle in its own layout. The initial punch with the boiling blood was meant to lower one's guard and thus make one's mind careless. This is followed by a plank and a knee lift and kick to the crotch to make yourself distracted. After shifting his own focus to defense, Xiao also took the opportunity to fling line powder again, anticipating that he would focus on overhearing with his vision limited. The gong was then used to affect his hearing, thus causing him to become physically unbalanced and to develop a sense of panic in his mind. And just then, Xiao also utilized the energy attached to half of the slate again, drawing him to unleash his ability to attack. However, long before the battle began, Shuya had already perceived the characteristics of his ability. He was unable to use his ability continuously until the second impact burst. Even in the end, the reason why Su also deliberately stick the brick to his head is also in order to launch the ability at any time. The remaining half of the brick repair back. Every step of this was intertwined, and almost all of it was within his grasp. Come to think of it, instead of saying that he lost to Shuya's various sinister props, it's more like the victory or defeat was already predetermined as early as the beginning of the battle. Obviously, they were only 2 D-ranked abilities, but in Shuya's hands, they had exerted an unusually terrifying effect. With Shuya's reminder, Chi Reply had recalled the effects of boiling blood and repairing hands. In terms of repairing hands alone, this is a rule-breaking type of ability. It is capable of repairing inanimate objects with energy, and it is also capable of utilizing energy to fill in the broken parts of an object to achieve the effect of repair. Effectively, this ability cannot be applied to combat at all. This is because its capacity is very limited. One is that it is released over a very short distance, and also requires pieces of the object itself before it can be repaired. The second is that if the repair is done out of thin air with energy, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. However, Shuya hardened his subtle calculations and utilized the seemingly weak ability to the extreme. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Chi Reply's forehead. Once again, he had a profound sense of what Lianshou's words really meant. This is not a big gap. This is clearly a group of monsters. Chi Reply laughed dryly twice and looked at the students in front of him. It's no longer a case of him setting the table for this group of freshmen. Might as well say he was set up by this group of freshmen. Right now, no matter who he looked at, he felt that the other party was some kind of demonic genius. As you can see, Shuya-san utilized his D-rank ability to defeat me. Who has a C-rank ability? That's what I want to talk to you about. Not judging strength in victory or defeat based on ability level. Chi Reply was full of seriousness as he talked to the students about his reasoning, but the students below all had smiles on their faces and didn't take this seriously at all. Chi Reply's consecutive failures had made them underestimate this teacher a bit. Teacher, I wonder if there's a possibility that you're too weak. Han Hao laughed loudly and raised his hand, no longer having any respect for his teacher in his eyes. I'm an S-ranked ability, so why don't you let me challenge the teacher and listen to your reasoning? There was a roar of laughter among the crowd, facing the students' provocation. Jiuli's face sank, but he could not refuse. He gestured for Manhwa to come forward, his entire body a bit nervous and unsure of itself. Could it really be that I've gotten weaker? With the 3 battles in front of him, he had a sense of caution about this group of freshmen. He had already made up his mind that if he lost again, he would immediately resign from his job and go back to being a Lone Ranger for good. You make your move. Jiuli looked at Manhwa cautiously, signaling him to make a move. Manhwa's face was full of confidence, his red hair fluttering, and a confidently smug smile at the corner of his mouth, as he instantly rushed forward and unleashed his ability. 2 minutes later, Jiuli stomped on Manhwa's chest with his foot, keeping him firmly on the bottom of his foot and unable to move. He looked down at this Manhwa, who was filled with disbelief and constantly struggling, but to no avail, and his eyes lit up, finally letting out a long breath. So, it's not that I'm too weak, it's those guys just now. They're so sick. Chapter 92. Are you crazy? It's against the law. In the next half of the class, Jiuli didn't continue to explain other knowledge points either. As if he wanted to vent the pent-up frustration he had just felt, he ordered several defiant students in a row to engage in a sparring match. The students who had originally treated Jiuli with contempt because of his successive defeats had finally experienced the terror of this teacher head-on. Their proud abilities couldn't even last 5 moves in the hands of Jiuli, and they were defeated and subdued by Jiuli. There were even several students with A-ranked abilities or even S-ranked abilities among them, and there was no power to fight back at all. It was only at this moment that the crowd of students finally understood the meaning of Jiuli's words. Even if Jiuli's ability level was lower than theirs, the realms were all exactly the same. However, his rich combat experience as well as his extremely sharp judgment could enable him to take the lead everywhere in the battle. They were barely able to utilize even 40% of their power before they were subdued by Jiuli. But because of this, they were marveled and shocked at the 3 people who were able to positively defeat Jiuli. This matter of ability levels not being able to determine whether a battle was won or lost was also kept firmly in their minds. Soon, along with the alarm clock in Qi Yin's arms ringing, he also finally breathed a long sigh of relief, and couldn't wait to announce the end of class, turning his head and leaving. This theory class for freshmen simply wore him out. If he hadn't gotten some face back in the end, he might have been planning to just quit his job. This group of freshmen, they are simply perverts. When he recalled the incomparably tyrannical Jiuli and the calculating Su Yuya just now, he felt a pang of fear, but the quality of this group of freshmen also surprised him beyond measure. But if they can be properly trained, in the future, this group of children will surely be able to become a stalwart amongst the Void Hunters. After the course on zip code, there will be no other courses within the day. As a result, students are leaving the training ground in groups and starting to tour the campus or travel in pairs. In a few moments the training ground was deserted. Su also walked alone on top of the boulevard road, casually came to an unoccupied pavilion and pulled out his cell phone. He rummaged through his contacts for a moment and dialed a number out. The phone rang 3 times and finally connected. Soon, a sharp and swift female voice rang out from the other end of the line. Hello, who is it? There were violent explosions and booms coming from the phone, as if the other party was in the middle of a battlefield. Su also touched his nose, always feeling that the timing of this call was not quite right. Fang Xin, it's me. You are. Fang Xin's voice came from the middle of the phone, actually recognized Su Also's voice. Su Also? How did you get my number? Boom. The popping sound muffled her voice. The sounds of battle came from the air, and the hissing of wild beasts could be heard faintly. Excuse me for a moment. The phone was ringing with sound, and soon with a violent roar, all was quiet. A few seconds later, Fang Xin panted and picked up the phone, grinning broadly as he spoke. Excuse me, a small virtual realm opened up over here, and 2 rock realm virtual beasts and a mountain realm virtual beast ran out. The seniors and I just got done with it. Shuya was silent for a moment, but still politely inquired. Your injuries have healed? A big part of it is healed, I guess. Fang Xin's voice seemed to still be a bit weak, but as usual, he was still grinning broadly, not taking his injuries seriously in the slightest. It just so happens that Senpai and the others have been given a mission, so I'm going out on a mission with them. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you have my cell phone number? Earlier, you told me the unlock code for my cell phone, and I saved your cell phone number along the way. Shuya touched his nose and calmly returned. It's the time you lay unconscious after being knocked away by the shadow beast. Fang Xin was silent for a moment. Do you usually mess around with girls' cell phones like this? Don't worry, I definitely didn't see the underwear photos in your album. Shuya hurriedly responded. I'm just saving a number for insurance purposes just in case. Do you believe me or not? I'll blow your hair out next time I see you. Fang Xin gritted her teeth and spoke, her entire face red with shame. She held back her shame and anger and continued. I heard from the senior that you seem to have agreed to join Longxia Academy. but this year's instructor seems to be that legendary devil instructor. Calling me now. Does that mean you've passed the entrance test? Ah, barely passed. Shuya rubbed his nose and returned. I'm calling you because there's something I want to ask you. You guys even have questions to ask? Fang Xin smiled and spoke, casually sitting on a rock. Go ahead and ask. I'll see if I can answer your question. With a tired face, she took a bottle of water from her bag and tilted her head back to pour it down, relieving the fatigue from the battle. Here's the thing. I wanted to ask you, has anyone ever managed to break through the firewall of the country's special database? What is required if you want to view it? Put. Su also words only just fell. Fang Xin was shocked to spray all the water in his mouth out. She coughed violently, as if she had heard something extremely dangerous, and exclaimed out, Hey, what do you guys want? Why do you ask such questions? Is it hard to believe that you want to hack into the country's special database? She froze for a moment, her mind recalling something her brother had mentioned when she was on the phone with him this morning. Soon, Fang Xian's eyes widened and he sat up from the stone with a mischievous sound. No way. The guy who invaded the special database last night was you? Su also didn't expect that Fang Xin would know about this. How did you know? It's really you. Fang Xian's entire voice sharpened a few points. My younger brother serves in the school's technology department, and yesterday it happened to be him who was in charge of overseeing the special database's defense system. It was only this morning that he told me that there was actually a hacker who tried to break into the firewall and was highly skilled, but he stopped it. I didn't realize you were the hacker? With shock and excitement in her voice, she grabbed the phone and said sharply, Are you crazy? This is against the law. I just want to investigate one thing. Su Yuya responded in an ancient manner, not taking Fang Xian's words seriously in the slightest. Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush, so why don't I just ask you directly? He paused for a moment, then whirled around and spoke bluntly. You should have investigated me in the first place. I was wondering if you could send me a copy of that information? Chapter 93, Faulty Reports. You guys, you're not listening to what I'm saying at all. Fang Xin looked around for a moment, and only after seeing that Chao Shaguiyan and several others were still dealing with the corpse of the virtual beast, did he lower his voice and quickly said into his cell phone, Do you realize that it's against the law for you to hack into the country's special database without authorization? I did ask my brother to call up your information in the first place, but that information was rather sketchy and not particularly detailed at all. Sending it to you is no problem, but what do you really want? There are some doubts and details that I'm curious to know. Shuya responded calmly. In the midst of that incident that I encountered 3 years ago, I detected some suspicions. Doubtful? Fang Xian had once read the report of the Haichang Rebellion and was very impressed with that event. It was clearly recorded in the report that the original Void Hunting Team 31, in order to kill the Void Beasts, used the people as bait, committing a major taboo for Void Hunters. Due to the numerous deaths and injuries, that Void Hunting Team was forcibly disbanded after this incident was over. Its captain and team members filed several applications and tried to explain, but their explanations were so absurd that no one believed them. Even after that, these several Void Hunters were all stripped of their Void Hunter status and given extremely severe punishments. For them, these punishments are undoubtedly worse than killing them. It's just that for those dead masses, that punishment alone is still too light, and doesn't even come close to making up for the transgressions they've committed. I am able to send this report to you, Law, Fang Xin continued, but I have to warn you beforehand. These reports were called up by my brother from among the intelligence section, and only briefly recount the events that befell you at the time. Specifically, more detailed information was uploaded to the state's special database, while the most complete information data was placed in the classified archive room of the intelligence section of South Plains College. Although I don't know exactly what you're trying to investigate, I must remind you that you must never try to hack into the country's special databases again. As far as I know, the firewall for the special database was created by a former hacker genius, with the help of his own abilities. To date, no one has ever been able to successfully hack inside the database. Plus the database is maintained on weekdays, so you'd never be able to hack your way in. If you are backtracked, maybe the state will just send someone to arrest you. She was already a warm-hearted person, plus Su Yuya had saved her many times. She was quite grateful to him. Naturally she didn't want him to risk his life. I know it in my heart, Shuya replied indifferently. You, Fang Xin heard this attitude, immediately a little anxious. Alas, count me convinced you. You have saved my life before. I owe you a favor. That's fine. If you really want to investigate the contents of something, perhaps my brother can help you. He's a senior member of the school's technical department and has acquaintances within the intelligence section. If you want to ask something, it might be more efficient to ask him in person. It's just that he happened to be performing maintenance within the capital city's government for the past 2 days, so it may take a few days before he can return. But judging by the timing, it should be able to return to school before your entrance exam. I'll have him meet you then, and you can just ask him anything to his face. Su also looked slightly moved, not expecting Fang Xin to be so eager to help him. He also understood that Fang Xin was worried about him, but there were things that he had to know the truth and the answers. He was silent for a moment and said rather seriously, "Thanks, you can definitely not try to invade the national database again." Fang Xin rubbed his brow with an incomparable headache, feeling very tired of this schoolmate. "I won't tell anyone else about this. You must be more careful yourself. I'll send you the information you want to see later as well. That's all for now then. We've got other tasks to get out of here." Fang Xin repeatedly instructed Su also before hanging up the phone. 2 minutes later, a friend request popped up on Shuya's social software. Soon, Fang Xin sent over all the information that he had once investigated. Su also quickly opened the zip. There are 2 documents in the zip package. He skimmed over the copy of his personal information and opened the file titled Rebellion in Haichang directly. The document contains a very brief account of what happened 3 years ago at the Haichang art exhibition. On that day, a certain void beast at the peak of the mountain realm, with half a foot in the peak realm, appeared in Hai City without any warning. Before its appearance, there was no fluctuation of any void realm within 100 miles, and no one knew where it had appeared from. Immediately after it showed up, it barged into the fine arts exhibit and unleashed a slaughter. And what was extremely coincidental was that when the void beasts appeared, the Void Hunting 31 team was impartial and happened to be located within the fine arts exhibition. The strongest captain among them was only at the mountain realm and thought that it would be difficult to fight against this imaginary beast, so he brought his team members to hide their auras and didn't make a move. They watched as the masses continued to perish under the attacks of the void beasts, but they took advantage of the gap between the void beasts being stopped by people and pausing to strike and kill them. So far, in the midst of this Haichang rebellion, the total number of deaths was more than 200, and the value of the destroyed fine arts and buildings was extremely high and incomparable, with severe damage. That's about all that's on the report in a short introduction. These contents, too, were not far from what Shuya had seen at the time. Granted, there were several points in this presentation that concerned him, but he was in no mood to worry about those things at the moment, and instead quickly slid the file and pulled it to the end. Here is a record of the handling of the subsequent events of this Haymarket rebellion. After decapitating the void beasts, Zhang Tianhua, the leader of Void Hunting Team 31, notified the Haicheng 3rd Hospital, which was the closest to the Fine Arts exhibition, at 15:29 p.m. Upon receiving the call, Hospital No. 3 immediately dispatched 10 ambulances and 30 paramedics to rescue the injured and treat the deceased. At 15:50, 5 ambulances arrived at the Fine Arts Fair at the same time and began rescue operations. The casualties were recorded as high as 230. According to the tickets and the number of people at the scene, 36 of them have no bones left, having been swallowed by the virtual beasts, with the number of mutilations totaling 51 and the number of minor injuries totaling 30. The state will pay the highest compensation to the families of the 36 people who were unable to save their bodies due to the void beast. The list is as follows. Shuya quickly skimmed through the list of deaths, but his face grew more and more somber. He had clearly searched for the word Tang Tuan from amongst the names of these 36 people. 5 ambulances arrived at the same time. There's no such thing as being the first to go. That ambulances did take Tang Tang's body away, but in the record of the report, it says that her body was not found. He had been 100% certain that the ambulance that had been there in the first place had never been sent by the hospital. Then Tang Tuan's body. Who took it away and where did it go? No, the content of this profile is still too brief. I have to find a more detailed record of the report. Chapter 94, The 5 Arts. It was also difficult for Su to obtain more useful information in a short period of time due to the fact that the country's special database could not be hacked successfully. Therefore, he could only wait quietly for the younger brother that Fang Xin spoke of to return to school, and in the 2 days that followed, he took several different theory classes in quick succession. There are history lessons on the history of the Hollow Hunters, as well as lessons on the sociological structure of the relationship between the Hollow Hunters and the civilian population. There are even teachings on how to run the energies, and a bit about the direction of ability development. Of course, since this was only a pre-entry theory class, all of this was only superficially covered and not in depth. The specific detailed curriculum will need to be specifically broken down into more detailed class schedules after they have completed the entrance examination. For these courses, Su is also quite interested. After all, the content of all this knowledge very much visualized and concretized his knowledge and understanding of the awakened society. A few days rushed by. There was only one short day left before the entrance examination. The course to be taken on this day was the last of the theory classes in the past few days, and it was also the one that Su was most looking forward to in the schedule. On the familiar training ground, the 48 freshmen stood in formation, looking nervous with a hint of anticipation. The class was an outdoor class, and the person who was going to teach them was the assistant teacher who had been in the middle of the test earlier. The Songwei teacher who could create mountains out of thin air. Very well, it seems you are all keeping time. Songwei stepped onto the training ground and looked at the students in front of him with an approving smile. He was dressed very properly. His clothes were clean and neat, rather like an obsessive-compulsive disorder coupled with a cleanliness fetish. He walked straight to the front of the crowd and looked at them with a faint smile. I will be the one to teach you all in this physical arts theory class today. After entering the Longxia Academy, there was one thing that made Su also feel quite satisfied. That's how well the teachers here teach. No matter what the course is, the teachers here hardly ever talk half-assed, and what they talk about is relevant to the course, never half-assed. And based on Bai Tao's broken mouth, Su also had an understanding of the identity of the teachers here. Longxia Academy was different from other Awakened One academies in that the enrollment conditions for teachers were extremely strict. There are 3 conditions that must be met in order to become a teacher at Longxia Academy. One of them is that every void hunter must have performed 100 and more void hunting missions before applying to become a teacher, with a record of at least 10 and more void realm blockades. The second is that the hunter is qualified in his own theoretical knowledge and possesses a sufficiently rich amount of knowledge in order not to mislead people. The third is those who have been involved in battles with void devils above the mountain realm and are suffering from a dark disease or major injuries. You must fulfill at least one of the 3 conditions to apply to become a lecturer. Generally speaking, those who can only fulfill the second condition are generally those who are in a lower realm due to the limitations of their own abilities and talents. They can't make much of an impact on the front lines and can only play a role by spreading knowledge. But these 3 conditions also mean that the status of teacher is not at all a safe haven for the void hunter. And guiding and nurturing fresh blood is a very important thing to do in the fight against the void devil. Don't look at the fact that within just 1 month, Shuya had encountered the mountain realm's nightmare and the peak realm's nightlord one after another. However, when looking at the whole country, the number of void hunters above the mountain realm was still very rare, accounting for less than 2% of the overall void hunters, and that Songwei in front of him was obviously fulfilling the first 2 conditions before he was invited by the Longxia Academy to become a teacher. He may look young, but he has a lot of combat experience, especially in terms of his abilities and physical skills. He is one of the best among the void hunters. I don't think I need to introduce myself to you. Songwei opened his mouth indifferently, and then he began to go straight to the point. The first point of knowledge I'm going to give you today is the relationship between energy and physical arts. All of you present should be people who are able to use their abilities normally and have familiarized themselves with the laws of energy operation. As you are generally aware, energy is one of the most fundamental conditions for the operation of the ability. The moment you awaken your powers, energy is generated within you. Now I want to ask you, do you think energy comes out of nowhere? No sooner had his question dropped than a girl quickly raised her hand. Teacher, we learned that in energy class 2 days ago. The energy itself exists within every human being. We just can't normally perceive it. The appearance of energy after the day of awakening is really only because we have established a connection with the energies in our body and are able to sense their presence. That's right. Songwei nodded. The energy is always present within us, and when we awaken, we are able to perceive it. And our use of abilities, as well as the cultivation of our realm, is the process of constantly raising the energy in our bodies. And when we run the energy gives our bodies an increase. But there is another situation. As he spoke, he swung his fist up and hammered it hard against the training dummy beside him. The sturdy and incomparable dummy instantly blew apart, as if it had endured a terrifying force. This scene caused the crowd of students to be surprised, revealing shocked expressions. Although they could also increase their physical abilities by attaching energy, they could never cause such destructive power. And some attentive people realized that there was not even the slightest fluctuation of energy on the punch that Songwei had just thrown. This punch I swung just now, without utilizing any energy, was able to cause a destructive force of this magnitude. Songwei continued, this is because after years of cultivation, I have drastically increased my physical quality by releasing energy and warming my body. The presence of energy enables our physical bodies to push the limits of what was originally human. And under deliberate cultivation, even without using energy, my physical qualities, which are several times that of a normal person, possess superhuman strength and speed. And this way of cultivating the body through energy and increasing the strength of the body is called body arts. A person who has cultivated their physical skills to the extreme can possess extremely powerful combat strength even without relying on any abilities. Most of you, perhaps, are more dependent on your own abilities, but many times your abilities are not just invincible. Once you encounter an enemy that restrains your abilities, or you encounter some Jubao that can block your abilities, this is the time when you'll be helpless and at the mercy of others. This situation has played out countless times in the midst of past history, and just 150 years ago, a void hunter, who had only awakened his D-rank ability, continued to study the way of physical arts and developed it to the extreme in order to be able to fight against the void demons. that Void Hunter Sr., even without using any of his abilities, was able to kill void beasts above the mountain realm by relying on his physical skills, and under his continuous research, and the joint research of several void hunters who practiced physical arts, they created 5 high-level techniques for using energy derived from physical arts. Each of these 5 techniques can maximize the human body's own power, and even without using the ability, they can produce destructive power comparable to A-class abilities. The majestic words made a rush of students' hearts and eyes full of wonder. He observed the crowd's reaction and also smiled slightly as he calmly recited these 5 techniques, also known as 5 arts. Chapter 95, Third Technique, Shifting Flowers, 5 arts. After hearing these 2 words, Su Yuya's eyes instantly flashed with a refined aura. For him now, the ability was a very small boost to his battle power when he couldn't use Fei Tavan. Compared to other people's kind of randomly unleashed, destructive abilities, his ability had to be laid out in advance every time to anticipate the enemy. Oftentimes the fight can arise very suddenly. When that happens, his low ability level will be exploited, and a crisis will most likely arise. As such, he was quite dedicated to the study of physical arts, believing it to be an important factor in being able to increase his combat prowess. Of course, not everyone has the talent to learn physical arts. Song Wei continued to read. Only those who have a good enough understanding of energy and are physically strong enough will have the opportunity to learn these 5 arts. For most people, being able to comprehend and become proficient in 1 or 2 of the 5 arts is already not easy. But even so, you need to hone your bodies as much as you can, and learn the most basic of physical skills, just in case, and you need to have a rudimentary understanding of the concept of the 5 arts. He walked to a spacious open space and said aloud, "Next, I will show you what exactly these 5 arts are." All of the students looked at Song Wei with unblinking eyes, feeling immensely curious about this amazing physical skill. Can the so-called 5 arts really compare to the power that comes from abilities? First is the first technique. Song Wei's voice fell in place, but his figure suddenly blurred and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, his voice actually came from behind the crowd. Its name is Flying Shadow. A commotion and shock came from within the crowd, and they all turned their heads to look at Song Wei with surprise on their faces. No one was able to see Song Wei's high-speed movement just now. If they were to meet such an opponent in the middle of a battle, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how to die. But when the group of students looked behind them, Song Wei's figure had even disappeared once again. His voice drifted as if coming from all directions. The principle is to achieve high-speed movement by blasting energy into contact with the ground and air, utilizing the recoil caused by this. As the words fell, he rejoined the open space in front of the crowd and stood with his hands behind his back. The principle seems simple, but to fully master it requires a very deep understanding of how energy works. In addition to this, the strength of one's physical body also determines the speed and distance that a flying shadow can move. Su also nodded slightly. If he could learn Flying Shadow, combined with the increase generated by boiling blood, his speed might be able to reach a very astonishing level. Followed by the second technique, Song Wei calmly walked over to a training dummy. This dummy was a special dummy within the training ground. The whole body was made of alloy and was hard as hell. He swung out a fist without warning, the wind of his fist carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and his speed was extremely fast and incomparable. Knock! The training dummy's body produced a violent buzz, and the alloy in its chest area was suddenly dented with a fist mark. The dummy kept shaking his body as if he was unloading. After a few moments, it smoothed out and stopped shaking. Just this? One of the students rubbed his head and cocked it in some confusion. Judging by the results, the training dummy was nothing more than an extra fist mark on his chest. The ability to punch marks on an alloy body is not bad, though, but just to that extent. There were at least a dozen people present who could do it. Song Wei smiled at the confused looks of the crowd, raised his palm and gently patted the dummy. Along with his swat, the dummy's solid and incomparable alloy body crumbled, scattering pieces of iron all over the place, as if disintegrating from within. Its name is Avalanche, and it can transmit the power and energy of the body directly into the enemy's body, and launch an attack from the inside. Song Wei faintly recited the effects of this technique under a crowd of shocked gazes. The students sucked in their breath. Even if the exterior is as hard as it is, able to shield itself with energy, but the inside of every human body can be incredibly fragile. If one were to eat this move head-on in the middle of a battle, all 5 organs and 6 bowels might directly collapse, receiving an extremely powerful impact. After continuously viewing 2 of the 5 arts, everyone looked at Song Wei with admiration and respect in their eyes. The might contained in the 5 arts shook them all a bit. This third technique well. Song Wei looked at the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction, and suddenly looked around at Jiuli. Jiuli, student, please also cooperate with me. Me? Jiuli lifted his chin disdainfully. You teachers, do you all want to find death one by one? He let out a sardonic laugh as his rough and domineering figure stepped forward. Songwei's face remained unchanged as he just calmly said, I think all of you should also know how powerful student Jiuli's power is. Next, I'll fight him head-on with a hard punch without using my abilities. After he finished speaking, he then looked at Jiuli. Please make your move. Fellow Jiuli, you don't look like you're lying. Jiuli looked down and stared intently at Songwei, grinning as he slammed out his right fist with a momentum like thunder. Songwei didn't hide, just stood in place with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Jiuli. There was a gasp from the crowd. A few days ago, they were impressed by the punch Jiuli swung at Chi reply. That terrifying power was unforgettable to them now. But at this moment, Mr. Songwei even wanted to resist this punch? Dang! Jiuli's fist hit Songwei, and in just an instant, the stones on the ground located behind Songwei crumbled to pieces, and several training dummies were unable to withstand the force and exploded. The wind of the fist whistled, spreading out nearly 10 meters before stopping. The ground behind Songwei looked like it had been plowed open, and it was a mess, but he was calm and stood in place as if he was nothing. I see, is that the effect? Jiuli put away his fist and glanced at Songwei with slight surprise, but instantly analyzed the reason. It looks like I'll have to learn these 5 arts if I have time. He smiled broadly and turned back to the crowd, not in the least bit offended or embarrassed. What happened? However, the crowd of students were looking at each other in disbelief, and most of them didn't see how exactly Songwei had managed to eat this punch hard but remain unharmed. Su also pondered, vaguely guessing the effect of this technique. Who dash? Songwei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth and looked at the crowd blandly. This is the third technique. Its name is shifting flowers. It is also one of the most difficult techniques to master among the 5 arts. Chapter 96, Examinations not within the school. Its effect is to conduct the next attack received behind you by resonating your body with the energy. Songwei explained for the crowd. I think everyone studied physics in high school. The effect of moving the flowers is similar to that of a spacer, which can also be interpreted as conservation of momentum. When using this technique, you can achieve resonance with the ground and air behind you through your energy, using them as a medium to deflect the impact you receive. Although it can't completely dislodge the attack it receives, it is able to divert nearly 90% of the force, making it an extremely strong defensive technique. Of course, due to the fact that it is difficult for the body to withstand, Shifting Blossom cannot be used continuously if it encounters an extremely powerful attack. Under his explanation, the crowd came to a realization, but in their hearts, they became more and more interested in this 5 arts. Even a terrifying force like Jiuli's was able to carry it off with his physical body. The effect of moving flowers was simply equivalent to an additional means of preserving one's life. Next is the 4th technique. Songwei was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. As one of the few who could master the complete 5 arts, he was also looking forward to someone being able to comprehend these 5 physical arts and carry them forward. He stood silently in place and suddenly inhaled hard, and immediately wisps of white smoke actually emerged from his body. Su Yuya's eyes flickered, and he immediately noticed that these white smoke seemed to contain very strong energy fluctuations. This feeling is like the effect of vapor produced by the rapid compression of energy. Songwei slowly raised his right hand and aimed it remotely at a training dummy 30 meters away. In the next second, 3 explosive white smoke rings appeared in front of his palms. As if the impact of a rocket igniting, Songwei took a huge step back. From the center of his palm, a ball of gas cannons visible to the naked eye actually erupted. The air cannon sharply hit the dummy 30 meters away. In an instant, the dummy was like it had been hit by a cannonball, directly exploding. Even the hard ground under its feet was shattered. The power was terrifying. Songwei also ignored the stagnant gazes of the crowd and just explained lightly. In order to make up for the lack of distance in physical arts, those seniors researched means of attacking from a long distance. It's also this 4th technique, breaking air. Its principle is by compressing energy rapidly and then utilizing the strength of the physical body to explode it out. If you want to acquire this technique, you must have a strong enough body. Otherwise you won't be able to contain that extremely compressed energy. As for the final 5th art, when he said this, he stopped moving and his expression became serious. The forbidden technique that belongs among the physical arts. I cannot demonstrate it to you for the time being, because once this technique is turned on, the load on the body will be extreme and may even cause irreversible effects. Generally speaking, it should never be used as a last resort. Only when you have a future where the strength of your fleshly body reaches the standard of qualification can you apply to the academy and study. But its name, I can tell you. This 5th technique is called Unlimited. He clapped his hands together, pulling back the attention of the crowd in front of him who were awestruck by the 5 arts. Since this is a theory class before formal study, learning about the 5 arts will not be taught to you in this class. After you have finished the entrance examination, you may choose among the courses before you can begin to formally study the 5 arts. But before that, the integration and utilization between energy and body is what you will learn. Next, I will teach you all how to start learning to cultivate physical arts, as well as the utilization of some basic physical arts. In the second half of the lesson, Songwei introduced the crowd in detail to the ways of exercising in physical arts, as well as a few simple physical arts moves. The crowd of students listened with great interest, and became more and more interested in physical arts. They were both geniuses, and they quickly associated how to use their physical skills in conjunction with their abilities to fight. The class keeps them excited and learning. Su also gained a lot from the course. Other than that, after he turned on boiling blood, his physical abilities gained enhancement. Under such circumstances, physical arts were naturally able to be more effective in his hands. Unconsciously, the alarm bell for the end of class rang from Songwei's arms. He stopped his narration, put away his alarm, and nodded to the crowd. That's all for this class. And that concludes the theory class you've been studying for the past few days. I think you all know that tomorrow is the entrance examination that belongs to you. I hope you guys get a good night's rest and prepare well in advance. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all of you will gather at the school square, at which time I will accompany you, along with instructor Lianshou, to the site of the entrance examination. What? Songwei's words caused quite a few people to be a bit surprised, and immediately, someone spoke up and asked, "Aren't we conducting the examination in the school?" "Of course not." Songwei smiled faintly. "The venue for your examination has been set in the middle of a certain city. The content and setup of the test has basically been completed as well. I also hope that you will be mentally prepared and use your best efforts to complete the test. In the examination your results will be ranked and this will be used to divide you into places. The rankings will be very helpful for your future academic life, so I hope you'll give it your best shot." This extremely unexpected notification caused many students to be caught a bit off guard. There was a murmur in the crowd, and the people looked different. Once rankings are involved, competition is attracted. For this group of self-esteemed pride of heaven, the importance of the entrance examination is self-evident. Good. Then, Songwei turned his head and left. "We'll see you tomorrow." Seeing Songwei leave, the students suddenly looked anxious and scattered in all directions. Most of them assumed that the entrance examination would be conducted right in the school, just like the entrance test. This sudden notification drew quite a bit of anxiety from them, and a lot of things needed to be prepared a bit in advance. Most of the people rushed towards the school's general services building that sold all sorts of things. Xu Ya, however, went in the diametrically opposite direction, arriving at a luxurious cafe within the Longxia Academy. He stepped inside the cafe and walked straight to the corner, sitting down on his butt in a chair, casually grabbing the water glass on the table and taking a sip of water. Seeing Xu Ya appear, the teenager who was originally located across the table, tapping away on the computer, immediately raised his head and revealed a clean and refreshing smile. Casually fixing his hair, he stood up with immense politeness and extended his right hand towards Xiao also. "You're my brother-in-law, aren't you, brother Xu Ya?" Put. Before Xu Ya could swallow a mouthful of water, he sprayed it all out. Chapter 97, Two Ways. "What are you yelling at me for?" The water that Xu Ya sprayed out, as if it had touched some kind of barrier, all landed in the center of the table. That teenager, however, was filled with confusion. Aren't you my brother-in-law? Then why is it that your name is always on my sister's lips? And she specifically asked me for your personal information. This time, I was even instructed to come to you and help you with all my might." That woman. Su also breathlessly sighed as he held his forehead. "Don't misunderstand anything, she and I are just friends. She thinks she owes me a favor. That's all." "Oh, really?" The teenager stroked his chin, revealing an expression of pity. "I thought that my sister she had finally found her brother-in-law. What a pity, but you're pretty good looking, so it might not be a bad idea to set up." "Stop." Shuya only felt that this teenager in front of him was getting more and more outrageous as he hurriedly interrupted him. "Let's talk about business." "All right." The teenager was interrupted and could only rub the back of his head, reappearing with a smile and stretching out his hand. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Fang Tianyu. Fang Xin is my own sister." Xiao also shook his hand briefly before sitting back in his seat with a sigh of relief. Fang Tianyu revealed a harmless expression, and his first words after sitting down were, "I heard from my sister that you, brother Shuya, are the guy who tried to break through the firewall and view the national special database some time ago?" Su also froze for a moment, not expecting Fang Xin to tell the other party about this. "Don't worry, my sister warned me that I would never tell anyone else about this." Fang Tianyu patted his chest. "I'm just interested in you." His eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight and he was very excited. "I was the one who was doing the firewall maintenance that day, and I was the one who took the initiative to stop your intrusion. But I didn't realize your skills were so strong that you were stopping me while launching an attack on the firewall. While it's true that your intrusion was stopped by the firewall, it was me who lost to you in that round of exchanges alone. Where exactly did you learn these techniques from, brother Shuya?" Su also had a bit of a headache. The hardest thing for him to deal with was a guy like Fang Tianyu who was bursting with curiosity, plus asking questions. He gently pressed his brow and casually prevaricated. I suppose it counts as something I taught myself. Your technique wasn't bad. You intercepted almost all of my attacks at the time, and the part of the data that escaped in the end was just my luck. It's not about luck, if you ask me. Brother Shuya, you are simply a genius. Fang Tianyu chattered on and on, continuing to read. Is there any interest in coming to work in the technical department? I can introduce you. There's no interest at the moment. Shuya knocked on the table, once again bringing the topic back. Let's get down to business. Alright. Fang Tianyu scratched his head, finally suppressing his excitement. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, before he directly said, if I remember correctly, Brother Shuya, you're trying to investigate some former void hunting incidents, right? That's right. What I want to see is a detailed report from 3 years ago, the Sea City Rebellion. Then you should also know that the full information on this report should be stored in the classified archive room of the South Plains Academy, while the slightly more detailed information is in a special government database. That's why Fang Xin asked me to come to you. Su also looked straight at Fang Tianyu and calmly asked, do you have any way to let me see this information? How could I possibly have a way? Fang Tianyu let out a bitter smile and shrugged his shoulders. This information must be viewed within the special database. But even if I had maintained the firewall for the special database, I simply couldn't help you crack it. That firewall is far more powerful than you can imagine. Su also immediately frowned. Since there was no way, then his trip was simply a waste of time. But immediately afterward, Fang Tianyu's voice came again. But if you really want to view this information, there are ways that are a bit more legitimate than hacking into the database. Oh, Shuya's movements as he was about to get up stopped and he looked across the room again. What method? If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the time for you to take the entrance examination. Brother Shuya, right? Exactly. Well, this first method is for you to achieve the first place ranking in the entrance examination. Fang Tianyu smiled faintly and spoke. Suyuya immediately revealed a "you're kidding me" expression. The previous entrance test he was able to pass had all but consumed a considerable amount of his effort. Just with the 2 D-ranked abilities he had mastered, he didn't have half an advantage to speak of when compared to the other freshmen. Even though he had mastered the ability of race of things, this ability belonged to the more growth-oriented abilities, and it didn't increase him much at all in a short period of time. This entrance examination would be divided into rankings, and the rest of the freshmen would surely be riveted to compete for the rankings. Under such conditions, it was as difficult as hell for him to achieve first place in the entrance examination, especially Zhou Li and Qin Zhe, the two who had joined him in pinning down Lian Shou. If they competed with each other, he was even less certain. Shuya frowned and asked through clenched teeth, what's the point of achieving first place? The first place winner of this entrance examination, in addition to being rewarded with an additional 5 credits, will also have a chance to raise conditions with the academy. Fang Tianyu calmly explained for Su Yuya. This condition includes and is not limited to finding you any rare material or a limited range of Jakubo. As long as the conditions you propose are legitimate and reasonable enough, the academy will be able to fulfill your demands. At that time, if you offer to call up a void hunting record, it's all an incredibly easy thing to do. It's not even a big deal to go to South Plains College and directly access the original records. Shuya's expression moved slightly. The reward, not to mention the temptation. It was important to realize that although the rewards he had received before had also given him a chance to make conditions, he had already consumed the chance and it was now irrevocable. And at that time, that subordinate member of the board of directors had specifically warned that that opportunity for him, if it was worth too much, would require him to pay extra dragon coins, and that the range of conditions that could be met was very limited. It's not even certain that it will satisfy his request to call up the records. Compared to this condition for the top place in the entrance examination, it is a world of difference. He frowned and thought, and in his heart, he only felt that this condition was just too harsh. Fang Tianyu seemed to have sensed Su Yuya's worries, and immediately smiled faintly and added a sentence once again. Of course, if you find this offer too difficult, Brother Shuya, I have another solution here. Chapter 98, Special Effect 1, Evolution. What method? Su also stared closely at Fang Tianyu. Fang Tianyu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. That would be joining the technical department. With your level, Suyo-chan, passing the interview for the technical department is a very easy task. All you need to do is produce some results in a short period of time, and you'll have a chance to travel with us to South Plains Academy at the exchange in a few months. CO also frowned. Could it be that the technical department was able to request a call to the South Plains Academy's confidential archive room documents at will? Of course you can't. Wanting to call the confidential archive room can only be approved after a person of extremely high status sends out a special application. Fang Tianyu responded rightfully. And what kind of method is that? But we can steal it. Fang Tianyu's words caused Shuya's eyes to almost glaze over. but the former stroked his chin in a serious manner and said, "By then, we belong to the special invitees, and South Plains Academy will definitely not be wary of us. All we need to do is find a dark and windy time of night, sneak into the classified file room, disarm the door, and we'll be able to go ahead and just steal the original case files. You kid, you're even more penalized than me." Shuya's entire body was shocked and spat loudly in his mind. He rubbed his brow ironically. In his case, both methods are very difficult. Even the first method might be a little more legitimate than the second. "The method you said, I'll think about it." Su also sighed and patted Fang Tianyu's shoulder. "Thanks a lot." Having gotten the information he wanted, there was no reason for him to continue to stay here. Brother Shuya, are you really not considering the second method?" Looking at Shuya, who was preparing to leave, Fang Tianyu immediately stood up and called out, "By then if you want to go steal the documents, take me one. I can help you." The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched as he pretended he hadn't heard it and quickened his own pace. But Fang Tianyu was still shouting behind him, "You must think about it. You're always welcome in the tech department." Xiao also pushed out the door and left the cafe, rubbing his brow gently. The technology department would be able to do an alternative. The Ministry of Technology has played a very important role in the development of mankind as a whole. They not only drilled and studied the conditions and effects of using various abilities, there was even a very in-depth study of energy and Jakubo, and an artificial Jakubo was created. Artificial Juebo like the world in a mirror and the mirror of stress were all developed by the technical department of the Longxia Academy. If there was a chance in the future, he could consider going in to take a look. But for him now, there was no time for a technical department. Since the only thing that's in front of us now is this method of achieving first place, it's time to start preparing in advance. Xiao also mused as he walked in the direction of the dormitory, mulling over the plan. If he wanted to come out on top among the 40 or so talented peers, he would have to make advanced layouts and preparations. The current priority was to improve his strength as much as possible. As he pondered this, he returned to the door of the dormitory villa. He had only just entered the front yard when the sound of brakes came to his ears. Turning his head to look, he only saw an electric cart parked at the villa's front door, while on top of it sat a clean and refreshing little brother wearing Longxia Academy's clothes. His gaze rested on Shuya's body, and delight appeared in his eyes as he immediately took out two complete and exquisite packages from the frame at the back of the car seat. "You must be Mr. Shuya." He handed the package to Shuya and handed over an identity verification machine. "Here are 2 deliveries from the school for you. Please sign for them." Oh, after Shuya saw the package, a smile appeared on his face. These 2 things, surprisingly, were sent to him at the same time. In this way, his winning rate in the middle of the entrance examination would be 1 step higher. He took out his student card and swiped it randomly on the machine, accompanied by a crisp beep. This courier boy also handed over 2 parcels to Su also. He put away the machine in his hand and added an explanation. "These 2 deliveries, one is from the Academy Board of Trustees for you, and the other is the material from the online purchases you made using your student card. If there are any problems, you can always use your student card to make complaints and apply for after-sales service." After saying this, he remounted his electric bike and left the place in a puff of smoke. Su also pressed down the excitement in his heart, copied the 2 packages, and quickly walked back to the villa. Tang Xiaowen had not returned, and seemed to be adding all sorts of things for tomorrow's examination. Su also quickly walked back to his bedroom and unwrapped and opened the package on his left. Only an exquisite and incomparable jade box was seen resting inside the express box. After opening the jade box, an aquamarine gemstone was placed in it. Light flowed inside the gemstone, releasing an eye-catching luster under the sunlight. The rich energy contained in the gemstone was constantly flowing, and it was of extraordinary quality and value. "This is Star Ocean Meteorite Iron." Shuya held the jewel in his hand with slight excitement, the cool touch flowing throughout his body. As soon as he used it up, he would be able to open the first ability evolution of Objective and raise his repair handheld to C rank. Replacing the Star Ocean Meteorite Iron back into the jade box, he unwrapped the courier on the right side. A large wooden box was placed amongst this delivery. After opening the wooden box, a blood-red-colored lotus flower was quietly floating in the water, constantly sinking and floating. "It's worthy of the high price I paid for the blood lotus at a cost of 250,000 dragon coins." Shuya's eyes flickered with light, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. "Among the student cards are those that hold the functions of the exchange. As long as you had enough dragon coins, you were able to apply for trades on it and buy all sorts of things." On the first night that he received the void hunting reward, Shuya attempted to trade the blood lotus within the exchange. 3 days ago, someone had sold him this blood lotus for 250,000 dragon coins, and he managed to fetch these 2 materials in time for the eve of the entrance examination. Great! So which skill to evolve next? Su also sat on the chair, stroking his chin as he looked at the 2 materials in front of him. The special effect 1 evolution of things to come has a 1-week cooldown after each use. That is to say, at least during the course of the entrance examination, he could only choose 1 skill to complete his evolution, but beyond that there is good news. Whether after using evolution or wizards, you are able to refresh the cooldown of Fade to Mortality. No matter which skill he evolved, it was equivalent to having the ability to save his life 1 more time. However, in order to deal with the upcoming examination, he had to be more careful in his choice. Sure enough, it's still the skill of evolution that will be more useful for the test. Soon Shuya made his decision. He slowly extended his hand, reaching out toward the same material in front of him. The ability to choose between things is unleashed. Special Effect 1. Evolution. Chapter 99, New Members of Parliament. Somewhere in an incredibly dark room, a sexily dressed woman, frowning, walked through the door, looking at the 2 men at the table with disgust. Are you 2 out of your minds? With all the rooms and conference rooms in the building, did you have to pick a dank basement? Don't villains usually pick this kind of atmospheric setting when they're talking about things? A man located at the table responded with melancholy. He had neck-length hair, thin bangs covering his right eye, and a cold, weak aura emanating from his entire body. As members of the Void Demon Council, we would have been among the most wanted villains in the country, so it's only fitting for us to chat about things in a place like this, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. The man located across from this grim man laughed out loud. He was big and burly, with muscles the size of stone, and the whole table trembled slightly when he laughed. Bee Stinger, if Sickness Disaster says so, I'll just have to stay here with him and wait for you. Is that funny? The woman known as Bee Stinger looked at the 2 men with a sense of disgust. Ba Din, you're laughing like an elementary school student. And you, Disease Scourge, why is it that you're just like those autistic homebound non-schooling dead wastrels, and the whole thing is so disgusting? The 2 people who were pointed at her nose and scolded instantly changed their faces. Ba Ding was filled with confusion and cocked his head. Isn't that funny? On the other hand, Sick Scourge just put his legs up on the chair and buried his head in it. I'm sorry for being born. I shouldn't be alive. Why are my teammates such idiots? Bee Stinger covered his face with an immense headache and sat helplessly on the table. The dim candle flame kept flickering, reflecting the faces of the 3 men. Bee Stinger was silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped that candle away, slapped the table and yelled, "Basement is basement. Can you guys turn the lights on?" A few minutes later, inside the brightly lit room, the entirety of Sick Scourge was cowering in the corner in horror, seemingly unable to tolerate the bright lights. Bee Stinger didn't bother to pay attention to him and tapped the table to get straight to the point. Just now, Lord Polaris told me all the details of this mission. For this mission, our main goal is to retrieve the special material, Boundary Separation Stone, that Counselor 15 buried before his death from Sea City. It's just a matter of fetching a boundary separating stone. Why do you need to make a fuss and have the 3 of us go together? Ba Ding opened his mouth in disbelief, placing his feet heavily on the table. One of them is because the time of the seal arranged on the boundary separating stone is about to come to an end, and once the seal disappears, the void hunters in the city will immediately sense its aura. Bee Stinger explained calmly and incomparably. The second is because, according to reliable information, the new students of Longxia Academy will soon be heading to High City for the entrance examination. Oh, Ba Ding revealed an interested expression. You mean, the academy where that student who caused the nightmare in Counselor 17 to die tragically and was named by Lord Brightday to be killed? Why all the qualifiers? Bee Stinger silently spat out, nodding as well. That's the guy. Counselor 17 died because of him, and he took the opportunity to join the Dragon Summer Academy and get asylum. But it was Lord Akatsuki's order to kill him, and even Lord Aurora is very interested in that guy. So this time, our secondary mission objective is to kill the guy while we have the chance, or bring him back to the council alive. So it is. Ba Din nodded. It is highly likely that we will encounter those accompanying teachers, which is why the 3 of us were sent there. But you should also know that there are many strong teachers in Longxia Academy. The 3 of us can hardly deal with those teachers at the same time. Don't worry about that. Bee Stinger sneered. Our helpers will lure him as far away from shelter as possible. It's even possible to capture him alive without alerting those few void hunters. This mission is 9 out of 10. There shouldn't be any major problems. Although Counselor 17 and Nightmare died because of him, his true strength is only the stone realm, so he can't make any big waves. So, what is that, City Guard, going to do? In the corner, Sickness Disaster, who had been shrinking his head, suddenly raised his head and asked in a small voice. The defenders are strong enough to shelter an entire city. Once they fought in the city, they would definitely attract the attention of the defenders. At that time, with their strength, they might not be able to escape from the hands of the city guards. Don't worry, the Stinger smiled faintly. In order to obtain this boundary separation stone, we sacrificed a peak realm counselor. This time, when the boundary separating stone is recovered, One of the top 10 counselors will show up to stop that Hai Cheng's defender, Tianyin, for us. We just need to follow the plan and get the job done. Very well. One last question. Barding looked to be Stinger and lifted his chin slightly. This helper you speak of, is he reliable? With his special ability, no one can detect his identity. There is no one more reliable than him. A confident smile appeared on B. Stinger's face. Because he's an elite seed that the 6th counselor himself has cultivated. There will be a place for him among the top 10 counselors in the future. Early morning, 7:50. Above the sunny school square, a group of students looked serious, with some nervousness, and stood silently in place. They looked around as if searching for signs of their teacher. Soon, 3 silhouettes came side by side from afar, and in no time, they arrived in the middle of the square. Great! Everyone is really getting on time. Lianshou smiled and looked at the crowd with a satisfied expression. Within the next few days, you will be traveling with me to Sea City, where you will take your entrance examination this time. As for the specifics of the test, I will narrate them to you when we arrive at our destination. With a brief explanation, he looked to his side. And this entrance examination will be under the sole responsibility of me and Mr. Song Wei, whom you are familiar with. In addition to this, the school has arranged for a teacher of notable strength to accompany you and join us in grading your assessment process. This teacher you should be meeting for the first time, so let him introduce himself first. Lianshou cocked his head and gestured to the handsome-looking teacher beside him. That teacher smiled slightly, a slightly flippant and casual smile spreading across his entire face as he grinned and waved to the crowd. Hello everyone. My name is Yang Yuan, and I am one of the teachers you are accompanying this time. It was nice to meet everyone. I hope we can get along in the middle of these days of entrance exams. It is also expected that people will. Much obliged. Yang Yuan's face was overflowing with smiles, but the depths of his eyes revealed a calmness that was devoid of any laughter. Chapter 100 Pre-Exam Team Up, by Shaoling. Sea City? After hearing the destination of the entrance examination, Xu Yao's expression slightly stagnated. The city, for him, had a very deep impression. His complexion quickly calmed down and he stood quietly in the middle of the group, sizing up that new teacher Yang Yuan, with some confusion in his heart. Logically speaking, with the strength of both Lianshou and Song Wei, they were sufficient to manage the 48 students present. Why should the school purposely waste another manpower and send another teacher? Good. There's still some time before we leave. Lianshou's voice interrupted Xu Yao's thoughts. I can reveal one thing to you in advance. That is, in the examination afterward, you are in a relationship that is in competition with each other. That is, you may fight each other. Given that a few of you are overpowered, it may be difficult for other students to deal with them. So in this examination, I will allow you to team up with each other, but the maximum number of team members may not exceed 3. Of course, students who believe in their own abilities can also choose to act on their own. There was a commotion in the crowd at this statement. Many people's eyes lit up, and they rushed to look at the friends they had come into contact with in the past few days. Obviously, this rule was created specifically for Jiuli and Qinzai. If they fought alone, the few of them had a combat power that was hard for others to reach. The teaming conditions given by Lianshou, however, were able to greatly bridge the gap between them, and were able to give each of them a chance to compete for the first place ranking. Team up? Su also heard this condition and immediately brightened up. For him, his battle power was actually quite low because of his ability level. It takes more than just a multi-handed layout to win with weakness. It also requires an element of luck. He wasn't confident that he would be able to defeat his opponent in the middle of every battle, so teaming up might be a good option for him. But this grouping of people, he'll need. Little brother Xu Ya. Bai Tao's familiar voice came from behind Xu Ya, reading with slight excitement. The two of us, should we team up together? Don't. Xu Ya turned his head and rejected Bai Tao without hesitation. Why? Bai Tao immediately showed a bitter face. You don't have any combat power, and if I teamed up with you in case I encountered someone else, you'd definitely just throw me away and bolt. Su Yuya opened his mouth with false eyes, tearing down Bai Tao without mercy. How could this be possible? Bai Tao, on the other hand, patted his chest and righteously assured, the two of us brothers share the same life and death. How could I possibly do something like that to sell out my friends for honor? Watch out. Su Yuya's face suddenly changed drastically, looking behind Bai Tao with a face full of panic. What happened? Bai Tao's voice came from behind Shuya, and the whole man hid his body behind him, revealing only a pair of eyes as he cautiously looked ahead. With this, I can still count on you? Shuya looked at Bai Tao, who had almost instantly moved behind him, and rolled his eyes. He swept his gaze ahead, ignoring the embarrassed Bai Tao as he prepared to identify targets he could team up with. A timid voice, however, came from one side. Hello to you. Shuya turned his head to look, only to see a slightly shy girl standing in front of him. She was fairly good-looking, with a double ponytail and a formal demeanor. her hands rubbing unnaturally in front of her body. The same time he saw this girl, Shuya's mind flew through countless portraits and quickly recalled her name. Bai Xiaoling? It was only after recalling this name that Shuya's brows furrowed unnaturally as he looked at the girl with a face full of oddities. You're looking for me for something? Shuya. Bai Xiaoling raised her head as if gathering courage and looked at Shuya. Can I team up with you? You want to team up with me? The strangeness on Shuya's face grew thicker as he looked Bai Xiaoling up and down. Can you tell me why? I think you're very strong. If I team up with you, my score in the middle of the entrance examination definitely won't be too low. Bai Xiaoling responded seriously. Then you should also know that what I possess is only a D rank ability, right? Shuya continued to ask as he looked straight into her eyes. I know. Bai Xiaoling nodded. But I've also seen your performance in the middle of the second test, as well as your previous performance in class. You're able to utilize D-ranked abilities far beyond their level. So I feel that my abilities can definitely be put to a higher level of use if I team up with you. I think your mind is more important than your apparent battle prowess. You're quite discerning. Xiao also laughed out loud for some reason. Then tell me about it. What are your abilities? Grade B ability, Upside Down World. Bai Xiaoling didn't hide anything and directly reported his ability. This is a mental influence type of ability. Those who are affected by my ability will have their perception of their body completely reversed. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. She listed the specific effects of her ability and held up her hand to Sia. For specific effects, it's probably like this. Su also instantly felt something change in his body. He frowned and tried to take a step forward. Instead of advancing, his body took a step backward. Bai Xiaoling withdrew his ability, and Su also regained proper perception of his body, an interested look flashing in his eyes. A very good ability. Exerting influence on the enemy in the middle of a real battle is bound to cause a great sense of disorientation. Thanks. Bai Xiaoling lowered her head somewhat shyly, then quietly looked at Shuya. So, can we team up? I'll use my abilities to fully cooperate with you, while you use your mind to think of the best way to pass this test together. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. This time, she would take the initiative to go and team up with Shuya, and she had gathered enough courage to do so. Yes. A smile appeared on Shuya's face as he agreed to Bai Xiaoling's request without any hesitation. I was worried about who I was going to find to be my teammate. You were able to take the initiative to invite me, so of course I have little reason to refuse. Bai Xiaoling immediately revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, I'll definitely work hard. Then next, we might need to find another teammate. Shuya nodded and was about to search for his next teammate candidate. Instead, a hand suddenly poked out from the side and clung hard to his thigh. Looking down, it was none other than Bai Tao, who had just begged around for a team after he had politely declined. Little brother Shuya. Yay brother, he showed a look of grief and cried out from the bottom of his heart. Please take me. None of them wanted to team up with me. If you don't help me, I'll have to do it alone. Chapter 101, It's a Flag. You can't stick it in. Shuya's head was filled with black lines as he looked down at Bai Tao, who had no boundaries and was hugging his thighs hard. Bai Tao, on the other hand, put on a pitiful face and spoke rather sincerely. Although it is said that I might not be able to help in a head-on battle, but if our test is about robbing something or something, my ability will definitely come in handy. Don't worry, I absolutely, positively won't run away at the critical moment. You must believe me, our little brother Shuya. His eyes were wide open, emphasizing the word sincere. The corner of Shuya's mouth twitched as his eyes looked around. Over the course of the last few days of classes, most of the students have formed their own social circles. Within a few short minutes, those who were willing to team up had already divided their camps, or simply a dormitory team of two, or a few people who are usually good friends. There is also a large portion of the population that fights alone and is not willing to team up with others at all. Even Tang Xiaowan had found two girls to form a team with. Just now, Bai Tao asked around for half a day. No one was willing to accept him, so he had no choice but to retrieve Su Yuya. But looking at this situation, even if Shuya wanted to find another reliable teammate, there was more than likely no chance. Looking down at the pitiful Bai Tao, his mind moved slightly and he finally nodded. It's not impossible to team up with you. He stroked his chin and mused. But when Bai Tao heard this, he jumped up with a carp, his face full of excitement. Really? But you have to promise me one condition. Shuya revealed a wry smile and looked straight at Bai Tao. What? Conditions? Bai Tao's instincts made him sense a wave of danger, and he couldn't help but take half a step backward. That is, in the middle of the examination. You must listen to my order once. Shuya smiled and responded. Even if the order might be unreasonable, you have to go and fulfill it with all your might. This, Bai Tao's face changed slightly, and his eyes dribbled around, seeming to be very hesitant. This condition is just too insecure for him. Wouldn't it be dangerous if CO also asked him to go forward to do something strange? Don't worry, as long as you promise me, I can make sure that your ranking amongst the examinations will at least be above the middle of the pack. although he did not have absolute certainty about competing for first place, but a middle ranking. Shuya was still quite confident. Good. Bai Tao did a long time of ideological struggle, finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth with incomparable difficulty. I promise you. Very good. Su also revealed a smile as he wrapped his arms around Bai Tao and tugged him towards himself, and looked at Bai Shaoling next to him. Then the three of us, we're a squad now. More guidance would be appreciated. Ha ha. The corners of Bai Tao's mouth tugged, completely unable to laugh. Please teach me more. Bai Shaoling, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly, as if she found the two of them amusing, and that nervousness in her heart disappeared for a few moments. Rumble. The sound of a car's engine came from the distance, only to see a bus actually driving from afar. Lianshou immediately clapped his hands and read aloud. I think everyone should have already formed their teams. We're ready to go. The bus pulled up in front of the crowd and a driver with sunglasses and a suit sat in the driver's seat and opened the door for the crowd. The students all got on the bus with their bags and backpacks and took their seats. Su also sat down in a more rearward position with Bai Tao, and the entire group relaxed slightly. The location of Longxia Academy was closer to Haichang. It only takes about 3 to 4 hours to drive there. As long as nothing happens, you'll be able to get some rest in the car. Nope, that seems to be a flag to not plug in. Su also shook his head and lay down against the window, silently reading in his mind. With 3 teachers accompanying him, it shouldn't be possible for anything to go wrong. He nodded vigorously, but his eyes went down to the driver's seat in front of him. These drivers, they are some awakened ones hired by the school. Bai Tao seemed to have sensed Shuya's line of sight and suddenly spoke. They don't have much in the way of combat ability or academics to go into tech or intelligence, so their usual job is to take care of the post-battle traces for the Void Hunters, as well as recycling the bodies of the Void Beasts, or working as drivers for the Void Hunters as they are now. Like most of the enrollment teachers at other academies are also this type of awakened person. They are also called auxiliaries. Su also nodded, having some understanding of this. Although there are many awakened people in the Dragon Kingdom, the vast majority of them are in a state where they can only feel the presence of energy. Trying to run energy, or boosting one's abilities in order to utilize the effects of their abilities, is an extremely difficult thing for these people to understand. They were as if they were people who could only do elementary school arithmetic problems, whereas the Void Hunters were like mathematical geniuses who were proficient in higher mathematics and were even ready to develop completely new theorems. Even if one went to talk to these ordinary awakened people about the principles and methods of how energy operated, they would not be able to understand it at all. In a sense, it's kind of a gift. Because of this, with the overall number of Void Hunters on the low side, the existence of these auxiliaries is necessary. After all, every Void Hunter was too busy engaging in all sorts of battles to have time for some non-combat events. After everyone was seated, the bus was quickly launched and set off towards Haichang. Through the window, Shuya watched the various buildings of Longxia Academy keep moving away. The entire Longxia Academy was immense and incomparable, and it took close to 30 minutes just to drive away from the academy from the square. And due to the remote location of Longxia Academy, the outside of the academy were all desolate and sparsely populated, far away from the city. There was only one specially repaired road that constantly connected from the outside of the college to the main highway above the highway. I don't know if this bus is too smooth and comfortable or if it's because most people were so nervous last night that they stayed up all night. Not long after getting in the car, snoring soon followed. The snoring was as contagious as if it were contagious, spreading throughout the car with great speed. At one point, the students collapsed in a heap with their heads cocked and snoring. Su similarly yawned, creating a slight drowsiness. His eyelids were fighting up and down, and he kept nodding his head in a trance of consciousness. Bai Tao, who was located beside him, however, was still in high spirits, his vision constantly sweeping, as if he was in a state of perpetual vigilance. The low beeping of the engine came faintly from his ears, and among Shuya's dazed eyes, he seemed to see a certain light zooming in through the window. The light is getting bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger. Shuya's sleepiness instantly dissipated, and his entire body stared out of the window with wide eyes. No, what's that? At the same time, Bai Tao, who was sitting beside him, had already turned pale and jumped out of his chair with a huff. There's a hostile attack. He pulled his voice and let out a loud howl, like an alarm tone, directly causing many sleepy and dozing students to sit up in alarm. In the next moment, the beam of light coming from far away was like a meteor, directly impacting in front of the bus. Boom! Deafening explosions that resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 102, is this warm-up training? Countless pieces of debris grazed the sides of the bus as it raced through. Several pieces of glass shattered in response, causing many shrieks and screams. The bus braked hard, directly shaking the students inside the bus to the ground and falling down. Long before that explosion arose, Shuya quickly raised his feet against the backrest of the chair in front of him and used both hands to forcefully clasp the back of his own chair. The strong impact was counteracted by the fact that he was in this position and did not fall to the ground like the others. We're being attacked by something. No, it's more of an ambush than an attack. Who is the other side? Su also slowed down the impact on his body and looked ahead in a smooth manner. Instead, the bus was wrapped up in a wall of uprooted stone right in front of it. The rocks that were splattered everywhere were precisely the result of the stone wall after it had been crumbled by the impact. Songwei unleashed his powers at the first sign of attack, protecting the students inside the bus. Everyone, get out of the car quickly. Lianshou's voice came from the front. Mid-sentence, the front and back doors of the bus were opened immediately afterward. A group of students, their faces in panic, climbed up from the ground, not caring about the luggage scattered all over the place. All jumped out of the car. Su also flew away from the bus, and before he could stand still, he heard a deafening roar. The rock wall that wrapped around the bus was shattered by a huge force, and a huge claw poked in from outside, followed by a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. It's the Void Beast. I recognize it. It's the Avalanche Tiger. The 3-meter-tall, tiger-like virtual beast slapped the rock wall in front of it with force and began to show its teeth towards the crowd in front of it. It fought to leap into the rock wall and roared, a horrifying wave of sound spreading out, shattering all the rock walls in all directions. The students covered their ears, feeling like they were going to be deafened by the sound wave. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly blocked in front of the crowd, a light blue barrier swinging open on his body. It was under the protection of this barrier that the pain of the crowd was eased. Shuyat endured his headache and looked towards the front. The person protecting them was none other than the new teacher who always had a smile on his face. Yang Yuan. A fluctuation of the peak realm permeated the body of the avalanche tiger, revealing its white fangs. It was ready to launch an attack on the crowd in front of it. It swung its thick right paw and slapped horizontally, but a silhouette appeared under its palm as if it had moved in an instant, blocking his paw with a punch. Songwei's face was expressionless. His eyes flickered, revealing extreme killing intent as he stared intently at the collapsing tiger, saying word for word, "A mere beast, how dare you attack a student of my Longxia Academy, looking for death." He grabbed the claws of the avalanche tiger with force, and the energy of his entire body erupted, and he even directly threw the huge body of the avalanche tiger flying out. Immediately after that, his eyes were cold, leaving a residual shadow in place, flying to catch up with the collapsing tiger that flew out backwards, lifting his right foot and smashing it from high to low. Avalanche tiger was kicked into the ground, instantly smashing a deep pit as his body sank into the ground. Seeing that Songwei had sent the imaginary beasts attacking the crowd flying, Yang Yuan also lowered his hands and lifted the barrier. At the same time, Lianshou's figure suddenly appeared next to him. This avalanche tiger was thrown out by being sealed in the hidden void sphere, and there are other enemies in the area. You protect this group of students. I'll go investigate. He spoke quickly, but his expression was so grave that it seemed to be dripping. This was an ambush. The enemy had already known when they appeared here and released a peak realm void beast to attack. I'd like to see who dares to take a shot at my students. As his words fell, he left a residual shadow in place, but he had already used Flying Shadow to head in the direction of the source of the attack. Behind Yang Yuan, a portion of the students were still feeling very confused, completely not making sense of the current situation. Why would they be suddenly attacked by a virtual beast when they were sitting fine in a car? The killing intent released from that avalanche tiger drew a chill down their spine. If it wasn't for the presence of a few peak realm instructors who happened to be in the car and protected them in time, they were afraid that they would have already been bitten to pieces by all of that collapsing tiger. Roar! Without waiting for them to think about it further, the hissing of an avalanche of tigers once again came from the distance. Songwei's shocked roar came from far away, but it failed to stop avalanche tiger from unleashing his ability. After that furious roar, a pillar of black light that rose up into the sky almost became the brightest existence between this heaven and earth. Within the pillar of light, nearly 100 black ghostly shadows emerged, actually directly pouncing in the direction of the crowd from afar. A rank ability for the tiger. While looking at the roiling ghostly shadows, there were students whose faces changed slightly, recognizing the name of the ability and shouting out its effects. The ability to enslave decapitated living beings with their powers and transform those beings into devils to fight for themselves. That avalanche tiger is an existence of the peak realm, and each one of these devils it unleashed has the power of at least the stone realm. Among the ghostly shadows in this roiling sky, a crimson-colored stern ghost was the most conspicuous. It was clearly a mountain realm devourer, whose body emitted a raging killing intent, and directly lunged towards the crowd from mid-air. Above the plains in the distance, fluctuations of energy collisions rose and fell. Instead, it was Songwei who was engaged in a fierce battle with that avalanche tiger. The fleshly body of a void beast was incredibly powerful, and it had an extremely destructive power even without using its abilities. Within a short period of time, Song Wei was unable to draw back to his defense, and could only place his full attention in front of him, wanting to cut down this avalanche tiger as soon as possible. Surprisingly, there are so many devils. This is really a headache. Yang Yuan, the teacher who was guarding the front of the crowd, looked up at the dozens of ghosts of devils, and still had a smile on his face, without any sense of crisis. He inclined his head slightly, looking at the group of students behind him, and said with a smile, "That mountain realm devourer, teacher will hold them off for you. For the rest of these brats, I'll trouble my classmates to fend them off a little. Once I destroy that devourer, I'll be the first to come back and help you. Attention everyone, always protect yourself as your highest priority." After saying this, he actually pulled himself up, blue light wrapped around him, and brought the crimson-colored devouring ghost directly into the distance. Teacher, actually left us behind and ran away? Su Yuya looked at Yang Yuan, who was far away with the ghost of the devourer, his face full of incredulity, but he couldn't think too much about it at the moment, but looked ahead with incomparable solemnity and caution. In the midst of an ear-splitting ghostly whine, nearly 100 devils finally swooped down from the air and rushed towards the students. In a flash, screams and shouts were heard. Where had the students seen such a battle? They were a bit panicked, but just at that moment, a rough figure with excitement lunged out from the crowd, and with a single punch, it dispersed the devourer who had rushed at the forefront with a hard punch. He smiled sarcastically and looked ahead, his eyes filled with wariness. What is this? Warm-up training before the test? Chapter 103, We're a Squad. Jiuli's domineering movements dispersed the panic of many students. Someone soon calmed down. They were all the pride of heaven, and these devils in front of them were all in the stone realm. So what was there to be afraid of? Several ghosts of the devils whistled and pounced on the crowd. A gust of wind pierced through from the side like a tornado, instantly dispersing these few devils. Shinzei pushed down his glasses and his voice swept in all directions along with the wind. Everyone, don't panic. Fight these devils together according to the teams we've each formed. Remember, always protect yourself as your highest priority. His voice was warm and strong, immediately dissipating the tension in the hearts of the crowd. Right, but just some stone realm devils. Same realm as us. What's there to be afraid of? Soon, everyone stood shoulder to shoulder with their teammates, taking up their battle stance, their eyes looking straight into the sky of ghosts and shadows. The lone wolves who hadn't teamed up were also shaking their heads as energy surged through their bodies. Ghosts whistled continuously in the sky, and the large force of ghosts also finally swooped in at this time. Nearly 100 ghosts, in an instant, split the crowd formation, and continuously shuttled in the crowd. In a flash of energy, the students each displayed their abilities and fought these devils. Hey, Sioya! Bai Tao's head suddenly burrowed out of the earth, ghostly looking around. These devils, can we handle them? Us? Shuya let out a laugh, copied a steel pipe out of nowhere in his hand, and threw it with force at one of the devils beside him. These ghosts may seem to be erratic and have no entity, but after injecting energy into their attacks, they were able to hit their bodies solidly. It was a pity that Shuya's attack power was not strong, and this strike only knocked the devouring ghost to the ground, who quickly climbed up and pounced on Shuya once again. Why do I feel like I'm the only one dealing with these devils? Shuya crossed the steel pipe in front of his body and ate the devil's claw hard, but he sarcastically criticized Bai Tao without mercy. And just at that moment, the ghost that pounced on Shuya was suddenly grabbed by a pair of hands with force and yanked hard into the ground. Don't say that. I was just observing the situation. That's why I didn't run away. Bai Tao forcefully shoved the devourer's head into the earth, and the latter was suddenly like a drowning man, frantically waving his claws and legs. After a few seconds of pressing like this, the ghost of the devourer's body had a surge of energy, and then the entire body dissipated like an exploding black mist. We're a squad now. I'm not going to do anything to sell out my friends. Having successfully dispersed the ghost of the devourer, Bai Tao also revealed a look of righteousness, patting his own chest in assurance. As the gloomy wind attacked, another devouring ghost quietly approached Bai Tao and grabbed with force. However, it was as if Bai Tao had eyes behind his head, and before the attack could touch him, he disappeared into thin air. The ghost of the devourer was surprised when he parried a blow, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Before it could stabilize its form, a steel pipe was flung from the front, slapping it to the ground. Immediately after that, a hand immediately reached out from under the ground and grabbed the devourer's head in a smooth manner, ripping its head into the ground. The solid ground seemed to turn into a pool for the devil's head to pass through easily, but his swinging arms and legs slammed into the hard dirt, unable to wrench his head free from it. After a few seconds passed, its struggling body once again exploded into a black mist and dissipated into thin air. White Towers reared his head. See, we worked together seamlessly. The corners of Shuya's mouth twitched a bit, and he was just about to say something when he saw Bai Tao's face change drastically as he exclaimed, "Be careful behind you." Wind attacked. Su also immediately felt goosebumps on his back. and the sense of crisis directly surged, accustomed to the whole body. A devourer actually lurked in the shadows and suddenly rose up and pounced on him. Oh no! It's too late to dodge at this distance. Xiuya's face changed slightly. At this distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack in time even if he turned on boiling blood. Bai Tao, who was located in front of him, couldn't help him at all either. In desperation, he could only cover his back with energy with all his might, preparing to eat the devourer's attack hard. Bang! The next moment, however, the imagined pain did not appear. The ghost of the devourer who had sneaked up on Xiuya, as if he had tripped, actually flopped down from his side and fell through the air as if he had lost his balance. Su Yuya was quick on his feet and took a brisk step forward, thrusting the steel pipe into the ghost of the devourer's head, directly breaking it apart completely. Turning his head to look, he raised an eyebrow lightly. Thanks for the help. Bai Shaoling lowered her hands from her chest and nodded somewhat embarrassedly. We're a team. We should help each other. The three were located in the crowd near the corner line. After disposing of these few devils, it was safe for the time being. Xiao also took advantage of the situation to look towards the crowd. The ghostly shadows in the sky kept weaving and launching attacks. However, a group of students had also stabilized their emotions, and each of them used their abilities to fight with the ghosts. We were all in the same stone realm, and we cooperated with each other in small groups. In a short period of time, only a few people had suffered minor injuries and barely managed to stabilize the situation. Tang Xiaowan teamed up with the two girls and did not encounter any danger at this time, but instead managed to break up several devils. It's just that the strength of these devils varies. Some are so weak that a simple attack can break them up. Some of the devils, on the other hand, were quite strong, and between a few waves of swooping, they brought tremendous pressure to bear on several squads. Even amongst the devils, there were 3 rock realm existences. Su Yuya's pupils moved slightly, and with a glance, he saw the 2 devils of the rock realm fighting with Jiuli in the extreme distance. At this moment, Jiuli was like a god of war, and between the swings of his fists, he was actually pressuring the 2 rock realm devourer ghosts to retreat. His strength and speed were even more powerful than when he pinned Lianshou before, as if he had received some sort of increase. Is this the effect of his ability? Such a thought flashed through Xiuya's mind, and his eyes turned to the other side. A third rock realm devotee was desperately chasing a boy. The boy was alone, with overbrow bangs, his hair behind him falling casually over his shoulders, not very tall, his whole face expressionless, casually dodging the ghost of the devourer's attacks towards the back. His eyes were ethereal, as if his attention was not even in the battle in front of him, and his dodging pace was as if he relied solely on instinct, his entire body exuding an aura of indifference. But from start to finish, he didn't seem to have any intention of striking, he just kept dodging the attacks like that. And Lan with SS class ability. Su also recognized the boy's name and looked slightly aghast. As an extremely rare and uncommon SS class ability, all the freshmen knew this super genius. However, the latter's character is extremely withdrawn. Even if he goes to talk to him, he simply ignores people, and his character is one of the oddballs among all the new students, and he had never unleashed his powers, so no one knew exactly what the SS-ranked abilities he had at his disposal were. Suddenly at that moment, a scream rang out abruptly from the side. Chapter 104, This guy, is he coming for me? Xiao also followed the sound. Only a slightly larger ghost of a devourer was seen slapping at a girl. Next to the girl, both boys flew out a long way, seemingly knocked off their feet by the ghost of the devils. The girl was filled with horror and sat paralyzed on the floor, screaming in overwhelming despair. Although this devourer hadn't reached the rock realm, it was still stronger than most of the stone realms. A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in its eyes, and its terrifying attack fell rapidly. Dang! A beam of airflow condensed from the gale seemed to transform into a shockwave that came through sharply from afar, instantly hitting this devouring ghost. The ghost of the devourer screamed miserably. Half of his body was instantly broken apart, and his entire body rolled to the ground. Very far away, Xinzai silently lowered the fingers of his right hand, his eyes under his glasses filled with calmness. Everyone, if you are able, please try to help the other students. Even in this situation where everyone is in danger, he has the energy to pay attention to others. The devourer rolled up from the ground, grimacing as it prepared to attack again. But just then, the 2 boys he had sent flying earlier finally rushed over and unleashed their abilities on the ghost of the devourer. The ghost of the devourer screamed miserably as his body exploded apart and was annihilated in its place. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and the crowd became more and more cautious. Xinzai sat in the crowd, and from time to time, he helped the students who were in danger, vaguely being guarded by the crowd, as if he had turned into a commander. This guy, he's got some leadership in him. Xiao also stroked his chin, observing every move. In just 10 seconds or so, he made a meticulous assessment of the people with extraordinary strength in the arena. Sure enough, these 2 fellows, Xinzai and Jiuli, are the most difficult opponents to deal with in this examination. Although Enrollment has SS rank abilities, he himself seems to dislike fighting and poses no threat at all. In this tense situation, he actually began to analyze how he was going to handle the test afterwards. The number of devils in the field had been getting smaller and smaller, and after the crowd of students had stabilized, they were getting more and more in tune with each other. Although the devils were numerous, they were not very spiritually intelligent, and the abilities of the group of students were extraordinary. In just a few minutes, the situation had been completely stabilized. Knock! Shuya knocked over the off-balance ghost of the devils with another steel rod and stuck its head in the ground. He eyed ahead. Yan Yuan with the devourer of that mountain realm was nowhere to be found, and Lian Shou had also long gone far away in order to investigate the origins of the person who had ambushed him. Avalanche Tiger, who had released the devourer, was still battling Aode in the distance. All they needed to do now was to completely eliminate these devouring ghosts and just wait for a few teachers to triumph. At this rate, there shouldn't be any surprises. Xiao also mumbled subconsciously, but before the words were finished, a roar rang out from the front. Jiuli leapt down from the air, grabbing the head of a rock realm devourer with each hand and smashing them into the ground. He was 1 against 2, and he even had the absolute upper hand. However, his upper body was also covered in wounds at this point, but he was laughing without a care in the world as if he couldn't perceive the pain. Taking this as a warm-up is just right. This domineering scene instantly caused the hearts of the students to jump again. Hiss! Seemingly seeing his companion being seriously injured, the rock realm ghost that had been chasing Enlon immediately stopped attacking and turned its head to let out a shrill whistle. What? Are you next? Jiuli forcefully clasped the 2 devils in his palm, suppressing their struggles. Don't worry, as soon as I've dealt with both of them, it'll be your turn. Before his words left his mouth, he looked downward with some surprise. However, he saw that the 2 devils that he had pressed to the ground had turned into black energy at this moment, like fine sand drifting out from his palm. It was not that he had dispersed it, but that it had dissipated of its own accord. The distant ghost of the devourer whistled shrilly and his body flew high into the air. In a flash, not only the 2 rock realm devils, but also the rest of the devils that were still tussling with the students, also dissipated into black energy. These energies seemed to turn into countless rivers in the air, continuously surging towards the body of the rock realm devourer in the air. In a matter of seconds, the only ghost left on the field was this devourer, but his body, however, grew bigger and bigger after absorbing the energy of the remaining ghosts. Soon, it crashed to the ground from the air as if it possessed a materialized body, and energy fluctuations that far exceeded the rock realm erupted from within its humanoid body that was close to 2 meters. Although this fluctuation had not yet reached the mountain realm, the pressure from it had already caused the faces of the crowd to change drastically. Surprisingly, there's still this move. Qin Zhe, who was located in the middle of the crowd, his face became incredibly grave. This is bad. After absorbing all the devouring ghost energy, it became too strong. How dare you absorb my prey? Jiuli stood up as if he didn't know what fear was, squinting askance at the devourer who was almost as tall as him. He craned his neck and a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you want to come and be my new sandbag. His right fist broke through the air, carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Blood-red energy wrapped around his right arm, as if it was breaking through. Dang! But the ghost of the devourer just looked at him faintly, and his right palm came out across the bar. Jiuli instantly felt as if his attacks were being swallowed up, as if they were hitting on top of a ball of cotton. Immediately after that, his fist was grabbed by the ghost of the devourer with force and flung out towards the distance. Jiuli was thrown away by this strange force. The whole person uncontrollably flew out toward the far side, and in a short period of time was unable to unload the force, and could only not quickly tisk on the sound. Let the body fly out. However, the devourer did not pursue Jiuli, but instead stared at the group of students in front of him, and then even moved his feet and rushed in. Quickly stop him. Qin Zhe's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly. Then he struck 2 wild winds with both hands in an attempt to block the ghost's onslaught. In all the remaining directions, the students also activated their abilities, laying down blows towards the devouring ghosts. However, the ghost of the devourer's body exploded with a mass of black energy, and even directly dispersed all the attacks that tried to stop him. Look at me, Han Hao shouted as he slapped his hands on the ground. In a flash, the ground in front of the ghost of the devourer collapsed and turned into gravel and scattered, but the ghost's legs suddenly transformed into a ball of residual shadow and floated out of thin air. Han Hao was dumbfounded, and it occurred to him that the thing in front of him could be considered a ghost, and its body was all constructed from energy. Even if you don't touch the ground, you are able to travel freely through the air. Whoosh! The ghost of the devourer quickly rushed into the crowd, startling them into scattering. However, its purpose was very clear, and it didn't strike at all at the people around it, but went straight toward the edge of the crowd. Su Yuya's pupils tightened. looking somewhat incredulously at the ghostly shadows that kept approaching in front of him. How do I feel about this guy? Is it coming at you? Chapter 105, Class C Boiling Blood. No, this is coming at me. Su Yuya's pupils shrunk slightly, almost confirming the direction of this ghost's pounce. With barely a moment's hesitation, he jumped up and ran off to the side. The devourer's terrifying speed caused a ghastly wind to blow around him. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, who were originally located on Shu Ya's side, were instantly sent flying by these two ghastly winds. Hey, 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 this is a joke. With a gust of ghastly wind at his back, the ghost of the devourer flew at a rapid speed, desperately chasing after Su Yuya. Su also gritted his teeth and ran rapidly, but his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of a way to break the situation. By now the crowd on either side of him had been blown over by the cloudy wind and all fell to the ground. Whoosh! The black-colored energy blast flew past his side, blowing up the ground and sending debris flying. Shu Ya's heart jumped, his sense of crisis surged, and he hurriedly leapt up with force. Just as he jumped up, the huge figure of the ghost of the devourer passed under his feet with a pouncing momentum. If he had reacted a beat slower, I'm afraid he would have already been embraced by this devourer into his arms. Shu Ya was located in mid-air, his body in a state of imbalance, with nowhere to borrow strength. The ghost of the ghost, after pouncing on the air, immediately turned around at a very fast speed and immediately reached out and grabbed towards Su Yuya in the air. Its speed was so fast that it was unavoidable. Shu Ya's pupils tightened as he looked at the ghostly figure that was rapidly approaching him, but his eyes instantly became extremely calm. No one can help him in this situation. He had no choice but to save himself. Try it, my newly evolved ability. Surging blood mist exploded from within Shu Ya's body. A blood-colored trail flashed through the air, and the devourer made a grab for it. Shu Ya, who was originally located in the air, actually disappeared in place at this moment, barely above the ground. Su also stepped on the ground with both feet, sliding backward with the help of inertia, and the ground suddenly rubbed out two long traces. After the ghost of the ghost grabbed the empty after also not annoyed, the whole body into a ghost shadow, also does not fall to the ground, just like this in the air to turn on a circle, once again to kill to Su also. But Su also this time did not choose to dodge. The body of the explosion of the blood fog quickly collected, but all converged to his right arm above, a fist towards the front of the smash out. Boom! Shu Ya's entire right arm was like it was fitted with a jet device, spewing out a roiling mist of blood from the entire back of his shoulder in a conical spread. With the help of this recoil, he actually stiffly knocked the devious ghost back a step. Surprise flickered in Su Yuya's eyes. The newly evolved boiling blood had indeed become stronger by more than one level. The blood mist that erupted from his body seemed to have a restraining effect on the ghost of the devourer, actually making it unable to absorb its own energy as it did with Jiuli. A day ago, he had weighed the pros and cons and ultimately chose to take the lead in evolving the ability Boiling Blood. After successfully evolving, Boiling Blood is now a C-rank ability. With his realm of the Stone Realm, he was now not only able to raise his entire body's ability to 2.5 times, it also produces completely new features and ways of using them. This was the same punch that Shu Ya had just used. The current him was able to converge all of the blood mist that originally covered his entire body onto his arm in exchange for an explosive attack. Although the principle was similar to the SS-grade Boiling Blood's blood face, the power was far different. Knock knock. Shu Ya's face changed slightly, and he was similarly carried back 3 steps by the force of the recoil. The right arm that had just been used for the attack was currently in pain and trembling slightly. In terms of his current physical quality, the load brought about by forcibly gathering energy to launch an attack was indeed still too great. This move, it's simply called Blood Rush. Such thoughts flew through Shu Ya's mind, going so far as to name his move on the spot. Just once again, his attention was drawn back quickly, and he looked ahead with a grave expression on his face. The ghost of the devourer that was repelled by Blood Rush had his entire right arm broken apart by Shu Ya. However, the energy in its body surged, and it even quickly reassembled a brand new arm with the help of the energy in its body. It was originally a pure energy body created with its abilities, and the physical mutilation couldn't affect it much at all. The ghost of the devourer's mouth let out a furious whine, and his eyes flashed with red light, once again killing towards Shu Ya like a hungry tiger pouncing on him. Shu Ya's expression was so grave at this point that it looked like it was about to drip. He kept retreating with the help of the short gap, but his heart was getting a little anxious. It all happened so quickly that the others, even if they had noticed the situation on his side, were simply too late to rush to his aid, and his repair hand could at best only deal physical damage with the help of repaired objects, and it had no effect at all on the devouring ghost in front of him. The powerful strike exchanged for Boiling Blood was actually only able to make it take a step back. For a while, he actually had quite a feeling of being powerless. Going to use out Ancient Knight or Fated Van here. Su Yuya's eyes stared blankly, torn between whether or not to pull out his bottom card in front of the crowd. While thinking about it, the ghost of the devourer had already rushed in front of him once again with great speed. There's no way out of this. Su also put his hand into his bosom, no longer entangled, ready to pull out the ancient knight and decapitate this devouring ghost directly. But just then, his movements suddenly stopped. A light blue curtain of light suddenly rose in front of Shuya. The attack that the ghost of the devourer pounced on was immediately blocked when it impacted on top of the light screen. Barely. Su also stumbled to the ground and looked ahead with a face full of surprise, his tightly furrowed brows stretching. Barely caught up, a voice full of flirty casualness rang out from the air. Yang Yuan, who had previously disappeared with the Mountain Realm Devourer, did not know when he had returned here. With his hands in his pockets and his entire face still maintaining a smiling expression, he tapped the ground with his toes and landed behind the light screen. Roar! The humanoid devourer let out a hissing and roaring sound from his mouth, sending out a deterrent sound to Yang Yuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. I'm the teacher who accompanied the test this time. How can I let you hurt my students? Yang Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. His tone relaxed. In the next second, he actually took a step and flew in front of the devourer. The ghost of the devourer showed a look of horror, not seeing how the man in front of him had appeared in the slightest. He let out a low growl and swung his fist. However, Yang Yuan fatally reached up a finger and lightly tapped on the end of the devourer's fist, hard stopping the punch in place. To do my duty, just please disappear. The look on the ghost's face was fixed in this moment. Immediately afterward, its huge body suddenly exploded into a piece of black gas and dissipated into the air. At the same time, several people who had rushed over to try to deal with the ghost of the devourer stopped in their tracks, looking at the teacher with astonished faces, amazed by his methods. All right, classmates. Yang Yuan turned his head and clapped his hands with a smile. Thanks to your efforts, the crisis has been lifted. Next, we'll wait for the other two teachers to return. Roar! A deafening hiss came from the distance. Instead, they saw a mountain rising up into the sky and pulling itself out of the ground from the distance. The peak seemed like a sharp sword, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, rushing up hundreds of meters before suddenly dissipating. The beast's roar came to an abrupt end, and Yang Yuan also swept a glance into the distance with his eyes streaming, and picked up with a smile. It seems that the battle is already over then. Chapter 106 Among Us. There is an insider. Everyone looked away almost filled with shock, even though they were far away from each other. The mountain peak that had just risen out of the ground still gave them a great shock. For most people, this was the first time they had seen a peak realm powerhouse fight. Many people sat on their asses on the ground, revealing expressions of relief after the robbery, finally sort of relaxing. The ghost of the devourer just now made them extremely depleted. Granted, only a very small number of them suffered minor injuries, but it was the first time they had experienced a battle like this one. Many thoughts welled up in the minds of many people. The battles that the Void Hunters had to go through every day were 100 times more dangerous than they were. For a moment, their perception of the Void Hunters also became clearer and clearer, and the original bit of superiority and excitement generated by enrollment was now gone. Compared to these vain things, it was still the hard truth to improve one's strength as soon as possible. Gee, has that asshole been wiped out already? At the same time, Jiuli, who had been sent flying far away earlier, walked back from the distance with a face full of displeasure. Those scars on his body caused by the battle had actually faded to almost invisible at this moment. This kind of terrifying physical recovery power made many people very sweaty as well. A little upset that his prey was killed, he sat down on his butt and silently recovered his strength. Shu Ya, thanks to you being fine, you really scared me to death just now. Bai Tao came out of nowhere and looked at Su Yuya with a worried face. He had just been swept away by the gusts of wind around the ghost of the devourer in the first place. It was too late to do anything about it when he stabilized himself. I'm sorry, I was just blown away as well. The distance was too far for the ability to affect that guy at all. Bai Shaoling also walked over with apologies. However, her eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Shuya with slight curiosity. The ability you just performed. It was the D rank ability Boiling Blood, right? Why does it always feel like the boiling blood in your hands is so much more powerful than what's written in textbooks? The power of that previous punch of blood rush was not at all like the power that could be unleashed by a D rank ability. It's probably because I'm a stronger developer of abilities. Seo also casually excused himself and didn't explain too much. If it was known that he was able to level up his abilities, he'll definitely be pulled into the tech department for some detailed study. At that time, if the news is known by the Void Devil, the other party will also surely use countless means to find ways to kill him. In order to save his life, he absolutely couldn't reveal his other SSS rank talent. Things fall apart. The good thing, though, is that every ability is capable of being developed, and abilities can be developed in very different directions in different hands. Thus this explanation of his was quickly accepted by Bai Shaoling and Bai Tao, just as the people were chatting about what they had just experienced in the battle, and incidentally recovering their strength. Instead, his feet were suddenly covered in shadows. Immediately afterward, in the midst of a shout of shock, a huge body actually fell from the air and slammed to the ground. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up into the sky, and only then did the crowd see, filled with shock, that this was actually the corpse of that peak realm void beast, the avalanche tiger. This virtual beast's appearance at the moment was incomparably tragic. With a large hole penetrated through its chest and countless wounds on its body, it had obviously suffered an extremely terrifying blow. The light blue light flew out sharply from the top of his head and instantly disappeared into the Jiuli Pot in Sualso's arms. His complexion moved slightly. This soul glow that only he could see seemed to possess the ability to absorb the souls of all the dead void beasts around him. The souls of these virtual beasts were also able to be placed into the spirit drawing artifact by Old Pot, always ready to extract their energy. Snap treads. Songwei fell from the air and stepped on top of the ground. His body was clean and tidy, and there were no scars. Although this avalanche tiger was also at the peak realm, it did not pose much of a threat to Songwei other than its thick skin, and it applied its ability to the distant students, and completely took away his ability to fight Songwei, and could only take a one-sided beating. Who the hell is it that dares to send out imaginary beasts to attack us? Songwei's face was stony, confused beyond belief at the sudden ambush. Whoosh! A silhouette suddenly appeared, and it was Lianshou who had previously tracked the source of the imaginary beast. The first thing he looked at after appearing was the students sitting on the ground resting, and he couldn't help but frown. Mr. Yang Yuan, why would anyone get hurt? Didn't you stay behind to protect them? Yang Yuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. That avalanche tiger ability is, for the tiger, and it released its ability to attack the students. One of them was a mountain realm devourer. I went to stop it and decapitate it, but I won't be able to take care of the children's side one by one. You know, I'm only at the mountain realm as well, and stopping that ghost devourer who was also at the mountain realm is already a struggle. His explanation sounded reasonable, and Lianshou frowned and did not pursue the matter. The few people who were injured were only slightly hurt and not seriously injured. He hadn't expected Avalanche Tiger to use his powers to attack the students. On second thought, this level of fighting might be a kind of training for these kids. 2. Mr. Lianshou, did you find anything? Songwei looked at Lianshou and revealed a grave expression. Lianshou's expression came down solemnly as he pulled out a ball broken in half from his arms. This is the Void Stealing Ball, capable of storing void beasts within it, a kind of jaded treasure unique to void devils. Just now, I tracked in the direction the stash void ball came from, and saw some traces on top of the mountain over there. Traces? That's right, there are footprints and fluctuations of energy remnants there. Lianshou frowned. It's just a pity that by the time I reached there, the person who was originally located on that mountain had already left in some special way. I have searched for a long time and have not been able to find any trace of them. Could it be that we were ambushed by the void demon? Songwei's expression became somewhat unnatural, and a ray of crisis flickered in his eyes. No, what I am able to determine is that the people who released this stash of void spheres are not void devils. Lianshou shook his head. If my deduction is correct, they might be from the Void Demon Council. Only, what concerns me the most right now is not their identity. His expression gradually turned cold, and a murderous aura permeated his eyes. The place that this entrance examination is heading to is Haichang, and this is the only way to reach the destination. But the only people who know the destination of the test are the principal and those who are present now. But the other party was able to ambush us with precision and release the Avalanche Tiger to launch an ambush against us. Wait, could it be that you mean, Mr. Lianshou? Songwei's face changed rapidly, vaguely sensing the point that Lianshou intended. Why was the Void Demon Council able to know our route in advance and set up an ambush in advance? Lianshou was full of killing intent. His eyes quickly swept around. This means that one of us, there might be an insider from the Void Demon Council. Chapter 107 Entrance Examination. Finding a needle in a haystack. There's an inside man. Songwei's expression sank. He looked around and lowered his voice. If that's true, who's on the inside? Did a student join the Void Demon Council? The three were at some distance from the crowd, and the discussion was not overheard by the students. There was no way they could talk about such things, or it would only add to the panic. I don't know. Lianshou shook his head. Every student here, I don't want to doubt them. Before they enroll, the academy does qualify them. If someone might be related to the Void Demon Council, or if their background identity is unknown, they won't be given a dragon jade. Then who else could the insider be? Songwei's brow furrowed. Other than the students, the only people who know about this are the principal, and a few of us. Did you mean? As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his eyes towards the smiling Yang Yuan on the side. Don't look at me like that. Could it be that you guys think that I'm an insider of the Void Demon Council? That's too hurtful. Yang Yuan's expression did not change half a bit at all. He just shrugged his shoulders and responded very easily. Teacher Yang Yuan, since you joined the board a few years ago, It has been a long time since you conducted a lecture at the academy. Song Wei looked straight at Yang Yuan and said word by word. It's hard not to think twice about the fact that the principal suddenly asked you to accompany us on this entrance examination this morning. And just now your behavior of leaving the students behind and leaving on your own made me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm an insider, then the principal, his old man, who agreed for me to come here, is also an accomplice. Yang Yuan still smiled and responded. And as I said, I was just forced to leave in order to intercept that mountain realm golem. In the end, didn't I even make a move to save that student named Shuya? Song Wei's brows furrowed, feeling a bit offended by his flippant attitude. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Lian Shou suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt the two. Alright, this is just a guess on my part. Random suspicions without proof will only lead us to distrust each other. An inside job is just a guess on my part. Perhaps the Void Demon Council used some other method and learned our direction of travel in advance. What we need to do now is not to second-guess each other, but to prepare and take precautions in advance. With his opening, Song Wei and Yang Yuan also stopped arguing and shrugged their shoulders and walked aside. Su also sat in the middle of the crowd, his eyes looking far into the direction where the three teachers were, revealing a thoughtful gaze. Is there an insider? Although it was so far apart that it was impossible to hear what the three teachers were saying. However, after years of practice, Shuya had long since mastered the skill of lip reading, and roughly also understood what the three teachers were arguing about through their mouths. The ambush did leave him with a lot of confusion and unanswered questions. It was more of a test run than that it was an ambush. Alright classmates, Lian Shou rejoined the crowd and read aloud. All of you students just fought hard and did a great job. This outburst may just be an accident. Everyone get back on the bus and let's continue on to Sea City. Under his guidance, the crowd rejoined the bus. They gathered up all of their scattered curtsies on the floor and sat back in their seats. At the same time, the driver, who had been protected earlier in the midst of the battle, got back into the driver's seat and started the car. There was no particular emotion of fear on his face. The day they became auxiliaries, they were prepared for all sorts of encounters with danger. It's also a sign of trust for the Void Hunters. They were trusting the Void Hunters to protect them in the midst of danger, and they will do their best to assist the Void Hunters in their operations. The bus started up again and soon got on the highway, heading towards Haichang. However, with the previous situation occurring, most of the people were not in the mood to rest at all, and one by one, they were sitting upright and cautiously observing their surroundings. The three of them, Lian Shou, who were located at the forefront of the bus, were also constantly sensing the energy fluctuations around them, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from happening again. 4 hours later, they finally arrived in Haichang and stopped at the entrance of a hotel. It's just surprising. The hotel didn't have a name and was in a very remote location, seemingly on the outskirts of Haichang. The neighborhood is very secluded and the nearest residential buildings are located 200 meters away. This is a hotel in the middle of the city, reserved for the Void Hunters. Lian Shou stood up from his seat and looked at a portion of the bewildered students behind him, explaining for them. In the future, if you have the opportunity to become Void Hunters and travel to the major cities on missions, you can all come here for rest and residence. Each hotel is protected by very good services, as well as special jakubo. All you need to do later is check in with your student cards and you'll be able to go in and rest. He coughed dryly, his gaze suddenly sharpening a few points. Next, I will give you the detailed rules of this examination, so please listen carefully. At these words, there was a silence in the car. Everyone looked forward nervously, waiting for Lian Shou to tell the rules. First of all, the time of the examination starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lian Shou began to talk about the rules. Wait until 6 o'clock has passed, and you will naturally be able to perceive the start of the examination. And the name of this test is called Needle in a Haystack. A needle in a haystack? Upon hearing this name, Su Yuya's eyes immediately flashed. Judging by the name, this seems to be some sort of test to find something. Lian Shou's voice continued. As early as a few days ago, I arranged for a portion of my auxiliaries to bury 100 spirit beads in this sea city, scattering them in different locations within the city. Your goal is to think of any way you can to collect these 100 spirit beads and save them until the end. The test will last for a total of 1 day, and it will end at 6 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow, for a total of 24 hours. From the moment the examination ends, the spirit beads you keep in your hands will be used to calculate points for you according to their number and color. In the end, these points will also be an important basis for dividing your rankings. Next to each spirit bead, there is a jaded treasure, world in a mirror, that has been set up in advance, so that you can be left to fight for the spirit beads in a battle style. Next, I will show you the 4 types of spirit beads that will appear in this examination. Chapter 108. Are you free tonight? There are a total of 4 types of spirit beads in this examination. 3 beads of different colors appeared in Lian Shou's palm. Each bead was only the size of a palm and glowed with a different luster. The first, called the red bead, counts as 1 point when acquired, and accounts for a total of 70 of the 100 spirit beads. The second, called the blue bead, counts as 5 points when acquired, and accounts for a total of 20 of the 100 spirit beads. The third, called the yellow bead, counts as 10 points when acquired and accounts for a total of 9 out of 100 spirit beads. And this final fourth. As he spoke, he took out a spirit bead glowing with white light from his bosom. In this spirit bead, there was actually a faint energy fluctuation. This white bead, which comes from within the realm of the void, is crafted from an extremely special material, warm heartstone. It contains an abundance of energy, which not only helps you to boost your own energy, but also clears the mind and concentrates the spirit, with many effects. This bead alone is worth as much as 5 million dragon coins on the market. In the midst of this city, the same white bead was placed. If you are fortunate enough to obtain it and preserve it to the end, this white bead will be presented to you as your reward. Hearing Lian Shou introduce the effects of the white beads, everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. A spirit bead worth 5 million dragon coins would make anyone's heart flutter when they looked at it, and the mysterious efficacy it contained made the crowd itch for more. And this white bead, which is only 1 out of 100 spirit beads, will be counted as points for you when obtained. 500 points. What? The moment these words came out, the people present were almost dumbfounded. The points represented by just this one white bead was surprisingly high at 500 points. Even if all the other 3 colors of spirit beads were collected, none of them would be able to catch up with the points brought by this one white bead. Doesn't this mean that whoever gets the white pearl will be the unsurprising first place winner? Next is the second rule. Lian Shou didn't care about the shocked crowd. He just continued to talk about the rules on his own. You have now organized yourselves into individual teams. It is also able to choose to fight for the spirit pearl together. But the spirit beads you have obtained can only be counted as individual points. There is no such thing as team points. That is to say, you need to divide the ownership of the spirit beads in advance before you compete for them. This rule, at once, caused many people to blanch again. The spirit pearls that were fought over could still only be owned by individuals? Then wouldn't those of them who formed the squad need to obtain more spirit pearls before they could be distributed to each member of the team? If you come across a spirit bead with high points, how to distribute it becomes a big problem as well. Next, the last rule. Speaking of this, Lian Shou's expression also became a bit more serious. During the test, you may not use your powers to fight outside of the mirror world to avoid causing panic. All battles are limited to the mirror world, and the spirit beads in your hands will only be saved until the moment the examination ends, and then they will be calculated for you as final points. After recounting all the rules, Lian Shou also pressed the switch at the front of the bus. The front and back doors of the bus opened in unison, and he also smiled as he gave his expulsion order. That's all the rules there are, so please have a good night's rest. The test doesn't officially begin until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. At his urging, the crowd all stepped off the bus with their own curtsies, looking differently. Almost everyone was in deep contemplation, thinking about how they would allocate their time and energy to search for the spirit beads tomorrow. And after dropping the crowd off, the bus took off with the 3 teachers. They didn't seem to be planning to stay at this hotel, but went elsewhere. A group of students walked into the hotel, and immediately 2 waiters in formal attire walked over. You all should be the students of Longxia Academy. Please go this way. Your rooms are all ready. You just need to register with your student card to be able to move in. The students lined up at the front desk, and after registering one by one, they left with their room cards. Hello, here is your room card. Please keep it. The sweet-looking front desk lady, smiling, handed Shuya a room card. Shuya looked down, and on the back of the card, his room number this time was written, 401? Just as he was pondering, Bai Tao once again appeared behind him silently. Little brother Shuya, what room number are you in? Su also casually waved the room card in his hand, displaying his room number. Oh, this is too coincidental. Bai Tao immediately revealed a look of excitement and displayed his room card as well. I'm 402, right next door to you. Looks like we can look out for each other. He put away his room card and looked nervously at Shuya. How about it? Do you have any thoughts about this examination? After hearing the second rule just now, several squads have simply disbanded in place. Without team points, combining to act together is just too inefficient. And there's also the issue of spirit bead distribution to consider. They might as well each search for spirit beads single-handedly and compete for points for themselves. Bai Tao's eyes flickered, fearing that Shuya would disband the squad and prepare to act alone. Don't worry, I don't intend to act alone. Su Yuya saw through Bai Tao's small mind at a glance, and with a slight smile, he opened his mouth. There are no squad points, but in this examination, whether or not you can have enough strength to compete for the spirit beads is the most critical place. He. After receiving Shuya's affirmative reply, Bai Tao was relieved and laughed nervously twice. Su Yuya, on the other hand, searched through the crowd for a while and soon found Bai Xiaoling's location. He quickly stepped forward, directly stopped her, and opened his mouth, by Xiaoling, "Are you free tonight? Ha? The night? Me?" By Xiaoling's entire body froze in place, her brain CPU instantly smoking. Her face abruptly turned red beyond recognition, her eyes swept back and forth nervously, and her speech suddenly became staccato. We just met. That's not good." She squeezed the corner of her coat so tightly, her voice was so tiny and weak, she didn't even know what she was saying. "If it's possible, how about you and Bai Tao come to my room at night and we'll have a pre-test preparation meeting?" Shuya spoke to himself, not noticing Bai Xiaoling's expression in the slightest. "I'm sorry, what did you just say? That wasn't very nice." He looked at Bai Xiaoling in confusion, completely missing what she had just muttered. Bai Xiaoling blinked, only then realizing what she had misunderstood, her entire face reddening to the point of dripping. "Nothing, I'll be there tonight. I'll go ahead and put my bags away." She covered her face and darted away, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Shuya touched his head in confusion and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just a pre-war meeting? Is there a need to be so nervous?" Chapter 109 Guardian of the City, Tian-in, Hai Chang. Somewhere in an old bungalow, Lianshou stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground, marched to the door, and knocked gently. "Come in." A voice with a slight vicissitude came out. When Lianshou pushed the door in, he saw a middle-aged man, sitting at the table, quietly sipping tea. He had a vicissitude in his face, obviously only in his 30s, but he looked like he was generally in his 40s. His temples were gray and his eyes had a deep color in them. "It's been a long time, Yin Yuan." Lianshou smiled faintly and greeted him, and without being polite, he directly took his seat. "Or should I call out to you now? The Honorable City Guard, Tianyin-sama? I can't afford to be called that by you." Lianshou. Yin Yuan put down the teacup in his hand and spoke faintly. The two men looked at each other and both smiled. "I didn't expect you to survive after being injured so badly." Yin Yuan looked Lianshou up and down, and a slight look of surprise appeared in his eyes as well. "Mr. Ghost Doctor's wonderful hands saved my life." Lianshou also just casually responded. "But my current strength has fallen too far. The current me is not a match for you guys at all. Just don't tease me." Yin Yuan let out a bitter laugh. "Whether it's in the past or now, I'm too far from you." He rubbed his brow, as if soothing a hint of exhaustion. "You guy." Lianshou also seemed to notice the difference in Yin Yuan's body and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Is it hard to believe that you haven't slept in the past 3 years?" "Yes," Yin Yuan calmly responded. 3 years ago, because of my negligence, a full 200 or so populace died due to the void beasts. Yet I was completely unaware of this matter. It was a major mistake on my part, and it will be difficult to spend my life trying to get those fresh lives back. So you let yourself go without resting, constantly supervising all energy fluctuations within the city?" Lianshou's expression froze. "Even if you were able to recover from your physical exhaustion with energy, but it's too much of a drain on your spirit. If you don't get some rest, one day you won't be able to strain yourself. This is my sin. I deserve to atone for it." Yin Yuan seemed unwilling to mention this matter again and simply waved his hand, forcefully changing the subject away. "Why? Did you come to pay me a special visit this time? Is there something important?" "This batch of new students I'm bringing to High City for an examination. So naturally, I have to properly report to you, the City Guard Lord, in advance." "Humph, you're not the polite type." Yin Yuan snorted coldly and sipped his tea disdainfully. "You must have something else going on this time you're here. Ha ha ha, I really can't hide it from you." Lianshou laughed a few times, then his smile tightened and he went straight to the point. "This time we were ambushed on the way here." "Ambush?" Yin Yuan's movement stalled and his expression turned serious. "The other party is not a void demon, and knew our route of advance in advance and used the void-stealing orb to release a peak realm avalanche tiger." Lianshou quickly palatized out what he encountered on the road. "According to my inference, the person who released the avalanche tiger is extremely likely to come from the Void Demon Council, and with only a handful of people knowing that our destination is Sea City, I suspect that someone has leaked our trail." Knock! Yin Yuan slammed his teacup heavily on the table. His expression sank. "You're doubting me? How could I possibly suspect you?" Lianshou shook his head calmly. "A guardian of the city. It is absolutely impossible to betray. It's just that the person who buried the props used in the test in the first place was the auxiliary under you." "Don't worry, it can't be them," Yin Yuan faintly returned. "When I instructed those auxiliaries to bury the props you needed, I did not tell them the truth, and there's no way they could have known what those spirit beads were for. That is to say, if there is a mole, it could only appear in your Longxia Academy." "Well, it seems you're thinking the same thing I am." Lianshou shrugged and responded easily. "But I don't have a clue at the moment, so that's actually what I'm here for. The main thing." He looked straight at Yin Yuan and calmly stated his intention. "If possible, I hope you can help me in tomorrow's examination." Hai Chang, within a hotel. "How did it turn out?" B. Stinger asked quietly through the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the night view of Sea City without looking back. What else? That avalanche tiger didn't even last long enough for 15 minutes before it died. Baiting walked in through the door and shrugged his shoulders. If I hadn't withdrawn fast enough, I might have been stopped. I really don't understand why we're doing this pointless thing. You should know how valuable a peak realm void beast is, right? A peak realm void beast that is forcefully infused with energy like this one. Is it true that its strength is far inferior to that of a normal peak realm? B. Stinger mused as he turned his head around and chanted to himself. She stretched her eyebrows and said lightly, "This whole thing is not pointless. At least with this trial, we figured out the exact strength of that group of teachers and students, and the other purpose was requested by that helper of ours. He needs to use this attack to assess the target we're trying to capture. Humph, wasting a void beast just for such a purpose. This cost effectiveness is simply too low." Ba Ding snorted coldly, expressing a strong disdain. Use your soybean-sized brain to think more often, and don't always say such stupid things. B. Stinger scolded him coldly. Sickness has already gone to the city to investigate, and the location of where the boundary separating stone is located has almost been mapped out. Just wait until noon tomorrow, and the seals arranged on the boundary separating stones will loosen and reveal themselves from within the hidden space. When the time comes, our party can recover it successfully. But tomorrow that group of Longxia Academy students will also scatter throughout the city and start searching for some sort of assessment target. That's why we still need to get as far away from them as possible before we fetch the boundary separating stone. What are we going to do about the guy we're going to capture? Barding asked. Don't worry, our helpers will guide him as far as possible into no man's land by the time the next day rolls around. After we retrieve the boundary separation stone, just capture that kid and bring him back to Lord Extreme Bliss. B. Stinger stood up and twisted her delicate body, heading straight into the middle of the room. Both you and Sickness Scourge keep an eye out. Wait until you retrieve the boundary separating stone before you absolutely cannot release half of your energy. The city, supervised 24 hours a day by the Guardians. Once our energy is exposed, it will surely be discovered by it in the first place. By then, our lives will be completely in someone else's hands. Especially you. Make sure you keep that in mind. Chapter 110. The goal this time is to be number 1. 8 o'clock in the evening. When Bai Shaoling entered Shuya's room, Bai Tao had already sat cross-legged on top of the chair. This hotel was quite luxurious. Not only was there one room for each person, but the interior of the room was also large, comparable to some star hotels. There you are. Su also seemed to have waited for a long time, and at the same time he saw Bai Shaoling come in, he pulled a huge whiteboard from the side. Feel free to sit down. Bai Shaoling sat next to Bai Tao in a formal manner. She had only just sat down when Shuya cleared his throat and went straight to the point. This time, I called the two of you over in order to discuss tactics with you in advance. Now that we're a squad, do you have any specific plans regarding tomorrow's test? What plan can there be? Bai Tao muttered in a low voice. If we can beat it, we will fight it. If we can't beat it, we will run. Su also rolled his eyes, ignoring Bai Tao and looking at Bai Shaoling. Bai Shaoling instantly tensed up, as if she was being called by the teacher in class, and with her neck raised, she said, I think we should go about planning our points wisely and be selective about capturing spirit beads. Oh, well said. Shuya nodded his head and smiled, turning his head and quickly writing and drawing on the whiteboard. You should have heard the rules for today. There are 4 different colored balls in tomorrow's test, and each of them also represents a different number of points. There are 3 of us, and there has to be a reasonable goal of how to fight for the spirit beads and what color to fight for. Teacher Shuya. Bai Tao raised his hand like a student conducting a question in class. But we don't even know where the spirit pearl is. How are we going to plan for it? Good question. Shuya yanked a city map of Haicheng out of his arms and stuck it on the whiteboard behind him. Instructor Lianshou said before that he sent people to scatter and bury these 100 spirit beads in 4 parts of the city. And in the case of different points for spirit beads, the location of the burial is very specific. With Instructor Lianshou's level of rigor, these spirit beads would definitely not be placed randomly. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and kept drawing lines on the map. Within a short time, the city map of the entire high city was divided into countless grids with his pen. Like a table, we divided the city into 100 cells by segmenting the city map. If I were an instructor, these 100 spirit beads would definitely be evenly distributed within the space where these 100 cells are located. While this range is definitely off, overall it's still pretty close. If we take the points into account as well, trying to make this test more fair, then the distribution of these high points of spirit beads, we will be able to roughly analyze them by building a mathematical model. As he spoke, he wrote up formulas and various function models on this huge whiteboard. A few minutes later, Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were already stupefied, their mouths slightly open as they stared blankly at the whiteboard in front of them. To summarize, I think the distribution of spirit beads is probably the above 3 situations. Su also finished writing and casually threw the pen aside. As for which of these 3 situations it is, we'll know tomorrow when we try to find the 3 spirit beads, and the best way for us to get points is pretty much going to be decided at that point. He turned his head to the 2 and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you understand?" His voice pulled back the 2 men who had long ago been out of their minds. Bai Tao blinked and gulped. "I've been unable to understand it since you wrote the first formula." Bai Xiaoling clenched his fists. "I just blinked my eyes. Why is this whiteboard being written all over? Didn't understand?" Co also frowned in confusion. "It's obviously very simple, and to make it easier for you to understand, most of the points I used were from high school." "Well, then I'll tell you all about it again." No need." Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling shouted in unison and stood up from their chairs in unison. "I think what you said, little brother Shuya, is very good. If we act according to this strategy of yours tomorrow, we'll definitely be able to gain a large amount of points." Bai Tao spoke in an urgent voice. "Aha!" Bai Xiaoling, on the other hand, nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "We'll all listen to you." The 2 men died not wanting to remain in jail here. "Alright, since you all have said so, I'll be the one to organize the route tomorrow." Shuya nodded and likewise stood up. "Do you guys have any other questions?" "I do have a small question." Bai Xiaoling hesitated for a moment and raised his hand. "Why is it that amongst this analysis of yours, there is no analysis of the location of that white bead? The points that the person who obtains the white bead can get already exceeds the sum of all the remaining spirit beads." Shuya then explained calmly. "So the white bead itself is a product of injustice. And naturally there is no logical way to reason where it would be hidden. So whether or not you can find the white beads is basically all down to luck. But according to my speculation, once the white pearl appears, it will definitely cause a great stir. The purpose of Instructor Lianshou purposely placing such a white bead was also to make us fight over it. But now that you mention it," he looked towards Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling and slowly spoke. "I have one thing that I want to ask of you. If we really have the chance to be able to encounter that white pearl in the middle of the examination, I hope that the 2 of you will be able to assist me with all your might and go for the fight." 5:50 in the morning. As the most crucial day of the examination, it was only after 5 o'clock when many students came out of the hotel, ready to go. When Su also yawned and lazily walked out of the room, he saw the spirited Bai Tao at a glance. The 2 of them arrived at the hotel entrance side by side and happened to meet Bai Xiaoling, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. 1 minute to 6. She glanced at her watch slightly nervously when she saw the 2 men appear. Instructor Lianshou said that when the time comes we'll know the test has begun. Couldn't there be some special signal at the beginning? Her words had only just fallen. Abruptly, the bodies of the group of students standing at the entrance of the hotel all began to shine with a dazzling light. The crowd hurriedly looked down, only to realize that the light all came from above their student cards. Countless rays of light were projected from the hotel, and the rays of light unexpectedly seemed to be pulled in half, all of them rising up to the sky, converging in the air, and merging to form 4 big words. "The test begins." "I see." A strange expression appeared on Shuya's face. The student card even has this kind of use. He smiled slightly and took a step toward the front. "Departure. My goal this time is to be number 1. Chapter 111, The First Spirit Bead, centered around the hotel. The students, who had already been poised for a long time, burst out. Their speed was extremely fast, and each of them gathered their energy on top of their feet and disappeared. Why did you stop?" Bai Tao was about to set off when he realized that Su Yuya had stopped in his tracks and was standing on the side of the road. Su also, however, calmly held his cell phone and looked at him as if he were an idiot. "This is in the outskirts of Haichang, and it's at least close to 5 kilometers into the city. Do we really use energy to run in?" "So what do you mean?" A black sedan came from a distance and stopped in front of the hotel. Su also directly pulled open the door and walked up to the car, waving his hand towards the 2 people who were standing on the side of the road. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Early on, he had used a taxi app to hail a car when he woke up. After receiving the 3 people, the sedan immediately drove on top of the road and sped towards Haichang. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed several figures that were pushing their energy to run. Several students had stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at the 3 Shuya who were leaving in their cars, feeling like idiots. In the middle of the car, Su also sat in the passenger seat and calmly explained to the 2 of them, "This suburb we live in happens to be located at the edge of High City. If I were an instructor, I certainly wouldn't have buried the spirit beads in the starting position. So our main direction of exploration is still the area within those 100 unit cells." Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling, however, had a lifeless look on their faces. In front of Shuya, they would only feel that their brains were not enough. The car was traveling fast. More than 10 minutes later, they entered the city and arrived next to the destination Shuya had set in advance. The 3 of them got down from the car, and at this moment, although it was early in the morning, There were already quite a few pedestrians on the street. Some people are buying breakfast, others are running in the morning, and there are even some young people, with dark circles under their eyes, coming out of the internet cafes. It is because of the presence of the void hunters that this peaceful scene can be maintained. Actually, I still have a question. Bai Tao followed behind Suya and walked along the street, but his eyes swept around, observing the situation around him. Even according to your analysis, the spirit beads might be buried in the so-called 100 regions, but the entire sea city is this big, and one of the areas you've divided is close to 50 or 60 square kilometers. Wouldn't we be looking for a needle in a haystack if we were to search for such a small piece of spirit bead in such a large area? Yeah. Is it hard to believe that we really have to search inch by inch to find the spirit pearl? Bai Shaoling also furrowed his brows, his face full of puzzlement. They deeply realized why the test of this examination was called this. To search for 100 spirit beads in the middle of the entire high city, a city of close to 6,000 square kilometers, was really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who told you guys that we're going to search inch by inch? Shuya walked at the front, his destination seemingly very clear. Weren't we given hints about this test a long time ago? Hint? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling both froze for a moment, their faces full of confusion. How come they don't remember any hints? Mirror world. Su also briefly reminded the two of them. There is a rule in this examination that we can only use our abilities when we are within the coverage of the mirror world, and the place where the spirit pearl is hidden has a mirror world arranged nearby. That's actually the biggest tip for us. Oh, I see. At Shuya's reminder, Bai Tao's eyes lit up, instantly understanding the clue given by Lianshou. In order to avoid involving civilians in the process, the mirror world setup will definitely be placed in no man's land. And there are so many people in the city that there are only a handful of sparsely populated places. We just need to find these places on the map and step from one to another, and we'll definitely be able to find the location of the spirit pearls. As he spoke, he pulled out his own cell phone and was ready to look through the map. No need to look. Shuya interrupted calmly. The closest place to here is the abandoned lumberyard to the northeast. It's on the edge of the city. That lumberyard has been demolished because it's being remodeled, and the neighborhood is deserted. How did you know so well? Bai Tao froze slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Didn't I analyze the map for you guys once yesterday? Shuya explained with a slightly sideways glance and a face full of relief. He gently tapped his head with his index finger. Don't you normally automatically memorize what you've read once in your head? With only a little recollection, every point on the map was naturally reflected very quickly. This should be easy, right? Bai Tao, Bai Shaoling. The two twitched the corners of their mouths and rolled their eyes, mentally spitting out in unison. Only a pervert like you would think it's easy, right? After entering the city, a few people did not dare to use their energy at will for rushing. The reason why CO also chose to walk instead of taking a taxi was also to prevent missing some abandoned houses and buildings like this. After all, what's on the map isn't real time. He did not rule out the possibility that the spirit beads were buried on these floors. Luckily, the place where several people got off the bus was not very far from the lumberyard, and after only a 10-minute walk or so, they saw a deserted lumberyard from afar. It was already on the fringes of the city, and there were no pedestrians to be seen as early as a few minutes ago. In the distance was a wooded area, and a pile of felled stakes came into view. Shuya walked at the front, heading towards the interior of the lumberyard with little hesitation. Just as the trio neared the lumberyard by about 30 meters, the environment beneath their feet rippled. The air in front of him rippled away as if it were flooded with water. Although the lumberyard was still in front of them, they were all able to perceive that they seemed to have entered a completely new space. Sure enough, just as I suspected, a smile appeared on Shuya's face. It didn't occur to them that the first place they came to was the location of the spirit pearl. Now all you need to do is look at the color of this spirit bead, and you'll be able to substitute it into the mathematical model I listed yesterday to determine the approximate distribution of spirit beads. He smiled faintly, already able to sense a faint energy fluctuation from within this mirror world. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, it was highly likely that the spirit pearl was in the middle of the lumberyard. Yet just then, a few people flanked them. But the air suddenly rippled. Han, it's really just like you said, eh? The mirror world, indeed, is arranged in such an uninhabited place. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared right in front of them. In an instant, 6 gazes locked eyes in the air, instantly discovering each other. No way. Su also recognized the 3 silhouettes, and his face became a bit strange. It looks like this spirit bead. Isn't that good to get it? Chapter 112 S-Class Ability, River of Heavenly Sand. The 3 people standing across from Shuya were obviously a small team as well. The person at its head was none other than the red-haired Han Hao, and the people located on his left and right side CO recognized likewise. Leaning to the left was an ordinary-looking boy with freckles on his face called Lu Tian. His ability Su had also seen before in the middle of the test, when he had bounced the stone giant's attack away with his ability. The man on the right was plainly dressed, with glasses and a nerdy look, called Sun Mao, and it was he who had just been touting Han Hao. Surprisingly, someone came in before us. Han Hao narrowed his eyes and looked over, noticing Shuya with a glance. It's you, Shuya. For some reason, after seeing Shuya, his entire expression sank. Su also furrowed his brows, and while he was still pondering, Bai Tao squeezed on a smile and greeted him. 3 students, we discovered this spirit bead first. Now that the examination has just begun, there's absolutely no need for us to clash here, right? How about you guys go look for other spirit beads? Seeing the smile on his face, Lu Tian and Sun Mao both froze and then looked at Han Hao in unison. Han, are we leaving? Go! Han Hao sneered and took a step forward. Why should I leave? Everyone in this examination is fighting for points. Besides, this spirit bead hasn't been obtained by them yet. Why should we give up this spirit pearl? And Co also. His eyes stared straight at Co also. I have long wanted to beat you up. Han, I don't think we know each other well, right? Shuya cocked his head and looked at Han Hao in confusion. He didn't remember having any contact with this redhead. You beast. Han Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glowing with rage. I don't know what kind of Thai tactics he used, but he's even living in the same dormitory as fellow student Xinwan. The crowd in the room was stunned at these words. The remaining 3 males were suddenly filled with envy and jealousy in their eyes as they looked at Shuya. Tang Shouwan's face was recognized as good-looking, and it was too lucky for Shuya to be able to live in the same dormitory as her. Bai Shaoling, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. Her roommate was also a girl, so she hadn't thought at all that student dormitories actually allowed mixed-sex living. Oh, Shuya came to a realization, finally understanding why Han Hao was so hostile towards himself. He looked at the other party with a slightly playful expression. The news that Tang Xiaowen and I are in the same dormitory has never been told to anyone else. Even we stagger when we go out, and she's much less likely to tell anyone about it. Why do you know about this? Is it hard to believe you're a stalker? Han Hao's face suddenly looked a little unnatural. How I know is not for you to care. Anyway, I will definitely not let you have this spirit pearl today, unless you can promise me that you'll apply for a dormitory transfer with the school when you get back. That's not going to work. Su Yuya shook his head with a slight headache. The first day I entered the dormitory, I was kept awake all night by Tang Xiaowan. She's not going to be happy if I just walk away. He is not false in this statement. After all, on the first day he entered the dormitory, the things Tang Xiaowan mentioned from his mouth caused him to investigate the information all night and stay awake all night. However, these words fell on Han Hao's ears, but they completely changed their meaning. What did you say? What happened between you and Xinwen-san? What is your relationship? Han Hao was struck by lightning, and his voice became a little stuttered as he spoke. Ugh, it's hard to talk about our relationship. I've promised her that I can't tell anyone else. Shuya said this on purpose and shook his head helplessly. That's not a lie on his part. For reasons of feeling very embarrassed, Tang Xiaowen had warned him many times not to say anything about the two being roommates. You, Han Hao's voice trembled for a few moments. No way. Xinwen-san is definitely not that kind of person. Shuya's 3 or 2 words caused his anger to surge, and he could not suppress his temper somewhat at once. I'll kill you, Han Hao shouted, his body surging with energy, and instantly unleashed his ability. The rules of this examination were originally encouraging the crowd to fight for the spirit pearls. Han Hao himself didn't intend to let the spirit pearl go to Su Yuya. Now that he had been provoked by Shuya, he was unable to control himself and struck out. Coming. The mockery Shuya had just made was naturally not unintentional. Based on his contact over the past few days, he already had a general judgment of Han Hao's character traits. Co also jumped backward as if he had foreseen it. The very moment he leapt up, the ground located under his feet suddenly changed into sand and dispersed. Hold them down. At the same time, he shouted loudly, and Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling also instantly looked flabbergasted and began to move. Bai Tao disappeared in just a moment's lapse of concentration. Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were located on both sides of Han Hao, also moved at a rapid pace and rushed towards the Shuya Fu. In order to compete for the spirit bead in this mirror world, several people had put their best foot forward. The first step is to convert the ground under the enemy's feet into sand, thus throwing them off balance. Shuya silently whispered in his mind, analyzing Han Hao's battle path. If the enemy dodges this attack, he will manipulate the sand to launch a pursuit. As if in advance, he twisted his body in the air and veered to one side. The very next second he twisted, a mass of sand actually coalesced into a huge fist that grazed his body. After successfully dodging the attack, Shuya re-landed on the ground with light footsteps, continuously leaping towards the back. After each of his jumps, the place where he had previously stepped turned to sand. Han Hao's flurry of attacks all dodged away as if he had predicted them in advance. Originally, there was some distance between the two of them, and at this moment, under Shuya's continuous dodging, This distance was suddenly pulled apart by nearly 15 meters, right after Shuya's last jump. He also noticed that the place where he had just stood had not been transformed into sand. So that's it. He raised his head and looked at the shocked Han Hao, smiling slightly. 18 meters? Is that the range limit of your ability? Han Hao only felt ridiculous. His ability was an S-rank, River of Heavenly Sand, which allowed him to transform substances within the range of his ability into sand and manipulate them at will. It is an extremely powerful type of energy transformation. This series of attacks was even more swift and fierce, and apart from being violently beaten up by Chi Reply once in class back then, he had never missed a beat. However, Shu Ya, a weak D-rank ability, managed to neutralize all of his attacks without even releasing his ability, and even judged the limit range of his ability. You guys, you're looking down on me. Han Hao gritted his teeth and let out a low growl as he began to run towards Shuya. I'm going to show you today. How big is the gap between ability levels? Chapter 113, this is what we call a victory and a defeat. Han Hao took the lead and quickly approached towards Shuya. Bai Shaoling was just about to make a move to stop her when the figures of Lu Tian and Sun Mao appeared on both sides of her body. How can I let you get in Han's way? This is a fair duel. Don't try to outnumber me. Now it's clearly you two who are fighting more against less. Hey. Bai Shaoling's eyes widened and she couldn't help but shout. And it's only really unfair, isn't it, for you two big boys to come and bully a weak girl like me? Her vision was obstructed, and she was unable to apply her abilities to Han Hao for a while, so she could only grit her teeth and dodge backward to avoid being caught in the crossfire between the two. I'd like to see who can come to your aid. Han Hao let out a sardonic smile as he hurriedly approached Shuya and unleashed his ability. The ground located on both sides of him instantly transformed into a piece of sand that rose up under his control, as if it was like a sea wave slapping towards Shuya. Sand wave. The roiling sand and dust brought a great sense of oppression, as if blocking Shuya's retreat. Su also faced slightly austere, the body blood mist fluttering, the whole person's speed surge, hard from the piece of sand waves drilling out. The violent sand slapped against the ground, swirling dust into the air. In the midst of the smoke and dust, before Shuya could stabilize his stance, the ground under his feet turned into sand and rushed up into the sky, as if it had turned into a cage to cover him. Knock! Su also hit on top of this cage made of sand, and even found that the walls of this cage were incomparably hard, not at all like soft sand. Sand jail. Han Hao clenched his fists hard, and the top of Shuya's head and feet were also covered with sand, completely imprisoned in the cell. Poof! He smiled confidently and arrived beside Shuya in 3 or 2 steps. Why don't you keep running? He clenched his right fist, and the sand levitated, flowing continuously in his palm. This is the gap between you and me. I am capable of heights beyond your reach. Didn't we learn in class that you can't judge strength based on ability level alone? Su Yuya was locked up in the cage, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he let out a light laugh. As for why I stopped running, naturally, it's because I didn't think it was necessary. He looked Han Hao up and down and couldn't help but speak. Actually, I think you should carry another gourd behind you. Gourd? Han Hao froze slightly, a little confused. Instead, Shuya stifled his laughter and thought of a certain anime character from his previous life. Seeing this expression on Shuya's face, Han Hao only felt a nameless fire rising up. He looked at Shuya with a cold smile and grunted softly. There's no need for that? I think it's because you're at your wit's end. Not far away. Bai Shaoling exclaimed in shock and fell to the ground. Under the siege of the two, she was also double-fisted and was completely surrounded by the two. Sun Mao slapped her on each wrist and on the ground. Her wrists were instantly connected to the ground, as if they were glued together, and she couldn't break free. See, your companion has also been suppressed. Han Hao inclined his head and swept a glance at Bai Shaoling, let out a cold smile, and looked toward Su Yuya. You've already lost. See ya. Really? An inexplicable smile hung on Shuya's face. Did you forget something? My group. But there are 3 of them. You mean that fellow Bai Tao? Han Hao snorted disdainfully. He's so good at escaping. He'd have already left you guys behind and fled. And even if he were here, what good would it do? Don't you think he possesses the ability to defeat the 3 of us head-on? You're right. His frontal combat ability is indeed average. Shuya nodded deeply, the smile still on his face. So I'll arrange for him to do something else. Something else? Han Hao first froze, then immediately reacted. His face changed dramatically, and he turned his head violently. Quickly go to the lumberyard. That guy went to look for the spirit pearl. The main reason for their 2 squads to start a conflict was still to compete for the spirit pearls. Right now, even if they knocked Su Yuya and Bai Shaoling down, if the spirit pearls were snatched, they would just be wasting their strength for nothing. I'm sorry, that spirit bead was hidden deeper, so it took a little longer to find it. Bai Tao's voice sounded abruptly from behind Han Hao. He turned his head back quickly, only to find that half of Bai Tao's body had burrowed out of the earth and had actually appeared in the middle of the cage. Grinning, Bai Tao grabbed Shuya and dragged him towards the ground. Want to leave? Han Hao's anger surged as he swung his right fist, and the sand prison instantly transformed into countless sand blades that shot toward the two. However, Bai Tao's movements were extremely fast and incomparable, and in the blink of an eye, he dragged Shuya into the ground and disappeared. Come back quickly, they're trying to save people. Han Hao's face instantly sank, and he immediately shouted at the front. He quickly judged the actions that Shuya and Bai Tao might have done, however it was already too late. Just under his shout, Lu Tian and Sun Mao had already dropped by Shaoling and rushed towards the lumberyard. They heard Han Hao's shout and stopped in unison, turning around and trying to run back to Bai Shaoling's side. But a hand suddenly reached out from the earth and grabbed Bai Shaoling into the ground as well. 3 loaches, I'll see where you can hide. Han Hao was incomparably angry, only feeling like he was half-teased and on fire. He stopped thinking about the damage to his energy and actually slapped his hands directly on the ground. Quicksand river. Energy surged wildly through his body. In an instant, with the soles of his feet as the center, the ground within a radius of 15 meters began to turn into sand and rocks, continuously falling downwards. He actually wanted to force the 3 Shuya out of the ground in such a way. Who was it that told you that my ability can only vanish? However, Bai Tao's voice suddenly sounded from the side. He grabbed Su Yuya and Bai Shaoling with both hands and drilled through a wall, appearing in front of Han Hao's flank. Han Hao's face changed slightly as he quickly waved his palm. Above the ground, sand and dust flew as he maneuvered the sand towards the front and slammed it. However, something unexpected happened to him. The sand he swung was surprisingly rushing in diametrically opposite directions. For a moment, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who had only just prepared to rush over to help, were instantly hit by this wave of sand and drowned in it. Bai Shaoling stretched out his hands and aimed them remotely at Han Hao, having long since unleashed his ability. So that, Xiaoya's voice was in the distance 1 second, but the next second it came to Han Hao's side. The smell of blood rushed into his nostrils, and in the midst of his clenched pupils, a fist came rushing towards his face with a breakneck momentum. This punch, I will die. Han Hao's heart was beating violently, and his entire body was racked with fear. Dang! The fist wrapped in bloodlight suddenly stopped in front of Han Hao's face. The wind from his fist blew his hair backward, and the sand behind him exploded as if it were waves, rising up into the sky, his eyes reflecting Shuya's face that was wearing a bland smile. Teacher said a long time ago that ability level doesn't determine strength or weakness at all. Han Hao, this is what is called victory and defeat. Chapter 114, Where's my right hand? Snap. Xiaoya's fist closed and gently snapped his middle finger with his thumb, bouncing it on Han Hao's head. The force wasn't great, but Han Hao sat directly on his butt, full of weakness. The sand located in suspension around his body crashed down with a loud bang, smashing up sand and dust in the sky. Han! Amidst the dust in the distance, the two of them, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, managed to climb out of the sand with great difficulty, and were soon smashed back into the earth by the sand falling from the air. Well, are we going to keep fighting? Xiao also crouched down and stared calmly and unassumingly into Han Hao's eyes. Looking harmless, Han Hao looked at Su Yuya in front of him, then at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling who were probing not far away, as well as his own 2 companions who were buried in the sand, and finally chose to give up. No more fighting, this spirit bead is yours. He opened his mouth somewhat defiantly, his heart not in it, but he could only accept the status quo. Then I'm relieved. Xiao also exhaled and tucked the slate he had hidden behind his back into his clothes. Han Hao's eyebrows jumped as he watched the scene, and his entire body was startled, shouting in his heart, if I don't give up, this guy is going to hit me with a brick. On the surface, they seem to be incredibly peaceful, but behind the scenes, they are actually preparing to use such underhanded tactics. There was vigilance in his expression as he looked at Shuya, his entire being as if he was on the verge of an enemy. This time will lose to you is just my carelessness. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to get up from the ground. His whole body was a little limp, but his mouth was still hard as a diamond. If it's just you and I fighting head-on, the winner is still unknown. He. Su also just smiled faintly at this. In the middle of a real battle, no one will fight you head-on in a fair duel. At the same time, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally crawled out of the sand. They leaned over with pale faces as they coughed out the sand that had been eaten into their mouths. Han, sorry. Both of them looked ashamed and were quite self-conscious. In the battle just now, they hadn't done much at all other than restricting Bai Shaoling at the beginning. Since we've got the spirit bead, we'll take our leave. The 3 of you, Shu Ya, also gathered together. Bai Tao walked forward, smilingly patted Han Hao's shoulder and extended his right hand. We're all classmates. There's no need to make relations so stiff. This is just a test. If we were actually on the battlefield, the results might be completely different. Come on, shake hands and that's the end of it. He is smooth in his dealings, and this speech is considered to give Han Hao a step down. Han Hao's expression eased a bit as he slowly extended his left hand. The next time we meet, I won't lose again. Bai Tao looked down at Han Hao's outstretched left hand and read with a serious face. If you want to shake hands, you should extend your right hand. Han Hao seemed a bit flabbergasted as well, looking at his outstretched left hand with confusion in his eyes. Bai Shaoling, are you still using your ability on him? Bai Tao turned his head and looked at Bai Shaoling in confusion. After my ability stops releasing, it may last a little longer, and this time may vary from person to person. Bai Shaoling also froze for a moment and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Okay, Bai Tao scratched his head. Then your perception should be the opposite right now. If you want to reach for your right hand, you should go for your left. He taught Han Ho in a serious manner. Han Ho blinked, but once again put his left hand out. But after he held out his hand, the confusion in his eyes grew. Su Yuya's eyes flickered as he glanced thoughtfully at Han Hao. Deep meaning in his eyes. Bai Tao was smooth and didn't dwell on this, instead extending his left hand himself and shaking Han Hao's. Immediately, the three of them turned around directly, and after stepping out of the boundary, they quickly disappeared into the mirror world. Next to the lumberyard, Han Ho looked at his left hand with a confused face. Right hand, he murmured and waved his arm, but still only his left hand moved. Left hand. In my mind it was the left hand, but it was still the left hand that was outstretched. Wait, this isn't right? Han Hao shook his left hand hard and looked at his drooping right arm with a face full of anxiety. Where's my right hand? Only just after Suya's three had left from the world in the mirror, Bai Tao was filled with excitement as he pulled out a spirit bead from his arms. Look guys, the spirit bead stored here is actually a blue bead. The light blue spirit bead flickered continuously in his palm. This was exactly a blue spirit bead worth 5 points. Oh, Su Yuya raised his eyebrows and looked at the blue spirit bead in Bai Tao's palm. If this is blue spirit bead here, we only need to line up 2 more areas to be able to determine the distribution trend of the spirit bead this time. He glanced at Bai Tao and said indifferently, this spirit pearl will be yours to keep first. In that case, even if someone else wants to snatch the spirit pearl from us, they'll have to be able to catch you. Let's wait until the examination is almost over before we distribute these spirit beads. Don't worry, this is my strong point. Bai Tao's face was touched as he patted his chest. I will definitely protect these spirit beads well if you can trust me so much. If you want to escape with the spirit pearl, I have at least 100 means to make your life worse than death. Suya, however, just laughed and patted Bai Tao's shoulder as if he was joking. Afterward, he took a large step and walked directly in another direction. Very well, then let's head to the next area now. A group of students, all using their own senses and strategies, spread out in various parts of the sea city in order to search for spirit beads. 2 hours passed in a flash, and many students generated battles amongst themselves, with most of them successfully touching their first spirit bead. Energy surged around the city and battles raged, and at this moment, within the hotel where they were staying, a rough figure, which was yawning, stepped out from the middle of the gate. I didn't expect to sleep through the night. Jiuli lazily and incomparably stretched his muscles, not looking flustered in the slightest because he woke up 2 hours late. The test of finding things and stuff really isn't for me, he muttered to himself as he turned his head and looked in a certain direction of Hai Chang. If you want spirit beads, just grab them directly. Judging by this time, there should already be quite a few people who have obtained spirit beads. Well, let's start with the 3 over here. He nodded slightly and suddenly crouched in place. Crimson energy surged through the soles of his feet. In the next second, only a roar was heard. The ground under his feet suddenly dented and crumbled, and his body, as if it were a cannonball, leaped high up and flew towards the middle of the sea city at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 115, The Old Place, the buried place of the yellow spirit bead. Xinwan, what are you looking at? The young girl with short pink hair came from behind and patted Tang Xiaowen, who was staring off into the distance. Nothing. Tang Xiaowen came back to her senses, squeezing out a smile and shaking her head. A complex meaning flashed in her eyes. In order to search for the spirit pearls, she came to the fringe area of Hai Cheng together with the 2 girls in her squad, and the direction she had just looked out in was exactly where the Sea City Art Museum had once been. 3 years ago, the art museum was destroyed by the Void Beast, and her sister was buried in the museum to save her. That side was also reduced to rubble and has not been rebuilt. Just looking in that direction caused a tugging pain in her heart, recalling the smile her sister used to have. Just now, little boy said that he has already found the location where the next spirit pearl might be, so let's get ready to go. The short pink-haired girl patted Tang Xiaowen's head and took her hand before heading in the other direction. Tang Xiaowen was about to leave, but suddenly her complexion moved slightly, and her eyes suddenly swept to a spot. What's wrong? The pink-haired girl asked, turning around. Nothing, it's probably an illusion. Tang Xiaowen frowned slightly and turned her head. Let's go. The 2 of them, one after the other, quickly left the place. Right after they left, 3 silhouettes slowly stepped out from the shadows of the location Tang Xiaowen had been gazing at earlier. These Long Xia Academy students have really sharp senses. The stinger hummed softly, his eyes gazing at the backs of Tang Shiwen's several people. Nowadays, almost everywhere amongst the entire high city is filled with this group of students. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that we had to completely suppress our energy in order to prevent it from being detected by the defenders of the city, where would we need to be so careful? Ba Ding grunted in displeasure. Their energy fluctuations were so strong that they had to be suppressed within their bodies with all their might, not leaking half a bit, otherwise it would be the first thing the defenders would notice. When exactly will the 10 great counselors mentioned before come? Ba Ding once again opened his mouth and asked. How should I know? The stinger picked up in a nonchalant voice. Those lords are god-awful. Maybe it's already here, or maybe it hasn't moved yet. In order to avoid accidents, we absolutely cannot be discovered by the city guards before we recover the boundary separating stone. No one cares about our little lives. It would be too much to lose them here. The location of the boundary separating stone is just over there. Six Scourge wore a hood, his whole body sickly and hiding in the shadows, seemingly repulsed by the sunlight. He pointed to the distance and said faintly, there used to be an art museum there, but now it's half in ruins. According to my survey yesterday, that's where Councilman 15 hid the boundary separator. Very well, then the job of recovering the boundary separating stones will be left to you, Barding. The stinger nodded and turned his head to look at Ba Ding. Remember, only until 12 noon will the boundary separating stone appear from within the hidden space. When the time comes, you'll recover the boundary separator stone in time for us to gather. This kind of dirty work, why does it all have to be me? Ba Ding muttered, then seemed to think of something. Right, what about that target we want to capture? We'll start getting ready to move as soon as we're done recovering, and lure that kid into no man's land. If things go well, we'll only need one move to either restrain or kill that kid. As long as the boundary separating stone is in hand, it won't matter even if it's discovered by the city guards and those few teachers from Longxia Academy at that time. Got it. Ba Ding walked towards the front without looking back. I will retrieve the boundary separating stone smoothly. That makes it the third one. Inside a certain building that was in the process of being demolished, Su Yuya stepped into the world of mirrors and picked up a red spirit bead from the middle of the ground. It was 11 o'clock at noon. After hours of running and searching, in total, they found 3 more mirror worlds. One of the mirror world spirit beads had already been shortchanged and was empty. Fortunately, the other 2 mirror worlds didn't encounter anyone else and managed to pick up 2 red spirit beads. So far, we have 3 spirit beads. Su also looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling next to him and threw the red bead in his hand to Bai Tao. 2 of them are red and 1 is blue, which is 7 points if you count them as points. Now I've been able to determine the distribution of the spirit beads. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were full of seriousness and nodded frequently. They didn't have any opinions on Shuya's analysis. It only took them a few hours to find the location of the 3 spirit beads in the huge sea city. The other students, at this moment, might still be searching for the location inch by inch, by feel. Even if they were able to reason out the possible locations of the world in the mirror, it would be difficult for them to search in the same way as Shuya, by dividing the city in a cellular fashion. As I said before, I'm aiming for first place this time. Shuya spoke seriously, not as if he was joking. Since you guys followed me, I won't treat you poorly. The next place I'm going to has close to a 70% chance of being yellow spirit beads, each of which is worth 10 points. I'm not sure how many people actually found the distribution pattern, so there is a great possibility that we will encounter others in our search for the spirit pearl. I want you to be prepared for battle ahead of time. I'm always ready. Bai Shaoling nodded his head vigorously and said, don't worry, when the time comes and you can't beat me, I'll take you guys to escape at the first opportunity. Bai Tao, on the other hand, used the most resolute tone to say the most abject words. If you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn. Seeing the strange looks projected by the two, he immediately added with an awkward smile, very well, according to my analysis, the closest area to here is. Su also faintly recalled the map, as well as the distribution he had analyzed yesterday, but suddenly froze. The area where the yellow spirit beads existed closest to this place caused him to have extremely deep memories. Why is it there? Su also murmured in his heart, only feeling that everything was so created. In that unit cell he had divided, it was clearly the same suburban area where the Sea City Rebellion had occurred 3 years ago. Shuya, what's wrong with you? Bai Shaoling revealed a worried gaze at Shuya. It's fine. Xiao also looked back, his face expressionless. It was just a ruin though, and for him now, points were the first priority. And come to think of it, there was no more suitable location to bury a spirit pearl in this cell than that ruin. Let's go. Perhaps I already know where the yellow spirit bead might appear. On the way here, one might also pass by the area where a red spirit pearl is located, so take it along with it as well. Chapter 116. The weak, never dominated by the strong. Where to go? Somewhere in the world of mirrors. Han Hao drank loudly, his left hand dancing with wild sand. covering towards the three people in front of him. The faces of those three changed slightly, and one of them immediately unleashed his ability towards Han Hao. A vine flew out of his palm in a hurry, the end of which cracked and gave rise to countless more branches and vines, as if they were branches that kept growing wildly, spreading out toward Han Hao, trying to stop his movements. I'll do it. Just then, Lu Tian suddenly drilled out from one side, crossing his arms and blocking Han Hao's front. The rattan bar hit his body with force, but he didn't move at all. But the rattan bar bounced off as if it had received the force of recoil, and exploded in the air. Bad, bad. The three people in the distance let out a low cry, but it was too late to stop the rapidly falling wild sand. Half a minute later, all three of their bodies were enveloped in sand and bound in place. Damn! Han Hao was panting at the moment, and his entire body was in a bit of a mess. If it wasn't for the fact that his right hand couldn't be used, how could it be so troublesome? Without even looking at the three people bound in place, he walked straight to the front and plucked out a red spirit bead from among the walls. This way, we have 3 red spirit beads as well. After separating from Shuya, they were lucky enough to find 3 spirit beads and collect them as well. As for you 3, he suddenly smiled back and looked the 3 up and down. Might as well just lock you in here like this. In that case, the number of people who can compete with me can be immediately reduced by 3. Hey, Han Hao, you're going overboard like this. The faces of the 3 who were bound in place suddenly changed. It's true that we lost to you guys, but we were all classmates. So this is too unkind of you. That's it. Let us out. We won't fight with you for the spirit beads. Humph. Joke. Han Hao coldly snorted and loudly interrupted the 3. This is a field test. A competition. You guys lost to me, so I'm naturally qualified to dispose of you. I didn't injure your lives on the one hand, and didn't snatch your spirit beads on the other, so I've already given you enough face. Plus, he lifted his chin lightly with a haughty expression. The weak are never dominated by the strong. Well said. A domineering voice came from the edge of the mirror world. Han Hao shuddered and turned his head violently. Could it be that someone else is eyeing this world of mirrors? However, when he saw the visitor, his pupils contracted unnaturally. Jiuli? Sun Mao's voice trembled for a few moments. For this ruthless man, there was no one in their group of freshmen who didn't recognize him. I'm thinking the same thing as you. Jiuli was shirtless, grinning, and his footsteps did not stop at all as he walked towards the few people. The strong are capable of dominating the weak. So you weaklings, take out all the spirit beads you've collected and give them to me. Jiuli. Hearing this, Han Hao's face instantly went white. No matter how arrogant he was, he definitely didn't want to come into head-on contact with a monster like Jiuli. We're all classmates. It's too unkind of you to do this. Humph. Joke. Jiuli let out a sardonic laugh. I didn't intend to beat you all to death on the one hand, and I didn't intend to disqualify you from the competition on the other. That's already enough to give you face. Now, pull out the spirit beads yourself, and I'll still have some decency left for you. Han Ho. Why does this line feel so familiar? He grimaced ironically and jerked his head up. Trying to get me to tie my hands? You two don't make a move. He waved his hand to stop the two beside him, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, his face full of anger. I'd like to see for myself how strong you guys can be. In the next moment, the sky of sand and dust pounced on Jiuli like a tsunami. Ha! Jiuli grinned. I feel your fear and anger. Since you chose to strike out at me, you should be prepared for that as well. As he swung out his fist, the entire mirror world began to tremble madly. Well, you lost. Seo also stood behind a girl, gently pulling on a rope. The other end of the rope morphed into a circle and bound her body. Just the posture and position that the rope was tied to was how it looked weird. How dare you? You tricked me with a broken rope. The girl shook her body hard, her excellent figure rippling in a flurry of rope outlines. Don't say that. It's just a tactic. I advise you not to move. The more you move, the tighter the rope gets. Shuya coughed dryly and tied the other end of the rope to the pillar. The girl, on the other hand, had a shy face, but she was not choosing to struggle, and only looked at Shuya angrily. Shuya, I'll remember you. You'd better not remember me. Shuya's face was calm. Even though you lost to me in the middle of a one-on-one duel, but it would bother me to fall in love with me over it. Don't you dare come over. See me bite you to death. The girl opened her teeth and claws, her entire face reddened with shame and anger, but as she struggled, the ropes on her body tightened a few more points. Shuya looked the girl up and down, holding back from looking at the raging waves, and asked with a slight curiosity, but you actually dared to act alone instead of choosing to form a group. Could it be because the squad was temporarily disbanded? It's up to you. The girl skimmed her head, not intending to answer Shuya's question. Ha ha ha, I was just asking casually. Shuya shrugged his shoulders and turned his head away. Bai Tao came from the side, and in his hand was a red spirit bead. There really is a red spirit bead here. Very well, let's continue our journey. Shuya nodded and greeted Bai Shaoling, who was fuming at the side. and together they walked towards the mirror world beyond. Only when he reached the border did he turn his head and look at the girl with a smile. "Don't worry, Hurt-san, the rope will break in 2 minutes. I didn't fix it in one piece. I hope you're lucky and don't run into me again." Oh. He waved his hand and stepped away from the mirror world. "We've taken the spirit beads here as well, so the last area is next." Bai Tao excitedly put away the spirit beads, his face full of exhilaration. He was glad he'd made the move to hold Seo also teamed up in the first place. It's true that when you're with such a smart person, whatever you do is twice as effective. Where are we going next? Are we going straight for the yellow spirit beads? Yes, the area over there is not that far from here. Just follow me. Su also nodded and casually responded to Bai Tao, but his voice suddenly stopped. In his line of sight, a slightly familiar figure actually appeared, passing through the shadows. That was just. Su Yuya instantly recognized the figure's origin. Mr. Yang Yuan? Chapter 117, The Identity of the Mole. Mr. Yang Yuan? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling seemed to have noticed the figure as well. All three of them revealed a look of surprise. For his part, Su also looked slightly moved, and even immediately headed in the direction where the figure had disappeared. He turned the corner, only to see Yang Yuan's figure appear at the end of the alley, just turning into the shadows. Quickly catching up, he realized that the front was empty, long gone. What's wrong? What's wrong? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling also caught up. Looking at the frowning and contemplative Su Yuya, they both revealed puzzled expressions. Weird. Su Yuya rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. In this examination, we are completely disconnected from a few teachers. There's no way we can contact them, and there's no way they're going to show up in the city for that to happen. But why did Mr. Yang Yuan appear here? He gazed straight ahead. This direction that Yang Yuan had disappeared in was exactly the direction that they were heading to. Could it be that Mr. Yang Yuan he is out for a walk? Bai Tao blinked and opened his mouth. There are still traces in this direction. Maybe he's just ahead. Shu Ya, on the other hand, looked down at the ground. Although the traces were not obvious, there were still some signs of people moving above the ground. He thought about it for a short half-second, then wasted no time in pursuing it. Do we really have to go after them? Bai Shaoling followed Su Yuya's pace closely, revealing a worried look. I'm a bit curious as to why Mr. Yang Yuan appeared here. Shu Ya advanced calmly, but his expression was a bit puzzled and leisurely. And since our destination is in that direction, it's not a big deal to go check it out. Several people followed the traces and kept moving forward. And after about 15 minutes of walking, a series of ruins suddenly appeared in the distance. This is the Ocean City Art Museum. 3 years ago, under the attack of the Void Beast, half of the building collapsed into rubble and has yet to be rebuilt. At the same time he saw the ruins, Shuda's expression suddenly froze. Countless memories rushed to his mind, only to be quickly suppressed by him, just as he was about to move forward. Right in front of him in the extreme distance, Yang Yuan's figure actually appeared like a ghost once again. This time, he even directly drilled into the ruins and disappeared. He went in. Bai Tao's eyes were wide with confusion. Why was Yang Yuan, who was a teacher, here? Isn't that where the spirit beads are kept? Let's go take a look. Shuda's expression was calm, and he actually walked directly towards the ruins. Wait. Bai Shaoling suddenly pulled him back, her face a bit tense and anxious. This is too strange. Don't you guys think this whole thing is fishy? That Mr. Yang Yuan, how could he appear here? Oh, Shuya stopped his pace and revealed a confused expression. Is there something fishy about this? Maybe there's an overly intense battle going on in here, so it's possible that Mr. Yang Yuan came here to stop it. You guys think about it. Bai Shaoling looked slightly agitated, tugging hard on Shuya's sleeve to prevent him from advancing. We were on our way here, but we were attacked by void beasts. Whoever attacked us not only knew our route, but was able to set up an ambush and pull out ahead of time. This means that our whereabouts are, most likely, exposed. That Mr. Yang Yuan was suddenly placed here. Don't you guys think he's strange? Surprisingly, Su also put on a look of surprise and looked at Bai Shaoling rather unexpectedly. Could it be that you mean that Mr. Yang Yuan is the one who revealed our whereabouts? Is he a mole that the enemy has placed with us? This is very likely, isn't it? Bai Shaoling nervously nodded her head back and forth. Besides, we were practically guided here by him just now. This is just too weird. Why don't we go ahead and try to find the location of the other spirit beads and stay away from here for now? Well, what you said makes sense. Su also nodded deeply, but quickly picked up. But we can't contact a few teachers right now. If we leave like this, won't the other students be in danger when they get here? He righteously patted his chest and put on a righteous demeanor. We're all here because we want to become void hunters. If that Mr. Yang Yuan is really a mole, we have an obligation to dismantle him. Are you crazy? Bai Shaoling's eyes went wide, not expecting the always intelligent Su Yuya to say something like this. Teacher Yang Yuan is an existence of the mountain realm. How can just the three of us be his opponent? Then what do you think we should do? Shuya looked straight into Bai Xiaoling's eyes and asked such a question with a smile on his face. We can't reach a couple of teachers right now, so is it hard to stand here and prevent other students from approaching? The matter of Mr. Yang Yuan being a mole is nothing more than a speculation on your part. There is no evidence that can confirm this matter. If he's not the mole, aren't we equivalent to giving up on this examination? Bai Xiaoling's face changed, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Void hunters have always made protection their first priority. Shuya's smile didn't change as he spoke out righteously. Since there is danger ahead and we perceive it, then we have an obligation to look into it and stop these things from happening. Don't worry, several teachers should be able to sense our behavior in the city, in case we do encounter any danger. I think Instructor Lianshou and Teacher Songwei will be the first to notice. But you're right, it may indeed be less safe if we rush forward. He suddenly swept Bai Tao over with one hand and lowered his head to say a few words into the latter's ear. Bai Tao's eyes gradually dilated, as if he had heard something incredible. What did you say? He let out a gasp of surprise and his entire body jumped back a step. That's it, please. Shuya's face was bland, a smile on his lips. Bai Tao's face was complicated, his eyes constantly turning on the two, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying this, his entire body shrank into the ground and disappeared. Bai Xiaoling was filled with confusion. What did you say to him? It's nothing, just a safeguard for our safety. Su also smiled and turned around, going so far as to head towards the ruins of the art museum without looking back. Bai Xiaoling hurriedly jogged to catch up, still speaking urgently. Shu Ya, let's really reconsider. We have no evidence that Mr. Yang Yuan is the mole though, but let's not let ourselves go into danger like this. Why don't we watch here for an hour and see what happens? There's absolutely no need to do that. Seo also spoke in a relaxed tone, his footsteps not stopping as he walked forward. There's no way that Mr. Yang Yuan is a mole. With a smirk on his face, he laughed very calmly, because that mole has always been you. Bai Xiaoling, Chapter 118, 3 Breaches. What did you say? Bai Xiaoling's expression snapped, and then his expression became excited and shocked. How could you doubt me, Seo Ya? We're classmates who've been carrying on together since the entrance test. Shuya's footsteps were unceasing as he approached towards the ruins with a calm demeanor. In the face of the incomparably excited Bai Xiaoling, he nevertheless only smiled. There are a total of 3 points in your brokenness. The first point is that you shouldn't have come to me on your own accord to engage in a climb down. The second point is that you don't disguise your abilities well enough. And that third point, he shrugged his shoulders, is that your overly eager attempt to prevent me from approaching this ruin was far too blatant. What are you saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Bai Xiaoling still maintained a shocked and puzzled expression. Shu Ya, could it be that you've had your memory twisted? Yes, I did have my memory twisted. Shu Ya nodded calmly. That person was you. So much for boring acting. I have to say, you're really not much of an actor. Scratching his nose, he read in a rather casual tone. Let me help illuminate the breach you've appeared to have. First things first, when you took the initiative to climb up to me yesterday and offered to team up with me, I was already suspicious of you. The reason is simple. Long before the test began, I had already investigated the 47 freshmen other than me. With the exception of Anarashi, who has never used her abilities, I have done enough analysis of each of the others' personalities and the effects of their abilities. But when you appeared in front of me, I realized that I had absolutely no memory points for your abilities and personality. But surprisingly, my memory holds memories of you taking the entrance test, and taking classes with me. It's really weird, isn't it? I just haven't utilized my abilities much. It's normal that you don't remember my abilities. Bai Xiaoling opened his mouth to respond, his tone still seeming very agitated. That's impossible. Shu Ya, however, responded decisively. As I said, I've used various methods to prompt each and every one of them to use their abilities. Except for Enlon. I memorized each one's abilities so well that I could never be half wrong. And since Enlon is burdened with SS-ranked abilities, it's impossible for his identity to be forged. Plus he's not a fighter by nature. So I'm not that concerned about what his abilities are. But under this premise, I am completely ignorant of your abilities. So when you appeared, I immediately judged one thing. He paused and continued. You are not the real Bai Xiaoling. Or, Bai Xiaoling, this person, never existed from the beginning. What are you talking about? Bai Xiaoling barely managed to squeeze out a smile. If I don't exist, then who is the person standing in front of you? This is also the second crack you revealed. Shuya smiled indifferently and leisurely said, your disguise for your ability is just too inept. When I inquired about your ability, you said that your ability was a B-rank ability, upside down world. And your biggest mistake was that you were so self-righteous as to use your powers on me once in order to prove that you weren't lying. But you did get hit with my power then. That's right, I did fall for your ability. Shuya nodded, but that wasn't some B-rank ability, upside down world. because the first moment I was hit, I tested my body. At the time, I did try to walk forward, but the movement that changed was a step backward. But at the first sign of my action, I did something else. I broke the fingers of my left hand. If your ability is really upside down world, then the act of me breaking the fingers of my left hand will definitely appear on top of my right hand. And yet, in fact, I still managed to break the fingers of my left hand. He exhaled softly and said slowly, the true effect of your ability would be cognitive alteration, deliberately guiding me with words as you demonstrated your ability to me. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. With such words, you go about guiding me in forward and backward motions, but in reality, you just twisted my perception while observing my movements. It is true that I initially wanted to go forward, but after having my perception reversed by you, the perception of going forward was replaced with going backward, so it became facing backwards. But you apparently didn't notice my quiet finger snapping, so it backfired and revealed a huge break. He grinned and swept by Xiaoling with his afterglow. And what really made me sure of your abilities was when I came into contact with Han Hao and the three of them earlier. Han Hao, at that time, was affected by you with your ability, causing him to only extend his left hand. The explanation for this behavior is that depending on the individual's constitution, the ability may remain for a period of time. But really, you're just replacing his conception of right with left, and the original left remains left because you have only replaced the concept, not his understanding of the existence of right. So no matter how much he changes his movements and thoughts, he can only use his left hand. If I'm not mistaken, you were able to lurk among us without being suspected, and also modified our memories of you through this method of cognitive substitution, right? Shuya's words caused the expression on Bai Xiaoling's face to freeze slightly. Her expression continued to tighten, the once shy and well-behaved demeanor gone, instead becoming somewhat cloudy. Shuya, on the other hand, continued to walk forward as if he hadn't noticed her expression. The reason why we were attacked this time was because you were the mole who revealed our movement route in advance, and there is a strong possibility that the people who attacked us this time are from the Void Demon Council. Next is the third mistake you made. Since just now, you've been doing your best to prevent me from getting close to this place, and have been trying to get me to think of Mr. Yang Yuan as that mole. Let me guess, perhaps there is something of some sort within that ruin that you wish to obtain, and you want to avoid the defenders of Sea City and get the stuff. As for the reason you are near me, it is because your second purpose is to kill me. He jerked to a halt and turned his head to look at Bai Xiaoling. Tell me about it. Did I guess right? Bai Xiaoling's expression kept changing and finally gave up on continuing the show. The moment Shuya turned around, her entire body was like a melted picture scroll that kept falling off. After a few seconds, the original Bai Xiaoling disappeared, and instead became a youthful and pretty girl wearing extremely sexy jean shorts and a navel-bearing top. Her face was exactly the same as Bai Xiaoling's, but it was a bit more charming, and her expression was also very different, not in the least bit well-behaved. She revealed a strange smile as she looked Shuya up and down, worthy of being the person that Lord Extreme Bliss inspired to praise. To think that with reasoning, I was able to break through my ability in a hard way. Shuya, you really opened my eyes. Chapter 119. Do you think I came here to seek death? Oh, is this what you really look like? Shuya was not the least bit flustered, his eyes sweeping back and forth over Bai Xiaoling's body without avoiding it. At the same time, he also sensed that the memories of Bai Xiaoling in his mind were rapidly fading, and eventually slowly dissipating. Originally always appeared in the test examination in her figure, as far as possible, and the memory disappeared, as if this person never existed in general. So that's it. Once your ability is disarmed after that, will it dissipate on its own? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and smiled slightly. S-rank ability, cognitive replacement. Bai Xiaoling shrugged his shoulders, and even though he was constantly swept around by Shuya, he didn't feel any shyness. Instead, he smiled and explained, after the ability is cast, I am able to insert my presence directly into your memories. It's not about realm. As long as I inserted my memories, even teachers whose realms are far stronger than mine won't be able to detect my presence. It's just a shame that the details of those memories need to be filled in on my own. Against other people it's fine. A smart person like you, it's true that you'll notice the deviation in details. She puffed up her mouth and sighed, pouting helplessly, and once my powers are seen through, the powers inflicted on the others will be null and void as well. But you're such a pervert that you've recognized everyone's abilities in just a few days. She blinked softly and smiled at Shuya. Reintroduce yourself. Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor Candidate, Lin Quan. So even the name is a forgery. Shuya let out a light laugh. So what do you want to do after I break it up? Kill me here or capture me? I'm not going to do such a death-seeking thing. Lin Quan laughed coquettishly and shook his head. Now that my ability has been broken, once I use my energy here, the first thing that happens will be noticed by the city guards. Besides, capturing you is not a task that belongs to me. Sure enough, It's just as I thought. Shuya returned his head and didn't make a move against Lin Quan. Instead, he walked quickly towards the ruins ahead. After realizing that I can't use my abilities, you're actually not going to strike at me? Lin Quan asked as he followed Shuya in slight surprise, bouncing around with his hands behind his back. The candidate's status is high even in the Void Demon Council, right? Shuya faintly swept a glance at her. There's a huge probability that you have something on your body that protects you. I don't want to ask for trouble. Oh, the smile on Lin Quan's face intensified. Can't see that you're quite cautious. If you're so cautious, why must you get into this mess and force your way in here? I stopped you from coming here, but I did it to protect you for fear of losing your little life. Between the two of them talking, Shuya had already stepped into the ruins. However, the mirror world he expected was not triggered. Just as he was doubting, his gaze narrowed slightly, and with a glance, he saw the yellow talisman that had been half torn off above a certain ruined wall in the distance. This also meant that the mirror world that was originally set up here had been artificially destroyed. I said how it feels like the neighborhood has been so noisy since just now. A dull, thunderous voice came from the midst of the ruins. Immediately afterward, a large silhouette, stomping hard on the ground, stepped out from the side. Ba Ding's ferocious eyes swept around, instantly locking onto Su Yuya in front of him. So a bug snuck in. Immediately afterward, his sight also noticed Lin Quan, who was following Shuya, revealing an unexpected look. The helper that Stinger was talking about. It's you, little girl. If I remember correctly, you should be a candidate for the 6th Counselor Lord. The time has not yet come for you to bring your prey to your door. How come it's not quite what Stinger said it would be? It can't be helped. There was a small accident. Lin Quan gently laughed, even lightly jumped up, sat on top of a broken waste wall, gently shaking his small feet. He had to come over here to get killed, and I couldn't stop him. Is that so? Ba Ding gave a grin and began to rub his fists. Also, since the prey is delivered to the door, there is naturally no reason not to take it. 30 minutes until that thing breaks the seal. Just take care of your little brat first in these 30 minutes. Settle me? Suya, on the other hand, let out a loud laugh as if he had heard some heavenly joke. In the next second, his eyes grew cold and his voice lowered. Do you think that I dare to enter here alone and really came to seek death? Ahem. Hanhao's pupils dilated as he arched his body and was kicked to the ground by Jiuli. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his entire body felt as if it had been fractured, with pain filling his entire body. Han! Lu Tian and Sun Mao's faces changed slightly and immediately wanted to rush forward. However, Jiuli only swept them lightly. The domineering and fierce aura that filled those eyes made the two men shudder and their footsteps involuntarily stopped. The three people in the distance who had been bound by Han Hao with a sand prison were also free of their bonds at the moment due to Han Hao's serious injury. However, they didn't dare to escape in the slightest, and all of them cowered to the side, looking at Jiuli with horror on their faces. With this amount of strength, you dare to come alone to challenge me? Jiuli laughed as he stomped on Han Hao's chest with a relaxed expression, as if suppressing the other party didn't take much effort at all. You. Han Hao struggled to open his mouth, but it hurt too much to say complete words. Despair was evident in his eyes, not having expected Jiuli to be so terrifying. From the beginning to the end, he tried his best, but he was unable to inflict even half a bit of damage on it, and with just a plain and simple punch and kick, Jiuli had beaten him to his current state. If you don't want to die, hand over the spirit pearl. Jiuli calmly stepped on Han Hao's chest and faintly read. Han Hao trembled as he raised his right hand and aimed it at Jiuli. Whoosh! A mass of sand shuttled out in a hurry and rushed towards Jolie's body as if it was a sharp arrow. However, Jiuli did not dodge and allowed the sand arrow to plunge into his chest. Blood flowed out along the arrow, but the sand arrow stopped after only a centimeter of penetration. Is that your answer? As if Jiuli was unaware of the pain, he casually pinched the sand arrow and gently held it. The wound on his chest was actually healing and recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In that case, I'll get it myself. Jolie's smile did not change. His right foot was raised high and was about to fall in a whirlwind, but at that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared and blocked Jolie's feet. Dang! The terrifying impact recoiled, and Jiuli was hardened by his own attack. He quickly stabilized himself and looked at Lu Tian, who was trembling his arms and blocking Han Hao's face. Are you next? Our spirit beads, all of them are here. Master Li, please spare us. On the other side, Sun Mao fell to his knees with a slip, cupping the spirit beads that the three of them had gotten with both hands. Fear spreading in his heart. They were afraid that if they resisted any longer, Jiuli would really kick Han Hao to death. I have only one of our spirit beads, so I'll give it to you as well. The three people not far away also tremblingly pulled out a red spirit bead from their arms and handed it to Jiuli. It's not a lie. Jiuli grinned and obediently collected the 4 red beads. After getting what he wanted, he turned around and walked away without a moment's delay. but suddenly at that moment, a figure suddenly drilled out from the ground and stood in front of Jiuli. Oh, another one? Jiuli narrowed his eyes and let out a sardonic laugh. Are you here to get killed too? Chapter 120, unless you're fixing this wall with steel bars. Whoosh! Bang! Bating's fists came crashing in sharply like bullets, hitting a ruined wall. In just one breath of effort, the wall blew apart as if it had been blasted. Oh, with just the power of your physical body, you have this kind of power? Seo also narrowly dodged the punch and stood leisurely to the side. The Ba Ding in front of him had a muscular body, and even if he didn't use any energy, just relying on his fists and feet carried a great oppressive force. Kid, I don't know what you have to rely on to dare show up here. You're a fool if you think I can't deal with you without using my powers. A punch swung empty. Ba Ding was not annoyed, just coldly smiled as he approached Su also. He was light on his feet and his punches were extremely fast. Between the 3 punches and 2 kicks, it forced Shuya to keep retreating. Boom! The sound of breaking air sounded, and Ba Ding suddenly crashed towards Su Yuya's face with an accelerated fist. The blood mist drifted away. Su was also forced to turn on boiling blood, which barely managed to dodge the punch. At this moment, his expression was solemn, only his eyes were filled with calmness. Even if your physical body is as strong as it is, you won't be able to utilize your full power without the addition of energy. After opening the boiling blood, Shuya's speed surged, and with an instantaneous body, he arrived behind Ba Ding and stabbed out with a fist. Bang! His fist was cupped by Bating's backhand. The latter sneered and turned around. His right arm fired, and Su Yuya was suddenly in a cloud, his body flying up uncontrollably. The next moment, he was slammed heavily on the ground. The debris on the ground crumbled, and the powerful recoil caused him to nearly faint. Ba Ding laughed as he raised his right foot and stomped towards his body, but Shuya's consciousness quickly returned, and he kicked his feet heavily on the ground. Using the acceleration of his boiling blood to pan out a meter and dodge the kick, he rose from the ground in a slight mess, his eyes glittering. Sure enough, can't I deal with you guys with just boiling blood alone? He didn't have to wait too long to think about it before Ba Ding bullied his way in once again. However, Shuya gave up on colliding head-on with it, and instead, he directly urged the boiling blood and ran towards the distance. Want to run? Dream on! Seeing this scene, Ba Ding immediately let out a sardonic laugh and stepped on the ground to chase after him. A great potential was unleashed within his 1,000-hardened body. With an arrow step, he caught up with Shuya. Su is also quite a bit panicked feeling. Actually hard to be forced to a more complete wall. Back against the wall. There is no way to escape. Is this your strength? How strong did I think it was? Ba Ding smiled disdainfully and swung his fist to smash. Bang! The fence was like fragile tofu that crumbled at the slightest touch. The entire wall was actually unable to withstand Ba Ding's punch that relied purely on physical strength and collapsed. He frowned at his feet. Shuya, who was originally clinging to the wall, was actually like a loach, slipping away from his crotch the first time he swung his fist. Just as Ba Ding wanted to draw his fist back to slam it, a hand gently rested on his swinging right arm. Shuya gasped slightly, a blood-colored mist exhaling from his mouth as it continued to rise and fall. The tryst is pretty much over, so let's call it a day. His palm cupped a piece of crushed stone and pressed it tightly against Ba Ding's right arm. Repair hand seal. Spit out the name of the move softly. The debris scattered on the ground around them actually looked like they were being pulled by countless threads, rising up from the ground one after another. The rubble was like assembled blocks that quickly came together and connected. After half a second passed, Ba Ding only felt his right arm sink, being pulled down by gravity. He looked at his right arm in slight surprise, only to see countless masonry wrapped around his arm, tightly massoned together. The image was as if his hands were laid in masonry. Ha! If I can break it once, I can break it twice, unless you seal both of my arms. That little trick alone won't stop me. Ba Ding sneered and swung his left fist towards his right arm, attempting to shatter this half wall and free his right arm, but a tug pulled him steeply. Looking back, a piece of debris had fallen from his left arm at some point as well. Under the traction of this rubble, countless stones converged and similarly transformed into a half wall, sealing his left arm as well. For a moment, he just felt his arms heavy, tugged hard by the weight of the two walls. There were only 2 thuds and thuds. His hands slammed to the ground with 2 booms as they were torn directly by the weight of the masonry. Now Ba Ding looked like a half-assembled robot. His arms were built into the distinctive blocks of masonry, forming 2 brick arms. Shuya also dispersed his boiling blood at this time, and a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He jumped back a step and sat directly on the ground with his knees crossed as he faintly said, "Don't struggle. My ability isn't strong in frontal combat though, but it's still very practical in furniture towns and terrain like this where the environment is complex. It's just 2 walls." Ba Ding's entire face was suffocated with redness, and he actually hardened his arm by strength and lifted it up along with the wall. He actually wanted to utilize the power of his arms punching to smash these 2 walls that sealed his hands. Unless you're using rebar to hold this wall in place, I'll smash as many sides as I can. His words had only just fallen. White threads poked out of the masonry on his arm at once. A few moments later, several steel bars flew in from 3 meters away and quickly plunged into the ground, connecting in these bricks. Knock! Baiting's strength was ultimately hard to beat this force, and he fell to one knee, his arms slamming back down to the ground. His 2 arms were covered with masonry and fixed to the ground by steel connections, and for a while he couldn't move. At this moment, his face was red for a while and white for a while. He just wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why such a crow's mouth? Even though he himself possessed the strength of the peak realm, but without using a single bit of energy, he was actually firmly controlled by Shuya. Shuya's level of utilization of his abilities was also far beyond his imagination. Kid, you are looking for death. Ba Ding's arms were fixed at the moment, and although he couldn't move, he still raised his head in a domineering manner and stared at him viciously. When I can use my energy, I'll be the first to tear you apart. Even though he was fixed in place, he didn't think for a second that Su Yuya would be able to do anything to him. How dare you threaten me when you're a defeated man? Su was also filled with astonishment, not understanding that Ba Ding could still be so hardened in such a situation. He copied half a brick in his hand and came straight to Ba Ding, who was half kneeling on the ground. As he advanced, white light flickered above the half brick, and it was soon repaired back to its full form. Ba Ding raised his head, his face grimacing, and was just about to open his mouth to say something. The slate in Shuya's hand then mercilessly glued itself to his face. Any idea what the situation is? You're still mad, aren't you? Chapter 121, The Two of Us. Who is the villain? The brick slammed into Ba Ding's face and smacked it in the face. The force was not large, but it made Ba Ding feel like he was being humiliated. UTM. Before he could finish his sentence, the shattered brick quickly closed and recovered, and was slapped into his face again. I'm warning you. He had just opened his mouth when half a brick was shoved into his mouth. Immediately after that, Shuya slapped him on the head without mercy. Warning of what? A member of the Void Demon Council is a big deal. Ha, you think I haven't killed any? You're a guy who can't move his energy. What's the point of being godly? This combo is moderately powerful, but extremely insulting. Ba Ding's entire face became incredibly red from anger. Just heard a click. He actually hard teeth bite the brick in his mouth. Spit aside. I'm warning you, kid. Don't get too wild for me. He spoke through gritted teeth, anger flickering in his eyes. With this painless attack of yours, even if I don't use my energy you can't even hurt me. Lord Aurora is interested in you and is going to let us take you back, but he didn't say he had to bring back yours alive. If you dare to humiliate me like this again, I will definitely make you suffer and beg on your knees. You say that as if you don't want to kill me if I'm not crazy. In the face of Ba Ding's threat, Su Yuya was calm and unperturbed. He copied a brick in his hand, and once again, he glued it to Ba Ding's face and slapped it. You asshole. As if set on fire, Ba Ding tried to power up to break the wall off his arm, but he was in an incredibly awkward position at the moment, unable to exert any strength. I've told you, unless you change something fancy, this power won't even tickle me. Seeing that he couldn't break free from his bonds, Ba Ding could only roar lowly with red eyes. What you said makes sense. Shuya nodded thoughtfully, suddenly probing his hand into his arms for a while. A moment later, a bottle of chili oil was in his hands. What kind of person carries around chili oil? Ba Ding's entire body was dumbfounded as he cursed in his heart. Let me try my new move. Chili oil hands. Su also violently grabbed a handful of chili oil in a swift manner and quickly slapped at Ba Ding's eyes. Ba Ding slammed his eyes shut, while his mouth exclaimed, "What new move? Isn't it just smearing chili oil on your hands?" But he closed his eyes and waited for a few moments, and there was no sign of movement in front of him. After a few seconds had passed, Ba Ding quietly opened his eyes a slit. Shuya's chili oil-coated fingertips had been waiting for a long time, and instantly inserted themselves into his eyes. Ba Ding frantically shook his head, and his eyes were smeared with chili oil, so he immediately screamed out in misery and let out a mournful cry. His arms, which were immobilized on the ground, shook wildly, and even the 2 walls hummed. You asshole! Ba Ding cursed over and over again, shaking his body frantically in pain. Ha 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 ha. Not far above the half-completed wall came a silvery laugh. Lin Quan laughed his head off. Not only did he not have any intention of going up to help, but he was instead amused by the image in front of him. Shut the hell up! Ba Ding hissed with a trembling body. His anger had almost surged habitually through his entire body. He opened his reddish, incomparable eyes, stared dead at Shuya, and lowly roared in a voice filled with murderous aura. Bastard! You've angered me! Some of Shuya's attacks were not powerful, but extremely insulting. The already short-tempered Ba Ding was immediately enraged. He turned his head, staring angrily at Lin Quan on the wall, and bellowed, Are you still not going to make a move? Should I just watch me get humiliated by this asshole? You know, if we use even a little bit of energy now, it'll all be detected by that city guard. Lin Quan smiled and shrugged without any intention of making a move. I haven't cultivated my body. How can I be a match for this guy? She wiggled her little feet, not caring in the slightest about Ba Ding's miserable condition. Instead, she was staring closely at Shuya, becoming more and more interested in him. On the other side, Su Yuya, however, didn't stop attacking either. As if he had found some kind of fun, he kept pulling out all sorts of strange things from his arms. Secret technique, garlic impact technique. Secret technique, durian paste nose technique. Old 8 secret sauce. He also didn't dare to push too hard, and could only use this kind of painless attack to keep bouncing back and forth on the edge of Ba Ding's anger. After all, Ba Ding had only deliberately suppressed his energy fluctuations in order to prevent being discovered by the defenders of the city. If he really did something that could jeopardize Ba Ding's life, such as pulling out the ancient knight, I'm afraid that the heading will explode with energy at the first opportunity in order to save his life. At that time, under this distance, Su was not confident that the Guardian would be able to protect his life from a great distance. Aha! Ba Ding's face was now covered in strange sauces, and all kinds of fishy and pungent odors constantly washed over his nasal passages. He could no longer contain his anger and his whole body trembled. I can't take it anymore. You bastard. I'm going to kill you here. A wisp of fluctuation seemed to be brewing within him, as if the next moment he was about to break through the restriction and explode with his own energy. Sensing the aura within the Ba Ding's body, Lin Quan, who had originally been smiling wryly, changed her face slightly. Her expression turned cold as she said in a low voice, Ba Ding, have you forgotten the mission? If the stuff isn't recovered successfully, you know how Lord Polaris will punish you, right? It's not like his attacks can hurt you, so what if you let him toy with you a little longer? As soon as these words came out, Ba Ding's brain, which was wrapped in anger, was like being poured with a pot of cold water and barely calmed down. Although Lin Quan's words were full of ambiguity, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his emotions. The fluctuations that had already been rising and falling within his body slowly subsided, and a resigned expression appeared on his face. Bastard! It was now 15 minutes to 12. As long as he persevered through this period of time and successfully recovered the boundary separating stone, he would definitely use the cruelest means he knew of to torment Shuya. At that time, even if he was discovered by the city guards, he would definitely not let Shuya off the hook. I see. However, after Shuya heard this conversation, a smile filled with deep meaning appeared on his face. You guys are really waiting for something. His little test was to ascertain the suspicion in his mind. That is to say, you guys are just for something very important, and even if you are humiliated by me like this, you will never use your energy. A wicked smile appeared on Shuya's face as he grabbed Ba Ding's clothes and wiped his hands, once again probing his hands into his arms. However, what he took out this time caused Ba Ding's eyebrows to furiously jump. It was a pair of scissors. Su also laughed strangely and moved the scissors towards the lower half of Ba Ding's body, while his mouth was chanting. In other words, as long as I don't hurt your life, you'll hold back no matter what I do. When Ba Ding saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and his entire skycap looked like it was going to be overturned in half, his scalp tingling. Who's the villain? The two of us? What the hell do you want, you asshole? Chapter 122, 5 minutes are enough. What for? Shuya smiled and handed the scissors forward. To help you clean up your worry roots. Why don't you go to yourself first? Ba Ding roared out in shock and tried to retreat towards the back, but the wall that wrapped around his arms just kept shaking, still firmly anchored to the ground. Su was also unmoved, and the scissors had already touched Ba Ding's pants. Ah, Ba Ding roared, finally unable to hold back any longer. No way, I'm going to slaughter this asshole. His body rippled again. If you cause yourself to lose something important in order to carry out your mission, then he might as well just die. Hegemony Cauldron. Lin Quan let out a low shout, his complexion changing in succession. In the end, she pursed her lips fiercely and threw out an object from her arms. It was an exquisitely crafted jade pendant that was gently affixed to Ba Ding's neck. A cold touch flowed over the surface of the Ba Ding's body. He barely managed to calm down as Lin Quan's voice came to his ears. This is the Jakubo that Lord, Craftsman, imitated. The small covering spirit jade. For 10 minutes, as long as you use no more energy than the stone realm or above, the battle fluctuations will not spread out and be detected. Good. Ba Ding was delighted at his words, his eyes flashing with excitement. In the next moment, he stopped suppressing his energy and instantly burst it out and wrapped it around his body. Not good. The smile on Shuya's face withdrew, and he jumped backward almost without hesitation. Before he could hit the ground, the scissors still cupped in his hands were suddenly destroyed by a terrifying force. It was only because he let go in time that he didn't let the force affect himself. Boom! But then he heard a roar, and Ba Ding roared as he stood up. The wall that covered his arms turned into countless pieces of debris and exploded. He reared up from the ground, his eyes fierce and his body radiating extreme killing intent. You're an asshole. A low roar came from Ba Ding as he put the small piece of spirit-covering jade on his neck and glared straight at Su Yuya. I'm going to twist your limbs off. After the words, he then stepped on both feet and erupted with a terrifying sound, instantly closing in on Su Yuya. Even if only the energy of the stone realm is used, the sound he could erupt was also extremely terrifying. A body that had been tempered over the years, even if it only used a little bit of energy, the power that erupted was far beyond the stone realm. This is bad. Su Yuya's pupils shrunk slightly, only to see the hegemonic cauldron appear in front of him in the twinkling of an eye. He didn't dare to be careless. Boiling blood opened up and dodged towards the back. Poof! Ba Ding swung his fist in the air, but a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Before Shuya could react, his chest felt like it was hit by an invisible wave, and his entire body flew out uncontrollably. Dang! His body smashed through half a wall, his chi and blood churning with pain. Before he could slow that down, Ba Ding charged once again and slammed his fist into the ground. With a wisp of consciousness, Su also kicked the ground with both feet and hard pan 2 meters out. A crater appeared on the ground as Ba Ding's fist landed on the ground, but Su Yuya, who was 2 meters away, once again felt as if his body had been impacted by an invisible force, and was hit with several consecutive rolls, spitting out blood from his mouth. I see. He coughed up blood and wobbled to his feet. Can your ability, even if it doesn't hit me directly, still do damage to me? Class B ability. Resonance shock. Matter increase class ability. Every swing of Ba Ding's fist was able to resonate with the air and ripple to the nearest target. Little bastard. Why aren't you as wild now as you were earlier? With a cold smile, the Ba Ding appeared in front of Shuya, and his thick palm grabbed forward. But just then, half of the wall was suddenly kicked down and 2 figures walked in. What kind of Thai place is this? There's not even a road. Jiuli was naked and full of disdain as he stepped on the gravel towards the interior of the art museum. Behind him, White Towers ghostly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. I tried to tell you earlier, the door is at that end. Oh, Ba Ding stopped moving and turned his head to look at the 2 who had suddenly appeared. 2 more bugs? Is this the enemy you were talking about? Jiuli similarly stopped in his tracks and grinned as he looked at the Bai Ding, whose block was even bigger than his own. Bai Tao's face changed after seeing the hegemony cauldron. His eyes swept back and forth, immediately noticing Lin Quan sitting on the low wall and Shuya in the distance. Shuya, I've gotten the help as you requested. Just in time. Shuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, some delight in his eyes. It had to be said that the strength of the helpers Bai Tao had found this time was far beyond his imagination. He didn't say any more nonsense to explain. Instead, he looked straight at Jiuli and said in the most concise words, Jiuli, this guy is a member of the Void Demon Council. Finish him off and I'll give you a 10-point yellow spirit bead. 1 is not enough. Jiuli began to move his arms and legs, the smile on his face unchanged. I'll give you 2 more locations where yellow spirit beads might appear. Su also added, if you don't find any, I'll personally fill you in on the spirit beads, although I could have chosen to go and grab it directly from you. Jiuli finished moving his arms and legs and stretched, but you guys are indeed a bit tricky to deal with. A bit of a loss. Okay, I'll agree to your terms. Deal. The words fell, but the red shadows drifted away. Jiuli laughed as he appeared in front of Ba Ding, his right fist wrapped in red light and crashed out with a loud bang. Dang. It seemed that Ba Ding also did not expect Jiuli's speed to be so fast, and could only quickly set up his arms as a form of resistance. But even so, he was still blown back 2 steps by the punch, and his arms were a bit numb. Gently lowering his arm, Ba Ding's face revealed a frenzied-like wariness. Interesting, to think that someone can be indistinguishable from me in terms of strength. Undistinguished? Jiuli let out a sardonic laugh and brought his knee up to crash in. Ba Ding caught this knee, but his face changed slightly. This power was even stronger than the punch just now. Knock! At the same time, Jiuli hit his chest with another punch. This time, without any defense, the Ba Ding was actually directly sent flying. Shuya's eyes flashed as he opened his mouth and shouted. He can only utilize the energy of the stone realm right now. Within 10 minutes. Finish him off as much as possible. 10 minutes? Jiuli snorted disdainfully and flew to catch up with Ba Ding. Ba Ding's flesh was extremely tough, and the few punches he had just thrown did not cause any substantial damage to him. However, he had only just gotten up from the ground when Jiuli reappeared, his 2 fists smashing in as if it was a raging wind and rain. At the same time, its calm and confident voice was similarly transmitted. With the same realm, it takes 10 minutes to deal with this kind of trash? Killing intent descended. The end of his fist was wrapped in red light, and once again, he blasted the Ba Ding back. 5 minutes is enough for me to kill him. Chapter 123, You stupid bastard. What did you say? Ba Ding staggered 2 steps and stabilized himself, as if he had heard some kind of joke, raising his head to look at Jiuli. You, a mere brat of the stone realm, spouting nonsense, wanting to put me down in 5 minutes? There's a limit to how much you can dream. He growled and his right fist jabbed out. striking Jiuli. His ability, Resonance Shock, in addition to being able to attack 2 targets at once, it is also able to focus its power on the end of its fist, unleashing a double attack. The power of this punch was so fierce that even the air was hit with a sonic boom. However, instead of dodging, Jiuli used his own body and took the punch hard. Dang! His chest was instantly sunken, as if his bones had been broken. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out by him and spat directly onto Ba Ding's face. However, he looked as if he couldn't feel the pain at all, and a sardonic smile still hung on his face. His action of spitting blood was as casual as if he had spat. Is this your strongest destructive power? Jiuli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face showing a wild expression. It's simply nothing more than that. You. Ba Ding was momentarily dumbfounded, looking ahead incredulously. Even though he could only use the power of the stone realm right now, his physical qualities and his development of his abilities were a solid peak realm. The power of this punch was enough to pierce through a giant rock, but instead of dodging, Jiuli looked like nothing was wrong after eating his attack hard. For a moment, a sense of absurdity welled up in his heart, as if he were looking at a monster. Being in the peak realm, it's surprising that you would have fear of me. Jiuli grinned, directly puncturing the flickering emotions in Ba Ding's mind. His words had just fallen, and his chest, which was originally sunken, was rapidly bulging. The injuries after eating this punch head-on quickly healing. What did you say? Ba Ding laughed in anger and roared out in a low voice. You say that I would be afraid of a brat like you? He roared and swung again. The power of this one was a few points stronger than the previous punch. Snap! Jiuli spread out his palms and caught Ba Ding's attack solidly. The ground under his feet instantly ruptured, but he looked straight at Ba Ding as if nothing had happened. Followed by the anger of being dismantled, he clenched Ba Ding's fist with his left hand and stabbed out with his right fist as if it was lightning. Dang! The terrifying impact caused Ba Ding's thousand-hammered body to produce severe pain, and he couldn't help but lean back. However, Jiuli pinched his left fist with force and swung him up high, smashing him on top of the ground. His attacks and destructive power, as if they had been somehow energized, were even more violent than before. Impossible! What kind of ability is this? Ba Ding's combat experience was quite sufficient. He gritted his teeth and trembled as he flew to his feet, but Jiuli's fists forced their way in once again. For a moment, he was actually forced to retreat back and forth, without the ability to fight. How could a mere stone realm possess such terrifying combat power? On the other side, Bai Tao carefully came to Su Yuya's side, looking at the two people fighting fiercely in front of him and sweeping a glance at Lin Quan on the stone wall. So that guy, he really is the mole you're talking about? At this time, the memories of Bai Shaoling in his mind were all dispersed, and he realized his identity. Even though Su had already reminded him of this before, he still felt a wave of incredulity when he saw it with his own eyes at this moment. The other party had actually sneaked into the students without a sound, turning into classmates with whom they had been spending time, and they were even unaware of a few of the teachers. Yes, they are all from the Void Demon Council. Su also endured the pain and sat on the ground, constantly wrapping his energy around the injured area and suppressing the pain he felt. Their mission this time seems to be to recover something. Therefore, until they are recovered, they will not use their abilities in order to prevent detection by the defenders. You guessed it a long time ago, so why did you still have to get into this mess? Bai Tao's heart skipped a beat as he asked the same question as Lin Quan earlier. We could obviously just leave, or find a way to find a few teachers and let them deal with these members of the Void Demon Council. Wouldn't it be fine? With your brain, surely there must be a way to contact the teachers. I do have a way to contact a few teachers. Shuya looked calmly at the battle ahead, but there isn't enough time. What this group of legislators wants to recycle might show up at 12, although I don't know what that thing is used for. It's definitely something important of some sort for them to be so cautious. Besides that, there's another reason. What's the reason? Bai Tao froze for a moment. They want to kill me. How could I possibly sit back and wait for death? Killing intent flashed in Shuya's eyes as he calmly swept a glance at Ba Ding, who was in the middle of a beating, as well as Lin Quan, who was on top of that short wall. Of course, the reason why I dared to enter here. I naturally have some leverage. Dang! Ba Ding's figure was blasted away like a cannonball, and he even directly smashed half of the pillar. He staggered to his feet, panic in his eyes. Under Zhou Li's incomparably domineering and continuous attacks, his hardened fleshly body had even suffered injuries. The pain spread throughout his body, actually causing him to perceive a danger that could jeopardize his life. In the midst of the battle, his attacks also hit Zhou Li several times in a row. However, Zhou Li acted as if he didn't know what pain was, using his body to harden against the damage each time, and then launching another fierce attack. After a few exchanges, Ba Ding was almost defenseless. Is that all the so-called counselors have? Zhou Li came forward with a sly smile, a disdainful look in his eyes. You bastard! Ba Ding had never felt so underestimated before, and climbed up, furious. If he hadn't restricted his realm, An existence like Jiuli could have killed 10 of them with a single punch. His eyes were glowing red, and all the muscles on his body were tensed up, each one the size of a stone. In the next moment, he swung his fist vigorously and charged towards Jiuli. The air rippled as if resonating with his fist. However, Jiuli also threw a punch at the same moment. The end of his fist flashed with blood-colored energy, hitting the Baoding first with a force that was faster and fiercer than that of the Baoding. Put. Baoding's solid physical body finally couldn't support it, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell to its knees uncontrollably, covering the struck abdomen. He was trembling like a sieve, as if he had been electrocuted, and for a moment he was unable to run his energy. Bad. The strange changes in his body caused Baoding to be somewhat caught off guard. He didn't know what Jiuli had done to him, but now he couldn't seem to free his energy even if he wanted to. A hint of a snicker flashed through Jiuli's eyes as his right foot landed heavily. Like I said, 5 minutes is enough. Dang! His right kick stopped hard on top of a small arm-length dagger. A sexily dressed woman, holding a dagger in reverse, appeared next to Baoding and steadily blocked the kick. At this moment, whether it was Jiuli or Su Yi and Bai Tao who were not far away, their pupils all shrank. They hadn't even noticed how this woman had appeared in the slightest. Baoding, you stupid bastard! The stinger swung his dagger and knocked Jiuli back. Frowning and cursing lowly, I told you a long time ago, your flesh cultivation is futile. Nothing but solid, it's not good enough for anything. If you had bowed your head and asked me for advice, would you be in as much trouble as you are now? Chapter 124, Sky Curtain. Absolute rest. Are you a congressman too? Jiuli stabilized his stance and looked ahead with a fierce smile. Dare to get in the way of Laozi's killing. Do you want to die in front of him? He took a step forward and crashed his fist out, but Stinger didn't even look at him. The dagger in her hand fluttered like a butterfly, instantly pointing at the major acupoints on Jiuli's body. Jiuli's face changed slightly, and he even fell straight to the ground, unable to move. What did you do? He spoke in a deep voice, only to realize that the energy in his body also seemed to be blocked. Sealing acupoints. Utilizing high-speed attacks to hit acupoints on your body. A type of physical art. Stinger faintly answered and swept a glance at Jiuli. It was only in the interval between her strikes that Baoding finally slowed down and regained his footing from the ground. How could I possibly bow my head and ask a woman for advice? He grinned and looked at Stinger. Besides, if I don't cultivate my flesh to such toughness, how can I protect you guys? Stupid. Stinger cursed coldly, but his eyes looked ahead to Su Yuya and Bai Tao, who were filled with nervousness. The sudden appearance of the Stinger caught them all a bit off guard. This woman was as fast as a ghost, not using any energy at all, yet she was able to put Jiuli down in an instant. Obviously, this is a counselor who was well versed in the physical arts. Su Yuya and Bai Tao were like enemies, their entire bodies sweating. How did you come here? Baoding shook his arms, and his body, which had originally been injured by Jiuli, was rapidly recovering. I heard a noise over here and felt that you might be in trouble, so I came over to take a look, Stinger said lightly, turning to look at Shuya with his dagger in his grip and sweeping a glance at Lin Quan on the short wall. I see. Did the plan deviate and allow the mission target to appear earlier? She mused half a sentence, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In that case, let's settle him early. Hurry! Just as her words fell, Su Yuya's pupils clenched and he shouted urgently. He instantly turned on boiling blood and dodged towards the side. Bai Tao reacted even faster and disappeared as early as a blink of an eye. However, Stinger's body transformed into a residual shadow, as if he had appeared in two positions at the same time. Bang! Bang! Then two muffled sounds were heard. Su Yuya and Bai Tao were actually each blown away in different directions. Su also rolled to the ground, and before he had time to stabilize himself, before his eyes, he saw a half-cut dagger with a cold killing intent stabbing towards his neck. Now we've met a master. Without using any energy, this woman is able to compare to the mountain realm with her physical skills alone. His heart shook slightly and his eyes stared. Can only use that thing here? Countless thoughts crossed Shuya's mind as if they were lightning, and he was forced to do so, having decided to pull out his bottom card. But at that moment, a blue light was suddenly reflected in his eyes. Put. Stinger looked ahead with some surprise. The light blue curtain of light blocked in front of Shuya's body, smoothly receiving his attack. She didn't get the slightest bit attached to the battle, and with only an instantaneous effort, she leapt several meters away, her face cold. Who is it? Shuya exhaled a long breath and rolled over to sit up. Mr. Yang Yuan, you finally showed up. A figure stepped out from the shadows. Yang Yuan was still wearing a smiling expression as he looked around at the crowd present. It's been hard on a few students. To be able to fight the two counselors to a standstill, it's worthy of being the most talented class of students according to the principal. He gently clapped his palm, and a flash of blue light enveloped Jiuli's body. Jiuli jumped up from the ground, his eyes sweeping as he glanced at Yang Yuan. So you've been watching from behind? What an asshole teacher. He cursed faintly, then walked straight to the side, holding his chest. Yang Yuan's smile didn't change, he just shrugged helplessly. I can't be sure how many counselors will show up this time, so in the event that your lives are not in danger, I would like to eliminate them all. Hiss dash by Tao rubbed his aching body and burrowed out from beside Shuya. Under the pursuit of a bee sting with that speed, he was not able to rely on his ability to dodge the attack and took a hard kick. What exactly is the origin of this teacher Yang Yuan? Just now could it be that he deliberately led us here? That's right, he's probably already sensed the presence of these counselors, but wants to use our hands to go and hook them up. Su also faintly returned. If I'm not mistaken, he would be placed to travel with us this time just to stop this matter. His identity, most likely, came from the school board. Just a mountain realm. How dare you set an ambush on us? The Stinger spoke coldly, his gaze looking straight at Yang Yuan with killing intent. Don't say that. You two don't dare to use your abilities now. Yang Yuan smiled and said, even if I only have the mountain realm, it is still more than enough to deal with you guys. Even if I don't use my abilities, it's enough to kill you. The Stinger's gaze went cold, and he instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, she appeared behind Yang Yuan, holding a dagger in her hand and chopping towards his neck. Put. The light blue curtain of light unfolded, blocking her attack once again. Unbelievingly, the bee stinger's entire body almost transformed into countless residual shadows, appearing on all sides of Yang Yuan. Her speed was so fast that she almost made these remnants launch attacks on Yang Yuan's four sides at the same time. But every attack was blocked by the plain and simple curtain of light. Class A ability, Canopy. Yang Yuan just stood still, enduring the continuous attacks from the bee stingers, not even moving a bit, and even explaining his abilities. I can create any canopy around me that isolates everything. As you can see, without the use of energy, there is no way to break my ability with your destructive power. The stinger thrust another dagger, only to have it blocked by the canopy once again. She jumped back a step to pull away, panting slightly and blushing not so much. With her level of physical skill, it was enough to suppress the majority of mountain realm existences. But this time, he had met such a defense-oriented ability as Yang Yuan. Each of her attacks felt like it landed on top of a defensive barrier that was full of elasticity and suppleness. With physical skills alone, it was impossible to break through this barrier. This is very pure ability restraint. It seems you've recognized the status quo. Yang Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, gently extending his hand towards the bee stinger. Then next, it's my turn to make a move. A hint of indifference flashed up in his unsmiling eyes, a drastic contrast to the smile on his face. In the next moment, the stinger was shocked to realize that a spherical curtain of light had appeared around her body, covering her in it. Heavenly curtain. Yang Yuan gently transformed his right hand from a palm into a fist and squeezed it into a fist. Jedi breath. Chapter 125, The Sixth Legislator. Star shift. A blue curtain of light that seemed to cut off all air. The stinger's face turned ironic as she was shocked to realize that she couldn't even breathe through this curtain of light. The feeling of suffocation gradually wrapped around her. That delicate and incomparable face became glowing and bruised. Bee sting. Seeing that Bee stinger was trapped, Ba Ding roared in shock and instantly pounced on him. He slapped his palms hard on top of the canopy, but he was cut off by an invisible force, unable to touch the bee stings within. You bastard! He turned around fiercely, glaring angrily at Yang Yuan, and swung his fist to slam it. However, Yang Yuan only lightly jumped towards the back and smiled. With this weak physical skill of yours, it is better not to try to attack me. As soon as he spoke, his body trembled slightly, having eaten the resonance impact of the hegemonic cauldron hard, yet he looked as if he was fine. Immediately, Yang Yuan's figure disappeared and appeared behind Ba Ding. Kicking out, the Bai Din immediately slumped to the ground, having received a great shock. He was about to get up when Yang Yuan stomped on his back and nailed him to the ground. The two counselors, after suppressing the two of them with a swift and thunderous force, Yang Yuan also smiled unchanged. If you don't liberate your realms again, you will really die, hero. What he was doing at the moment was actually just to force the two to liberate their realm, one after another. It just doesn't end. Barding growled low and straightened up hard, in order to wait for that boundary-breaking stone to appear. He had suppressed it for too long. Right now, all he wanted to do was to free up all his energy and tear apart all those who stood in his way. Terrifying energy was building up inside him, as if it was about to explode out the next moment. Ba Ding. Bee Stinger's voice, dull and incomparable, came out from within the light screen. She was breathing hard at the moment, but her gaze was still firm as she signaled with her eyes. Wait a little longer. The guardian of that sea city was able to launch an ultra-long-range strike against them the moment their energy leaked out. Once they exposed their energy at this moment, the mission would definitely fail and there would be no difference between that and death. Barding noticed Bee Stinger's gaze and instantly understood what she was trying to say. Damn! He clenched his fists hard, The energy in his body suppressed once again while his body continued to tremble with rage. Still not going to use your abilities yet? Yang Yuan spoke in a deep voice, a disappointed look in his eyes. Well, I'd like to see how long you guys can hold out. The canopy encasing the bee sting contracted once more, almost closing in on her body. Bee stinger, who was already in a state of suffocation, felt more and more uncomfortable. Her entire face was nearly contorted in excruciating pain from suffocation. 12 o'clock. Recover the boundary separating stone. Suddenly at this moment, Yang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and looked at the two of them with a smile. This is your mission this time, right? What? Bee stinger was like an ice cellar. The blood in his whole body seemed to be frozen. Why was it that the man in front of them not only knew the exact time, but also the goal of their mission? Don't presume to wait any longer. I won't give you a chance to stall until 12. Yang Yuan pulled out his cell phone from his arms and displayed it in front of Bee stinger. Did you know that the time used by a normal person to suffocate is 4 minutes on average? And according to my experiments, there are 3 stages of asphyxiation. Now you are in the 3rd stage. Even if you are physically exceptional, it will only take 2 minutes for your brain to be deprived of oxygen and cause you to pass out. But I'm sorry, the time is now 11:57. It also means that if you don't free your abilities yet, it's definitely not going to last until 12 o'clock. Bee stinger's pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes, and his already choking face blanched a few more times. But at that moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. Okay, got it. Lin Quan, who had been sitting on the short wall, smiled sweetly as if she was having a conversation with someone. Even after Yang Yuan appeared, he did not launch any attacks on her. She leapt down leisurely from the low wall, as if pronouncing some kind of order, and looked towards the immobile bee stinger and Barding. Don't worry about the keeper's sight anymore. Now, liberate the realm with all your might and suppress everyone on the scene in 2 minutes. Oh, Yang Yuan was attracted by Lin Quan's words and slightly inclined his head. However, the next moment, his face changed slightly. Boom, boom, 2 booms rang out from in front of him. In just a split-second's effort, the Beiying Ding that was originally stepped on by him flew up, and the canopy that was transformed into a sphere also turned into countless fragments in an instant, dissipating into the air. The energy fluctuations of the 2 peak realms rose up in unison, seeming to overwhelm and collapse everything around them. Bee stinger wiped the corners of his mouth and breathed heavily, the iron color of his face receding rapidly. For his part, Ba Ding roared, and under the surge of energy, the muscles on his entire body seemed to have grown a few more points stronger. Roger that. A cold smile appeared on both of their faces as they answered in a deep voice. Lin Quan's words meant that the counselor who was able to thwart the Guardians had arrived in Haichang. Their killing intent boiled over, and with the full power of liberating the realm, they had long been poised to strike. Ha! You guys are finally liberated after all. Yang Yuan's face did not have any fear at all. Instead it was filled with the same excitement. His body, likewise, erupted with the energy fluctuations of the mountain realm. Let me see just how good the 2 counselors are. Haichang, somewhere inside an old bungalow, Yin Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes almost at the same time as the energy of the bee stinger and the hegemonic cauldron erupted. His eyes twinkled as he murmured out, "Is it really what he said?" The next moment, he gently opened his mouth, and an invisible fluctuation soared out. Clang! A loud boom rang out from the courtyard. The small courtyard that was originally strewn with fallen leaves instantly seemed to have been bombarded by some kind of missile, and even exploded directly. Yin Yuan's eyes flashed as he appeared in the center of the courtyard, looking straight at a figure in the dust. "Hello, Lord Tenio," an elegant voice came out from the figure's mouth. Instead, he saw a man in a tuxedo, with his hands behind his back, slowly emerge from the dust. A faint layer of energy wrapped around his body, stopping the attack that Tianyin was preparing to strike far away. "You are," Yin Yuan murmured, his eyes gradually turning cold. "Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor, Star Shift." To be able to defuse his attack so easily, the only identity he could think of in his mind was this one. "I won't let you interfere in the battle over there." Starshift smiled and spoke. "Why don't Your Excellency Tianyin invite me into the house and we'll sip tea for a while." Chapter 126, Noon. Boundary Separation Stone. Ba Ding. Bee stinger's gaze was cold as he spoke softly. "Within a minute. Suppress him. Wrap it around me." A confident smile appeared on Ba Ding's face as he stamped his feet on the ground and instantly closed in on Yang Yuan. The energy fluctuations of the peak realm flowed through his body as he swung his fist down. Ka-chow! The canopy that Yang Yuan supported in front of his body instantly shattered, and he was actually unable to support the power of a single punch. But his expression didn't change, and he just nodded his feet and leapt backward. Baiting caught up to him and landed another punch. This time, Yang Yuan did not directly block the Ba Ding. Instead, he crouched down and dodged the punch. However, he had only just crouched down when his back was hit by an invisible shock. and his entire body shook violently as he staggered forward. Just then, a stump appeared on his side with a dagger in his hand slashing at the neck. A pale blue curtain of light bloomed and blocked the side. The dagger chopped the light screen to pieces, but Yang Yuan used the momentary gap to stabilize his body and ducked to the side. Cough cough cough. He rubbed his aching chest and laughed helplessly. Sure enough, it's still a bit difficult to stop two peak realm counselors at the same time. Don't delude yourself into thinking that city guard will come to save you. Ba Ding laughed and rushed forward, wanting to grab Yang Yuan. However, Yang Yuan nimbly dodged away, and then immediately propped up the canopy to block an impact. Where would he have the strength to come and take care of you now that he's struggling to protect himself? Our academy's matters naturally don't need that honorable city keeper to interfere. Yang Yuan continuously retreated, constantly pulling away from Ba Ding, his expression becoming breezy again. In that case, then please die here. The Stinger's icy and incomparable voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Her figure was like a ghost, the dagger in her hand cut through the air and chopped towards Yang Yuan's neck. At this distance, under this speed, Yang Yuan could not avoid it. However, without warning, the Stinger's figure was sent flying, crashing into the ruins on the far side. Ba Ding looked over in slight surprise and concern, but he also rushed to Yang Yuan's side at that moment and swung his fist. Bang! The stones in the sky exploded, and in front of Ba Ding, a stone pillar that rose out of the ground suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Instructor Lianshou, Mr. Songwei, not far away. Bai Tao's eyes were wide and full of joy as he looked towards the entrance of the art museum, only to see Lianshou and Songwei, who had disappeared since yesterday, actually stepping lightly and smoothly toward this side. Su Yuya's tightly furrowed brow eased instantly, and his heart seemed to have some anticipation for the current situation. So that's it, is that what you're relying on? The Stinger reappeared from the pile of ruined rocks, his gaze extremely cold and incomparable as he scanned Lianshou and Songwei. The time control, Lianshou, who disappeared for several years, and the landlord, Songwei. There is no need to mention the names of the past. Lianshou smiled and waved his hand with a relaxed expression. If you dare to address me by that name again, I will slaughter you all. Songwei, who had always been calm, had a gloomy expression at this moment. Part of the reason why he was serving as a teacher at Longxia Academy was because of this unlucky title that was widely circulated. During their missions, Void Hunters are often given a variety of nicknames due to the characteristics of their abilities and the outcome of their missions. These nicknames, once known, spread easily. Along with the extent of its dispersal, it may well become the exclusive title of the Void Hunters. On his first mission, Songwei was shouted at by a superstitious citizen as the land god because of his overbearing abilities. He became famous, and the nickname became so widespread that he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. You guys are finally here. Yang Yuan flew and dashed to the side of Lianshou and Songwei, with a smiling expression still hanging on his face. You obviously could have just told us the reason for your visit. Why did you purposely hide it again? Lianshou swept a glance at him and spoke indifferently. If I hadn't bothered that guy Yin Yuan and left a voice imprint on your body, I wouldn't have even known that you would appear here. Of course I can't tell you guys directly. Yang Yuan smiled and responded, because I knew from the very beginning that there was the existence of a mole among us. What if that mole is one of the two of you? You even turned around and suspected us? Songwei's face was full of surprise, and he grunted in exasperation. However, he quickly still looked towards Lin Quan in the distance, his gaze fixed. Surprisingly, it's an ability like cognitive replacement, but it's just a rock realm. It's amazing that it can silently conceal itself from us and lurk around us. The credit for breaking her ability should all lie with that student Shuya. Yang Yuan glanced at Shuya with deep meaning. It was also because he managed to find the mole that I was able to strike with confidence and take the initiative to activate the sound seal that was placed on me to call the two of you over. That kid has always been good. Lianshou smiled faintly and gently stretched his arms and legs. Alright, enough nonsense. The priority now is still to suppress these counselors. As he eyed the front, B. Stinger, Ba Ding, and Lin Quan all stood with incomparably grave faces, facing away from the three teachers. There was no communication between them, but an invisible aura was spreading. Lin Quan, who had been showing playfulness earlier, didn't even have a good look on his face at the moment. Things seemed to have gone a little beyond her expectations. However, for some reason, several people did not take the lead and instead waited in silence. Several people had already retreated to the corner of the art museum. They simply couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. What are they waiting for? White Towers asked in a small voice, looking ahead nervously. The time is coming. Su Yuya replied softly as he eyed the battlefield. His words had only just fallen, when an alarm-ringing sound suddenly rang out from Ba Ding's arms. Almost the instant the alarm went off, the air, which happened to be located in the middle of the six, was suddenly distorted. An object filled with energy fluctuations unexpectedly drilled out of the void just like that, shining with a dazzling black light. It was a plain black stone that had long been sealed in another dimension, and it was only at this moment that the seal was lifted and reappeared. Boundary separating stone. Almost the instant they saw the stone, all 6 of them had a flash in their eyes and their hearts were shaken. The entire reason the Ba Dingfu were so careful was because of this boundary separating stone. And Lianshou and Song Wei, also in an instant will be all the clues to clear. No, they now need to do the most things exactly what? This boundary separation stone. We absolutely cannot let them take it. Chapter 127, Stop Attacking My Companions. It turns out that the boundary separating stone that was lost from Mountain City a month ago is actually here. Song Wei's heart shook as he seemed to have caught some clue. Yin Yuan just told me yesterday that he just beheaded a member of the Void Demon Council a few weeks ago. Lianshou's eyes also flashed. So it was that counselor who stole the boundary separating stone. The 2 of them had a sharp turn of mind, and their original idea of suppressing the Stinger and the others was immediately replaced with recycling the boundary separating stone. Boundary separating stone is some kind of extremely rare and special material created out of thin air after the Calamity Sun descends. Its effect was very domineering. That is, after injecting spiritual energy, a realm that isolated all substances appeared out of thin air with the boundary separating stone as the center. This field could be much stronger than Yang Yuan's Sky Curtain. Not only was it able to isolate everything, it even possessed rules that were absolutely unbreakable. Even a peak realm or ridge realm powerhouse couldn't force their way into the realm. The energy required to maintain the use of the boundary separator stone was quite a bit, though. However, its overbearing nature was already enough to compare to some powerful Jubao. So far, a total of 3 boundary separating stones had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which had been recovered by the government to protect certain extremely important things. And a month ago, a void hunter from Mountain City stumbled upon a boundary separating stone. However, the news had only been uploaded to the government for less than 10 hours before the boundary separating stone was stolen. A certain void hunter powerhouse who had gone to retrieve it quickly launched a search, but only had time to launch one attack before completely losing track of the boundary separating stone. A few weeks ago, an energy fluctuation appeared in the Sea City, which was immediately detected by Tianyin, who had been listening to the whole city. He launched his strike at the first opportunity and managed to obliterate the 15th member of the Void Demon Council. Now it seems that Counselor 15 is the one who stole the boundary separating stone. No matter what the cost, we must recover this boundary separating stone. Almost the instant the boundary separating stone appeared, the bee stinger transformed into a residual shadow and pounced on the boundary separating stone that was suspended in the air and had only just drilled out of the spatial rift. Her speed was so fast that her fingertips had already touched the boundary separating stone, but her body flew out backwards. Lianshou's eyes didn't change, and while his ability was activated, he himself used his flying shadow and pinched the boundary separating stone in his hand. In the midst of such cramped conditions, he was so capable that almost no one could stop him. Bring over the boundary separating stone. Like an out-of-control truck, Ba Ding flew over. Song Wei clapped his hands together, and several stone pillars rose up and blocked in front of him. However, under the impact of the heading ding, these stone pillars shattered as much as they could, and as he swung both his fists, countless invisible impacts struck above Lianshou's body. Lianshou did not even move. The ground behind him dented and shattered, but he used Flower Shift to transfer all these attacks and unload them. The Stinger's voice came from the distance as she steadied herself in the air, her hands dancing rapidly between them as if they were sealing to guide something forbidden. Eventually, she crossed her fingers with her hands and made a prayer-like gesture. Lianshou's face changed slightly, and his right arm unexpectedly lost consciousness in an instant. His right arm drooped down, and the boundary separating stone in his palm crashed down. Grade A ability, Swarm of Bees. Lianshou immediately recognized the name of this ability, and even amongst the rule-breaking class of abilities, this was an extremely difficult one to deal with. He reacted quickly, and his left hand, which was still able to remain active, immediately fished down, trying to grab the boundary separating stone back into his hand. However, half of the dagger broke through the air and impacted hard on top of the boundary separating stone, bouncing it off. Lianshou didn't get annoyed when he grabbed the empty hand, but just gave a low shout. Song Wei. Yes. Song Wei's voice stayed in place. His figure had already disappeared, appearing next to the boundary separating stone that had bounced off, reaching out to grab it. It looks like your flying shadow isn't as fast as my air movement. A slender jade hand grabbed the boundary separating stone with a speed faster than Song Wei. The original bee stinger that flew out backwards sneered and disappeared backward. Anger flashed up in Song Wei's eyes. In a flash, his figure also disappeared, while several invisible collisions appeared in the air in succession. The terrifying fluctuations of the battle caused the already ruined art gallery to become riddled with holes, and with every collision, the earthen walls began to shatter as if they had been bombarded. An immense and incomparable blue barrier spread out, wrapping the entire art museum. Yang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he appeared in front of Shuya and the others and protected them. Even he could hardly intervene in a battle that unfolded at the peak realm level at full strength. Suya and Bai Tao looked up into the air as Song Wei and Bi Stinger disappeared as if they were invisible. The two gazed hard and couldn't catch them at all. It was only the invisible violent collision that spoke of the intense battle between the two. Jiuli leaned behind a few people and looked at the air indifferently, but some residual shadows appeared in the depths of his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said to himself, "So there are other physical techniques beyond the 5 arts." Bang! There was a violent crash. Song Wei and Bi Stinger's figures appeared at first from the air as if they were instantaneous. The two seemed to be forced back by the recoil of each other's attacks, and they tilted back in unison. And the boundary separating stone that was originally located in Bi Stinger's palm was also shaken off, falling straight down from the air. "It's mine!" They let out a low cry in unison, and their figures disappeared once again, appearing next to the boundary separating stone and reaching out to fight for it. With only his left hand, Lianshou slightly barely resisted Ba Ding's frantic attack. He kept his eyes firmly following the boundary separating stone. Seeing this situation at this moment, his eyes flashed and he once again unleashed his ability. Even though they were far apart, Bi Stinger was still hit by Lianshou's ability, and was shocked, his form appearing to stutter for a moment. Song Wei, on the other hand, had a joyful look in his eyes, and his 5 fingers spread out, aiming to take the boundary separating stone into his hands. "I say you guys," a sickly voice, sudden and unmistakable, sounded from the side. At the same time that this voice appeared, the situation of the entire scene immediately underwent a shocking change. Put! For splashes of blood burst out in unison from the 4 directions of the art museum. Song Wei's body fell out of the air and onto the ground. A bloody hole had even appeared in his abdomen at the moment, dripping with blood and running through his body. Not only him, not far away Lianshou, and even Yang Yuan, who was protecting in front of Su Yuya's few people. A bloody hole appeared in the same place on their abdomen in unison. Lianshou was also stagnant in his movements, and Baiting found an opportunity to punch him away. Shuya turned his head violently, his pupils contracting as he noticed a shadowy figure hiding in the shadows. Disease Scourge opened his mouth sickly, his right hand actually stabbing through his abdomen. His entire face was constantly contorted from the pain, but he still spoke slowly in that dark and unmistakable voice, "Will you stop attacking my companions?" Chapter 128. Don't be misled. Sickness. Bi Stinger did a backflip in the air and landed firmly on the ground, looking away from the diseased plague with a pleased expression. "Ha ha 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 ha." Ba Ding also waved his arms in an exhilarated manner. "How true!" Cough ah. Lianshou covered his abdomen and stood up from amidst a pile of rubble. S-rank ability. Live together, die together. Has it even fallen into the hands of the Void Demon Council? At this moment, an aura that made him weak was wrapped around the top of his entire body, causing him to be unable to lift half of his strength at all. The injury in his abdomen, however, involved his old wounds, causing the energy in his body to be disorganized, and for a while, he was unable to use his abilities. The ability that sickness had mastered had seriously injured the 3 of them in one fell swoop. Quickly, recover the boundary separating stone. Sickness Plague was already half crouching on the ground in pain at this point, moaning continuously. This kind of ability, it's too terrifying. Yang Yuan covered his bleeding abdomen and squinted his eyes at the disease disaster in the distance, the smile on his face dispersing a few points. It's this guy's ability that makes him the trickiest of these counselors. How dare you injure me in such a way? Song Wei staggered up from the ground, some killing intent erupting from his eyes. Seemingly sensing Song Wei's killing intent, Sickness Disaster suddenly shivered, his already pained face suddenly buried into his knees. "I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. What are you apologizing to them for? We're the villains," Ba Ding shouted out, showing his teeth. "Yes, sorry." The voice of the sick disaster came again, accompanied by a groan of pain. "And don't apologize to me, don't talk so much nonsense, we should withdraw." Bi Stinger spoke coldly, but he managed to pinch the boundary separating stone in his hand while Lianshou's few people were injured. Her face showed deep scorn. These 2 teachers from Longxia Academy were not bad in battle, so once it dragged into a protracted battle, it would be very unfavorable for them, especially that, time control, Lianshou. Although he didn't know why he was much weaker than the rumors, he must not be careless when facing this legendary figure. They have accomplished their primary goal. As for the secondary target of Su Yuya, at this time, he was protected by Yang Yuan behind him, and it was a bit difficult to forcefully kill him, so he could only give up. Just as Bi Stinger moved, Barding also flew back, picking up Sickness Disaster in the corner and slinging him over his shoulder, ready to leave. As for Lin Quan, he had long since disappeared into the arena when the battle began, but just as the 3 of them retreated, a blue curtain of light suddenly rose up and blocked them. Yang Yuan stretched out his right hand remotely, manipulating the canopy, and with his left hand covering his injured abdomen, he opened his mouth and said, "You guys won't be able to take the boundary separating stone away today." As he said that, he took out a bamboo stick from his bosom and threw it on the ground with force. The stream of light flickered, and Stinger instantly felt the boundary separating stone he clutched tightly in his palm change. Looking down, a bamboo skewer had clearly landed in the palm of her hand. Where was the presence of any boundary separating stone? Yang Yuan endured the pain and lowered his head. The original location where the bamboo stick was inserted had turned into a boundary separating stone. Jakubo, sign of exchange. Capable of taking objects within a certain range and exchanging positions with them. It is an extremely expensive one-time Jakubo. It's you guys who lost. Yang Yuan picked up the boundary separating stone and shouted loudly. At almost the same moment, Lian Shou and Song Wei, who had temporarily stabilized their injuries, also appeared beside him at the same time, one after the other. If it were normal, they would have chased after and decimated these few counselors no matter what. The importance of the separable boundary stones cannot be overstated. At the moment, they were heavily injured, and their main purpose had become guarding the boundary separating stone. The feeling of weakness that came from their abdomen continued to sap their will, causing their battle spirit to recede. No need to go. A hand suddenly tapped the bee stinger. Lin Quan, who had disappeared for a long time, even appeared at this time, looking over with a coquettish smile. A piece of broken stone. What's there to grab? What broken stone? That is clearly. Bee stinger frowned tightly, subconsciously then opened his mouth to read. But suddenly, at that moment, the images in his mind retracted like a tidal wave. The original boundary separating stone that they had fought so desperately for in their memories had now turned into a plain, broken stone. The real boundary separating stone is here with me. Oh. Lin Quan laughed as he held up a stone as black as ink, clearly the real boundary separating stone. This time, not only Bee Stinger, even the three of them, Yang Yuan, who were tightly clutching the boundary separating stone below, their faces suddenly changed. Yang Yuan violently spread out his palm. What he was holding tightly in his hand was no boundary separating stone. It was clearly just an ordinary stone. Oh no, our perceptions have been modified. Song Wei's face changed drastically, and he spoke in an urgent voice. The moment he and Lian Shou appeared and saw Lin Quan earlier, the two of them had sensed Lin Quan's ability. At this moment, when he saw the stone in his hand, he immediately reacted as if their perceptions had been modified the first time the boundary separating stone appeared. Don't fall for it. However, right at this moment, Shuya's stormy voice suddenly came. She's misleading you. He darted forward, his left hand grasping hard at the boundary separating stone while his right hand grabbed the ancient knight. At this time, the ancient knight energy flowed, and it had already been repaired and completed by the repairing hand, changing back to its original appearance. TSK. Lin Quan scat unhappily, but still smiled brightly. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to realize that now. Don't think you're the only ones with Juebo. The boundary separating stone in her hand changed into a wooden bamboo tube. The fluctuation of energy surged up. The memories in Yang Yuan's mind changed again, and the stone in his palm changed back to the boundary separating stone. It was then that he realized with a shock that they had all just been misled and had their perceptions replaced by Lin Quan, mistakenly believing that the boundary separating stone in their hands was an ordinary stone. Even to mislead them, Lin Quan had replaced even the perceptions of his own people. After reacting, he immediately prepared to close his palm and block the boundary separating stone with energy. But Lin Quan was one step ahead of him and shook the bamboo tube in his hand with force. Jakubo, come to the tube. Dazzling light flew out from the bamboo tube and instantly landed on top of the boundary separating stone. The boundary separating stone immediately flew up from Yang Yuan's hand and was sucked into the distance. At the same time, Su also realized that he could no longer grab the boundary separating stone, and without saying a word, he forcefully slashed the ancient curfew in his hand down. Purple influence turn. We're withdrawing. Lin Quan took out another lavender gemstone and crushed it with force, glancing at Shuya with deep meaning. Funny guy, we'll meet again. A sound came from the bamboo tube in her hand, having successfully recovered the boundary separating stone. Afterwards, they didn't wait for Lian Shou's few people to react. The figures of the four of them were then wrapped in purple light in unison and disappeared in place. Bam! Half of the boundary separating stone fell from the air. The ancient knight spirit light in Shuya's hand dispersed, and it had already returned to the appearance of a broken sword. At that juncture just now, the only way he could think of was just to use this indestructible ancient curfew to cut off the boundary separating stone. But even so, the remaining half was recycled away by Lin Quan. Humph, the Void Demon Council. With a grave expression on his face, he tightly squeezed the ancient knight and looked up at the place where the men had disappeared. The next time we meet, we will not let you escape again. Chapter 129, Yang Yuan's coming. They gone? Bai Tao carefully poked his head out from behind the wall and double-checked. That's right, Shuya reinserted the ancient knight back into its scabbard and faintly recited, "That was scary." Bai Tao then sighed in relief and drilled out, "I didn't think I'd give them a run for their money. Is this the Battle of the Peak Realm? It's truly terrifying." Terror? Jiuli, who had been leaning against the wall, snorted and straightened up. They didn't even use 30% of their strength. What's so terrifying about that? What? Bai Tao was instantly shocked. This kind of sound is not even used by Sansheng Chang? Yeah, a real battle at the Peak Realm can be much more terrifying than this. Su also spoke indifferently, but his mind recalled the battle between Wan Rue and that Night Lord high above the sky. The cold ice that was as big as a meteorite and the sound of the battle that shook 100 meters. The fluctuation of the battle that took place within this art museum today was not even half of what it was back then. If a few peak realms were to fight here with all their might, it's estimated that a small half of the city would have to be smashed. Su also continued, moreover, a few teachers also have to be distracted to protect us and prevent us from being affected by the battle. So naturally, they have to collect their strength. But why did those counselors suppress their power again? Bai Tao was still a bit puzzled. This is an unwritten rule, or rather everyone's default rule. Lian Shou's face was slightly white, his old wounds being tugged at making his breath all a bit weakened. The members of the Void Demon Council were all humans at one time, so they naturally know where our bottom line is. If they dare to be the first to unleash all their power, we will surely do our best to kill them in order to prevent the city from being destroyed. Under such circumstances, selfish people like them simply cannot be as intrepid as we are, and the victory rate drops greatly. That's why it's become the default rule between us and the members of the Void Demon Council for existences above the Peak Realm to fight in the middle of the city, using only 30% of their power. Such a rule is acceptable for both of us. Of course, like those Void Devils and Void Beasts, they will never abide by such rules. That's why once we encounter them, we'll also immediately put our best foot forward to kill them. Between explanations, Lian Shou had already walked forward and picked up the half of the boundary separating stone. At this time, the black stone had already dispersed most of its luster, but there was still a fluctuation of energy constantly flickering in it. I was a bit careless this time. I didn't realize that the other party had the existence of an ability such as, live together, die together. The unfortunate thing is that it's also relying on this half of the boundary separating stone that you chopped off. Shuya. He looked towards Shuya, his eyes showing all the praise. You did a great job. In this situation, you would rather destroy the boundary separating stone than let it fall into the hands of the enemy. Although the chopping will not make the effect of the boundary separating stone disappear, its power will definitely be greatly weakened. We don't know what exactly the enemy's purpose is in fighting over the boundary separating stone so much, but this move is also sure to thwart their plans to some extent. He put away half of the boundary separating stone, and his gaze was suddenly sharp and incomparable as he looked at Yang Yuan. Teacher Yang Yuan, can you explain now why you have appeared here? He and Song Wei had no knowledge of the boundary separating stones. However, Yang Yuan seemed to have come here for the boundary separating stone from the very beginning. You all should also know that I stopped serving a few years ago and joined the board of directors. Yang Yuan covered his stomach and sat down, revealing a bitter smile. The duties of the board of directors are not to hunt the void, but to maintain order and balance among the void hunters, as well as to deal with special events. A month ago, when this boundary separating stone was lost from Mountain City, I was assigned to investigate this incident, but came up empty-handed. But you all know how important the boundary separation stone is, so in order to find it, I went in search of that Mr. Trigger Master. Trigger Master? Su also looked over curiously. That's a mountain realm void hunter, with the ability of S rank, seeking signs and divination. Yang Yuan faintly explained. Its ability to give answers or clues to questions asked by shaking the sign. With his help, I learned a total of 3 clues. The first clue is, 12 o'clock noon, Hightown Art Museum. The second clue is, the Dragon's Summer Academy. And the third clue is, the mole. That sounds rather like some sort of ability to foretell the future. Shuya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He felt a surge of novelty with each new ability he was exposed to. So you surmised through your analysis, as well as your speculation on the time of the entrance examination, that we would be traveling to High City for the examination? Lian Shou frowned and asked. That's right. After I made my intentions known to the principal arranged for me to join you. Yang Yuan nodded. I originally wanted to travel to High City alone and go forward to recover the boundary separating stone, but when I think about it, this second clue may be suggesting that I should use the power of my 2 teachers, and because of the third clue, you are also wary of us, so you have been unwilling to make your intentions known. Song Wei looked at Yang Yuan with some irritation. The guy had an underhanded look on his face the whole time, and anyone who came along would have taken him for a mole. Yang Yuan smiled slightly apologetically. It's just a pity that the boundary separating stone was still half taken away by them. If it wasn't for this Shuya student, perhaps all of my plans would have all been lost. I also didn't expect at all that the Void Demon Council would go to such lengths in order to recover this boundary separating stone. Thanks to me having that guy Yin Yuan, specially leave a sound imprint on you. Lian Shou shook his head. If it wasn't for this imprint discovering your location, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep this half of it this time. At the mention of this matter, he suddenly changed his face slightly and jerked his head up to look into the distance. Wait, does it mean the location where those counselors shifted away is on Yin Yuan's side? Knock knock knock. What had been a leveled courtyard had now become a warren of trenches. The invisible force kept bombarding and slapping on top of the ground, and the ground of the entire courtyard moved down by tens of centimeters. Don't make any more pointless attempts, Your Excellency Tianyin. Starshift smiled as he stood in place, not suffering the slightest semblance of injury on his body. There is absolutely no way that your voice can be transmitted past me. Yin Yuan looked ahead with cold eyes and felt a headache. The sixth counselor's ability to do just that restrained him well. Unless he was able to kill this sixth counselor, he would not be able to suppress that fierce battle in the distance. However, at that moment, the battle sound that had been stirring in Yin Yuan's ears suddenly disappeared. He revealed a look of surprise, but immediately his eyes glazed over. Only a purple light suddenly lit up around Starshift. Immediately afterward, four silhouettes just burrowed out of the light. The leader, Lin Quan, drilled out of the light and immediately looked toward the sixth counselor with his eyes shining brightly, calling out sweetly, "Teacher, we're here." Chapter 130, I have a small request. Purple impact turn. Yin Yuan's eyes moved slightly, instantly locking onto the few people in front of him. He had already determined that the counselors in front of him were the same ones who had just been in a fight in the distance. Along with their appearance here, it also meant that the battle was over. Teacher, I'm sorry, but someone has sensed our intentions, and the boundary separating stone can only be recovered in half. Lin Quan poured out half of the boundary separating stone from the bamboo tube and spat out his tongue in embarrassment. I didn't dare to remain there for fear of the anger of those teachers. There's no harm. This operation is indeed very dangerous. Starshift nodded slightly. Being able to recover half of the boundary separating stone is already considered a mission accomplished. He lightly swept a glance at the 3 bee stingers. His eyes were clear and cold without the slightest bit of emotion. Since the primary mission has been accomplished, it's time for us to withdraw. There's no need for us to continue to stay here. As he spoke, the air behind him blurred, and a black hole actually appeared, and the stars within the hole were bright and dazzling. Want to leave? Seeing this, Yin Yuan immediately snorted angrily. The voice flew out from his mouth, and in an instant it transformed into a terrifying wave of sound that rushed forward. However, his attack was once again defused by Starshift and rushed behind it. The walls of the small courtyard were shattered by the sound wave, spreading out tens of meters. If Your Excellency Tianyin doesn't care about destroying the city, you can just let go and take a shot at me. Starshift wore a jaded smile and seemed to have taken hold of Yin Yuan. This time, we only targeted this boundary separating stone and did not strike at any civilians in the city. If Your Excellency Tianyin is ruthless enough to keep us, I don't care to fight with you here. In the face of Starshift's threat, Yin Yuan's figure, who was already poised to strike, stalled. Just by taking advantage of this gap, Starshift had already taken a few people and drilled into the black hole, disappearing into thin air. Thank you, Your Excellency Tianyin, for making it possible. How is it possible to want to leave unharmed? The light in Tianyin's eyes flickered, and she suddenly opened her mouth gently. Although there was no sound, Starshift, who was already hidden in the black hole, changed his face and hurriedly blocked in front of several people. Barely, the black hole dissipated in the air, while Yin Yuan stood in place with a cloudy expression. But in the end, he could only stifle a grunt and turn around to return to the hut. This time the other side was well prepared and infiltrated the city almost perfectly, and Starshift's ability was very much restraining Yin Yuan, which really made him quite helpless. It was a good thing that the attack he launched at the end was so swift that it was sure to cost him dearly. Hundreds of kilometers away. Bang! The air suddenly exploded, and several figures fell from it. Starshift, who had originally been bland and incomparable, covered his chest, spat out blood, and rolled to the ground. Teacher! Lin Quan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly helped his teacher up. Worthy of being the guardian of High City, Starshift coughed out a large mouthful of blood with great force, his body trembling slightly. To think that he has been hiding such a means as ultrasound. If Tianyin had used such an attack at the beginning, he would definitely be on guard. However, Tianyin had been hiding her means until the end when they left. When she unleashed them, even though Starshift kept his abilities turned on, he was unable to defend himself against this attack and was severely injured on the spot. Starshift's mouth was bleeding continuously, and it seemed that all of his internal organs had been impacted to produce damage. Lord Sixth Counselor, the Stinger blushed slightly and looked over worriedly. Don't worry, that city guard can't sense it from this distance. Starshift hung onto Lin Quan's shoulder and spoke weakly. Hurry up and leave this place. return to headquarters first. The priority now is to recover the boundary separating stone back. Yeah, it's no big deal. A little bit of treatment and it'll be fine. We'll just talk in person afterward. That's all for now. Lianshou hung up the phone, more clouds of worry appearing above his tightly furrowed brow. He turned his head to look at the crowd. Just now, celestial voice told me that those counselors have escaped. Even Mr. Tianyin wasn't able to leave them behind? Songwei was a bit surprised. The Void Demon Council actually sent the 6th counselor to stop Tianyin this time. Lianshou spoke coldly. They've really put in a lot of blood in order to recover the boundary separating stone. I'll put together a report on this incident and submit it to the principal. Then Instructor Lianshou. This time the examination. Bai Tao heard the news of those several counselors leaving, and immediately took a long sigh of relief, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. The examination should naturally continue. Lianshou responded rightfully. The 3 of you have also made a merit this time, but one size does not fit all. There will naturally be rewards after your merits this time, but you still have to continue to complete the test. Now that those few counselors have left, there shouldn't be any accidents during the examination. Humph, I knew it. Jiuli sniffed and let out a cold laugh, loosening his muscles and looking towards Su Yuya. Since the matter has come to an end, it's time for us to talk about the reward we talked about before. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Shuya had already walked to a corner inside the ruins by now. As early as during the previous battle, he had sensed the faint energy fluctuations here. After a bit of rummaging, he managed to find a yellow spirit bead and tossed it far away to Jiuli. At the same time, he calmly informed the other party of the 2 locations where yellow spirit beads might appear. If you search for a place where the spirit beads have been taken away in advance, I'll give you a replacement spirit bead with enough points until the end of the examination. Su Yuya faintly recited, not intending to break the contract. It's not a wasted trip. Jiuli stuffed the yellow spirit bead into his arms and casually waved his hand as he left without looking back. After seeing Jiuli leave, Su Yuya then turned his head and looked at Lianshou. Teacher, not only did we get injured in the middle of the battle, our energy consumption was excessive and our teammates are still gone. It would be a bit too unfair for Bai Tao and I if we continue the examination. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lianshou was instantly amused and looked down. Xu Dao's gaze was deep, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I'm not wrong, you lied. Instructor, there has never been only one white spirit bead for this test, and that is the one you showed us in your hand at the very beginning. And this white spirit bead, only after all the other spirit beads have been collected do you intend to release it for us to fight over. So what if it is? What do you want to do? Lianshou did not retort. Instead he looked at Su Yuya with a smile on his face. Even though you have a great merit, there's no way I'm going to give you this white spirit bead directly. That would just be so unfair to the other students. I do have a small request. Shuya smiled heatedly, his gaze looking straight into Lianshou's eyes. But please also rest assured, Instructor, this request is very simple and definitely not too much. Chapter 131, White Spirit Bead Battle. No one knew what was going on inside the art museum except for the 3 of them. So yeah, it was as if Bai Shaoling had vaporized out of thin air, disappearing into the memories of the crowd. Much less did they know that several members of the Void Demon Council had escaped from Sea City. After reaching an agreement with Lianshou, Su Yuya and Bai Tao also quickly left the arena and began to quickly collect the spirit beads. The examination continued, and in the blink of an eye the night passed in a flash, coming to 4:20 in the morning. Phew, this is the last one. Su Yuya plucked a red spirit bead off the top of the wall and handed it over to Bai Tao. The 2 men's brows were exhausted. After experiencing a chaotic fight and losing a large amount of spiritual energy, he then returned to the examination without stopping. The energy in their bodies was depleted quite drastically, and they never recovered to their full strength. However, during these several hours, the 2 of them had also collected 10 spirit beads. There were a total of 2 yellow spirit beads, 2 blue spirit beads, and 6 red spirit beads. The total number of points is a full 36. This amount is also definitely considered to be at the top level among all students. The rest of the spirit beads are not to be found, so I guess it won't be long before the last one is taken. Su Yuya and Bai Tao left the mirror world and casually took a taxi, sitting in the car and speeding off at a rapid pace. The route for searching for the spirit bead was one that he had purposely designed, so after he had calculated the time, he quickly rushed towards his final destination as well. Let us meet this last revelry together. Calm words came out of his mouth, causing the driver to look aghast and glance at Shuya through the rearview mirror. Young people nowadays are really getting middle-aged. 4:30 in the morning. A violent column of white light violently rose from a corner of the sea city. This energy fluctuation had a special frequency that could only be detected by those who were able to comprehend and operate the energy. At the instant of its appearance, the freshmen scattered all over High City, whether they were in the mirror world or not, all violently stopped their hands and looked up. That's They sensed the fluctuation and their faces changed dramatically. White spirit bead, the white spirit bead, a special spirit bead that was worth up to 500 points and up to 5 million dragon coins, had finally appeared. The moment it appeared, a voice from Lianshou came from all the students' student cards at the same time. 99 spirit pearls, all of them have already been acquired. Now only the last white spirit bead remains. Next, until the end of the examination, all of you may choose to go and fight for the white spirit bead. The acquisition of white spirit beads is different from other spirit beads. It's wrapped in special energy within the mirror world. It can only be obtained by wrapping it in your own energy for 5 minutes. Good luck! Lianshou's voice disappeared and all the students went crazy. The vast majority of the people, who had stopped what they were doing, rushed towards the place where the energy fluctuation had manifested without saying a word. As long as they were able to obtain the white spirit bead, they would be able to become the first place winner of the well-deserved examination. And the place where the white spirit beads appeared. Heck, it's the abandoned art museum in Sea City. Inside the art museum at this moment, a milky white spirit bead was suspended in the air, surrounded by wrapped energy. A figure suddenly appeared within the rearranged mirror world. He had not formed a group and had been searching for the spirit pearl alone. When the white spirit bead appeared, he was also the closest to the art gallery, and it took him less than 2 minutes to arrive here. I can't believe I'm the first one to come here. He immediately noticed the white spirit bead right in the center, and a look of excitement appeared on his entire face. As long as I fetch the white spirit bead, I'll be the deserving first place winner. What Qinzai Jiuli, they all have to be under me. Without saying a word, he quickly rushed over to the spirit bead and reached out to grab it. The white spirit bead was pinched in his hand, and along with the rotation of his energy, the energy wrapped around the white spirit bead immediately began to slowly dissipate. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and a look of excitement, nervousness, and anxiety flashed in his eyes. Faster, faster, just 2 minutes and I'll be able to get it. Ha! There's actually someone faster than us. 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the mirror world, and with a single glance, they saw this boy who was trying to take the white spirit bead. Oh no! Someone is coming! The boy's face changed, but his palm was still unwilling to let go of the spirit bead. Quickly stop him, don't let him take the spirit pearl. The trio waved their arms and immediately used their abilities. A dragon of fire roared out and pounced on the boy. The boy let out a furious cry. His body was covered by layers of scales, and his entire figure drew up a few points, as if he had turned into a monster, and hardened himself against the attack. His scales became charred and blackened, and before he had time to slow down, 2 bullets shot out from his side. Bang! The bullet shattered his scale armor, and his right arm immediately bled out, subconsciously releasing his right hand that was holding the white spirit bead. Right at the moment he let go of his hand, around the white spirit bead, the energy that had already worn away most of the time immediately refilled, wrapping it up once again. It also means that the next person who wants to take the spirit bead must also hold on to it for 5 minutes without being stopped. So close I can get it. The animalized boy revealed a look of anger, and ignoring the pain on his body, he glared at those 3 people and pounced on them with a low growl. Do you want to take on the 3 of us all by yourself? Too arrogant. The trio did not show any weakness either, energy surging from their bodies as they prepared to crush the student. Ha! The white spirit bead is really here. Another voice sounded from the sidelines. A few people's faces changed, and they hurriedly stopped their attacks. Only 2 silhouettes appeared from the other side, similarly noticing the white spirit bead. Several people's eyes met each other, and their hearts tightened with a sudden realization. That's what the assessment is ultimately about. Unless one defeats everyone, one is not qualified to go 5 minutes with a white spirit bead in hand. And the fluctuation of breath from the appearance of the white spirit bead rippled throughout the sea city at this moment. It's a big, loud mess. Only the strongest can fight to the end. The sound of footsteps came and went. After a short pause of several minutes, 2 more people actually stepped into the mirror world. After everyone appeared, they all sensed this one thing, and actually coincidentally didn't make a move, fearing that they would become a stepping stone for others in return if they expended their physical strength here. For a moment, the entire gallery seemed to be caught in a kind of stalemate, with everyone looking up intently at the white spirit bead. Not only that, but more and more people are converging to come to the gallery. Soon the number was nearly half, fully 20 people all arriving from all directions. Squads were pitted against each other, people against people, but no one dared to make a move to fight for that white spirit pearl. Once whoever moves first will surely be targeted and attacked by the crowd. I thought the fight had already started. Suddenly at this moment, a rough voice tore through the mirror world and penetrated. Jiuli appeared with a domineering stride and walked towards the white spirit bead with hardly any hesitation. I didn't realize it would be a bunch of idiots, staring wide-eyed at each other here. Since no one dares to take it away, it's up to me to take it away. Chapter 132, The God of War. Jiuli, don't you dare. The moment they saw Jiuli appear, everyone revealed shocked gazes. However, Jiuli ignored the crowd and with a single step, he rushed to the side of the white spirit bead and reached out to grab it. Don't be afraid, everyone. Attack him together and eliminate him first. I don't know who was the first to shout. Immediately after that, countless attacks rushed over from all sides of Jiuli. Ha! That's right. Jiuli stopped moving, let out a sardonic laugh, and stomped hard and heavy on the ground. The stone blocks under his feet were shattered by his kick, and the floor seemed to be lifted up one after another, actually turning into a barrier in front of him. Those countless attacks smashed those floors to pieces. However, Jiuli's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Haven't you guys figured out the rules yet? When his voice reappeared, he had already arrived behind the 3 students. Before these 3 people could react, their heads were forcefully clasped by Jiuli and heavily smashed together. The violent impact made them dizzy and planted them unconscious on the spot. The rule of this final examination is for us to divide the winners and losers. Only those who stand at the end of the line are qualified to obtain this white spirit pearl. At the same time that he knocked these 3 people down, a silhouette appeared behind him and swung a long sword to chop down. However, his attack was cupped by Jiuli's backhand, and with a sardonic smile, he swung his fist and smashed it on its face. This silhouette flew out backwards as if it was a kite with broken strings, its entire face bloodied and blurred as it similarly fainted. Come on, fight. When I put you all down, this spirit pearl will naturally be mine. Jiuli's relentless tactics and overbearing to the extreme look instantly caused the crowd present to have some chills. However, they were all proud sons of heaven as well, and they quickly pulled themselves together and killed Jiuli with fury. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of one of him? Holding such thoughts, countless people rushed over with low roars, but the smile on Jiuli's face grew stronger. It was under these circumstances that his abilities were able to be utilized to their full power. In a flash, he was like a humanoid beast that kept running through the crowd. Wherever he passed, almost no one could withstand one of his punches. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body had suffered large and small injuries, but he was charging through the crowd as if nothing was wrong, hard against the damage. The curved wings flew through the air, constantly accelerating, boosting their kinetic energy to the extreme, their figures blurring a bit. He broke through the air and crossed his arms in front of him, charging and slamming into Jiuli, aiming to completely explode this whole body's kinetic energy, using his speed to exchange for the strongest strike. Good timing. Jiuli pivoted the 2 men in front of him and threw them out like sandbags, laughing as he took a step forward. Knock! Chuyi's arm slammed hard into Jiuli's chest. Jiuli's body jolted and took a large step back, the ground under his feet exploding into depressions. An X-shaped wound appeared on his chest, which was a bloody mess. However, it only took him half a second to stabilize himself, grabbing Qing's head with force and slamming it towards the ground. It's too slow. With his remaining strength, Chu Yuan was slammed into the ground unopposed, and the strong impact caused him to pass out. A tremor came from the earth. A boy was driving his ability with all his might at the moment, transforming into a huge 2-meter-tall bear body with claws the color of dark gold, making the earth tremble just by running. He rushed over while Jiuli and Chui were exchanging blows, and his huge bear paw slapped towards Jiuli's back. Bang! Jiuli's body was actually directly sent flying by this strike and crashed into the ruins. Everyone cheered and looked ahead in surprise. That horrible Jiuli was finally knocked out, but after only the next second, their cheers came to an abrupt end. Jiuli jumped up from the rubble with a flip jump, the injury on his chest recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked up and swept a glance at the boy who had transformed into a giant bear, let out a sardonic smile, and stamped his feet. In the next moment, he actually instantly rushed to the side of the giant bear and swung out a fist. The giant bear flew out uncontrollably and diagonally, embedding itself above the shattered ceiling. While taking the violent impact, he had been transformed from a bear to a man, and was forced to break up his abilities. Power is nothing more than that, Jiuli commented indifferently. Then without looking back, he slammed his left fist into the person behind him who was trying to sneak up on him. Instead, he saw a sneaky boy with dyed yellowish hair hiding behind him, about to attack. In the face of that dominating punch, his face changed slightly, and he even made a bizarre movement, only to see him roll in place. His speed was so slow that it was as if he had inflicted slow motion. Jiuli's fist seemed to hit him, and then it seemed to weave with his body, not causing him half a bit of damage. Oh, Jiuli turned his head, raised his eyebrows in some surprise, and kicked out again. Yellow hair had only just rolled to his feet and hastily rolled again. Jiuli's attack once again missed, seemingly unable to hit this yellow hair at all. Yellow hair revealed a touch of snickering and shouted, "I'll hold him off. You guys take advantage of this and hurry up if you have any big moves." But his words had only just fallen when his body was smashed by a cloud of bloody shadows and flew out. Ha! What the hell? Jiuli put away his fist and snorted disdainfully. As long as you're fast enough, you'll be able to hit you in between abilities. However, right at this moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger. Quickly turning his head, even as he did, his pupils shrank. A blazing light shone from the corner of the arena. Tang Xiaowan stood in place with a face full of sweat and a pale complexion, and in front of him was actually a cannon. Beside her stood two other girls who seemed to be protecting her. Noticing Jiuli's gaze, Tang Xiaowan's face changed and she pulled the cannon with force. The cannon was constructed with her abilities, and was naturally not as powerful as a real cannonball, so there was no need to worry about Jiuli being killed. Fire sprang from the muzzles of the guns, which were poised to fire, but Tang Xinwen's pupils suddenly shrunk. However, she saw Jiuli's domineering figure, but he actually swooped down directly in front of her. "I can't let you beat it out of me," he spoke faintly, and his right fist was actually shoved directly into the mouth of the cannon. Boom! A violent boom rang out as if an explosion had been created. In the next moment, Tang Xiaowan and the two girls beside her were directly lifted out by the airwave brought about by the blast. The two girls hit the ground and fainted on the spot. Tang Xiaowan, on the other hand, kept flying backwards and was about to hit the wall when she suddenly felt a thrust from behind. She fell to the ground, full of shock, but realized she hadn't been hit by anything drastic. Turning his head, he saw nothing but a plain wall behind him. Look ahead again. The intense artillery fire naturally affected Jiuli, but when the dust and smoke cleared, Jiuli's entire right arm was a bloody mess. His entire body was bathed in dust, but his scarlet eyes made him look like a monster. He seemed to have fought to the point of some madness, and with crimson eyes, he suddenly turned his head and swung his fist, slamming it into the nearest person. The domineering nature of this punch was a million times more terrifying than each of the previous attacks. The student's legs immediately went weak and he fell to the ground. No, don't! He could feel that he would definitely die when this punch fell. Chapter 133. Let's clear the air. Phew! A wall of wind was created out of thin air and stood between Jiuli and this student. The gusts of wind pulled Jiuli's fists and kept slowing them down. In the end of Jiuli's fist was tightly pressed against the bridge of that classmate's nose, and the force was actually all but removed, failing to continue to fall. But the classmate still had his eyes rolled back in his head, and was hardened by the shock. Let them all boast of their heavenly pride. However, in front of a monster like Jiuli, it still seemed worthless. Jiuli, your emotions are out of control. Shinzei's bland and incomparable voice came from the distance. Behind him, followed by a male and a female, two students. With his strength, he even formed a squad with others. Out of control? Jiuli laughed sarcastically as he turned back around, the bloody light covering his eyes receding a few moments. Then you probably haven't seen me when I'm out of control. Shinzei's three had only just arrived here not long ago, after he made a move to stop Jiuli. His eyes scanned the weak and his expression was slightly frozen. A short 20 minutes. The entire mirror world had long since become wretched. The number of unconscious and seriously injured people on the ground was close to 20. All of them were put down by Jiuli. Among them, there were even close to half of them with bloody bodies and serious injuries. But fortunately, their lives were not in danger. We're all classmates. It's too much for you to be so ruthless. Shinzei calmly pushed down his glasses with unparalleled calmness and looked straight at Jiuli. After he appeared, the dozen or so people in the field who were still able to remain active immediately projected hopeful gazes. Among all the new students, leaving aside Enlon who didn't appear here at all, the two in front of them had the strongest combat power. They had just witnessed Jiuli's overbearing and terrifying combat power, and at this point, they had long been fearful and had no desire to fight again. Shinzei seemed to them to be the only being that could stop Jiuli. Does it matter? Jiuli turned back his body, the blood-red energy on his body rising and falling with his breath. Even if it's you, if you want to get this white spirit pearl, you'll have to eliminate all the others. As for the process of elimination, does it matter? At least I won't beat up these classmates like you did. Shinzei calmly responded. Feminine. Jiuli snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with Shinzei. What I hate the most is guys like you. You're not like these losers who claim to be geniuses. Your whole body exudes an aura of the great and the good that simply sickens me. Shinzei glanced at Jiuli with some surprise. Many thanks for the compliment. I'm not praising you. Jiuli stomped the ground with force and lunged towards Shinzei. Since you want to stop me, let's give it a try. You guys back off. Shinzei suddenly flung his sleeve, and the soft wind blew the two people behind him back a few meters. He then stared blankly and stood with his right palm spread out in front of him. The storm winds rolled and turned into a web of wind, colliding with Jiuli. Only a moment's effort. The collision between the two then swept up a wild wind. In a flash, the dozen or so students who were still located in the world of mirrors suddenly swayed to the east and stood unsteadily, looking ahead with frightened faces. This battle fluctuation, was it really something that the stone realm could release? Jiuli's fist was being pulled by countless gusts of wind, yet he still swung his right arm forward. The blood-colored energy tore at everything around his body and kept moving forward at an extremely slow pace. Ha! Suddenly at this moment, he let out a furious cry, and the end of his fist erupted with a monstrous bloodlight, his power surging by 3 points once again. Along with his power, the ground located under his feet instantly shattered, and the sky of debris was swept by the gusty wind, shooting out in all directions without any rules. Several of the stones actually shot towards the bodies of several students who had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Shinzei noticed the image. His face changed slightly, and he immediately flicked his hand in that direction. A soft current of air rose up from the ground and blew the few broken stones away, but he was also so distracted. And then Jiuli found an opportunity to break through the wind net with a punch, his fist closing in on the torso. Knock! Shinzei was hit straight in the abdomen and flew out backwards. However, as he flew backwards, several breezes appeared behind him, constantly acting as buffer strips to drag his body down, and there was also a spinning mass of air in his abdomen, unloading the force from Jiuli's impact. But even so, a surge of blood rushed through him. Thinking of protecting others even in this situation? Jiuli spat disdainfully, looking at Shinzei with strong dislike in his eyes. Hey, Shinzei! He didn't continue to pursue, but instead shouted. Shinzei had only just landed at that moment, barely stabilizing himself and raising his head. It's too boring to fight like this, Jiuli faintly recited. Even if I defeat you like this, there's no point. No one else here is qualified to compete for this white spirit pearl. As soon as these words were uttered, those remaining 10 or so people immediately revealed an expression of displeasure, but they were all somewhat dumbfounded. In front of these two monsters, their proud abilities were nothing. What do you want to do? Shinzei raised an eyebrow, vaguely having guessed Jiuli's thoughts. Let's clear the scene. Clear out the irrelevant people. Jiuli's words had only just fallen when his figure had already caught up with Shinzei, appearing in front of him and swinging his fist down. Shinzei was silent, but he didn't want to hurt the students around him any further. He no longer hesitated, and a fierce wind stirred up in his body. As you wish. The gust of wind touched Jiuli's fist and immediately spread out as if it had exploded. The attacks of the two men just impacted together. That gale turned into a tornado, spreading and spreading with them at the center. In a flash, everyone touched by this tornado was uncontrollably pulled into it. A soft wind wrapped their bodies, and the blood-red energy continued to wrap around them, pinning them dead in the wind, unable to move. The gusts of wind wrapped around the remaining 10 or so people, as well as the bodies of the 20 or so people lying on the ground, and kept spreading outwards. Tang Xiaowen was also uncontrollably swept up by this gale. She looked incredulously at the center of the gale, incredibly unwilling, but she could only be carried away by this gale. Half a minute later, the gale dissipated with a bang. Other than Jiuli and Shinzei, all of them were blown out of the mirror world by the storm. The wind is rising. The originally noisy and miserable arena became incredibly quiet. Only Jiuli and Shinzei remained. They had their eyes on each other, and they were about to split the difference. A lazy voice, however, suddenly rang out from one place. Finally no one. Su also drilled out of nowhere and stood in the middle of the field as if he had appeared out of thin air. I'm getting sleepy waiting for you guys to finish clearing this field. Chapter 134, Pure Evil. Shuya's sudden appearance caused both Jiuli and Shinzei to look over. Behind him, Bai Tao hid behind the wall, only revealing his head with a lewd expression. When did you get in? Jiuli squinted and narrowed his eyes. Ever since he entered this place, he had been sensing the fluctuations around him. However, he didn't detect Shuya's aura in the slightest. I was the first to come here, Shuya responded calmly. Just a few hours ago, he had used his energy depletion and the credit of recovering half of the boundary separating stone as a bargaining chip, and managed to get Lianshou to agree to one of his requests. That was to tell him in advance when and where the white spirit bead would appear and allow him to enter the mirror world 5 minutes early. Lianshou agreed to the request, but also made restrictions. That was to not allow Shuya to touch the white spirit bead in advance before someone appeared. Thus he had been hiding until now with the help of Bai Tao's ability. Oh yeah, Jiuli hummed lightly, unimpressed. Though I will admit that you have a good head on your shoulders, but in terms of frontal combat power, you can't possibly be a match for the two of us. He only had Shinzei in his eyes and did not put Su Yuya in his eyes in the slightest. You're right, Shuya spoke indifferently. In terms of combat power alone, I'm not even half as good as you guys. It's just that a lot of times, the key to winning or losing isn't even how good the fight is. What really matters is being able to find the weaknesses of the other side. His expression grew serious as he calmly looked at Jiuli and Shinzei in front of him. I am determined to obtain this white spirit pearl today. Next, I will use the most direct method to eliminate the two of you. Weakness? Jiuli smiled broadly at his words. I'm curious to know what my weakness is in your eyes. Shuya scratched his head and ignored Jiuli, instead looking towards Shinzei who was frowning. Let's start with you first, student Shinzei. Me? Shinzei did not expect Shuya to name himself. He looked deep in his eyes, and before he could speak, his pupils snapped shut. However, he saw Su Yuya reach out and pull. actually ripping out a silhouette from behind the wall where Bai Tao was hiding. That was a girl with short hair on her ears, the same girl who had been standing behind Qinze earlier, his teammate in this examination. She had her hands scrunched up in her sleeves at the moment, bound with rope along with her sleeves, and her mouth was taped shut, her face full of terror. Right in the midst of the earlier gale, Qinze had purposely sent his two teammates out of the mirror world as well, unwilling for them to be affected by the battle. Xiao Yun, Qinze's always elegant expression became extremely gloomy at this moment. Apparently, just as he had pushed his teammate out of the field, Xiao had somehow managed to hijack her as well. It was only because the two of them requested you that you felt sorry for them and formed a squad with them and helped them gain points. Xiao also unflinchingly snapped the female classmate called Xiao Yun and pinned her in the crook of her arm. The latter struggled desperately, his mouth emitting a whimpering sound, tears flashing in his eyes as he looked at Qinze and shook his head frantically, his eyes flashing with terror. And your greatest weakness is a soft heart, as well as being overly kind. Shuya looked at Qinze from afar, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, like a villain. In the next moment, he actually pushed Xiao Yun out directly and threw a block of stone towards her head. With the stone block as the center, countless white threads spread out towards a 10-meter radius. Under the effect of the repairing hand, half of the pillar that had been shattered by Jiuli flew to be repaired, and then it fell sharply from the air, smashing towards Xiao Yun's body. Boom! Jiuli took a slight step back, but he saw Qinze, who was in front of him, rush out almost instantly. His gaze was cold, his entire body wrapped in a fierce wind, and despite the damage to his energy, he flew to Xiao Yun's side, grabbing her and rushing out. Half of the pillar slammed down, smashing through countless amounts of dust. Between the howling winds, Qinze flew backward, anger flashing in his entire eyes. Shu Ya, do you really want to kill her? If he hadn't been fast enough, Xiao Yun would have already been hit by that pillar, and his life would definitely be in danger. Before his words could fall, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen and looked down incredulously, only to see that amongst Xiao Yun's tightly bound hands, he was actually tightly pinching a dagger that only had a hilt. Under the cover of the sleeve, Qinze actually didn't even notice the cut-off hilt. White streams of light wrapped around the hilt of the blade, extending to repair the blade and stabbing through his abdomen at an extremely subtle angle. Tears came to Xiao Yun's eyes as he desperately trembled and tried to pull the dagger out, but he simply couldn't do it. The Dan Tian is the source of energy operation and generation. Shuya looked at Qinze indifferently, as if he had anticipated this ending. Right now, your abdomen is damaged and your energy is disorganized, so once you use your ability, it will cause you to suffer a great backlash. Qinze half-kneeled on the ground, the pain making his head sweat. Extremely high quality and composure kept him from cursing out any vocabulary, but even with all this pain, he gently placed Xiao Yun in front of him, and his fingertips shot out two wisps of chi blades, shredding the ropes that bound her hands and feet. The moment Xiao Yun got out of the trap, she also ignored the pain and immediately tore the tape off her mouth with force, crying and rushing next to Qinze. I'm sorry. She held her trembling hands above the dagger, wanting to pull it out, but after seeing Qinze's agonized expression, she became terrified and hesitant, not knowing whether to pull it out or not. Don't worry, I'm fine, Qinze spoke in a warm voice, comforting Xiao Yun and stood up shakily. Xiao Yun hurriedly assisted him and looked at Suyu with anger and hatred in his eyes. This wasn't supposed to be a life and death fight. Qinze weakly covered his abdomen and looked at Suyuya. But for you to use this method to assassinate your classmate is too despicable. Without saying anything more, he just walked towards the mirror world beyond without looking back with Xiao Yun's support. It's me who lost. Su also turned around, not even looking at Qinze who had disappeared into the world of mirrors, but instead focusing all his attention on Jiuli. Now, it's just the two of us. Jiuli had been standing quietly in place, watching Qinze being assassinated by Su Yuya and leaving the area without any intention of making a move. At this moment, when he saw Shuya looking at him, he instantly grinned. Shuya, you're simply weirder than Qinze. Using such despicable means, your heart surprisingly didn't even produce any feelings of guilt or embarrassment. He turned around and looked straight at Shuya. You are truly a pure villain. Chapter 135. This is the most direct way to defeat you. Thanks for the compliment. Su Yuya's face was calm as he coldly looked at Jiuli. Just now, you said that you wanted to defeat me in the simplest way possible? A blood-red energy wrapped around Jiuli's body and burst out, closing in on Su Yuya at an extremely fast speed. Let's see. What do you have up your sleeve? Just as he moved, Shuya turned on boiling blood and dodged towards the back. His speed was similarly augmented to be extremely fast, and the two chased out one after the other. Knock! Jiuli throws a jab across the body that Shuya sidesteps. This was followed by a flying kick, and Su also crouched down, as if he had anticipated the attack in advance. After he crouched down, He leaned backward quickly and used his hands to brace himself on the ground to complete a backflip as if he were a gymnast. Only just after he had rolled over, the place where he had previously stood was stomped on by Jiuli's force, and a crack appeared. Su also rolled over and stood still, and with Jiuli's pause, he struck out with a blood punch. Jiuli didn't dodge and ate the blow without defense. His chest collapsed for several minutes, and while his body trembled, his left hand probed out as if it was lightning, and grabbed Su Yuya's arm with force. Immediately after that, his right fist accelerated and hit Shuya's body straight on. Knock! Shuya's body flew out as if it were a sandbag, and he was directly knocked more than 10 meters away and rolled to the ground. The blood mist drifted away from the sky, and he staggered to his feet, covering his chest as intense pain spread throughout his body. Even though he had gathered his energy in his chest in time, he simply could not defend himself against the power of Jiuli's punch. Cough cough dash. Su Yuya stood in place coughing violently, and Jiuli in the distance seemed to be easing the force of the blood rush he had just received. The two were actually in a brief stalemate. Is that strange? Shuya wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes looking at Jiuli with a clear and cold light. Without the fear enchantment, the speed of recovery from your injuries has slowed down. He simply dispersed his boiling blood directly and just stood in place in Jiuli from a distance. Seeing this, Jiuli did not intend to continue pursuing. The energy in his body converged on his chest and began to recover from his injuries at a slow pace. He looked at Shuya with a sardonic smile. It looks like you've analyzed my abilities. Yeah, although I don't know the exact name, the effect of your ability should be to manipulate negative emotions. Shuya opened his mouth indifferently, reading in a lazy tone. Fear that can make your recovery faster. Anger that can empower you. Greed, it can make you faster. So far, these are the 3 best negative emotions you can utilize. You have an intelligence that is at odds with your size, and your usual actions may seem overbearing, but in reality they are designed to lead others to violent mood swings as a means of unlocking your abilities. You purposely leave your shirt on, and show a needless appearance in the middle of a fight rather than get yourself hurt, in order to stir up fear in others. And the mocking words that come out of your mouth, and the aggressive, domineering stance, are designed to arouse the anger of others. All of these negative emotions are turned into your power, enabling you to utilize the effects of your abilities and become extremely strong. And with your ability, it doesn't seem to be limited to numbers of people, so the more people there are, the stronger the negativity becomes, and the stronger you become. He looked straight at Jiuli, his gaze fixed. Am I right, Jiuli? A decent analysis of my abilities indeed. Jiuli grinned and casually bobbed his head. The injury on his chest had recovered considerably by now, but he was in no hurry to launch an attack, and instead stood leisurely and chatted with Shuya. But there are a total of 3 errors in your reasoning. May I hear it? First mistake. The reason I don't wear a top is purely because I'm too hot, Jiuli explained with a sardonic smile. The second mistake was not that I deliberately pretended to be indifferent after I was injured, but that I had no idea what pain felt like. And the third mistake, my ability, which I never turned on of my own accord, has been activated since I was born. He sneered. I'd sure appreciate it if you'd help me shut down this damned, annoying ability. Su Yuya's pupils shrunk slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of shock and complexity as he looked at Jiuli. However, he quickly pressed that thought down and turned to Jiuli. Originally, I was wondering how I was going to lure you into actively opening up your abilities, but now it seems that this step has been saved. You just asked me what I'd like to use to beat you. Now I'll tell you. As soon as he spoke, Jiuli's expression changed. Originally, he could barely perceive any obvious negative emotions from Shuya's body, but at this very moment, countless dark, cold, evil, anger, sadness, hatred, and all sorts of negative emotions were like a tidal wave rushing towards his mind. Boom! Jiuli knelt down on one knee, and an energy fluctuation that far exceeded the stone realm actually surged out from within his body. At this moment, his blood-red energy had even become a little black, constantly wreaking havoc and winding around his body, nearly cutting into the ground. It tore the ground apart and sent stones flying. Jiuli's mouth only uttered half a word before he let out a low roar, his eyes wrapped in a ray of crimson that glowed with black light. Shuya's eyes were cold to the core at this point, no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. I've sensed it since before. Your own emotions, it seems, will be guided by negative emotions to a greater or lesser extent. Once this negativity reaches a certain threshold, you will be guided by it and lose control. Can you feel it? What would it feel like to have all the negative emotions that a person has suppressed for years explode out together? The negative emotions that erupted from him alone were even more intense than the sum of dozens of people earlier. You are seeking death. Jiuli's voice seemed to have turned into the hissing of a wild beast, almost completely losing his mind. The terrifying energy entwined in his body almost turned into substance, wrapping his entire body. After a few seconds had passed, he stood up violently, his entire body exuding an uncomfortable aura. and his eyes were even glowing with a black and red luster, just like a wild beast, roaring lowly. His ferocious eyes stared at Shuya, as if he wanted to tear apart and kill the only surviving person within this space. Shuya's face was fearless as he recited to himself, "No one can stop you in this state anymore. Once the attack is launched, my life will surely be in danger. When the time comes, a few teachers, they will certainly not ignore it." A bit of madness even appeared in his eyes, placing himself as a bet on the scales of victory or defeat. With such a huge difference in battle power, it was the best way he could get. Chapter 136, it's surprising that he would appear here. The aura on Jiuli was extremely terrifying. Even though that aura was far away, it still caused a chill to run through Bai Tao, who was hiding behind the wall. He only felt like he had been thrown into an abyss, filled with despair, anger, unwillingness, and countless other emotions. The sensation caused his neck to shrink, and he hastily retreated another 10 meters or so towards the back, clinging to the edge of the mirror world. In the event of any danger, he would be the first to escape from here. Su also looked at Jiuli silently. Once Jiuli completely lost control, several teachers would step in to stop him. By then, he would be the only one left in the mirror world, and obtaining the white spirit bead would naturally be easy. As for the rest of the people who could still move, they had no idea what was going on here. The terrifying battle power of Jiuli just now had already chilled them to the bone, and no one dared to try and come back in for a second look. Once they were detected and discovered by Jiuli, their fate could be imagined. Jiuli's mouth was still emitting a slurred hiss. In the next second, he was like a ferocious beast charging haphazardly towards Shuya. The distance between the two grew closer and closer, and soon they were only 3 meters away. And just then, Jiuli took a heavy step down, but did not move on. "Did you think that after making me lose my mind, you would be able to eliminate me with the help of a teacher?" Jiuli's low voice, accompanied by heavy panting, sounded. "What?" Shuya's expression was also slightly frozen. Things seemed to have deviated from what he had expected. Raising his eyes, Jiuli's face was covered in a fierce smile, and his eyes, which were already filled with a dark red color, were actually receding like the tide at this time, revealing his pupils that were filled with ferocity. "I have felt 10, if not 100 times as much negativity as you have since I was born. This little bit of negativity in the area wants to make old me lose control? Now you're the one who's in a cocoon. See ya. Thank you for giving me so much power." He waved his right arm, and the energy that wrapped around his body instantly wrapped around his entire right arm, releasing an extremely strong pressure. "If you don't want to die, get yourself out of here, or what will become of you?" "I don't care that much." Somewhere on top of a dirt slope not far from the art museum, a blue-colored curtain of water stretched across the air, reflecting the images within the world in the mirror. Ju Bao, Mirror Flower Water Moon. This was the same Ju Bao in Lian Shou's hand, able to act like a monitor, reflecting the image of any location within range. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, watching this final fight along with Song Wei Yang Yuan and the two of them. "What do you think?" Lian Shou, with a ring of bandages around his abdomen, even put a bag of melon seeds on his knees and ate them very leisurely, without the slightest trace of nervousness. "What else can one think?" Yan Yuan spoke with a smirk, smoothly copying a handful of melon seeds from Lian Shou's arms. Although Xu Yasan is very smart and has thought of this speculative method, but he would never have imagined just how terrifying the reputedly ultra-dangerous S-rank ability, 10 Deadly Sins, really is. "I've heard of this little guy Jiuli. That social news he caused over a decade ago is still fresh in my mind." "Yes." Lian Shou sighed, a bit of pity in his eyes. "A small child, awakened to this ability at birth, and has been in a state where it cannot be turned off. His personality has been warped since he was a child, and then he was imprisoned in a sober prison for more than a decade. The negativity he has received is beyond the imagination of ordinary people." But having said that, this brat Shuya was able to make Jiuli appear in such a state. It's really hard to imagine what exactly has been building up in his heart. "I have to say, the new students you brought this time, Mr. Lian Shou, are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Yang Yuan leisurely sighed. "It seems that the winner of this examination has already been decided. The current Jiuli is unstoppable. Has the victory been decided?" Lian Shou revealed a gaze full of deep meaning, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. "That may not be the case." "Oh, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Shuya could have any other methods in this situation?" Yang Yuan immediately became interested and his eyes lit up. Lian Shou waved his hand, and the blue light screen in midair immediately split in half, surfacing a map of the entire sea city. Above the map, points of light were spread around the city, while the majority of them were gathered in front of the art museum. This is the locator device inside the student's student cards, labeling each one's location. Just last night, around 11 o'clock or so, CO had gone looking for someone as well. Lian Shou smiled and pointed at the map, reading lightly. It's not clear exactly what they talked about with each other, but it's clear that this man is his backup plan. Yang Yuan's eyes flashed as he stared closely at the map, and finally found a strange movement. Instead, he saw a point of light that was approaching the gallery at a speed that was not too fast or too slow, and the person the dot of light represented surprised him. Could it be? Yang Yuan opened his mouth in excitement and stood up violently. The melon peels in his hands all flew out. If it's that guy, it might really be. I say you too. Song Wei twitched the corners of his mouth, topped with a head full of melon rinds, finally could not help it, and angrily rebuked and rose. Can you have some quality? Don't throw the melon rinds around. We should have a basic sense of public decency as void hunters. Outside of the mirror world, dozens of students sat on the ground, looking at the hazy mirror world in front of them with complicated expressions, but none of them dared to step into it again. The dominance and power of Jiuli just now had caused them to lose the heart to continue fighting, especially after Qin Zhe walked out of the mirror world with serious injuries. The fear in their hearts increased even more. They didn't know that Su Yuya and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world and only thought that Jiuli had already obtained the white spirit pearl in all probability. Qin Zhe, are you okay? Xiaoyun was heartbroken beyond measure as she treated Qin Zhe's wounds. With the help of several students, the knife in Qin Zhe's abdomen was removed and the wound stopped continuing to bleed. I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Zhe revealed a warm smile, relieving Xiaoyun, but his eyes looked at the block of stone in his palm, pondering. The stone had fallen from Xiaoyun's arms earlier. Qin Zhe immediately noticed the fall of the stone and picked it up. He quickly judged that the source of the stone was none other than a fragment of a floor tile from somewhere within the world in the mirror just now. Was the rock placed in Xiaoyun's arms to make sure she wouldn't be hit by a stone pillar at the last minute? With his intelligence, he almost instantly reasoned out the origin of the stone and why it had appeared in Xiaoyun's arms. And it was my heart that you used to bet that I wouldn't give up on Xiaoyun, thus counting me out until I was injured. Qin Zhe let out a helpless bitter smile and flipped his hand to crush the stone into pieces. I've really been completely penetrated by you, Shu Ya. That damn guy should have let Jiuli give him a good beating. Xiaoyun naturally didn't know about the life-preserving backhand Su Yi had placed on her, and hated Su Yi in her heart. I'm also curious as to what means he can use to deal with Jiuli. Qin Zhe stroked his chin and eyed the world in the mirror. Even if he wasn't injured, his chances of winning against Jiuli were less than 40%. He really couldn't think of any way that Shuya could deal with Jiuli. Suddenly at that moment, a clamor came from among the crowd gathered to rest and heal. They looked like they had seen something unbelievable and exclaimed in shock. Qin Zhe looked back at the sound of the voice, but he saw the crowd naturally parting, leaving a path open, and a silhouette, actually just like this, walked Su step by step, straight towards the world in the mirror. I can't believe he's here. Qin Zhe's light blue pupils flashed light slightly, revealing an incredulous gaze. Chapter 137, is this your real card? Plus one more chapter. Wow. Shuya's body, pinched in Zhou Li's palm, rubbed against the ground at high speed like a plow, and then flung out with force. As the blood mist drifted away, Shuya turned on boiling blood and tried to stabilize his body. But before he could stand still, Zhou Li rushed up again, his head tilted back, and then slammed in with force. Clang! Su was also hit by this collision to the point of dizziness, and he actually experienced a moment of dizziness. The shock he suffered physically caused him to spit out blood. Consciousness slowly returned, but he was already unable to even stand, directly sitting on his butt on the ground. He didn't have time to cushion the injuries in his body and rolled on the ground in a hurry. Knock! The place where it was previously located was kicked to pieces by Jiuli. This guy, he really is a monster, Shuya shouted in his heart, his eyes showing some urgency. The gap in his abilities doomed him to not be able to fight Jiuli head-on. Even though Boiling Blood had been upgraded to C rank, he was no match at all against Jiuli, whose abilities had exploded. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting the negative emotions he had just unleashed. Instead of achieving the effect he had expected, this move became a boost to Jiuli's ability, causing his strength to skyrocket by several points. That guy, hasn't he arrived yet? Even though Su also had long arranged a back way for himself, the change in Jiuli's body caught him off guard. Quite a bit of the feeling that plans can't catch up with changes. Knock knock. Jiuli landed several feet in succession, destroying the foothold under Shuya's feet. He had no choice but to quickly leap up, but his body had only just flown up when Jiuli's fist came rushing in as if it was calculated. In the heat of the moment, Shuya only managed to protect his chest with his right arm as his energy converged. Ka-chow! The sound of bones cracking rang out as he screamed miserably. The bones of his entire right arm had unexpectedly been shattered by Jiuli's punch. Still not going to admit defeat? Jiuli smiled fiercely as he approached. His attack was like a sudden rainstorm, without the slightest intention of stopping. No, can't dodge it. Shuya's footsteps were weak, and his body was constantly sweating from the pain, knowing that he couldn't dodge the strike. Can't fall down here yet. In desperation, he could only silently use his first card. Fade away. Target of action, Repairman. A faint red light flashed across his body, and he instantly felt the level of his repair hand get boosted. Class B Repairman. Can repair all inanimate objects. Working distance 10 meters, restored to its original state after one use. The concept of repairing hands in the mind was as simple as ever, and didn't seem to have changed after the ability leveled up. Su also couldn't think about it in detail and used his left hand, which was still intact, to slap on the ground. Among the memories of this place in his mind, there was originally a ruined wall here that had long since crumbled due to the violent collision of the battle. Repair the hand. He used this one chance given by Fate Fan to repair the wall in front of him. In an instant, the originally empty ground, countless debris gathered at a rapid pace, and it took only half a second to repair it into a complete wall. There was a faint white light emanating from above the wall, and Su Yuya was somewhat surprised to find that there was an arrow drawn with chalk on this wall. This arrow, he didn't have time to think about it in detail because Jiuli's fist was already blasting away. Dang! The terrifying impact shook the wall. However, the wall that should have originally been shattered by his punch. At this moment, there was only a fist mark as well as countless cracks spreading out, and it did not directly shatter. At this moment, not only Zoli, but even Su Yuya, who had restored the wall himself, revealed a surprised expression. I see. Shuya's breath shortened by a few moments, actually understanding in an instant the effects of the repair hand after it was leveled up. Is this your bottom card? Jiuli didn't bother to think about the reason why, only assuming that this was some kind of tactic from Shuya. Since one punch doesn't break it, let's do another. He lifted his breath and concentrated, and another punch landed on top of the wall. This time, the already heavily damaged wall finally couldn't hold up and exploded into countless powders. But Shuya, who was originally hiding behind the wall, had already run out more than 10 meters away. As for Bai Tao, who was originally still in the mirror world, he had disappeared into thin air long before the two started fighting. I'm already bored. Jiuli's speed was extremely fast, and with just one forceful stomp on the ground, he caught up with Su Yuya. Let this boring battle end. He didn't hold back, and his right fist struck as a bloody shadow. Shuya's afterglow watched the fist shadows continue to approach, a rare look of anxiety appearing in his eyes. Can't make it? The backup plan he had prepared did not have a 100% success rate. Whether that person would come to his aid was also a completely unknown outcome, but now it seemed that even if it arrived now, it was absolutely too late. At this moment, Su Yuya was at his wit's end and could only watch Jiuli's fist get closer and closer to his body. You can't hit him. An ethereal, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Buzz. Jiuli's fist stopped half a centimeter in front of Su Yuya's body, as if it had been subjected to a fixation spell. The air hummed continuously. Dark red energy was all over his huge fist, but he simply couldn't break through the half-centimeter distance. Who is it? A look of gravity appeared on Jiuli's face as he turned his head to look at where the voice came from. Rapture also appeared on Shuya's face as he smoothly spread his butt on the ground. He's here. He quickly got up and looked at Jiuli in front of him with his severely injured body, his confident smile raised. Sorry, I will not give away the victory of this examination. He looked up, likewise, at the not-so-tall, expressionless teenager stepping in from the edge of the mirror world. It's been a long time waiting for you. Enlon? Jiuli narrowed his eyes and closed his fist. As long as he didn't launch an attack towards Shuya, his body wouldn't be frozen in place. This silent genius who almost never interacted with people, even as arrogant as he was, he had heard about it. I see. Jiuli's face resurfaced with a sardonic smile, but he turned to target Enlon. Is this your true bottom card, Shuya? Through Shuya's words, he had understood. Enlon seems to have entered into a partnership with Seo in some way. Interesting. Jiuli was arrogant, his whole body surging with energy as he laughed heartily. I've long wanted to know what an SS class ability is really like. The expressions of Jiuli, Enlon, and Su Yuya fell into the eyes of the three teachers through the water screen. Enlon terminated Jiuli's fierce attack with just one appearance. This image caused even Song Wei to reveal a shocked look. He was frozen in place in a daze, but he had recognized the name of the ability that Enlon possessed. SS rank ability. Kind advice. Chapter 138, My trophies. Just this one is enough. Beyond the world of mirrors, almost everyone stared dumbfounded at the location where Enlon had just disappeared. Did I just read that right? That's Enlon? That's him? There's no mistaking it. This fellow even wants to compete for the White Spirit bead as well. SS class ability. I haven't seen it until now. I'd love to go in there and see what his powers are. Are you crazy? Are you really not afraid that Jiuli will send you flying? The crowd exchanged words, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. The light was also refracted above Qinzhe's glasses, and he looked at the world in the mirror with a face full of astonishment. Based on his contact and understanding of the other freshmen these days, he could ascertain that Enlon was not the type of person who had a strong desire to win. Even he was a bit skeptical as to how this SS class ability awakened person had actually joined the Dragon Summer Academy. Not only is Enlon cold and silent, he also doesn't seem to have any interest in anything. Since enrolling in school, he had never been anything more than a man hiding in a corner, never paying any attention to anyone who tried to strike up a conversation with him. How could someone with this kind of character come to fight for the white spirit bead? That is to say, will he appear here? Not by personal will, but for some purpose. Shinzei's mind raced and he quickly reasoned out the reason why Enlon was here. Shu Ya, so that's your greatest reliance. A look of dawning realization appeared in his eyes, but he became more and more curious. Shu Ya, what exactly did he use to complete this collaboration with Enlon? Inside the art gallery, facing the aggressive Jiuli, Enlon was expressionless and instead looked towards Su Yi, who was not far away. Are you serious about what you promised me? It couldn't be more true. Seo also revealed a smooth smile and sat down on the floor in complete relaxation, leaning against the wall. You should already know how good I am. Aha. Enlon received an affirmative reply from Shuya, but she only nodded calmly and turned her head. Ready? Jiuli rubbed his fists together before grinning when he saw Enlon looking at him. In the next moment, he burst out, his entire body transforming into a bloody light, and swiftly rushed to Enlon's face. The wind of the fist was like a wave, and the power of the fist was like electricity. The air seemed to be torn apart by his power, producing sonic booms. The power of this punch was as if it could open the sky and split the earth. You can't hit me. Enlon tapped her foot, and a low murmur escaped her mouth, as if stating some sort of fact. Immediately after that, his body was gently deflected. The speed wasn't that fast, but it brushed against Jolie's fist in an incredibly natural way. Jiuli throws a head kick that misses and flies up in the air, but the distance Enlon retreated was once again located just outside the range of his attack. Watch your step. He dodged the kick and spoke softly again. Jiuli then felt his feet stumble and his entire body fell forward uncontrollably. He flew and braced his hands on the ground and reared up in a forward roll position. It was only then that he realized that there had just been a bump in the ground underneath his feet that had coincidentally tripped him, and the bulge, as if it had been there on the ground from the beginning. Watch your head. And Lan's voice sounded again. A creaking sound came from above Jolie's head. Immediately after that, half of the ceiling actually came crashing down. That ceiling happened to be the location where Jiuli had smashed that student who could turn into a giant bear flying earlier. Boom! Countless stones smashed to the ground, rolling up countless amounts of dust. And Lan's face remained unchanged and he suddenly crouched down. Jolie's figure appeared behind him and swung his fist towards where he had just been. Be more concerned about your right leg. And Lan spoke calmly and incomparably. But Jiuli suddenly felt a softness in his right leg and directly fell to one knee. Even though his abilities were as strong as they were, the prolonged battle had caused his body to be extremely depleted. At this moment, his right leg was trembling uncontrollably and slightly, as if it had reached a critical point. And Lan lightly jumped and came to the back, indifferently watching Jiuli. Jiuli, however, stood up from the ground with a fierce smile. He forced the muscles of his right leg to stop trembling, his gaze still fierce. Just as Enlon opened her mouth slightly, preparing to say something else, the energy in Jolie's body, however, suddenly dissipated like a tidal wave. No more fighting, and Lan's eyes flickered. His face remained expressionless, but he still seemed to be that little bit surprised. I probably know the principle of your ability. Jiuli rubbed his nose. Trying to crack your ability is really a bit troublesome. If we keep fighting, I'm going to have to hold on to beat you to death to win this one. But then, several teachers will surely come out to stop me, or even forcefully interrupt my ability. In just a few minutes, he had settled the score. From the moment Enlon appeared on the scene, it was destined to be Seo Ye's victory. And this SS class ability did indeed have a level of subtlety that far exceeded his imagination. Afterward, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Shuya with deep meaning. Your tactics are, indeed, very skillful. This white spirit bead is indeed dispensable for me as well. I've had a good fight today, so I'll let you off the hook. As he said that, he actually put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the outside of the mirror world without looking back. Hey, wait a minute. Su also leaned against the fence, covering the spot where he had been hit by Jiuli and cracked his bones, and grimaced as he shouted. Jiuli stopped and slightly turned his head sideways. Bai Tao, Shuya shouted in a low voice. In the next second, Bai Tao poked out half of his head from among the walls, nervously observing the surroundings. Have you finished fighting? Give me 2 yellow spirit beads. Su also didn't respond, only speaking faintly. Oh, Bai Tao fumbled around on his body for a while and pulled out 2 yellow spirit beads. Most of these spirit beads were found by relying on Shuya, and naturally, Bai Tao didn't dare to have any opinions. Su also grabbed a spirit bead and threw it towards Jiuli. Many thanks for making it happen. Jiuli caught the yellow bead with one hand, sneered, and flipped his hand to throw it back. If you want to give it, give me that white spirit bead. He didn't say any more nonsense and walked out of the mirror world without looking back. Su also shrugged his shoulders and let out a bitter smile. turning his head to look at Enlon. Do you want one? Otherwise you shouldn't have any points for this test. No need. Enlon responded expressionlessly. I picked up a yellow spirit pearl by chance when I was walking. You just have to fulfill our agreement. After he calmly finished speaking, he also left the mirror world without looking back. Ha! Two condescending guys. Shuya barely braced himself and casually threw the 2 yellow spirit beads backward. Bai Tao hurriedly drilled out and caught them with his hands. The rest of the spirit beads are yours. Su also propped up his body and took a step to the side of the white spirit bead, a smile on his face. For my trophy, this one is all I need. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Arrowhead. How the hell is it going in there? The crowd of freshmen gathered tightly outside the mirror world, looking inside with unparalleled nervousness. There are only 6 minutes left before the deadline of 6 o'clock. Adding the 5 minutes needed to obtain the white spirit bead, time was running out. As long as the battle inside hadn't ended and the white spirit bead hadn't been obtained, they still had a chance to fight for first place. Suddenly at that moment, the air in front of them rippled. Jiuli put his hands in his pockets and just walked out from it. He didn't even look at the crowd gathered in front of him. He just walked straight ahead. Jiuli, why did he come out? Does that mean Enlon won? But Jiuli doesn't have any injuries on his body, and it doesn't feel like he's been through any fierce battles. Given his character, would he really leave like that? He wouldn't have fetched the white spirit bead already. A whisper came from the crowd, looking at Jiuli with fear. Its domineering fighting style just now had really made the crowd a bit chilled. Their guesses were varied and full of confusion. The only explanation that felt slightly more plausible was that Jiuli had crushed Enlon and subsequently taken the white spirit bead. Yet just over 10 seconds passed, and Lan's figure surprisingly also stepped out of the mirror world. His face was expressionless and he headed in the other direction without looking back. How come there are no injuries on Enlan's body either? Did they not fight? Strange. If that's the case, who exactly took the white spirit bead? Aside from Qin Zhe and Xiao Yun, no one knew that Su Yuya and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world. They were looking at each other at the moment, full of confusion. Yet no one wanted to enter the world of mirrors to see what was going on. For them, when they were cleared by Jiuli and Qin Zhe, the examination that belonged to them was already over. Shu Ya, I didn't expect that you would actually be able to obtain this spirit pearl. Qin Zhe glanced ahead with a complex face, revealing a bitter smile. It wasn't hard for him to guess who the winner of this examination really was. It seems like college life should be much more interesting in the future. He stood up, not intending to stay here any longer, already ready to hit the road. Qin Zhe, where are you going? Xiao Yun hurriedly followed, his face full of worry. Back to the hotel to rest. Qin Zhe spoke indifferently, but a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Next time, I'm not going to lose to you. See ya. The light wrapped around the white spirit bead gradually dispersed. As the last bit of energy dissipated, Su also finally held this white spirit pearl in his hands. A cool sensation flooded through his body. In a flash, he felt the energy in his body move stupidly and seemed to be a little more active. And his mind seemed to have become quieter and his thoughts more transparent under the effect of the white spirit bead. This is the effect of the warm heartstone. Lian Shou's voice rang out from behind him. How about that? Amazing. I should first thank you, instructor, for giving me this opportunity. Su also put away his lute without looking back and turned his head to smile. Even if you don't enter here early, you will still have other ways to achieve victory. Lian Shou, on the other hand, shook his head and let out a light laugh. Those 5 minutes of entering early only allowed you to save some of your stamina. Qin Zhe, Jiuli, and even Enlon. These several recognized powerhouses have been defeated or united by you. Lian Shou paused for a moment and displayed his pocket watch. The time on the pocket watch at the moment came to exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. Congratulations, you've become the deserved first place winner of this examination. Su also revealed a relieved smile, and felt a moment of weakness throughout his body, and actually fell backwards. But just then, Bai Tao suddenly appeared and assisted him. You've gotten a lot of credit this time, and the school will reward you adequately afterward. In addition to that, you'll also get 5 credits given by the school after you become the first place winner, as well as a chance to make an offer. Lian Shou smiled as he looked at Shuya and continued to read. Whether it's Jubao, or any special materials, or a large amount of dragon coins, as long as the conditions you make are legal and reasonable, the school will try to accommodate you as much as possible. Take your time to figure out exactly what conditions you want to make. An aide will take you back to the hotel later for rest and treatment, and you can always request to use this condition when you return to school tomorrow. You will have 10 days of vacation, and after 10 days, Longxia Academy will officially open. I see. Shuya nodded casually, but his eyes kept sweeping around, his attention not on Lian Shou at all. There was one thing about the previous battle that concerned him greatly. The dust had settled at the moment and he was desperate to investigate. Lian Shou also noticed that he was a bit distracted, but just assumed it was exhaustion from the battle. Therefore he didn't say anything more. He just instructed and turned his head to leave. There will be a special car to take you back to the hotel in 10 minutes, so get out of here as soon as you're rested. If you miss this bus, you'll have to take a cab back yourself. After speaking, he disappeared into the mirror world. Old Pot, give me a little energy. Shuya gently tapped his chest and chanted in a subtle voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mist floated out from his chest and surged into his body. This was the energy from within the spirit drawer, and every time he drew it in, his body would go into a short period of rigidity. However, it was able to replenish his overexpended energy for him very effectively. With some of his energy restored, Shuya gently pushed Bai Tao away and headed straight in one direction. He gently placed his hand on the broken ground and unleashed his repair hand. In an instant, a wall was repaired and erected in a tangle of white light. Sure enough, it's that arrow. Su Yuya stared tightly at the arrow engraved on top of the wall, his expression incomparably serious. This arrow, I saw it 3 years ago. A memory suddenly came flooding back to him. 3 years ago, when he came to this art museum together with Tang Tan, he noticed the arrows drawn in chalk on the walls. It was then that the arrow caught his attention. The arrow, he had assumed, was some sort of art gallery marking for directions. However, he also sensed a hint of something wrong, but before he could investigate, the art museum was invaded by the imaginary beast and plunged into chaos. After that he completely forgot about it. However, with the previous battle with Jiuli, he happened to restore the wall, but once again noticed the arrow. For once, he finally knew where that glint of wrongness had come from 3 years ago. If it was used for directions, how could it be possible to draw arrows on the wall with chalk? A large art gallery like this could totally use signage instead. This arrow, could it be someone pointing the way to something? Chapter 140, the blip reappears. For some reason, Shuya's heart began to pound. Many unnoticed details suddenly came to mind at the moment. No, it can't be, he whispered to himself, suppressing his suddenly restless heart. He then walked quickly in the direction that the arrow was pointing him. Over here. Seo also repaired another wall. The same arrows are painted on the walls, guiding towards the front. Shuya pursed his lips tightly and kept moving along the arrow, while the sweat on his forehead grew. Not far away, Bai Tao watched his actions with a face full of confusion, but didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. He had never seen Seo also show such a flustered or nervous expression. That won't happen. It's probably just a coincidence, Seo also muttered. But no matter how much he deluded himself, reality was still in front of him. In his brain, there was a very fine modeling of the entire art museum. At this point, he was very reluctant to admit and had difficulty accepting one thing. 3 years ago, when Tang Tan seemed to take him around the art museum, he almost always walked exactly in the direction that this arrow pointed. At the time they were located far away from the wall, in the center of the gallery, so Su also did not see the subsequent arrows, but he was able to completely confirm at this point that the position they had taken, and even the direction of the turn, was exactly the same as these arrows. It's probably at this location that the imaginary beast appeared. He stopped next to one of the walls and grimaced. The front that the arrow pointed to happened to be the direction that everyone had fled in after the invasion of the void beasts. Shuya walked forward at a fast pace, constantly heading towards the depths of the art museum. The things that alarmed him grew. Even in the process of escaping, the positions the two men turned and the directions they fled from were exactly the same as the directions pointed out by the arrows. Eventually, his steps slowed and he stopped in front of a ruin. This is the most devastated area. Debris covered the ground, ceilings cracked, walls collapsed, and countless trampled picture frames were scattered all over the place. His steps slowed, his eyes resting on the ground above. Even 3 years apart, the ones on the ground yet still had dried bloodstains. It was here that she was bitten by the void beast. Su also remembered clearly and unmistakably that because of the rescue at that time, Tang Tuan and he had landed at the end of the crowd. The void beast came devouring and biting, and in order to protect him, Tang Tuan pushed him out, while he himself was bitten by the void beast, and half of his body was directly bitten to pieces. As Su also drifted off, the team of void hunting squad that had been lurking amongst the crowd suddenly struck out and killed the void beast. Where Tang Dang stood at first was a disc-shaped piece of ground. From these traces of ruins, some patterns could still be vaguely searched for. It must not be what I think it is. Su was also able to feel that his palms were actually trembling slightly. Repairing hands. Between the flashes of white light, the shattered floor began to be repaired by the energy, gradually recovering its original appearance. After a few seconds passed, a disc with delicate patterns gradually emerged and reflected. However, the moment he saw the complete pattern, Su Yuya was struck by lightning and his entire body was fixed in place. This can't be right. His pupils had begun to tighten up by now. Looking at his feet in disbelief, the pattern on that disc formed a blip. The pattern was unique, and there was no way Su could be mistaken. Right on the back of the bomb hanging around his neck had the exact same pattern. This was a special mark that belonged to Tang Tuan, and only she could draw it. Why? How did this pattern get here? Who drew the arrows? Did Dantum bring me to the art museum because of a coincidence? Why is she walking in the exact same direction as the arrow? Why did she end up being attacked by the void beast right here at the end of the day? No, 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 it must be a coincidence. Maybe the blip pattern. It doesn't just belong to her. Su also never felt that his brain would be messed up like this now. Countless thoughts raged in his mind like a tidal wave, intertwining with each other, entangling into an unraveling ball of thread. Shu-ya, Shu-ya. There seemed to be a certain voice, coming from a great distance. Shu-ya, what's wrong with you? With a loud shout, Suya's consciousness jerked back and he finally came back to his senses. Baitao grabbed his shoulder with slight concern and shouted in his ear. From the moment he recovered the disc on the bottom of this foot, Su Yuya stood in the same place as if he had lost his soul. Baitao nearly thought he was possessed by a ghost. I'm fine. Shuya pushed away Baitao's hand and spoke with a face full of weakness. He then examined his surroundings with incomparable care, and after confirming that there was no other information, he kicked his feet under him. The floor of the disc, which had only just been repaired not long ago, was shattered and cracked into countless pieces by his kick. Su also casually picked up a piece and put it into his pocket. Then he immediately walked towards the outside of the mirror world. Let's go. We're going back. His expression gradually calmed down, slowly becoming expressionless. The mystery that surrounds this matter seems to be growing, but he was also more and more determined. No matter what, this must be investigated. When Shuya and Bai Tao left the mirror world, the car arranged by the school also happened to be traveling to the site of the art museum. They followed a group of students to the car and soon returned to the hotel as well. Inside the hotel there were already several auxiliaries, as well as a doctor from the academy, waiting for a long time. The abilities of these auxiliaries are basically among the D ranks that can be used for healing. There are bandages that can be ripped from the body, wounds that can accelerate the rate of healing, and blood transfusions that can be performed across the room. The appearance of these auxiliaries caused the corners of Shuya's mouth to twitch, nearly thinking that the academy couldn't afford to spend any money and had specifically hired people to save on purchasing costs. He realized under Bai Tao's explanation that most of these auxiliaries came voluntarily. Granted, their ability to do so is not too far removed from purchasing medical equipment outright. Still, it's obviously a few points faster in terms of recovery efficiency and speed. And that doctor who came from the academy has mastered the C rank ability, Power of Healing. This is a very good recovery ability, and when cast, it can moderate students' injuries at a very fast rate and help heal them quickly. With his help, most of the students who were injured due to the battle were out of life-threatening situations and recovered. Until all students are pretty much recovered. It was only when Lian Shou, Song Wei, and Yang Yuan came walking leisurely with bandages wrapped around them. They were penetrated in the abdomen by the disease with their ability, though they were repaired with energy and time and simple healing was done. However, if left unattended, it is easy to leave a dark disease behind. Right after they appeared, Lian Shou also looked at most of the students sitting within the lobby and smiled slightly. Just now, I finished tallying the exact results of this examination. With a wave of his flipped hand, a curtain of water appeared in midair out of nowhere. Up here is the ranking of this examination. Chapter 141, Who's in First Place? Examination Ranking. Upon hearing Lian Shou's words, the students who had only recovered for a short while immediately became agitated and climbed up to look over. They fought tooth and nail and went around collecting spirit beads just so that they could achieve a higher ranking among the examinations. This ranking is said to be very important to them. In the future, when the Void Hunter examination was conducted, it would also be based on the order of ranking to determine whether or not one could become a Void Hunter. If one day, the 10 Void Hunting teams belonging to the Dragon Summer Academy had personnel vacancies, the higher the ranking, the more chances the person would have to go for an interview and become a true Void Hunter. And what made them the most curious? There was another point, and that was whether or not anyone had gotten the white spirit bead this time. Jiuli and Enlan walked out of the mirror world almost back to back. Whether or not they had divided the winners and losers, and whether or not they had obtained the white spirit bead, caused the crowd to be quite concerned. All eyes gazed above the curtain of water in the air. The water curtain rippled, and soon the water rippled and countless lines of water shuttled through, actually transforming into a form. Immediately afterward, the names and rankings of the people began to be arranged in order, from the bottom upwards. There were a total of 47 people who participated in the examination this time. Lin Quan's existence was such that other than Su Yi and Bai Tao, the others had no memory of her at all. In their impression, from the beginning to the end, there were only 47 freshmen in their class. There were a total of 3 people at the bottom of the rankings who had already formed a team, but had gone their separate ways because of the spirit bead rules. In the process of acting alone, several people obviously had very bad luck, and could not even think of the hiding place of the spirit beads. so they could only look for them like headless flies. It was so hard to find the world in the mirror, and the spirit beads inside were taken away early, coupled with the fact that these people were all rather impatient. After searching for 4 hours and finding nothing, they simply gave up on the test. During this entire day, they were almost all eating and drinking in the middle of the sea city, and they weren't even seriously searching for spirit beads. They are the bottom of the barrel, justifiably so, and a consequence of their swinging for the fences. Above the three were some people who had only found 1 or 2 red spirit beads. These dozen people all had single-digit points, including Han Hao's trio among them. After they had been heavily injured by Jiuli and had taken away the spirit pearls, they spent the rest of their time recovering from their injuries as well as searching for other spirit pearls. Even when the final white spirit bead appeared, the three of them did not rush over there at all due to their fear of Jiuli as well as their unhealed injuries. It was a pity that they were unlucky and only found a few red spirit beads until the end. When the three of them split it up evenly, there were only a few points for each of them. Damn Jiuli! Han Hao grimaced as he looked at the water screen, full of resentment. And that Su Yuya. If it wasn't for them, how could I only have this ranking? He didn't dare to glare at Jiuli and could only viciously gouge out Su Yuya. Humph, if I wasn't careless, how could I have lost to you? I'd like to see what kind of ranking you guys can achieve by that kind of petty means. The rankings continue to float upwards. It quickly came to a ranking of over 10 points. Getting to this roster has been able to come to the middle of the pack. Most of them got more than a dozen red spirit beads, or 1 blue spirit bead plus several red spirit beads. These students, basically, had guessed where the spirit pearls might be hidden and existed, and possessed a certain amount of strength to go forward and fight for them. Surprisingly, Enlan's name appeared among them. Quite a few people looked at it unexpectedly, and their hearts were filled with speculations. Sure enough, that white spirit bead was obtained by Jiuli. The rankings rolled one by one and finally came to the top 10. Everyone held their breath and looked intently at the rankings. Su looked over with similar curiosity. Tang Xiaowen's name quickly appeared in 10th place. Oh, she really isn't stupid either. She should have guessed the location of the spirit pearl. Su Yuya blinked and glanced at Tang Xiaowen. Several names surfaced one after another, and the points earned became higher and higher. Shu Yi's name, too, appeared in the top 10. Soon the rankings came to the top 5. Each of the top 5 existences earned more than 20 points. Not only were they strong, they had also realized the rules of the test, and were definitely the strongest amongst the new students. A needle fell in the lobby and everyone looked nervously at the water screen and waited in silence, as if Lianqiu was deliberately trying to whet people's appetites. The emergence of names on the water screen slowed down. 5th place, Hu Jing, 21 points. Su also looked into the crowd, his eyes resting on a lanky boy. He was impressed that this boy's ability was precisely to transform into a giant bear, which also belonged to a very powerful shape-shifting ability among the material increase types. The giant bear it transformed into was immensely powerful, but it still lost to Jiuli and was swung away with a punch. TSK. Hu Jing scared irritably. The great defeat on top of the jousting created a great sense of frustration and was very disconcerting. It was a pity that Jiuli didn't seem to be interested in the rankings at all. He didn't even come here for treatment and instead slept in his bedroom. 4th place, Xinzai, 25 points. Xinzai lightly pushed down the frame, let out a faint bitter smile, and shook his head. Surprisingly, there is only the 4th place? He had basically guessed who the top 3 people were. What? Xinzai is only in 4th place too? There was a clamor from the crowd, all a bit surprised. Xinzai's elegant and easygoing personality, as well as his powerful abilities, were familiar to almost everyone. In their thoughts, he should at least be in the top 3. And who exactly are the top 3? Most people don't investigate everyone else over like Xiao also did. Combined with the water screen rolling faster, there was little time to ponder. For a moment, they couldn't detect who hadn't already appeared on top of the list. 3rd place, White Towers, 36 points. Bai Tao? How could it be him? Seeing this name, everyone revealed an incredulous look. In their impression, Bai Tao was nothing more than a slippery guy who was extremely good at escaping. Humph, I won't hide it from you guys. I'm actually quite capable of fighting. Bai Tao jumped up in one long jump, his mouth crooked with laughter. He alone had gotten the spirit beads that both himself and Shuya had collected together, and it would be hard for the points to be low. Shay, just you? If you're really that good of a fighter, wait and come fight me one-on-one. There were quite a few people who opened their mouths in disdain, and some even initiated an appointment with them. Ha! To deal with you, I'll just use one finger. Bai Tao stretched out a middle finger and mocked with abandon. The man's anger surged and he was just about to open his mouth when the crowd let out a surprised cry, staring incredulously at the water screen. The 2nd place name on it shocked them beyond belief. 2nd place, Jiuli, 40 points. Jiuli is only in 2nd place? Did he not get the white spirit bead? At that time, when they left, There were still more than 6 minutes before the end of the examination. What the hell? Was there someone else in the mirror world at the time? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Even the overbearing Jiuli was only in second place. So who the hell was in first place? Whose name hasn't come up yet? Who the hell is in first place? This can't be. Hanhao's eyes glowed red as he stared intently at the water screen. He had been looking to follow Shuya's name, but its name had not appeared at all. That leaves only one possibility. What gives him the right? This is absolutely impossible. Right in the middle of the crowd's excitement, disbelief, anticipation, and unwillingness to believe, the name at the top of the list finally surfaced. First place, Shuya, 500 points. Chapter 142, Complete Jubao. What? Sioya? How could it be him? 500 points. He's the one who got the white spirit pearl. In the middle of the lobby, everyone's gazes were all on Su Yuya's body. Su also sat down leisurely, his fractured right arm wrapped in a bandage, full of disbelief, and even very naturally picked up the cup of tea in front of him and took a sip, having already known the result. Bai Tao noticed this expression and action of his, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Pussy is still cooler when it's pretended like this. Even if the teacup in your hand has run out of water, you have to pick it up and fill it for a bit. Learned. Shuya's results and rankings were not expected by the vast majority of people. They didn't find Shuya's figure in the mirror world in the slightest. Could this term mean that Jiuli and Enrollment had both lost to him? Impossible. Hanhao sat up violently from his seat, his voice shrill. How could Shuya have gotten this white spirit pearl? He must have cheated. Even if he didn't go to the scene in person, he heard other students talk about the situation. In his opinion, Shuya was able to defeat him all thanks to luck and his own carelessness. With Shuya's strength, he could not be Jiuli's opponent no matter what. The other students were mingling with incredulity. After a few days of enrollment, Su Yuya had already left an extremely deep impression on them due to his magnificent appearance and performance in the middle of the enrollment test, as well as that amazing act in the subsequent classroom. But in most people's eyes, Seo was just a guy with a lot of ghost ideas. It was no secret that he was burdened with 2D rank abilities. No matter in anyone's eyes, he could never possess the strength to defeat Jiuli head-on. Shuya's results are true and valid. Lianshou leaned back in his chair to receive the treatment and spoke faintly. With his strength, he managed to eliminate Qinzhe and caused Jiuli and Enrollment to forfeit. He is the deserved first place in this examination. Upon hearing these words, Hanhao instantly turned white and slumped back into his chair, his face full of incredulity. Breaking his head, he couldn't imagine how on earth Shuya had achieved this first place. Being able to make Jiuli abstain from these words made him feel even more incredulous. Many people looked at Qinzhe, revealing surprised gazes. They had originally thought that Qinzhe had retreated from the mirror world because he had been injured by Jiuli. I didn't realize that the real reason was that Seo had eliminated him as well. He did eliminate me. Qinzhe nodded slightly and did not explain anything too much. Tang Xiaoan, Shu Yi, and a few others who were familiar with Su Yuya also revealed unexpected colors. The ranking of this examination was enough to make everyone discuss it for a few days. The end of the entrance examination will divide the rankings for you. Lianshou's voice came faintly. And this ranking will stay with you for the rest of your academic career. The first place winner of the test is awarded 5 credits. The first 10 places other than his will each be awarded 3 credits. 1 point of credit each for the 10th through 20th students. As for the students after the 20th place, there are no credits awarded. Teacher. Someone in the crowd raised his hand, his face full of curiosity. I wanted to ask a long time ago, what exactly is the use of this credit? Are there not enough credits for us to graduate? Credits, an important basis for your settlement based on your grades, and the quality of the tasks you completed afterward. Lianshou smiled faintly and opened his mouth to respond. The credits are very important to you because they determine whether or not you can become void hunters. In Longxia Academy, as long as you want to become void hunters, the most basic condition is that the credits should reach 30 points. Those who score below this, no matter how strong they are, cannot become a true void hunter. Your performance on a regular basis and your actions in the middle of a mission will affect your credits to a greater or lesser extent. When at the end of the semester, you have 0 credits, Lianshou paused for a moment before continuing. You will be expelled from the school outright. This statement drew a gasp of surprise. The amount of information in those words brought a great deal of tension to them. The Longxia Academy, which he had gone through so much trouble to enter, would simply drop out because he didn't have enough credits. Suyer then also had a flash of light in his eyes, his mind pondering. One should know that when he had successfully fought against Nightmare and killed him, the school had only given him 2 points. According to his judgment, the number of credits given by this examination was a number that would be difficult to obtain by any other means. Not to mention there will be all sorts of demerit points. This looks like he is destined for a very hard life at the academy. The next 10 days are considered your vacation. Lianshou finally finished his treatment at this point and leisurely stood up. Those who want to go back to school will be picked up by a special car in the morning. Those who want to go out and have fun do their own activities, as long as they are back in school before school starts. As for your class schedules and your course selections, they are available on your student card. Everyone's been working hard the last few days, too. Then we'll see you in 10 days. After saying this, he left the hotel together with Song Wei and Yang Yuan, who had finished their treatment. The rest of them looked at each other, scratching their heads as they walked towards their rooms in 2s and 3s. This sudden 10-day vacation took them all a bit by surprise as well and required some planning. Shu Ya, do you have any plans after that? Bai Tao caught up with the departing Su Yuya and asked curiously. I think I'll be going back to school. I have some things I need to get back to school urgently. Su Yuya faintly answered. A wisp of immortal mist surging in his ears, causing his expression to reveal a slightly unexpected color. Well, it doesn't look like we're traveling together. Bai Tao scratched his head. I also have some things that I need to take care of, so I guess I won't be able to go back until school starts. Okay, I'll see you at the start of school then. See you at the start of school. The two said their goodbyes briefly and each went into their rooms. After entering the door, Su also quickly closed the door to the room, pulled the curtains closed, sat down on a chair, and took out the Jiuli Pot from his arms. He opened the lid of the pot, and his entire consciousness was then directly immersed into the world of the pot. Birds and flowers in the peachland. The old pot has been waiting for a long time. Did you just call me in for something important? Su also went straight to the point and asked right to the point. For his part, Old Man Pot's face was full of seriousness. Little friend, that white stone you just sent in contains very pure energy. I just researched half a dozen things and confirmed one thing. If you treat it as an embryo, refine it, and use the soul of that crashing tiger as a binder, you have a chance to refine this stone into a complete Zhu Jiao treasure like this. Chapter 143 Connected Clues. Ding dong. Half a second after the villa's doorbell rang, Shuya opened the door. Yo, good morning. Lianshou grinned and greeted towards Shuya. More than 5 days had passed since he had returned to school, and the wound in his abdomen had healed, and at the moment he appeared to be alive and well. While greeting him, he walked towards the middle of the villa, but was stopped by Shuya. Change your slippers. Su also pointed down to the shoe cabinet and gestured. Otherwise, Tang Xiaowen will freak out. Oh, it looks like you and fellow student Tang Xiaowen are living very well. Lianshou revealed a flirtatious intent, but still obediently changed into a pair of slippers and followed Su Yuya inside. Don't use such ambiguous words. Shuya calmly led Lianshou to sit on the sofa in the villa's lobby. She and I are just ordinary housemates. After coming back from the examination, his relationship with Tang Xiaowan was considered to have eased. Both of them unspokenly refrained from mentioning Tang Tuan's matter again, and the process of getting along was just like a shared roommate, which could not be talked about as good or bad. What? That cute roommate of yours isn't in the dorm? Lianshou looked around and did not see Tang Xiaowan's form. She went to the capital to play. She shouldn't be back for the next 2 days. Su also casually answered, and picked up the kettle on the table, pouring a cup of water into the cup in front of him. What would you like to drink? Got any coffee? The coffee machine broke down yesterday and I've requested that someone be sent to fix it. Is there any tea then? I'm not usually in the habit of drinking tea. I see, so get me a glass of plain water. The last cup of plain water just now is already in my cup. With a false eye, Shuya shook the already empty water bottle in front of him. Only tap water if you want to drink it. The corners of Lianshou's eyes twitched unnaturally as he raised his eyes to look at Shuya. You don't have anything, and you're going to ask me for something to drink? And you can obviously use your ability to fix the coffee machine, right? Subconsciously asked out of politeness. Su also calmly took a sip of water. And a broken coffee machine is a warranty issue. I have the right to fulfill my consumer rights. Okay, then I'll have a glass of tap water. Shuya put down his cup. The water is over there. Pour it yourself. Lianshou's veins rippled and he almost didn't lift the table in anger. He immediately understood that Shuya was using the opportunity to retaliate for the flirting he had done when he entered. Holding back his anger, he actually did honestly step aside and pour himself a glass of water. Resuming his seat on the couch, he took a sip of water before getting straight to the point, removing a packet of papers with a seal from the briefcase in his hand. Though I don't know why you'd use one of your precious opportunities to make an offer to ask for these documents, but the school agreed to your request anyway. He opened the packet of papers and removed 2 documents from it. This is a printout of the documentation from among the national databases. As for the original you asked for, we've already initiated an application with South Plains College, and you know how everything needs to go through the process these days, so waiting for a response from there is estimated to be closer to a month. I'm not too far behind this month. Shuya's complexion was slightly austere as he reached out and took the 2 documents. The first of these is, quite literally, a report document on the Sea City Rebellion. I should warn you, though, that these two documents are classified and cannot be left with you. I can give you time for perusal, but after half an hour, I will destroy them, Lianshou added from the sidelines. Enough. Shuya nodded slightly in understanding and quickly picked up the document to look at it carefully. The content of this document was much more detailed than what Fang Xin had sent him at the beginning. It not only recorded the specific course of action and the names of the specific members of the Void Hunting XXXI, but also the names and causes of death of almost every one of the injured dead. There are very detailed reports including the treatment afterward and the time the ambulance was out. The entire incident was characterized as a serious dereliction of duty on the part of the Hunt for the Void XXXI team. After the event, they were forcibly disbanded. The 4 people in the original team were all disqualified from the status and qualifications of Void Hunters. But in the midst of their testimonies, all 4 men tried hard to defend themselves, but their explanations failed to be recognized. There is no record in this document of what their specific testimony was. Su also didn't have his attention on this. Instead, he was staring closely at a certain item with a grave expression on his face. After the incident, the cell phone of Jiang Tianhua, the former leader of the Carry Hollow 31st team, had been seized for inquiry, and 2 calls were found among his call logs for that day. The first of these calls was recorded as having been received at 15:19 p.m. The second call was recorded to the hospital at 15:29 p.m. However, the phone number called at 15:19 appears to be some sort of dummy number with no information at all about the caller. When Jiang Tianhua was pressed afterward, the latter was vague and decided that it was some kind of harassment call. It was also this bit of doubt that led to his unreliable defense testimony, and ultimately to his disqualification as a Void Hunter, which was greatly punished. Su also keenly perceived that this phone number, very crucial, perhaps the ambulance that disappeared had something to do with the call. This incident that you want to investigate should be something that you personally experienced 3 years ago. Lianshou's voice came slowly. This incident seems to have had a great impact on you. While I don't know why you suddenly want to investigate this incident, I can tell you a few points of information in no uncertain terms. The first point is that the several Void Hunters involved in this matter can be determined after investigation that they have nothing to do with the Void Demon Council or the Void Demons. The second point is that all the exhibits about the scene at that time should be stored in the South Plains Academy. If the process goes through there and the application is approved, maybe you'll have to make a trip to South Plains College yourself. After all, these things are very confidential and cannot be taken out at will. Shuya silently looked at the last line of the document, memorizing the entire document in his mind. After a few moments, he put down this document and tapped his brow, pondering the contents of the document. What he had detected within the Haichang Art Museum several days ago had also been haunting him. After viewing the document, some of the clues and oddities were vaguely connected. Art museums, fine art exhibitions, time. As if he had caught some key clue, he suddenly raised his eyes to look at Lianshou. May I ask Instructor Lianshou, do you still remember the art gallery we were in during the test before? I was wondering, do you know anything more specific about that art gallery? Chapter 144 Reasons for Deception. An art gallery in Ocean City? Lianshou was stunned at first, then thought hard. I did investigate the White Spirit bead when I was picking out a place to store it. This Haicheng Art Museum, a privately built venue, was originally used to put some expensive and famous paintings, specifically for some high society to use for tasting. 3 years ago, though, the owner of this gallery, its curator, for some reason suddenly wanted to start a nationally oriented art show, which led to that exhibition. And after the Haichang Rebellion, the art museum was destroyed, and the government had offered to rebuild this museum more than once, but it was never built for various reasons. There was not even time to clean up the debris. You're saying that the owner of that art gallery suddenly convened an art exhibition on a whim? Shuya raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. Pretty much, but I haven't looked into the details of why. And do you know the name of the owner of that art gallery? If I remember correctly, he should be called. Lianshou recalled the information he had looked up earlier with force. Zhao Peng? It's different. Shuya subconsciously muttered to himself, his entire face becoming incredibly complicated. He finally caught a glimpse of what exactly that strand of wrongness and weirdness was. All the information that came out of Lianshou's mouth about the art museum, from the reason why the art exhibition was held, all the way to the name of the owner, was very different from what he had known. 3 years ago, according to Don Tum, this art exhibition is held once a year, and the name of its owner is not at all Zhao Peng, but a highly respected artist. He had never suspected Tang Tuan, and thus in the middle of investigating the Haichang Rebellion, he hadn't even thought to look into this aspect in detail. Suddenly I was invited to go to an art show. Creepy arrows in the art museum, that blip pattern, the name of the owner, where the fine arts show came from and why it was held. Within Shuya's mind, countless strangenesses surfaced in unison. connecting with each other as if they were spiderwebs linking countless pieces of information together. Eventually, in the midst of all the clues that littered the sky, an answer cried out. Even if Shuya was no longer willing to accept it, this was the only answer. She lied to me? Shuya was stunned in place, his heart clenched violently. Who lied to you? Lianshou asked immediately as he keenly caught Shuya's self-talk. It's nothing. Xiao also looked back, his expression suddenly closing. His face showed bashfulness, as if the loss of temper he had just experienced was completely non-existent. Immediately afterward, he stuffed that document on the Haichang Rebellion into the file bag. I've finished reading this document. If it's approved on the South Plains Academy's end, I'd also like to ask the instructor to keep me informed. He picked up another document in his hand and flipped through it. Lianshou sensed that Su also seemed to not want to talk about this matter in detail, so he also just narrowed his eyes slightly and did not ask more questions. He just revealed a curious gaze, scanning Shuya and casually said, "What I'm a little curious about is why you would offer to check in Lan's personal information. Sure enough, you guys made some kind of deal that night, right?" Yeah. Shuya quickly flipped through Lan's information, checking his biography, as well as some of his personal information, but the contents of the deal between us are not to be revealed to you. After 3 short minutes, he put the document down and revealed a thoughtful gaze. So that's how it is. It seems that if you want to cure him, you can't use simple means. He casually returned the paper in his hand to Lianshou as well. Thanks, instructor. Lianshou stuffed the 2 documents into a file pocket, energy surging from his palm. In an instant, the entire document bag was turned into flying dust under the shock of this energy, dissipating into the air in the blink of an eye. There's no need to thank me for anything. This is the reward you deserve. He smiled slightly and stood up, looking straight at Shuya. What exactly you want to do? I won't ask, but there's a message I want to give you. I wish to hear about it. Shuya's face was calm, and he assumed a posture of asking for advice. No matter what happens, I hope you can hold on to your heart. Lianshou recited with a solemn face. From the look on your face just now, it seems that someone important to you has deceived you. But what I'm trying to say to you is that there may be times when a lie is not just meant to deceive, but is some kind of last resort. His eyes became incredibly despondent at this moment, as if he had recalled something. What you know and judge in your mind about the other person is the truest conclusion. With those words, he stopped staying and turned around, ready to leave. Su also revealed a thoughtful gaze and stood in a daze. Do I know and judge her? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked up at Lianshou, who had already walked to the door. By the way, instructor, there was something I forgot to tell you just now. That glass of tap water you're drinking has been stepped on by a cat's foot. You're only telling me after I finished drinking? Lianshou's feet lurched and he turned his head violently, his entire body stunned. And where did you get a cat in this dorm? I didn't intend to tell you, but I think you're very nice, instructor, so I decided to tell you anyway. Shuya's face was full of seriousness. That cat was a wildcat that ran in from outside the window yesterday and has already gone away. You, Lianshou's veins rippled, but he could only persuade himself not to bother with the student. Forget it, but it was just stepped on by a cat. That cat has on its feet. Shuya, I'm going to strangle you. Lianshou's hair seemed to stand up upside down, no longer having any teacher's demeanor. Shuya, however, flew and jumped on top of the stairs the instant after he opened his mouth. Lianshou hatefully clenched his fists and said indignantly, I hope that the next time something like this happens, you'd better hold it in your stomach and not talk to me. With that, he turned his head and left, snapping the door shut heavily. Shuya's smile disappeared along with Lianshou's departure. He rubbed his chin and said to himself, lies, aren't they just for deception? The knitted brows and smile of Tang Tuan and the memories of that brief acquaintance for dozens of days flashed rapidly in his mind. His expression grew serious and grave. What was it that made you lie to me? Tang Tan, what is the significance of these clues you've left me? I'll definitely look into it. He then turned and went upstairs into his bedroom. He had vaguely sensed that the matter of Tang Tuan's death was still wrapped in layers of dark clouds. If you want to fully explore it, you have to be strong enough. Just 10 minutes ago, the cooldown of the special effect 1, evolution, of things to come had passed. He couldn't wait to use that Star Ocean meteorite iron to evolve his repair hand to C rank as well. Chapter 145, Repairing Hand Evolution. Reactivated Wizards. Su also pulled out the Star Ocean meteorite iron from the Jiuli Pot and placed it on the table. In the past few days, Old Pot seemed to be busy refining the white spirit bead made from that warm heartstone. According to him, the stone possessed a very powerful energy, so even if the Jiuli Pot was incomplete at the moment, it would still be able to be refined into a brand new jade treasure with the help of Bung Hu's soul. This was not the same as the broken ancient curfew from before, and the time required was naturally very long. Su also gently gripped the Star Ocean meteorite iron and let out a long breath. Things are evolving. Special Effect 1. Evolution. The light blue gem-like Star Ocean meteorite iron. wrapped by the light red light in Su Yuya's palm, actually began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly integrating into his body. Such a feeling had also been perceived by Su once before when he was evolving his boiling blood. His whole body was overflowing with a marvelous feeling, and his whole body was comfortable. After about 5 minutes had passed, all of the red light on his body was finally absorbed into his body, and an incomparably pure power surged out of him. He was able to clearly and unmistakably sense that the repair hand had successfully evolved to C rank, but the concepts that were in his mind didn't change in the same way as the boiling blood, and remained a very brief introduction. But with the previous experience of faded fan fresh in his mind, Su also had a whole new perception of the ability to repair hands. Let's test my suspicions. He whimpered and took out 2 slabs. The 2 slates were the same size, which he had taken from the same wall and had been storing inside the Jiuli Pot. One of the left slate, which he had previously finished repairing with his D-grade repair hand, and the right slate was only halfway down, in a broken state. He placed his hand on top of the broken slate and silently activated his newly evolved C-rank repair hand. White streams of light wrapped around the broken part of the slate, quickly forming the other half of the break with energy. Immediately afterward, Shuya slapped the 2 slabs together with force. Bang! The slate that was in his left hand was smacked to pieces, scattering stone chips all over the place. The slate on the right side, however, which had just been restored, was intact, his demeanor unchanged. His left hand unleashed the repair hand. The powdered stone chips scattered all over the ground flew up upside down and reformed into the shape of a slate. He renewed his power and slammed the 2 slates together hard. This time, the 2 slabs actually shattered at the same time, both blown apart by this force. Sure enough, Shuya confirmed his suspicions as he looked at the bricks shattered all over the floor. After leveling up, repair hands don't just repair anymore, they also increase the repaired object, to a certain degree. This was exactly why Jiuli failed to punch through the wall at that time. What the repairing hand can repair is really not just an object, but a concept. Seo also sat thoughtfully in his chair, recovering 2 slates in his hand to prevent stone chips from dirtying the room. It was also for this reason that I was able to restore the Jiuli Pot at that time with the weak energy within my body. To be precise, it should be restoring the power that originally existed within the Jiuli Pot. Along with the increase in the level of the repair hand, the degree of repair it can grant will also increase greatly. In addition to that, the concepts it can repair get bigger. The prospect of evolution that the repair hand held delighted him, but even though the repair concept possessed by the repairer may seem strong, it's not for nothing that it's classified as a D-rank ability. The first is that the object it repairs cannot be too strong, or its own energy simply cannot successfully complete the repair. Just repairing a helicopter fan blade in the first place had weakened him. The more sophisticated the object, the more laborious it is to repair. Next is the repair range, as well as the speed of repair, and the characteristic that only non-living things can be repaired. Like any other ordinary person who mastered the repair hand would at most use that ability to open a repair shop, or be a fancy repairman and occasionally fix the plumbing at the neighbor's divorced aunt's house. It's almost ineffective in combat, like someone else's S-rank ability that moves to fill the sky with sand and dust and rolls the ground in a gale. The repair hand, even if used at full strength, can at best restore a wall, and next to it, there must be readily available materials that can't be created out of thin air. The disparity is evident. Most of the reason why someone like Seo also can utilize his repair hand to the extreme is also due to his advanced layout and brain. If the ability he had mastered was B rank or above, the effects he could exert would only be stronger. Like the half of the boundary separating stone from before, Instructor Lianshou had asked if he could repair it, and Su also gave his answer after a little perception. If the energy needed to repair the boundary separating stone is 1,000 points, my entire body's energy will only add up to 10 points. It's a matter of having a heart. Otherwise, he'd have been the first to completely repair the ancient knight first, instead of only being able to repair it briefly for a few minutes at a time. After successfully evolving the repair hand, Fade Fan was once again refreshed with a brand new opportunity to use it. Aside from that, Shuya finally had the patience to sit down and review the materials for upgrading repair hands and boiling blood to B rank as well. After a slight perception, he revealed a confused look. Repairing the hand held up to B rank requires 10 special materials known as Wild Star Ore. The material required for boiling blood to be upgraded to grade B, on the other hand, was a spirit grass named Mandragora Vermilion. The appearance and names of these 2 materials appeared in his mind inexplicably, which was quite amazing. It was just that these 2 materials, which he had never heard of before, would only be rarer than a material like Star Ocean Meteorite Iron. Apart from that, there was another thing that made Su also quite surprised. After successfully evolving repair hands, the third special effect, Wizards, which originally had a cooldown of more than half a month, unexpectedly refreshed its cooldown as well. The 3 effects of matters of the day seemed to be connected and related to each other, capable of influencing each other. For him now, the more abilities he had, the better. Naturally, even though they were all just D-rank abilities, they had the prospect of evolving, and the more abilities he had, the more cards he could have to become more powerful. Let's see what the wizard's trigger is this time. Su also tapped the index finger of his right hand on his brow, and red light surged from his fingertip, unleashing the objective. It didn't take long for the brand new conditions regarding the wizard's trigger to surface in his mind as well. The moment he saw the condition, he instantly revealed a look of dismay, because this time the trigger condition of the wizards was surprisingly limited, and the limitation surprised him immensely. Race to the bottom. Special effect no. 3. Wizards, within 1 month, comprehend and master a physical art. If you fail to do so, you will enter a 2-month cooling off period. There were no specific words in his mind, though, but that's about all he could perceive. Mastering a physical art within a month? Shuya's face became odd. This is trying to kill me. Chapter 146, Flying Shadows Course of Study. The early morning light shone down, spilling out from among the gaps in the leaves. Above the spacious road, a few people occasionally passed by. Even though the Dragon Summer Academy covered a huge area, the number of people who stayed at the academy on weekdays was not that many. One is because the enrollment itself is small. The other is because most of the students, on weekdays, will be out on missions to earn credits, and don't spend much time in school. 2 sophomores, yawning as they walked along, were on their way to class. Suddenly, at that moment, a fierce wind blew by their side. A silhouette wrapped in blood mist swept past them almost instantly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was that just now? The two looked at each other, rather confused. Today is the official start of school for new students, right? That freshman just now, could it be that he was so excited that he chose to turn on his ability to vent? Whoosh! The blood shadow was incomparably skillful in weaving through the woods. Countless fallen leaves were blown up by the gusty winds, and the branches of the trees trembled. A moment later, he abruptly stopped at the entrance of a villa, and the blood mist on his body dissipated. Ha! Ha! Su was also sweating profusely, his whole face pale, gasping for air, and took out a stopwatch from his arms and swept it. 3 kilometers, 3 minutes and 40 seconds, a full 15 seconds faster than the first day. He walked into his dorm room with fatigue and got into the shower without looking back. Today is the first day after break and the official start of school. He had begun the process of working out every day since the Third Effects Wizards lifted its cooldown a few days ago. It was extremely difficult to master a physical art in a month. Not only did one need to have an extremely strong physical body, but one also needed to comprehend the essence of the 5 arts. The way Shuya thought of was to use boiling blood to quickly consume his own physical strength, thus causing the physical body to enter a state of exhaustion, and then use the energy to warm up the exhausted body as a way to quickly improve his physical quality. This is an excellent way to train, but it is also very taxing on himself. In just a few days, he felt like he was going to become anemic. A month's time to make one's body able to withstand the load brought about by the 5 arts is really no easy task. But after waiting so many days, it's finally a chance to officially start classes. Fully dressed, he stepped out of the middle of the bathroom, pushed open the dormitory door and headed out. The learning process in Longxia Academy did not have a fixed class schedule like normal college students. Each person can take classes as they see fit, on their own time. Simply put, you can take whatever class you want. After all, the most basic theoretical classes had been completed long before their entrance examination. The rest of the courses were only the icing on the cake. For them, improving their fighting and development abilities was the most crucial. Just take enough courses in a semester to prevent yourself from being expelled for not having enough credits. As for the rest of the time, most students choose to take on quests to earn credits. After all, for everyone, becoming a void hunter was the ultimate goal. Tang Xiaowen seemed to have chosen a different class, having gone forward to the class as early as when Shuya was exercising. Following the guidelines on his student card, Shuya quickly arrived within the familiar training grounds. It was a class that he finally settled on after careful selection. Stepping inside the training ground, more than a dozen students were already standing inside, casually exchanging words. Some of them were fellow freshmen that Shuya was familiar with. There were also a few unfamiliar faces that looked to be upperclassmen. Hey, Shuya, over here. Bai Tao's voice came from not far away. Noticing him with a glance, Su also slightly frowned as he walked over, and saw the latter excitedly open his mouth. I didn't expect you to have enrolled in the same class as me. I'm not surprised that you showed up here. Su also looked at Bai Tao with false eyes, having already guessed that this fellow would come here. Before the two could talk for 2 sentences, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. For a while, the sound of the crowd's exchanges gradually slowed down and eventually disappeared. Song Wei's familiar figure appeared in front, looking at the students who had been waiting for a long time, and without any nonsense, he smiled and opened his mouth. First of all, I welcome you guys to be able to come and enroll in this, Flying Shadow, S physical arts course. I feel very pleased about this, and I hope that the content of the next course will be effective in helping you. Shuya's eyes glowed as he looked ahead with full concentration. Since wizards needed him to comprehend a physical art within a month, and with classes in the 5 arts being taught almost simultaneously, it's hard to work on them all at once. So after some selection, he finally decided to learn Flying Shadow first. This body art that could attack and retreat mesmerized him, and in terms of difficulty, it should also be the simpler of the 5 arts. I don't need to say much about the effects of the Flying Shadow. I should have seen the demonstration during your basic theory class. Song Wei narrated calmly and incomparably, and quickly got straight to the point. The principle you should also know. It's the effect of moving at high speeds by blasting energy or the body against the ground and air, and using the recoil caused by that. Right now your bodies aren't strong enough to be assisted by energy, and the most critical and difficult part of the process is how to infuse the energy into your legs and create this blasting recoil. The energy within us can be transferred to various parts of the body through our manipulation, but the efficiency of energy input is also very different in different parts of the body, like our arms as well as our torso area. The transportation of energy is very fast and rapid, and places like our head, our legs, the transfer of energy is going to be very inefficient. Normally, we pool our energy in our feet as well as our legs, and at best, it makes it easier and lighter for us to run, and how to explode the energy in the legs requires a special technique. He paused slightly before continuing to read. That would be the compression of energy. Let's start with a little test. Please try bringing your energies together in the same place in your palms. The dozen or so students present spread out their palms and tried it out as Songwei requested. Su was naturally no exception, silently manipulating the energy within his body to converge in his palm. And yet only seconds later, bang! The energy that was constantly being built up by him even suddenly burst uncontrollably in the center of his palm, as if it had blown up the air, violently exploding. This feeling was like a balloon exploding in the palm of his hand, and the impact of the scattered energy on his body was even vaguely painful. Crackling blasts rang out one after another from all around. Almost everyone failed in their attempts to bring the energy together successfully. Song Wei smiled faintly as if he had predicted this situation. It seems like you should have all felt it. Trying to compress energy is not a simple task. Chapter 147 Special Missions. CO also tried continuously. Every time the energy converged to a certain level, it would naturally explode, and it was simply impossible to continue compressing it. That's the nature of energy, and it takes a little finesse to compress it. The voice of Pale Wei came. You may imagine that you have a ball in the palm of your hand, and your energies keep converging into this ball. When the ball is full, by contracting the energy and squeezing it, it squeezes out some of the gaps so it can allow more energy to pass through. Continuing this practice several times will enable a certain degree of compression of the energy. He talked about various techniques of compressing energy while pointing out the actions of the crowd. At one point, more than a dozen people in the room made the attempt. Su also followed Song Wei's teachings and tried to deposit a sphere and experimentally contracted and squeezed the energy in it. A few moments later, he literally felt the original energy seem denser and tighter. He silently converged his energy into this ball, and the cycle continued. A few minutes later, Shuya's face changed slightly, and his right palm immediately reached out in front of him. Bang! It was like a violent blast of air had occurred in his palm. A thrust was released from his palm, and he staggered back a few steps due to the reaction, only to feel his entire right arm become painful. The feeling was as if someone who had never held a gun before was shooting for the first time. Bang! 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 The same blasts began to sound one after another from all sides. It wasn't just Shuya alone, it happened to a lot of people. See, when the energy is compressed to a certain level, it will burst on its own. Songwei nodded silently, feeling very pleased with the comprehension of this group of students. And the principle of the flying shadow is something like this, compressing energy on the soles of your feet before suddenly exploding. He squeezed 5 fingers together, then loosened them with force. The recoil caused by this collides with the ground and air. After becoming skillful, one is able to explode into extreme speed, thus achieving the effect of moving at high speed. But this is also a great load for your legs, so you need to quench your body with energy and improve your physical quality before you can use it out at will. But for those of you at this stage who want to practice flying shadow, there is also a little technique. I call it the 3-step method. As he spoke, he demonstrated it to the crowd. Step 1. Converge your energy on the soles of your feet. He struck a pose as if he was ready to start. The second step, after compression, quickly bursts open to gain thrust. As the words fell, the crowd only saw a blur on Songwei's body, accompanied by a short sonic boom. He actually appeared 3 meters away at an extremely fast speed. Step 3. Use energy to counteract inertia and prevent yourself from falling due to excessive speed. At your current level, you can quickly gain experience with this method, and each time you move, try to keep it within 3 steps as well, so that you can master your own energy more finely. When you become proficient, simply keep repeating the process and the distance you can move will become longer and faster. And the criterion for mastering flying shadow lies in whether or not your speed can reach the point where you can produce residual shadows. For the rest of the day, you can practice on your own, and I will point out your deficiencies. It had to be said that the teaching mode of Longxia Academy was completely concerned with a fast and efficient, like a difficult physical art like flying shadow. Songwei also used only half a class to talk about the principles and methods for the crowd. But as simple as the methods and principles were, without the special techniques provided by Songwei, they wouldn't have been able to perform them at all. For a while, the crowd was excited to start trying it out. However, converging energy in the legs is not easy enough, and compressing it is even more troublesome. For a moment, blasting sounds followed one another, but no one managed to release the flying shadow. Seo also naturally stood aside to try it out. In the process of bringing the energy together, he clearly felt a sense of stagnation. The energy gathered on the soles of his feet was exceptionally difficult to compress. After a full half hour of trying, he was barely able to find a bit of feeling. The three-step method. Following Mr. Songwei's techniques, Shuya began to experiment with flying shadows, convergence, compression, blast, bang. Su also felt that the soles of his feet were like stepping on springs, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably, even slumping towards the ground. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough to brace himself with both hands in time to roll over and jump up. In just one breath's effort, he appeared 3 meters away, and his right leg trembled slightly, taking on a great deal of pressure. It was a good thing that he had been working out for the past few days, and under the near-extreme exercise, his physical fitness had improved a lot. Otherwise he'd have to have legs so sore that he'd have trouble walking just from that one hit. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts came from around them one after another. Turning his head, several others also tried successfully. However, their reaction speed was obviously not as good as Shuya's, and one by one, they crashed to the ground. Counteracting inertia with energy is also simply not that simple. It looks like trying to fully practice and master flying shadow is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Songwei laughed and looked at the crowd, thinking of the images he had when he was practicing flying shadow. The 5 arts are very advanced techniques in physical arts. How can you learn them in one lesson? When the flying shadow is skillful, there are even more advanced uses, such as chain flying shadow, instant shadow, and other techniques. Even if you guys are no matter how talented you are, it would take you at least a month to become fully proficient and mastered to the point of being able to produce a residual shadow. As soon as his words fell, a sonic boom came from above the training ground. However, a series of residual shadows erupted behind a silhouette, and he was actually incomparably skillful in using flying shadows to weave through the venue. This is just awesome. Bai Tao's thieving voice traveled in all directions, and a moment later jerked to a halt next to Su Yuya. After mastering this technique, I'll see who dares to chase after me to ask for money. Countless eyes focused on him. Songwei twitched the corners of his mouth, and although he was hit in the face for a second, his eyes still showed surprise. This guy, is he really a genius? In the face of this skill suitable for the escape aspect, Bai Tao clearly utilized his far superior talent. For the first time, Shuya felt a wave of frustration. He would need at least 2 or 3 months if he wanted to reach this level of Bai Tao's. In a way, it's a gift. That's all for this lesson. You guys can practice more when you get back. Sometimes maybe you're just a little bit of aura away from being proficient. If you can get the hang of it, perhaps you too can master the flying shadow soon. Songwei opened his mouth to read with a stern face, ready to ignore individual cases like Bai Tao to prevent bringing frustration to the others. After saying this, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at Shuya. That's right, you stay for a bit. CO2. There's a special mission that you've been named to go on. Would you be interested in taking it? Chapter 148. I want him to help me if he can. Name my special assignment? Su also sniffed and revealed a curious expression. The rest of his classmates dispersed in bits and pieces while he stayed in the middle of the training ground. Songwei patted his shoulder and casually said, "Come with me. I'll explain it to you on the way." The two left the training ground side by side and walked on the road. You do realize that for you guys, the quickest way to accumulate credits if you want to is to do quests, right? Songwei walked beside Su Yuya and spoke faintly. Well, I've heard about this. Shuya nodded. We only need to complete 10 electives a semester to get a little credit. The rest of the time, you're basically free to move around and choose to go on missions. After the Void Devil was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, the entire Dragon Kingdom entered a short period of peace. Countless Void Hunters go around suppressing the Void Realm, protecting the city and the peaceful lives of ordinary people. And in this slightly more settled environment, the darker side of human nature is silently magnified. The entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom was apart from the Void Realms that rose and fell here and there, constantly appearing. There are still a lot of policing issues to deal with. There are quite a few awakened people who are not willing to tend to mediocrity and will use their abilities to do whatever they want. Or, under the compulsion and influence of the Void Demon Council, they work for the Void Demon Council and become its traitors or accomplices for their own selfish desires. Behind these law and order problems, most of the awakened in the Stone Realm or Rock Realm were acting in secret, using their abilities to commit crimes. Most of the police or public officials had a hard time dealing with these awakened people, so once they encountered something similar, they would report it to the state. After collating the intelligence, the relevant departments of the country would in turn release the contents of these events to the 10 Great Awakened Ones Academy. This is the same quest that the Awakened One Academy has picked up. These quests generally don't waste the manpower of the Void Hunters either, and most of them are distributed to the Academy's quest board, exclusively available to the Academy's Awakened as a way of developing their practical skills. For Long Xia Academy, the existence of quests is also the most crucial factor in accumulating credits. To become a Void Hunter, every student had to take on at least dozens of quests to accumulate enough credits. It's actually like this. Songwei slightly organized his words and opened the door. Just yesterday, the school received a special mission. This assignment is an assignment that was reported by the Quo Vadis students and submitted to the school. Shuya raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. That's right, Songwei nodded. Student Chui did not return to school after this 10-day vacation. He made a trip back to his home, but was involved in an incident. Between conversations, the two arrived at a building. This building, which Su had also seen on the map, was precisely the intelligence building that was specialized in receiving missions. Simply take your student ID and apply to take on tasks as a way to earn credits. In and of itself, you new students, it would be better to pick up your quests after a month of enrollment. Songwei led Su Yuya towards the electronic task board, and then quickly operated on the task board. But this incident is special. He paused for a moment, and continued. Student Chu Wing is now involved in a murder, and he immediately launched a plea for help from the academy, naming you by name, in the hope that you would be able to help him. After the words fell, a quest quickly surfaced on the quest board. Level D mission, Orphanage. Credit award, 1 credit. Immediately after that, a rather detailed quest information conveniently surfaced under the quest bar. 2 days ago, the orphanage located in Jiangcheng was subjected to a tragic case of extermination. Songwei had already read the mission's introduction long ago and introduced it to Shuya in abbreviated language. A total of 68 orphans, as well as 2 caretakers and their director, died tragically in this orphanage. The police were called and immediately went out to investigate, but all I saw were bodies all over the ground, and the sight was gruesome. And right in the middle of the orphanage, student Queuing was unconscious in it, his hands covered in blood. Not only that, but the fingerprints and traces of the attack of the Queuing students were found on the principal's body. The police took control of Tsui's classmates as the first suspect in the first place, but in the course of the investigation, it was discovered that he was a student of Longxia Academy, and the case was reported to us. Su also read all the mission intelligence as well as the bloody photos of the scene in a single glance, and could not help but feel a wave of nausea. More than 60 children's bodies fell in a pool of blood, like an inferno on Earth. We also immediately dispatched some auxiliaries with simple search abilities to survey the area. Songwei's expression was also much more solemn after seeing the photos. The information that can be confirmed now is that there is no aura of any void beasts and void devils at the scene, but some residual traces of energy can be found. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this is an incident caused by an awakened, whose strength shouldn't exceed the rock realm. And judging by the cameras near the orphanage, Chu Wing's classmates were also the only suspects who were in the orphanage at the time. The other man is the grandfather in charge of the orphanage, but that grandfather happened not to be inside the orphanage that day, but was out playing chess with an old man in the next neighborhood, and someone can make an alibi for him. That is to say, Shui is the only one who stays in the orphanage, and he is also an awakened. Shuda's expression stared down slightly as he spoke in a low tone. According to the police's chain of evidence, student Chui was the only suspect. Song Wei nodded, but since he is a student of Longxia Academy, the police gave him a chance to contact the school. What did he say? The content of the contact given to us by student Chui is very simple, Song Wei slowly said. He said that he is by no means a murderer and hopes that the school can help him prove his innocence. On the school's part, naturally, we believe his words, but everyone is equal before the law, and we can't go harboring him just because he's from Longxia Academy. Even to prove his innocence, we need to find evidence that will exonerate him, as well as find the real murderer. So with the principal's approval, the incident was then classified as a D-rank mission and posted on the mission board. Originally, we were going to ask a student who was good at investigating to come and help with the investigation, but that student happens to be on a mission and won't be able to return to school anytime soon. And after being informed of the situation, the students of Tsui sent us a request. Songwei looked at Su Yuya and repeated Chuyi's original words. I wish I could get CO to help me as well if I could. Chapter 149, Jiangcheng, Police Station. You said he asked me by name to help? Su also revealed an interested expression as he kept scanning the mission. You can naturally refuse if you don't want to. Song Wei nodded. This is not a mandatory task, and I am only relaying his words to you. It does seem a bit rushed for a freshman to go on a mission this early in the year as well. It's just one day into the official school year now. It does seem a little too soon to be going on a mission before the class is even 2 periods old. But Shuya just smiled blandly and reached out his own student card and tapped it on the task board in front of him. Dropping. The mission was successful. The mission board flowed and flashed, and information about the mission surfaced on his student card. Since he asked for my help by name, of course I wouldn't refuse. He had a pretty good impression of Chui, and the two were on good terms. The mission would also give him more credits, so naturally there was no reason not to go, and the events that had befallen Chui had made him very curious to know the truth. In his perception, although Chui was slightly withdrawn, he was never the type of person who would kill indiscriminately. I have to remind you, Songwei also didn't expect Shuya to be so decisive in taking the mission. If during the mission, you affect civilians, or do excessive damage to the city, even if you complete the assignment in this case, you'll lose your credits backwards. Shuya nodded, having long since realized this, and asked another question. Let me make sure, if I go out to take on a mission, I shouldn't be ambushed by any Void Demon Council, right? As you know, I'm on top of their most wanted list right now. You can rest assured on this point, Songwei said. There are guardians present in Jiangcheng. The Void Demon Council wouldn't dare to step in at will. Costing the lives of several counselors just to decapitate you is also something unacceptable for them. The city of Tsu, where you used to live, for some reason still has no keeper. That's why the school sent Ruing Wen ahead to meet you in the first place. Understood. Shuya collected his student card and turned to leave. When do I leave? In an hour. A car will take you to River City. Ding dong. Passengers, Jiangcheng has arrived. Please pack your bags and get off in order. The beeps of the high-speed train ring in your ears. Su also woke up from his bed in the business seat sleeper and couldn't help but yawn. It had to be said that Longxia Academy was extremely efficient. An hour after he took the assignment, a special car took him to the high-speed train station and he got on a car to Jiangcheng on time. After several hours of running around, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon at the moment, and he had finally arrived in Jiangcheng. He stepped languidly into a cab, sat down and said, "Take me to the police station, South Suburban Precinct." The driver shuddered and instantly glanced at Shuya with a wary look. How can someone just get out of a car and have to go to the police station? Is it possible that this is some kind of fugitive ready to turn himself in? It's a good thing that Su Yuya has clear eyebrows and doesn't look like a prisoner in any way. The driver cautiously looked Shuya up and down a few times before he started the car and drove towards the police station. Half an hour later. Master, if you dare to go around in circles over here again, do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Su also closed his eyes and leaned back on the cushion. Without lifting his eyelids he opened his mouth to read. The driver's expression stared and he squeezed out a dry smile. What are you talking about? How could I make a detour? It's just that this road over here is closer. 10 minutes ago, you went up this viaduct. Shuya still had his eyes closed and spoke faintly. But 2 minutes ago, you circled back up through another opening in the viaduct. I assume you're a veteran driver and wouldn't purposely take a detour to malign the toll? You. The driver's face turned slightly white, rather like an embarrassment after being uncovered. Are you a Jiangcheng local? It's my first time here. Then how did you know I had my eyes clearly closed? How could you know your driving route? Shuya spoke faintly, slightly opening his eyes. Isn't it a simple matter to construct a simple map in your mind through the car's speed, the number of turns, and the distance traveled? He swept a glance at the driver beside him. If you don't want to be complained about, I suggest you had better get me to the door of my destination in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the cab sped to a stop in front of the police station. Su also casually drew out a dragon coin and got up to get out of the car. It doesn't matter what city. There are always these cab drivers who like to rip people off and take a detour. He had been used to this for a long time and had the means to deal with them. Even if the other hobnailed, he had a method of his own. He had just walked into the police station and there were officers waiting. A young police officer came forward and looked him up and down, a flash of disdain showing in the depths of his eyes as he calmly said, "Are you the person sent by Longxia Academy to take charge of this case? Please follow me. The chief has been waiting for you for a long time." Su also sensed the other party's attitude and didn't take it personally. He probably guessed what it was about. After all, the orphanage extermination tragedy, the police simply cannot suppress the news, has spread throughout the entire Jiangcheng, causing a great sensation. All kinds of rumors. People are on edge. In this case, the police were in the way of Chuyi's identity and could only conceal his identity information until the case was completely closed. The pressure on the police department had multiplied in the past few days. and almost every officer hadn't gotten much rest. And Sui, as the first suspect, bites the bullet and says he is not the culprit, but when questioned, he couldn't give any key information or clues at all. In terms of the chain of evidence, he's that sole murderer any way you look at it, but just because he had an extra layer of status as a student of Longxia Academy, the police couldn't force him into custody. As grassroots personnel, the police naturally had many grievances against them Longxia Academy, believing that they were exercising their privileges, and it was normal for them to have a bad attitude, led by the young police officer. Su also walked into the director's office, and at a glance, he saw a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure and a majestic aura sitting in front of the table. Seeing Su Yuya appear, he raised his eyes to look at him and couldn't help but frown. Longxia Academy, they sent such a young lad like you to handle this case? It's not that the older you are, the more experienced you are, isn't it? Su also responded without being condescending, just smiling lightly. As long as I can solve the case, it shouldn't be a problem even if I'm just a first grader wearing a red tie. Interesting. The director looked Shuya up and down, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. That classmate of yours, he's in the detention room right now. You can visit him first. Chapter 150, will you believe me? The visit will last a total of 15 minutes, so if you want to ask anything, grab it. The young police officer brought Shuya to a glass room, gave 2 faint instructions, and walked out. In the center of the room, there was a huge glass panel with telephones on either side of the glass, exactly like the rooms used for prison visits on TV. At the same time, one of the officers brought Cotter Wing out from among the rooms inside the glass. Only at this moment, Shuyi's face was haggard, dressed in a blue and white prison uniform, but it was good that his hands and feet were not chained with shackles, which was considered a little bit of special benefits for him. After he noticed Shuya, his eyes instantly shone with light and he hurriedly ran to the chair and sat down. Shuya had only just picked up the phone when Shuyi's urgent voice came to his ears. Shuya, I'm not a criminal. I didn't kill anyone. I believe in you. Shuya opened his mouth indifferently, chanting incomparably calmly, but the information I do know comes from some photos of the scene and the case description. I'd still like you to tell me exactly what's going on in person. He gave a slight pause and waited for Cotter Wing's emotions to return before continuing. Please tell me what happened the day you were arrested in a coma. Tiredness glittered in Cotter Wing's eyes. He took a hard, deep breath before he used his usual tone and said in a deep voice, I returned to Jiangcheng on the day after the examination. From the information on my side, your parents passed away for some reason when you were 3 years old, and you don't have any known relatives. Shuya spoke in a deep voice. He had memorized all the information contained in this mission in his mind back on the way here. This naturally included some of Chu Wing's personal information. I'm a little curious. What is the reason for your return to River City this time? I came to pay my respects to a close friend. Chu Yi calmly responded. The anniversary of his death was 3 days ago. Originally I was going to return to school after paying my respects to him, but just as I was about to leave, I met a little lost girl. A lost little girl? Su also revealed an unexpected look. Yes, she told me that she couldn't find her family and wanted me to help her. So I took her to find her parents as she described. Why haven't you called the police? Because she told me that her home might be nearby. I thought that if it wasn't too far, I could simply drop her off directly there and didn't bother to think about it that much. Okay, go ahead. I followed the little girl's description all the way to an orphanage, and then she told me that her family was in the middle of the orphanage. Speaking of this, Shu Yuan's brows had tightened. It's a set of responses that he's told the police many times, but whichever time the memory was brought up, he felt a pang of absurdity and disbelief. I thought, at first, that the little girl was the child of one of the caretakers or directors of the orphanage, so I took her into the orphanage, as she requested. But when I stepped into the orphanage, I realized that it was very quiet inside, and the little girl who was following me disappeared at some point, and no matter how much I called out for her I couldn't find her. I sensed a hint of something wrong and was going to just leave, but just then, a man appeared in front of me. The person you're referring to is... Shuya's eyes showed an increasingly interested shine. He was getting more and more curious about this case. The director of the orphanage. Shu Yuan mentioned this, and suddenly his breath hitched a few times. I found out by accident that the dean I know, he is none other than the director of the orphanage where I lived as a child. Wait, you said that this dean is known to you? Shuya's face changed slightly, knocked on the table, and asked, that is to say, in the autopsy report submitted by the police, it is also true that you hit him? Shu Yuan was silent for a long time before he finally nodded. That's right, he's a real scumbag who abused me a lot when I was little. After this meeting, he recognized me and said some things that had made me angry in the past. I didn't hold back for a moment, so I struck him. As if he had thought of something, he raised his head and said, but what I can guarantee is that there was absolutely no energy attached to that punch at that time, and the strength used was not very strong. I know all that common sense, and naturally I wouldn't do anything over the top out of personal emotion. At the time, I was just so enraged by him that I didn't control my emotions for a while. Shuya nodded his head calmly and did not comment anything on the matter, but continued to ask, what happened after that? Shuyi's expression became very complicated. His brows locked. After that, I felt a heavy blow on my head, and then I passed out. When I woke up, I was surrounded by police and there was blood all over the floor. That's when I realized that the entire orphanage had been massacred and was full of bodies, and I was listed as the first suspect and held until now. I expressed my identity to them and asked for the school's help until you showed up. That's all I know. Suyuya finished listening to Chuyi's narration, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. You know what? The police investigated all the surveillance of your presence along the road. There was no little girl in that surveillance. As you say, from beginning to end, you were in a hurry alone, with a very clear purpose, and the surveillance inside the orphanage, which has been tampered with, shows no information at all. This is totally inconsistent with what you have recounted from your mouth. This matter, the police told me everything during the interrogation. Shui gripped his hair hard, his face full of incomprehension. But I didn't lie. You have to believe me. Ding 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 ding. The bell rang and the young constable walked in. Time's up. You should go. Su also stood up, glanced at Chui with deep meaning, and suddenly grabbed the phone. Can I ask you why you must name me to help you? Chui was visibly stunned, but smiled bitterly. You are my only friend in school, and you've got a good head on your shoulders, and you're the only one I can trust and think of in my head who can help me. He raised his head slightly and looked at Shuya through the glass window. Shuya, will you believe me? Don't worry, I'll help you prove your innocence. Shuya smiled faintly and snapped the phone shut, turning his head and leaving the room with the police officer. As soon as he had left the house, he spoke to the young constable at his side in a tone that brooked no question. Take me to the chief. I need you to release this student of mine. Chapter 151, Xiaolu. Release the people. No way. The director's voice was thick and strong, and he very firmly rejected Shuya's request. He's now as the first suspect, and his testimony is diametrically opposed to what actually happened. The notification to the Longxia Academy is also just because his status is special. It doesn't justify bailing him out. What if I let you take him out and you guys maliciously falsify evidence? Fake evidence? Shuya let out a light laugh. You mean that the awakened of the Dragon Summer Academy are the kind of people who need to use their abilities to falsify evidence to exonerate themselves? The Dragon Summer Academy is indeed a high-quality academy. Every student needs to go through layers of screening before entering, and is also a mainstay amongst the Void Hunters. The director praised a few words, but the decision did not change in the slightest. But as a cop, I've seen a lot of things. The evil of human nature does not change according to status or position. It's not that just because you're from the Dragon Summer Academy, you're completely immune to committing evil deeds. He gazed straight at Shuya, not letting up. Unless you have a way to be able to prove that he has nothing to do with this incident, there is no way I will release him. Su also narrowed his eyes slightly and sat his butt directly on the chair opposite the director. There were a lot of suspicions in this incident, and he had to take Chui to the scene to do some fieldwork in order to find clues and the truth. In the face of the chief's move that he had no intention of releasing him, he just smiled. I was indeed able to prove that he was not a murderer. May I hear it? Su also lazily leaned back in his chair and calmly said, 2 days ago, at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Chui had booked a ticket for the return trip and was going to take the high-speed train back to the capital an hour later. According to him, he traveled to the orphanage because he came across a lost little girl and that's why he traveled to the orphanage in order to help her. He traveled from his location to the orphanage in a total of 15 minutes, which is also available on the surveillance that the police have investigated. Let me state in advance that the little girl the suspect is talking about does not exist. The director interrupted Shuya's words and interjected. We didn't see any figure other than him at all when we pulled the surveillance. The little girl's matter is put to one side not to be discussed first. Su also shook his head and did not dwell on this point of argument. The first thing we need to establish is that Chui was indeed preparing to return to the capital at noon that day. From the time he purchased the ticket, that's enough to prove it. I would like to ask the commissioner why a person who was ready to massacre an orphanage should buy a ticket specifically for that purpose? That doesn't prove anything. The chief was very calm. Maybe he killed on impulse. According to our investigation, the suspect and the director of the orphanage had contact in childhood. The suspect's fingerprints as well as traces of assault were clearly collected on that dean's body. What was the cause of that dean's death? CO interrupted as well. Cause of death? The director thought back a little. It would be blood loss due to injuries from the energy. Incidentally, the bodies of all the children present were killed in the same way. The blood level in their bodies is far lower than that of an ordinary person. And you should have seen the scene's misery in the photographs. This is obviously something that only awakened ones above the stone realm can do. Like an uncultivated ordinary awakened person would never be able to do that. The awakened present. There was and is only him, and he was unconscious among the corpses, so naturally he would be treated as the first suspect. Ha! Seo couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. He looked up at the chief and spoke softly. Chief, with all due respect, if Chui really wanted to kill that dean, there wouldn't have been traces of that attack present at all. At that time, if he had used even a little bit more energy, that dean would have been killed in an instant, and the cause of death could never have been excessive blood loss, but rather violent injuries. I've seen the photos from the scene, and there are no visible signs of damage on any of the bodies. I can conclude that this is by no means the result of an energy attack, but rather a very obvious effect of the ability, and the queuing that you have imprisoned. His powers are incapable of causing such an effect. Aside from that, if he did kill the orphanage people in some way, why did he deliberately pass out where he was? Don't you think that's a contradiction? The director frowned slightly, but calmly said, it's not the most logical situation that creates a chain of evidence. A lot of times, people act illogically. Maybe it's just a momentary flash of insight that causes them to act completely out of character. So in the process of deciding cases, we all use evidence as the most favorable tool. Perhaps the suspect is withholding some key information, or he's using some kind of jakubo, or he's trying to clear his name by passing out. And there's also the case of fragmentary amnesia due to mental overload, regardless of the logic of his behavior. At least for now, it seems to us that he is the only awakened at the scene after the crime. What comes out of your mouth is not enough to disprove that. And, of course, we have no direct evidence at this time that he is the killer, so he has to stay here until the case is investigated. I see. Shuya nodded and revealed a smile. Do you fall into that category? Chief, that's indeed much better. He no longer continued to say some emotional, logical reasoning, but took out his cell phone, flicked it, showing a picture. The picture was of Cotter Wing unconscious in a pool of blood. He was pinned under a cupboard with blood all over his body. At that time, the police appeared after receiving the report, the first time they had videotaped and retained the scene, and found the unconscious Tsui. What's wrong with this photo? The director asked calmly, having seen every photo of the scene more than a dozen times. With a double pull of his fingers, Shuya enlarged the picture and focused on the ceiling. There was a not-so-obvious pit mark on the ceiling directly above the curved wing. Chief, can you tell what this trace is? Shuya asked as he opened his mouth faintly. This looks like... The chief frowned, gradually recognizing the outline of the pit mark. A cabinet impact? The marks were almost identical to the outline of the locker that had been pressed against Cotter Wing. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. Even the forensic guys at the scene didn't pick up on the presence of the trace. I can also give you one more piece of information. Su also said calmly, Chu Ling's ability is an A-rank ability, geocentric. For a certain period of time, can reverse the direction of gravity of himself or objects he touches. For information on his abilities, you can go to the Dragon Summer Academy for confirmation. I suppose the existence of this trace should prove that he had nothing to do with the case? The director's pupils shrank, and he actually fixed in place, staring intently at the photo as his expression changed. After a few seconds passed, he looked at Shuya. I can give you 3 days. If you don't solve the case in 3 days, you need to send him back here. Seo also shook his head. 4 days at most. The director frowned. The longer this case drags on, the more insecure the population will be, and the more pressure we'll be under. No, I mean, Shuya held out a finger. Just 1 day. The chief's eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at the young police officer beside him who was filled with confusion. Xiao Lu, release them. Chapter 152, your memory has been modified. What did you tell that director? Cotter Wing and Shuya walked out of the police station and changed into their own clothes, moving their bodies somewhat uncomfortably. He had been living in a detention cell for the past few days, and had been treated basically the same as a prisoner. And he could agree to put me out? I'm just providing evidence with him that you can't be the culprit. Shuya spoke calmly, his tone leisurely. Evidence that I'm not a criminal? Cotter Wing seemed to be very clueless and confused about this himself. Seo also swept him a glance. Is your memory of your entry into the orphanage limited to the scene where you punched the dean and were knocked unconscious immediately afterward? Yes. Chui frowned. No matter how much he recalled, there was only such a fragment of memory in his mind. Do you think it's possible? Shuya said indifferently, even if we are all in the stone realm, but through our energy's perception of our surroundings, how could we be approached silently without any notice? Not to mention being knocked out unresponsively, which is almost impossible. But I remember. Sui naturally also feels that everywhere is not right, but in his memory, he did just plainly get knocked out. As a matter of fact, you should have had a head-on conflict with someone within the orphanage at that time. Seo also interrupted Chu Yuan and took out the photo that he had just shown to the director. and the reason you passed out wasn't being knocked out from behind at all, but by some force you couldn't resist. You took an insurance policy for yourself before you passed out, and it was that policy that managed to get you released. Cotter Wing's eyes were filled with confusion as he noticed the locker he was pressed against in the middle of the photo, as well as the scene. At the time of his awakening, the locker on his body had long since been moved by the police, and he didn't feel much other than a pain in his back. This cabinet is my insurance? Shuyi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seo also enlarged the picture to show the traces of the ceiling. See this ceiling mark? It was caused by the cabinet hitting the ceiling. What can you think of based on this trace? A gleam appeared in Cotter Wing's eyes. I used my ability on it? This kind of straight up and down impact mark was clearly done by his ability, geocentric. But he quickly frowned again. But does that prove anything? It's time, Shuya calmly said. The fact that this cabinet is pressed against you is proof enough that the deaths at the orphanage happened after you passed out. He pointed to the photo. In the middle of the photo, you maintain a sprawling motion on the ground, with your hair, hands, stomach, and almost your entire body covered in blood. And the top of this cabinet, as well as the boards on the sides, were likewise covered with blood. He pointed to the bloodstains on the cabinet. Look here. The angle at which the blood splattered is the same as the marks on your shoulder, and it can be concluded that the cabinet has been pressed against your body as the blood was sprayed. He swiped the photo toward the right and opened the latter photo. The photo was of the same curvy wing on the floor, but after the cabinet had been moved. As can be easily seen in the photo, his back was not covered with blood and was almost entirely covered by the cabinet above his back. Shui wasn't stupid, and after seeing the photo, his mind immediately came to a conclusion. So that means I was already smashed underneath the cabinet when the murder happened inside the orphanage. The blood from when they were killed spilled on me and the timing was off. That's right. Shuya nodded. But that alone doesn't prove anything. Because let's say you have some sort of special jakubo in your hand. The same can be used when you're overwhelmed by a cabinet. That's why this trace on the top of the head is vital. This means that you used your ability on the cabinet at that time. And the reason why the cabinet fell shows that you disarmed it. It can also be demonstrated. By the time the cabinet hit the ground, I had already passed out. Shu Yuan mumbled something, picking up on Shu Ya's words. Because of my unconsciousness, the ability automatically disarmed and I was the one who got pinned down by the locker. That's right. Seo nodded as well. If you were knocked over by the cabinet, there's no way it could have been right on top of you. The only reason this happened is that you were already on the floor unconscious when the locker hit the ground. And then there's the last piece of evidence. Seo also slid the picture once more to the next one. This photo. A police record of a photo of the scene after the police removed the curved wing from the blood. Only the silhouette of a person was evident among the nearly dried blood on the ground. The traces of blood on top of the photographs, the ability to see that your movements have hardly changed at all, are proof enough that you waited until the arrival of the police to wake up after you passed out, without moving a single inch in between. I see. So it seems that I must have set up such an insurance policy because I knew that I would be unconscious, whispered Zui as he opened his mouth, gripping his cocked head hard. But why do I have no memory at all of these behaviors? Among the cameras along the road, there was no presence of the little girl you claimed. Shuya replied calmly, and your behavior in the orphanage is very different from what you remember. In the few days you were at the police station, a doctor has already examined you and can prove that there is no problem with your brain, which means that there is no possibility of memory loss. In that case, there is only one conclusion. Su also looked at Chui beside him and spoke his speculation. Your memories, they've been modified. My memories have been modified? Chui was first stunned, then his face suddenly became grave. Of course, there is also the possibility of memories being replaced, or cognition being replaced. Shuya stroked his chin and mused, but as far as I know, there's only one person who has the S-class ability, cognitive replacement. She's affiliated with the Void Demon Council, and she's only just made such a big mess in Haichang, so it's unlikely that she'll show up here again in a short period of time. And what happened to you is not at all like a cognitive reversal, but more like a memory bias. Of course, we'll need more clues as to what exactly is going on. Shuda's footsteps stopped and he looked up at the building in front of him that was separated by a cordon and exuded an air of gloom throughout. Angel Orphanage. The building in front of them was the very same orphanage that had caught Chu Wing in the middle of it and had erupted into an extremely serious killing spree. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was still slightly bright in the summer evening, but it still couldn't dispel the shadowy atmosphere over the orphanage. Even the most skillful culprit can't leave no trace at all, and the fact that the culprit didn't even notice the evidence left by the locker on your person shows that he's a not very bright fellow. It's impossible for an inmate of this caliber to create the scene of a perfect crime, so the evidence and clues we're looking for must have remained among the scene as well. Seo also lightly lifted the cordon and burrowed underneath. Let's go. Hopefully we'll be able to find something useful before it gets dark. Chapter 153, The Bloody Scene. Shuya and Shui crossed the police line and made their way to the entrance of the orphanage. At this time in the orphanage, the big iron gate right in front of it was locked tightly, and there was even a seal on the outside, specifically to prevent people from approaching, especially some media outlets that will do anything to make money as well as internet celebrities. They have lost their basic sense of morality and will do anything to make money, even if they know that this is against the law. They will use their ignorance of the law as an excuse to try every means to make profits for themselves. We just roll in? Shu Yuan looked around, and both sides were empty. With his and Shuya's physical qualities, it would be very easy to jump directly over this nearly 3-meter-high wall. No need. Shuya's voice sounded from the side. There seems to be a ready-made hole here. He was standing next to a low wall, poking through the overgrown grass. Above the wall, there was a pit about a meter high. I just noticed that the grass here isn't quite the same as anywhere else. He looked down at the grass at his feet and gently lowered himself over the short hole. Although you are now temporarily free from suspicion, you still belong to the first suspect. We should act in a lower profile. If we happen to be filmed by someone from the next neighborhood when we jump the fence, that would create a lot of pressure on the police. 2. How come I've never gotten the feeling that you're the type of person who's afraid of causing trouble for people? Shui honestly followed Su Yuya as he drilled in and casually chanted. Don't say that. Shuya smiled faintly. My politeness is also divided into people. That police chief, he's kind of a dutiful guy. The fact that he was able to agree to release you this time shows that he's not the type of person to try to avoid risk in every way possible for fear of taking responsibility. He's genuinely trying to crack this case, and I definitely want to give him some commensurate respect. Oh, Shui gave Su Yuya a somewhat surprised look, feeling more and more that he was a very complicated person. It is clear that many times there is a reckless disregard for the feelings or safety of others. But then again, in many cases, there is an extremely specific and strict bottom line that is inscrutable. Come to think of it, it's quite a bizarre moral sense that seeing good is good and seeing evil is evil. There is a very distinct difference from the traditional sense of a good person. That chief is indeed very nice. He spoke softly, he took extra care of me during the days I was in the detention room, and didn't really treat me as a prisoner or suspect. And there's something about him that makes me feel inexplicably close. The two of them kept on their feet until they reached the entrance of the orphanage. The gate here is similarly sealed to protect the site. To prevent the seals from being broken, Shuya led Shu Yuan to the side and flipped in through an open window. The interior of the orphanage was dim, but with the light from the windows, one could barely see inside. But at this moment, the interior scene of the building is a little scary. Dried blood all over the floor, almost dripping all over the floor, splattered all around the walls, along the windows, and on the floor. 68 orphans, ranging in age from 3 to 15 years old, all died horribly in the orphanage. The ground can be seen all around the white composition of the scene, traces of fixed lines. That is, the kind of white lines that often appear in the movie and television drama, as if chalk scribbles, circling one figure after another. By the way, try not to cover that recorder on your chest. Su also turned his head and looked at Chui, who was facing nausea, covering his chest and almost throwing up. And read, that's proof of your innocence, and it's not to be jeopardized. Although the commissioner agrees to release Chu Wing, not all suspicion has been exorcised from him. The evidence now only proves that he didn't kill the man, but the fact that it wasn't a collaborative killing, whether there were any other accomplices, and the many suspicions about what happened to Tsui have yet to be explained. Therefore, the director ordered a recorder to be placed on Chuyi's chest, recording and videotaping the whole process, so as to prevent them from destroying the scene. Who the hell is so cruel? Cotter Wing loosened his hand on his chest and held his hand against the wall, holding back his nausea. No matter how many times he watched it, there was something about the gore that he couldn't take. According to the photos of the scene, every dead person here has no obvious traces of destruction on their bodies. Shu Ya, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm, and there was no change in his demeanor in the face of such a bloody scene. The blood in their bodies, as if it had been sucked out by some kind of force, was directly collapsed out of their bodies, thus leading to excessive blood loss, and they all died tragically. He pointed to the fixed lines of traces that littered the hallway. What can you tell from these traces? Tsui took a deep breath to calm down, looked down at his feet, and pondered for a moment. They seem to be escaping? That's right. Seo also nodded and walked along the corridor towards the front. The children here seem to have sensed the danger as well, so they're all desperately heading towards the gate. But without exception, all of them died before they left the door. The two of them continued on, eventually stopping at a point at the end of the corridor. This is where you passed out. The cabinet next to you fell on top of you, and in front of you is the body of an adult. Seo also pointed down in front of him, only to see a cabinet covered in blood on one side, leaning against the wall. It was also a key piece of evidence that proved the innocence of Chu Wing for him. The blood on you and on the cabinet erupted from this adult. and he is the director of this orphanage, Chu Sheng. At the mention of this name, Chuyi's expression instantly became a little unnatural, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Su also keenly noticed the change in him and asked directly, I remember that in your testimony, there was indeed a record of you attacking this dean, and your memories before the coma are framed after you hit him. There should be more to your relationship with this dean than what you've told me, right? Chu Wing immediately fell silent for a long time before spitting out, yes, every single day for the last 10 years or so, I've hated to set him back and just kill him, but what I didn't expect was to be so cowardly. It was clear that my enemy was once again in front of me, and I simply couldn't do anything about it. He clenched his fists tightly, anger flashing in his eyes. Killing to kill, in the midst of this society, is inherently against the rules? Shuya said indifferently, your identity, as well as your sense of morality, is your limiter, controlling your behavior. Without these restrictions, you would be nothing more than a puppet swayed by your emotions. You did the right thing, and in that kind of situation in full view of the public, even if you have a great deal of hatred, you should never act out. Shui glanced at Su Yuya, slightly oddly. Why does it feel like Shuya is saying, as long as no one sees it and no evidence is left behind, you can do whatever you want? Su also gently patted Chuyi's shoulder and calmly said, tell me about it, between you and this dean, what exactly happened? Chapter 154, The Beginning of a Nightmare. My name is Tsui. When I was 5 years old, both of my parents died in accidents. Since I was so young at the time, even my parents' faces are a blur to me now. According to the police, they were both former astronomers. They were on a ring road that day, getting ready to head out to investigate a meteorite crash site. As a result, while traveling, a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the car. My father twisted the steering wheel as hard as he could to keep from hitting each other, but as a result, he crashed down the hill and died along with my mother. Their car recorder, the video recording function, happened to be broken. The police threw the recording function in it, according to the two people shouting to determine the situation. But in the aftermath, there were no girls at all on that trail either. They left the world for such ridiculous reasons and left me alone on this earth. After a police investigation and many media interviews, at the tender age of 5, I seemed to be the talk of the town for a moment. Countless people felt sorry for me and started to donate money voluntarily under the guidance of someone who called himself my relative. There were even a number of self-published media outlets that claimed to be looking for someone to adopt me and find me a new family online. 3 months later, a new hot story emerged. The media, which had constantly reported on my situation, acted as if they had forgotten about me and scrambled to cover new events. The goodwill that emerged from the people was almost completely transferred within a few days, and no one continued to pay attention to my situation. The self-publishers who said they were looking for someone to adopt me had no follow-through, as if I was just a tool for them to gain traction. The person who claimed to be my relative also disappeared from the internet. So far, I have not received a single penny donated to me. After 3 months of this absurdity, the government followed the process and put me in an orphanage. I can never forget the name of this orphanage, Tianjiang Orphanage. From the day I set foot in the orphanage, my nightmare has begun. When the government workers dropped me off at the orphanage, I was greeted by a fat, rosy-cheeked fat man. According to the exchange between the staff and him, I probably knew that he was the director of this orphanage, and also a relatively famous philanthropist in the whole of Jiangchang, called Chu Sheng. He and the staff were chatting away, and for some reason, he suddenly slipped an envelope into the staff's hands. The staff member had been pushing back with a straight face, even berating the dean a few times, but there's no telling what dean said. That staff member, however, became reticent after seeing what was inside. He took the envelope and left, and on his way out, he asked me to live well here. When someone wants to come and adopt me, or when I'm 10 years old, I'll be able to leave. But I realized later, there is no such thing as adoption in this orphanage. It's a cage, and we're all bartered in it. On the first day of my admission, the director called everyone out to welcome me. On each of their faces, there were smiles, looking very enthusiastic and bright, but I didn't know why. I just felt that these smiles were very false, as if they were forced out, and their eyes were filled with a feeling I couldn't read. Obviously everyone was a child, but they didn't have any small movements, and each of them stood very neatly. The dean took me to my dormitory and assigned me a bed and told me to sleep by the window, but I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a kid. And the monsters in those ghost stories like to lie on the windows and stare at people. Just wait for the person to fall asleep and they'll crawl out and eat them. That's why I never dare to lean against the window when I sleep. I saw that there was an empty bed next to me and offered to take that one. Then that dean's expression changed. Indifference flashed across his fat face. After that I was taken by him to a small closed room. Why are you disobeying my orders? It was the first thing he said to me after entering the house. I gave my reasons for being afraid of ghosts, but the next second he kicked me to the ground. How dare you make excuses? He yanked me up off the floor and onto the only bed in the room and secured my arms and legs with iron rings. The iron ring was very narrow, as if it had been specially made for a small child. I couldn't break free of the restraints at all, and I didn't know what he was trying to do, so I cried. Yet the very next second I cried, he flicked a switch. I can hardly describe the feeling. Electricity coursed through me and every inch of my body began to tremble as pain spread throughout my body. A feeling I had never experienced before. The intense pain made me cry even louder, but with it came an even more violent pain. The frequency and power here is my special for you disobedient children. He looked at me with a sneer, listening to my voice echoing in the closed room. If you are still prepared to defy me, I will continue to punish you. Please remember that in this orphanage, I am the supreme god. He said something I couldn't understand and kept releasing electricity. Pain, fear wrapped around me. Eventually, I cried until my voice was hoarse and I couldn't shed a single tear, and I chose to give in, not wanting to continue to suffer this pain. I fell to my knees and prostrated myself at the soles of his feet, calling him Dean Chu as he had asked me to do, and he promised that he would never disobey any of his requests in the future, and that he would absolutely obey his every order unconditionally. He broke into a smile at that, patted me on the shoulder and released me. By the time I left the room, it was time for evening supper. All the little children were neatly arranged and stood honestly at their tables, all seemingly waiting for the dean to appear. The dean led me to them and ordered me to stand at a table and wait for his orders. This time I finally got it. The feeling I couldn't read in their eyes before was called sympathy. It's ready to eat. It was only after the dean gave the word that the others sat down and began to wolf down their food. I sat down on the chair as well, looking at the few greens in the bowl, as well as half of a moldy steamed bun, and a bowl of what looked like vomit-like soup that I just couldn't stomach. Even the babysitter my parents hired to cook for me had never cooked at this level. I'm even a little skeptical that this can be called a meal at all. Hurry up and eat. A tiny voice came to my ear. It was a boy a few years older than me who had a very strange haircut, shaved on both sides for some reason, except for a handful of hair in the center. If you don't eat it all, Dean Chu will put you in the little black room. He gave a very cheerful smile. I can let you have my food if you don't have enough. His smile was different from the ones the others had forced on him, full of sunshine, like it came from the heart, and I learned his name afterward, Cole Bright. I finished my meal with great difficulty and was sent back to bed. It was the first time I had ever slept next to a window, and I always felt like there were eyes staring intently out the window, even though it was the second floor, even though there was nothing out there. It was my first day in the orphanage. I learned what it means to have insomnia. Chapter 155, I want to break out of jail with you. The days inside the orphanage were very boring, even to the point of being called torture. You have to get up at 6 a.m. every morning and go for a run as requested by the dean. This senseless behavior is something he enjoys and calls it a way to increase our physical fitness. When the run was going on, anyone whose pace was wrong or different from the others would be the first to be picked up and taken by him into the small dark room at the end of the run. Not only that, but usually anyone who did something he didn't like, or if he was just plain in a bad mood, would punish people in such a wanton manner. Every single one of them lived in fear, but had to squeeze out a smile at his persecution. Even just because someone didn't smile brightly enough, he would use it as an excuse to yell at them or punish them severely. Afterwards we would eat an unsupportive breakfast and then enter the classroom to study. They say it's a study, but in reality, we're left to our own devices to look through books full of text. But how could we possibly read these books without having learned how to recognize words at all? Yet even if you can't read it, you have to pretend to take the book and keep reading. Once the dean finds out who doesn't read properly, he will be punished in the same way. As he said, in the midst of the orphanage, he was God. It's a good thing Liang helped me. He has taken good care of me since I entered the orphanage. He was sent to this orphanage after his family died in a fire and he survived by going out shopping. According to him, I was very similar to his dead brother. Liang is very smart and although only a few years older than me, he can already read as well as a teenager. The dean does not remain in the classroom during the morning study time, and it seems that Liang has been observing and recording the frequency of dean's activities. He would secretly teach me to read every day while the dean was away. With his help, I was gradually able to read and learn from these books as well. I also learned that Liang's bizarre hairstyle is called a cockhead, also known as a mohawk. For some reason, I'm starting to think this haircut is kinda cool. Instead, we were taken to the orphanage yard for free time every afternoon. There are so many rides here that a short 2 hours is almost the happiest time of the day. And every now and then, Munkler and moms from the neighborhood next to us would pass by, smiling and taking pictures of us through the gap in the gate. It seemed like Dean was using it in such a way that others would think we were very happy and blissful in the orphanage. Time passed slowly, and slowly I would realize that a few of the children in the orphanage would always disappear very suddenly. But within a few days, a new kid would join in, just as I did in the beginning. And the dean's explanation is that they were adopted away. Every time this happens, I get very envious and long to be adopted myself and escape this hellish prison as soon as possible. But Kuliang's words brought me back to reality. They weren't adopted, they were sold. We sat on top of the swings. His tone was very cold, but he had his usual smile on his face. It was only after his explanation that I finally understood. This so-called orphanage is actually nothing more than a place where children are trafficked. Dean Shu seems to be connected to some organization behind the scenes. He would search for various orphans in Jiangcheng and even several nearby cities and receive them inside the orphanage in various ways. All the children who disappeared for no apparent reason were shipped when they were 10 years old. As for some of the pricks and those who have angered the dean, they will be dealt with in a special way. I don't know why Karyong knows these things so well, but he didn't look like he was lying, and I felt a deep sense of despair. Just then, however, he suddenly looked at me with a serious face and asked me something. Curvy Wing, want to break out of jail with me? I froze slightly and looked around. The entire orphanage was wrapped in a 3-meter-high wall, like a cage that held us in place. The only iron gate is always closed, and there is a security guard sitting at the door. I can't even imagine what it would take to get out of here, though I am incredibly eager to escape this hell, no matter what it takes, but I hesitated to answer him right away. I can't imagine there's anything he can do to get me out of here. That very afternoon, government agents suddenly came to visit the orphanage. I see among these people the staff member who sent me here in the first place. In just a few short years, he seemed to have gotten a jump in position, and the few people next to him were vaguely led by him. I flashed him a pleading look and he noticed me just the same. I'm sure he recognized me, but for some reason, he deliberately averted his eyes and never looked at me again after that. We all gathered in the middle of the classroom, squeezing out our usual fake smiles on our faces and pretending to read with our books. And those government people had a camera and filmed our hypocritical appearance. The dean, who had always been cold and overbearing, also seemed to have transformed into a kind and unparalleled person on this day, shushing and warming us, and even the lunch was much more plentiful than before. The photos from this meal should be the truest look of our day. Watching us wolf down our food, every government employee smiled with great relief. The inspection ended successfully, and just as they were about to leave, instead, a child suddenly rushed out and clutched the leg of the government man who had once delivered me. He cried out about what happened to him inside the orphanage, but before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by the caretakers inside the orphanage. He was Dean's loyal lapdog, always doing Dean's dirty work for him and usually scolding us. The dean came out with a compensatory smile and explained that the boy had some mental problems. I noticed that several government workers visibly looked serious and wanted to pursue the matter further, but their leader, the staff member who used to send me here, stopped them. I don't know what turned a once hot-headed, righteous man into what he is now. Maybe it was that envelope at the time, or maybe it was something else. But what I do know is that after this group of government agents left, I never saw the kid who rushed out again. This orphanage is a cage, entrenched by demons, from which it will be difficult to escape in a lifetime. That night, I took advantage of a break in the wash to find Kuliang. This time, my eyes were very determined, as if I had made a decision towards death. I want to break out of jail with you and get out of here. Chapter 156, Trust me, I'll get you out of here. Kuliang's plan to break out of prison was very simple. That would be to use the 2 hours of activity each afternoon to destroy as much of the orphanage wall as possible to create a passageway for people to pass through on their stomachs. He was really very clever and created a bottle of weird liquid using only a few spent batteries, several matches plus some strange materials and a stone called pyrite. According to him, it was called sulfuric acid, a liquid that possessed strong corrosive properties. As for where that pyrite came from, according to him, he received it from an unsigned envelope after his family met their death in a fire and before he was ready to be sent to an orphanage by the government. The pyrite was sealed in a pendant and was not confiscated when he was searched upon entering the hospital. Kuliang told me that the concentration of this bottle of the sulfuric acid is very low, and it is impossible to destroy the wall in a short time. It had to build up over time, through daily pouring, to corrode that tightly packed wall loose. And all I had to do was cover for him in the midst of the 2 hours of activity each day so that he could get a chance to go out into the bushes and pour concentrated sulfuric acid on the same piece of wall. According to Kuliang's observation of the dean, he basically stays in his office every afternoon, looking down through the window. But there will always be 10 minutes to go and make a cup of tea, without fail. That 10-minute period is when I cover for Kuliang. According to him, it wasn't just Dean we had to guard against, but the other orphans and the caretaker who had been supervising us. The plan to corrode the walls took us a total of 2 months. Another day of activities is over. Instead, Kuliang found me, all serious. The sulfuric acid ran out. He did not seem to expect that the corrosiveness of the sulfuric acid he condensed would be so low. All the equipment, after all, is composed of a patchwork of things, with little scientific rigor at all. A whole bottle of sulfuric acid was used up, but the wall was still solid as before. As if there was not the slightest loosening, only the wall skin wrapped around the outside was corroded off, revealing the bricks hidden in it. It was as if the prison break plan for the two of us had just ended. I couldn't accept this situation and ran to the wall that had been corroding for months during the turn of the day's activities and pushed hard against the masonry. 2 months of hard work, the only hope of escape, and I can't accept failing like this. I slapped the bricks as hard as I could, even drawing the attention of a few kids. Cooldown yanked me up hard to calm me down. Actions that are too obvious may reveal our true intentions. I got up reluctantly, longing so much in my heart for the bricks to fly out on their own, like an apple would be pulled by gravity and fall from a tree. I also wish there could be a lateral force of gravity that would pull the brick just like that to the other side. I don't know if it was my wish that took effect, or if Cooldown's 2 months of hard work paid off. I happened to notice that the brick seemed to be loose for a moment. I was able to confirm that I was not mistaken and immediately crouched down and tapped the brick once again. This time, the brick flew straight out, revealing an opening. Cooldown likewise noticed the situation, but he was much calmer than I was and just immediately covered that gap with grass and got me out of there. We didn't go near there again for a full week after that. Cooldown and I said that my reaction that day was so odd that I could easily draw attention to myself. It wasn't until a week later that we moved on to the follow-up. No bucket, no matter how strong, can continue to hold water if it has a hole in it. It's the same thing including the walls. After successfully getting one brick to fly, the rest were much better. Just keep loosening around it with a tool every day to pry the rest of the bricks. Easier said than done, though, and much harder to do. It took us another full 2 months before we finally dug a small hole. The entrance to the cave was covered by long weeds, so no one could find it unless they walked in. It's about the size of a dog hole, and the only way to creep out is to lie on your stomach. But anyway, at least we managed to create an escape route known only to the two of us. I couldn't wait to climb out of the hole, but I was stopped by Cooldown. He said to me that he couldn't run away now. The president also has some resources and connections in the government. By fleeing without a penny, we were bound to be quickly discovered and recaptured by him in any way he could think of. What should we do then? I hadn't thought at all about what I should do after the escape tunnel was dug. In my perception, it seemed that if I drilled my way out of here, I would be able to escape. We're going to make a lot of noise and make sure we find a way to tire Dean out and not have time for us. Night is the best time. Cooldown had already thought about all the backup plans and was prepared. Having said that, there are 2 caregivers in the orphanage. Every night they would alternate patrols with each other, staying up almost all night, watching us the whole time. It's hard as hell to make any noise while the night is still young, but Cooldown seems to be very patient. He wanted to make the escape as successful as possible and didn't want to half-ass it. We've been within this orphanage for years and don't care about the months. As long as he could successfully escape, it would all be worth it. We began to live normally, although every now and then we would get scolded by the caretaker, or the dean would look at us funny and catch us electrocuted a few times in the small dark room. But the thought of that passage where I could escape made me put it all off. But a bad news came 2 months later. Coal is being shipped out. Inside the orphanage, we hardly saw anything with a date on it and had to muddle through each day. That day, however, while I was using the restroom, I suddenly overheard an exchange between 2 caregivers. One more day to go, surprisingly enough, and it's Cooldown's 10th birthday. Every child who disappeared from the orphanage did so suddenly when they were 10 years old. They explore the steps on how to take Cooldown. I didn't dare make any noise until they left, and then I frantically found Cooldown and told him about it. After hearing my words, Cooldown's expression was extremely serious, but he quickly made a decision. No need to wait, we're breaking out tonight. His eyes were incredibly serious, staring at me intently. Trust me, no matter what happens, I'm going to get you out of here. Chapter 157. Today, neither of you can leave. In the darkness of the night, I lay in bed with my eyes tightly closed, but my mind was filled with excitement and nervousness. This prison that has bound me for several years is finally getting a chance to break free today. The gradual sound of footsteps was the hourly patrol of the caretaker, used to check that no one was awake. If they are found out, they will be carried out and punished. I didn't dare to make half a sound, so I could only keep suppressing my excitement and continue pretending to sleep. I'm waiting for a signal from Cooldown. I trust him. I'm sure he has a way to get me out of here. Hiss, came the faint sound of the caretaker sucking in cool air. Why does my stomach hurt so much? He seemed to be muttering to himself, hesitating where he was, as if hesitating to leave. But he had only just inspected the dormitory once, and had already confirmed that no one was awake, so he finally didn't hold back and quietly left the dormitory, heading towards the restroom. It was shortly after he left. A voice sounded almost close to my ear. Up queuing, let's pull out. I opened my eyes instantly and saw Cooldown, fully dressed, crouching beside my bed. I dressed with great speed, and, with Cooldown at the helm, tiptoed and pulled open the door and followed the crack. What did you do? I lowered my voice. a little curious as to how he'd gotten the caretaker to leave. I stole a potato the other day and it sprouted. Liang returned easily. I put a slice in his bowl at night. I remember that potato. All of us were punished by the dean for 3 hours for losing potatoes in the cafeteria. I didn't realize that it was stolen by Liang. The two of us came to a window. About a few days ago, the window suddenly broke for some reason and has not been repaired until now. Dean Chu must not have imagined that his act of purposely not installing surveillance within the orphanage in order to prevent what he had done from being exposed had in turn created an opportunity for the two of us. In the absence of the caretaker, no one would be able to notice even if we moved through the corridors like this. Liang took out a match from his bosom, suddenly slid it against the window to light it, and threw it directly out toward the window. Directly below the window was a patch of greenery that Dean Chu had sent people to plant, as well as a large grassy area. The moment they touched the spark, they were quickly ignited and began to spread with great speed. The fire sprang up, but Liang pulled me straight up and ran toward the window on the other side. He took a ball of fabric out of his arms. Surprisingly, strips of cloth tied together with tattered curtains and clothes. The doors to the entire orphanage building were barricaded. Even the door leading from the second floor to the first floor was securely locked, and if we wanted to leave, we had to find a way to jump from the second floor. Liang tied the cloth to a nearby post, and then actually pulled the locked window open very easily. I noticed that there was a cut of clear tape taped to the window where the door lock was. It seems he prevented the window from being locked in this way. Immediately afterward, he threw the long strip of cloth down the window, turned to me, and said, "Hold on to the cloth and jump down." I had never done anything this dangerous before, and for a moment there was a slight hesitation, but I thought of all the months of hard work we'd put in, with this hard-won opportunity, and fought back the fear and jumped in, clutching the cloth. The height of the cloth was 1 meter above the ground. I fell on my butt and felt nothing but pain, but soon Liang jumped down along the cloth and helped me up from the ground. Meanwhile, cries had been heard from inside the orphanage. The flames had shot up into the sky, thick with smoke and light, waking up countless children who were light sleepers. I also noticed that the lights on the third floor were on. That's the other caretaker's room, but for some reason, the lights in the dean's room on the fourth floor seemed to be lit early. They're awake. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Liang grabbed me and ran forward. Now is the only chance we have to make a break for it. We are too small to save everyone, but as long as we leave this place and hurry by night, we will definitely succeed in escaping before dawn. We ran all the way towards the event, only to freeze in place and realize something incredible. The path to the event was surprisingly blocked by a fence with spikes. This event was unexpected for both of us. None of us expected the fence here to be movable. Every day, we were back in the middle of the orphanage building by 5 p.m. Not even realizing that the director had sent someone to cordon off the place at night. What to do? The suddenness of the situation sent me into a panic. But Liang calmed down quickly. "You step on my shoulders and roll over." He crouched down and gestured for me to climb over the fence. I didn't think about it that much and did what he told me to do. With his help, I barely made it over the fence, only to notice a problem. "I'm coming over. What about Liang?" But he quickly told me the answer. He's very physical and has a much better bounce than the others. With a quick assisted run, he actually stepped hard directly on the fence, stomped upward, and managed to flip over. But the spikes of the fence cut a gash in his waist. His shirt was cut and blood left along the wound. "Don't worry about me. This is just a small injury." Liang shook his head. "As long as I can escape from here, this injury is nothing at all." Although I was still worried about him, I also understood the priority of the matter and followed him towards our escape route. But here's what I didn't expect. There was a figure standing next to our escape route. It was a fat demon, like it was trying to devour our hopes. "Humph, you guys are really coming here." Dean Chu stood next to the grass and looked at us with a sneer. A flame of anger flickered in his eyes, like a hunter watching his prey about to flee, filled with killing intent. "How dare you set fire to my territory and even try to escape?" He took out a throwing stick from his arms and a sardonic smile appeared on his face as well. "Two little brats. I'll show you the error of your ways. How did you know we were here?" Liang shielded me, as if trying to stall for time. But Dean Chu was blocking our escape route right next to us, and if we wanted to escape, we had to cross him. "Do you guys think I don't know about your activities because I'm not there? There's a very sweet, very loyal child who has been helping me keep an eye on each of you. He came to inform me back when you guys slipped out of the dorm today, deliberately lighting a fire to try to bait my attention before escaping by going in the opposite direction. It's not even hard to guess where you're trying to escape from." He kicked the grass aside, revealing our escape route. "How dare you dig such a passage behind my back? You guys are really damned nah." He grabbed his shaking stick and walked towards us. "Today, you too, none of you are going anywhere." Chapter 158. In the end, I escaped. Dean is obese though and doesn't usually work out much, and Liang and I have been silently working out every day for today's escape plan. and our strength is much stronger than any of our peers, especially Ku Liang. He was only 10 years old and had already grown to over 1 meter 7, and his body was even stronger. I'm only about 5 feet 6 inches, but again, I'm much stronger than my peers. To supplement our nutrition, both of us would eat all of those disgusting meals we ate every day, not even a little bit left over. But the dumping stick in Dean's hand is still a very lethal weapon. I didn't duck for a moment and was hit in the right arm by the flailing stick. A fiery pain came from his entire right arm, as if he had been struck by a whip, and the pain was unbearable. I'll admit, I was struck with tears at the time. How dare you? A low growl of shocked anger came from Dean's ears. I looked up and ahead. Ku Liang actually rushed to Dean's side and clasped his shoulder hard. His arms showed bruises, and it took all his strength to keep Dean's fat body under control. Although the Dean was an adult, he didn't exercise for years, and his strength was actually suppressed by Ku Liang for a while. Still, his burly weight slowly pushed Ku Liang away. Cueing, "Help!" Ku Liang called out to me with difficulty. I didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward, grabbing at Dean's wrist with all the strength I had. The flinging stick in his hand managed to fall from my grasp. I'd never used a throwing stick before, and I was only afraid that a random attack would hit Ku Liang, who was holding Dean hard, so I kicked the stick out of the way to prevent Dean from taking it in his hands again. I then rushed up likewise and held Dean in a death grip. I quickly moved one of Dean's legs up and managed to pin him to the ground with Ku Liang. Yet Dean, as an adult, has come close to breaking free of us with the strength that comes from his weight alone. The two of us struggled to keep him under control, but we also realized there was a problem. We locked up Dean, but Dean locked us up just the same. In this case, all we have to do is let go and we'll be quickly restrained by Dean. Barely controlling him has already used up all our strength. How can we have a chance to attack him or escape? Curve wing, use that. Ku Liang spoke with difficulty. Can you do it if you're alone? I froze slightly, and quickly reacted to what Ku Liang was referring to. The books that the Dean kept in the classroom were bought wholesale from the second-hand market, and contained books from all walks of life and all sorts of oddities. One of the books is called Professional Fighting and Fighting Techniques. This book details many kinds of techniques in fighting, as well as some special locking techniques. Just a few months ago, Ku Liang specially showed me this book and asked me to study the techniques on it carefully, saying that I might have a chance to use it in the future. Use Boston, Ku Liang whimpered out, then hesitated for half a second and looked to me. Can you do it alone? Just hold on for 30 seconds. Trust me, I'll take you. A flicker of hesitation flashed in my eyes, but I nodded. Ku Liang then exchanged a glance with me and let go of his hand with great speed. Without Ku Liang's restraints, Dean's fat body was on the ground, just about to get up. I then darted up and sat on my ass on his waist, wrapping my arms around his legs as hard as I could and pulling upwards. The full name of this move is called Boston Crab Fixation, and it's one of the locking techniques. As long as the posture is completed, even if there is a disparity in strength, you will be able to restrict your opponent's movements to a certain extent. I could feel Dean's terrifying strength struggling against me while I fought as hard as I could to clamp down on him. It's just that something unexpected happened to me. After releasing the Dean, Ku Liang did not hesitate to turn over the grass, and drilled out through the safe passage. You stupid ass! Dean scolded me in a low growl. You were fooled by him, you know that? I don't believe Dean. How could Ku Liang lie to me? That little bastard was planning to use you as bait to escape on his own from the start. By now he'd have left you behind and fled. Dean's voice was like a demonic whisper, constantly ringing in my ears. I shook my head desperately, clamping down on him with all my might, trusting that Ku Liang would return. Don't you know in your own heart how many things he's done behind your back? If he really wanted to save you, why did he hide it from you? Do you know what he's going to do when he climbs out? Don't be stupid. Now let go of me. And I definitely won't count your transgressions this time around as long as I can get that little bastard back. I felt a buzzing in my brain as I listened to Dean's words. His arms had gone a little numb under his frantic struggles, and his brain was buzzing. Yeah, Carry-On seems to be hiding a lot of things from me. We were frisked and had our rooms checked by the caretaker every day. Where did he hide the stolen potatoes, those lighters and matches? And where did he put them? And why did he manage to avoid a search? Why did he drill out? Did he really want to leave me behind and run away himself? It's one of the things I regret most in my life. Surprisingly, I was compelled by Dean to have a moment of suspicion and distrust. Ku Liang. There was only a second's pause, but Dean caught the opportunity keenly and slapped me hard. It was as if there was a suction force coming from the center of his palm, taking advantage of this gap to make my point of launch directly wrong. Instead, he used the opportunity to roll over and break free, knocking me to the ground. Little bastard. His face was a grimace. I swear, I'm going to make both of you worse than dead today. Like a wild animal, he lunged toward me. My strength had almost run out and I could only watch this in despair. Put! Blobs of blood erupted from Dean's backside. His movement stopped and he looked behind him in disbelief. Ku Liang returned. A pair of scissors grasped in his hand and stabbed hard into Dean's backside. Dean turned around angrily and slapped Ku Liang to the ground. Ku Liang, on the other hand, cried out and desperately pounced on him, going so far as to hug the Dean and keep rolling on the ground. You've got to go. Queuing. He shouted this at me in a near hiss. Don't look back. Don't stop. Keep going. I'm going to kill this old bastard even if I have to die. I've never seen him look so frantic as to hold Dean in a death grip and not let go. Dean was also enraged at this point and slammed his fist into Ku Liang's waist. The wound in his already injured waist collapsed and blood poured out. I froze in place, not knowing what to do. Hurry up! Ku Liang endured the pain and bit down on Dean's body as hard as he could, like he was trying to rip the flesh off of him, and he was hammered over and over again by Dean in the lower back. Do you want me to break my promise? Don't you want to get out of this hell? Ku Liang's voice was thunderous, exploding in my ears. Eventually, I escaped. Chapter 159, I must let him die. I listened to Ku Liang and got out of the safe passage and kept running without looking back. In this moment, it was as if I had given up thinking. My mind was blank. I only knew to keep lifting my legs, dropping them, running, and the cycle went on and on. I kept running and running and running. My breathing was starting to get hard and my feet were getting heavier. I don't know how Ku Liang is doing, or how far I've really run. All I know is that it's dawn. The light of the morning dawn shone upon me, and it was as if I were a man who had crawled out of a dim and unimaginable hell and had seen the sunlight for the first time. Surrounded by a field, it was like being in the countryside. Along with the fall of the last step, I felt a blackness before my eyes, and I actually fainted directly. When I woke up, I seemed to be in a family home. They saw me in the field and picked me up and brought me home. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was Ku Liang's well-being. With the help of this family, I searched the internet for information on the Tianjiang orphanage, yet saw something that shocked and surprised me. The Tianjiang orphanage caught fire for no apparent reason. A 10-year-old child was burned to death. The director Chu Sheng expressed his great pain and is willing to take responsibility for this incident. This is news that's only been uploaded for a couple hours. Among the videos within the news, I saw a charred body, though the face was no longer visible. But I was able to confirm 100% that it was Ku Liang's body. He's dead. Not only is he dead, his body was burned by Chu Sheng, and that Dean, but put on a look of a victim. Even the body of the injury can be explained as a rescue to save people scratched. I sat on my bed in a daze and panic, unable to believe this fact. If I hadn't fully trusted Ku Liang and created that second of hesitation, I wouldn't have been able to break free from Dean's bonds. If Dean hadn't broken free of his bonds, Ku Liang wouldn't have died trying to save me. Why is he dead and I'm alive? Why didn't I stay and help him, instead of just running away? I'm a coward. I was selfish at heart, and the choices I made in those moments were only made so that I could escape. If I had trusted Ku Liang completely, wouldn't it have ended completely differently? My insides were a mess, so painful that I wanted to throw up, but I quickly responded. This thing can't end like this. I can't let Ku Liang die in vain. That old bastard. He must get his comeuppance. I borrowed a new outfit from that family and retraced my steps toward River City. I read in a book that if you report these things to the government, the bad guys will definitely be punished. I returned to Jiangchang and stalked my way into a job working in a black-hearted restaurant that was willing to take child labor, and took the opportunity to drop a couple of whistleblower letters in the government's mailbox. But my letter sank like a stone, and I waited for a month without any semblance of feedback. A month later, a strange note was suddenly placed on my desk. It says, "Get out of here." I don't know who wrote this, but I chose to believe it and left the restaurant. Just shortly after I left, I saw a group of city officials enter the restaurant. They seemed to be searching for stores employing child laborers and some children without identification. My heart died instantly, even if I'm not as smart as Ku Liang. But one thing was also understood. There is clearly a Dean backer in the government. Or rather, if he didn't have a backer, that hell-like orphanage wouldn't have been able to open until now. It was obvious that this city administration operation was looking for me. I escaped from the restaurant and was in a daze for a while. Who can I turn to in this situation? Did Ku Liang just die in vain while the murderer is still on the loose? I was walking aimlessly down the street when I suddenly noticed the three big words, police station. In this moment, I recalled. It seems that after my parents died, it was the police who helped me with my affairs and took care of me for a long time. It seems that in Ku Liang's mouth, he would also often say something like, if only the police were there, they would surely be able to take this old bastard to jail. Ghostly, I walked into the police station. The constable who received me was a man with a serious brow, but wearing a mask. He seemed to have a cold and was constantly coughing, but continued to do his duty with his illness. He inquired about my name and the reason for my visit. I didn't want to tell him my real name, but then again, I think that in order for someone to believe in themselves, they should first go ahead and choose to believe in others. I want to try it once and don't want to make the same mistake again, so I told him my real name. After hearing my name, for some reason, a look of dismay flashed in his eyes. I then told him everything that had happened within the orphanage. His expression grew more and more serious, and it seemed as if fire was about to spew out of his eyes. Give me time. I'll take care of this. He sent me away and even gave me 1,000 dragon coins to find a place to stay first. What I didn't expect. In just a week's work, the orphanage was seized. The news said that the police were tipped off and the first search of the orphanage was carried out and a large amount of equipment and evidence of abuse of orphans was seized. Not only that, but a large number of traces of the attack were found on the body of the child whose sentence had been burned. However, all the evidence is pointing to a caretaker within the orphanage. He seems to have an interest in a high-ranking government official and has enlisted a number of officials through various forms of bribery, such as giving gifts and stuffing money. And all of this was done by him behind the back of Dean Xu Sheng. Xu Sheng unceremoniously abandons the caretaker and personally prosecutes several officials in the police investigation. Jiangcheng had an incident that shook the city for a while. Many officials had fallen from grace, and the caretaker had been captured as a criminal. The Tianjiang orphanage was also closed down for this reason and was demolished by the government, and all the children were released. Ku Liang's body was also buried in the cemetery, which attracted countless people to pay their respects to him. Xu Sheng, who was a philanthropist, donated 10 million dragon coins for reflecting on his lack of supervision, which led to such an incident. There were also people who identified Xu Sheng as actually being the one behind the scenes, but none of the evidence that has survived has succeeded in identifying him. After this donation, Xu Sheng simply disappeared into obscurity, and I could no longer check his information. The police department and the government also sent people to send me to the next city, compensated me with many dragon coins, as well as arranged for my school registration as well as school. My life calmed down, but there was always resentment. If I can, no matter what the cost, I want to find that bastard Xu Sheng and break him into pieces. If I could, I would like to carry on Ku Liang's will and become a hero so that no one would ever be bullied and mistreated like we were. I've heard that void hunters are the tallest and most powerful profession in this community. They are like heroes, burning themselves to protect the peace on one side and guard all the people. On the day I left River City, I went to the barber store and asked them to shave my head with a cocktail head, also called a mohawk. It's Ku Liang's favorite hairstyle, and it's my favorite hairstyle too. I walked out of the barbershop, gently touching my brand new haircut, and stood in front of Ku Liang's grave, deciding what I wanted to do next in my life. I want to be a void hunter, the best void hunter there is. I also want to trust others and don't want any more tragedies to arise from my own hesitations and doubts. I heard that Long Xia Academy is the most powerful void hunter academy. If I join there, does that make me stronger? But if I join the Dragon Summer Academy, and later find out about Xu Sheng's trail, will I still be able to take revenge on him at will? I don't want to think that much. I swear, if I meet Xu Sheng again, whatever it takes, I will make sure he dies. Definitely. Chapter 160, he didn't die because of you. You had a pretty sad childhood. Su also led Chu Yi to search along the road, and by now, he had already arrived at the second floor of this orphanage. In Chu Yi's narration, he learned about what Xu Sheng had once done, as well as the death of Chu Yi's best friend, Ku Liang. No matter how you listen to it, in the middle of this story, that Dean Xu Sheng is a complete scum. Shuya didn't have any particular expression on his face, but in his heart, he faintly understood. Why would he choose to believe in himself like that anymore when he and Chu Wing first worked together? It seemed like a compensatory act of atonement, and he could never get over that remorse. Though from an outsider's point of view, that's not quite the right thing to say, but I want to talk to you, and maybe you don't understand Ku Liang. Su also casually scanned every room on the second floor, inspecting every item here, and casually said, "What do you mean?" Cotter Wing froze slightly. "What I'm referring to is that you don't understand Ku Liang's purpose," Shuya faintly said. "From the very beginning, he never wanted to leave the orphanage on his own. I think all his plans are just to get revenge on that Xu Sheng or to kill that scum, and the only reason he was so busy for months before and after was just so he could get you out of there." "What did you say?" Shui had never thought of such a thing before, and was instantly a bit incredulous. "The reason is simple," Shuya said indifferently. "If he really wanted to escape, there was no need to set that fire that night. If you want to draw attention to yourselves so that people will overlook the two of you escaping, there are clearly easier ways to do it, like triggering a fire alarm device, or a smoke alarm. This type of alarm is easier to control than a fire and is more likely to cause panic. Even at night, this sound affects the people in the surrounding neighborhoods and is more conspicuous than the fire. I've just checked the map of where the Tianjiang orphanage used to be, and there's a night market street in that neighborhood that's lit up even at night, so I'm sure there's definitely not a handful of barbecue stalls. The flames and smoke from a fire in an orphanage can easily be obscured by a night market, and are simply not as likely to attract the attention of the person next to you as the shrill sound of an alarm. As you said before, That close friend of yours is very smart. There's no way he wouldn't have thought of that. And there is only one reason why he would cause a riot by setting a fire. Su also stopped and glanced at Jiuli beside him. He's intentionally trying to lure the dean here. I think he would have gone ahead and hidden some special materials and props behind the secret passages you dug before your usual body searches, as well as being checked for luggage. Of course, the timing of that dean's appearance was clearly out of his expectations as well. I think his purpose at first would have been to coax you out of the way before using the scissors he had hidden ahead of time to fight Dean to the death. Successful or not, he has no intention of leaving with you. Impossible. How is this possible? Shuyi's expression changed drastically. His mind flashed rapidly through the memories he had once had, somewhat unable to accept this matter. What reason does he have to fight Dean? We could obviously get out of there together and start a new life. The reason is because Seo also took out his own cell phone and opened a news story. His parents, as well as his entire family, died because of that Dean. On the news was a report from over a decade ago. A fire broke out in a house in Jiangcheng for no apparent reason. The fire was so rapid that it killed 3 members of a family in a short period of time, with only their eldest son surviving because he was away. Shuyi was able to determine that the people who died in this news were none other than Ku Liang's former family members. This isn't some accident, much less a fire that started for no reason. Su also operated on his cell phone for a while, quickly opening a link. What's on the link is a deed contract. This is a contract record from the BIA. Just as you were telling me about the past, I used some means to investigate that Dean Chusheng. Before he founded the Tianjiang orphanage, he was a real estate tycoon and a famous philanthropist in Jiangcheng. More than 10 years ago, a year before you entered the orphanage, he suddenly announced the creation of the largest orphanage in Jiangcheng and became its director. But his original real estate business is still going strong. This contract, it's a robber baron contract. The company that Chu Sheng used to work for tried to buy the neighborhood where that friend of yours family used to be at a low price and convert it into a commercial plaza. But among the tenants in the neighborhood, there are a few families who strongly disagree. The people at the head of these families are none other than your good friend, Ku Liang's parents. He switched calmly to another link and page on top of it. Just the day before the fire, in their neighborhood, there had been a gas service. But this overhaul was nearly 2 weeks earlier than previous routine inspections. If I'm not mistaken, maybe that's when they moved. That is to say, the deaths of Ku Liang's entire family were not an accident, but a deliberate murder. Ku Liang, who survived the aftermath, was also placed inside the Tianjiang orphanage under the government's arrangement. He probably, somehow, got to know the truth and set about preparing a plan of revenge. And yet he met you who was very similar to his brother. Shuya clicked on a photo that was Ku Liang's family photo. A happy family of 4 smiles for the camera. And next to Ku Liang is a young brother. Whether it was his eyebrows or temperament, he was surprisingly so similar to Chui. So his plan for revenge changed to a prison break. He wants to stay and seek revenge on Dean himself, but wants to send you away from this hell because he doesn't know if he's going to make it or not. Cotter Wing mumbled and settled in place, his brain buzzing. He quickly recalled every word Ku Liang had ever said to him. Whenever there is mention of a prison break or escape, it seems that what comes out of his mouth is "I'm going to get you out of here." In his escape plan, it was never we, it was you. Seo also turned around and patted his shoulder, reading in a comforting tone. So that's why you don't have to blame yourself too much for the situation. He didn't die because of you. What he wanted to do from the very beginning was to fight with all his might and die with that Dean. The only person you should be hating and blaming is the Dean, who is as scum as a human being. Chapter 161 Biased Testimony. Shui stood in silence, seemingly digesting Shuya's words. But I also admire you for being able to hold back your emotions and not go ahead and kill your enemy outright after re-encountering him. Shuya, however, shrugged his shoulders and gave Chui a slightly deep look. I hate to break him into pieces. Chui's eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. Although it's been more than 10 years since then, and that old man is much thinner than before, I could never forget that face, but he was surrounded by little kids, so how could I get out? With that old bastard's character, once I make a move, he'll definitely use other people as a shield to stand in front of himself, so I didn't dare to use my powers at that time. I could only punch him. It's just a pity that this old bastard was killed before I could do anything. You did the right thing. Seo also nodded. If I were you, I would probably do the same, but I'm definitely not going to let him off the hook when I find out what he's up to. I guess I'll find an opportunity to capture him and torture him to death. His tone was light, and he actually said rather frightening things in a very relaxed tone. Hey, Cotter Wing was startled on the spot, pointing to the recorder on his chest. This thing will record your words. What does it matter? And let's not even talk about whether or not they will watch this recorder word for word. Even if I read it, I'm just talking about it. It's not like I'm putting it into practice. Does talking even matter? But, he suddenly turned his eyes to Queuing. You just said, he's got other people with him? Yeah, right. Cotter Wing nodded. That old bastard had all the little kids here behind him and recognized me. He even taunted me and made a deliberate comment about Curliang. Anger bubbled up in his eyes. I almost didn't hold back and use my ability on him then. No, that's not right. Shuya spoke calmly, his tone becoming quite serious. In your earlier testimony, it was clear that the orphanage was very quiet and empty, and that Dean suddenly appeared in front of you. He stared hard at Cotter Wing. But now you're saying that Dean's behind all the little kids? Cotter Wing seemed to freeze as well. With confusion in his eyes, he felt an overwhelming headache and covered his head with a tight frown. Yeah, when I was coming in here, there was obviously no one here. He only felt as if his memories were misplaced. Countless images overlapped. One moment there was an empty hallway. One moment there was the image of Chu Sheng's face full of mockery, with small children all behind him. Among his senses, both images seemed to be something he had experienced, yet they are at odds with each other and simply cannot coexist. Why is that? Cotter Wing muttered a low, splitting headache. It seems that your memories are indeed skewed. Co also paid attention to his movements and demeanor, and calmly turned around. In that case, it seems that the testimony you provided earlier is not necessarily true. He pushed open a door and looked in. This appears to be the dormitory where the orphans live. Inside there are 60 or 70 beds. Each bed is very neat and clean. Even the quilt is folded into tofu blocks. Judging from the traces here, the orphans were not in the dormitory at the time of the incident. He closed the door and looked toward the other side. There was a windowless room there that seemed to go dark if the door was closed. Inside, it was empty. Shuya and Shu Yuan started walking towards the upper floor. It was getting darker and darker, with dim lights and moonlight coming in through the windows, and vision was very restricted, and it appears that the orphanage's electrical circuits have been cut off, so there is no way to energize the lights. The third and fourth floors should be the area where the caretakers and the dean live. Chewie rubbed his brows and spoke in a low voice. I've noticed from before that the layout here is almost identical to the orphanage I've stayed in before. It looks like this dean is still very nostalgic. Shuya smiled gently and walked up to the third floor. He noticed that a door was actually open, and quickly approached it, only to see a human figure surrounded by trace-fixed lines amidst the bloodstains all over the floor. All 68 orphans died on the first floor. In addition to that, among the bodies on the first floor, there was also the body of Chu Sheng and a caretaker. And another caretaker within the orphanage was found dead in a bedroom on the third floor. Co also mused on the field notes he had seen and looked down around the room. There's still a little time left, so let's go back to the dean's office. They quickly went up to the fourth floor and entered the dean's room. It had to be said that the place where Chu Sheng lived was quite luxurious. The entire fourth floor seemed like his palace. Private pool, buckskin carpeting, and looking at the value of the various furnishings, there are also a number of antique vases on the wall where famous paintings are displayed. In his office, next to the desk is a wall of bookshelves. Placed on both sides of the bookshelf is placed on a variety of awards and trophies. All seem to praise and appreciate his philanthropist status. Su Yuya had only just briefly and roughly scanned around the place when it became completely dark. Looks like that's the end of the investigation for today. He shrugged his shoulders, and his expression was not tense, but rather quite relaxed. While it's also possible to continue the investigation with a flashlight, it's difficult to inevitably lose a lot of details and clues. I think we'll just go back for now. But don't you only have one day to spend on the investigation? Chuyu frowned slightly worried. The general situation, I've already figured it out. Only the last bit of detail is missing. Ye, on the other hand, looked at ease. Even if we come back tomorrow morning to continue the investigation, there's more than enough time. He led Chu Wing out of the dean's office and closed the door himself. The two then jumped out of a window on the first floor of the orphanage. Just as soon as he came out, Shuya made a move that Chui could not understand. He was seen circling around the entire orphanage, constantly looking up at the four-story building. After about 10 minutes, they circled back to the main entrance position. Shuya stroked his chin and thoughtfully read. Sure enough, there's a little less. What's missing? Cotter Wing pursued. It's nothing. Let's find a place to rest for the night first. Shuya didn't explain too much, just pulled him through the gap he came through. Say, where have you been staying the last 2 days? In terms of inheritance, I have a house that came from my parents. I get it. I'm not used to living in a house with a man either. I'll just rent a random hotel near where you live. The two discussed where to go while preparing to leave the area, but at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from their side. It was a slightly older voice with a hint of tension in it. Hey, you two, is it hard to just get out of this orphanage? Chapter 162, He's Lying. Shuya and Shuyi's footsteps paused and turned their heads, only to see in the grass next to the gap, slowly out of a plainly dressed grandpa. His face was vicissitudes. He was wearing clothes sold at the ground stalls, his feet stepped on cloth shoes, and his whole expression was very formal. But he was kind of strong looking, with a neighborly look under his open top, revealing a round belly. Are you? Shui looked at this grandpa. His pupils slightly dilated, actually recognized each other. Zhao grandpa? This grandpa was clearly the grandpa who used to be in charge of the gate at the Tianjiang orphanage. However, this grandpa was basically only responsible for opening and closing the gates, and the place where he lived was not in the orphanage at all, and there was not much communication between him and Chui, but he still knew the identity of this grandpa. I didn't expect him to follow Chu Sheng and come here to watch the door again. You recognize me? Master Zhao was visibly stunned as he sized up Chui. Could you be one of the children from the former Tianjiang orphanage? Sort of. Chui frowned and opened his mouth, faintly responding. This janitor, unlike those caretakers, hadn't done anything to him, so he didn't have any hatred for him. Oh, so you're the janitorial grandpa. Su Yuya, however, revealed a look of interest and looked the other party up and down. You called us out. Is there something you want? I see that you guys are from an orphanage. Mr. Zhao rubbed his hands and spoke nervously. You too. You should be from the police. Sort of. Xu Ya faintly answered, not denying it. In a way, they did crack the case for the police. I want to know, have you guys found out any clues? Zhao gulped and pursued sharply. I can assure you that I'm definitely not a suspect of anything. At the time of the original murder, I happened to be next door playing chess with Old King's Head and the others, and wasn't even in the orphanage. Your testimony has been told many times. We know. Seo also swept a glance at the older man. Judging from his words, it seems that this Zhao Moncler outlet store has not received much education, and thought that a suspect means a criminal. Don't worry, Moncler, a suspect is just a statement that you may be involved in the case. It doesn't mean that you are the culprit. You have an alibi, and naturally the police won't make things too difficult for you. He spoke calmly, explaining to the older man. That's good, that's good. Moncler Jacket's outlet. I've been scared since I came back after being taken for questioning by the police. I was going to come back here today to see how things were going, but I didn't expect to run into you two coming out of it. He touched his head and smiled in a silly way. Su also, however, raised his eyebrows and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, by the way Moncler, there is something I want to ask you. On the day of the murder, approximately what time did you leave the house? What time did you leave the house? Moncler outlet store froze for a moment, then rubbed his head and thought, I remember you guys didn't ask me. I left the orphanage about 11 o'clock noon that day, since there's usually no one in the courtyard, and since old Wang Tu and the others called out to me. I went to the park in the neighborhood over there to play chess. We went down until noon, when the old King's Head called me to his house for dinner. I was not going to go, but when I think of my sister-in-law's cooking, I feel especially big, not especially white, especially delicious, so I went. Su Yuya and Shui cast contemptuous glances towards the 50-something-year-old grandpa. Moncler outlet store at that moment. He coughed dryly and continued. By the time I finished eating, it was after 1:40 p.m. And that's exactly when I returned to the orphanage. But it was really weird that day. Obviously at 3 or 4 in the afternoon the kids would go out to the front yard and play for 2 hours, but no one came out that day. His brow furrowed with confusion. But I didn't really care at the time. It wasn't until I was getting ready to lock up and go home from work around 6 p.m. that I realized something was wrong. I'm surprised there are no lights on inside the orphanage. Like at this time of the day on weekdays, the hallway lights plus some of the room lights are lit. And I also felt that the orphanage was too quiet that day, so I didn't hold back for a second. So I thought I'd check out the situation. His whole face turned a little white as if he recalled something frightening. I found the door to the orphanage open. I just opened the door and saw blood all over the floor. Those kids, as well as the dean, are down in a pool of blood. I had never seen such a scene before and I was so scared on the spot that I ran away and called the police. Wait, was it you who called the police? Su also eyes flashed, immediately staring closely at the big Moncler outlet store pursued. Right. Zhao seemed to recall the images he saw at the time, his face so pale that he wanted to vomit. The police came not long after I called the police. After that they took me back to the station for questioning and I told them all I knew. After you returned to the orphanage, did anyone ever pass by in between? Sia continued to ask. No, I can assure you, comrade police officers, please you must believe me. I am absolutely innocent. Zhao rushed forward and grabbed Su Also's hand with force, full of sincerity. Shuya frowned slightly, drawing his hand away in an incredibly natural manner and taking a step back. Don't worry, we don't regret wrongly arresting a good person, much less letting any bad person go. According to the autopsy report, the presumptive time of death for both the children and the caretakers in the orphanage was between 12:15 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. Although the dean's body is a bit peculiar and it is impossible to confirm the exact time of death, the deviation will not be too great, and it should have died within the same period of time as well. And if you do have an alibi, it's natural that having an alibi for this time of day wouldn't be a killer. Really? That's really great. Moncler outlet store revealed an excited gaze and continuously beat his chest. If I get arrested for something like this, old Wang Tu definitely won't let me go to his house in the future. Su also twitched the corners of his mouth, and after a few more casual and perfunctory sentences, he finally sent this gatekeeper grandpa away. Witnessing its departure, Shuya and Shui also headed in another direction, preparing to look for a place to stay. The two walked side by side for a few minutes before Chui frowned and spoke. You just said that there was something special about the dean's body. What's going on? Didn't the police tell you? Co also glanced at him. The rest of the kids have little to no signs of damage on their bodies, but Dean's body, in addition to the marks of the attack you inflicted on his chest, the body is suspected to have some traces of being heated. This difference in temperature will most likely produce a deviation in the time of death, but because the traces are not obvious enough, it is difficult for the coroner to deduce the exact time of death. Chui frowned. If Master Zhao didn't see anyone pass by the orphanage, could the killer really have killed and left before he got back? Don't believe the words of that janitor. Shuya spoke calmly, his gaze deep. He's lying. Chapter 163, I'm going to expose your lies first. Lying? Cotter Wing froze. Did he just lie to us? Lying to us isn't so bad. Shuya, on the other hand, looked rather calm, but he's obviously hiding some elements from us, and what he said is all a mix of falsehoods and truths. His very first explanation, for example, was a complete lie. He said he came back to check on the situation because he was worried about being a suspect. He didn't come back for that reason at all. Suyuya's footsteps did not stop, faintly narrating, the orphanage is surrounded by walls in all directions, almost completely closed, and the only location that can be seen from the outside to the inside is at the large iron gate at the main entrance. If he wanted to see what was going on, the first place he would have chosen would also have been near the iron gate, not the short wall with the gaping hole in it. Secondly, the location where he appeared was situated behind the grass by the low wall. That means he's been squatting there for a long time. What do you mean? When Shui heard Su Yuya's analysis, he instantly also noticed the problem with the timing of Zhao's appearance. Could it be that he's the murderer? That's not necessarily true. Shuya stroked his chin. There is currently no evidence that can prove that he is the murderer, and his role in the middle of the case is not yet known. From the police testimony and what he just said, there was no lying, at least about the time of the crime. But there are a couple of things about the testimony and statements he just made that concern me a little bit. He didn't explain anything too much, just stretched. Does your memory recall anything about the janitorial master? Or what are the differences between him now and the man you knew? Chui seriously recalled for a while. He should be considered quite an ordinary grandpa, and there wasn't much communication between the dean and him. Every day he would come to the orphanage at 6 a.m. and leave at 6 p.m. almost all year round. He's always been so plain in his clothes too. He doesn't look anything special, but you mentioned where the differences are, and I think he should be a little healthier than he used to be. He gestured with his hand. He used to look rather frail. I don't know if he got sick or what. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it's only natural for the figure to change a bit. Co also nodded casually, seemingly thinking about something else. That's enough investigation for today. He suddenly spoke. Send me your address and I'll meet you in the morning. Where are you going? Cotter Wing froze for a moment, puzzled. Make a trip to the internet cafe. I'm going to investigate some things and find a place to stay along the way. Su also waved his hand and headed directly in the other direction. See you tomorrow. Although Chui still had a lot of questions in his heart, he didn't say anything more, just called a car and returned to his place. Whether it was the development of the case or the misplaced memories in his head, he desperately needed time to make sense of them. 9 o'clock the next morning, when Chui looked at Shuya standing in front of him, he almost thought that he hadn't woken up and was still in a dream. You're Sia? Nonsense. Who else would I be? Shuya calmly walked into Chuyi's house, smoothly taking off his rimless glasses and casually tossing them aside. He sat back in his chair with a hip and took a drink from his glass of water. Something unexpected happened and I'm a little late. It doesn't matter much if you come late or not. Chui hadn't let his eyes down from Shuya since he entered the door. I'm just curious. Could it be that when you said you had something to do last night, you went to sign up for the circus? At this time, Co was also dressed very strangely. His hair appeared to be coated in hair wax and combed all the way back, neat and tidy, and he just had rimless glasses on his face. Other than that, he was dressed in a reddish, unmistakable shirt and pants that looked like a clown running out of a circus, full of age. Even the shoes were the very old-fashioned kind of cloth shoes, with conspicuous white socks peeking out of them, making people want to step on them twice. What do you know? This is called retro style. It's very popular with grandparents. Shuya coughed dryly twice and stood up again. Alright, let's get going. Is that how you're going to go? Cotter looked at him with squinted eyes. Then what else can I do? Shuya looked in with false eyes. Now that time is running out. I don't have time to change. Do you have a problem with my clothes? Although I am very grateful that you can help me. Jiuli returned with a face full of seriousness. But walking on the road with you in this shape is too embarrassing. Having said that, Jiuli still honestly re-entered the vicinity of the orphanage with Shuya. Along the way Shuya's styling drew countless stares, and the turnaround rate pulled full circle. Some young girls couldn't help but laugh out loud and even took out their cell phones to secretly take pictures. And at times like this, instead of having any shame, Seo also turns his head and compares a pose. This behavior embarrassed Shuyi to the extreme, and he only felt like finding a crack in the ground. It was as if standing next to Shuya, one's own taste was being questioned. The good thing was that as we got closer to the orphanage, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians around. Most of the people living in the neighborhood of this angel orphanage are elderly people, as well as some beatniks. Like this time of day, very few people are walking around outside, retracing their steps back by the orphanage. The two once again came to the small hole from yesterday. Shuya's eyes lingered at his feet for a moment before he said with a natural face, "Let's go in. With any luck, it might not be long before I'm able to even the score for you." "You found the murderer?" Shuyi followed Su also drilled through the small hole, and when he heard this, he immediately revealed an excited look. "Sort of." Seo also rubbed his nose, "but there are a few more pieces of evidence needed now. Today's investigation is also mainly to confirm my suspicions." While talking, he and Shuyi arrived at the entrance of the orphanage and tumbled in through the window. "Where do we start our investigation today?" Shuyi asked casually as he walked ahead. "There's nothing worth continuing to investigate on the first and second floors." Shuya's purpose, however, was very clear. "Go directly to the fourth floor, the dean's office." The two of them quickly came to the fourth floor, and Su also incomparably naturally crossed over Chu-yi and arrived at the office door first, gently pushing it open. The same setup came into view, but Cotterwing was a bit puzzled. "Didn't the killing happen on the first floor? Why are we investigating here?" "In order to find the murderer of this case, we have to run through what exactly happened that day." Seo also leisurely responded, and instead of investigating anything, he directly sat down on the dean's office chair, and before that dash he folded his legs on the table, but his gaze was fixed straight on Cotter. "I'm going to start by dismantling the lies in the middle of your testimony." Cueing, Chapter 164, False Memories. "Lies?" Shuyi froze at first, then his expression instantly became urgent. "Are you suspecting that I lied to you? I can assure you, I'm not a murderer. How could you possibly be the murderer?" Shuya revealed a look of an idiot. "If you were a murderer, why would I bother fishing you out of the police station? Do I look idle?" "Ah, is that so?" Shuyi touched his nose in embarrassment. "Then the lie you're talking about is, there are lies in your testimony that you yourself don't even know about." Seo also sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I have to say that the philanthropist's chair is incredibly comfortable to sit in, and these lies came about, not by your active construction, but as part of a bias in your memory. I'm going to sort out for you now what really happened on the day of the murder." Shuyi was instantly filled with seriousness, looking at Su Yuya with incomparable concentration. Even he, himself, couldn't figure out what was going on at all. His brain was a mess. "First is the day of the crime. I checked when you purchased the ticket and you bought this ticket about a day ago, but you didn't refund it until the next day. That means you had been expected to get on the 12 o'clock noon high-speed train and return to the college. But as you were preparing for your return trip, something happened that made you change your mind about going back and go to the place of the crime instead, which is the Angel Orphanage, where we are now. So you were alone and headed in the direction of the orphanage, something that was recorded by the cameras along the road. The security cameras near the orphanage, they've all disappeared for no apparent reason, and the last time you were on them was around 11:20 at noon. Extrapolating from the distance and speed, you arrived at the orphanage at 11:30. As for the little girl you remember, and the reason for traveling to the orphanage, it didn't happen to you. But why am I suddenly traveling to this orphanage?" Cotter Wing frowned tightly. If he hadn't met the little girl, why would he be here? The method to lure you here should be simple. Shuya spoke calmly. "It only requires saying 5 words to you." He paused for a moment and looked over at Chu Wing. "Chu Sheng is here." Hearing this, Shuyi's pupils suddenly shrunk. He had searched for more than 10 years in order to find Chu Sheng, who had gone into hiding, but there had been no sign of him. Indeed, just as Su Yuya had said, once someone told him about Chu Sheng's trail, he would definitely go and look at it regardless of whether the source of information was true or false. Chu Sheng disappeared in Jiangchang after the Tianjiang orphanage was seized. Su also continued, "He's not doing any more charitable activities in his own name, so you can't even check up on him. And just 5 years ago, he started this angel orphanage on the outskirts of town, using a purse company as a cover, and continues to be the director. But no one has any information about his presence here other than a few records from the BIA, and people inside the orphanage. That's why you haven't been able to find him." To revert back to the events of that day, You were lured back into the midst of the orphanage and re-met Chu Shang within the orphanage, and the probability is that Chu Shang has also sensed your identity. Su also looked at Chu Yi. Here, on the other hand, is the second lie that you uttered due to a deviation in your memory. In your testimony, the only person who appeared inside the orphanage at that time was Chu Shang, and the orphanage was very quiet and empty. But before, when you were recalling, you mentioned that there were all small children behind Chu Shang, and you were worried that bursting out your energy would accidentally injure someone, so you collected your energy and gave him a punch. It's as if your memories contradict each other, and even you can't tell which is real and which is misplaced. Cotter Wing nodded. Until now he couldn't tell why these two memories were so contradictory. Shuya gently snapped his fingers. It's very simple to determine which memory is real. He looked to Cotter Wing. I only need to ask you one question. If you were inside the orphanage and found Chu Shang alone, what would you do? I will kill him regardless of the consequences. Chu Yi's eyes instantly turned cold as he said with murderous intent. Even if he paid a price for it, he would definitely take revenge on Chu Shang. So the situation you experienced at that time was the second one. Shuya nodded. Chu Shang used the child as a threat, causing you to not dare to use your energy at will, but he went at you with words, causing you to lose control of your emotions and punch him in the chest. After that, then something out of your league happens. Maybe someone showed up, or maybe Chu Shang did something to you. Judging from the results, you were forced to use your own energy, but you were no match for your opponent at all. In the heat of the moment, you made an insurance policy for yourself, which is to say, you used your ability to push the cabinet up to the ceiling. After that, as you passed out, the cabinet slammed into you and you lost consciousness completely. Shuya's narration was all but complete at this point, and he lowered his leg from the table, resting his chin on one hand as he softly said, "This is the entirety of the events you experienced that day." Shui was filled with dismay. But I don't have those memories at all. He didn't have the slightest impression of what Su Yuya had said about utilizing energy and making insurance. Shuya nodded. As I said before, your memory was modified, or more accurately, replaced with another person's memories. And that's precisely why your memories are so out of place, because they were not meant to be yours. Another person's memory? Chu Yuan snapped, standing up with some disbelief. Who is that person? I'll tell you more about that person's identity later. Shuya stood up and read in a lazy tone. If my speculation is not wrong, all the evidence is in this house. Here, Chu Yuan looked around. But we already checked this place out yesterday, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. I observed the architecture of the entire orphanage yesterday. Shuya calmly said, by comparing the floor area of the house, one will be able to easily discover. He stepped lightly on the floor under his feet. This room we're in now is 20 square meters short. That means, there are secret rooms here. Chu Yi's eyes lit up. That's right. Seo nodded with a smile as well. Where could the secret room be hidden? Shui hastily turned his sight, trying to look for any location where a secret room might be hidden. No need to look for it. The switch is here. Instead, Shuya flicked an ink bottle on the left side of the desk. The next moment, the bookshelf located on the right side of the two men. Immediately came the sound of an organ rattling. Chapter 165. Comrades, am I breaking the law? While looking at Chuyi's somewhat surprised expression, Suya acted very calmly. Judging from the layout of the desk, this Dean Chushing's dominant hand is right-handed. Things like pens, teacups, books, etc. are placed on the right side, but the only bottle of ink resting on the left front is quite uncharacteristic of the habits of one whose right hand is the dominant hand. As for why he put it that way, I guess it's because the mechanism linked under the table would easily affect the usual placement of objects if it was placed on the right side. With the turning of the mechanism, the bookshelves finally topped into the sides. The walls on either side were surprisingly movable, just enough to accommodate the bookshelves jammed into them. A metal door appeared behind the bookshelf, which actually had a very old type of turntable combination lock on it. The password has 5 digits, ranging from 0 to 9, and the passwords on it at the moment are all displayed as 00000 as well. Cotter Wing walked up and tried pulling on the door and shook his head. The door is locked. Actually, that door should be pushed open, Shuya said faintly. Shui hurriedly grabbed the door handle and pushed inward, but the door still didn't move. He cast a look of disbelief and confusion. It does have to be pushed open, but I didn't say I didn't want a password. Shuya walked to the door in a serious manner and said in a matter-of-fact tone. The corner of Chuyi's mouth suddenly twitched, and his lips opened and closed several times, but finally he didn't say anything. Seo also stifled a smile as he observed the construction of the gate, as well as the pattern of the neighborhood. Soon he noticed a few books on the shelf next to the front door. After a few seconds, his eyes flashed with the original gaze. I see. Is it the Caesar cipher as well as the Virginia cipher table? He walked up and started spinning the code. 21,585. How did you know this? Cotter Wing was once again astonished. Haven't you noticed what's on this bookshelf? Co also explained as he pushed the combination lock. The arrangement of the books on this Chuxing's bookshelf is mostly according to the initials, and Chinese books and English books are on separate shelves, but the only books on these two shelves that can be pushed and pulled are not arranged in this pattern. As he spoke, he looked up and swept the book above him, and the books are all in English, except for the half shelf that is included in the wall, and there are 5 books in all that remain outside on the left side, taking the initials as cipher. The books on the right, taking the initials, should belong to the key section. Just by backtracking a bit, we were able to get the 5 letters of the original plaintext. Translating these 5 letters through the alphabet into their corresponding numbers gives exactly one 5-digit cipher, he said as he turned the combination lock all the way around. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the coded door opened in response. Su also pushed the door open, and Chu-yi, who was already shocked to the point of being unable to speak. You worked as an agent before enrolling in school? Say, why did he leave the hint of the password here? It's probably because the password will be changed frequently. Co also casually guessed. I can see that he's a very cautious person. After each password change, in order to prevent his memory from being confused, he would purposely change the placement of the books, thus serving as a reminder to avoid a situation where the password could not be remembered. Then why didn't he use a smarter door lock like a fingerprint lock or a voiceprint lock? For fear of being found by the police, I guess. Co also calmly said, any device that is electronic can be found. If I remember correctly, when the Tianjiang orphanage was seized before, there was a hidden dark room with one of those fingerprint combination locks, but in the midst of a police search, its electronic signal was discovered, thus revealing the location. It was to avoid repeating the same mistake that he chose to cover it up in this organ-style, older way. The incomparably thick large iron door was slowly pushed open by Shuya. Surprisingly, it looked bright with a light on inside. It looks like this place has an independent power source. Su also swept his head and walked in with Chui, but they had only just entered when their vision froze slightly. Only the two were directly in front of them, a silhouette, actually leaning against the wall, with a withered face and a parched body. Its appearance was like a dry corpse that had been dead for several days. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. The moment Shuya saw the corpse, his eyes flashed with brilliance. He looked at the shocked Chui beside him and calmly said, the memories you were replaced with, if I'm not mistaken, came from this kind brother. He actually read out the name and origin of the corpse as if he knew the other party. Lu Jiangjing, 42 years old, incapacitated, works at a construction site. About a decade or so ago, he had started a company and had a beautiful family with children, but there were some conflicts with the other party due to Shengtian Group's acquisition of real estate. Just a year after that, his company went bankrupt, and his wife took their children to get a divorce, only to be killed in a car accident on the way back to her mother's house. Instead, he was left with massive debts and had to travel to construction sites to work off the money. And this Shengtian Group is exactly the real estate company that Chu Sheng used to work for. Su also narrated calmly, having already investigated the identity and experience of the person in front of him. Wait, you're saying that part of my memories came from him? Chuyi's face changed slightly as he stared closely at the corpse, the confusion in his eyes increasing. What the hell is going on here? It's not something hard to understand. You're just being taken advantage of. Co also casually waved his hand, suddenly flipping his hand and grabbing the large iron door they came in through. But before explaining this matter, let's bring out the other main character. He snapped the iron door shut with all his might. Immediately afterward, in the middle of Chu Yuan's gradually dilated pupils, behind the iron door, a familiar figure actually appeared. Master Zhao, the janitor. He had actually been hiding behind the door, with the help of the iron gate, hiding his form. At this moment, his gaze was dismayed, and he hadn't expected Shuya to have discovered his presence long ago. Co also smiled slightly and looked at Zhao behind the door. Do you have anything to explain, Master Zhou? With an extremely reluctant look, Zhao Dai squeezed out a smile and walked out from behind the door. Comrade policeman, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't kill this man. He looked a bit flustered and rather frazzled. I admit, I wanted to find something valuable to take with me this time while the orphanage was seized, but you guys came in before I even started getting my stuff. Comrades, am I breaking the law? Chapter 166 The Missing 40 Minutes. Breaking the law? Su also looked at him with a smirk. In terms of legal regulations, this is called an attempted crime on your part, and naturally, it is a violation of the law. But why do you have to play dumb here? He looked straight at Master Zhao and calmly said, if you're just here to steal, why haven't you touched half of those valuable mural treasures out there? And how did you come to be in this chamber? Don't tell me you cracked the code here, Comrade Police. I am a good citizen. Mr. Zhao knelt down on the spot, his face full of horror. I just wanted to come and steal something. As for the code here, I happened to see it in a note on the dean's desk when I was getting my paycheck half a month ago. I was searching for something of value today when I happened to touch the mechanism that opened this chamber. And then I just randomly tried the numbers I saw at the time and I didn't expect to come in. Who's a good citizen would come to the scene of a crime to steal something? Jiuli stared intently at Grandpa Zhao, then lowered his voice and said to Su Yuya, you realized he was here a long time ago? The soil near the cave entrance we came in was very neat, and there were no footprints left behind. Shuya said indifferently, after just one night, all the traces we left yesterday have disappeared. That suggests that someone has been in and out of here and deliberately erased the traces. Judging by the fallen leaves in the neighborhood, it couldn't have taken more than an hour to clean up the trail. And yesterday I had caught a leaf in the doorway as we were leaving the office. He suddenly took out a leaf from his fingertips and looked straight at Grandmaster Zhao in front of him. I obviously put the leaves back. Zhao looked at the leaves and was a little surprised. You did put it back, but the position in front and back are so slightly off. Shuya smiled faintly and casually tossed the leaves aside. But it couldn't be hidden from me, so I already knew you were here. Since there's no one in the office, the only place you can hide is in this secret room. Zhao Moncler Outlet Online, face white, close to the wall, cannot help but gulp, forced to squeeze out a smile. You're right. I did enter here only 10 minutes before you came. Even the position in front and back of the leaves you can remember? Shuyi's pupils trembled as he looked at Su Yuya with some shock. How could that be? I just swindled him. Shuya returned with an expressionless face. Hey! Zhao's eyes widened, saying it right to my face. Su also ignored him and just looked around the secret room, calmly saying, in this secret room, the original win was to store some important evidence, but apparently the safe that was originally placed there has been destroyed ahead of time. He pointed to a square mark on the floor where something had been placed, which was no longer in place. And this instrument, if I'm not mistaken, would be some kind of special electrotherapy device. He walked to the other side of the room and tapped a machine that looked like a bed. It was only then that Chewie noticed the machine, and his body subconsciously jerked, anger bubbling up in his eyes. That bastard! How dare he still use this kind of thing? This instrument was exactly the kind of machine that Chu Sheng had used to punish them when he was small. As long as they are connected to electricity, they are able to release an electric current and torture them without leaving a trace. Remember the empty room where the instrument was apparently originally placed on the second floor? But at this moment it is here. But obviously, trying to move something like that is going to require a lot of movement and isn't that convenient. Combined with the disappearing safe, what can you think of? Su also looked at Chui and asked. Chui pondered seriously for a while and murmured, someone is eliminating evidence and doesn't want the police to find out? And he already knew the police would be here. That means, long before the case, he completed the removal and incidentally eliminated the evidence. That's right. CO also snapped his fingers. This also means that the reason why you appeared here and were named as the first suspect was not by chance, but by necessity. Someone is deliberately setting up a scheme to try to cover up their crimes by using you as a scapegoat. And he, too, is the real culprit in this case. So who exactly is the culprit? Shu-Yi breathed heavily, feeling like there was suddenly a bunch of information crossing haphazardly in his mind, unable to discern the truth at all. Another memory tampering, another inexplicable death in a secret room. Now the other side is deliberately setting him up, and Dean Chu Sheng is dead. He really couldn't imagine who would be so vicious as to want to make him the scapegoat. Isn't the culprit obvious? Shuya spread out his right hand and pointed at the horror-filled Zhao. Isn't he standing right in front of us? What are you talking about? As Zhao looked at Shuya's gesture, he instantly became anxious. I can admit that I came back today to steal something, but you want to identify me as the murderer of over 60 people at the orphanage? I wasn't even here during the time period of the crime. Ask. If you don't believe me, go ask old Wang Tu in the next neighborhood? Su also smiled and picked up on his words. Wang Junxue, the neighborhood talker, age 63, plays chess every day in the neighborhood, has a companion 20 years younger than him, attracting the envy of countless old men. How do you know so? Well, Moncler Outlet Online. Zhao froze for a moment, because I went and investigated. CO also said rightfully, all it takes is a pair of glasses, a red color scheme, and an old-fashioned dress and hairstyle. And it's easy to make a good relationship with these old people. In their eyes, people dressed like this are considered intellectuals, worthy of respect, and will be inexplicably close. So this strange outfit of yours is for poking around? Shui came to a realization, finally understanding why Shuya would come to see him dressed like this. Incidentally, the only reason I'm an hour late is because I got stuck with a couple of older women. They coveted my good looks and tried to get me to visit their homes, but I righteously refused. CO also read in a small voice with his hand shielding his mouth. You refused for a full hour? Chu Yuan then looked at Su Yuya with false eyes. Ahem. Back to the point. Su also coughed dryly twice, and resumed looking at Zhao in front of him. According to that old Wang too, as well as several old people in the neighborhood, you did go to them that day for a game of chess. and to the old king's house, but you arrived in the neighborhood not after 11, but at 10:50, and at 10 minutes past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. You also claim to have gone to the toilet and were away for some time, and did not return from the toilet until 50 minutes past 11. I have made calculations on foot, and the time it takes for a person with no sick legs to reach the orphanage from the neighborhood is 10 minutes at the most. The time that Curve Wing arrived at the orphanage was 11:30. That means you can walk back and forth from the orphanage in exactly those 40 minutes if you want to. His gaze was sharp, as if he was staring at Zhao Daoui like a sharp arrow. I'd like to ask you where you've been for the missing 40 minutes, or what did you do? Chapter 167, Truth, Murderer, what are you talking about at? There was cold sweat running down Zhao's forehead. My abdomen is not very comfortable, plus constipation, so I have diarrhea. Plus I saw a favorite flower on my way back from the bathroom and stopped to gawk a little. That's 40 minutes you're talking about, and it's probably spent here. What kind of flower did you see? Shuya spoke extremely fast, rather aggressively. I think it's jasmine. There's not a single jasmine plant growing around here. I could be wrong. I can't quite name that flower. I just thought it was pretty. Does the flower have any characteristics? I remember it was red. Under Su also a series of follow-up questions. Zhao Moncler outlet store forehead sweat more and more. For a while, he actually stammered a bit, half unable to describe the flowers. The flower that can make you spend 40 minutes stopping by. Is the color the only thing you remember about it? Shuya looked at Grandpa Zhao with a smirk. Why don't you let me tell you exactly where those 40 minutes went? He spoke calmly, his words slowing down as he said, word for word, you returned to the orphanage at 20 past 11, and the time you left the orphanage again was 11:40. That means you were already in the orphanage before Chu Wing arrived. Curvy Wing was still in the orphanage when you left. Do you mean that I am the murderer who killed everyone within the orphanage? Zhao was instantly anxious. What ability do I have to kill them in such a short period of time? And I'm an incapacitated person. Look me up if you don't believe me. Am I crazy for killing all the people again in a short period of time? Returning to the neighborhood, and even calling the police myself? You're right. Shuya nodded. The original Zhao Yangzhu, of all people, was indeed an incapacitated person. There's also simply no way there's a way to kill so many people in a short period of time. Plus the fact that you had asked the old king's head and the others to make an alibi for you. And the fact that older people aren't as sensitive to time, so they didn't pay much attention to the time you left. Combined with the fact that you weren't really capable of committing a crime. The police didn't suspect you much, but all this presupposes dash. He looked straight at Grand Master Zhao, a cold light appearing in his eyes. You are the real Zhao Yangzhu himself. S.H. What? Shu Yi, who was standing next to Shuya, was the first to be startled. If the person in front of him wasn't Zhao Yangzhu, then who could he be? He was able to clearly memorize the other party's face. It should be impossible for him to misrecognize it. Have my memories been modified again? Don't worry, there's no problem with this memory of yours. Shuya smiled and spoke. The ability you have been hit with is simply a rearranging with another person's memories. There's no such thing as mistaken identity in this situation. And the sense of dislocation and contradiction that you have developed is also the result of the deviation between different memories. To be precise, this Zhao Yangzhu standing in front of us is merely wearing the same face as the Zhao Yangzhu you know. Master Zhao's face was cloudy, actually pestle at the wall without a word. Look at Su also eyes with shock. Shu Ya, on the other hand, looked at Chu Yi and faintly said, the Master Zhao in your memory should be a rather frail person, right? And according to my investigation of Zhao Yangzhu, he has no children on his knees and no elderly companion, and has always been alone. The place he usually lives in is a very cheap flat rented room that only costs a few hundred dragon coins a month. Very frugal. This, together with his plain dress on weekdays, is proof enough that he is not paid much, even though you haven't seen each other in over a decade. It's clear that his quality of life hasn't improved much, but do you think it's possible that such a man could have eaten the way he did in 10 years? He gestured to Zhao's belly under his open chest. That bladder, fat and wasted look is not at all like the figure that a poor lord should have. After Shuya reminded him of this, Shui also felt more and more that something was wrong. Although we haven't seen each other for more than a decade, Zhao Moncler outlet store only had the opportunity to eat as he does now if his income was raised and his food improved. But judging by his dress and residence, there didn't seem to be any sense of a boost in income either. He looked at Master Zhao suspiciously at once. Then who the hell is he? He must be someone who knows Zhao Yangzhu very well. Shuya spoke calmly. That's how he was able to disguise himself as Zhao Yangzhu in a short period of time and stay here to clear his identity. There is one and only one person within the entire orphanage who can do that. Chu Shang. Shui almost yelled the name out in a low voice. But that old bastard Chu Shang, isn't he dead? Xiao also took a picture out of his arms. The photo shows the first scene inside the orphanage. Except for Chu Yi, who was crushed under the cabinet, the body of Chu Shan was right in front of him. Cotter Wing looked down. and was shocked to realize that something was wrong. The photo shows Chu Sheng's body lying on the ground, but his figure, obviously, is much thinner compared to 10 years ago. In the event that the dead man's face is not damaged and Chu Sheng's identity is considered a public figure and very well known, naturally, the police would not have expended the effort to take DNA from the body, much less suspect his identity, and that's exactly why he was able to disguise his identity and hide until now, since all of the bodies at the scene, with their bodies nearly depleted of blood, were already much more dried out than their original appearance. It wasn't obvious at first glance, but after Su also reminded, Chui suddenly realized that the Chu Sheng that he seemed to have met in his own memory was also much thinner than 10 years ago. However, the fat head-like face still impressed him. That is to say, Shuyi's breathing became rapid. His eyes revealed monstrous anger, staring at the Zhao Yangzhu not far away. At this time, Zhao has hung his head, cannot see his expression at all. Zhubao, Thousand Faces Blade. Shuya looked forward, incomparably calm. Just yesterday, I asked a friend from the technical department and told me the name. This is a Jakubo that once appeared 20 years ago, and can chop off a person's face skin and seamlessly fit it onto another's face without any pain in the process. This Jakubo was once used by a thief to steal a number of precious treasures by disguising his identity, but after he was successfully captured by a void hunter, he failed to find the existence of the Thousand Faces Blade. In the subsequent investigation, this Ju Bao disappeared, as if it had suddenly disappeared, and has been nowhere to be found, with only a few words of text about it. But now it seems that you may have used this Jakubo to make it look like you were dead and swapped identities with Master Zhao. Correct dash. Chu Sheng. Chapter 168. Do you have anything to explain? Shuya's words were like thunder rolling, echoing throughout the entire chamber. Zhao Moncler, or Chu Sheng, gloomy and lowered his head, also slowly raised it at this moment. His face no longer had the previous timid, humble, and flustered look, but instead became extremely sinister and cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuya, his tone indifferent. I don't know what you're talking about. Could it be that you mean that I disguised myself as Zhao Yangzhu, while the real Zhao Yangzhu appeared in front of Chu Yi and was punched by him? Even if I really am Chu Sheng, what ability do I have that Zhao Yangzhu can disguise himself as me and even volunteer to attract Chu Yi's hatred for me? Su also let out a light laugh. Your ability, indeed, does not support you in doing so? After all, the ability you possess is just a C-rank ability, resisting power. Yet you have an accomplice. Accomplice? The image of the little girl in his memory flew through Chu Yuan's mind. That's right, the same little girl you mistakenly thought brought you here. Shuya nodded, seemingly guessing what Chu Yuan was thinking right now. That little girl should possess some means of modifying memories, or replacing them. Just a day before Chui left for the orphanage, Lu Jiangjing, who was reduced to being a construction worker, happened to meet this little girl. The little girl told him she was lost, so Lu Jiangjing, who thought back to his own child who died in a car accident, chose to help her. Led by the little girl, he arrived in the middle of the orphanage and met Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng already knew that Lu Jiangjing would come, so he had all the orphans stay on the second floor in advance. Above the empty corridor, Lu Jiangjing was enraged to the core when he discovered the enemy who had caused his family's death, so he struck out at Chu Sheng in anger, but was easily killed. After that his body was carried to this chamber. This is the image that appeared in my memory. Chui revealed a look of dawning realization, understanding what had happened. That's right. This memory of yours was replaced with Lu Jiangjing's, causing you to mistakenly believe that it was something you experienced yourself, hence the deviation in your testimony. Shuyan nodded. Incidentally, your memories were very skillfully replaced. In your memories, the walking route is a memory of what you yourself experienced, but what happened belongs to Lu Jiangjing, and because of that, the police didn't find any sign of the little girl when they pulled the surveillance. As a matter of fact, Lu Jiangjing and that little girl traveled to the orphanage from another direction. Just last night, I pulled the city's security footage from a few days ago, which led me to this footage. From another street, he took out his cell phone and opened a security video. In the middle of the video, Lu Jiangjing held a little girl's hand and passed under the camera. It's just concerning. That little girl seemed to be intentionally using Lu Jiangjing's body as a cover to avoid the camera. Even amongst the video footage, it was impossible to see her face at all. Only half of her body could be seen vaguely. After Lu Jiangjing's death, Chu Xing and that little girl quickly targeted you. Or rather, Lu Jiangjing's death was prepared to set you up. They have long investigated or known about the fact that you are in Jiangcheng and are planning to use you as a scapegoat to cover up some crime for them. That is, the extermination that took place at the orphanage. They first used Chu Sheng's clue as a pretext to lure you inside the orphanage. And the person who went to play chess in the next neighborhood before that day was also Zhao Yangzhu himself. Only he was called back to the orphanage by Chu Sheng with a phone call while he was playing chess by himself. This information was told to me by Widow Li, who was watching the game of chess. Incidentally, She was the one who told me that 40 minutes of information. She seems to have some kind of special feelings for Zhao Yangzhu, so she cares a lot about his behavior. At that time, most of the spectators of the game were the grandfathers of the neighborhood, and their attention was on the game. Only Widow Li was not there to watch the game, and that's why she noticed it. Su also calmly added 2 sentences, only to hear Chu Shang's cheeks twitch continuously not far away. The time Zhao Yangzhu returned to the orphanage was 11:20, and after returning to the orphanage, he was called inside by Chu Sheng. Immediately after that, with the help of Chu Sheng's helper, that little girl, Chu Sheng did something to Zhao Yangzhu. Su Yuya coldly looked at Chu Sheng, who was not far away, and calmly said, he used his own memories to overwrite Zhao Yangzhu's original memories, and with the Thousand Faces blade, the replacement of the 2 men's faces was completed. What? Shui was shocked on the spot when he heard this conclusion. The existence of memories and different experiences is what molds one person after another with different personalities. Shuya spoke faintly, and when the memories originally held are overwritten and replaced, with the addition of face replacement, Zhao Yangzhu will mistakenly think that he is really Chu Sheng. Shui murmured and opened his mouth, finally following Su Yuya's thoughts. Of course, due to the differences in each person's genes, IQ, physical strength, and other comprehensive factors, even after replacing memories, many oddities and incongruities will appear. Su also added, but it's still easy to make Zhao Yangzhu believe that he's really Chu Sheng in a short period of time, and to make you believe that he's Chu Sheng himself as well. After all, you haven't seen each other in over a decade, and the difference in size is something that seems normal to you. Under the influence of his memories, Zhao Yangzhu recognized you and, in accordance with Chu Sheng's character, initiated taunts and mockery towards you, but in order to prevent being injured by you, he deliberately called out all the orphans to himself, so that you would not dare to use your energy. Apparently, your character was taken by him and literally punched him without using energy because of the kids around him, but inducing you to throw this punch is exactly what Chu Sheng was aiming for. After swinging that punch, you were sneak attacked. I don't know what he used, or what that little girl used. Your consciousness and energy may have been affected and found yourself unable to control your body, so you fell to the floor, but with a last instinct, you used your powers on the nearest cabinet beside you, setting up an insurance policy for yourself. You passed out after that. It wasn't until after you passed out that Chu Sheng himself finally appeared. He killed everyone within the orphanage, even Zhao Yangzhu, who was cloaked in his own face. Likewise, but he took a little time to read Zhao Yangzhu's memories, so his death was also a few minutes later than the other orphans. So he heated up Zhao Yangzhu's body a little bit to advance the time of death a little bit. After that, he could perfectly replace his identity with Zhao Yangzhu and quickly return to the neighborhood to create his alibi. You, on the other hand, will be the only suspect, found by the police to have stayed at the scene, difficult to clear, and responsible for the incident in its entirety. Shuya combed through all the events of the case in one breath, finally letting out a long breath and looking at Chu Sheng with a mocking expression. As for the evidence, all you need to do is have the police collect your DNA and you'll be able to recognize your true identity. Do you have anything else to explain, Dean Chu? Chapter 169, Mysterious Little Pill. Rock Realm's Chu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Chu Sheng's mouth let out a laugh that changed from small to large, as if it was a seizure. Snap. He stood and applauded, looking at the two with a sneer. Brilliant reasoning, Chu Wing. The fact that you managed to find such a great detective is something I didn't expect at all. His voice ceased to be vicissitudes and turned rough and grim. The moment he heard this voice, Chu Yi's face suddenly sank, and his eyes looked like they were shooting flames. It was a voice that he would never forget, even after a few more decades. It was the voice of that old bastard Chu Sheng. Now what do you guys want to do? Chu Sheng spread his hands and looked at the two men wantonly, and pointed to the recorder on Chu Yi's chest. Being a student of the Longxia Academy, you're going to take action against a civilian while being recorded by a law enforcement recorder? Think about it. Since I can put you down easily once, I can do it again. You really think you can handle me? He looked at Chu Yi with a sneer, enraging the latter with his words. Chu Yi clenched his fists with murderous intent. He originally thought that Chu Sheng had died in the orphanage, but now it turned out that not only was the other party not dead, but they had even designed to frame him and play him for a fool. This feeling of anger made it difficult for him to control himself for a while. Civilian? Shuya laughed out loud, his expression growing cold. A guy who was a traitor to the Void Demon Council is worthy of calling himself a civilian. If you want to kill Chu Wing, you'll have to do it in physical form, but that's bound to leave a lot of clues, and you won't be able to hide your identity. You wouldn't have bothered to devise such a play if you really had a way to kill Cotter Wing like you did the other kids. Obviously, you've mastered how energy works and are able to develop your abilities though, but you can't even work your powers on him, can you? He looked at the furious Chu Yi beside him and said directly, forget about the recorder. Beat him up. Bang! The tightly wound anger in Shu Yi's heart was completely vented under Su Yuya's words. With a roar of rage and energy wrapped around his body, he actually launched his ability directly, rushing next to Chu Sheng at a rapid speed and slamming his fist out. This punch was wrapped in his anger, and at this time, he didn't care about the consequences. He just wanted to beat Chu Sheng to death like this. Chu Sheng's pupils contracted, as if he too had not expected Chu Yi to be so reckless. His fat body immediately rolled towards one side and slapped his right hand towards Chu Yuan. Chu Yi only felt like he was being pushed by some kind of thrust, and his movements froze for a moment, but his fist still hit Chu Sheng's stomach. Bang! Chu Sheng was directly sent flying 2 meters by a punch. His back slammed into the hard wall of the chamber, and the sound of trembling echoed continuously in the room. Chu Yi, on the other hand, staggered 2 steps and once again killed towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's face twitched a little in pain. He couldn't care about the pain and hurriedly rolled up from the ground, slapping the ground with his right palm. The powerful repulsive force drove his body to dodge towards one side. Curvyuing's fist smashed into the wall, but he actually dodged it. His hands were busy digging around in his arms for something, his face anxious. At the same time, Chu Yi once again accelerated and rushed, driven by anger. His killing intent nearly filled the room. Found it! Chu Sheng's face was joyful as he took out a glass bottle from his arms. According to that lord, as long as there is external energy acting on my body, then I will take it. He couldn't care less about checking it out, and with a sharp pinch of his right hand, he took out a small red pill from it and swallowed it into his mouth. At the same time, Chu Yi also caught up. His right fist erupted with intense kinetic energy and swung down. Boom! A silhouette immediately crumbled out. Only this time, the person who flew out was not Chu Sheng, but instead, it was Chu Yi. Chu Sheng gasped and stood in place. The 5 fingers of his right hand spread out and fell right in front of him. Faint energy fluctuations converged in his palm and spread out. This is the rock realm. Shuya's eyes flashed, and he immediately sensed Chu Sheng's realm from this energy fluctuation. Ha 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 ha. Chu Sheng looked at his palm in excitement. Power. This is the power I've been dreaming of. His ability, Power of Resistance. After reaching the rock realm, the repulsive force that erupted from it already possessed an extremely destructive power. What's that pill? Chu Yuan slid down from the wall, his gaze staring intently at Chu Sheng. The original Chu Sheng, although he had awakened his ability, he knew nothing about the use of his ability, nor could he perceive the nature of energy at all. So even with C-rank abilities, he had no chance at all of becoming a void hunter, and could only live like an ordinary person. In fact, most awakened people are in this state, even if the ability was awakened. If it was not sensitive enough to the perception of energy, it would not be able to utilize the effect of the ability at all. For example, the C-rank ability, Metal Mastery, awakened by Wang Peng, Shuya's high school classmate. This ability, when placed on an ordinary person, would at most be able to attract things like metal parts and nails and screws. The effect is not much different than a magnet, but if one can sense the energy running and develop the ability rationally, the ability exists to even go in the direction of Magneto. However, no talent is no talent, and most awakened people who are unable to perceive the operation of energy even after the day of awakening are basically just ordinary people with a little bit of supernormal capabilities. It's like it's almost impossible for someone who was bad at math to suddenly get the hang of it and become a math genius sometime afterward, too. But the current Chu Sheng was breaking this phenomenon. Not only could he suddenly perceive the operation of energy at this age, he had even broken through to the rock realm and exploded with unusually powerful abilities. It wasn't hard to guess that this must be the effect of that mysterious pill. So that's the method you use to repel the blood of those children from your body. In front of an awakened person who has comprehended the operation of energy, ordinary people have no resistance at all. Shui gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Sheng as he rushed forward once again. I'm going to kill you, you old bastard. Are you dreaming? Chu Sheng laughed and waved his palm. The ability that erupted from the realm of the rock realm was like a heavy obstacle that turned into a heavy obstruction, repelling Chu Yi's figure to a meter away, unable to close in on him at all. Did you think I would show up here waiting for you guys without any cards? I knew you guys would show up here. Let the 2 of you die here with my secret. It's just like that little bastard Ke Liang at the time. He laughed indulgently, enjoying the feeling of control that came with his increased power. However, just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It looks like your repulsive force can only work in one direction at a time then. Shuya held a slate in his hand and whistled straight towards his head. Chapter 170, Spiritualizing Powder. Snap! The brick smashed into Chu Sheng's head and was slapped. Shuya didn't hold back with this strike, and even briefly turned on the boiling blood for a split second. Chu Sheng immediately stumbled in his footsteps, and his entire body stumbled 2 steps forward as if he had been smashed into unconsciousness. There was a brief lull in his energy run. Chu Yuan also immediately captured this opportunity, breaking through the blockade of repulsive force and bullying his way up. Newton apple punches. Gravity kicks in. After he unleashed his ability, his punches and kicks added a few moments of gravitational potential energy between them, and the kinetic energy and power were amazing. And those two odd names were the names of the moves he had given himself. Between the punches and kicks, Chu Sheng's chest and abdomen were violently impacted, and his entire body slammed towards the ceiling with a jarring sound. The hard ceiling was actually hit with some dents at the moment. Surprisingly, Chu Sheng's body didn't even have the slightest intention of falling down. Curved Wing applied the power of geocentric to his body, reversing his gravity. Afterwards, Chui bent his knees in place, and his energy gathered in his entire body, instantly preparing to unleash a powerful strike. 2. Little bastards. Chu Sheng groaned in pain, and his head, which had been nearly knocked out by Shuya, finally recovered a bit. He roared low in anger as energy erupted from his body. The right palm was distantly aimed at Chui, and a repulsive force actually pressed down horizontally. Knock! Cotter Wing dropped uncontrollably to one knee. He only felt as if there was a several hundred-pound weight on top of his head pressing down on his body, and no matter how much force he exerted, it was difficult to push away the repulsive force. Chu Sheng leaned his back against the ceiling and tried his best to unleash his abilities, even though his development and mastery of abilities was far inferior to Chu Yuan. But he was an actual rock realm at the moment. Even with the brainless output of energy, the intensity caused by the ability had far exceeded that of the quarter wing. Disarm. With difficulty, Cotter Wing clasped the ring finger with the middle finger of his right hand. In the next moment, Chu Sheng, who originally still had his back against the ceiling, suddenly fell towards the ground. His figure swayed, and the angle at which the repulsive force was released shifted. Cotter Wing stomped the ground and lunged at him. He had already figured out that as long as he could get close enough to grab Chu Sheng's body, no amount of repulsive force would be able to push him away. Otherwise the one who would get hurt would be Chu Sheng himself. Su was similarly shaped like a ghost, turning on boiling blood and closing in on Chu Sheng. With two people attacking from the front and back, Chu Sheng could only stop one side's attack at most. However, Chu Sheng actually revealed a cold smile in the face of this situation. Dang! Energy exploded through him. Shu Yi, who had only just approached Chu Sheng, only felt 4 repulsive forces coming from all sides of him. He felt like he was locked in an ever-shrinking lattice, and his whole body was subjected to a great sense of oppression. Shuya's footsteps did not pause as he transformed into a bloody shadow to kill right behind Chu Sheng. The opponent has exhibited the ability of the rock realm and committed the crime of slaughtering civilians. This means that this case is no longer a normal criminal case. Regardless of whether they beat Chu Sheng to death or whatever, they wouldn't bear any responsibility and would even be appreciated and rewarded by the school. Su Yuya's eyes showed coldness, and his fist was like the wind. Blood rush. As for you, Chu Sheng maintained the movement of restricting the curved wings and violently turned his head, revealing a fierce smile. If you continue to utilize your energy like this, you will. Before his words fell, the energy in Shuya's body suddenly escaped, and it was as if he had lost his strength, directly slumping to the ground. He could feel the energy in his body seemingly unable to pull, and his entire body became incredibly weak, unable to exert any strength. Is that how Cotter Wing was controlled by you then? He barely lifted his head, still maintaining a trace of composure. When did I get hit? It was when you grabbed my hand yesterday. His brain was running extremely fast, and he actually flew to judge the timing of the other party's strike. Really smart. Chu Sheng smiled broadly and waved his palm. Although Chui kept struggling, he was never able to break free from his repulsive cage. Under the crushing power of realm and energy, it was difficult to break through this gap even if one was strong in ability level. Chu Sheng controlled Chuyi's body, placed him on top of that hospital bed with electric current, and flew a kick at Shuya on the ground. Shuya was kicked out uncontrollably, his entire body paralyzed against the wall as pain spread throughout his body. When I went back, I obviously checked my palms and cleaned them, so why did I still get hit? He held back his words, trying to buy time and think of ways to make a breakthrough through the constant communication. Spiritizing powder. Chu Sheng suppressed Chui with one hand, and with his other hand he slightly clumsily snapped the shackles on that electrotherapy bed towards Chuyi's hands and feet. Have you ever heard of such a thing? At the same time, he actually answered Shuya's question. It's a powder refined to effectively restrict the awakened from using their abilities. To the awakened, the presence of the spirit transforming powder is like a poison, which will quickly integrate into the body of the awakened and cannot be detected or discovered at all. Once the awakened person begins to use their abilities and the energy around them explodes, the spirit transformation powder will begin to take effect, causing the energy in the awakened person's body to fluctuate violently and become difficult to manipulate. Not only that, but due to the riot of energy, the awakened person themselves will fall into a weakened state, making it difficult to move. For an awakened of the stone realm, it only takes a small wisp of spirit transforming powder to be able to incapacitate you in combat. Chu Sheng grinned. His eyes were cold and incomparable. Just such a small handful of spirit transforming powder is worth a lot of money. I paid a great deal of money to buy such a small amount from that lord. In the middle of the conversation, he had managed to fasten all of Cotter Wing's limbs above the shackles, and was holding him down with his ability to deaden him. You two can rest assured that I will properly extract all the blood and energy from your bodies, and I won't let you die too painfully. Did you kill all 60-odd people here for the purpose of extracting their blood? Shuya's face was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. I've investigated and it seems that you started the orphanage for the purpose of selling those children. The ones who made deals with you were always the Void Demon Council, right? Why do they want 10-year-olds? And what exactly is the purpose? Since you're so smart, why don't you guess it yourself? Chu Shang's skin smiled, and the energy in his hands intensified. Chui instantly let out a low roar of pain, and his resistance grew weaker and weaker. It's to do an experiment. Right. Su also said more calmly. And this time the reason why you would want to make a fake death and kill more than 60 people in the orphanage should be considered a clinical trial? As for the pill you just swallowed, it was an experimental product. Chu Shang lightly raised his eyebrows, swept a glance at Shuya and grinned. So what if it is? Chapter 171, if you want to know. I won't tell you. What's the point of you doing this? Su also continued to ask. As the chairman of Shengtian Group, it's impossible for you to lack money. As a once famous philanthropist in Jiangcheng, you have no shortage of fame. Why did you choose to work with the Void Demon Council to start this orphanage? And what good does it do you? It's the body. Chu Shang also seemed to have found a vent and said with a maniacal face. In his opinion, both Su Yuya and Chui were already turtles in a jar and at his mercy. He declaimed with an indulgent laugh as he suppressed the energy of the curved wings. What is the use of even more wealth? Even if I awakened my C-rank ability, at most I'd be a Qigong master who can bounce objects less than half a meter across the room. Unable to comprehend the laws of operation of energy, one cannot apply energy to the body. Each of those void hunters were able to maintain extremely strong physical bodies with powerful bodily functions, and even aged much slower than normal people. And I'm sitting on all this money and all I can do is watch my body get older every day. You tell me, what does this money mean to me? That's why the Void Demon Council found you and promised that as long as you help them with their experiments, they'll be able to let you become a powerful awakened and comprehend the laws of how energy operates. Su Yuya's face stared as he spoke heavily. At the age of 10, the energy circuits within the body are essentially fully developed, which is why you chose to send the orphans to the Void Demon Council when they were 10 years old. Even after the Heavenly River Orphanage was seized, you even went so far as to go incognito and start this angel orphanage again in order to be able to continue working with them. They gave you a promise or a deal on the condition that your powers could reach the stone realm without any problems and that you had mastered the laws of how energy works, and promise you that after the trial is successful, it will allow you to successfully reach the rock realm, or even higher. And after years of experimentation, the Void Demon Council eventually worked out a way to condense a certain kind of pill by squeezing the blood. His analysis was accurate, and Chu Sheng only reported this with a sneer and did not reply. I see, the motive is established. Shuya spoke in a deep voice, looking up weakly. I have one last question. Humph, I'm not an AI that has any obligation to answer your questions? Chu Sheng sneered disdainfully as the energy in his hand intensified. A tremor came from Chu Yi's body, and he finally couldn't support the repulsive force's pressure, and the energy in his body was completely suppressed back. Chu Sheng smiled sarcastically and took out a syringe from his pocket, and another tube of strange liquid, and inhaled it into the syringe. I for one grew up curious. Since I'm already powerless to resist, I don't want to die for no reason. Shuya's weak voice came again, attracting away Chu Sheng's attention. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, but his gaze was filled with urgency. I want to know, by what means did you make a deal with the Void Demon Council using orphans? If I'm not mistaken, you're transporting the orphans out of the city and handing them over to specific members of the council. But when I was investigating the delivery routes, I found that there are 3 routes you might choose. The 3 directions are east, south and west of the city. I want to know exactly which route you took to finalize the deal with them. I'd like to die clear if I can. The effect of the spirit transforming powder was simply not something that Su Yuya was able to undo. This point Chu Shine was able to be 100% assured. Only in the face of Shuya's question, he only reported a cold smile, revealing an extremely evil expression. But my favorite thing to do is to frustrate other people's hopes. You'll die here with your confusion and curiosity. When I'm done with him, you're next. He gently pushed the syringe to expel the air, and immediately afterward he stabbed it towards Cotter Wing's neck. It's the west side of the city, right? Shuya's bland voice came from the distance, directly causing Chu Sheng to stop his hand movements with a jolt. He jerked his head around. How did you know? But his pupils tightened at this moment, because he sensed a hint of something wrong from the strange smile on Shuya's face. Oh no, obviously, this was a test run by CO2, but one's own reaction reveals the true situation. Ha! Indeed, Shuya's eyes lit up. In the next moment, the weakness on his face was gone, and he actually stood up directly from the ground and took out the cell phone from his arms that had been kept on the line. Do you hear me, senpai? Destination confirmed, please execute plan next. On the other end of the phone, a dull man's voice came. How are things on your end? Don't worry, it's still under control. Shuya smiled faintly. I'll come and help you after I get things sorted out. The man spoke faintly, and then the call was cut off. You weren't affected by the spirit transforming powder. Chu Sheng's face changed drastically, revealing an incredulous expression. How is this possible? The situation suddenly changed. He inexplicably felt a sense of crisis, and immediately, without saying a word, dropped the syringe in his hand towards Chui. But just then, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the middle of the room. There was a popping sound in his ears. In just the next instant, Chu Sheng's body felt like it had been hit by a truck and was directly sent flying. Knock! Only a muffled thud was heard. Seo also stumbled and appeared next to the electrotherapy bed, nearly sprawling on the floor. Sure enough, it's not that easy to skillfully master Flying Shadow. He turned on Boiling Blood and Flying Shadow at the same time, exploding with extreme speed as well as kinetic energy, directly knocking Chu Sheng out of the way. But it nearly fell over itself because of the difficulty in removing the inertia. Along with Chu Sheng's flight, the repulsive force that had originally suppressed Chu Yuan's entire body suddenly disappeared. Like someone being rescued from drowning, Chu Yuan snapped his eyes open and began to gasp for air. At the same time, Xu Dao's palms flew down, and all the shackles binding Chu Yi's limbs were broken, successfully helping him out of the trap. Impossible. This is impossible. Chu Sheng covered his abdomen and climbed up from the ground, still full of incredulity. What exactly did you do to lift the effect of the spirit transforming powder? Want to know? Ha! Xu Ya grinned, his expression incomparably evil. My favorite thing to do is also to let others die holding an unsolvable puzzle. Whoa, fight! He yelled strangely, comparing a Bruce Lee-like fighting stance. The situation has reversed. Suffer death Chu Sheng. Chapter 172 Fog rises from the mountain and sea. Jiangcheng, the western outskirts of the city. On top of a hill, two silhouettes were crouching in place, looking away from the city in front of them. My lord, do you think that Punk Chu Sheng can really kill the Void Hunters and extract the energy essence? A man wearing sunglasses and a suit was standing straight up with a worried look on his face, and the person he called Your Honor was a little girl with a lollipop in her mouth. Maybe it's okay. The little girl's voice was childish, but her tone was quite a bit older. I performed the memory writing for him, and lent him the Thousand Faces sword, and even sold him 2 rubs of spirit transforming powder. If he can't accomplish his mission under these conditions, then he really is a loser. According to his report, there are a total of 2 people who are investigating this case, both of whom are students of Longxia Academy. The sunglasses man spoke in a deep voice. Unsurprisingly, he'll be able to extract and deliver the essence of these 2 today, but I still feel uneasy about him all the time. Do you really think that we are staying here this time to wait for him to fetch the essence of those 2 Void Hunters? The little girl suddenly laughed softly, her tone rather disdainful. Isn't it? The sunglasses man was instantly a little surprised. Humph, there's only one real role for him. The little girl held a lollipop in her mouth, while the depths of her eyes revealed indifference. That is to test the new experiments of Return to Heaven. All we have to do is make a record of the results of the experiment and submit it to that Kaiten guy. As for whether or not those 2 Void Hunters will die, it doesn't matter to us at all. A new experiment. The sunglasses man's face changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. It's that, Zhu blood, you left for Chu Sheng? That's natural. He has now swallowed the Zhu blood. Now all we have to do is to test the side effects of this experiment as well as the specific effects. The little girl leisurely spoke. In her palm was placed a small flat plate, and on the screen of the flat plate, there seemed to be a similar electrocardiogram-like image that was constantly fluctuating and undulating, as if it was recording Chu Sheng's body data in real time. It was clear that what was happening in the city was within the grasp of the 2. If Chu Sheng used the new experiment, wouldn't the energy fluctuations that erupted attract the attention of the city guards? Don't worry, the little girl smiled and recited. Not every guardian of the city is able to listen to the movements of the entire city all the time like the one in Haichang. It's just the energy fluctuations of the rock realm. Unless he starts sensing the energy fluctuations of the entire city on a whim, he'll never notice. Besides, even if we find out, at most, we'll just kill that punk Chu Sheng. It won't affect us. So that's how it is. It seems like I've been underestimated by you guys. A voice, incomparably abrupt, joined the conversation between the 2. What man? Almost instantly, the little girl and the man with the sunglasses jumped up in shock, jumping backward while strong energy fluctuations erupted from their bodies. The place where the sound came from was like it had endured a violent explosion, and was instantly covered in smoke and dust. But after just half a second, the smoke and dust dispersed, and a man dressed in a long robe with long hair, as if he had traveled from ancient times, stood calmly and incomparably in the same place, quietly looking at the two men. Void Demon Council, Counselor 8, Editor. He first looked at the little girl and calmly told the other party's origin, possessor of A rank ability, memory edit. He then looked to the man in sunglasses next to him, as well as Counselor number 12, Wormhole. Just like that little friend said, you guys are really here. He looked at the two faintly, his vision ethereal, and not even a trace of killing intent surfaced on his body. Two counselors? Isn't it too much of a disregard for me to act in Jiancheng in such an ostentatious manner? His calm words were ancient, but in the ears of the two people on the opposite side of the room, it was as if thunder rolled. The Guardian. The editor bites hard on the lollipop in his mouth, his whole body tensing up with a horrified expression. Collapse, Li Shang. You have been walking recklessly in the middle of Jiangcheng, indirectly causing the deaths of nearly 100 civilians, which is already a major dereliction of duty on my part. The tone of the man known as Collapse remained calm, but his gaze was quietly placed on the two people in front of him. I'm sorry to say, just ask the two of you to stay here forever. Ada. Shuya waved his slate with both hands and slapped hard on Chu Sheng's body. Chu Sheng stumbled on his feet and flipped his hand. The strong repulsive force pushed Shuya out, but in the next second immediately after, Shui accelerated and rushed to the side of Chu Sheng, smashing his fist on his abdomen. Knock! Chu Shan was unable to avoid it and tumbled into the solid big iron door, even though he already possessed the power of the rock realm. However, when it came to practical combat experience and the degree of mastery of his own abilities, he was simply no match for the two. After Su Yuya saw through his cracks, he only needed to attack with Chu Yi from two opposite directions one after the other to be able to make Chu Sheng care about his head and not his tail. He was like a child grasping a knife, empty of a weapon but without the skill or strength to be able to skillfully utilize it. Hiss! Shuya stood up from the ground as he sucked in cool air. He was hit from the front by Chu Sheng's ability and took a considerable hit. Even if he had no more combat experience, Chu Sheng was still a rock realm opponent that should not be underestimated. Two little brats. Chu Sheng gasped, the strenuous movement causing his body, which was already in exercise, to feel a wave of fatigue. With his back to the iron door, he faced the two men and suddenly raised his right hand. Don't think I can't handle you guys. This move will take your lives. As the words fell, a powerful repulsive force surged out from his hands. Be careful. Shuya let out a low shout and hurriedly used his hands as a defense against his body. Curvewing followed suit and made a defensive move. However, this impacting repulsive force was not as strong as the two had imagined. Squeak! The heavy iron door slammed open and sunlight shone through the doorway. Chu Sheng rolled over and jumped out, actually pretended to want to fight for his life, but actually took the opportunity to escape from this secret room. Oh no! Fell for it. Chu Yi reacted, using his energy to wash away the repulsive force in front of him, and was about to chase after him right away. Su similarly lowered his arm. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he did not appear to be flustered. Humph! Trying to escape? He reached his hand into his pocket and without saying a word took out a dark yellow talisman and flung it out towards the front. What's that? A world in a mirror? Shui noticed the yellow talisman and immediately revealed a look of surprise. It's a little bit more convenient than that one. Between conversations, Shuya had rushed out of the chamber. This one is called Dash. Fog rises from the mountains and the sea. Chapter 173, Collapse, River City Guardian. The yellow talisman flew out lightly and stuck to the wall of the outer dean's office. In an instant, an extremely pure energy erupted from the talisman. These energies converged into a mist that rushed in all directions. In a flash, the entire orphanage was filled with this wisp of mist. The grandparents in the next neighborhood would have been in the kitchen making lunch at this hour. The sudden surge of fog from the orphanage suddenly covered even the neighborhood they were in. What's the situation? An older woman rubbed her eyes and looked out the window with confusion. Is the weather forecast for fog today? The fog was so thick that it wrapped around the entire orphanage and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. At the same time, an obese figure snatched its way out of the sealed orphanage door. Damn those two little. Chu Sheng cursed angrily in his heart as pain came from everywhere on his body, even though he had wrapped his body in energy for protection. However, the alternating attacks from Shuya and Chu Yi were still causing him pain, and he was not at all skillful in utilizing the energy that he had suddenly raised to the rock realm. The spirit transforming powder is not working. We can't take them in a short time. Retreat first, find those two lords, and then figure out what to do. Chu Sheng himself was a person who was extremely afraid of death, and because of this, he is cautious and reveals caution everywhere. After noticing Shuya and Chu Yi investigating the case, he took the initiative to show up just to apply the spirit transforming powder to Shuya's hands as a way to restrict the two's movements. Yet after the deviation from the plan, his first thought was not to amend the plan, but to run away. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sheng had already escaped to the location of the orphanage's gate. A lot of fog had sprung up around him at some point, but he didn't care about it. Instead, he slammed headlong into the door and prepared to leave. Bang! His body, as if he had smashed on a ball of cotton. The whole person did not enter the fog, shaking up a series of fog. Immediately afterward, he was toppled back by a soft bouncing force, obviously having a realm that surpasses ours, yet he chose to run away. Shuya's voice came slowly from behind him. Xu Sheng turned his head, but he saw him and Chui appearing out of the mist without haste, walking towards him step by step. Xu Sheng, you're really a waste. Su Yuya mocked without mercy, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Only when you yourself are in possession of an absolute advantage do you dare to flaunt it, claiming to be a god, but becoming flustered, even running away, when it comes to things they can't control. With your lewd to the core appearance and personality, you are simply the trash of trash. Knock! He and Chui stopped in place in unison, their feet stepping on the ground, shaking up a mist of killing intent. You cannot leave this field. Let's just ask you to carry the 68 human lives on your back, as well as the lives of countless orphans killed by you, and bury them here. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded throughout the suburb. The originally undulating hill, as if it had been swallowed out of thin air, directly collapsed and disappeared in a large chunk. Two silhouettes rolled down from the roar, tumbling several times on the ground, blood rushing to the sky. How is this possible? The Clipper's petite and delicate body tapped the ground several times in a row, a look of horror appearing on her tender face. Her entire left arm had disappeared into that collapsing space, and at the moment blood was spurting out like a stream. Ah! Screams and wails rang out from the other side. The 12th counselor wormhole was even more miserable. Both legs disappeared in the collapse, rolling in place in pain and screaming miserably. Is this the strength of collapse? The Clipper revealed a look of panic and horror. A terrifying existence that can be ranked in the top 3 even among the Guardians. This kind of monster, how can I be his opponent? Why was our whereabouts exposed? Could it be that punk Xu Sheng? A million questions instantly flashed through her mind. Even though she was honored as the 8th counselor, her abilities were not suited for head-on combat. Within 3 moves, she was close to being killed outright by collapse. We can't continue here. We must find a way to escape. She made a split-second decision and shouted at Counselor 12, who kept rolling around. Quick! Unleash your abilities. Let's go! Councilman 12, sweating profusely, struggled to raise his head and waved his right hand into the air. In an instant, the void began to distort, vaguely as if a huge round mouth had appeared. Sharp fangs were all around the giant mouth, as if it was a worm with sharp teeth waiting to devour everything. Would I let you leave? Li Shang's voice suddenly appeared, and his figure appeared in front of the two of them as if he had instantly moved. His face was bland as he lightly extended a finger. In an instant, it was as if the entire air had collapsed, and the fog-strewn wormhole, along with the air around it, simply shattered apart. Ha! I knew it! The delicate voice of the editor rang out abruptly, and even suddenly appeared behind Li Shang. She slapped its head heavily with her own palm, instantly unleashing her ability. Misremembering, Li Shang was instantly fixed in place. The whole person fell into a state of extreme bewilderment, his eyes constantly flashing through countless images, all of which were his past memories. A cold sweat continued to drip from the editor's forehead. Forcibly manipulating the memories of a Ridge Realm powerhouse was also an extremely difficult task for her. It doesn't take much, just a little bit of memory confusion to get rid of this little bit. However, in the next moment, Li Shang, who had originally turned his back to him, suddenly turned his head gently. I didn't realize that this had been calculated by him as well. What an afterthought. As if he was talking to himself, a white spirit bead actually floated out of his chest. Only at this moment, the spirit bead's light dimmed, as if its energy had dispersed, and it fell down from mid-air. What is this? The editor's pupils contracted rapidly. She hadn't expected that her attack would be blocked by a tiny spirit bead. Her ability was broken in this way, and she let out a muffled grunt and a splitting headache. Li Shang gently caught the spirit bead, but the index finger of his right hand obediently tapped on top of the clipsmith's petite forehead. Though I know that your true age is diametrically opposed to your appearance, but it's really going to take some mental work to get down to it. Collapse. As his words fell, a collapsing force erupted from his fingertips. In the next second, the entirety of the editor didn't even spit out half a word, and the entire person directly annihilated and disappeared in place. Next, Li Shang didn't even look at the editor who had been killed by his own seconds. Instead he turned his head to look at Counselor 12 who had fallen to the ground. But just then, the location where the previous editor was annihilated actually suddenly lit up a pillar of light, as if with the power to destroy everything, instantly spreading out and directly involving the closest Li Shang. Chapter 174. Ahem. Xu Shang's body was sent flying smashing into the orphanage's fence with a miserable scream. But before he could dislodge the force, a silhouette approached once again and smashed his chin with a rising dragon fist, raising his body high into the air. Off. Chu Sheng slapped his hands haphazardly. Repulsive force surged out from his body and pushed the person in front of him away, but he also suffered great pain, staggering through the air and falling to the ground. Not far away, Su Yuya and Shui were both panting frantically at this moment. They managed to suppress Chu Sheng, but all of them were impacted by Chu Sheng's abilities, and their bodies were equally scarred. Keep attacking and clean up this old guy. Su also rolled to the ground and rolled over, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and speaking in a rough voice. Chu Yi immediately transformed into a sharp arrow, and his entire body seemed to fly horizontally as if it was flying up, zipping straight towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng sat paralyzed on the ground, clenching his teeth. His eyes flashed with a touch of panic, but he made a decision. Put. The impact of the curved wing felt like it was bouncing off the ground and falling through the air. However, he saw that with Chu Sheng as the center, a faint energy aura unexpectedly surfaced in all directions, covering his body into it. He spread his hands wide with force, presenting a 180-degree horizontal placement, maintaining this field of repulsion that blocked out everything. In this moment, he was like a turtle that had burrowed into its shell, and no matter how much Su Yuya and Chui attacked, they were unable to invade his repulsive force field. Damn! After half a day of attempts, Shuda and Shui both stood near the repulsive force field gasping for air. No matter how they attacked, once they approached this repulsive force field, they would be inexplicably pushed away. Old bastard, come out if you can. Shuyi's eyes were crimson as he angrily slapped the invisible repulsive force field in front of him and shouted, "Come in if you can." Chu Sheng stalked his neck, similarly panting heavily, and stood unwillingly in the repulsive force field. The two men looked at each other, their eyes colliding in the air. On the other side, Shuya simply dispersed his boiling blood directly and sat down on the ground to start recovering his strength. He could already see that Chu Sheng was clearly trying to use this repulsive force field to stall for time first, so that he could find a way to get out. But the good news was that it seemed that the opponent was not able to move at will while maintaining the move. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would have long since turned on the repulsion field and run away from here. You greedy old. Seeing that he was unable to break through the repulsive force field, Chui simply stood in place and cursed angrily, releasing a mental attack. Chu Sheng, however, just sneered disdainfully. In terms of being greedy and afraid of death, I don't think you're any better than me. If you hadn't abandoned your best friend back then, Ko Liang wouldn't have died so tragically. A fierce, mocking sheen flashed in his eyes, and a sardonic smile played at the corners of his mouth. Do you want to know how he died? That little bastard had the nerve to poke me with scissors, but he was only a 10-year-old brat after all. He was a tough one. He didn't even cry out half a word of pain until I cracked his injured abdomen, and even tried to continue his assault on me. But things like pain don't just cease to exist if you ignore him. The expression on his face grew more and more maniacal as he let loose a sneer. I kicked him to the ground and ripped his wounds with my hands, clawing out his intestines. He was rolling on the floor in pain. That look, I should have videotaped it for you to see properly. After that, I threw that little's body into the fire and watched as his whole body burned and he slowly gagged. You shut up! Chui roared and opened his mouth, close to losing his mind, instantly about to explode his whole body's energy and charge and regardless. Wait! Shuya suddenly tugged at his body. Don't fall for his scheme. If you do rush in, you'll be overwhelmed by his powers. Shuyi's body instinctively struggled twice, but barely regained its composure after hearing Shuya's words. Chu Sheng's plan was seen through. His face visibly appeared displeased, and he suddenly went cold. But are we just going to watch him shrink inside his ability? Cotter Wing took a succession of deep breaths, trying to stabilize himself. Shuya was just about to say something when he suddenly changed his face slightly and looked into the distance. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation seemed to roll in from the outskirts of the western part of the city. Even though they were only at the stone realm, they could still feel the terror of that might. It seems like that senior has encountered some trouble. Su also spoke in a deep voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chu Sheng was obviously startled as well and looked violently in that direction. Could it be those two adults? Ha! This is just right. Unexpectedly, an evil smile suddenly appeared on Shuya's face. Looks like we won't be disturbed for a short period of time. Then it could have been done slightly more over the top. His self-talking voice was so small that Chui could just barely hear what he was saying, and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Immediately after that, Shuya actually probed his hand into his arms and walked right towards Chu Sheng's repulsive force field, like this turtle shell. He grinned a strange grin and took a broken blade out of his pocket, unsheathing his sword and holding it in his palm. Under the activation of the repair hand, the ancient knight was restored to its original state, shining with the energy fluctuations of the jade treasure. What's it count for? He swung his sword down. Subsequently, in the midst of Chu Sheng's incredulous gaze, his repulsive force field was directly cut in two, and it was hardwired to be chopped in the middle by Su Yuya. In the next moment, blood and light erupted, and his right arm, which he used to maintain the repulsive force field, directly flew up high, like tofu, and was chopped off by Shuya. The repulsive force field dissipated and disappeared, and Chu Sheng covered his broken and blood-spewing right arm and let out a miserable scream. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. No matter if it was Chu Sheng or Chui, neither of them expected things to go this way. Shuya then swung his sword again, preparing to dislodge Chu Sheng's limbs, but right at this moment, an ever-growing energy fluctuation burst out from Chu Sheng's body. Dang! Strong air currents that turned into ring-shaped fluctuations shook out. Su also staggered back, swinging his ancient knight towards the front and chopping hard. Wherever the sword blade passed, the wildly rushing energy was cut off. However, Su also realized with horror that the energy attached to the ancient curfew was being consumed at a rapid rate. After a short 10 seconds had passed, the ancient curfew snapped with a sound, and the ancient curfew that could have lasted for a full minute was unexpectedly drained of its energy and returned to its original state. At the same time, the fluctuation finally dissipated. What is this? Shuya and Chui stabilized themselves to look ahead, only to see a shocking scene. Only to see Chu Sheng covering his broken right arm constantly hissing. The voice in his mouth even became hoarse and rough, gradually sounding like a wild beast with a low roar. A strand of inhuman-like blood, flesh, and bone actually spread out rapidly from the place of the break, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng's entire body was wrapped in this blood and flesh, growing larger and larger in size, hissing into a beastly roar that swung in all directions. Immediately afterward, a familiar and incredible wave spread out from his body. Void beasts. Both Shuya and Shuyi's faces changed slightly, sensing the origin of the aura. Chapter 175 The Only Way. How does a human become a virtual beast? Is it the effect of that pill? Or is it? Shuya's thinking didn't last long. After his entire body was covered in blood and flesh, Chu Sheng had completely lost his human form. His body continued to grow in size, and in the blink of an eye, he became over 3 meters tall, transforming into a 4-legged flesh and blood monster. He let out an indistinct low roar from his mouth, and his beast claws tore through the air, slapping through the air. Seo also immediately unleashed boiling blood to leap towards the back, yet a repulsive force from across the room hit him and pushed him away. His body was smashed into the top of the wall like a cannonball, and he even directly smashed through the ruined wall of the orphanage. Chu Sheng, who maintained his void beast form, was even able to release his original abilities. Seoya. When Chui saw this, he immediately let out a low cry. However, he was also too late to care about Shuya's situation because the virtual beast that Chu Sheng had transformed into, at that moment, looked like it had lost its mind and was killing towards him. Geocentric world. Curved Wing unleashed his ability, and his entire body began to shake irregularly in the air, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. He kept changing the direction of his gravity, moving through the air at high speed. Using only his instincts, Chu Sheng failed to hit him with several attacks in succession. With the help of the gaps in dodging, Chu Yuan finally closed in next to Chu Sheng's gigantic flesh body. He was shocked to realize it when he got closer. Above the head of this monster that was filled with the fluctuations of imaginary beasts and could not recognize what form it was in, Chu Sheng's majority of his body was lost in the flesh and blood, only revealing the part of his chest that was leaning upwards. All of the clothes on his body disappeared, and there was an incomparable emptiness between his eyes, and a low roar and whimpering sound continuously emanated from his entire mouth. At the same time, this same sound came out of the flesh and blood monster's mouth in a symphonic resonance. What is this? His own body? Shui couldn't think about that much, directly twisting gravity downward and kicking towards Chu Sheng's head at speed. Gravity kick. However, just as he was about to kick Chu Sheng's body, the half of Chu Sheng's body, however, as if it had discovered his presence, snapped up its head, which had rolled back the whites of its eyes, and reached out to grab his foot. Immediately after that, Shui was grabbed by its arm and thrown by a strange force, blasting into the ground. Roar! After managing to send both of them flying, the monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into was like having a seizure. It transformed into a senseless beast and began to attack randomly in all directions. Those play facilities in the orphanage yard were instantly destroyed in pieces. The swing slide floated into the sky as if it were a toy, and then crashed down hard. Has this guy's sanity been taken away as well? Shuya grimaced as he crawled out of the rubble. At this time, all of his clothes had become tattered from the violent collision. His big red clothes looked extremely funny, and even his hair, which was coated with hairspray, had become disheveled and covered with dust. He was somewhat covered in scars, yet he still observed the movements of the monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into. It was different from those imaginary beasts he had encountered before. This monster that Chu Sheng had transformed into, although it had the aura fluctuations of a rock realm void beast, it seemed to be irrational and only knew to launch attacks on everything around it. This idiot, so he was used as an experiment. Without even having to think about it, Su Yuya had already guessed why Chu Sheng had become the way he was now. It must have something to do with the pill he had taken earlier. Let's put the matter of the virtual beast aside for now. The priority now is how to stop this guy in his tracks. Su also observed the surroundings, his brain racing as he thought of a way out. Flop! But just then, at the front door of the orphanage, the sound of someone falling suddenly came. Su also pupils shrink slightly, but see the thick fog filled. A more than 50 years old woman, paralyzed on the ground, incredulously looking ahead. The voice was filled with trembling. Old Cho? She looked incredulously at the tall, constantly wreaking havoc monster, and even caught a glimpse of Chu Sheng, who was located at the top of the monster's head. At this moment, Chu Sheng, still topping Zhao Yangzhu's face, was obviously mistaken for Zhao Yangzhu by this woman. Widoli? Shuya's face changed drastically at the same time he saw this older woman, and he secretly cried out that it was not good. The effect of the fog rising from the mountains and the sea does not independently open up a side of the mirror world and block ordinary people from entering it. Like the mirror world, its only function is to be able to open the boundary and prevent those within it from leaving. It would be easier and swifter to cast than the mirror world. In simple terms, it's a one-way boundary that governs exit but not entry. This Widoli, for some reason, had broken into the boundary at this point in time. Instead, her paralyzed as well as shrieking voice attracted the attention of the madly raging Chu Sheng in the first place. Roar! Chu Sheng's fat and growing monster body violently turned his head, his scarlet eyes staring at Widoli as if he was looking at his prey. In the next moment, it stepped on all 4 feet and charged towards Widoli with murderous intent. Bad! Shui barely managed to get up from the ground, enduring the immense pain in his body, and instantly wanted to rush out to save the others. However, his face changed, and a sharp pain came from his right leg, and he instantly fell to his knees with a softness. However, on the other side, a figure wrapped in blood mist burst out the moment Widoli appeared. 20 meters to catch up? In this moment of extreme speed of life and death, Shuya's brain was extraordinarily calm, and time seemed to have slowed down all around him. To be precise, it wasn't so much that time actually slowed down as it was the speed at which his brain was running, which was faster. His mind was like a spewing and erupting volcano. Countless strategies erupted and filled his entire brain, only to be rejected one by one. Can we use Fated Van to strengthen the boiling blood to rush forward between these moments? No. Under this distance, unless one is able to raise the boiling blood to S rank or above, one will never be able to catch up. One can't go betting on such a probability. What if you use a repair hand for displacement? 20 meters away. No matter the time or distance, it's absolutely too late. It's obvious that Chu Sheng is a bit faster. What if we use the spirit drawing artifact to boost our energy and forcefully break through the existing realm? No, the process of using the spirit drawing weapon will cause stiffness in the body, and it won't be long before Widoli dies when my realm rises. To abandon her and choose to attack Chu Sheng? What's the difference between that and the guys at the time? These thoughts, which sprang up almost simultaneously, were also rejected by him at the same moment. Countless thoughts shattered like bubbles, and in the end, all that remained in his mind was the last method. The only way to cross this 20-meter distance in a split second and rush to save Widoli before Chu Sheng's attack landed was one and only one. Time began to pass around Shuya once again, as if he had been dreaming for 1,000 years, and his high-speed brain returned to normal. Along with a sound explosion, a residual shadow was left behind where he was originally located. Physical arts. Flying shadow.